as Li Xiaoyan was striving to reach the top 100 in the Master Ball tier of Pokémon Scarlet and Violet. He unexpectedly traversed into a parallel world inhabited by Pokémon due to unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, Li Xiaoyan activated an omniscient system, granting him the ability to perceive all things. By yet another stroke of serendipity, Li Xiaoyan acquired the Light Stone, which was the transformation of the true dragon Reshiram following its physical demise. Not only that, he encountered a myriad of legendary and mythical Pokémon in his daily life, engaging in delightful conversations with them. For instance, there was the gluttonous Victini, the scapegoat Palkia, the Tsundere Latias, the affable Dialga, and the lively Cosmoem, Little Nebula. Years later, why do the Pokémon I capture possess such distinct personalities? My Blaziken turned out to be a little rascal. Sanyan Rinjigui, stop eating already. You are strong enough. Flameace, do not kick my divine token. Fire God Moth, what? You wish to possess a water type? Duraludin, your speed is already sufficient. Latias, huh? You claim you're not hungry? If you won't eat, then I'll just take it away, okay? Little Nebula, do not run away. In the end, astonishingly, the Light Stone could communicate with my mind. Does your heart harbor a courage that approaches reality? What is your truth? Your courage shall manifest as reality. My power will serve as your support in ascending to the pinnacle. Chapter 1. Entering the Pokémon World. My name is Li Xiaoyan. I am 17 years old and a devoted Pokémon enthusiast. I am a competitive player with the following achievements. Ranked 1200 in Master Ball tier doubles in Sword and Shield. Master Ball tier. Ranked 1001 in Master Ball tier singles in Scarlet and Violet. One day, while I was engrossed in playing Pokémon Scarlet and Violet, a letter suddenly appeared on my Switch. Press 1 to enter the world of Pokémon. 1.2. How absurd. Does anyone truly believe in such nonsense? Then I pressed 1. Vaguely, I recall that after pressing 1, my head felt heavy, and I collapsed to the ground, succumbing to slumber. That night, I had a dream in which I saw a llama adorned with a halo, resembling Arceus from the Pokémon universe. It spoke to me extensively, yet I have forgotten most of our conversation, only retaining the memory of its words. After reaching the pinnacle, battle with me, or my avatar. Date: August 20th, 2023, the traversal portal closed. Li Xiaoyan awoke at home, only to find himself sleeping on the floor. How did I end up sleeping on the floor? It's so cold. How can it be this chilly in the midst of summer without the air conditioning? After uttering this, Li Xiaoyan hastily climbed into bed, seeking warmth beneath the covers. His father knocked and entered the room, inquiring, Xiaoyan, have you seen where Dad's Jengar went? Hidden under the blanket, Li Xiaoyan instinctively replied, I haven't seen it. The next moment, he realized what on earth. Jengar. Jengar. A Pokémon, entirely deep purple with red eyes, sporting legs, and a short, pointed tail, peeked out from the ground. Upon seeing this purple creature, Li Xiaoyan was struck with realization. No wonder it was so cold. It was this Jengar's doing. Wait, why is there a Pokémon here? Li Xiaoyan furrowed his brows, contemplating. Could it be that traversing is genuine? But why am I not in the Pokémon world, rather than the real one? Unable to resolve his thoughts, Li Xiaoyan resigned himself to the idea. Well, as long as there are Pokémon. Li Xiaoyan observed his father capturing Jengar in a luxury ball and cautiously inquired, Dad, do I have Pokémon? Li Xiaoyan's father nodded in response. They are ready, but you'll have to wait until tomorrow to obtain them. Upon hearing that the Pokémon were prepared, Li Xiaoyan nearly leapt up in jubilant cheer, yet the latter part of the statement felt like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing his hard-won enthusiasm. Why is that? At that moment, Li Xiaoyan's mother entered the room and remarked, because you can only receive your Pokémon 10 days before the final year of high school. After they left the room and closed the door, Li Xiaoyan was left alone. He opened his phone to find an app named Pokémon Official had mysteriously appeared. Upon opening it, Li Xiaoyan discovered his parents' avatars on the personal homepage. Clicking on his father's avatar revealed the following information. Name, Li Luochen. Occupation, Elite Level Trainer, Advanced Breeder, Master Level Realm Explorer. Pokémon owned. Infernape, Jengar, Tauros Water Variant, Lapras, Leafeon, Ducklet, 5 Gym Level, 1 Newcomer Level. Seeing Li Luocheng's Pokémon, Li Xiaoyan was astounded, realizing his father had been concealing his prowess. Aside from the Ducklet, the others were of remarkably high caliber. Li Xiaoyan then clicked on his mother's avatar. Name, Sure Shinto. Occupation, Elite Level Trainer, Advanced Performer. Pokémon owned, Primarina, Superior, Bryon, Swell, Metagross, Esper, 5 Gym Level, 1 Newcomer Level. Li Xiaoyan gasped in astonishment, discovering that his mother was also a nearly gym-level elite trainer. However, why did their 6 Pokémon all belong to the starter types of Scarlet and Violet? Were they gifts from the official Pokémon organization? He then checked the history and found that Pokémon had descended upon the current blue star approximately 200 years ago, with some Pokémon being quite ferocious, while others were friendly toward humans. Subsequently, a scientist invented the Pokeball, and his brother proposed the profession of Pokémon trainer. Over the ensuing decades, a plethora of professions related to Pokémon began to emerge, including Pokémon breeders, Pokémon researchers, and Pokémon performers, among others. Even to this day, human existence is inextricably linked to Pokémon. They're cherished companions to humanity, prompting countries worldwide to enact numerous laws aimed at their protection. In Huagua, English has even been relegated to an elective subject, with Pokémon studies being designated as the 3rd primary discipline. Li Xiaoyan turned off his phone and proceeded to wash up in the bathroom. After completing his ablutions, he hurried down the stairs, making a beeline for the dining table. While awaiting his meal, Li Xiaoyan encountered the 2 diminutive starter Pokémon. The little duck Pokémon sporting a pompadour hairstyle could only be the Runshui duck, while the other small green cat Pokémon mewed a few times upon seeing Li Xiaoyan. Gently cradling the new leaf cat, Li Xiaoyan spoke earnestly. "New leaf cat, you mustn't evolve into the blazing roar tiger in the future." Meow. The new leaf cat tilted its head, perplexed by the mention of blazing roar tiger. "How?" A melodious voice emanated from the kitchen as a humanoid Pokémon emerged, balancing a bowl of omelet rice atop its claw-like head. Upon closer inspection, Li Xiaoyan recognized the Pokémon as Brimstone, a talented member of the space team. Li Luocheng and Shi Xintong sat on either side of Li Xiaoyan. After exchanging glances, Li Luocheng was the first to inquire, "Xiaoyan, do you like these 2?" Li Xiaoyan nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Absolutely! Who could resist the allure of starter Pokémon? Although, this duck does become somewhat flamboyant upon evolving." Shi Xintong sighed, remarking, "Ah, what a pity they're not yours." Li Xiaoyan was taken aback, feeling a surge of anxiety. They had clearly agreed to prepare Pokémon, so why was it now stated that these weren't for him? "Then where's my Pokémon?" Shi Xintong gently ruffled Li Xiaoyan's hair, whispering, "It's still in its egg." Li Luocheng chimed in, "Tomorrow is your birthday, and I have prepared something special for you." Upon hearing about the special gift, Li Xiaoyan immediately inquired, "What is it?" In the next moment, he realized that the focus should not be on the special gift, but rather on the Pokémon. "Wait, first tell me what Pokémon it is." Li Luocheng affectionately tousled Li Xiaoyan's hair, saying, "That's a secret, but I can reveal that it's a starter-type Pokémon." Hearing the mention of a starter-type Pokémon, Li Xiaoyan was overwhelmed with excitement, for which starter Pokémon isn't known for evolving quickly and possessing formidable strength. Pokémon of this type generally have high potential and can at least reach elite levels. Despite his exhilaration, Li Xiaoyan still questioned why the 2 Pokémon were not meant for him. Shi Xintong feigned surprise. "Oh dear, who was it that claimed they would become the strongest fire-type champion in history?" Li Luocheng chimed in and said that aside from fire-type Pokémon, they wouldn't accept any other Pokémon unless they were demigods. Awkwardly scratching his head, Li Xiaoyan felt embarrassed. He had only just crossed over, and who could remember such statements from before? Chapter 2. The White Stone with 3 Indentations. Li Xiaoyan's residence is nestled in the heart of Rongqing, a reward bestowed upon Li Luocheng for his significant contributions in the past. As Li Xiaoyan strolled into the villa's backyard, he beheld a serpentine green Pokémon frolicking with a creature reminiscent of both a cat and a fox. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as the majestic Serperior and the adorable Leafeon. A robust bull Pokémon, Tauros, grazed peacefully on the verdant grass. Nearby, in a tranquil pond, a Pokémon resembling a sea lion swam joyfully alongside a Lapras. The sea lion was undoubtedly his mother's West Sea Chelan. Suddenly, a fiery monkey, known as Infernape, rode atop a whirlwind, while a Pokémon with cottony wings, the Swablu, soared gracefully above. Upon noticing Li Xiaoyan's arrival, the exuberant Pokémon rushed toward him, leaving him momentarily flustered, as he had only recently begun to familiarize himself with the world of Pokémon. Just then, Li Luocheng appeared to diffuse the situation, exclaiming, all right, don't frighten him." The Pokémon dispersed at once, granting Li Xiaoyan a moment of relief. Their enthusiasm was truly a testament to being his parents' Pokémon. Li Luocheng, unfazed by the commotion, chuckled, "Haha, it's not your first encounter with them. Why do you always seem so anxious?" Embarrassed, Li Xiaoyan lowered his gaze. As if struck by a sudden recollection, Li Luoqing beckoned. Come with me to the study. I wish to show you the fruits of my explorations from over a decade ago. Puzzled, Li Xiaoyan followed his father to the study, where he was compelled to view the treasures his father spoke of. The study, located on the second floor, housed not only books, but also Li Luoqing's prized possessions, including his secret stash of money. After rummaging through a chest for some time, he unearthed a dusty photograph. Wiping it clean with a wet tissue, he handed it to Li Xiaoyan, who gasped in astonishment. Wow. With a confident grin, Li Luoqing inquired, so what do you think? Wasn't your old man quite dashing back in the day? To this, Li Xiaoyan replied, Not really. I was just admiring the architecture. The photograph depicted a handsome middle-aged man alongside a young couple standing before a crumbling tower. The young woman appeared to be around 20 and bore a striking resemblance to Li Xiaoyan's mother, while the young man was unmistakably his father. A nagging familiarity tugged at Li Xiaoyan, prompting him to question, Dad, what was inside that tower? Li Luoqing began recounting his tale. This tower, depicted in the photograph, is located within a secret realm. Son, I must warn you, it was perilous. Numerous dragon-type Pokémon resided there, fierce and formidable. Alas, our Pokeballs malfunctioned. Or I might have captured one. Clearing his throat, he continued, the magnetic field in that realm distorted space, rendering our spatial storage items useless. With a twinkle in his eye, Li Luoqing asked, Can you guess why we managed to clear out most of the treasures inside? After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiaoyan recalled that the Jengar species possessed a four-dimensional treasure bag, surmising, Did you hide them all within Jengar? Li Luoqing praised, Correct. Truly my son is sharp. Li Xiaoyan retorted, That's common knowledge for anyone familiar with Jengar. Ignoring his son's remark, Li Luoqing continued, Thanks to our Jengar, we could retrieve so many valuable items, like dragon fangs and scales. There was even a white stone that I had Jengar store away. If it could fit, we stowed it. He paused, recalling, eventually, the dragon-type Pokémon began to attack us. Li Xiaoyan's unease grew as he pondered aloud. Dad, could it be that their anger stemmed from you taking their belongings? Li Luoqing admitted, That does seem likely. He went on, Amidst the onslaught of those dragon-type Pokémon, your grandfather and I shielded your mother, carving a path through the chaos. We collected everything along the way until we reached the highest level. To our dismay, all we found was a stone slab and a fragment of a comet. As he reminisced, Li Luoqing's frustration mounted, recalling the arduous journey they undertook only to be met with such meager spoils. Now, can you guess what my greatest treasure from this expedition was? Li Xiaoyan pondered deeply, wondering if it was indeed the white stone with 3 indentations. Li Luoqing shook his head, stating, It was your mother. Taken aback, Li Xiaoyan exclaimed, Dad, why are you insulting me? Li Luoqing waved his hands in protest. No. What I meant was that my greatest fortune from that journey was finding your mother. So, you summoned me just to boast? Li Xiaoyan quipped. While rummaging through the chest, Li Luoqing clarified, No. I called you here to give you a good luck charm. Let me find it. After listening to his father's lengthy tale, Li Xiaoyan couldn't shake the feeling that he had seen that tower before. The shattered columns, the dragon-type Pokémon, the stone slab, and the white stone with 3 indentations. It all resembled the Dragon Spiral Tower from the Black and White series. The so-called white stone must have transformed into the light stone after being damaged from Reshiram's physical form. Curiously, Li Xiaoyan asked, Dad, what has become of that secret realm? You want to know? It is now sealed, and I have no idea when it will reopen. Disappointed, Li Xiaoyan sighed, wishing his father could take him back to search for the rumored dark stone. As Li Luoqing rummaged through a dusty chest, he excitedly exclaimed, I found it. The white stone. And let me share a secret with you. When your mother S. Swablu and my Infernape laid eyes on this stone, they showed signs of fear. I suspect it has been steeped in the aura of a gym-level Blaziken for quite some time, which might explain why they were so intimidated, even though it could still enhance the strength of fire and dragon-type Pokémon below gym level. Interestingly, the Rongqing officials had allowed him to choose an item aside from the stone slab, converting the rest into currency and contribution points. Along with our current villa, I specifically requested this white stone for you, hoping that it would enable you and your Pokémon to eventually reach gym level. Indeed, regardless of the world, fathers always have their children's best interests at heart. Upon seeing the stone in person, Li Xiaoyan instantly recognized it as the light stone. Li Luoqing smiled warmly. Xiaoyan here. Take it. Overwhelmed with emotion, Li Xiaoyan extended his hand to receive the light stone. As soon as it made contact with Li Luoqing's hand, a notification chimed in his mind. Chapter 3, 9 Fire-type starters. Beep, beep, beep. Detection of host's contact with the divine token. Universal visualization system activated successfully. Scanning and analyzing. Success. Data has been saved to the cloud. Please check it at your convenience. Hearing the voice resonating in his mind, Li Xiaoyan seized the opportunity to excuse himself with the lightstone, making his way back to his room. Settling onto the sofa, he attempted to communicate with his newly awakened system. System? I'm here. To his surprise, it seemed they could engage in conversation. Li Xiaoyan thought to himself, why have you appeared before me? Is this a necessity for traversers? Not quite. Due to Lord Arceus forgetting to provide you with a mobile device, I was temporarily created to assist you on your journey to greatness. Upon hearing the term mobile device, Li Xiaoyan felt a flicker of confusion. However, recalling a game from his previous life titled Pokémon Legends, Arceus, where the protagonist began their adventure with a mobile device, he was taken aback that Arceus could forget to give him one. But then again, what exactly was this omniscient system? He voiced his curiosity to the system in his mind. My function is to scan and analyze all things, conveying their information to the host. However, I can only provide a general analysis of items not belonging to you, as per Lord Arceus's instructions. After hearing this, Li Xiaoyan was reminded of certain systems from novels in his previous life. Wasn't this akin to a treasure appraisal system? Arceus certainly had an elegant naming sense. He inquired whether it would provide him with a novice gift pack. Regrettably, no. Li Xiaoyan then asked if it would assign him tasks, particularly those with penalties for failure. That will not occur. Hearing this, Li Xiaoyan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there would be no tasks to complete, for failing them would have dire consequences. He then requested, could you please display the data you just analyzed? Certainly. Name, Lightstone, Divine Token. Information. The form taken after the corporeal destruction of Reshiram. It is said to be awaiting the arrival of a hero. Soul intact, Li Xiaoyan could hardly believe that upon his arrival in this world, he encountered the Lightstone that Reshiram had transformed into. Unfortunately, he was unable to capture it at present. Shaking his head, he reminded himself that capturing a Tier 1 deity was utterly impossible. His previous gaming experiences had misleadingly led him to believe that capturing such beings was easy. He must not carry over any bad habits from his past life. While Arceus undoubtedly aimed for him to reach the pinnacle, this journey would be fraught with trials and tribulations, culminating in an epic battle. After placing the Lightstone in the drawer of his desk, he began to scroll through his phone, watching videos. This ordinary day swiftly came to a close, and after taking a shower, Li Xiaoyan lay in bed early, eagerly awaiting the arrival of tomorrow. The next morning, beams of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the desk. Dingling. Hearing the alarm ring, Li Xiaoyan quickly rose, swiftly dressing and preparing himself. Today was a momentous occasion. He could not afford to be late. Once ready, he hurried downstairs. Glancing at the wall clock to find it was only just past 6:30, he settled onto the living room sofa to wait for his parents to awaken. Meow? His descent had roused the new leaf Meow, who yawned reluctantly. Li Xiaoyan sheepishly petted the new leaf Meow's head and requested the system to analyze its data. Scanning. Analysis successful. Would you like to view it now? Yes. Please show me immediately. Understood. Pokémon. New leaf Meow. Level 15. Gender. Female. Type. Grass. Ability. Adaptability. Upon reviewing this information, Li Xiaoyan inquired of the system. Is this all the information available? Is there no aptitude detection? Indeed, as this new leaf Meow does not belong to you. Only this limited information can be accessed. As for the aptitude you seek, such a concept does not exist in this world. Pokémon are born equal, with limitless potential. While quality Pokémon are certainly important, your success ultimately hinges on your own efforts. While there may be individual differences among Pokémon, their limits are never dictated by so-called aptitudes. Time passed, and it was now 8:30. Li Luoqing opened the door and was surprised to see Li Xiaoyan sitting on the living room sofa. Son, you're up early today. I thought you wouldn't rise until 9. Dad, today is my day to receive my Pokémon. How could I possibly sleep in? Shi Xintong emerged from her room, interjecting. Not only is today the day you acquire your Pokémon, but it is also your birthday. Don't let the excitement of getting your Pokémon overshadow your special day. This statement filled Li Xiaoyan with warmth. Indeed, no matter the world, a mother's love remains constant. Mom, I know, he replied, then eagerly urged, Dad, hurry up and eat. We need to go get my first Pokémon. Li Luoqing chuckled. You're quite impatient, aren't you? Brilwin soon placed breakfast before the three of them. The father and son quickly finished their meal, and Li Luoqing led Li Xiaoyan out to his workplace. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the Rongqing Pokémon Breeding Center. Li Xiaoyan felt a pang of anxiety. The grandeur of the place, coupled with his father's high-ranking position there, made him wonder if he would somehow receive a starter Pokémon unfairly. Dad, you wouldn't be giving me one of the prestigious starters, would you? Ordinary Pokémon are perfectly fine. We can't do something like that. Li Luocheng playfully rapped Li Xiaoyan on the head, exclaiming, "What are you thinking? Do you really think your father would do such a thing? During my previous expedition, the Rongqing officials allowed me to choose one item, and they also promised that you would be able to obtain one of the starter Pokémon. How could it possibly be that I took advantage?" Li Xiaoyan nodded, relieved. It seemed his father's previous journey through the Dragon Spiral Tower had yielded significant rewards for the Rongqing officials. As they entered the building, a staff member approached. "Mr. Li Luocheng, everything you requested is ready. Please follow me." Li Luocheng smiled. "Thank you for your assistance." Under the staff member's guidance, they ascended to the 5th floor, which housed breeding rooms for 3 types of Pokémon: water, fire, and grass. Li Luocheng turned to Li Xiaoyan and asked, "Are you sure you want a fire-type starter? We can still change our minds." After a moment's contemplation, Li Xiaoyan decided on the fire-type Pokémon, as his goal remained the same as it had been before his traversal, to become the most formidable champion. The staff led Li Xiaoyan into the fire-type breeding room, where they began to introduce the various Pokémon. From left to right, they were Charmander, Cyndaquil, Torchic, Chimchar, Tepig, Finnegan, Litten, Scorbunny, and Krogok. Chapter 4, It's Decided. You shall be the one. Li Xiaoyan gazed at the array of Pokémon eggs, uncertain of which creature to choose. The staff member began to introduce each Pokémon. This is Charmander, which evolves into Charizard. Charizard possesses both fire and flying types, excelling in aerial combat. After scanning Charmander, Li Xiaoyan discovered it possessed a hidden ability and began to analyze its strengths and weaknesses. This ability is Solar Power, which enhances special attack in sunny weather but gradually saps its own health. It has advantages in special attack and speed. However, Charizard is 4 times weak to rock-type attacks, which is somewhat concerning. The staff member then introduced a second Pokémon egg. This is the egg of Cyndaquil, which ultimately evolves into Typhlosion. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyan quickly interrupted the staff member, requesting further introductions for Torchic, Scorbunny, and Krogok. Moreover, its leaping ability is remarkably formidable. Indeed, some exceptionally powerful Torchics can leap as high as 30 stories. To the right stands the Scorbunny, which ultimately evolves into the dazzling Cinderace. Cinderace possesses extraordinary physical prowess, particularly in terms of explosive power, jumping ability, and kicking strength, placing it at the pinnacle among all Pokémon. Upon seeing the system display the information of Torchic, Li Luocheng thought to himself, "Wow, its ability is indeed Speed Boost. Effect: increases speed at regular intervals." Torchic exhibits commendable physical and special attack stats, but it is generally trained towards enhancing its physical attack capabilities. Despite their lineage's relatively slow speed, the Speed Boost ability compensates for this shortcoming. He then turned his gaze to the information of Scorbunny. This Scorbunny has the ability called Libero, which allows its type to change to that of the move it uses before executing it. It excels in both physical attack and speed. However, its durability stats leave much to be desired. Nonetheless, for a high-speed and high-attack Pokémon, it remains quite impressive. Effect: upon entering battle, its type will change to that of its first used move. Here, the choice is Sword and Shield. With Scorbunny as the 3rd Pokémon, a staff member pointed to the last egg, stating, "This Pokémon egg contains a Sizzlipede, a Pokémon discovered in recent years, which ultimately evolves into Centiskorch. Centiskorch is exceptionally nurturing towards others." Li Xiaoyan was quite surprised to learn that this Sizzlipede also possesses a hidden ability, the Pure ability. Moreover, it boasts a rare combination of fire and ghost types. It has solid durability and is primarily a special attacker. If we were to discuss shortcomings, it might be its rather sluggish speed. Contemplating over the 4 Pokémon eggs, Li Xiaoyan ultimately decided to pass on both Charmander and Sizzlipede, opting instead between Torchic and Scorbunny. Gazing at these 2 eggs, he mused, Torchic can Mega Evolve, while Scorbunny can Dynamax. However, I doubt Dynamaxing is permissible in Huagua, right? I wonder if Mega Evolution and Dynamaxing have been discovered in this world. After much deliberation, Li Xiaoyan arrived at his decision. Pointing at the Torchic egg, he declared with a hint of youthful bravado, "I choose you." The Torchic egg, primarily orange-red, bore markings resembling phoenix claws. The staff member inquired, "Are you certain you wish to select the Torchic egg?" Li Xiaoyan nodded, feeling an inexplicable connection to this Torchic, convinced that it would become a reliable partner. Come on. A vibrant buddy that can sing, dance, and rap is undeniably cool. After confirming, the staff gently placed the Torchic egg into the incubation device and handed it to Li Xiaoyan. As they were about to leave, the staff member advised, "Each Pokémon is unique. Please do not abandon them lightly." Li Xiaoyan solemnly replied, "I promise to treat it with the utmost care." Observing his son exit the door, Cradling the incubation device, Li Luochen surmised that he had indeed acquired his desired Pokémon. In his youth, Li Luochen had a particular fondness for the striking Infernape. He speculated that perhaps his son had chosen a Chimchar as his starter Pokémon, mirroring his own choice. With this hopeful mindset, Li Luochen cheerfully inquired, "Son, what Pokémon did you choose?" Li Xiaoyan, still holding the incubation device, replied, "It's Torchic." Li Luochen was taken aback. "What? Not Chimchar?" He then reassured himself, "Well, even though it's not Chimchar, it's still a fire and fighting type." After acquiring the Pokémon egg, the father and son promptly made their way home. Upon their return, Shi Xintong greeted them and asked, "Sweet son, which Pokémon did you choose?" Li Xiaoyan, seated on the couch, replied, "It's Torchic." Shi Xintong praised, "Very good. The future is promising." Li Xiaoyan remained inseparable from the Pokémon egg, even during mealtime, cradling it closely. As he caressed the glass of the incubation device, he turned to Li Luochen and asked, "Dad, don't you have any Pokémon with abilities like Flame Body, Lava Armor, or Steam Engine?" Li Luochen shook his head. "No? Then when will this egg hatch into a Pokémon?" Seeing Li Xiaoyan's eager anticipation, Li Luochen chuckled. "It will definitely hatch before nightfall. I guarantee it." Li Xiaoyan could only respond, "Oh, all right." After finishing lunch, he ascended to his room. First retrieving the light stone from his drawer, then taking the Pokémon egg from the incubation device. Placing the stone and the egg on his bed, Li Xiaoyan silently recited, "Heavenly spirits and earthly spirits, may Reshiram bless Torchic with a safe hatching." Unbeknownst to him, perhaps the Reshiram within the light stone heard his plea, as it emanated a wave of warmth, though it quickly subsided. At that moment, cracks appeared on the surface of the Pokémon egg, through which beams of white light emerged. Li Xiaoyan watched in exhilaration as his Pokémon was about to emerge. With a series of cracking sounds emanating from the egg, the white light intensified. Instinctively, Li Xiaoyan shielded his eyes with his hand. Suddenly, a Pokémon's cry resounded from the egg's direction, prompting Li Xiaoyan to lower his hand. Before him appeared a creature resembling a small chick, predominantly orange, covered in fluffy feathers, with 2 tiny wings. After circling around Torchic, he noticed a minuscule black dot near its tail. Upon seeing Li Xiaoyan, Torchic immediately leaped into his embrace. "Chamo, Chamo," Torchic cooed affectionately in Li Xiaoyan's arms, melting his heart with its cuteness. How adorable. At that moment, the system promptly displayed the panel based on Li Xiaoyan's earlier words. He couldn't help but complain. This system lacks any discernment. Despite his critique, Li Xiaoyan tenderly stroked Torchic while examining its data. Pokémon, Torchic, level, 1 gender, male, type, fire, ability, speed boost, friendship, friendly, height, 0, for meters, weight, 2, 5 kilograms, moves, scratch, growl, double kick, and ember. Li Xiaoyan mentally commanded, "Close page." Understood. While petting Torchic, he said, "Torchic, from now on we are partners." "Chamo, Chamo." Torchic seemed to comprehend Li Xiaoyan's words and responded with a few cheerful calls. "Oh, right, the Pokeball." Li Xiaoyan recalled the Pokeball atop the incubation device bearing Torchic's design. He reached up to retrieve a Pokeball, its upper half black with red lines, the lower half pure black, and the center a glimmering gold. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a luxury ball. Holding the luxury ball, he aligned the central button with Torchic and, brimming with excitement, pressed the button, exclaiming, "Return, Torchic." A red beam emanated from the button, enveloping Torchic, and as the light receded, Torchic vanished from sight. Li Xiaoyan pressed the button again, then tossed the luxury ball upward, declaring, "Come forth, Torchic." Chamo. Torchic descended from above, promptly perching atop Li Xiaoyan's head and refusing to come down. At that moment, Li Xiaoyan began to gaze at the light stone on his bed, murmuring to himself, "When will I meet Reshiram? Lightstone, can you hear my words? Please let me know if you can't hear me. Reshiram." At that moment, the fiery chick leapt down from Li Xiaoyan's head and began pecking at the luminous stone with its sharp beak. This scene prompted a well-known saying to spring to Li Xiaoyan's mind: "A newborn Cantero fears not the roaring flames." When Li Xiaoyan noticed the fiery chick attempting to kick the luminous stone to the ground, he swiftly scooped it up and earnestly admonished, "Listen here. This one may very well become our elder brother in the future, and we shall rely on it for sustenance." Upon hearing this, the fiery chick nodded vigorously. Speaking of food, Li Xiaoyan suddenly remembered that the fiery chick had yet to eat. He then inquired, "Oh right, I heard that you must consume your eggshell upon hatching. Would you like to devour your eggshell?" Promptly, the fiery chick scurried over to the eggshell and began to nibble at it, swallowing it piece by piece. Li Xiaoyan picked up the luminous stone and pondered deeply. This luminous stone, since being retrieved by my father, has likely gone without nourishment for over a decade or two. With this thought in mind, he placed the luminous stone above the nurturing device and stated, "If you wish to eat, it shall not shine. If you do not wish to eat, it will glow just as it did moments ago." After 3 seconds of waiting, the luminous stone remained unlit, leading Li Xiaoyan to believe it was indeed hungry. He gradually lowered the stone, and at that moment, it radiated a brilliant glow. Instantly, a vibrant red light burst forth, prompting Li Xiaoyan to hastily withdraw the stone, exclaiming, "If you don't want to eat, just say so. It only glows once it's inside. I thought you were eager for it." Res Hiram. If I truly consumed this so-called nutrient solution, I would be the laughingstock of Zekrom for the rest of my days. While the fiery chick was preoccupied with its meal, Li Xiaoyan took the opportunity to open his phone and search for how power levels were categorized in this world. The screen displayed that Pokémon strength is classified into rookie level, normal level, elite level, gym level, champion level, and finally, master level. After reviewing this information, Li Xiaoyan organized and analyzed it. Rookie level. As the name implies, this refers to Pokémon with low power. Rookie trainers are only permitted to capture 1 Pokémon. Normal level. Upon reaching this level, trainers possess some self-defense capabilities. Most starter Pokémon evolve upon entering the normal level. Owning a normal level Pokémon qualifies one to be called a normal level trainer, who can possess up to 4 Pokémon. Elite level. Most starter Pokémon complete their final evolution upon reaching the elite level. The majority of Pokémon can ascend to this level. A trainer with 3 elite level Pokémon is classified as an elite level trainer, with a maximum of 9 Pokémon. As a provincial capital, the number of elite level trainers in Rongqing is quite substantial. Gym level. Gym level Pokémon can be considered as regional dominators. Many Pokémon fail to break through to gym level for various reasons, but those who succeed experience an unknown qualitative change. A person possessing 6 gym level Pokémon is qualified to establish a gym in the city. A powerful gym leader can command a city. Once a trainer reaches gym level, there is no limit on the number of Pokémon they can capture, though they must report to the authorities. Currently, Li Xiaoyan's father, Li Luocheng, is an elite level trainer. Yet aside from the Runshui duck, all his Pokémon have attained gym level. If the exuberant Runshui duck, the final evolution of Runshui duck, reaches gym level, his father will also become a gym level trainer. Champion level. Pokémon that attain champion level possess unique fortunes, which are often serendipitous. Similarly, a trainer with 6 champion level Pokémon is classified as a champion level trainer. The 4 strongest champion level trainers within a nation are referred to as the Elite Four. Master level. It is rumored that ancient texts record a realm above champion level. To date, no one has ever witnessed a master level Pokémon. Li Xiaoyan held the luminous stone in both hands, gazing intently at it. Was Res Hiram truly of champion level or master level? Having eaten to its heart's content, the fiery chick hopped down from the bed, nuzzling against Li Xiaoyan's feet. Observing this, Li Xiaoyan lifted it to his head. After placing the luminous stone into his pocket, he descended the stairs to introduce this little fire chick to his parents. Jengar. A plump purple Jengar swooped down the staircase, making a face at both Li Xiaoyan and the chick. Chamo. Startled, Li Xiaoyan jumped, while the fiery chick responded with a few chirps. Jinjinjin. Jengar chuckled mischievously, turning its back to the fiery chick and wiggling its rear, which nearly provoked the fiery chick to leap from Li Xiaoyan's head and engage in a Pokémon battle. Fortunately, Li Xiaoyan restrained the fiery chick. Otherwise, given its newly hatched physique, it would have exhausted itself in mere moments. Li Luoqing ascended the stairs and remarked, "All right, Jengar, stop teasing the fiery chick." After observing the fiery chick, he felt satisfied and praised. The future looks promising. It will undoubtedly possess at least gym-level strength. Hearing this, the fiery chick chirped a few affirmations, seemingly responding, "Absolutely." Chapter 6, Birthday. Upon descending the stairs, Xinya Miao spotted the orange-red chick on Li Xiaoyan's head and immediately leapt to perch on his left shoulder. Miao, Chamo, the 2 Pokémon appeared to converse, welcoming the new member to their ranks. Wow. At that moment, Runshui duck flapped its wings and gracefully landed on Li Xiaoyan's right shoulder. Li Xiaoyan remarked, "However, I must say, the physical fitness of the people in this world is rather impressive. I hardly feel the weight of these 3 Pokémon on me." At that moment, Li Luoqing also came downstairs. Li Xiaoyan approached and asked, "Dad, why did you choose this duck as your 6th Pokémon?" Li Luoqing scratched his head and replied, You've never been very good at remembering things. We discovered this Runshui duck by our pond. It was busy styling its feathers by the water's edge, and your mother thought it was quite adorable, so she urged me to catch it." Li Xiaoyan suddenly understood, nodding, "Oh, I see now. I remember. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Li Xiaoyan walked to the door, and upon opening it, he found a dapper middle-aged man standing at the entrance, accompanied by a handsome young lad. The middle-aged man was a friend of Li Luocheng, while the young lad was his son, named Chen Yunjie, a childhood companion of Li Xiaoyan. Recognizing their faces, Li Xiaoyan exclaimed, "Uncle Chen, Yunjie, what brings you here?" The man referred to as Uncle Chen chuckled, "Xiaoyan, have you forgotten? We are here to celebrate your birthday." Chen Yunjie eagerly produced a pokeball, exclaiming, "Xiaoyan, happy birthday. Let us battle." After saying this, Chen Yunjie finally noticed the fiery chick atop Li Xiaoyan's head and the two Pokémon perched on his shoulders. Chen Yunjie then released his own Pokémon, a charming Rowlet. Hoo-hoo. This Rowlet's sharp gaze suggested a fierce disposition. Chen Yunjie grinned. "What do you think? Isn't it splendid?" "I contemplated for quite some time before selecting this Pokémon." Li Xiaoyan nodded in admiration. "Indeed, it looks quite spirited." "Well then, let us battle." It was evident that Chen Yunjie was eager to engage. Li Xiaoyan, however, declined Chen Yunjie's request for a battle, explaining, "It's too soon for a battle. The fiery chick has just hatched. How could it possibly participate? Instead, why don't we wait until our Pokémon learn their respective elemental skills before battling? I mean, no offense. I merely wish for them to grow a bit larger before we engage." Chen Yunjie remarked, "Your abacus beads have quite literally bounced off my face." It was only then that Li Xiaoyan remembered their guests were still outside, and she hastily invited them in. "Please, come in." After ushering them into the living room, Li Xiaoyan settled down on the sofa with Chen Yunjie for a chat. With an air of mystery, Chen Yunjie asked, "Xiaoyan, do you know when a person is at their luckiest?" Li Xiaoyan, keenly perceptive, replied, "I don't know." With a light cough, Chen Yunjie continued, "It's on their birthday. If one makes a wish on that day, they might just encounter their destined Pokémon." "Oh, is that so? Then I'll make a casual wish tonight," Li Xiaoyan mused, feeling as if she had encountered those words before, not merely heard them, but seen them. Where could that have been? Never mind, she thought. Meanwhile, Li Luocheng was engaged in conversation with Chen Yunjie's father. "Wenxuan, have you decided on your sixth Pokémon yet?" "Not yet." Chen Wenxuan shook his head, troubled over what to choose for his sixth Pokémon. Li Luocheng asked Jengar to pour a cup of tea for himself and Chen Wenxuan, then turned his gaze toward Li Xiaoyan, reflecting, "I never expected Xiaoyan to become a trainer as well. I must hasten to become a gym-level trainer. It would certainly benefit his future." Jengar served the tea to the two men. After Chen Wenxuan accepted it with a thank you, his gaze fell upon Chen Yunjie, who sighed, "I hope he reaches gym level soon. Our current standing is rather awkward." Li Luocheng echoed this sentiment. "Indeed. We possess 5 gym-level Pokémon, yet cannot be considered gym-level trainers ourselves." At this moment, Shi Xintong had ventured out to procure ingredients for the birthday party. The group continued their conversation until around 3 in the afternoon when the doorbell chimed again. Hearing the sound, Li Xiaoyan wondered, who could that be? Upon opening the door, she discovered the Pokémon in the yard frolicking with a kindly old man and a handsome young man. The young man cradled a gray-black fox Pokémon. Its pupils a delicate blue, with flame-like protrusions adorning its limbs, around its eyes, and atop its head, Zorua. Li Xiaoyan approached them with a warm greeting. "Grandpa, Uncle, it's been a while." The two turned upon hearing her voice. The young man, excited to see her, exclaimed, "Xiaoyan, long time no see." Li Xiaoyan's grandfather, Shi Donghai, inquired, "Xiaoyan, where's your mother?" Li Xiaoyan invited them inside before replying, "She's out shopping." Upon hearing this, Shi Donghai asked, "I see. And what about your father?" Before Li Xiaoyan could respond, Li Luocheng hurried forward and said, "Dad, I'm here." Shi Donghai pulled Li Luocheng aside, seemingly to discuss something privately. By 6 in the evening, Shi Xintong had returned home early to prepare for the birthday celebration, with Li Luocheng and Li Xiaoyan's uncle, Shi Sheng, assisting her. Thanks to the cooperation of the three and their Pokémon, the delightful dishes were soon ready. However, the dining area was set in the backyard. After the meal, a grand 4-layer cake was wheeled in by Jengar and Brims, while Inferno Monkey lit the candles. The superior lifted a metallic crown crafted by the great blacksmith with its vine whip and placed it upon Li Xiaoyan's head. The gathering then began to sing the birthday song, "Happy Birthday to You." The trio of singing Pokémon, West Sea Superior, Qishi Qingniao, and Lapras, filled the air with enchanting melodies. Following the song, Leaf EV used its wish technique, and shortly thereafter, a shooting star streaked across the sky. Observing this, Li Xiaoyan closed her eyes and began to wish, "I hope all our Pokémon grow up healthy, that Reshiram's physical form swiftly recovers, and that I perform splendidly in my college entrance examinations." After finishing her wish, she blew out the candles. And a few eager Pokémon could hardly contain their excitement for the cake. each emitting their own adorable sounds. Meow, coo, chamo. Time passed swiftly in this joyous atmosphere. Back in her room after a refreshing bath, Li Xiaoyan climbed into bed and drifted off to sleep. Chapter 7. 1 against 2. This time, Li Xiaoyan did not place the light stone on her desk, but instead held it close to her chest. The light stone emitted a gentle glow in the night. Within her dream, she felt an unbearable heat. Why is it so hot? Li Xiaoyan found herself surrounded by flames. Quickly scanning her surroundings to see crystal walls isolating her from the azure flames. Wait, where am I? She murmured, recalling that she should be asleep in her bed, not in this unfamiliar place. System, analyze this location for me. She attempted to summon the system for an analysis, but no response came, no matter how loudly she called. Frustrated, she muttered, what kind of rudimentary system did Arceus provide? Truly pathetic. Arceus, is it my fault? At that moment, a steady voice echoed in her ears. Do you possess the courage to face the truth? Li Xiaoyan responded in confusion. What is this? Just as she uttered those words, the ground cracked open, and the crystalline walls began to show signs of disintegration. The fissure widened, and as she approached, she noticed a gaping chasm revealing a bottomless staircase of crystal. With a thunderous boom, the crystal wall shattered, debris flying in all directions, miraculously leaving Li Xiaoyan unscathed. The unimpeded azure flames surged toward her like a rampaging Tauros. The scene reminded her of the Gyarados and Glisker from the Sword and Shield DLC. Oh no, Li Xiaoyan thought, disregarding everything else, and leaped down the crystal staircase. The azure flames were hot on her heels as she continued her descent, running without knowing how long she had been at it. As the flames drew ever closer, Li Xiaoyan felt desperation set in, glancing at the dark void beside the staircase. She declared, perfect, the surroundings are empty. I'm jumping. With that, she leaped into the abyss. Uncertain of how long she remained suspended in the air, she landed just as the flames behind her vanished. Upon landing, Li Xiaoyan felt no pain, but rather the comforting softness of her bed at home. Instantly, she sprang to her feet, and the moment she did, the surroundings erupted in flames, accompanied by a chorus of beastly roars. Roar! Let's go! Out of the fire emerged the silhouettes of 3 powerful Pokémon. Their forms became clearer as they stepped out from the flames. The Pokémon on the far left possessed a long neck, blue eyes, and 2 horn-like protrusions on its head. With a pair of massive wings and a tail that blazed with fire, it was Charizard. The middle Pokémon had a tubular nose, a star-shaped shell, and spiked explosives adorning its back. It was Blastoise. The rightmost Pokémon was corpulent, its fur resembling flames, with arms that appeared as massive cannons, and its body decorated with flame-like patterns. It was Dusknoir. The calm voice resounded once more. A person must not only possess the courage to confront the truth, but also the knowledge to comprehend it. Which of these 3 Pokémon possesses the dragon type? You have 3 minutes to make your choice. In this instance, Reshiram has granted some leniency. Li Xiaoyan gazed at the 3 Pokémon before him, and, pointing to the one in the center, the Blaziken, declared, I choose this Blaziken. It must possess dragon-type abilities. Correct, came the response. Thus, the 3rd test commences. Li Xiaoyan exclaimed in bewilderment. What on earth? However, he quickly composed himself, reassured that as long as the questions were not excessively abstract, his knowledge of Pokémon would surely serve him well. Please select 1 Pokémon as your partner, and defeat the other 2 Pokémon, using only 4 skills. Li Xiaoyan scrutinized the 3 Pokémon before him and inquired, how do I choose? It is entirely up to you, came the reply. Suddenly, a paper panel materialized before Li Xiaoyan, displaying the profiles of the 3 Pokémon, a paper system panel provided by Reshiram. Charizard skills, Air Slash, Dragon Pulse, Dig, Overheat, Dragon Dance, Dragon Claw. Blaziken skills, Flamethrower, Dragon Pulse, Trap Shell, Heat Wave, Rock Slide, Rapid Spin, Sand Force. Ducklet skills, Flamethrower, Rock Slide, Sand Force. Volt Tackle, Smokescreen, Brick Break, Rock Fall. Li Xiaoyan began to analyze the strengths and weaknesses of the 3 Pokémon. First, he considered Charizard. In such a small arena, Charizard's speed advantage cannot be utilized. I shall pass. His gaze then shifted to Blaziken. Blaziken boasts high defense, but its HP is rather lacking and its special defense is mediocre. Although it is a special attacker, it simply cannot compete with Charizard. I shall forego it. Ultimately, Li Xiaoyan resolved to select Ducklet, articulating his reasoning. Ducklet possesses commendable endurance and a higher special attack than Charizard, coupled with formidable skills such as rock and ground-type moves. Thus, it shall be my choice. I choose Ducklet. Upon uttering these words, the surrounding flames gradually subsided, revealing a battle arena upon the ground. An unseen force guided Li Xiaoyan to the command position, with Ducklet standing resolutely in front of him, facing away. "Let us go." Ducklet was equally enthusiastic. Charizard and Blaziken took their respective positions, and a timer inexplicably appeared, commencing its countdown. 3:21, battle begins. Li Xiaoyan seized the initiative. "Ducklet, unleash Sand Force on Blaziken." "Let us go." Ducklet raised its arm, channels of earthy energy coalescing in its grasp. At that moment, Charizard and Blaziken employed their skills in an attempt to thwart Ducklet's move. Charizard opened its mouth, a purple-white glow emanating forth. Li Xiaoyan immediately recognized it as Dragon Pulse, prompting him to direct Ducklet's other hand toward Blaziken. If this attack were to be countered, he would promptly have Ducklet unleash Sand Force upon Blaziken. Ducklet nodded, aligning its other hand toward Blaziken's back. Blaziken, meanwhile, expelled flames from its nostrils, a long tongue of fire surging toward Ducklet. Ducklet's Sand Force first shattered Charizard's Dragon Pulse, then collided with Blaziken's Flamethrower, resulting in a mutual cancellation. Having just expelled flames, Blaziken felt a chill as Ducklet's other hand conjured another Sand Force attack. Too late to mount a defense. Fortunately, as this move was not of its own type, Blaziken narrowly avoided a crushing defeat. Charizard soared high into the air before burrowing below. Li Xiaoyan was aware that Charizard would use Dig. He turned to Ducklet, instructing, "Continue using Sand Force on Blaziken. Prepare to unleash Rockfall as soon as Charizard emerges." Blaziken, perplexed, could only watch. Ducklet, with arms akin to cannons, aimed at Blaziken, and soon one arm discharged Sand Force. Not again. Blaziken conjured a verdant barrier, successfully blocking the Sand Force, but the protection was fleeting. Chapter 8. The first trial concluded. Li Xiaoyan observed the ground beneath Ducklet beginning to tremble and exclaimed, "Leap to the left, and as soon as Charizard appears, unleash Rock Slide." Ducklet complied, simultaneously conjuring a multitude of rock fragments. "Roar! Take that, Dig." Charizard erupted from the earth, only to find no Ducklet to strike. Its attack had missed. At that moment, Ducklet hurled the rock fragments toward Charizard's back, inflicting significant damage and causing Charizard to plummet to the ground. Seeing that Charizard had not yet lost its fighting capability, Li Xiaoyan shook his head. With Charizard's speed diminished, he commanded Ducklet to unleash Volt Tackle against Charizard. Not again. Blaziken, observing with glee, soon realized that if Charizard fell, it would not last long either. Blaziken retaliated with a vibrant, multicolored Dragon Pulse. Fortunately, Ducklet's Volt Tackle collided with Blaziken's Dragon Pulse, resulting in a fierce explosion. The shockwave flung Charizard to another location, inflicting secondary damage. Charizard is down to 6. Li Xiaoyan muttered to himself, "It seems I must eliminate Blaziken first." He then directed Ducklet to use Sand Force and Rock Slide against both Blaziken and Charizard. Ducklet's two cannon-like arms targeted the two dragons, but Blaziken once again utilized its protective move to block the Sand Force. Charizard, however, was not as fortunate. It had not learned such a technique and could only flap its wings desperately to evade the attack. Despite its efforts, Ducklet's Rock Slide had a wider range, and as Charizard barely ascended, the colossal rocks crashed down heavily upon its back. Charizard collapsed, incapacitated. Now, only Blaziken remains. Li Xiaoyan thought, brimming with confidence, as he commanded, "Ducklet, unleash Sand Force." "Let us go." This time, Ducklet unleashed Sand Force with both arms aimed directly at Blaziken. Seeing this, Blaziken attempted to counter with Dragon Pulse. Initially, Blaziken's Dragon Pulse held off Ducklet's attack. However, it was a fleeting victory, as the Sand Force soon overwhelmed it, striking Blaziken squarely on the head. A critical hit. Not again. Blaziken fell, also rendered incapable of battle. Li Xiaoyan emerged victorious in his first battle, triumphing against two opponents. A commendable achievement indeed. Just as he was about to celebrate with a high five to Ducklet, he noticed the silhouettes of the three Pokémon gradually fading away. Though their bond had been forged in battle, they could only watch helplessly as Ducklet vanished. A calm voice resonated. "The third test has been passed. You have successfully completed your first trial. Your courage and knowledge shall serve as a beacon towards the true path." Li Xiaoyan shouted, "Wait. Don't leave just yet." Upon hearing his call, the steady voice inquired, "What questions do you have?" With fervor, Li Xiaoyan unleashed his queries. "Are you a senior Reshiram? What is this trial? How many trials are there? What happens if I succeed?" After a moment of silence, the steady voice replied, "This trial is my test for the true brave. There are a total of 4 trials. If all are passed, I shall regain my corporeal form and become an ally to the true brave." Before departing, Reshiram remarked, "After you pass the first trial, should you encounter any dilemmas, feel free to seek my guidance. To connect with me, Please ensure that the lightstone makes contact with your body, allowing for a mental exchange between us. Li Xiaoyan inquired once more, when shall I behold your true form? Res Hiram responded, once the truth within your heart reaches a certain intensity, you shall be able to see me in your dreams. With that, it concluded, it is getting late. I bid you farewell. The following morning, Li Xiaoyan's first action upon awakening was to silently invoke the system. I am here. A sigh of relief escaped him. Fortunately, the system remained intact, and whether he could seize opportunities in the future still depended on it. After completing his morning routine, Li Xiaoyan descended with his fiery chick to partake in breakfast. Post-meal, he took the fiery chick to the backyard for some playtime. Observing the lively creature, he mused, once I reach my final year, it will be time to commence training. The National College Entrance Examination, a rite of passage for the majority in Huagua, presents a pivotal opportunity for many to alter their destinies. In Huagua, Pokémon battles during the examination can only employ those Pokémon hatched within the 10 days leading up to the exam. Any attempts at deceit are strictly prohibited. The severe repercussions for such transgressions elucidate why many are eager to acquire the starter Pokémon. Achieving a normal level before the examination allows for evolution and a significant enhancement in combat prowess, which could yield favorable results. At this moment, Li Xiaoyan received a text message. Dear Li Xiaoyan, the class assignment results have been released. You are placed in Class 1 of the 3rd year. Located on the 3rd floor of the experimental building. Please arrive in 3 days to familiarize yourself with the environment. Class teacher, Zhou Yi. Contact number, 11. Upon reading the message, Li Xiaoyan was struck with realization. It explained why he had not seen the 3rd year class group on Qixin in recent days. The class assignment had yet to be finalized. Interestingly, his class teacher for the 3rd year was the same as that of his previous life. He pondered curiously about the prowess of this world's class teacher and what Pokémon they might possess. Glancing at the fiery chick frolicking with the Infernape, he recognized that his success in the upcoming examination would heavily rely on it. With just 3 days until he would meet his new classmates, anticipation bubbled within him. While lost in thought, he observed the fiery chick thriving among the other Pokémon, who all seemed to take a liking to the new addition. Particularly, Li Luoqing's Infernape appeared eager to share its extensive knowledge with the small creature. Had it not been for the fact that the fiery chick was still in its infancy, Li Xiaoyan humorously dubbed this the legacy among the fire and fighting type starters. Chapter 9. Class teacher 3 days later, Li Xiaoyan awoke early to prepare for the day. After breakfast, Li Luoqing drove him to school. Rome City is home to 8 prestigious schools, and Rome City Senior High School is among the elite. Each year, the 3rd year classes are guided by elite trainers who serve as class teachers, instructing students in Pokémon training. After receiving the school's text, Li Xiaoyan searched for the name Zhou Yi online. To his astonishment, he discovered that Zhou Yi, with only 3 elite-level Pokémon, Zygarde, Charizard, and Slowking, had reached the finals in a competition for elite trainers, where only elite-level Pokémon could be used. In the finals, Zhou Yi's Charizard and Slowking together eliminated 3 of the opponent's Pokémon, while his ace, Zygarde, utilizing Quick Attack, Dragon Rage, and Flare Blitz, dispatched 2 more, severely injuring the opposing ace as well. Ultimately, Zhou Yi's tactical prowess led to a decisive victory. Li Xiaoyan was filled with admiration. He never imagined his class teacher would be so formidable in this world. After more than 10 minutes, Li Xiaoyan arrived at the school's entrance and successfully entered Rongao after presenting his student ID. Compared to his previous life, the entire Rongao was approximately 10 times larger. Consulting the map, he located the experimental building and ascended to the 3rd floor, where he found the classroom for Class 1 of the 3rd year. Upon entering, he noticed that most seats were occupied, and various Pokémon accompanied their trainers. Upon entering, Chen Yunjia, seated in the 2nd group, 3rd row, called out, Xiaoyan, sit over here. After taking a seat beside Chen Yunjia, Li Xiaoyan released his fiery chick. Chemo. The newly released fiery chick joyfully chirped, drawing the attention of the classmates. Among them, only a handful possessed starter Pokémon, with Li Xiaoyan being one of only 4. The others were a Bulbasaur and a Froakie. The trainer of Bulbasaur was a charming girl with a bob haircut, while the trainer of Froakie, whom Li Xiaoyan recognized, was a cheerful boy named Zhang Sanshur. Most girls in the class favored adorably cute Pokémon. For instance, a girl sitting in front of Chen Yunjia had a Vulpix. In contrast, the boys tended towards more rugged and striking Pokémon. The boy sitting behind Li Xiaoyan had a Lucario, which was small and delightful, evolving into an impressive Unubis-like form. To Li Xiaoyan's surprise, one student's starter Pokémon had a distinctive long white tooth, red eyes, and a prominent horn, resembling a creature wrapped in a scarf. Yaya. Yaya's trainer, who sat in the 3rd group, 3rd row, was just beside Li Xiaoyan. Upon seeing Li Xiaoyan, Yaya leaped from its trainer's lap onto Li Xiaoyan. The trainer, an ordinary-looking individual with black-rimmed glasses, apologized sheepishly as he gently retrieved Yaya. Yaya, the creature protested, reluctant to leave Li Xiaoyan, calling out once more before parting. Consequently, Li Xiaoyan became acquainted with Yaya's trainer, exchanging contact information with him. The trainer's name was Lin Ji. After chatting for a while, a young man with blue hair and frameless glasses entered the classroom. Interestingly, he wore a headpiece resembling a fire bunny on the left side of his hair. Li Xiaoyan instantly recognized him as his class teacher, Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi approached the podium and greeted, "Hello everyone. Allow me to start over." After organizing his thoughts, he continued, "Hello everyone, my name is Zhou Yi. You may call me Teacher Zhou or Brother Zhou if you prefer. However, during class, please refer to me as Teacher Zhou. This is my first year teaching, so I kindly ask for your understanding if I falter in any way." As he spoke, he wrote on the blackboard, "In fact, I am also your senior. I graduated from Rongao 10 years ago and was appointed as your class teacher this year. Over the next year, I will be your instructor in Pokémon battle studies. Should you have any questions regarding battles, do not hesitate to ask me." Li Xiaoyan couldn't shake the feeling that the Pokémon quality in his class was exceptionally high. While there were few starter-type Pokémon, the ones present, once fully evolved, would undoubtedly rival the starters in quality. He reflected on his recent acquisition of Pokémon and wondered if his father's completion of a form at school was the reason he had been assigned to this class. At this moment, Zhou Yi had completed writing the words "class meeting" and continued, "I understand that many of you may harbor some curiosity about me, your newly appointed homeroom teacher. For instance, you might be wondering about the prowess of my Pokémon or whether I have ever received any accolades." He proceeded to address these inquiries, stating, "The most formidable Pokémon I possess is only at the elite level. As for awards, I clinched the championship in an elite tournament last year. You can even look up my name on Baidu. You might stumble upon some delightful surprises." Upon hearing this, the students swiftly took out their phones to search for their teacher's name. Almost in unison, the classroom erupted with exclamations of astonishment. Their expressions towards Zhou Yi transformed dramatically, now filled with admiration and respect. Some skeptics attempted to find videos of the competition on a certain platform, ultimately discovering a commentary of the very match. Those who clicked on the video were taken aback, exclaiming, "Oh my! This match was narrated by Pokémon enthusiast DP Teacher." Even before the school year had commenced, Zhou Yi had already won the admiration of these senior students in his unique manner, hinting at an impressive teaching style. Glancing at the clock on the wall, Zhou Yi announced, "All right, students, you may head to the cafeteria for lunch. We have some matters to discuss this afternoon. Thus, today's lesson concludes here. Until we meet again, may we chase our dreams." Chapter 10. The Initial Battle of the Fire Chick. Once Zhou Yi finished his farewell, the classroom erupted in a frenzy as students hurriedly exited. Descending the stairs, they promptly made their way to the playground, eager to engage in play with their Pokémon. Li Xiaoyan's Fire Chick had recently developed a penchant for singing, though its source of inspiration remained a mystery. When it sang, it would typically go like this: "Chamo chamo, cha-cha, cha-cha, chamo chamo, cha-cha, cha-cha, chamo 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 chamo." Li Xiaoyan felt something was amiss, as if he had heard this melody somewhere before. After cradling the Fire Chick in his arms, he admonished, "Fire Chick, remember, your destiny lies in martial arts, not in mimicking the songs of the two Pokémon at home. While singing may bolster their strength, it's not particularly effective for you." The Fire Chick nodded earnestly, akin to a chick pecking at grains, indicating its resolve to refrain from singing henceforth. Throughout their playful days, the Fire Chick had reached level 5. Successfully mastering the move Ember in Sword and Shield, experience can also be gained through camping, picnicking, and interacting with Pokémon. The playground at Yongao was significantly larger than those in his previous life, divided into various zones: a water area suited for water-type Pokémon, a grassy expanse for most Pokémon, a sandpit for fire, ground, and rock types, and finally, a designated battle arena. Most students brought their Pokémon to the grassy area, while Li Xiaoyan and Chun Yunjie strolled along the boundary between the sandpit and the grassland. Chun Yunjie inquired, "Xiaoyan, has your Fire Chick learned Ember yet?" Li Xiaoyan nodded, revealing that this was no secret. Many starter Pokémon could learn their respective type moves by level 5. In fact, the 3 starters in Pokémon Violet and Scarlet could even hatch with their corresponding moves, proving exceptionally convenient. Li Xiaoyan then posed a question to Chun Yunjie. "What about your Rowlet? Is it capable of using Scare?" Chun Yunjie confidently placed his hands on his hips and replied, "Not a chance." It appeared that Chun Yunjie's Rowlet had yet to reach level 6. Yaya, Yaya, don't run away." In the distance, a person and a dragon approached Li Xiaoyan. But this time, Yaya did not leap onto Li Xiaoyan. It was commendable that it managed to control its impulses so quickly. Lin Ji, slightly out of breath, regarded Li Xiaoyan and proposed, "How about a battle?" Li Xiaoyan, taken aback, asked, "Right now?" Lin Ji, panting, affirmed, "Yes, let my Yaya face your fire chick." Li Xiaoyan crouched, gently stroking the fire chick's head, and gestured towards Yaya nearby. "Do you wish to battle? Against that Yaya?" With a challenger stepping forth, Li Xiaoyan, recalling his past self, would have eagerly accepted any challenge. However, considering that the fire chick was only a few days old, he felt it prudent to consult its opinion first. "Chemo." The fire chick eagerly nodded, expressing its desire for a battle. Li Xiaoyan took his position, instructing the fire chick to stand 5 meters ahead, awaiting Lin Ji's entry. Lin Ji soon joined the designated area, positioning Yaya in front of him. Other students, noticing the impending match, quickly gathered to spectate. "I'll serve as the referee," Chen Yunjie volunteered, stepping into the officiating role. Once settled, he announced, 3, 2, 1. Let the battle commence. Li Xiaoyan, well aware of Yaya's formidable nature, immediately commanded the fire chick to use growl in an attempt to diminish its attack power. "Chemo." The fire chick emitted an adorable cry, causing Yaya to momentarily falter. Lin Ji quickly regained composure and commanded Yaya to charge in and use scratch. Yaya dashed towards the fire chick, its claws shimmering with white light, a telltale sign of an impending move. As Yaya closed the distance, Li Xiaoyan instructed, "Jump up and use Ember in midair." He contemplated that Yaya must not land a blow on the fire chick right away, at the very least. It needed to trigger its ability before being struck. "Chemo chemo." The fire chick leaped into the air, releasing a small burst of flame from its mouth. Lin Ji shouted, "Run to the right. If you can't escape, slice through the ember." Yaya sprinted right, narrowly avoiding the ember, while the fire chick created some distance during its aerial maneuver. Lin Ji commanded, "Yaya, use scratch again." At this moment, Yaya raised its other paw and charged toward the fire chick once more. "Fire chick, use growl." This time, Li Xiaoyan did not instruct the fire chick to evade. Instead, it unleashed another growl, further reducing Yaya's attack. "Chemo." Upon hearing the fire chick's call, Yaya hesitated again, its strength waning further. The ensuing scratch struck the fire chick directly in the chest. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiaoyan commanded the fire chick to use Ember. Although the damage was minimal, the intense heat turned Yaya's body a bright red. "Oh no, Yaya is burned." At this juncture, Lin Ji contemplated surrendering, asking Yaya, "Do you wish to continue fighting?" Filled with determination, Yaya roared, prompting Lin Ji to allow it to press on. "Yaya, use bite." "Fire chick, run away." They both issued commands almost simultaneously, but the fire chick's speed prevailed. It bolted away the moment it received the instruction, while Yaya had just begun to open its mouth. Lin Ji was taken aback by the fire chick's newfound speed. "Wait, it wasn't this fast before. What is happening? Is it its ability?" Li Xiaoyan endeavored to help the fire chick grasp the essence of its speed in battle, urging it to use scratch. Lin Ji felt a surge of panic. Not only had Yaya's attack been diminished twice, but it was also burned. What rotten luck. Nevertheless, he pressed on, commanding, "Yaya, quickly use bite." The fire chick, sensing Yaya's hostile intent, retaliated with a swift scratch to Yaya's abdomen. Yaya winced in pain but, fueled by its competitive spirit, lunged towards the fire chick. "Fire chick, run." The fire chick, sensing imminent danger, was enveloped in a radiant white light, sprinting away with astonishing speed. Li Xiaoyan, intrigued by the fire chick's sudden burst of speed, wondered if it had unlocked a new move. With a sense of experimentation, he shouted, "Fire chick, use quick attack." Lin Ji immediately countered, "Yaya bite." "Chemo." "Yaya." The fiery chikorita began to gather energy in place, and then, in a flash of speed, charged towards Yaya. At that moment, Yaya also opened its mouth wide, eagerly awaiting the impact. The chikorita collided first with Yaya's head, and just before losing consciousness, Yaya, driven by its fighting spirit, attempted to bite the chikorita's leg, though its strength had inexplicably waned. Ultimately, it was Yaya that fell, prompting Chen Yunjie to announce the outcome. Yaya has lost the ability to fight. The victor is Li Xiaoyan. As the match concluded, the onlooking students erupted into applause. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Zhou Yi, riding on his Rapidash, said, "All right, Lin Ji, let me take you to treat your Yaya. Quickly hop on. Li Xiaoyan, you come with me too." Chapter 11. A Good Teacher, Zhou Yi. The school is equipped with a Pokémon Center, and upon arriving at the entrance, Zhou Yi recalled his Rapidash and led the two students inside. The reception area of the Pokémon Center was spacious, approximately the size of 3 classrooms, and offered not only Pokémon healing services, but also a vending machine for Pokémon supplies. excluding Pokeballs, as well as a coffee shop. Zhou Yi first greeted Nurse Joy, whose profession is that of a Pokemon doctor, and then instructed Li Xiaoyan and Lin Ji to hand their Pokemon over to her. Nurse Joy took the Pokeballs of the two Pokemon and, accompanied by a Chansey, wheeled them into the medical room. The three then settled down in the coffee shop, ordering 3 cups of coffee as they began to converse. Zhou Yi had been observing the battle between the two students and was impressed by Li Xiaoyan's tactical acumen, which he deemed impeccable for a novice, as it took into account both his Pokemon's strengths and those of the opponents. Zhou Yi inquired, Li Xiaoyan, "Has your Chikorita been training these past few days?" "No," Li Xiaoyan replied. "It has just been playing with my father's Pokemon, which I suppose can be considered educational play." He shook his head, admitting that there had been no real training. Typically, his Chikorita was akin to a Houndoom, chasing after anyone it encountered. Zhou Yi, upon hearing this, expressed his admiration. "I see. It seems your Chikorita possesses a natural talent for battling. Be sure to nurture it well. Do not let a future defeat dissuade you. Of course, I also hope that you will face no failures in the future." "Thank you, Teacher Zhou," Li Xiaoyan quickly expressed his gratitude. Regardless of the world, Zhou Yi was a teacher whose thoughts were solely for the benefit of his students. Zhou Yi then turned to Lin Ji, who felt somewhat uneasy under his gaze. With a gentle tone, Zhou Yi remarked, "Lin Ji, your Yaya is quite impressive too. Although it lost this time, it still managed to inflict considerable damage on the Chikorita. It even learned a new skill during the battle, indicating that it is also a Pokemon with great battling potential. Do not let this loss discourage you." After sipping his coffee, Zhou Yi continued, "Let me let you in on a little secret. My Rapidash used to lose many battles as well, but through our relentless efforts, its strength has improved significantly. That recent battle was the best reward for our hard work." Lin Ji realized that Zhou Yi's words were primarily directed at him, and he felt immense gratitude, astonished that his teacher cared so deeply for his students. Such a teacher would be hard to find. He felt incredibly fortunate to have encountered such a wonderful mentor. After chatting for a while longer, Li Xiaoyan asked, "What do you plan to do this afternoon, Teacher Zhou?" Zhou Yi, with a hint of mystery, countered, "Do you know the tradition at Rongao every year?" Li Xiaoyan began to speculate. Could it be that new students get to explore the secret realm each year? Upon voicing his guess, Zhou Yi shook his head. With the school's budget, whether as a senior or a teacher, the evaluation remains the same. Never mind, that is a slippery slope. Adjusting his frameless glasses, Zhou Yi explained, "Every year. Starting from the first month of the senior year, battles are held every 2 months, with the victors receiving Pokemon items provided by the school. Well, we will discuss the rest of the afternoon later." At that moment, Li Xiaoyan and Lin Ji's Pokemon had also regained their health, and after retrieving their Pokeballs, they bid farewell to Zhou Yi. Upon returning to the playground, Chun Yunjie immediately approached Li Xiaoyan, throwing an arm around his shoulder. "Wow, Xiaoyan, your commanding skills are incredible. Tell me, have you been secretly practicing at home?" Li Xiaoyan jokingly replied, "What are you talking about? I learned this from watching videos of Teacher DP. You should check them out too. It might help improve your command skills." Chun Yunjie sighed. "If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have watched so many videos of Teacher E." Then, he became animated, declaring, "I must watch more videos of Teacher DP. This is the first step toward becoming a grass-type champion." Li Xiaoyan nodded in approval, recognizing that this student surely had the potential to become a champion. Speaking of the Pokemon enthusiast DP, he is indeed remarkable. He is one of the youngest gym-level trainers in Huagua and frequently competes in tournaments around the world. In those competitions, he has proven to be an unstoppable force, claiming victory in over 20 championships. However, during one match, he made a bet with another trainer, stipulating that the loser would retire. In that match, his Lapras was outmaneuvered by the opponent's Doug Trio, missing 4 consecutive Hydro Pumps. Even with the valiant efforts of his Infernape, Raichu, and other Pokemon, he ultimately lost the match. Following the defeat, Teacher DP immediately announced his retirement, and many prestigious clubs extended offers for him to coach. However, he declined all of them, ultimately choosing to become a professor in the battle department at Qingbei University, a path filled with promise. After spending some time playing with his Chikorita in the sandpit, midday arrived. The cafeteria at Rongao bore some resemblance to those in his previous life, but it was now twice the size. Of course, the additional space was designated for the Pokemon's meals. Observing his Chikorita devouring its food with gusto, Li Xiaoyan nodded in satisfaction. At least the school was diligent when it came to Pokemon nutrition. At this rate, he should be able to reach the ordinary trainer level before the winter break, at which point he would need to consider what his second Pokemon would be. However, he already had an image of a second Pokemon forming in his mind. After lunch, Li Xiaoyan did not play on the playground, but instead returned to the classroom to rest his eyes. As he drifted off, He lost track of time until his deskmate, Chen Yunjia, woke him. Glancing at the clock on the wall, Li Xiaoyan realized it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhou Yi entered the classroom to deliver some announcements, stating, as seniors, while cultural scores are undoubtedly important, the scores in Pokemon battle studies hold even greater significance. If your cultural scores are low but your battle scores are high, you may still have the opportunity for early admission to good universities. Conversely, if your cultural scores are exceptionally high, so much so that other universities extend offers to you, you may not need to study battle studies. To inspire motivation among the students, the school has decided to hold a campus ranking competition every 2 months, with the top-ranking students receiving resources from the school. Now, do you have any questions? At this moment, Li Xiaoyan raised his hand, and Zhou Yi invited him to voice his inquiry. Nervously, Li Xiaoyan asked, so, once I become an ordinary trainer, I can capture other Pokemon, right? If I become an ordinary trainer before the winter break, can I capture other Pokemon? Zhou Yi pondered this question carefully for a moment, addressing Li Xiaoyan's concerns from multiple perspectives. Generally speaking, I do not recommend students capture a second Pokemon before the college entrance examination. However, if you encounter a particularly rare or beloved Pokemon, then I would wholeheartedly support that decision. Many students who became ordinary trainers before the examination captured a second Pokemon, but they either neglected the training time for the second Pokemon or reduced the training time for the first. Both scenarios exemplify the classic case of picking up sesame seeds while dropping watermelons. However, regarding your statement, Chapter 12 is indeed attributed to Palkia's influence. If it were you, I believe you might consider training a second Pokemon by then. Yet, you must not neglect the training of your Torchic. Upon hearing Zhou Ye's words, Li Xiaoyan expressed his gratitude with a thank you, teacher. After taking a seat, Chen Yunjia nudged Li Xiaoyan with his elbow and inquired, have you decided on your second Pokemon yet? Li Xiaoyan replied, well, theoretically speaking, yes. Chen Yunjia appeared somewhat perplexed, theoretically? Subsequently, Li Xiaoyan chose not to respond further, opting instead to listen attentively as Zhou Yi discussed future matters. When the entire class reaches the ordinary level, I will apply to the school for entry into the secret realm. By the way, at the end of our senior year, our school will hold a friendly match with students from other high schools in Rongqing. You all are welcome to sign up if you're interested. After Zhou Yi finished informing them, he instructed them to return and await the commencement of classes in September. Only then did Li Xiaoyan exit the school gates and head home. Before leaving, Yaya gazed longingly in the direction Li Xiaoyan departed. Yaya even expressed a desire for Lin Ji to take her to stay at Li Xiaoyan's house for a few nights. Ultimately, it was Lin Ji who returned Yaya to her Pokeball, allowing Li Xiaoyan to leave without any burdens. It seems that the luminescent stone possesses a significant allure for dragon-type Pokemon. Yet, why does it not exert the same attraction on Torchic? As Li Xiaoyan pondered while walking, he failed to arrive at any conclusions and thus decided to dismiss the matter from his mind. Upon returning home, Li Xiaoyan discovered that his parents' Pokemon had dwindled to just one Bryon remaining in the house. Upon seeing Li Xiaoyan enter, Bryon presented him with a note left by his parents. Due to unforeseen circumstances, you will need to dine alone tonight. Do not wait for your mother and me to return. After reading the note, Li Xiaoyan inquired, do you know where my parents have gone? Bryon used its psychic abilities to arrange toothpicks on the table to spell secret realm. Realizing that his parents had ventured into the secret realm, Li Xiaoyan couldn't help but wonder, what exactly is this secret realm? Once in his room, Li Xiaoyan locked the door and prepared to engage in some clandestine activities with the luminescent stone. Indeed, Res Hiram. Li Xiaoyan's hand delved into his pocket, and after some rummaging, he seemed to grasp something. He then closed his eyes tightly and began to silently recite, predecessor. Could you enlighten me about the nature of this world's secret realm and how it came to be? Upon hearing Li Xiaoyan's inquiries, Res Hiram immediately set about addressing his uncertainties. It is no trouble to inform you, as you likely would not recognize its name anyway. All of this is the handiwork of Palkia. As for what this so-called secret realm is, my explanation is that it is a new space formed by the aftershocks of Palkia and Dialga's battle, which separated certain areas. Regarding why these secret realms have appeared in your world, I cannot say. Li Xiaoyan pressed further, by the way, weren't you on the 5th floor of the Dragon Spiral secret realm? Logically, you should have been on the top floor. Why were you on the 5th floor? Li Xiaoyan's question left Res Hiram momentarily speechless, as it truly was an unexpected query. However, Res Hiram eventually responded, this too is the result of Palkia's actions. Li Xiaoyan then posed his most pressing question, what happened to the Dark Stone? Res Hiram instinctively replied, Palkia is responsible. Realizing his slip of the tongue, Res Hiram cleared his throat and added, ahem, I truly do not know where it has gone. But how did you come to know about the Dark Stone? Before Li Xiaoyan could respond, A voice echoed in his mind. Forget that last statement. Consider it as if I never spoke it. Everyone has their own secrets. Returning to reality, he noted the time. It was already 6:30. The meal at home had been prepared by Brian and was quite delicious. When will Mom and Dad return? Li Xiaoyan kept stuffing food into his mouth while contemplating Rishiram's words. So it was Palkia who created these secret realms. But why has the dark stone vanished? Who could have taken it? After dinner, Li Xiaoyan took Torchic to the backyard to play. Since Torchic had only just hatched a few days ago, Li Xiaoyan decided to adhere to the Pokemon's wishes. Torchic, would you like to train? Upon hearing Li Xiaoyan speak, Torchic promptly responded, Chamo, Chamo, and even expelled a small flame, indicating its eagerness to train. Li Xiaoyan set Torchic down on the ground and instructed, let us practice quick attack. Once Torchic steadied itself, Li Xiaoyan pointed to a toy ball and commanded, use quick attack. Chamo. Torchic gathered energy for about 10 seconds before darting towards the toy ball. That was merely a typical run. There was no technique involved, Li Xiaoyan remarked, resting his forehead in disbelief. Chamo. Torchic then scampered to Li Xiaoyan's feet, nuzzling against his pant leg. Now, try using scratch on that wooden post. Li Xiaoyan indicated the post used for training by Infernape, adding, feel the energy as you use scratch. Chamo. Torchic exclaimed, its little claws now enveloped in a white light. After hopping a few steps, it reached the wooden post and executed a scratch attack. After striking the post, Torchic immediately rushed back to Li Xiaoyan, eager for praise. At this moment, Li Xiaoyan was still engrossed in the explanation of quick attack on his device and had only seen half of it when Torchic returned. Li Xiaoyan gently stroked Torchic's head and asked, did you sense a flow of energy when you used scratch just now? Torchic nodded, prompting Li Xiaoyan to encourage it to feel the flow of energy from the previous scratch. While observing the device, Li Xiaoyan explained, quick attack is executed by unleashing energy from your legs at an exceedingly rapid speed to charge at your opponent. First, you scratch, then attempt to direct the energy you felt towards your legs. Chamo. Torchic took a deep breath, attempting to sense the flow of energy. One leg successfully emitted a faint white glow, while the other leg also began to shimmer subtly. Torchic then lunged at the toy ball Li Xiaoyan had pointed to, this time achieving a significantly faster speed than before. Li Xiaoyan did not hesitate to command, my Torchic possesses the potential of a champion. Chapter 13, the Elite Four Online Course. Chamo. They trained until 9 o'clock in the evening, at which point Torchic was utterly exhausted and finally took a break. Torchic had now begun to master quick attack, at least in terms of speed, though it still lacked in power. Li Xiaoyan carried Torchic to the dining room and, as a reward, asked Brian to prepare some snacks suitable for Torchic. Before long, Brian returned with a plate of small stones alongside some berries that Torchic particularly enjoyed. After finishing the treats, Torchic promptly retreated into its pokeball for rest. Only then did Li Xiaoyan prepare to return to his room to arrange for the following day's tasks and to study some knowledge regarding fire-type Pokémon. Upon entering his room, Li Xiaoyan effortlessly opened his computer and navigated to a website. He began to watch a complete set of online courses related to the Torchic family, with the speed boost ability that his father had purchased for him. To his surprise, the instructor was none other than Yi Huang, the reigning fire-type champion, known as the foremost of the Elite Four in the country. Interestingly, despite being a fire-type champion, Yi Huang's ace Pokémon was a champion-level superior, which was quite unexpected. Yi Huang, is it unreasonable for me to train a grass-type Pokémon to counter those that are strong against fire types? However, it must be said that Huagua does not impose such stringent requirements on the Pokémon that correspond to the attributes of the Elite Four. There are 18 Elite Four members representing various attributes, with the 4 strongest known as the 4 Heavenly Kings. They compete in a 6v6 format, structured as a point-based tournament. To attain the title of an Elite Four member, one only needs to have 3 Pokémon of the corresponding attribute reach the Elite level and then engage in a 3v3 battle against the respective attribute Elite. Take Yi Huang as an example. He is renowned as the Fire-type Elite, yet he possesses only 3 Fire-type Pokémon that have achieved Elite status: Blaziken, Volcarona, and a mechanized version of Volcarona, Iron Moth. The other 2 Pokémon he relies on, aside from his ace, are a rather unimpressive Dragonite and a creature that resembles Volcarona while lying flat on the ground, Scyther, which is bug-fighting type. Returning to the main topic, Li Xiaoyan began to watch Yi Huang's explanation regarding the Blaziken family. Upon entering the live stream, Yi Huang's voice resonated. Hello everyone, I am Yi Huang. Today, I will elucidate the characteristics and training strategies for trainers who own a Torchic. He queried whether everyone was familiar with the stat distribution of the Blaziken family. Initially, their special attack was superior to their physical attack, which eventually equalized, and later, the special attack became inferior to the physical attack. The Blaziken family possesses a limited array of special attack-oriented moves, with their move pool predominantly focusing on physical attacks. Even the initial form, Torchic, has access to significantly more physical moves than special ones. At this juncture, I will commence a detailed discussion on the ability speed boost of Torchic. If any trainer with a Torchic lacking the speed boost ability mistakenly purchased this series of online courses, they may still withdraw. It is not too late. Li Xiaoyan glanced at the number of participants in the live stream. No change. It seems no unwitting individuals have wasted their money. Yi Huang began to analyze Torchic from various perspectives. The primary offensive method of Torchic is its legs, whether employing moves like Scratch or Aerial Ace. All attacks are executed using its legs. Moreover, Torchic's quick attack is also powered by its legs. It is likely that many attendees' Torchics required a charging period when initially using quick attack, correct? Li Xiaoyan nodded upon hearing this. His Torchic also favored charging before executing quick attack. Listening to Yi Huang's explanation revealed that he was not alone in this experience. Yi Huang continued, stating that the reason for charging before using quick attack is quite simple. Everyone present is familiar with the online description of quick attack, right? It strikes the opponent with lightning speed. This move demands a degree of speed, while the power requirement is minimal. A certain degree of strength is necessary to achieve the damage associated with the move Scratch. Torchic's speed, however, is not particularly remarkable, and even upon evolving into Blaziken, its speed does not significantly increase. Consequently, Torchic can learn quick attack at the novice level, but struggles to utilize it effectively. To enable Torchic to master quick attack, the solution is straightforward. Allow it to stack 2 layers of speed boost during training. The purpose of this exercise is to help it experience the speed enhancement that comes with acceleration. When Torchic does not trigger its speed boost ability, its burst speed will match that of the speed achieved after stacking 2 layers of speed boost. After a lengthy discussion, Li Xiaoyan successfully comprehended how to enable Torchic to flawlessly master quick attack. Who would have thought that the speed boost ability could also be applied to skill acquisition? Yi Huang's lesson was exceptionally enlightening. Even connecting the teaching of quick attack to the subsequent skills Torchic could learn: Flame Charge, Focus Energy, and Bounce. Yi Huang mentioned that Bounce is particularly suitable for learning at Torchic's developmental stage. Torchic lacks hands, possessing only a pair of diminutive wings, and primarily utilizes its legs for offensive maneuvers. Thus, its reliance on leg movements is at its peak during its time as Torchic. Once Torchic evolves into Blaziken, the usage of its legs declines significantly. Essentially, as long as Torchic is encouraged to utilize its legs frequently, mastering Bounce will be a matter of time. Focus Energy is quite simple. Torchic already enjoys charging when using quick attack. This skill augments critical hit potential through concentration, so encouraging it to continue charging will naturally lead to the acquisition of Focus Energy. Yi Huang, truly deserving of his title as the foremost Elite Four member, adeptly articulated the learning methods for 4 skills within a single lesson, making the concepts remarkably accessible. During the class, he anticipated disbelief from some attendees, even proceeding to his backyard Torchic training camp, where 10 Torchics demonstrated Bounce and Focus Energy in real time. This display significantly elevated Li Xiaoyan's regard for him, and he found himself yearning to meet Yi Huang in person someday. Perhaps it was merely Li Xiaoyan's impression, but it seemed a considerable number of attendees hailed from Min Province. An interesting fact: Yi Huang is a native of Rongqing. According to online reviews, it is rumored that Yi Huang harbors another ace Pokémon, which he intends to reveal when challenging the champion in the future. I am so tired. Time for some rest. After nearly an hour of online lessons, Li Xiaoyan felt drowsy. Indeed, devising training strategies for Pokémon is mentally taxing. Once nestled in bed, he promptly drifted into a deep slumber, without the slightest hesitation. Chapter 14. The cleansing of the verdant Pokémon. The following morning, Li Xiaoyan's parents had yet to return. After finishing his breakfast, he took Torchic to the backyard to continue practicing quick attack. Torchic, can you try to recall the speed you experienced during our battle against Yaya? Li Xiaoyan encouraged, attempting to help Torchic relive the sensation of explosive speed. Chamo. Torchic swiftly entered the zone today, launching itself at the toy ball with astonishing speed, sending it flying across the yard. However, why was there still no energy transfer? Torchic replied, "You only asked me to feel the speed." After returning the toy ball to its original position, Li Xiaoyan said, "This time, it's not just about speed. You must also exert the power akin to that of your Scratch move." With eyes tightly shut, Torchic began to channel its energy. Chamo. 5 seconds later, its body glowed with a radiant white light, accompanied by a triumphant cry. as Torchic charged at the toy ball once more. This time, the toy ball was propelled against the wall by the force of Torchic's high-speed dash. Witnessing this, Li Xiaoyan immediately praised, "Very well done. Next time, try to reduce the charging time a bit. The Blaziken family's speed is a notable weakness. Otherwise, Li Xiaoyan would have liked to see if Torchic could learn extreme speed after evolving into Blaziken." Just then, his phone buzzed, and upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Chun Yunjie. After answering, Li Xiaoyan inquired, "What's up?" Chun Yunjie's voice came through the receiver. "Did you know that elite Yi Huang has returned to Rongqing?" Li Xiaoyan, somewhat bewildered, replied, "I didn't know that." After a brief pause, Chun Yunjie continued, "Our parents haven't returned yet, right? I heard that a mysterious realm suddenly appeared, and Rongqing dispatched several gym-level trainers to investigate. Normally, gym-level trainers can dominate most realms. However, there is an elite-level Pokémon inside." Li Xiaoyan gasped. "What? They aren't in danger, are they?" Fortunately, the strongest gym leader from Rongqing accompanied them. He possesses an elite-level Venusaur. Currently, that elite-level Pokémon is locked in a fierce battle with the Venusaur deep within the realm. The others have been surrounded by various Pokémon. While there is no immediate danger to their lives, they are unable to escape. This information was relayed through your dad's Jengar. Hearing Chun Yunjie's words relieved Li Xiaoyan's anxiety. Thankfully, his parents were safe. Before he could respond, Chun Yunjie added, "Upon discovering the matter, Yi Huang mounted his Charizard and swiftly returned to Rong City, where it is likely he has already entered the secret realm. Yi Huang's Monarch Serpent would undoubtedly overpower that King-tier Pokémon. Jengar. Jengar. Huh." Li Xiaoyan turned around after hearing the voices of Jengar and Brimstone from behind, having just hung up the phone. To her surprise, Jengar and Brimstone were engaged in conversation, with Brimstone grasping Jengar's tail as it prepared for takeoff. "Jengar, I also wish to find my parents." Upon hearing this, Jengar nodded and, seizing Li Xiaoyan, soared towards a designated location. Jengar's speed was remarkable. Within 3 minutes, they arrived at an abandoned industrial park. The area was already sealed off, and Jengar flew over the heads of the crowd. Lin Ji, spotting Li Xiaoyan below, was taken aback. On the ground lay an oval-shaped rift shimmering with the colors of the starry sky, before which stood a robust man, none other than the fire-type champion of Huagua, Yi Huang. Upon seeing Jengar and Brimstone arrive, he prepared to enter the secret realm as well. His gaze fell upon Li Xiaoyan, still in Jengar's grasp, and he inquired, "Who are you?" After steadying herself, Li Xiaoyan introduced herself. "I am Li Xiaoyan, and my father is Li Luoqing. This Brimstone is my mother's Pokémon. I believe I can accompany you inside. My mother's Brimstone should heed my commands." Yi Huang immediately discerned that this Brimstone was merely at the gym leader level. However, it seemed this was the only available Psychic-type Pokémon in Rong City. How peculiar that none of the individuals inside had a single Psychic-type Pokémon at their disposal. Wait, can Brimstone even learn Teleport? TSK, Life Water might suffice. After careful consideration, Yi Huang declared, "Very well, let us proceed together. Stay close to me." Following Yi Huang were one person and two Pokémon as they touched the rift and entered the secret realm. After a dizzying whirlwind, they found themselves in a vast plain. Yi Huang casually tossed a Pokeball, and a Pokémon emerged, its body predominantly green with a blood-red underside on its neck, limbs, and tail. Its lower jaw and abdomen covered by 3 shell-like plates. With 2 magnificent blood-red wings and a long tail, the Pokémon appeared before Li Xiaoyan. Roar! It was a shiny Charizard. Yi Huang effortlessly mounted the Charizard's back and gestured to Li Xiaoyan's Brimstone. "Get on." Brimstone promptly leapt onto the Charizard's back. Li Xiaoyan, clutching Jengar tightly, urged, "Jengar, lead the way." Along their journey, wild Pokémon seemed to sense the imposing presence of the champion, and none dared to interfere. They traveled smoothly without a hitch. After flying for some time, they heard distant sounds of commotion, flames leaping skyward, thunderous roars, and the cries of several dragon-type Pokémon. Observing the scene, Yi Huang instructed Brimstone to brace itself and urged Charizard to increase its speed. Li Xiaoyan, watching Yi Huang's direction, asked, "Jengar, is it over there?" Jengar excitedly exclaimed, "Jengar." Upon arriving at their destination, Li Xiaoyan saw approximately 50 Pokémon surrounding about 7 individuals, among whom were her parents and Chun Yunjie's parents. The group of 7 commanded a total of 42 Pokémon, and excluding Jengar, Brimstone, and the Venusaur battling a King-tier Pokémon, there remained 39 Pokémon, many of which were below gym leader level. Leading the charge was a Pokémon with a light yellow mouth, gray nose and eyebrows, gray fur covering its upper body and limbs, with brown fur elsewhere. It was preparing to attack alongside 5 circle bears. A pack of Pokémon resembling Houndoom and Electrode circled around the group. Standing at the rear was a bipedal gray fox with deep crimson mane cascading down its back, interspersed with dark gray fur. Li Xiaoyan recalled her previous encounters with Pokémon resembling alpacas. These must be the shiny forms of Pokémon. It seems this Palkia is quite adept at battle, having brawled its way to this location seizing the opportunity. Li Xiaoyan commanded Jengar to unleash Dark Pulse upon the shiny Zoroark. The shiny Zoroark, still directing its fellow Pokémon to attack, was oblivious to the impending danger. Chapter 15. The shiny Pokémon in this high-stakes battle. Jengar concentrated, summoning a ball of dark energy that pulsated with malevolence, emitting a sinister chuckle. Jengar, the shiny Zoroark, hearing the eerie laughter, had no time to react before being struck down by Jengar's dark pulse. At that moment, Yi Huang released 2 Pokeballs, and with a flash of red light, a fire moth and a mechanized fire moth, Iron Moth, materialized on the battlefield. Yi Huang commanded them to assist Venusaur in combating a Pokémon that was predominantly purple, smooth-bodied, with a massive tail and oozing slime. It was a shiny slime dragon, its eyes glowing a menacing crimson. The trainer of Venusaur spoke to Yi Huang. Champion Yi, that Pokémon is of both dragon and steel types. My Venusaur's poison-type attacks are ineffective against it, and grass-type moves are not particularly effective either. Yi Huang nodded, then calmly instructed, Charizard, summon Sunny Day. Fire Moth, Iron Moth. Unleash Fire Dance. Charizard let out a resounding roar, and the sunlight above grew increasingly radiant. The 2 moths ignited in flames, flapping their wings as they charged toward the shiny slime dragon. Seeing this, the slime dragon unleashed a powerful shockwave from its mouth. Yi Huang was taken aback, pondering how this creature resembling a slime dragon would dare to unleash Dragon Pulse against a Pokémon renowned for its high special defense. How absurd. But then, he realized it was aiming to take down the Pokémon behind it, to protect the Pokémon and people at the rear from the impending attack. Yi Huang commanded Iron Moth and Fire Moth to withstand the Dragon Pulse while launching their own assault. The 2 moths charged through the Dragon Pulse like it was mere smoke, and the flames of the fire dance collided with the shiny slime dragon's massive form. The slime dragon staggered back, having absorbed the full brunt of the 2 fire dances. Before it could fully regain its composure, Yi Huang ordered Fire Moth to unleash a close-range blast burn. The blazing inferno scorched the shiny slime dragon, and in the next moment, a whirlpool of sludge materialized beside it. Toxic. While the damage from Toxic under the blazing sun was minimal, it effortlessly extinguished the flames of the blast burn. The sludge surged toward the 2 moths, prompting Yi Huang to command a double hurricane. Fire Moth and Iron Moth nodded, vigorously flapping their wings to create a powerful tornado that swept away the sludge. Venusaur, unleash Earth Power. A Venusaur, twice the size of a normal one, raised its front foot and stomped down with tremendous force. The ground beneath the shiny slime dragon quaked violently, releasing a wave of potent ground-type energy that incapacitated it. Returning to the shiny Zoroark, which had been struck by Dark Pulse, it was clearly suffering. Li Xiaoyan quickly commanded Jengar to unleash Ice Wind. Jengar's Ice Wind spread over a wide area, causing the shiny Pokémon to tremble in its wake. The group of shiny Pokémon hastily retreated from the icy blast, creating a large open space. Yi Huang, witnessing this, promptly ordered Charizard to descend, releasing Brimstone before unleashing his remaining Pokémon. Whoa, here we go? From left to right, they appeared, Blaziken, Monarch Serpent, and a grounded Wingull. In battle mode, the grounded Wingull stood upright like a fearsome dragon. As a formidable legendary Pokémon and 2 champions made their grand entrance, the surrounding Pokémon instinctively felt the urge to retreat. Meanwhile, Brimstone summoned forth an enchanting spray of magical water, rejuvenating the weary Pokémon that had fought so valiantly. Upon witnessing the shiny Zoroark retreat, Li Xiaoyan commanded Jengar to unleash another Dark Pulse. Jengar. This time, the shiny Zoroark opted for a direct confrontation, clasping its palms together to create a sphere of dark energy that collided with the Dark Pulse. Li Luocheng, spotting the white-furred fox engaged in battle with Jengar, felt a compelling desire to capture it. He then instructed his Infernape to deliver a flame punch towards the fox, thanks to the life drops utilized by Brimstone. Infernape's stamina was effectively replenished, and its fist ignited with flames as it charged toward the shiny Zoroark. The shiny Zoroark began to relax its body, but in the next instant, its speed surged, allowing it to evade Infernape's attack. Li Xiaoyan was taken aback, exclaiming, "What nonsense is this? Back to square one, Jengar. Use haze." A thick cloud of black smoke enveloped the group of shiny Pokémon, and the shiny Zoroark, propelled by its high velocity, reverted to its original position. Li Luoqing called out to Infernape again. Infernape, use your farmer-esque fist. What move would the shiny Zoroark employ? In the blink of an eye, Infernape's left hand ignited with flames while arcs of electricity danced around its right hand. It appeared that Infernape could unleash two different techniques simultaneously. As the haze dissipated, Infernape spotted the shiny Zoroark and launched a left flame punch followed by a right thunder punch. The shiny Zoroark had no time to evade and was forced to retreat under the relentless assault. The remaining shiny Pokémon fared no better, as the battlefield now featured 2 legendary Pokémon and 4 champions. The tide of battle had shifted from hunter to prey. Initially, the Teddiursa sought to rally its fellow Teddiursas for a desperate fight, only to be swiftly overthrown by the vine whip of the superior. Perhaps surrendering would have been the wiser choice. The shiny Zoroark, battered by Infernape's consecutive blows, let out a pained cry. It was a Pokémon more suited for strategy than combat, relying on intellect over brawn. How could it possibly contend with the battle-hardened Infernape? To make matters worse, a young boy was orchestrating Jengar's harassment from above, and every time it attempted to empower itself, Jengar would counter with haze, which was truly infuriating. Infernape landed another punch on the shiny Zoroark's head. Though reluctant, the Zoroark succumbed to exhaustion and fell to the ground. After incapacitating it, Li Luoqing stepped forward and inquired of those around him. I wish to capture this Zoroark. Is that permissible? Yi Huang feigned ignorance, stating, I saw nothing. The others echoed in agreement, neither did we. At this moment, Chun Wenxuan patted Li Luoqing on the shoulder, saying, if it weren't for your Jengar, we might not have made it out alive. If you wish to capture it, do so quickly. We all didn't see anything. It merely bumped into your Pokeball. Upon hearing this, Li Luoqing produced a luxury ball and tossed it at the shiny Zoroark's head. The luxury ball enveloped the Zoroark, shaking once, twice, 3 times before finally coming to a halt. Capture successful. Yi Huang approached the downed shiny Slurpuff and asked, why did you attack humans? The shiny Slurpuff gestured with its head in a particular direction. Yi Huang instructed his Blaziken to investigate, and shortly after, Blaziken returned, cradling several Slurpuff. Following closely behind were 3 shiny Swirlix. Yi Huang spoke gently, will you trust me? I promise to provide a comfortable environment for you and your children. The shiny Slurpuff replied, do I appear to have any room to refuse? Yi Huang then retrieved an array of Ultra Balls, capturing the shiny Slurpuff, Teddiursa, shiny Gardevoir, shiny Manectric, and shiny Ampharos, among others. As these shiny Pokémon had not been previously documented, this marked their first discovery. According to relevant laws and regulations, newly discovered Pokémon must be reported to the authorities. However, there was an abundance of shiny Zoroarks in this area. Given that Li Luoqing had played a pivotal role, having summoned help through Jengar and saved everyone's lives, it was assured that he would be rewarded with the newly captured Pokémon. Of course, the reward would not be limited to just this. It was likely that Li Xiaoyan would also be permitted to select a starter Pokémon. Previously, during his venture into the Dragon Spiral Tower, Li Luoqing had reaped the rewards, and now, having saved everyone's lives in this unknown realm and captured so many new species, he had successfully acquired the shiny Zoroark, bringing his total to 6 gym-level Pokémon and earning the title of a gym-level trainer. Chapter 16. Yi Huang's Gratitude. Subsequently, everyone gathered the supplies brought by Yi Huang and began treating their battered Pokémon. Brimstone generously expended life drops to heal the group of Pokémon. Chun Wenxuan collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, exclaiming, thank goodness Jengar called for Lord Yi, or we would have truly perished here. The oldest gym leader spoke up. Not only that, but we must also thank Lord Yi for holding back. If he hadn't allowed those Pokémon to conserve their energy, the entire secret realm would have been devastated by the residual energy. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging that without Li Luoqing's Jengar and Yi Huang's timely arrival, this expedition into the secret realm would have resulted in catastrophic losses. By the way, Jengar, Li Luoqing called to the sky, Jengar, come down. Hearing his name, Jengar slowly descended. Chun Wenxuan observed Jengar's silhouette and felt something was off. Luoqing, has your Jengar put on weight? What are you talking about? Li Luoqing was puzzled by Chun Yunshua's remark. Just then, as Jengar landed and Li Xiaoyan jumped off its back, Li Luoqing was astonished to see him, exclaiming, what are you doing here? Do you not realize how dangerous this place is? Shi Xintong covered her mouth in disbelief, staring at Li Xiaoyan. Realizing that the one directing Jengar's attacks from above was her son. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Li Xiaoyan scratched his head and replied, well, with Lord Yi and Jengar here, if I hadn't commanded Jengar to ambush, you might not have captured that Zoroark. Li Luoqing playfully ruffled Li Xiaoyan's hair, saying, hey, You little rascal. Feeling brave now, are we? Then, realizing something, he asked, by the way, how did you know that Dark Pulse would be so effective against that Pokémon? We spent quite a while just deducing its attributes, and I thought you would start with Shadow Ball when using Gengar. Li Xiaoyan quickly thought through the events in his mind and replied, at first, I did call for Shadow Ball. But Gengar just didn't use it, and instead unleashed Dark Pulse on its own, so I simply guided it to continue that attack. Gengar? Upon hearing this, Li Luoqing imagined Gengar's rebellious antics and thought, that does make sense. Just then, Yi Huang flew over on his Charizard and clasped his hands together, addressing Li Luoqing. You must be Mr. Li Luoqing. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I am truly grateful for your assistance earlier. Li Luoqing quickly waved his hands. I'm just an elite trainer. I didn't really do anything noteworthy. Yi Huang pointed to his Charizard beneath him. Actually, you did. Do you see this Charizard? Yes. I see it. What is special about this Charizard? Li Luoqing was somewhat bewildered, as it appeared to be just an ordinary Charizard to him, aside from its impressive strength. As Yi Huang spoke, he opened his phone. I wonder if you remember this? He tapped on the photo album, quickly searched, selected an image, magnified it with 2 fingers, and handed it to Li Luoqing to examine. Li Luoqing took the phone and beheld an ancient purplish-red stone tablet. Suddenly recalling that it was the very same dilapidated slab he had discovered over 2 decades ago at the pinnacle of the Dragon Spiral Secret Realm. Wasn't it merely a piece of worthless stone? A peculiar expression crossed Li Luoqing's face. Could this item possibly be deemed a treasure? Dragon Tablet 6. Upon hearing this, Yi Huang began to elucidate. No, this tablet, when carried by a Pokémon, can enhance Dragon-type moves. My Dragonite has also carried this tablet for a while, significantly improving the effectiveness of its moves. By the way, let me share an exclusive tidbit. It's on the verge of reaching champion level. As Yi Huang affectionately stroked the verdant head of his Dragonite, the Pokémon emitted a soothing sound of contentment. The others present were astounded by Yi Huang's revelation. Among the Pokémon from earlier, the Fire God Moth, Iron Poison Moth, and Groundwing Butterfly, while not as formidable as the Monarch Serpent, still exuded an aura far surpassing that of Dragonite. Based on Yi Huang's earlier remarks, the gathered crowd quickly calculated that if Dragonite were to achieve champion status in the future, Yi Huang would possess 5 champion-level Pokémon. Coupled with the hidden trump card rumored to be circulating, it was likely that within the next decade, Yi Huang would challenge that elusive champion. Should Yi Huang's other Pokémon also successfully ascend to champion level, then Huagua would become the first nation in the world to boast 2 champion-level trainers on the surface. However, regarding the tablet, Yi Huang had only divulged part of the truth. Prolonged possession of the corresponding tablet would intensify the associated energy. Yi Huang's Dragonite was a prime example, having attained the pinnacle of the Elite Four through sustained exposure to this potent energy. Before Li Luoqing uncovered the Dragon Tablet, major nations each possessed only 1 tablet, such as the Ice Pillar Tablet of the Bear Country, the Marvelous Tablet of the Beautiful Country, the Iron Tablet of Britain, and the Fist Tablet of Huagua. Until more than 20 years ago, when the Dragon Tablet emerged, these tablets had remained largely mysterious until they suddenly began to emit light, except for the Dragon Tablet, granting boosts to the Pokémon that bore them. At that time, Li Luoqing fortuitously submitted the tablet, and upon learning of its significance, Yi Huang applied for the right to carry it, allowing his Dragonite to do so. Merely 5 years of possession elevated his Pokémon from the early stages of the Elite Four to the current pinnacle. Clearing his throat, Yi Huang turned to Li Luoqing and inquired whether he had discovered any other tablets in the secret realm. Li Luoqing shook his head and sighed, lamenting the absence of any tablets or valuable items this time. Beside him, Li Xiaoyan timidly suggested that perhaps their greatest treasure was the group of Pokémon they had captured. The others pondered this and realized it was indeed true. They had directly captured a plethora of gym-level Pokémon. Even Yi Huang had managed to catch an elite-level Washgull. If not for Li Xiaoyan's novice-level prowess, he too would have wished to catch a Pokémon. Under the protection of the elite-level Yi Huang, they swiftly approached the exit of the secret realm. Upon seeing the starry-colored oval rift in space, Li Luoqing couldn't help but exclaim, "At last, I can return home." This journey through the secret realm had transformed Li Luoqing into a notable figure in Rong City. The first expedition had yielded all the items within the realm, while the second had allowed him to transport an entire collection of high-level Pokémon. Many netizens affectionately dubbed him the Secret Realm Bandit. Before departing, Li Xiaoyan asked Yi Huang for an autograph. Yi Huang casually retrieved a stack of signed photos from his backpack and handed them to Li Xiaoyan. "Here, take these. You can distribute them to your classmates or whoever." Chapter 17, The Unyielding Zoroark. The day before school resumed, at the Rong City Pokémon Breeding Center Training Grounds, Zoroark, are you really so defiant against me? Li Luocheng gazed at the elegant, long-haired washgull Zoroark before him, feeling a sense of helplessness. Despite having captured this Pokémon with a luxury ball, it refused to heed his commands, only showing compliance during mealtime. Humph, you only captured me through sheer numbers. Do you really think you can command me? It seemed to taunt. Even if your cooking is exquisite, I shall never submit. Li Luocheng's other 6 Pokémon comprehended Zoroark's words and promptly surrounded it. Among them was a particularly striking Pokémon, covered in white feathers with deep blue feathers on its hands and tail, adorned with a vest-like deep blue plumage. His water duck had evolved into a surf duck. Oh, you all want to gang up on me again? How bold. Let's settle this one-on-one. In response, the Blaziken instructed all Pokémon except for Gengar to step back, gesturing towards itself and then to Gengar, indicating that it would face Zoroark in battle. If it were to win one of the matches, Zoroark would be free. If it lost, it would have to obey. Zoroark accepted the challenge, but insisted that no trainer could give commands. The following day, as school commenced, Chen Yunjia called Li Xiaoyan in the morning. Xiaoyan, I heard that screams echoed from the Rong City Pokémon Breeding Center yesterday. Quite eerie. Li Xiaoyan, intrigued, inquired about the source of this information. Chen Yunjia replied, my dad told me. He was spooked when he heard it. Li Xiaoyan could certainly understand. It was unsettling for anyone to encounter screams in a place meant for work. After hanging up, Li Xiaoyan descended the stairs and beheld a remarkable sight, a white-furred fox cooking in the kitchen, while Brimstone attempted to assist but was brusquely pushed aside. What on earth? Li Xiaoyan instinctively rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he was mistaken. Zoroark was cooking, and it had just dismissed Brimstone? What had transpired yesterday? Perhaps only those involved truly understood what had occurred to transform such a defiant Zoroark into a model of decorum. As Li Xiaoyan awaited breakfast at the dining table, Zoroark emerged from the kitchen, presenting a delectable plate of bread stuffed with bacon. Ordinary animals exist in this world, before him, then carefully arranging the cutlery. To think that within a single day, his father could mold this unruly Zoroark into such an amiable creature. He must have exerted considerable effort. After breakfast, Li Xiaoyan found himself in his father's car, preparing to be driven to school. During the ride, Li Xiaoyan's comment left Li Luocheng perplexed. Dad, what if we give that duck an Everstone? Li Luocheng, puzzled, asked why. I think Surf Duck is quite good. Have you seen what Surf Duck's final form looks like? Li Xiaoyan's question prompted Li Luocheng to reflect. Indeed, he had never seen its ultimate form. After dropping Li Xiaoyan off at school, he searched for Surf Duck's final evolution on the Pokémon official app. Initially, he only found a static image, which seemed decent, but upon clicking a video, he thought, yes, perhaps the Everstone is a wise choice. Upon reaching the school gate, Li Xiaoyan entered the building with ease, only to realize that his classmates were regarding him with curious eyes. Lin Ji turned to Li Xiaoyan as she returned to her seat and quietly inquired, Xiaoyan, what did you experience in the secret realm that day? It dawned on Li Xiaoyan that she had indeed been spotted while accompanying Gung Gue into the secret realm. After omitting some of her remarkable feats and details about the stone tablet, she recounted the events that transpired within the realm to Lin Ji. Lin Ji, upon hearing her tale, was left agape. You had a close encounter with Yi Huang? Lin Ji's exclamation echoed throughout the classroom. The previously noisy atmosphere fell silent in an instant, until someone suddenly shouted, wow. The students erupted into a cacophony of voices, filled with envy for Li Xiaoyan. Among them, Zhang Sanshi was the most envious and dashed over to Li Xiaoyan, asking if Yi Huang had left her with any signed photographs. Li Xiaoyan rummaged through her backpack and produced several signed photos that Yi Huang had given her, handing one to Zhang Sanshi. Overwhelmed with excitement upon receiving the signed photo, Zhang Sanshi exclaimed, thank you so much. I truly appreciate it. Li Xiaoyan replied casually, no problem, but don't sell it. To which Zhang Sanshi retorted, who would sell it? That would be foolish. Such a signature from a legendary figure like Yi Huang was indeed a rare treasure, one that no one would dare to sell. It must be noted that Yi Huang's signed photographs were quite intriguing. The front depicted a picture with Pokémon, while the back showcased a miniature footprint of her Pokémon alongside her autograph, reflecting her sincerity. The other students, upon witnessing the signed photo in Li Xiaoyan's hands, quickly surrounded her. As residents of Fujian province, their admiration for Yi Huang surely surpassed that for the champion. Li Xiaoyan distributed the photos one by one, and as each student returned to their seats, they couldn't help but ponder the nature of Li Xiaoyan's relationship with Yi Huang. Could it be that Li Xiaoyan was a junior of Yi Huang? After all, Yi Huang had a Blaziken, and given that Li Xiaoyan's Torchic was also exceptionally strong, could it be that Li Xiaoyan's Torchic was a descendant of Yi Huang's Blaziken? After such musings, the uninformed believed that Li Xiaoyan must be a relative of Yi Huang, destined for greatness that would surely rival that of a gym leader. Unbeknownst to her, Li Xiaoyan had unwittingly been dubbed Yi Huang's niece. However, this expedition to the secret realm had granted Li Xiaoyan a preliminary understanding of the champion level. After communicating with Res Hiram, she learned that upon reaching the champion tier, one could wield their power with remarkable finesse. For instance, Yi Huang's superior was a paragon among champions. Ordinarily, a casual attack from it could induce catastrophic damage. Yet, when it battled against a bear tick, only the bear sustained injuries, leaving the innocent unharmed. Chapter 18, The Beginning of Term. Ding ling ling. The classroom bell rang, prompting the students to await the arrival of their teacher. It was not until 3 minutes later that the classroom door swung open, revealing a bespectacled man of approximately 1.8 meters in height, who appeared slightly plump. Li Xiaoyan observed the man's countenance, detecting a trace of weariness in his gaze, a weariness reminiscent of a school principal who had shouldered numerous responsibilities. This man was Yin Han, the head of the senior grade at Rongao, clearly responsible for the myriad affairs that arose during the final year. He was a dedicated Pokémon theory teacher and had been awarded the prestigious title of special class teacher in Rongqing the previous year. Li Xiaoyan was pleasantly surprised to find such a distinguished educator teaching in her class, with an elite trainer as their homeroom teacher and a special class educator imparting theoretical knowledge. It was evident that the school had invested considerable effort into the education of Class 3. Yin Han approached the podium and addressed the students. "Class, let's begin." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyan instinctively called out, "Stand up." The students complied, responding in unison, "Good day, teacher." "All right, sit down," Yin Han observed, mistakenly believing that the class monitor had already been elected, and nodded approvingly to himself. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Yin Han, and I will be responsible for your Pokemon theory class. Occasionally, I will also review some of the school competitions with you. Now that I am here, I hope you will strive for admission to a good university. Please turn to the first page of your textbooks. We will begin with the classification of moves. Can anyone tell me how many types of moves there are?" Not receiving a response, Yin Han pointed to Li Xiaoyan and said, "Let the class monitor answer this question." Li Xiaoyan, noticing Yin Han's gesture, replied, "I am Li Xiaoyan, not the class monitor." "Oh, that's fine. Then Li Xiaoyan, would you kindly answer this question?" Li Xiaoyan rose and began to respond. Moves are classified into 3 categories: physical moves, special moves, and status moves. Yin Han nodded in approval, allowing her to take her seat before elaborating on the definitions of these moves. He began with the most fundamental moves, those that most Pokemon learn at birth. The first type I will discuss is physical moves. As the name suggests, physical moves are those that inflict physical damage. If a move's effect is not specifically stated, the damage is calculated using the attacking Pokemon's attack stat against the defending Pokemon's defense stat. Li Xiaoyan thought to herself, this pertains to the move's secret power. Its classification is a physical move, but under certain conditions, its effects can transform it into a special move. The second type is special moves, which are designed to deal special damage. If a move's effect is not specifically stated, the damage is calculated using the attacking Pokemon's special attack stat against the defending Pokemon's special defense stat. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyan recalled the moves Psychic and Terra Blast. Although Psychic is a special attack, it deals physical damage. Terra Blast, a move introduced in the Scarlet and Violet series, conveniently assesses both the attack and special attack stats, dealing damage based on the higher value. Finally, I will discuss status moves, which have the broadest range. Status moves do not directly cause damage. Their power is 0. Although some moves can indirectly inflict damage by applying status effects. Status moves include, but are not limited to, altering the abilities of opponents or oneself, inflicting abnormal conditions or status changes, restoring one's own vitality, modifying weather conditions, and alleviating abnormal statuses for oneself and teammates. Yin Han paused for a breath after sharing so much information and plugged a USB drive into the computer, opening a video of the battle between Torchic and Axu. "Let us take this opportunity to review this battle. Linji, I hope you pay close attention," he remarked. "Are we going to dissect it?" Linji quipped. As the 2 Pokemon emerged, Yin Han paused the video to analyze their battle. Ordinarily, Axu would have a higher probability of victory due to its advantageous attributes. Axu was attacking, clearly superior to Torchic in terms of type advantages, and its ability, Rivalry, boosted damage when battling a Pokemon of the same gender. Conversely, Torchic's Fire-type moves were not very effective against Dragon-type Pokemon, and its physical attacks were comparable to Axu's defense. Li Xiaoyan's Torchic possessed the remarkable ability of Speed Boost, which increased its speed over time. After Yin Han's extensive analysis, Lin Ji finally understood where his earlier commands had faltered. After class, Li Xiaoyan and her friends released their Pokémon. Chamo, Gugu, Axu. 3 Pokémon were playfully gathered together, when suddenly a small canine Pokémon approached them. Its body was adorned in blue, while its legs and upper torso were cloaked in black, standing upright on its paws. It appeared eager to join the lively assembly. Riolu. Upon seeing the Riolu, Torchic and the others welcomed it with open arms, expressing their delight at its arrival. Witnessing this interaction, Li Xiaoyan felt compelled to summon the long-absent system. System, please display the panel for Riolu. Understood. As the system presented Riolu's panel in Li Xiaoyan's mind, it revealed Pokémon, Riolu. Level, 6. Gender, male. Type, fighting. Ability, steadfast. Its level matches that of my Torchic. Since Torchic reached level 5, its ascent has been increasingly sluggish. It only just achieved level 6 after battling a Bidoof. In the days that followed, despite training diligently, it still had not reached level 7. It seems that leveling up in this world is no trivial task. The trainer of Riolu engaged in conversation with the trio, during which Li Xiaoyan learned his name, Bai Qingyan. Bai Qingyan possessed a reserved demeanor and exhibited a gentle grace in his movements. Observing the rapport between him and Riolu, Li Xiaoyan discerned that Bai Qingyan was indeed a person who cherished his Pokémon. It appeared that the inhabitants of this world held a profound affection for Pokémon. Arceus, beyond merely challenging me, what other tasks do you have in store? Reflecting on this, Li Xiaoyan felt a sense of optimism, envisioning a world where every individual treated their Pokémon as cherished family. Surely, Arceus must desire for me to relish life. Unbeknownst to him, however, he was soon to confront the realities of existence. Chapter 19. The Night of the Boat's Great Assembly. September in Rong City had yet to shake off the vestiges of summer, though Li Xiaoyan sensed a refreshing coolness in the air. During the second period of the afternoon, they were to partake in a practical class with Zhou Yi. Compared to the monotonous theoretical teachings within the confines of the classroom, most students preferred to engage with their Pokémon on the playground. Some classmates even dashed out the moment the bell rang for the first period, racing towards the field. The first to arrive was Zhang Sanshi, accompanied by his Froakie. Upon reaching the destination, he discovered that Zhou Yi had already been waiting for them on the playground. "Teacher Zhou, you've arrived so early?" Hearing Zhang Sanshi's voice, Zhou Yi turned and replied, "Indeed, I have been here waiting for you." Beside Zhou Yi stood a wolf Pokémon with light brown fur and pale blue eyes, adorned with 4 sharp manes, a Lycanroc, daytime form. Other students gradually made their way to the playground, immediately flocking to Zhou Yi's Lycanroc. One girl exclaimed, "Wow, teacher, your wolf is so handsome." The third to arrive was a boy, who echoed the girl's sentiment. "Yes, it truly is handsome. This is my first time seeing a Lycanroc." Someone inquired, "Teacher, may I touch your wolf's head?" Is there something peculiar afoot?" The class bell rang, and once all students had gathered, Zhou Yi commenced the roll call. Li Xiaoyan, present. Chen Yunjie, present. Guanxi, present. Bai Qingyan, Riolu. After completing the roll call and confirming everyone was present, Zhou Yi announced, "All right, class. Let us begin with some warm-ups. A trainer must possess good physical fitness, so let us jog a few laps around the track." The moment jogging was mentioned, a chorus of groans erupted from the students. They lamented that running was far less appealing than returning to the classroom for theoretical studies. Observing their dismay, Zhou Yi decided to take a tailored approach. "So, who shall start?" It shall be you, Bai Qingyan." He casually added, "Here's a little secret. Running with your Pokémon can enhance your bond." Upon hearing this, Bai Qingyan, eager for Riolu to evolve into Lucario, promptly led Riolu to jog laps. "Riolu, let us run together. I will persevere." With his trainer's enthusiasm igniting his spirit, Riolu was equally invigorated. Riolu used Quick Attack. Zhou Yi glanced at Li Xiaoyan and his Torchic, casually remarking, "It is said that running greatly enhances the speed and evasion capabilities of certain Pokémon." Li Xiaoyan inwardly shook his head. Such little tricks were of no use to him. No way. Yet, Torchic, upon hearing this, dashed to the track, calling out to Li Xiaoyan when he failed to follow. Li Xiaoyan sighed, "What choice do I have? After all, I am its trainer." Reluctantly, he joined Torchic in its sprint, but as they continued, Torchic's speed escalated, and Li Xiaoyan struggled to keep pace. Zhou Yi continued, "It is said that an exceptional Greninja begins honing its speed even in its Froakie stage." Froak. Zhang Sanshi's Froakie found Zhou Yi's words compelling. To become a powerful ninja, it too must possess extraordinary speed. In defiance, Froakie abandoned Zhang Sanshi, racing ahead to complete laps. Zhang Sanshi chased after. "Froakie, wait for me." Ignoring the calls of Zhang Sanshi, Froakie independently circled the playground, embodying a truly disciplined frog. Zhou Yi then retrieved a book and remarked, "A formidable Baxcalibur not only boasts immense attack power, but also remarkable speed. A powerful Baxcalibur will often strike faster than its opponents." Bidoof. Remembering how he had been outpaced by Torchic, Bidoof felt a wave of determination wash over it. They were friends, true, but it yearned to claim victory for itself. Fortune shifts like the tides. Do not underestimate the young dragon. Zhou Yi's gaze scrutinized Roulette, while Chun Yunjie silently prayed that he would not find a reason to make Roulette run. Ultimately, Zhou Yi declared, "As for Decidui, let it take its time flying." Enough was enough. Roulette flapped its wings, preparing to soar around the track. Chun Yunjie was left in despair. What a cunning tactic. Zhou Yi continued calling out names, leaving no one unscathed. "I heard that the formidable Litten, Meow, the gym leader of Rong City, with his Venusaur, Dane." Observing the students dutifully exercising alongside their Pokémon, Zhou Yi nodded in satisfaction. However, he produced another Pokeball. With a flash of red light, a majestic Arcanine emerged. Zhou Yi instructed it to join the group for a run, jesting, "Those who lag behind shall have their tails scorched." Upon hearing this, the students quickened their pace. 3 minutes later, the first to falter was Bai Qingyan. Riolu, slow down. I can't hold on." Before he could finish, he collapsed to the ground. Zhou Yi, noticing this, commanded Arcanine to carry him to the grass. He then released a Pokémon that stood on 2 legs, with an orange and white umbrella-like structure around its neck, topped with a large shell mat. Drowsy. Zhou Yi instructed Drowsy, "Use Heal Pulse." Drowsy nodded, and a wave of pink energy coalesced in its hands, which it directed towards Bai Qingyan. A soothing stream coursed through Bai Qingyan's body, swiftly replenishing his drained stamina. Torchic, don't speed up. I can't keep up. The second to succumb was Li Xiaoyan, who had not engaged in any exercise since arriving in this world. His physical condition was far from ideal. He was only slightly better off than Bai Qingyan. Arcanine promptly carried Li Xiaoyan to the grass, and Drowsy began to heal him just as it had for Bai Qingyan. Froakie, Bidoof, and Zhang Sanshur, along with Lin Ji, simultaneously collapsed onto the ground, surrendering to sleep. This time, it was not just Wind Speed Dog that joined the fray. Even the majestic Lycanroc had entered the fray of abductors. Unfortunately, the one suffering the most was still the poor Sloth King. An increasing number of students were beginning to falter, some succumbing to slumber, just like their predecessors. Observing the students being dragged onto the lawn by the 2 dogs, Zhou Yi felt a twinge of concern for their stamina. With such feeble endurance, if their Pokémon were to lose their fighting capabilities, they would hardly manage to escape. Alas, it seems he would need to pay more attention to their physical conditioning henceforth. Chapter 20. The Mischievous Pokémon of Teacher Han. During the 3rd and 4th periods of the afternoon, Mr. Yin Han conducted a study session, allowing the students to release their Pokémon, provided they maintained silence and refrained from using offensive skills. Initially, the Pokémon were quite boisterous until Mr. Yin released his own Pokémon. It stood upright on 2 legs, its abdomen a soft pink while the rest of its body was predominantly brown, adorned with black stripes. Its back bore 2 rows of protrusions, and it had a large black patch on its body, with 3 claws on each of its 4 limbs. This was the Mischievous Croc. Instantly, the Pokémon were intimidated by the Mischievous Croc's ability, Intimidate. Most of the Pokémon quickly settled into silence, barely daring to breathe. A few brave souls, filled with a fighting spirit, stepped forward to lock gazes with it, including Li Xiaoyan's Fennekin and Chun Yunjie's Roulette. Li Xiaoyan was taken aback to see such a formidable Pokémon from the typically good-natured Mr. Yin. He had imagined that Mr. Yan's Pokémon would be of a more innocuous nature. The stark contrast of Mr. Yan's Pokémon prompted Li Xiaoyan to recall the Elite Four member, Cinny, from the anime. She was a sisterly figure who donned the most striking attire while wielding the most adorable Pokémon. Regrettably, Mischievous Croc did not possess the ability to use Sneak Attack, or else Li Xiaoyan would have sought Mr. Yan's assistance in training Fennekin on that very skill. The system indicated that Fennekin could learn the move, yet it had been unable to execute it during their training sessions. Speaking of Mischievous Croc, what was that non-damaging Dark-type move it could learn through leveling up? Li Xiaoyan began to recall the Dark-type moves that Mischievous Croc could master. Scratch and Prank. Fennekin currently specialized in claw-based attacks, and in videos from a certain platform, Fennekin had used its claws for sneak attack. Perhaps if Fennekin could observe Mischievous Croc using Scratch in person, it would gain a preliminary understanding of sneak attack. Li Xiaoyan approached Mr. Yin and quietly asked, "Could you lend me a hand?" Surprised that Li Xiaoyan was seeking his assistance, Mr. Yin inquired about the matter. Li Xiaoyan quickly responded, "Would it be possible for your Mischievous Croc to demonstrate Scratch in front of my Fennekin a few times?" As a theoretical teacher, Mr. Yin immediately recalled whether Finnegan could learn Scratch. After pondering, he adjusted his glasses and replied, Li Xiaoyan, I believe Finnegan cannot learn that move. Li Xiaoyan nodded in affirmation, stating, indeed, it cannot learn it. However, as you know, Finnegan specializes in physical claw attacks, and I wish for it to observe Scratch to sense the dark-type energy, thereby learning Sneak Attack. Mr. Yin then realized his misunderstanding. He had thought Li Xiaoyan wanted to learn Scratch. After understanding, he said, in that case, let us head to the playground. It's spacious there, and it won't frighten the other Pokémon. Li Xiaoyan lifted Finnegan and placed it atop his head before descending the stairs alongside Mr. Yin and his mischievous croc. Today marked the first day of school, and both the third and fourth periods at Rong High were study sessions, granting Mr. Yin the opportunity to take Li Xiaoyan to the playground for skill practice. Upon reaching the lawn, Mr. Yin produced a pair of black glasses and handed them to Li Xiaoyan, saying, have your Finnegan wear these. They will aid it in perceiving dark-type energy, but please remember to return them later. Li Xiaoyan, touched by Mr. Yan's willingness to lend the glasses for Finnegan's success in mastering Sneak Attack, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Yin. Now, put these on, Mr. Yin instructed. Finnegan was capable of absorbing items. Once absorbed, it would benefit from the corresponding enhancement. Most items could be removed after absorption, but a few were one-time use only and could not be restored once absorbed. Li Xiaoyan placed the black glasses on Finnegan's eyes, but it did not absorb them. Rather, it chose to leave them perched before its eyes. This way, it could still sense the dark-type energy. Mr. Yin commanded, Mischievous Croc, use Scratch. Whap! Mischievous Croc shouted. And the next moment, it began to sharpen its claws. Li Xiaoyan could not help but scoff at such a straightforward method of use. Meanwhile, Finnegan remained fixated on Mischievous Croc's movements, instinctively beginning to sharpen its own little claws. However, it must be said that Finnegan was quite earnest in observing Mischievous Croc, showing no signs of distraction. Even until the end of the third period, Mischievous Croc continued to perform Scratch, fully maximizing its attack and accuracy. While Finnegan remained enraptured by the display, Li Xiaoyan waved his hand in front of Finnegan, calling Finnegan, Whap! Finnegan turned to face Li Xiaoyan and responded, why not give concentration a try? Take a deep breath, focus on that Mischievous Croc, and attempt to channel normal-type energy into your body. Seeing Finnegan's serious demeanor, Li Xiaoyan pondered that perhaps it might learn concentration, a skill that could enhance its critical hit ratio. Whap! Finnegan complied, inhaling deeply and then glaring intently at Mischievous Croc, trying to discern its weaknesses. A wave of normal-type energy emanated around Finnegan, but it quickly dissipated without a trace. Li Xiaoyan found this to be expected. Learning moves could not possibly be that simple. After some contemplation, he resolved to let Finnegan master concentration before attempting to control Sneak Attack. Just then, a flicker of dark light glimmered from Finnegan's tiny claws. Both Li Xiaoyan and Mr. Yin noticed that gleam, and Li Xiaoyan cautiously said, Finnegan, use Sneak Attack. With its eyes tightly shut, Finnegan began to absorb the dark-type energy bestowed by the black glasses. A minute passed, and Finnegan's claws truly shimmered with a dark glow. In a hushed tone, Li Xiaoyan asked, Mr. Yin, can I let it use this move on Mischievous Croc? Mr. Yin nodded, prompting Li Xiaoyan to instruct Finnegan to unleash Sneak Attack upon Mischievous Croc. Whap! Whap! Mischievous Croc pretended to expose a weakness, and upon seeing this, Finnegan dashed towards it. Its claws enveloped in dark light, ready to strike. Finnegan's claws grazed Mischievous Croc's skin, leaving only a faint white mark. Whap! Mischievous Croc cried out in pain, and Finnegan was left astonished. Could it truly be that powerful? Li Xiaoyan shouted again, Finnegan, continue using Sneak Attack. Yet this time, Finnegan struggled to recapture the previous sensation. Li Xiaoyan and Mr. Yin both felt the normalcy of the situation. Chapter 21. Uncle Fishing in the Stinky Ditch. By the end of class, Finnegan had not successfully executed Sneak Attack even once. After returning the black glasses to Mr. Yin, Li Xiaoyan reluctantly returned to his classroom. Upon sitting at his desk, Chen Yunjin nudged him with his elbow and asked, how did it go? Li Xiaoyan offered a vague reply. Theoretically, it should be fine. Chen Yunjie responded with confusion, and Yaya remained her usual self, playfully leaping onto Li Xiaoyan. However, the current Yaya no longer clings to Li Xiaoyan as stubbornly as it did at the beginning, preventing him from leaving. At this moment, Lin Ji pulled Li Xiaoyan into a corner and, somewhat bashfully, inquired, Xiaoyan, do you happen to have any formidable dragon-type Pokémon at home? Li Xiaoyan, puzzled, asked, why do you ask that all of a sudden? Lin Ji expressed his thoughts. Both of Yaya's parents are dual-headed dragon Pokémon, but it hasn't really seen them much. I suspect it might be because your household has dragon-type Pokémon of similar prowess. coupled with the frequent interactions you have with it, which leaves a lingering aura of dragon types. That's why my Yaya is so fond of sticking to you. Reshiram 6. What merit do I have to deserve the 7 stars bird? Hearing Lin Ji's words, Li Xiaoyan continued in agreement. Well, my mother indeed has a 7 stars bird. Perhaps it's because I often play with that 7 stars bird that Yaya is so attached to me. Lin Ji's perspective was quite different from what Li Xiaoyan had previously thought. Li Xiaoyan believed it was because the light stone was nestled in his pocket, making Yaya uncontrollably leap onto him at their first meeting. Now that the aura of the light stone had diminished considerably, Yaya was not as clingy towards Li Xiaoyan. Speaking of the light stone, it seemed like it had been ages since he last had an engaging conversation with Reshiram. He realized he didn't have any pressing questions to ask it, nor did he know what the second trial entailed. With this thought, Li Xiaoyan resolved to have a thorough discussion with Reshiram after school. Otherwise, he might gradually forget about the existence of the light stone. Time flew, and soon it was time to dismiss school. As Li Xiaoyan exited the campus, he spotted a familiar silhouette. As he approached, he could see clearly that it was his uncle, Sherwin, who had come to pick him up. Upon seeing Li Xiaoyan emerge from the school gates, Sherwin stepped forward and draped an arm around his shoulders. Though they were uncle and nephew, they felt more like brothers at that moment. Li Xiaoyan promptly asked, "Uncle, why did you come to pick me up?" Sherwin remained silent. Li Xiaoyan sensed something odd about his uncle today, especially since his father hadn't mentioned that Sherwin would be the one to collect him. Just then, the door of a Chevrolet beside them swung open, and to his astonishment, it was indeed Sherwin stepping out. Li Xiaoyan pushed aside the Sherwin who had his arm around him. After being pushed away, Sherwin chuckled mischievously. In the next moment, a mosaic appeared over Sherwin's form, and with a twist, he transformed into a bipedal gray fox, adorned with deep crimson mane that cascaded down his back, a Pokémon known as Zoroark. Realizing that Sherwin had transformed into Zoroark, Li Xiaoyan nodded in recognition. So it's Zoroark. The next moment, he recalled that his Uncle S. Zorua had only transformed into Zoroark a few days ago. How had it evolved so swiftly? Could it be that? Li Xiaoyan glanced at Sherwin, who had now stepped before him and returned Zoroark to its Pokeball. With a sigh, Li Xiaoyan remarked, "Uncle, you really didn't need to rush it. Zorua should evolve into Zoroark naturally. Forcing it might destabilize its foundation." Sherwin, hearing this, retorted with a hint of irritation. "What nonsense are you spouting? My Zorua was on the brink of evolution. Isn't your father's new Zoroark around? I had it help guide Zorua, and it evolved. As for instability, are you trying to be some sort of sage?" After hearing this, Li Xiaoyan felt a newfound respect for Sherwin. The Zoroark at his home had a rather peculiar temperament, almost iron-willed, and it was surprising that Sherwin could command it, indicating a certain prowess. "I still can command the Infernape." Clearing his throat, Sherwin shifted to a more serious tone, on a more pressing matter. "Your father's application for the rank of gym leader has been approved. He was too busy to inform you that I would be picking you up today. But I believe I mentioned it in my QQ message earlier, did I not?" Upon hearing Sherwin's words, Li Xiaoyan pulled out his phone and discovered that Sherwin had indeed sent him a message at 3 in the afternoon. However, he had missed it because his phone was on silent mode. Sherwin gestured towards his car. "Let us go. I'll take you to the Rongqing Pokemon Breeding Center." Li Xiaoyan was somewhat bewildered. "Why are we going there?" After they got in the car, Sherwin elaborated, "Well, since your father has now achieved the rank of gym leader, and given his significant contributions during the last 2 secret realm explorations, the Rongqing authorities have decided to appoint him as the deputy there. Once the current leader retires in a few years, your father will seamlessly step into the role." Li Xiaoyan was taken aback, realizing that one could become the deputy of the Pokemon Breeding Center so swiftly after attaining gym leader status. Sherwin shook his head and continued to explain, "Of course, a newly appointed gym leader wouldn't automatically be made deputy. The primary reason is that your father's contributions during the last 2 secret realm explorations were immense, and he saved many lives. Had it not been for your father's desire for a clerical position, the authorities would have considered dispatching several elite trainers to protect him during those explorations." Secret Realm 6. However, since his birthday, Li Xiaoyan had not seen Sherwin for a while and curiously asked, "Uncle, aside from training Zoroark, what else have you been up to these days?" Sherwin perked up at the question. "Oh, you're in for a treat. Do you know about the Magikarp? You know, the Pokemon that evolves into Gyarados." Li Xiaoyan nodded. He was familiar with both Magikarp and Gyarados. Sherwin continued, "Let me tell you, it's rumored that Magikarp can thrive in the most polluted waters, and those living in such environments are more likely to evolve into Gyarados." "What is that phrase?" "Ah yes, unsoiled by the mud, it emerges untainted, and yet it does not lose its charm in the clear waters." Li Xiaoyan pondered if his uncle had ventured into such places these days. With this thought, he felt a sudden urge to exit the car. Chapter 22. It seems the champion position of the Leaf Emperor is secure. Perhaps I should just take a taxi to my father's place? Upon uttering this, as Li Xiaoyan attempted to open the car door, he found it wouldn't budge. Sherwin smiled and said, "Don't worry, I don't have any fishing rods in the car." With that clarification, Li Xiaoyan settled back in his seat. But then a thought crossed his mind. What if there was still a water bucket in the car? He could only say that he faintly sensed an indescribable odor. Perhaps it was just psychological. Yes, that must be it. Throughout the journey, Li Xiaoyan found himself with little to occupy his time, so he initiated a conversation. "Uncle, have you caught any Magikarp yet?" Sherwin, considering this, replied, "Well, what Pokemon do you currently have on you, uncle?" This question sparked no awkward silence. Sherwin, while driving, responded, "Not much has changed, still the same lineup. Zoroark has just evolved, and I still have my Lizard King, Muku Eagle, and Ghastly." After hearing this, Li Xiaoyan gained a preliminary understanding of his uncle's strength, realizing he was just a single elite Pokemon away from becoming an elite trainer himself. The car cruised at a leisurely pace along the road, and soon they arrived at Li Luoqing's workplace. The Rongqing Pokemon Breeding Center boasted 9 floors. The first floor served as the lobby and reception area, while the second to fifth floors housed the Pokemon egg nurseries. The 6th through 9th floors were primarily occupied by the offices of clerical staff. Li Luoqing's office was located on the 8th floor. Stepping through the door once more, Sherwin guided Li Xiaoyan into the elevator and pressed the button for the 8th floor. Inside the elevator, Sherwin remarked, "Xiaoyan, I must tell you, you should always be filial to your father. He works exceptionally hard, and now that he has become the deputy, he will have a mountain of paperwork to handle. If he comes home late in the future, please don't hold it against him." Li Xiaoyan expressed her understanding. "I'm not Boruto." Sherwin, hearing this name for the first time, felt somewhat perplexed. "Boruto is?" Li Xiaoyan quickly formulated her response. He's the protagonist of an anime from the land of Sakura. His father wields the remarkable abilities of the 9 Tails and the King of Toads. Yet Boruto himself prefers to utilize the power of the food container snake. To be honest, this anime seems to have faded away." After recounting how Boruto looks down upon Naruto, Sherwin nodded in comprehension. Oh, that's all right then." Upon entering Li Luoqing's office, Li Xiaoyan noticed shiny Zoroark diligently sifting through a mountain of documents, while Li Luoqing leisurely sipped tea, relishing his moment of respite. "Busy, indeed," Li Xiaoyan remarked to Sherwin. Embarrassed, Sherwin shoved his hands into his pockets and turned his head away to whistle. Upon noticing Li Xiaoyan and Sherwin's arrival, Li Luoqing brusquely shoved Zoroark aside, exclaiming in irritation, "I've told you not to touch my documents. Step aside, I can handle them myself. Honestly, just when I finally get a moment to relax, you start messing things up." Seated on the sofa, Yi Huang chuckled at the scene. Hearing his laughter, Li Xiaoyan realized Yi Huang was also in the office. Just as she was about to greet him, Yi Huang rose and said to Li Luoqing, "Step outside for a moment. I have something to discuss with you and your little brother-in-law." Both Li Luoqing and Sherwin were left in a state of confusion, unaware of Yi Huang's intentions. Yet they followed him out of the office, with Zoroark trailing behind. A child's giggle echoed in Li Xiaoyan's mind. Instantly, she inquired within her thoughts, "Who is it?" "It's me. My name is Victini. Do you have any food? If you do, could you share some with me?" A Pokemon, resembling a small mouse with the ability to fly, gradually materialized before her. Observing this creature, Li Xiaoyan began to scrutinize it. It possessed large blue eyes that dominated its head, and its oversized, pointy ears formed a shape, making its disproportionately large head appear even smaller in comparison to its body. The creature's body color closely resembled butter, while the tips of its ears, head, and limbs were orange. Its limbs ended in round shapes, with 3-fingered hands that bore claw-like appendages slightly above the rounded tips. Its tail resembled tiny wings, perhaps the reason for its ability to fly. Could this be the legendary mythical Pokemon, Victini? Li Xiaoyan pondered. It was said that a trainer accompanied by Victini would emerge victorious in any contest. Victini's sudden appearance right after Yi Huang stepped out was rather intriguing. Noticing Li Xiaoyan's fixed gaze, Victini cutely pleaded, "Could you spare me some tasty treats?" Enchanted by this adorable creature, Li Xiaoyan swiftly retrieved a snack favored by Infernape, a peach, from her father's desk and handed it to Victini. After receiving the peach, Victini quickly devoured it in small bites, finishing with a satisfied burp. "Delicious, thank you," it exclaimed, nuzzling against Li Xiaoyan. In human terms, this might be referred to as cuddling. While snuggling with Li Xiaoyan, Victini sensed a potent surge of fire energy emanating from her, which prompted it to recall its purpose. "Human, do you possess a token from a fire and dragon-type Pokemon?" Victini inquired. The moment you entered, I sensed it. That aura is unmistakable and must be in your pocket. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyan retrieved the light stone from her pocket. Victini's reaction was one of astonishment, as it exclaimed in Li Xiaoyan's mind, "Brother Reshiram, why have you shrunk so much? Shouldn't you be large after becoming a light stone? What happened? Don't scare me, please." Reflecting on the size of the light stone, Li Xiaoyan recalled having watched the movie Victini and the white hero Reshiram, where the light stone was indeed quite sizable. In contrast, the one she possessed was about the size of a small ball, yet if compared to the game's version, its size was just right for fitting into her pocket. At that moment, Victini continued to fret, "Brother Reshiram, please don't scare me. I haven't even found Brother Zekrom yet." It appeared that this Victini was quite the chatterbox. Reshiram, on the other hand, maintained a somewhat aloof demeanor, albeit with a hint of animosity towards Palkia. Understandable, given that Palkia had displaced Reshiram's home to this world. Chapter 23. The system truly is useless. With Victini's incessant chatter, Reshiram calmly interjected, "Be quiet." Upon hearing Reshiram's voice, Victini excitedly shouted, "Brother Reshiram, so you are still alive." Reshiram replied, "Although my physical form has been obliterated, my spirit endures. Once Li Xiaoyan completes the 4 trials and becomes the true hero, I shall regain my physical form and re-enter this world." Victini, upon learning that Reshiram might regain its corporeal form, rejoiced. "Really? That's wonderful. Then I can play with you every day." Victini fluttered around the office in jubilation, casually discarding the peach pit into the trash. Reshiram, with a hint of teasing, remarked, "What I mean is, when I regain my body, you will be the first to greet me." Li Xiaoyan nodded internally, realizing that the true dragon referred to was indeed a dragon that cherishes genuine connections. Just then, a familiar electronic voice reverberated once more. "Beep beep, detecting mythical Pokémon target, scanning initiated. Resistance detected, unable to view." Li Xiaoyan exclaimed, "This system is utterly useless. Victini has been here for so long, and only now does it begin to scan. It can't even penetrate the resistance of others. Truly a half-baked product." Victini, having effortlessly resisted the system's scan, soon comprehended, "Oh, I sensed a faint yet familiar aura of omnipotent energy. It must be the power of Lord Arceus. No wonder it feels so familiar." However, Victini merely offered a token resistance before deciding to disperse its energy, allowing the system to continue its scan, as paying homage to Arceus was essential. Continuing scan, success. Li Xiaoyan's mind was inundated with Victini's data panel, and this time Victini also requested to view it. Li Xiaoyan marveled, "You can see this too?" Victini shrugged, retorting, "Why wouldn't I be able to?" After licking the peach juice from its tongue, Victini continued, "Any Pokemon like me or Brother Reshiram can view your data through our thoughts. What would you humans call it? Sharing blessings?" Li Xiaoyan replied, "You can talk." Pokemon. Victini. Level 97. Gender. Unknown. Type. Fire. Psychic. Ability. Victory Star Victini, upon examining its panel, exclaimed in awe, "Wow, my level is this high." Witnessing Victini's panel, Li Xiaoyan was equally astounded. This seemed to be the first time she encountered a Pokemon above level 90. Surely, Yihuang must be familiar with this one. With such inquiries swirling in his mind, Li Xiaoyan pondered, "How does your strength compare to that of the esteemed Yihuang Tianwang's ace, the Monarch Serpent?" Ignoring attributes, if we were to merely compare levels. Victini contemplated for a considerable time before responding, "I am indeed stronger. That little green serpent of Xiaoyes is likely at level 94, which, in your terms, would categorize her as a mid-tier champion. My level, however, could be regarded as that of a late-stage champion." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyan nodded and continued his questioning. "By the way, what is your relationship with Yihuang Tianwang?" Victini extended its hand, prompting Li Xiaoyan to retrieve a peach from the table for it. After devouring the peach, Victini finally responded through telepathy, "Oh, regarding him. We have known each other for quite some time, probably since his senior year in high school." Li Xiaoyan posed yet another question. "So, have you been with him all along?" After discarding the pit into the trash can, Victini replied, "Indeed, as long as I stay by his side. There will always be meat to share. He divides any piece of meat he acquires with me. Thus, I must remain with him. Moreover, he possesses a childlike heart. He has given me so much." Hearing Victini speak of a childlike heart, Li Xiaoyan jested inwardly. "I, too, Li Xiaoyan, am one who dabbles in fire. I certainly possess a childlike heart." Remarkably, Victini did not dismiss this as a jest, but rather pondered it deeply, all while licking the peach juice off its hands. Li Xiaoyan patiently awaited its thoughts, during which Victini's azure eyes fixated on him, seemingly trying to peer into the depths of his soul through his pupils. Under such scrutiny, Li Xiaoyan felt a surge of unease. After a moment, Victini once again broke into a smile, alleviating Li Xiaoyan's apprehensions, who had feared he might be in trouble. Oh, by the way, besides myself and Yi Huang, is there anyone else aware of your existence? Upon hearing this question, Victini seized another fruit and began munching while conversing. Who was it again? Oh, Yu Bin is aware, the current champion from your Huagua. His wife, too, knows. Li Xiaoyan incredulously thought. Huh? I get the impression that the relationship between Yi Huang Tianwang and champion Yu Bin isn't particularly amicable. Would Yi Huang really let him know of your existence? After finishing the peach, Victini gently burped and continued. No. Their relationship is actually quite good. They were college roommates, and outside of battles, they get along splendidly. It's just that Xiaoya has always lost to Xiaoyu, causing him to become rather ruthless in their combat encounters. However, this is quite normal. Xiaoyu's Meloetta is indeed formidable. So that is how it is. Li Xiaoyan nodded, realizing that the relationships among the champions and the paramount figures in the country are quite cordial. He then ruminated on the aforementioned Meloetta, feeling as though he had heard that name before. Meloetta. Goodness. ISNT that the only mythical Pokémon capable of evolution. Recalling the evolution method of Meloetta in Pokémon Go, he doubted it could simply evolve by feeding candy. Thus he inquired, speaking of which, how does the champion's Meloetta evolve? If it's too sensitive a topic, feel free to refrain from answering. As for Meloetta's evolution, there have been reports on it for quite some time. And it was indeed Yu Bin himself who disclosed the details. Victini recounted the events. This? It's not a secret at all. During military training in college, he encountered a multitude of Meloetta, and that group danced with his Meloetta, eventually merging and evolving. So this is reminiscent of the animation's evolution method? However, who would have thought that our domestic champion possesses a mythical Pokémon? Chapter 24, The Fur of Victini. Victini's form gradually became translucent, and before Li Xiaoyan could react, the entire Pokémon vanished from sight. Yi Huang entered the room, and Li Luocheng gazed silently at the fruit seeds in the trash can. Reflecting on how Yi Huang had merely engaged in casual conversation with him and sure won after summoning them, Li Luocheng realized. So this was the reason Yi Huang called me and my brother-in-law out. I suppose I ought to purchase more peaches for Li Xiaoyan. Look at how they tempt the child. It's not as if we lack the means. Clearly, if Li Xiaoyan desires to eat, he could take what he wishes. Is it my paternal authority that constrains him? It appears I have lacked communication with my child over the years. As Yi Huang settled back onto the sofa, he casually patted Li Xiaoyan's shoulder as he passed by. Understanding the gesture, Li Xiaoyan stretched and sat back on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. At that moment, Li Luocheng placed a plate of peaches before Li Xiaoyan and said, Son, eat up. Your father has plenty of peaches here. If you need more, just let me know, and I'll ensure you have enough. Observing Li Luocheng's expression, which bore an air of guilt, Li Xiaoyan thought. Nearby, Victini, Yi Huang handed over a QR code, and upon scanning it with his messaging app, Li Xiaoyan discovered it was Yi Huang's account. Turning to Yi Huang, he nodded in affirmation, encouraging Li Xiaoyan to add him as a friend. After sending the request, Yi Huang promptly accepted it. Upon successfully adding Yi Huang as a friend, Li Xiaoyan felt a surge of excitement. Wow, this is the contact of a future champion. Yi Huang assured Li Luocheng, Brotherly, if your son ever desires a Pokémon, just let me know, and I will undoubtedly procure one for you. He then turned to Li Xiaoyan. Do you have a specific Pokémon in mind that you wish for? Li Xiaoyan jokingly expressed his desire. Well, can you possibly procure a Meloetta for me? Yi Tianwang? Li Luocheng, LLL. Yi Huang. Sure one. Yi Huang fell into contemplation. He recalled having seen that Meloetta disassemble into a multitude of Meloetta. Perhaps he could borrow one from Yu Bin for some fun? Given the rapport he shared with Yu Bin, he was certain he would be able to obtain a Meloetta. As the clock struck 7, the four of them descended together to dine at the Hai Tian Grand Hotel, located adjacent to the Rongqing Pokémon Breeding Center. Hai Tian Grand Hotel, a restaurant where Pokémon can dine alongside their trainers, known for its excellent service and equality towards all patrons. The journey from the downstairs to the hotel entrance took only a few minutes. Li Xiaoyan felt a slight heaviness on his left shoulder, likely due to Victini resting there. This particular Victini shared a common trait with its cinematic counterpart, a fondness for food. It was evident that it relished sweet treats. After a while, Li Xiaoyan felt an invisible force gently part his clenched fist, revealing a hair that seemed to waver in his grasp. Seeking an excuse, he made his way to the restroom, and upon closing one of the doors, he opened his palm to discover a yellow hair resting in his hand. At that moment, the system initiated a scan of the hair. Scanning and analysis in progress. Analysis successful. Displaying results for the host. Name, Victini's hair, divine token. Information, hair from the tail of Victini, imbued with primordial energy, seemingly possessing the ability to temporarily augment a Pokemon's strength. Li Xiaoyan understood the reasoning, but he wondered why it had to be a hair from the tail. Yet in the next moment, he felt warmth emanating from his pocket. Upon inspection, he found that the light stone resonated with Victini's hair. Li Xiaoyan applied the hair to the light stone, and 3 seconds later, the entire strand disappeared into the stone. The light stone emitted a soft white glow, which was gentle and fleeting, dissipating almost as soon as it appeared. After 5 minutes, Li Xiaoyan exited the restroom and, using the room number provided by his father, finally located the venue for their dinner. Pushing open the ebony door, Li Xiaoyan beheld Li Luocheng engaged in lively discourse with Chen Wenxuan. His mother was also conversing amiably with Chun Yunjia's mother. To his surprise, Yi Huang was conversing comfortably with Shi Donghai, though their topic revolved around the nation's future, a conversation most befitting the modern elderly. The room was spacious, adorned with numerous Pokémon, including the entire collection of his parents' Pokémon, Chen Yunjia's Rowlet, his uncle Shi Wen's Zoroark, and his grandfather Shi Donghai's Lizard King. Yi Huang had only brought a Blaziken, but a Woobat of unknown ownership also lingered nearby. Upon spotting Li Xiaoyan, the Woobat flapped its wings in an attempt to reach him. Li Xiaoyan, touched by the Woobat's earnestness, approached and gently patted its head, feeling his heart melt. "What an adorable Woobat!" he exclaimed. Chen Yunjia, engaged in a video game nearby, immediately chimed in, "Of course. Just look at whose Pokémon this is." Li Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow playfully and teased, "Is this your second Pokémon? Didn't you claim you wanted to become the Grass-type champion?" Just as Chun Yunjia finished his game, he replied, "Definitely not. This is one I picked out for my dad. Not only is the first form cute, but the evolved form, Noivern, is both dashing and powerful." Chun Wenxuan chimed in with a grin. "Plus, it will be easier to identify any issues with the Pokémon eggs during work in the future." Indeed, Noivern's high battle prowess and practicality suited Chun Wenxuan perfectly. As Li Xiaoyan took his seat, several dishes were promptly laid before them. At the dining table, Chun Wenxuan jested, "Future leader, don't forget me when you're on top." Li Luocheng responded, "I would never forget you. If I have meat to eat in the future, I'll save some for you." Shi Donghai, slightly exasperated, observed, "With the King of Heaven present, you two are already boasting?" Perceiving Shi Donghai's thoughts, Yi Huang chuckled. "No worries, I don't mind such banter. Besides, Li, my younger brother, has done me a favor. I am not the kind to forget kindness." The evening meal was filled with joy, and the presence of a king-level trainer did not impose any awkwardness among the group. Through his interactions with Yi Huang, Li Xiaoyan sensed the latter's profound love for Pokémon. Take, for instance, the incident in the Shimmering Emerald Realm, during the battle against the boss Pokémon, the Lurantis. Yi Huang refrained from delivering a lethal blow, instead promising it a stable, living environment post-defeat. Furthermore, Yi Huang was not only a passionate trainer, but also an approachable king. This was exemplified by his online lessons, offered at a modest price to guide everyone's Torchics away from misguided paths. Chapter 25, Friendship Rivalry Tournament on a Friday afternoon. During the second period of practical combat class, Zhou Yi decided to arrange one-on-one friendly matches among the students. After all, an old adage rings true: you can't know someone without a fight. The aim was also to foster camaraderie among classmates. The first match featured Li Xiaoyan battling Zhang Sancher. Upon seeing his opponent as Froakie, Li Xiaoyan mused, "I suppose the homeroom teacher wants to test my limits." Before the match, he had the system retrieve Froakie's information. Aha! It possessed the Torrent ability. Without an alternative, Li Xiaoyan steeled his resolve. However, he acknowledged that even in defeat, he would not lose face. After all, fire types were at a disadvantage against water types, and moreover, his Torchic's physical attack was still lacking. Victory, should it occur, would certainly bring him acclaim. After an intense battle, Li Xiaoyan emerged victorious. Initially, his strategy involved using Quick Attack to evade Froakie's water gun, subsequently leveraging his speed-boosting ability. Given Torchic's current state, the speed boost could trigger a maximum of 3 times. With agile maneuvers, Torchic closed the distance to Froakie, inflicting consistent damage with each quick attack. As the match progressed, Torchic's speed increased. Once the 3 boosts were triggered, Froakie could hardly land a hit on Torchic. Theoretically, Li Xiaoyan's strategy was sound. Yet, Zhou Yi quickly noticed a significant flaw. Torchic's physique could not sustain prolonged acceleration. What should have been a secure victory culminated in Torchic triumphing through an unrefined critical hit. Ultimately, Torchic claimed victory but collapsed on the ground, with Froakie rendered unable to battle, declaring Li Xiaoyan the victor. This defeat weighed heavily on Zhang Sanshi. After recalling Torchic into its Pokeball, Li Xiaoyan dashed towards the Pokemon Center, followed closely by Zhang Sanshi. Observing Zhang Sanshi's retreating figure, Chen Yunjie silently wished him well, hoping he would not give up due to this setback. As Zhang Sanshi ran, he apologized. "I'm sorry, Froakie." The Pokeball containing Froakie trembled slightly, as if responding to his words. Arriving at the Pokemon Center, Zhang Sanshi's Froakie required treatment. Aware of Zhang Sanshi's somber mood, Li Xiaoyan refrained from conversation. Upon their arrival at the Pokemon Center, preparations for the second match commenced on the playground. Zhou Yi, holding the attendance sheet, scanned the list of Pokemon, contemplating before announcing, "Lin Jia, Bai Qingyan, you two will battle." As he finished speaking, Bai Qingyan emerged from the group of boys, his Riolu brimming with fighting spirit. Lin Jia cheered from the sidelines. "Bai Qingyan, you must win this." Chen Yunjie added, "Absolutely. If you lose, I'll laugh at you for a year." Bai Qingyan responded with a puzzled expression. A girl sporting a bob haircut and blunt bangs approached the command position with her Bulbasaur, which stood unhurriedly in the arena. The girls began rallying support for Lin Jia. "Jia, go for it. Bulbasaur, don't lose to it." As Zhou Yi initiated the countdown, Bai Qingyan seized the initiative. "Riolu, use Howl." Riolu let out a fierce howl, enveloped in a faint red glow, signaling an increase in its abilities. Lin Jia, adopting Li Xiaoyan's previous tactic, promptly commanded, "Bulbasaur, use Growl." With a sweet sound, Bulbasaur emitted a charming growl, leaving Riolu momentarily dazed. Observing that his ability enhancement was ineffective, Bai Qingyan shifted to offense. "Use Bullet Punch." Hearing this command, Lin Jia countered swiftly. "Use Vine Whip to grab it." Riolu's fists gleamed with silvery light as it charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches upon Bulbasaur's face. However, Bulbasaur was just a fraction too slow. As the Vine Whip emerged, Riolu struck hard. Nevertheless, the slender green vines, under Bulbasaur's control, ensnared the persistently attacking Riolu. With determination, Bulbasaur lifted Riolu off the ground. "Riolu? Riolu?" Riolu struggled fiercely. As Bai Qingyan pondered how to free Riolu from its binds, Lin Jia called out again, "Use Vine Whip to strike repeatedly." Bulbasaur released one of the vines restraining Riolu, using the other to whip it forcefully. The sound echoed, as if Bulbasaur were retaliating for the earlier blows. Maintaining a single Vine Whip to keep Riolu airborne proved challenging. Bai Qingyan seized upon this moment and commanded, "Use Quick Attack." As Riolu's legs made contact with the ground, it sprang into action, breaking free from Bulbasaur's grasp due to its explosive speed. Lin Jia chose to confront head-on. Bulbasaur, with a velocity that exceeded that of Riolu, collided with it. Riolu's arm struck Bulbasaur's head, provoking an indignant outcry from Bulbasaur. In the next moment, it erupted with its own power, clashing against Riolu. The two Pokemon engaged in a spirited exchange, skillfully testing one another's abilities. Bai Qingyan did not foolishly allow Riolu to collide without strategy. While Riolu's left arm met Bulbasaur's head, its right arm already emanated a faint white glow. Bai Qingyan commanded, "Riolu, use Quick Attack to create distance. Then follow up with Bullet Punch." Upon hearing Bai Qingyan's directive, Lin Jia immediately shouted, "Bulbasaur, swiftly use Vine Whip to ensnare it." Riolu quickly created a gap. Meanwhile, Bulbasaur extended two vines from its back, launching an assault towards Riolu. With the enhancements of Quick Attack and Bullet Punch, Riolu nimbly evaded Bulbasaur's vine strikes, even circling around to entangle the two vines together. Realizing its vines were ensnared, Bulbasaur was filled with urgency. Riolu, unperturbed, unleashed a barrage of swift, hard punches upon Bulbasaur's face. After enduring multiple strikes, Bulbasaur succumbed, its eyes becoming the telltale circles of defeat. With Bulbasaur rendered incapable of continuing, victory belonged to Bai Qingyan. Without delay, Lin Jia scooped up Bulbasaur and dashed towards the Pokemon Center amidst the puzzled gazes of onlookers. "Pokeball, you make me look foolish." Chapter 26, Teacher Zhou's Guidance. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyan sat in a cafe, gazing silently at the coffee before him. Zhang Sanshi handed over a sandwich, exclaiming, "Xiaoyan, your Torchic is truly formidable. Once it evolves into Blaziken, my Froakie will undoubtedly be no match for it." Hearing this, Li Xiaoyan shook his head, replying, "No. Don't underestimate yourself. Who knows what might happen?" Noticing that Li Xiaoyan had not taken his sandwich, Zhang Sanshi unwrapped it and forcefully placed it into Li Xiaoyan's hands. "Thank you," Li Xiaoyan expressed gratefully. Zhang Sanshi shrugged it off. "No problem. You did give me a signed photo, after all." Taking a bite of the sandwich, Li Xiaoyan found it quite delectable, though he was uncertain whether Zhang Sanshi had made it himself or purchased it. He swiftly finished the sandwich in a few bites. Amidst their conversation, Lin Jia burst into the Pokémon Center, cradling Bulbasaur and urgently calling out, "Nurse Joy, please help treat my Bulbasaur." After handing Bulbasaur over to Nurse Joy, Lin Jia rested her delicate hands on her knees, bending over to catch her breath. Noticing this, Li Xiaoyan purchased a bottle of refreshing water from a nearby vending machine and approached Lin Jia, offering it to her. Initially surprised, Lin Jia accepted the water, exclaiming, "Ah, thank you." It seemed that her earlier sprint with Bulbasaur had drained her energy. Regardless of how hard Lin Jia twisted the bottle cap, she was unable to open it. Appearing somewhat helpless, Li Xiaoyan said, let me help you." With a sigh, he opened the cap for her. After successfully quenching her thirst, Lin Jia immediately expressed her gratitude. "Thank you so much. I was really exhausted from carrying Bulbasaur over here." Li Xiaoyan, puzzled, asked, "Is your Pokeball broken?" Lin Jia, blushing slightly, replied, "I was in such a hurry that I completely forgot I had a Pokeball." This prompted Li Xiaoyan to reflect. This lovely young lady named Lin Jia is quite remarkable, only now catching her breath after dashing to the Pokemon Center. And now she appears unfazed. Just then, the door to the Pokemon Center swung open again, this time revealing Bai Qing'an. After handing his Pokeball to Nurse Joy, he proceeded to the cafe to purchase a drink. While waiting for his coffee, he engaged in light-hearted banter with Zhang Sanshi, occasionally glancing in Li Xiaoyan's direction, leaving one to wonder what they were discussing. An increasing number of people entered the Pokemon Center, culminating with Zhou Yi, who arrived to maintain order. As the Pokemon Center also served as a form of hospital, concerned that Zhang Sanshi might be significantly affected by his defeat, Zhou Yi approached to offer consolation. "Sanshi, you mustn't be disheartened by this setback. I believe you will perform even better in the future. It was my fault. I should have let you battle someone else." Zhang Sanshi quickly waved his hands in protest. "No, no, no. Teacher Zhou, I owe you my gratitude. Really, if I hadn't lost this time, a future defeat would have hit me even harder. This serves as a wake-up call. I will observe Froca's condition more carefully next time." Zhou Yi expressed his satisfaction. "Seeing you understand so clearly is truly gratifying. Furthermore, your strategy was excellent, utilizing quick attack to evade Torchique's moves and close the distance, then transitioning to a war of attrition upon observing Torchique trigger its speed boost. Such a nuanced tactic is something even I wouldn't have conceived at your level. Fast dog. Indeed, I lack the torrent ability." Once Zhou Yi finished guiding Zhang Sanshi, he approached Lin Jia, who was sighing softly, her tone somewhat melancholic. "Teacher Zhou, am I really that inadequate? I had the advantage at the beginning, yet I still ended up losing." As she spoke the last words, her voice quivered with the hint of tears. Li Xiaoyan, noticing this, reached into his pocket to find if he had any tissues. Unfortunately, he had none. But at that moment, he felt something poke him in the back. Turning around, he saw no one. But looking down, he discovered a Ghastly hiding in his shadow. Li Xiaoyan. Ghastly extended a hand, holding out a packet of tissues. Li Xiaoyan didn't question how Ghastly had come to be there. He simply took the tissues from its grasp and handed some to Lin Jia. "Thank you very much," she sobbed softly. Seeing Lin Jia accept the tissues, Li Xiaoyan wandered over to chat with Ghastly. He couldn't resist poking Ghastly's head and asked, "Ghastly, what brings you here?" Jengar. I was so bored over there. I came to find you to play." Ghastly began to dance, gesturing animatedly. Li Xiaoyan interpreted this as Ghastly missing him, prompting its visit. Li Xiaoyan continued, "But really, thank you for the tissues. I didn't expect even teacher Zhou wouldn't have brought any. I would have been at a loss otherwise." As Li Xiaoyan stepped aside, Zhou Yi began to comfort the other defeated participant. Lin Jia, your Bulbasaur is quite impressive. You must not lose heart over this defeat. Your Bulbasaur has already mastered controlling Vine Whip quite well. It will undoubtedly learn to utilize Frenzy Plant effectively in the future. In terms of battle strategy, you did nothing wrong. It was merely a matter of facing a high-speed Pokémon. I believe you will overcome these challenges and continue to progress on your path as a trainer." From the side, Li Xiaoyan mused, "Why does this sound so familiar?" Zhou Yi's words reached Lin Jia, enlightening her that it wasn't her inadequacy. Gradually, she ceased her tears, though her sniffles lingered. "Li Xiaoyan, please proceed to the front desk to collect your Pokémon." With the treatment of Torchique complete, the Pokémon Center's announcement called for Li Xiaoyan to retrieve his Pokémon. Here it comes. Rejuvenated, Torchique leapt back onto Li Xiaoyan's head, chirping joyfully. Returning to his original position, Zhou Yi expressed his amazement. Upon closer inspection, "I never expected that your Torchique, Xiaoyan, possesses such unique traits." Li Xiaoyan inquired, "What is it about my Torchique?" Zhou Yi chuckled, "Generally, Torchics prefer to stay close to their trainer's feet, yet yours seems to delight in jumping atop your head. Quite extraordinary, indeed. Li Xiaoyan suddenly comprehended. Ah, I see now. Chapter 27. Staying at Uncle Ye's for a few days in just a few moments, the Pokemon Center's announcement echoed once more. Upon hearing that she could retrieve her Pokemon, Lin Jia dashed to the front desk to collect her Bulbasaur. After receiving her Bulbasaur, Lin Jia approached Li Xiaoyan, eager for their Pokemon to become acquainted. Chamo, the extroverted Torchic welcomed the new face. Donai, Bulbasaur greeted Torchic in return, extending its vines for a friendly shake. Lin Jia's gaze was fixed on the Torchic perched atop Li Xiaoyan's head, lost in thought. She gently tapped Li Xiaoyan's arm and asked, "May I pet your Torchic?" Li Xiaoyan squatted slightly, allowing Lin Jia's hand easy access to the Torchic, responding, "Sure, go ahead." As Lin Jia successfully petted Torchic's head, she exclaimed, "Wow, it's so warm." Chamo, Torchic, being sociable, leapt into Lin Jia's arms, displaying a charm that others might shy away from. So adorable. Torchic's delightful appearance, paired with its lively spirit, instantly captured Lin Jia's heart. Li Xiaoyan noticed something had been knocked over. Bulbasaur was glaring at Torchic in Lin Jia's embrace, voicing its discontent with a Donai. Lin Jia quickly returned Torchic to Li Xiaoyan and then lifted Bulbasaur into her arms, apologizing. "I'm so sorry. Bulbasaur, you're adorable too." Bulbasaur. Li Xiaoyan and Lin Jia exchanged contact information before he took Torchic back to the cafe. Rongao was lenient with phone usage. As long as it wasn't during class, it was permissible. Now, in this leisure time, Zhou Yi turned a blind eye. Chen Yun Jie cheekily remarked, "Hey, Xiaoyan. You're back?" Li Xiaoyan retorted, "You don't want me back?" "Not at all. I just didn't expect it." Chen Yun Jie trailed off, leaving Li Xiaoyan slightly irritated. Lin Ji and Bai Qing and stifled their laughter, trying to conceal their amusement from Li Xiaoyan. Li Xiaoyan gulped down the remainder of his untouched coffee in one go. Before long, it was time to head home. On his way, he spotted a street vendor selling starch sausages. "Boss, 3 starch sausages, please." "Coming right up." In mere minutes, the 3 sausages were grilled to perfection. Li Xiaoyan took one for himself, while the other 2 were given to Jengar and Torchic. Jengar devoured the sausage with haste, then slipped back into Li Xiaoyan's shadow. Upon returning home, it was mealtime. Li Xiaoyan found himself somewhat distracted, lost in contemplation of an alternative strategy. He shook his head while eating, occasionally sighing. If he employed a different tactic, it would conserve Torchic's energy while ensuring a swift victory. Li Luochun, having noticed Li Xiaoyan's gloomy demeanor, attributed it to a recent battle loss. He empathized, recalling his own experiences of disappointment in battles. In the kitchen, Shi Xiantong voiced her concern. "Honey, do you think we should really leave him be?" Li Luochun instinctively reached for a cigarette, only to discard it on the ground, which Jengar promptly retrieved. He then spoke, "I was once in a similar situation after a loss. In a few days, it will all be fine. It's crucial for children to face setbacks. The higher they soar, the harder the fall." Shi Xiantong nodded, recognizing that such matters must be resolved through personal reflection. Li Luochun's phone lit up, revealing a message from Yi Huang, who expressed a desire to visit, citing an important matter to discuss in person. Li Luochun felt perplexed. Why was Yi Huang suddenly coming over? After dinner, Li Xiaoyan took Torchic to the backyard for some relaxation. Chamo. Torchic immediately focused intently on a toy ball before him, sitting on the swing in the backyard. Li Xiaoyan watched Torchic practicing its concentration, feeling a mix of emotions. Perhaps it was best to remain grounded and be more cautious next time. He nodded to himself. Chamo. Noticing Li Xiaoyan's pensive state, Torchic trotted over, staying close to his feet. Li Xiaoyan smiled and was about to pet Torchic when a youthful voice echoed in his mind. "Hi, did you miss me?" Upon hearing this voice, Li Xiaoyan pondered. "Is that Victini?" The youthful voice chimed again, "Indeed. I'm here." Li Xiaoyan continued to inquire in his mind. "What brings you here?" Victini replied. "You'll find out soon enough." At that moment, Yi Huang entered the backyard and observed Li Xiaoyan deep in thought, asking, "Xiaoyan, what's troubling you?" Li Xiaoyan sighed. "Senior Yi, I engaged in a prolonged battle with my opponent without considering Torchic's physical condition, leading to its discomfort." Yi Huang requested Li Xiaoyan to recount the details of the situation, and Li Xiaoyan began to explain each step, clarifying his reasoning. Yi Huang listened attentively, nodding in understanding. After offering some comfort, he inquired, "Would you like to come stay at my house for a few days?" "Huh, what?" Li Luochun and Shi Xiantong, just arriving in the backyard, overheard Yi Huang's invitation to their son. Li Luochun quickly stepped forward, addressing Yi Huang, "Brother Yi, isn't that a bit inconvenient?" "Yes, My Xiaoyan can be a bit clumsy and careless at times. It wouldn't be right to impose on you. Sure, Xian Tong added an agreement. While having a champion willing to mentor her son was a wonderful opportunity, the circumstances felt delicate. Realizing the implications, Li Xiaoyan interjected. Right, if I were to visit Senior Ye's home, it might cause you trouble. Yi Huang knelt down, petting Torchique's head, and reassured him. You won't be a bother at all, and I also wish to help ensure that Torchique stays on the right path. He then added, by the way, just call me Uncle Yi, no need for formalities. The three exchanged pleasantries, and after some back and forth, Li Luochun and Shi Xian Tong ultimately decided to let Li Xiaoyan spend the weekend at Yi Huang's residence. As Li Xiaoyan ascended the stairs to pack his belongings, he mused, I wonder if I'll encounter any legendary or mythical Pokémon during my stay at the Yi residence. Chapter 28. An impromptu journey. Bright stones. Check. Clothes. Check. Healing items and energy powders. Possibly useful. Check. In just a few minutes, Li Xiaoyan had gathered everything he needed for the journey. All right, everything's ready. Time to go. He descended the stairs, bidding farewell to his Pokémon at home. This marked the first time since his arrival in this world that he would be away for such an extended period. His parents' Pokémon also expressed their reluctance to see him go. As he reached the door, Li Xiaoyan spotted one of Yi Huang's signature Pokémon, a green Dragonite. Yi Huang sat atop Dragonite's back, patting the space behind him and calling out to Li Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan, hop on. After a bit of a struggle, Li Xiaoyan climbed aboard and turned to his parents, saying, Mom, Dad, I'm off to Uncle Ye's house for a visit. Li Luochun and Shi Xian Tong waved goodbye from the doorstep, reminding him, Son, be good at Uncle Ye's. No picky eating, and don't cause any trouble. Li Xiaoyan nodded, affirming his commitment to perform well. Understood. I'm old enough to behave. The couple felt a twinge of reluctance at their son's departure, yet upon reflection, they realized that he had spent several days at his grandfather's house during his childhood. This thought eased their hearts somewhat. However, Li Luochun suddenly picked up his phone and turned away, seemingly intent on something unknown. Yi Huang gently patted the Dragonite and said, Dragonite, let us go. Home. With a swift motion, Dragonite soared into the sky, heading in a specific direction. This was the first time Li Xiaoyan rode on Dragonite, and he exclaimed in awe, wow, this is incredibly fast. As Dragonite flew further away, Li Luochun revealed 2 electronic tickets displayed on his phone's screen and remarked to Shi Xintong, my dear, it has been ages since we last traveled. Shi Xintong smiled knowingly, clearly grasping Li Luochun's intentions. Since the arrival of Li Xiaoyan, the couple had not experienced a proper moment alone together. This occasion, where Yi Huang took Li Xiaoyan away, provided an excellent opportunity to rekindle their intimacy. It was a spontaneous journey, and he called out to their Pokémon, Inferno Monkey, Jengar, Zoroark, let us enjoy some fun in the days ahead. West Sea Lion, Monarch Snake. Prepare for departure. Instantly, the Pokémon in the house erupted in cheers, thrilled at the prospect of an outing. Huh, you mentioned Li Xiaoyan. Who is that? I don't know him. Li Xiaoyan. If Li Xiaoyan were to return home in the next few days, he would be astonished to find the house entirely empty. Meanwhile, back with Li Xiaoyan, Dragonite ascended into the clouds in mere seconds, nearly overwhelming him with fear. Fortunately, with Victini's assistance, he avoided a potentially dire situation. In the air, Li Xiaoyan surveyed his surroundings and spotted numerous flying-type Pokémon. A large flock of swallows soaring in AV formation, a gigantic Pidgeot leading its brood of Pidgey, and a small Spearow attempting to race against Dragonite, only to fall far behind. Even some Fearows, intent on attacking Dragonite, were swiftly deterred by the pressure radiating from the mighty Pokémon. As Li Xiaoyan reveled in the exhilaration of flying, Yi Huang inquired, how does it feel to soar? Li Xiaoyan spread his arms wide and shouted, it's absolutely exhilarating. Hearing his exuberance, Yi Huang chuckled, reminded of his own youthful spirit. It's been a long time since I felt this way. When did I become so composed? Reflecting on this, Yi Huang's gaze hardened. Perhaps it was after I met you Ben in college. Since then, I haven't managed to beat him once. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his fist. I must win this upcoming challenge. I hope to approach this battle with utmost seriousness and leave no regrets. Dragonite slowed its pace, maintaining a comfortable speed for Li Xiaoyan to admire the scenery. A Pokémon with a vibrant orange-yellow body, adorned with 2 long, slender antennae atop its head and a small horn, emerged from below. Its large gray eyes and smoothly rounded snout, coupled with a striped, butter-colored belly, left Li Xiaoyan astounded. Isn't that the revered Dragonite, affectionately dubbed by players as the hefty Pokémon? What is it doing here? The gentle call of Dragonite brought Yi Huang back to reality as he lightly tapped Dragonite's neck. Dragonite halted midair, allowing Li Xiaoyan to see the creature holding a letter. which it presented to Yi Huang before soaring away. The envelope appeared unremarkable, entirely white without any distinguishing features. Upon opening it, Yi Huang quickly read through its contents, his eyes twitching slightly. He yawned, seemingly exasperated. Why resort to such an antiquated method of delivering messages when we could easily communicate through QQ? Li Xiaoyan cautiously inquired. Is it a secret? This question prompted Yi Huang to sigh deeply. The letter states that once my Dragonite reaches champion level, the Dragonite plate must be returned. Li Xiaoyan shared Yi Huang's sentiment, bemused that communication could be so modern, yet chose such an archaic method for flair. How absurd. As Dragonite maintained a comfortably leisurely speed. After several minutes, it began its descent. Yi Huang's residence was located on the outskirts of Rong City, surrounded by picturesque landscapes, teeming with birdsong and fragrant flowers, an ideal habitat for both humans and Pokémon. As they descended, a sprawling villa came into view. The property was expansive, with mountains and rivers nearby, accompanied by several buildings, one of which was the breeding base for Torchic that Li Xiaoyan had seen during his online classes. Yi Huang's dedication to Pokémon was evident in the proximity of the breeding facility to his home. Li Xiaoyan marveled. Uncle Yi, your house is truly magnificent. Yi Huang chuckled. This house is relatively modest. It certainly feels large for one person, but I share it with many Pokémon. What other Pokémon do you have, Uncle Yi? Besides those 6 and a few recently acquired from the secret realm? Li Xiaoyan inquired, his gaze wandering across the landscape. Yi Huang replied mysteriously. I have some legendary Pokémon here. Chapter 29. Legendary Pokémon. As Li Xiaoyan approached the entrance of Yi Huang's villa, he beheld the legendary Pokémon he had hoped to see. Uncle Yi, is this what you refer to as a legendary Pokémon? He cautiously prodded the 2 stone dogs stationed at the entrance. The formidable hounds barked in response. Woof! Clearly showcasing their intimidability, Li Xiaoyan instinctively withdrew his hand. The 2 Pokémon sported gray-black fur, their heads adorned with horn-like tufts, while a collar of fur resembling petals encircled their necks, intermixed with red fur. Their tails curled upward, and their legs were similarly adorned with fur. It was just as Li Xiaoyan suspected. These were indeed 2 washy Suifeng dogs. Notably, one was larger, while the other was smaller. Li Xiaoyan summoned the system. System, please display the panel for the larger Suifeng dog. Understood. Scanning, please wait. Pokémon, Suifeng dog, washy variant. Level, 51. Gender, male. Type, fire. Rock. Ability, intimidate. Li Xiaoyan was taken aback, realizing that this guardian dog's power was on par with his mother's Brillium. Uncle Yi, you've truly outdone yourself. You have a gym-level Pokémon guarding your home. Indeed, Yi Huang had not misled him. Suifeng dog was indeed regarded as a legendary Pokémon in this realm. Yi Huang patted Li Xiaoyan's shoulder and grinned. What do you think? Aren't these 2 legendary Pokémon impressive? There are many more in the yard. Li Xiaoyan followed Yi Huang as he returned Dragonite and pushed open the grand gate. As they entered, Li Xiaoyan beheld the villa's front yard and exclaimed, wow, up close. Uncle Yi, your house is genuinely vast. Yi Huang merely smiled in response. Woof. At that moment, a robust Suifeng dog bounded towards Yi Huang, playfully licking his face with its tongue. Yi Huang affectionately stroked the dog's head, prompting Li Xiaoyan to reflect inwardly. It seems that in this world, people treat Pokémon exceptionally well. At least I have not encountered anyone who harms Pokémon. Yi Huang was still playfully wrestling with a fast hound, while Li Xiaoyan surveyed the surroundings, noting the symmetrical beauty of Yi Huang's residence. The layout of the front yard mirrored itself perfectly on both sides, each adorned with a fountain resembling a Charizard, and the flora was meticulously trimmed. 50 meters ahead, the space appeared somewhat distorted, as a woman who seemed to be in her 30s, accompanied by a Shiniduo, materialized out of thin air. In reality, she was the same age as Yi Huang, but had aged gracefully. The woman exclaimed loudly, Fast Hound, what are you doing? Upon spotting Yi Huang, her face lit up with surprise. Darling, you're back. Yi Huang nodded, responding, I just finished my errands and came back to take a look. This woman was Yi Huang's wife, Cheng. According to whispers on Xindu, they had been childhood sweethearts, and it was not until their 3rd year of university that Cheng confessed her feelings, leading to their union. Had it not been for that declaration, Yi Huang might still be unmarried. Cheng noticed a boy beside Yi Huang and inquired, Who is this? Li Xiaoyan introduced himself. Hello, sister. My name is Li Xiaoyan. Cheng, pleased by the address, complimented, Little brother, your words are quite sweet. Yi Huang, with a smirk, remarked, How old are you to still be acting so youthful? Cheng, overhearing, gritted her teeth and retorted, Darling. Yi Huang, leaving behind the bemused fast hound, fled the house without looking back. Li Xiaoyan, astonished, marveled at Yi Huang's swift retreat. Cheng Ying exchanged glances with Shenhe, who nodded in response. In an instant, Cheng Ying and Shenhe vanished, evidently using teleportation. Thanks to Shenhe's ability, Cheng Ying successfully apprehended Yi Huang. The ensuing scene is indescribable. 3 minutes later, Cheng Ying returned to the front yard, dragging Yi Huang along, and offered Li Xiaoyan an apologetic smile. Li Xiaoyan conveyed his understanding, thinking to himself that perhaps he should reconsider marriage, as it seemed too daunting. After their playful scuffle, Yi Huang nonchalantly returned to Li Xiaoyan's side and slowly suggested, "Shall I take you to your room?" Li Xiaoyan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "That would trouble Uncle Yi." "No trouble at all," Yi Huang said, hands in pockets, leading Li Xiaoyan into the house. Externally, the residence boasted 5 stories, and Yi Huang guided Li Xiaoyan to the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor, they entered a guest room, filled with various models and a potted plant by the window. A table was cluttered with building blocks, as if someone were assembling something. At that moment, Victini appeared, cheerfully exclaiming in their minds, "Finally back. Soft, fluffy bed. Fun building blocks. I'm here." It turned out this was Victini's room. Was Uncle Yi intending for Li Xiaoyan to share a space with Victini? Li Xiaoyan voiced his confusion, to which Yi Huang nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Victini expressed a desire to share a room with you. "If you prefer solitude, I can arrange another room for you." After pondering, Li Xiaoyan replied, No. I would rather stay with Victini. That way, Fire Chick will have company." Victini, exuberant like a child, cheered, "Yay. Finally, I have a companion." Li Xiaoyan, puzzled, asked, "Another companion?" Victini, with a hint of sadness, explained, "Sister Green Snake and the others have all grown up. They treat me like a child and no longer play with me." Hearing this, Li Xiaoyan felt a wave of loneliness wash over him, a sense of nostalgia for times past. He patted his chest and assured, "From now on, both Fire Chick and I will play with you. We'll have a blast." Victini, overjoyed, danced in the air and excitedly asked, "Really?" "I promise," Li Xiaoyan affirmed. Victini's smile brightened, but as it flitted about, it accidentally bumped into the ceiling and tumbled into Li Xiaoyan's backpack. Its smile slowly faded, and a shadow of sorrow crossed its face. "You will eventually leave. And where will I go then?" The light stone emitted a glow visible only to Victini, resonating with its thoughts. "At least you possess beautiful memories. These memories are real. And no matter where you go, they will serve as your motivation to move forward. Because this is a true story." Chapter 30. Education through entertainment. Li Xiaoyan retrieved Victini from his backpack, and Victini immediately donned a cheerful expression, exclaiming, "We can have so much fun tonight." Indeed, a wonderful time awaits. Oh, by the way, it seems Victini has a natural ability to gather energy. Li Xiaoyan suddenly recalled, remembering that before his journey, he had received a Victini with this skill during the Sword and Shield Championship. Seizing the opportunity, he asked, "Victini, could you assist me with something?" After mentally conveying his request, Li Xiaoyan produced a box of chocolates from his bag, offering one piece to Victini and another to Yi Huang. Yi Huang thanked him as he accepted his piece, while Victini eagerly tore open the wrapper and stuffed the chocolate into its mouth. "Delicious, so delicious. Is there more?" Victini's cheeks puffed out, revealing its gluttonous nature. Li Xiaoyan, smiling, handed over the entire box for Victini to safeguard. Victini snatched the chocolates, grinning, "Thank you. I will take good care of them." With a smile plastered on his face, Li Xiaoyan cleared his throat and said, "Ahem. What is it?" Victini, still holding chocolate, looked at Li Xiaoyan with curiosity. Li Xiaoyan maintained his smile. "Did you forget something?" "Thank you has been said," Victini pondered, realizing it had almost overlooked Li Xiaoyan's request. "Oh, I almost forgot. What do you need my help with?" Li Xiaoyan articulated his objective in his mind. "Could you teach my Fire Chick to use the gathering energy technique? If possible, please also instruct it on jumping and critical hits, although I think the latter might be beyond you. Forget about critical hits for now. I feel that if you teach it, it will be an enjoyable learning experience." Victini, excited about the prospect of education through entertainment, readily agreed. "Sounds good. Give me an afternoon tomorrow, and I will ensure it learns happily." As the two conversed enthusiastically in their minds, to an outsider, they appeared to be merely staring at each other, a comical sight indeed. Returning to the topic at hand, under normal circumstances, Fire Chick would learn the gathering energy technique upon evolving into its next form at level 35. However, Li Xiaoyan hoped to have Fire Chick learn it earlier, making it easier to master critical hits. If successful before the entrance exams, Fire Chick would possess a powerful supplementary technique. This would prove advantageous against Ghost and Psychic-type Pokémon, achieving a dual benefit. At that moment, Cheng Ying called for dinner from upstairs. Li Xiaoyan had already eaten at home, while both Victini and Yi Huang had resolved their meals outside. "Darling, are you eating?" "Well, I suddenly feel a bit hungry," Yi Huang replied, chuckling. Haha, Xiaoyan Victini. I'm heading downstairs for dinner. See you later. Under Cheng Ying's persistent coaxing, Yi Huang reluctantly descended to join her for dinner. During the time that Yi Huang was away for a meal, Li Xiaoyan was joyfully accompanying the fiery little chicken and Victini in their playful antics. Victini proclaimed that this was laying the groundwork for tomorrow's educational play. Otherwise, the fiery little chicken might not perform well. Catch me if you can, little chick, Victini taunted, soaring above as the fiery little chicken dashed about below. It couldn't resist hurling some playful banter, occasionally interspersed with personal jibes. If you could jump, perhaps you might catch me. The fiery little chicken, unable to leap, resorted to using Ember, which Victini effortlessly absorbed without flinching. It continued to impart knowledge into the fiery little chicken's mind. Let me share a little secret. I'm a fire and psychic type Pokémon. If you were to use a dark type move, the damage would be significantly greater. As Victini executed a quick attack to enhance its speed, the fiery little chicken became dizzy. Oh dear. It slumped to the ground, sounding pitiful. Victini hovered beside it, whispering devilishly. If you had been able to charge up earlier, you could have intercepted my movements instead of sitting there like this. Hearing this, the fiery little chicken nuzzled against Li Xiaoyan, expressing a desire to practice its moves immediately. Li Xiaoyan chuckled as he affectionately patted the fiery little chicken's head, saying earnestly, "Let us postpone practice until tomorrow. I promise you'll have ample time to train then." With renewed determination, the fiery little chicken gazed up at Victini, planting the seed of ambition to become stronger. Victini's words also resonated within Li Xiaoyan's mind, leaving him astonished. He had not anticipated that Victini enjoyed taunting as well. Li Xiaoyan mused he had learned something valuable. Perhaps he could engage in playful banter during future competitions. Victini's adept performance led Li Xiaoyan to wonder if Uncle Yi's main Pokémon had been nurtured in a similar fashion. Shaking his head with a smile, he decided to focus on training tomorrow, while also considering the fiery little chicken's physical condition. The incident from last time must never repeat. Clenching his fist, he turned to the drowsy, fiery little chicken, his gaze softening. Since arriving in this world, his life had indeed transformed. He pondered what sort of people and Pokémon he might encounter in the future. However, he was resolute in his path, confident that he would eventually reach the pinnacle of success. Exhaling slowly, he continued to play with Victini. As the clock struck 8 in the evening, Li Xiaoyan opened his messaging app to find his classmates in a frenzy. A brief glance revealed that a paparazzo had taken a photo of him seated atop Yi Huang's Dragonite. In the group chat, inquiries about his relationship with Yi Huang flooded in. First, a slew of signed photographs, followed by the image on the Dragonite's back, left little room for speculation. Among his classmates, Chun Yunjia was the most exuberant. Had there not been a limit of 5 messages per minute, he likely would have dominated the chat with his exuberance. Li Xiaoyan, what is your relationship with Yi Tianwan? Chun Yunjia pressed. Tell me everything. Li Xiaoyan replied, that photo is photoshopped. You can't trust these paparazzi. They'll do anything for clicks. He then assured his classmates of his lack of familial ties to Yi Huang. Gradually, they accepted his words, albeit with lingering doubt, before retreating to their own evening routines. Li Xiaoyan settled into bed early, preparing for a fresh start the next day. The fiery little chicken, having exhausted itself playing with Victini, returned to its pokeball for a sounder sleep, the luxurious ball ensuring a more restful slumber. In the dead of night, the starry sky shimmered over the outskirts of Rong City. A violet glow flickered around the villa. At the entrance, a swift hound perched on a stone stool opened its eyes, scanning the surroundings, but finding nothing awry, it closed its eyes once more. A disheveled figure began to move stealthily through the darkness, skillfully scaling Yi Huang's high wall. Accompanying a rotund man was a dream eater Pokémon, who said to a slender companion, "How did we end up inside? What kind of family employs a gym-level Pokémon as a guard? Boss, what is the plan?" Next to the slender figure was a cursed doll, tugging at its sleeve. The slender man scoffed, "Forget it. Let us make a quick exit before we're discovered." And so, the two mysterious individuals slipped away, unbeknownst to a pale shadow pursuing them. Inside the Yi Huang villa, Victini sensed a powerful presence infiltrating the premises, which was now waning. An injured Pokémon? I recall there are healing items in Xiaoyan's bag. I might as well wake him up. Victini nudged Li Xiaoyan awake, who, still bleary-eyed and yawning, was whisked out of the window before he could fully comprehend the situation. In the front yard of the villa, a Pokémon with a scorched head, ablaze with dark purple flames and wielding 2 massive flaming swords, knelt on the ground. Its flames were dimming, and it gently placed a poke egg onto the grass. Upon seeing this, Li Xiaoyan recognized it as the Pokémon known as Tsangyin Jiangue. However, why was it here? and how had it sustained such grievous injuries? Victini, acutely aware of Sangyin Jiangui's diminishing life force, urged, grab my hand. I will lend you my strength, and then I'll search for a Pokemon capable of healing. Xiaoyan, get your medicine ready. Sangyin Jiangui gazed at the outstretched hand of Victini, then glanced at Li Xiaoyan. With trembling sword-like arms, it made contact with Victini's small hand. Li Xiaoyan retrieved the healing items prepared by his father. Xiaoyan, you treat it first. I'll channel some power into it. Li Xiaoyan nodded, uncapping the healing spray and directing it toward Sangyin Jiangui's wounds. It might sting a bit. You must endure, he said anxiously. The life force of Sangyin Jiangui was critically low. Mere healing spray would not suffice. Seeing this, Li Xiaoyan took out a packet of powder, opening it and encouraging the Pokemon to consume it. It might taste bitter, don't spit it out. Sangyin Jiangui swallowed the powder entirely, and Victini began to radiate a golden light. The glow enveloped Sangyin Jiangui, and moments later, the dim flames in its eyes reignited with vigor. This adrenaline-like power won't last long. I'll fetch Shinado and Greensnake's sister. Xiaoyan, utilize all your medicine. If my power fades, it will perish before we finish healing it. Before departing, Victini relayed crucial instructions, prompting Li Xiaoyan to empty his bag of supplies. Li Xiaoyan promptly complied, pouring out its contents. After returning the light stone, he grasped the healing spray with both hands, continuing treatment for Sangyin Jiangui. Under the influence of Victini's adrenaline, Sangyin Jiangui felt no pain, its orange-red pupils fixed intently on Li Xiaoyan. In its heart, Sangyin Jiangui thought, so, there are good people among humans too. Upon its first encounter with humanity, it found itself pursued relentlessly. Had it not been for its instinct to protect the child, it would have never been chased by mere gym-level Pokemon. At that moment, the lawn flourished vibrantly, as an overwhelming surge of grass-type energy enveloped the entire front yard. Li Xiaoyan sensed this rich attribute power, his immediate reaction revealing it to be a field move. That Sangyin Jiangui felt a soothing current traversing through its being, its vitality being restored in abundance. Victini, accompanied by a Shinado and a gazing Lord Superior, approached the front yard. Evidently, this verdant terrain was summoned by Lord Superior. Shinado formed a heart shape with her hands, and a cascade of iridescent waves radiated from its center toward Sangyin Jiangui. It was a healing wave. As Shinado lowered her hands, she scattered a few mystical droplets of water. Not a single droplet missed its target, showering Sangyin Jiangui, while Li Xiaoyan had exhausted numerous healing potions. When Victini's energy finally waned, Sangyin Jiangui succumbed to slumber, its gaze lingering on Li Xiaoyan, who had devotedly tended to its wounds. Observing the unconscious Sangyin Jiangui, Li Xiaoyan expressed his concerns to Victini. It won't come to harm, will it? Victini crossed its arms and shook its head, assuring him, not at all. With the combination of the grass field, the life water droplets, and the healing wave, along with your restorative potions, how could anything possibly go awry? Even if the Grim Reaper himself were to arrive, he would have to leave in regret. Noticing only 2 Pokemon in attendance, Li Xiaoyan inquired, by the way, where are Uncle Yi and Sister Chung? They are asleep, and fortunately, they didn't store the Green Superior and Shinado in their Pokeballs. I explained the situation and brought both of them here, Victini replied. After finishing its words, Victini scampered upstairs to retrieve the chocolate that Li Xiaoyan had entrusted to it, quietly indulging in a piece. After all, saving others was exhausting. It deserved a proper reward. Li Xiaoyan, spotting the Pokemon egg on the lawn, began to summon the system. The system promptly provided information about the egg. Pokemon Charcoal Squire. Gender, male. Level, 0. Type, fire. Ability, flame body. Just as expected, the Pokemon inside was Charcoal Squire. Chapter 32, Sangyin Jiangui. Charcoal Squire has 2 evolutionary paths. Sangyin Jiangui is 1, while the other is known as the Crimson Lotus Armored Knight, sharing the same fire and psychic attributes as Victini. During the first season of Juzi, Li Xiaoyan had relied on Sangyin Jiangui to ascend to Master Ball level, evoking a wave of nostalgia. Gazing at the Pokemon egg before him, and then at the unconscious Sangyin Jiangui, he turned to ask, should we move it to the room or let it lie here? Victini, having quickly unwrapped a piece of chocolate, stuffed it into its mouth, savoring the taste, responded, it's delicious. Isn't it? I think we should take it back to the room. Li Xiaoyan, feeling somewhat reluctant, remarked, if we enter now, we might wake them up, right? Victini urged Li Xiaoyan to pack his backpack before helping him onto his back. Meanwhile, it took hold of Sangyin Jiangui and led it into the room. With the Pokemon egg cradled in Li Xiaoyan's arms, experiencing a shift in space, Li Xiaoyan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. This time it wasn't Palkia, he mused. Upon returning to the room, Li Xiaoyan placed the Pokémon egg and his backpack on the mat, then brewed a cup of coffee, which he drank in one gulp. By the time Victini returned to the room, it was already 2 in the morning, and a weary Li Xiaoyan lay on the bed, his gaze fixed upon the Pokémon egg on the mat. Both Victini and Li Xiaoyan had remained awake throughout the night, tending to Canyon Ringui and the egg. Victini, why don't you get some rest? We can find Uncle Yi in the morning. He has been working hard lately at 3 in the morning. Li Xiaoyan got out of bed, draping a blanket over his shoulders, with an unconscious Canyon Ringui and the Pokémon egg beside him. The following morning, Saturday, he sighed, I'm so tired. I should find Xia. Victini, holding breakfast in hand, munched away while opening the window, flying towards Yi Huang's room. Seeing Yi Huang still sound asleep, Victini initiated a friendly mental exchange. Xiaoya, wake up. A champion-level Pokémon has intruded. What? A champion-level Pokémon? Upon hearing this, Yi Huang was instantly roused from his slumber. Grabbing a Pokeball from the table, he exclaimed, where is it? In Xiaoyan's room. However, it's a severely injured Pokémon, and while it is recovering, it still requires further treatment to prevent lingering effects. Victini informed him as they made their way to Li Xiaoyan's room. Hearing the groans from Canyon Ringui, Li Xiaoyan hurriedly opened his backpack and retrieved the remaining packet of vitality powder. Handing it to Canyon Ringui, he worriedly said, here, consume this. Canyon Ringui opened its mouth and ingested the powdered medicine entirely. After yesterday's treatment, it discerned that the young man before it bore no malice, and the efficacy of this medicine was commendable. Aside from its bitterness, there were no adverse effects. Canyon Ringui's gaze softened as it glanced at the Pokémon egg beside it. Just as it was about to speak, there was a knock at the door. Li Xiaoyan yawned and approached the door, pulling the handle to open it, revealing Yi Huang and Victini trailing behind him. Victini held a cup of soy milk and a fried dough stick, communicating mentally with Li Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, I brought this breakfast from the kitchen. Eat up. Li Xiaoyan accepted the breakfast, replying, thank you. Yi Huang expressed concern. Xiaoyan, why are you pushing yourself so hard? If something like this happens again, you should tell me instead of bearing it alone. Li Xiaoyan nodded repeatedly as Yi Huang strode over to Canyon Ringui's side. Examining Canyon Ringui's injuries, Yi Huang murmured, the shattered armor ability has activated 6 times. It's no wonder the injuries are so severe. After a night of recovery, it has only diminished to the level of triggering shattered armor 3 times. Canyon Ringui emitted a strong herbal scent, and upon noticing the scattered medicine containers on the floor, Yi Huang nodded to himself. Vitality powder, excellent healing potions, and a healing wave? It seems you both managed quite well. Canyon Ringui struggled to rise to its feet, and Li Xiaoyan stepped forward to assist it. It's not hot at all, he observed. It appeared that fire-type Pokémon could regulate their body temperature. Turning to Victini, who was still munching on chocolate, he asked, Victini, what did it say? Victini assumed the role of translator. Thank you for saving me. I didn't expect there to be good people among humans. Li Xiaoyan frowned, realizing that Canyon Ringui had indeed been harmed by humans. Yi Huang gently patted Li Xiaoyan's shoulder, then inquired, do you remember who harmed you? Canyon Ringui emitted a sound while gesturing, and Victini, upon hearing it, squinted its eyes, ceasing its chewing and clenching its small fists. It conveyed, there were 2 individuals. One was a dream eater with gym-level power, and the other was a cursed doll that ambushed my egg. Had it not been to protect the egg, I would not have sustained such severe injuries. Furthermore, their Pokémon were quite peculiar. Their speed was significantly faster than mine. I suspect a champion-level Pokémon was covertly employing a trick room. Victini only shared this last remark with Yi Huang, who, upon hearing it, displayed a flicker of surprise, realizing that there were indeed those daring enough to attempt poaching champion-level Pokémon. As a newly emerged Pokémon, the Canyon Ringui lineage had garnered considerable admiration from many due to its striking appearance and formidable prowess. Only powerful trainers are privy to the evolution method of Charcoal Knight. Its transformation occurs through the utilization of the items known as the Armor of Celebration and the Armor of Curse, which lead to its evolution into the Blazing Armor Knight and the Azure Flame Demon. However, the origins of these items cannot be divulged in detail. Li Xiaoyan glanced once more at Victini, who conveyed telepathically, it wishes for your assistance in caring for its offspring. In human terms, this translates to capturing it. Li Xiaoyan felt a surge of excitement, yet upon reflecting on his own capabilities, he sighed. But I am merely a novice. I cannot capture a second Pokémon. How long will it take for this egg to hatch? The Azure Flame Demon made 3 swift slashes in the air and pondered before making an additional half slash, indicating that the hatching period would be approximately 3.5 months. Chapter 33, The Bodyguard. It was now early September, The meaning behind the Azure Flame Demon's message was that the Pokémon egg would take about 3.5 months to hatch, suggesting it would emerge sometime in late December or early January. By then, the Fire Chick would have evolved into the Mighty Chicken, and Li Xiaoyan would assuredly have ascended to the status of an ordinary trainer. It seemed that his second Pokémon was secure. Yi Huang retrieved his phone and made a call. "Hello, please bring over a nursery device." "Yes, there's a new Pokémon egg. Remember to fill the nutrient solution." After ending the call, Yi Huang turned to Li Xiaoyan, stating, "Tomorrow, I will drive you home. After all, the Pokémon egg needs to be protected safely." Li Xiaoyan nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Victini once again took on the role of translator. It says it wishes to accompany Xiaoyan back home, as it intends to assist in caring for its offspring and, incidentally, to protect Li Xiaoyan. Li Xiaoyan inquired, "So it will stay at my house? My dad cannot catch a Pokémon of the champion level, right? He has only recently become a gym leader. If he did, it would surely raise suspicions." Yi Huang's gaze shifted between the Azure Flame Demon, Li Xiaoyan, and finally back to Victini. This exchange of glances left Li Xiaoyan somewhat bewildered, and it appeared that Victini had recalled something, engaging in a mental dialogue with Yi Huang. Upon hearing something, Yi Huang clapped his hands in realization. "Right. How did I not think of this?" Seeing Yi Huang's enthusiasm, Li Xiaoyan asked, "What happened?" Yi Huang cleared his throat and explained. "Cough. Xiaoyan, have you ever heard of the term guardian?" Li Xiaoyan shook his head, prompting Yi Huang to elaborate. The term guardian refers to Pokémon that provide protection, stemming from the fear of elders for the safety of their juniors. The juniors can carry a guardian, but they cannot summon the corresponding Pokémon for battle unless they encounter life-threatening danger. This concept has evolved from grassroots movements to official recognition, with Huahua strongly supporting the existence of guardians. Li Xiaoyan nodded in understanding, but then realized a flaw in the logic. "I see, but my dad cannot catch a champion-level Pokémon." Victini chimed in unexpectedly. "Just register it under Xiaoya's name. Trainers in Huahua respect you greatly, and considering you will undoubtedly become a champion in the future, the higher-ups should have no objections." Yi Huang rested his left hand on his chin and replied solemnly, "There should be no objections, even if they disagree. They will have to acquiesce. As a champion, I still possess that authority." After speaking, Yi Huang retreated to his room. A few minutes later, he returned with 3 Pokeballs in hand, a luxury ball, a healing ball, and a great ball. Yi Huang placed the Pokeballs on the ground, allowing the Azure Flame Demon to choose which one to enter. "Is there any difference?" Victini inquired through translation. Yi Huang pointed to the 3 Pokeballs in order and explained, "This one is a luxury ball. The inhabitant will enjoy a more comfortable stay. The healing ball can restore some injuries, though not significantly for your current strength. The Great Ball is specifically for Guardians and offers broader usability." Upon seeing the 3 Pokeballs, the Azure Flame Demon decisively chose the Great Ball on the right. With a gentle touch, it pressed the button in the center of the Great Ball. A beam of red light enveloped the Azure Flame Demon, and when the light faded, it had entered the ball. The Great Ball quivered slightly before emitting a definitive ding, indicating that the Azure Flame Demon had become Li Xiaoyan's guardian. Li Xiaoyan released the Azure Flame Demon and earnestly declared, "I will train your child diligently. Once my strength increases, I will avenge you." Just as Li Xiaoyan finished speaking, Yi Huang's phone rang. Upon answering, a languorous voice came through. "Old Yi, your security measures are quite lacking. Any stray cat or dog could wander in. If I hadn't intervened, your home would have been robbed yesterday." Yi Huang asked him, "What do you mean?" The voice continued, "Is there anyone beside you? Don't use speakerphone. I'll speak to you privately." "All right." Yi Huang turned off the speaker and stepped outside to converse with the caller. Li Xiaoyan, utterly exhausted, could no longer hold on. Even coffee had its limits, and without sleep, he felt he might collapse. After a night of sleeplessness, he fell onto the bed, and Victini gently covered him with a blanket before releasing the Fire Chick. "Shoo, be quiet." Victini reminded the Fire Chick, which promptly let out a soft chirp. Victini then took both the Fire Chick and the Azure Flame Demon to the dining room for a meal, and afterward, led them to the backyard. This was to instruct the Fire Chick in using its moves and to continue the Azure Flame Demon's treatment. Outside the room, the voice on the phone took on a serious tone. "Yi Huang, a poaching organization has recently emerged domestically, targeting champion-level Pokémon in various secret realms. Their methods are exceedingly unscrupulous. It would be wise for you to call upon some gym leaders who possess a champion-level Pokémon for protection." Yi Huang replied, "Yes, I will remain vigilant. However, I must admit, it's surprising that their methods have garnered your praise. They must indeed be quite formidable." The voice on the other end remarked casually, "When it comes to tormenting others, I cannot compare to them." "Oh, By the way, good luck in the championship tournament. I'll be heading back soon and might not be available for a while. Goodbye. Okay, goodbye. Yi Huang hung up, his expression grave. It was alarming to learn that there were indeed individuals willing to risk everything to poach Pokémon domestically. Now there were numerous tasks ahead of him. What a hassle. Yet, the audacity of gym leaders attempting to covet champion-level Pokémon was astonishing. Yi Huang felt a headache coming on. Once I become the champion, I will certainly take a well-deserved break. Current champion, I used to think the same way. The phone rang again, this time signaling the arrival of a delivery. Yi Huang went downstairs to retrieve the nursery device, returning to Li Xiaoyan's south room to place Charcoal Knight's egg inside. Yi Huang quietly exited the room, carefully closing the door behind him. When would Xiaoyan grow strong enough to become the champion? At that point, he could pass on the mantle, allowing himself to enjoy some leisure. To wear the crown is to bear its weight. Yi Huang chuckled and shook his head, let alone becoming a champion. Li Xiaoyan still had a long way to go before reaching elite level. Perhaps it would be best to wait a few decades before discussing this matter. Chapter 34, The Dreamscape. After Li Xiaoyan fell asleep, Victini stealthily placed the light stone into his embrace. The light stone emitted a gentle glow, and Reshiram once again entered Li Xiaoyan's dreamscape, not the second trial. Where am I? Li Xiaoyan found himself in a desolate wilderness, surrounded by steep cliffs, where a moment's inattention could lead to a fatal fall. Here, he spotted the Azure Flame Demon residing on a cliff. Beside it lay a Pokémon egg adorned with flame-like patterns. A Dreamweaver Lurantis sprang forth from the thicket, wielding a pendulum that summoned numerous fragments of spirit from the ether. This was a mental onslaught. As a Pokémon of the highest echelon, the Blazing Blade Ghost reacted instantly, positioning itself before the Pokémon egg to intercept the assault. At that moment, a Cursed Doll leapt into action, prompting Li Xiaoyan to shout, "Be cautious, Blazing Blade Ghost." Yet, the Blazing Blade Ghost did not heed this warning. In fact, it was utterly oblivious to Li Xiaoyan's voice. Li Xiaoyan advanced swiftly, only to discover that no matter how he reached out, he could not touch the Blazing Blade Ghost. It dawned upon him that they were ensnared within an illusion. The calm voice of Reshiram resonated. "I have made slight modifications to your dream. These manifestations are indeed real." Li Xiaoyan, striving to soothe his racing heart, inquired, "What purpose does this serve?" "To seek your own truth, and to unveil the world's harsher realities," Reshiram replied, and with that, it vanished as if into thin air. Despite Li Xiaoyan's calls, there was no response from the entity. At that moment, the Cursed Doll raised its bag-like arms and unleashed a garbage shot towards the Pokémon egg. Just in time, the Blazing Blade Ghost ignited in flames, successfully blocking the attack before it could land. However, the force of the move caused cracks to form in its armor. Suddenly, a bell-shaped Pokémon, adorned with a horizontal beam and a hole beneath it, roared towards the heavens, enveloping the surroundings in a vast, colorful cubic space. The Blazing Blade Ghost felt its speed diminishing, as numerous physical moves struck it with great force. How could a mere gym-level Pokémon inflict such grievous harm? The arena suddenly teemed with 9 additional gym-level Pokémon. The Blazing Blade Ghost cradled the egg of the charcoal sprite in one arm, while the other hand blazed with spectral flame, as 11 gym-level Pokémon charged recklessly towards it. The bronze bell lingered at the back, radiating a silvery luminescence. With a resounding clash, the Blazing Blade Ghost's vengeful sword cut through the chaos, managing to fend off the 11 attackers even while using one hand to shield the egg. Seizing the moment, the bronze bell exploited a gap in the Blazing Blade Ghost's defense, propelling its hefty form towards it with great speed. The impact forced the Blazing Blade Ghost to stagger backward, its armor fracturing further. After a fierce battle, only the bronze bell, Dreamweaver Lurantis, and Cursed Doll remained on the field. The Blazing Blade Ghost unleashed 3 swirling infernos that encircled the 3 Pokémon. Taking advantage of the chaos, it escaped the confines of the illusory space, its fingertips igniting with a deep crimson flame. Sort of regret. The Blazing Blade Ghost's aura intensified as it closed its eyes, raising its flaming arm to cleave through the space before it. In a clash of power, the flames collided with the spatial barrier, neither yielding to the other. At that moment, the 3 Pokémon broke free from their restraints and surged towards the Blazing Blade Ghost. With a resounding impact, the Blazing Blade Ghost's energy surged once more, its flame sword slicing through the spatial barrier, revealing a starry void before it. Rather than perish in obscurity, the Blazing Blade Ghost chose to leap into the forcibly opened rift, clutching the egg. As the scene shifted, they found themselves in an open area a kilometer away from the Leaf Monarch's estate. A rotund figure sat atop an armored rhinoceros, cheekily inquiring, "Boss, what is the plan?" The slender companion, dismissive, replied. The cursed doll just had a tracking device affixed to it. If it's alive, it will be hiding nearby. We'll pursue it directly. The stout one chimed in enthusiastically, right. Li Xiaoyan, witnessing this exchange, felt a seed of resolve take root within him. He vowed to prevent such occurrences in the future, to strengthen himself step by step through the authenticity of his own heart. The rotund figure then queried, Boss, why are we attacking the blazing blade ghost instead of simply seizing the egg? The slender one, examining the tracker's readings, explained, Naturally, it's for the curse armor. Who would capture a charcoal sprite without acquiring its evolutionary item? Currently, the only known method to obtain the curse armor is by defeating the blazing blade ghost, which is steeped in regret. Do you know how much a single blazing blade ghost could fetch on the black market? Moreover, this also serves as our initiation into the organization. The stout one chuckled lewdly, unabashedly voicing his excitement. Indeed, a single blazing blade ghost could be worth a fortune. If we can sell it, we'll have our own Pokémon. The slender one surveyed the area near the rift, exclaiming, The spoils of this secret realm are promising. I can't fathom what those high-ranking officials are thinking, giving away Pokémon to mere children just after they come of age. Why shouldn't we enjoy the same privilege? At this realization, Li Xiaoyan understood that they had just traversed a secret realm. The blazing blade ghost had remained undisturbed in its sanctuary, never provoking humans, until these two interlopers intruded upon its domain. Their covetous eyes fixated on the blazing blade ghost. Despite possessing gym-level prowess, they resorted to such despicable acts of poaching. But wait, they referred to their Pokémon as their own? This indicated that the three Pokémon were not theirs to command. How, then, were they able to exert control? The stout figure recalled his armored rhinoceros and joined the slender one in an attempt to encircle the blazing blade ghost. The blazing blade ghost, not far from them, overheard their entire conversation. Despite its simmering rage, it had to suppress its aura to avoid detection by the two poachers. Unbeknownst to the blazing blade ghost, humans possessed devices such as tracking gadgets. The rotund and slender figures soon pinpointed its location and launched their assault, forcing the blazing blade ghost to flee towards the Leaf Monarch's villa. At the entrance, two Mytinas stood guard like stone lions, and the blazing blade ghost could only pray that the humans inside would not inflict harm upon it as it scaled the wall to enter. What followed was Li Xiaoyan's genuine experience. Blazing blade ghost, I know you were injured by poachers, but I never anticipated their brutality. Rest assured, I shall avenge you. In the realm of reality, the radiant stone in Li Xiaoyan's grasp dimmed, and a serene expression graced his features. Chapter 35. A day in the life at the Leaf Monarch's residence. When Li Xiaoyan awoke, it was already 5 in the evening. With a yawn, he opened his eyes. Fatigue etched across his visage. However, this weariness was not of the body, but rather of the spirit. Noticing Li Xiaoyan's awakening, Victini hastened to boast. Your Torchic has successfully learned the move Focus. Instantly invigorated, Li Xiaoyan's eyes gleamed with excitement upon hearing this. Observing the lively Torchic beside him, he quickly checked its status. Pokémon, Torchic. Level, 9. Gender, male. Type, fire. Ability, speed boost. Relationship, friendly. Height, 0, 5 meters. Weight, 2, 7 kilograms. Moves, scratch, growl, double kick, quick attack, ember, agility, focus. Flame charge. To his astonishment, in merely half a day, Victini had enabled Torchic to learn 2 new moves. Truly, a master of edutainment. Li Xiaoyan praised, Victini, you're amazing. To elevate Torchic's capabilities so swiftly is no small feat. And Torchic, you've worked hard too. Without your diligence, you wouldn't have grasped these new techniques. Upon receiving Li Xiaoyan's compliments, Victini bashfully scratched its head, while Torchic chirped excitedly nearby, reveling in its progress. If not for Victini's consideration of Torchic's well-being, otherwise, the fiery chick would still be contemplating self-improvement. The exhilarating sensation of becoming stronger is truly delightful. When I eventually become the mightiest Blaziken in the world, I shall confront Victini. Victini, with fervent enthusiasm, began to express its adorable antics. Li Xiaoyan. Victini, slightly embarrassed, responded, Well, how should I put this? Ahem, the chocolates you entrusted to me have all been devoured. Li Xiaoyan waved his hand with a smile, saying, Oh, I thought it was something significant. It's just chocolate. I have other snacks here for you to safeguard, enough to your heart's content. Safeguarding is merely for amusement. Feel free to indulge as you please. Victini joyfully wagged its tail. Woo yay. Li Xiaoyan opened his backpack, presenting all the snacks he had brought to Victini. Unbeknownst to Li Xiaoyan, a memory from his dreams resurfaced, prompting him to worry. By the way, How is the Cinderace doing? At that moment, Victini opened a bag of chips, grabbing a handful and munching away while mentally communicating with Li Xiaoyan. It's receiving treatment in the backyard. I reckon it will return to normal by tomorrow. The healing facilities of the Yi family are akin to those of hospitals. And with the presence of Pokémon like Shawnaid and Superior, who possess healing abilities, it is merely a matter of time before Cinderace recovers. After chatting for a while, as evening approached and the clock struck 6, Li Xiaoyan followed Victini to the Yi family's dining hall. The Yi family's villa boasts 2 dining areas. One that Victini intended to take Li Xiaoyan to, specifically for the meals of the Yi family, and another dedicated to the Pokémon, where the fiery chick, Cinderace, and Xingying's Pokémon were currently dining. Unlike the other Pokémon, Victini opted to dine with Li Xiaoyan instead of joining its peers in their designated area. Li Xiaoyan inquired about Victini's choice, to which Victini replied that it preferred human cuisine. After a few minutes, Li Xiaoyan first placed the fiery chick in the Pokémon dining hall before following Victini to the kitchen-adjacent dining area. Xingying, upon seeing Li Xiaoyan descend the stairs, guided him to a seat, saying, "Xiaoyan, it's time to eat. Come and savor the culinary delights crafted by your elder sister Cheng." Before long, Xingying brought forth an array of dishes, then settled down at a nearby spot. Li Xiaoyan glanced around but did not spot Mr. Yi, prompting him to ask, "Sister Cheng, where's Uncle Yi?" Xingying, serving a piece of fish to Li Xiaoyan, replied, "It seems the Ghost King summoned him for something. He probably won't return until late. Let us eat first, without worrying about him." "Oh, I see." Li Xiaoyan, upon hearing this, focused on his meal, and Victini, observing Li Xiaoyan's fervent eating pace, felt compelled to compete. "In terms of dining, I, Victini, shall not concede." Xingying stifled a laugh, shaking her head. "You two are something else. There's still plenty of food, so take your time. It's not going anywhere, so why rush?" Li Xiaoyan, devouring his food heartily, mumbled, "Because Sister Cheng's cooking is simply superb." Xingying's heart blossomed upon hearing Li Xiaoyan's compliment. She eagerly piled more dishes into his bowl, exclaiming, "Eat more, eat more. I adore children with such sweet tongues." Li Xiaoyan expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Cheng. You are truly wonderful." This meal delighted Li Xiaoyan immensely, and Xingying, encouraged by his praise, continuously added more food to his bowl until it was empty, with dishes still flowing in. Throughout this dinner, Li Xiaoyan couldn't help but wonder why, despite Xingying's culinary prowess, Mr. Yi often dined elsewhere. After the meal, Li Xiaoyan first retrieved the fiery chick from the Pokémon dining hall before heading to the backyard to check on Cinderace. Upon arriving, he witnessed Shawnaid employing Healing Wave on Cinderace. After an extensive treatment, the shattered armor on Cinderace had already mended. As Cinderace noticed Li Xiaoyan entering the backyard, it attempted to rise but was gently restrained by Superior. "Shawnaid, stay calm during the treatment." Cinderace, "All right, thank you. Esteemed ones." "Shawnaid, you're welcome." Seeing that Cinderace's injuries were not as severe as he had feared, Li Xiaoyan felt relieved. During this outing, Mr. Yi had taken 3 main Pokémon with him, leaving only Volcarona, Crustle, and Superior behind. To Li Xiaoyan's surprise, the imposing Zapdos had also been taken along, perhaps for upcoming endeavors. Volcarona swooped down, circling around Li Xiaoyan. "Vulpix, human, your aura feels somewhat familiar." Li Xiaoyan tilted his head. Vulpix, never mind. Just disregard what I said." "Oh, all right." Li Xiaoyan scrutinized Volcarona, recalling from his previous life as Pokédex that Volcarona's standard height is 1.6 meters. Yet, Mr. Yi's Volcarona was extraordinarily large, nearly reaching 3 meters in height. Li Xiaoyan understood that Pokémon can vary in size, but he hadn't anticipated such a disparity. However, Mr. Yi's Superior exhibited a markedly different demeanor compared to his mother's. This Superior possessed an innate regal pride, exuding an air of authority. It was astonishing how unique Mr. Yi's Pokémon were. Chapter 36, Calm as Still Water. Li Xiaoyan noticed Victini relishing its snacks and inquired, "Victini, do you have any knowledge about other mythical Pokémon?" Victini paused its snacking and replied, "Aside from Meloetta, I am unaware of the whereabouts of the other mythical Pokémon. Many of them tend to be hyperactive, like Mew and Darkrai." Li Xiaoyan pondered thoughtfully, murmuring, "I see." At that moment, a shout interrupted his contemplation. "Shawnaid, hang in there." "Cinderace, okay." Shawnaid amplified the healing wave, causing Cinderace to shimmer in a kaleidoscope of colors as the grass-type energy flowed abundantly into its body. Li Xiaoyan stood still, observing the healing process, while the fiery chick curiously gazed at the flames enveloping Cinderace. "Cinderace, why does its flame differ from mine?" Li Xiaoyan gently cradled the fiery chick and explained, Each Pokémon excels in different domains. Cinderace is a fire and ghost-type Pokémon, which is why its flames are of a purplish hue. By the way, remember, whether during training or battling, if you feel overwhelmed, be sure to inform me promptly. Cinderace. I understand. After an extended treatment, Sinead finally ceased her efforts. Sinead. All done. Cinderace. Slowly rising, Cinderace bowed to Sinead and Superior. Sinead, you're welcome. Sinead gracefully assisted Cinderace to its feet, gently saying, Cinderace, it's all right. After uttering this, Superior turned and departed with an elegant flourish. But why does it always hold its head so high? Li Xiaoyan found himself at a loose end. The fiery chick had trained throughout the afternoon and now lacked the energy to continue, necessitating some well-deserved rest. After playing with the fiery chick until 9 o'clock, Victini's urgent voice echoed in Li Xiaoyan's mind. Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan, hurry and bring the light stone. Li Xiaoyan, unaware of what was unfolding, was swiftly guided back to his room by Victini, who retrieved the light stone from his backpack and pocketed it before descending to recall the fiery chick into its pokeball. Victini seized Li Xiaoyan's clothing, flapping its tiny wings energetically as it took to the air. Cinderace, benefactor, I wish to accompany you too. As the blazing flame blade specter observed Li Xiaoyan soaring into the sky, it felt its own wounds nearly healed, ready to lend assistance should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyan retrieved the high-grade pokeball to recapture the blazing flame blade specter. Above the Yi Emperor's villa, a minute fissure appeared, emanating a radiant glow of 18 distinct elemental hues. The closer Li Xiaoyan approached this rift, the more he sensed an entity within him resonating with the spatial tear. What could this rift possibly be? Li Xiaoyan pondered. At that moment, Victini initiated a mental communication. Xiaoyan, we must charge forward. Victini's sudden exclamation caught Li Xiaoyan off guard, and before he could react, Victini darted into the spatial rift like a shooting star. This time, upon entering the secret realm, Li Xiaoyan did not experience the dizziness he had encountered previously when navigating through a realm filled with lush emerald Pokémon. Victini gently set him down onto a transparent floor. Where's this place? Li Xiaoyan gazed around, discovering a dazzling spectacle with a vast expanse of white ahead. Victini moved before Li Xiaoyan, guiding him onward. Uncertain of how long they traversed the seemingly endless corridor of space, Victini continued to soar ahead while Li Xiaoyan merely followed in its wake. Had Li Xiaoyan been able to discern Victini's expression, he would have noticed an unprecedented gravity in Victini's demeanor. The fleeting minutes felt like an eternity to Li Xiaoyan, who was perplexed as to why this spatial corridor had been made so interminable. If he were to discover who was responsible for its length, he would certainly give them a stern reprimand. As time trickled by, Li Xiaoyan finally reached the source of the blinding light. The overwhelming brightness compelled both Li Xiaoyan and Victini to shut their eyes. When Li Xiaoyan opened them again, he found himself standing atop a water surface. Rather than mere water, it resembled a mirror reflecting the azure sky adorned with scattered clouds. As he took a step forward, the water rippled. Yet he did not plunge into its depths. Victini, where are we? Li Xiaoyan inquired as he surveyed the captivating scenery, his heart inexplicably calm. Victini shook its head. I am uncertain, but there is an innate feeling guiding me to bring you here. A youthful voice chimed in. Oh, a true hero? And the star of victory? Such a combination is rare indeed. Clenching the pokeball containing the blazing flame blade specter, Li Xiaoyan shouted towards the source of the voice. Who is there? Show yourself. A figure emerged from the water. As he fully appeared, Li Xiaoyan discerned a boy of around 16, with nearly white lavender hair and crimson eyes. The youth appeared delicate, clad in an oversized white short-sleeve shirt and denim jeans. Li Xiaoyan frowned upon noticing an exaggerated shackle adorning his ankle. The red-eyed boy, upon seeing Li Xiaoyan, seemed momentarily stunned. Is this what a true hero looks like? Feeling somewhat offended, Li Xiaoyan noticed the boy first greeted him amicably before inquiring, May I ask, where is your light stone? Li Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow, perplexed as to how this individual knew about his light stone. Before he could respond, Victini circled the red-eyed boy, spotting a cross-shaped object hanging from his back. Internally, Victini shook its head. It's one thing for Arceus to choose a young individual, but why does the doppelganger also appear so youthful? The red-eyed boy spoke. Victini then turned to Li Xiaoyan and urged, take out the light stone. All right. Li Xiaoyan retrieved the light stone from his pocket, prompting the red-eyed boy to clasp his hands together. As Li Xiaoyan momentarily lost focus, the light stone and Victini emitted a radiant glow, enveloping him in a blinding white light. Experience the power of Lord Arceus. System upgrade initiated. Functionality enhanced. Biological voice visualization feature activated. Secret realm exit visualization feature activated. What? The system has actually added new functionalities? As the light faded, the red-eyed boy sank beneath the water, leaving Li Xiaoyan with the words, "Once you gather the other divine relics and encounter other mythical Pokémon, I shall return. Rest assured, this is also the will of Lord Arceus." The boy departed with a smile, giving a playful pat to the luminous wheel behind him. As he vanished, the surrounding space began to warp. Chapter 37, Trending Topics. What is happening? Li Xiaoyan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his vision becoming blurred. When he regained his senses, he found himself back in the corridor of space. After a tumultuous spinning sensation, Victini sensed a chill in the air. Remaining invisible, it began to track the source of a malevolent presence within the passageway. TSK, a king-level dark attribute energy? Quite discomforting. Even Victini, who had long reached champion level, could not trace the origin of this malevolence. The Pokémon's strength was not particularly formidable, yet it completely countered Victini's psychic attributes. Furthermore, Victini was not the type of Pokémon adept at searching for others, lacking the necessary functionality, leaving it stymied. Grasping Li Xiaoyan, Victini led him out of the spatial rift, only for the malevolent presence to strike again, lacking aggression yet exuding discomfort. Truly, it was a lingering specter. Cursing silently, Victini flew out of the fissure. At that moment, several cameras positioned in the clouds focused on Li Xiaoyan. Victini hastily shouted within Li Xiaoyan's mind, "Xiaoyan, quickly cover your face." Li Xiaoyan, bewildered by Victini's sudden command, nonetheless complied, immediately shielding his face. However, it was too late. Click, click, beep beep. Li Xiaoyan was pulled back to Yi Emperor's villa by the invisible Victini. Victini flew into Li Xiaoyan's room, drawing the curtains shut before revealing itself. Li Xiaoyan, utterly perplexed, asked, "Why did you suddenly go invisible?" Victini's voice softened. "Xiaoyan, I sense that you're about to trend again." Li Xiaoyan, huh? Victini recounted what it had just witnessed. "Well, how should I put it? It seems we were captured on camera. Little Yi is probably busy with something important right now. I estimate you'll be woken by phone calls tomorrow morning." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyan's expression darkened. This was a disaster. He would likely be bombarded with attention once more. But why would anyone be filming him? For what purpose? At 10 o'clock that night, with Yi Emperor still absent, Li Xiaoyan took an early shower and went to bed. As expected, the next morning, he was awakened from his slumber by the ringing of his phone. Half asleep, he grumbled, "Huh, let me see who is disturbing my rest." Contact, Chun Yunjia. End call. Answer. Seeing it was Chun Yunjia calling, Li Xiaoyan pressed the answer button and switched to speaker mode. Chun Yunjia, noticing Li Xiaoyan had picked up, hurriedly exclaimed, "Xiaoyan, how did you suddenly start flying? Not only that, but you flew all the way to Yi Royal? You're trending now." Li Xiaoyan, taken aback, responded, "Huh?" Chun Yunjia did not hang up, instead forwarding a video to Li Xiaoyan. Video commentary. Pay attention to this young man. His name is Xiao Shuai. You can see him suddenly appearing in the air, descending slowly without the aid of Pokémon, landing at the Yi Emperor's residence. The video displayed a high-definition image of Li Xiaoyan. Following that, Chun Yunjia sent a barrage of news articles from a certain social media platform, including 2 screenshots. Shocking. An unfamiliar youth descends from the sky into Yi Royal. The Yi Emperor has no heirs. This mysterious youth can enter and exit the Emperor's villa at will. Could it be? Li Xiaoyan was seething with rage. How dare this group from S13 secretly photograph me? Isn't this the Leaf Royal? How did they manage to capture these images? Li Xiaoyan had no desire for fame. Gaining notoriety with his current capabilities would yield nothing but harm. His fiery chicks were still in their nascent stage. And with the carbon little servant still an egg, any adverse impact could lead to dire consequences. If matters escalated, he would have to confront them head-on, come what may. Frustrated, Li Xiaoyan raked his hair in agitation. Damn it, who on earth took these photos? Chun Yunjia reassured him, "Don't fret. I've had my father suppress the trending topic. While I'm unaware of what transpired over the past few days, I trust you wouldn't want to attract attention." "Thank you," Li Xiaoyan replied. Then set about uncovering the puppet master behind this scheme. Ah, the system. He smacked his palm, recalling the newly added feature, and promptly terminated the call to summon the system to reveal the scanned information from that moment. Data retrieval, please check. Li Xiaoyan's gaze darted across the screen as he muttered, "Big-billed bird? Passed. Big-mouthed sparrow? Passed. An 80-level Pokémon?" After a while, amidst the array of Pokémon, Li Xiaoyan finally pinpointed his target. A kingly octillery. This octillery was adept at concealing itself, even evading the keen senses of Victini. As for Li Xiaoyan's rationale behind selecting octillery, it was a notorious villain. coupled with its dark and psychic attributes, as well as its formidable king-level prowess. Who else could he possibly choose? System, unveil its inner thoughts for me. Understood. Li Xiaoyan spoke to Victini. Victini, I believe I found our target. Come over and take a look. All right. Victini soared onto Li Xiaoyan's shoulder, their minds beginning to connect. Octillery, as per the master's command. Capture this individual on film and disseminate it across major platforms. Leaf Royal is expected to return by tomorrow morning at 10. Trending suppression will take approximately half an hour. Octillery, phone stabilized, commencing recording. Li Xiaoyan, Victini. Octillery, task complete, directly publishing. Next, securing the top position on trending. Octillery, task 2, infiltrate major media companies. Li Xiaoyan suppressed the simmering fury within him and spoke in a low voice. Why is this Octillery filming? Who is pulling the strings? Victini pondered. And what is the true objective of this so-called mission? Is it aimed at Xiaoyan or Little Leaf? Li Xiaoyan, perplexed, gazed at Octillery's panel. Lost in thought for a long while. A king-level Octillery is engaged in such antics? This matter cannot be so simple. Beep, beep, beep. It was a call from Lin Jia. Li Xiaoyan answered, and on the other end, Lin Jia's soft voice emerged. Hello? Can you hear me? Li Xiaoyan's tone was somewhat flat. Yes, I can hear you. What is the matter? Although he claimed to hear her, Li Xiaoyan turned the volume up to the maximum and switched to speaker mode, only then managing to catch Lin Jia's words. Lin Jia, somewhat nervous, said, have you seen the trending topics online? Li Xiaoyan replied, yes. Lin Jia explained the current situation. Well, the state of affairs is such that no platform can suppress the trending topic. It's as if the back end has been infiltrated, no matter what we do. We cannot replace the top position. My family is in media as well, and I feared you might misunderstand, which is why I called to clarify. I'm truly sorry. WeVE already initiated measures with Rotom to repair the vulnerabilities, but it will take some time to rectify the situation. Li Xiaoyan expressed his gratitude to Lin Jia. Thank you. You needn't apologize. I understand this matter isn't your fault. Goodbye, take care. Lin Jia sighed in relief. All right, goodbye? After hearing Lin Jia's words, Li Xiaoyan mused. Network vulnerabilities? Could it be that there are multifaceted beasts involved? A message from Leaf Royal arrived. Don't worry. I will handle this matter. Upon reading it, Li Xiaoyan felt reassured, since Uncle Leaf had claimed he would resolve the issue. It seemed he had discovered a way to tackle the situation. With Leaf Royal's capabilities, resolving this would surely be a piece of cake. Chapter 38. The Fire Chick Feeding from Within. When Leaf Royal returned, within half an hour, the trending topic had been effectively suppressed. Leaf Royal posted on Weibo, asserting, this video was synthesized using Photoshop. Please do not trouble the individuals featured in it. Thank you, everyone. Given Leaf Royal's prestige in Huagua, this announcement made the incident vanish as if it had never occurred, with online discussions dissipating into thin air. An increasing number of related events were deleted, and only then did Li Xiaoyan feel a sense of relief. The scene shifts to Li Xiaoyan's room. As he sipped mineral water, he was overjoyed to see Leaf Royal's return and inquired, Uncle Leaf, weren't those media companies infiltrated? How was it ultimately resolved? Leaf Royal chuckled. You know Rotom, right? The electric-type king has raised many powerful Rotoms. I borrowed a few to delve into the computers and confront the mischievous Pokémon. Fortunately, that troublesome Pokémon wasn't very strong. And with the combined effort of those Rotoms, each at least gym level, we managed to apprehend the mischief maker. Li Xiaoyan marveled. That's impressive. But what exactly was that troublesome Pokémon? It couldn't possibly be the mischievous fairy, could it? Time passed to 3 in the afternoon. Cheng Ying and Shinado stood at the door, bidding farewell to Li Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, goodbye. Come visit us again sometime. Li Xiaoyan said his goodbyes to those in Leaf Royal and climbed into the car personally driven by Leaf Royal. Just before leaving, Victini reluctantly bid farewell. Xiaoyan, goodbye. Next time you come, be sure to bring some delicious treats. Li Xiaoyan, sure. Seated in the car, Leaf Royal reminded. Xiaoyan, I'm about to drive. Make sure to buckle up. Li Xiaoyan nodded, indicating he was ready. Leaf Royal slammed the accelerator, and the car sped off like an arrow loosed from a bow. Unimpeded along the way, Li Xiaoyan, sitting in the back seat, could only hold onto the Pokémon egg tightly. Wow, this is akin to riding with a Dragonite. At the center of Rong City. Goodbye, Uncle Leaf. Goodbye, Xiaoyan. After parting ways with Leaf Royal, it took Li Xiaoyan a moment to regain his composure. Gazing at the long unseen front door of his home, he excitedly exclaimed, I'm back. No one responded. A sense of foreboding washed over Li Xiaoyan as he pushed the door open, searching for his parents. Dad? Mom? Where are you? Still, no reply. It was then that Li Xiaoyan noticed a piece of paper on the table, which read, Son, we've gone out to have some fun. We'll be back on Sunday night. You're on your own for dinner. Indeed, parents are the true love. He was merely an afterthought. Li Xiaoyan first made his way to the kitchen to see what ingredients remained. To his shock, the food at home had nearly vanished, leaving only a few bottles of milk. With no choice, Li Xiaoyan headed upstairs to his room, setting down his backpack. After retrieving his clothes and the carbon little servant's egg, he cradled the incubator and ventured out to buy groceries. Let us head to the mall for some supplies. Who wants to come along? As he spoke, the pokeball containing the fire chick stirred slightly. Li Xiaoyan chuckled and released the fire chick. You're quite the restless one, aren't you? Chamo, finally, we can go out and play. Disclaimer, the system's new features include translation. The fire chick leaped onto Li Xiaoyan's head, chirping joyfully. Only then did Li Xiaoyan step outside. Once outside, the fire chick suddenly jumped off Li Xiaoyan's head and dashed ahead, even manually triggering its speed boost ability. Li Xiaoyan felt utterly perplexed. How did the fiery chick suddenly escape? Chamo, long time no see. The fiery chick leaped and bounded towards her. A girl with long black hair, dressed in a light green dress, embraced the fiery chick, gently stroking its head. Upon seeing her, Li Xiaoyan let out a sigh of relief. It was Lin Jia, but why had she changed her hairstyle? Li Xiaoyan vaguely recalled that her previous hairstyle had been a bob cut. Never mind, others' hairstyles were of no concern to her. But wait, why did the fiery chick jump into her arms? After all, I am its trainer. As Li Xiaoyan watched the fiery chick leap into Lin Jia's embrace, she momentarily questioned whether she had mistakenly swapped Pokémon. Surely, Victini wouldn't have swapped her uncle's fiery chick with another, would it? Thinking this, Li Xiaoyan shook her head vigorously, then cast a disappointed glance at the fiery chick. Suddenly, she could empathize with Lin Jia's feelings. Her Pokémon seemed to prefer leaping into the arms of others, which somewhat implied it held her in low regard. The fiery chick. 6. Li Xiaoyan picked up the fiery chick and placed it back atop her head, apologetically saying, Lin Jia, I'm sorry. This fiery chick of mine has a tendency to jump onto others. Lin Jia waved her hands dismissively. It's fine, it's fine. I quite like the fiery chick. May I ask which Pokemon's egg this is? Li Xiaoyan glanced at the time on her phone and replied, It's a charcoal Chinchou-S egg. I'm off to the mall now, bye. Upon hearing that Li Xiaoyan was headed to the mall, Lin Jia inquired, I happen to be going to the mall as well. Shall we go together? Li Xiaoyan considered it for a moment, just as she was about to decline. She heard the fiery chick express a desire to accompany her, so she replied, Sure. The distance from Li Xiaoyan's neighborhood to the trading center was not far. Even walking, they would arrive quickly. Along the way, Lin Jia noticed the Ultra Ball clipped to Li Xiaoyan's belt but refrained from asking further. With the fiery chick perched atop her head and a Pokemon egg cradled in her arms, Li Xiaoyan appeared quite comical to onlookers. However, when they spotted the Ultra Ball beside her belt, they silently closed their mouths. The two conversed intermittently as they walked. Lin Jia, with her delicate hands clasped before her, asked, Which evolution form is your charcoal Chinchou planning to take? Without hesitation, Li Xiaoyan replied, It will definitely be the Blazing Phantom. She then countered, Have you decided on your second Pokemon? Lin Jia thoughtfully rested her chin on her hand and answered, Perhaps Rotom or a fruit bug. After a short while, they finally arrived at the mall. Li Xiaoyan's destination was the Shangtian Trading Center, a mall with a century-old history, rumored to have been founded by a champion-level trainer. Each year, the Shangtian Trading Center hosts a student competition during the back-to-school season. As long as one presents proof of being a student, they can participate in this event. Every participant receives a splendid gift, and those who rank highly are awarded with mysterious prizes. Tonight, there happened to be a novice-level competition, and Li Xiaoyan planned to sign up before shopping. After dinner, she would be able to participate in the competition directly. Li Xiaoyan intended to showcase her Blazing Phantom's prowess to let everyone witness a champion-level strength. Just kidding. Approaching the front desk, she presented her student ID, saying, Hello. I would like to register for tonight's novice competition. This is my Pokemon, the fiery chick. The front desk attendant took Li Xiaoyan's student ID, processed it, and returned it, saying, All right, your number is A044. You will be notified over the loudspeaker when it's time for you to enter. At that moment, Lin Jia also handed her student ID over, stating, Sister, I'd like to register too. My Pokemon is Bulbasaur. After releasing her Bulbasaur, she exclaimed, Tiny eye. Finally out again. The front desk attendant followed the same procedure and said, All right, your number is A045. I hope you both have a great battling experience. Li Xiaoyan smiled at the fiery chick, saying, Let us see the results of your training over these past few days. Chamo, I'll do my best. Lin Jia and Li Xiaoyan wandered around the Shangtian Trading Center, primarily purchasing Pokemon supplies. They did not glance at clothes or cosmetics. And Li Xiaoyan felt genuinely relaxed during this outing. Before her time travel, she had accompanied her mother on shopping trips, where she would always buy a plethora of items. And to make matters worse, Li Xiaoyan had to carry everything by himself. What a hassle. Chapter 39. Buffet anecdote. At 5 in the evening, after finishing her shopping, Li Xiaoyan stood at the center of the trading center. In front of her was a board displaying the locations of the shops. Perusing the map of the Shengtian Trading Center, Li Xiaoyan pondered, what should I eat? Chamo. I want to eat fruits. The fiery chick jumped onto the bulletin board, pointing with its tiny claws at a self-service restaurant. Upon reading the description, Li Xiaoyan nodded. It looks quite good. The self-service restaurant was located on the 3rd floor. Then I'll go eat at McKin King by MHM by. After bidding farewell to Lin Jia, Li Xiaoyan proceeded to the self-service restaurant on the 3rd floor with the fiery chick. The front desk attendant greeted her with a smile. Hello. May I ask how many people are here, including your Pokémon? Li Xiaoyan held up 3 fingers. 3 is it? All right, please follow me. The attendant gestured for her to follow and led her to a table near the center. Observing Li Xiaoyan's spirited demeanor, the attendant assumed she was an ordinary-level trainer and seated her in a location where it was easy to access food. After settling her in, the attendant smiled and said, You can pay here first. It's 58 yuan per person. Also, could you let the other Pokémon out? Li Xiaoyan awkwardly responded, That's not very convenient. The attendant nodded in understanding. Is the other one a Snorlax or a large Pokémon? No worries. We have spaces suitable for Snorlax to dine. Li Xiaoyan quickly interrupted. No? It's neither a Snorlax nor a large Pokémon. Could you please keep the surrounding Pokémon at a distance? It's really not convenient. And please, no photos, thank you. With that, she pointed at the Ultra Ball on her belt. The attendant pondered for a moment, then used the intercom to ask others to maintain order. Onlookers curiously gazed at Li Xiaoyan, some even displaying a flicker of surprise as they recognized her from a video. Wasn't she the one from that viral clip? She looked barely 18. Li Xiaoyan noticed through the system that the strongest Pokémon in the restaurant was merely elite level and feared that if the blazing phantom were to appear, it might frighten them, causing unnecessary trouble. She needed to keep her aura subdued. Taking out the Ultra Ball, Li Xiaoyan pressed the central button and gently tossed it upwards. The patrons gasped at the sight of the Ultra Ball, astonished that this young boy possessed the rumored guardian Pokémon. Note, the term guardian Pokémon encompasses a wide range, and even elite-level Pokémon can be considered as such in Li Xiaoyan's possession. The spectators were merely shocked by the Ultra Ball. Chamo. Benefactor. What is wrong? Upon the blazing phantom's emergence, it contained its aura to merely that of a gym level, causing the lesser Pokémon present to tremble in fear. Li Xiaoyan apologized to the frightened Pokémon. I'm sorry. It's my fault for scaring you. Please don't be afraid. As a gesture of goodwill, feel free to enjoy anything here. The group of Pokémon looked at the blazing phantom with lingering trepidation, understanding that it was the cause of their fright. The blazing phantom followed Li Xiaoyan's lead in offering apologies. Chamo. My benefactor is absolutely right. It is indeed my fault. As a token of my apology, feel free to indulge in the offerings here. The group of Pokémon relaxed at this, realizing that this esteemed gym leader was truly a kind soul who had graciously invited them to partake in a feast. However, they overlooked the fact that they were dining at a buffet, and their trainer had already settled the bill long ago. The various trainers present murmured in surprise. The pressure emanating from the blazing fiery specter quickly dissipated, yet the restaurant manager still sensed it and rushed over, fearing that a trainer had become enraged. Sir, is there something amiss with our establishment? Li Xiaoyan shook his head apologetically. It is merely that my fiery companion possesses overwhelming power, and I inadvertently frightened them. I shall take my leave now. Just as he turned to exit, the restaurant manager hurriedly approached him, saying, Oh, I did not intend to place any blame upon you. Turning to the assembled patrons, the manager declared, How about this? Today, I shall cover the entire bill for all of you. A voice from the crowd chimed in with enthusiasm. Wonderful. Instantly, the restaurant was filled with laughter and cheer. Some even approached Li Xiaoyan, inquiring if they could take a photo with his fiery companion. Li Xiaoyan politely declined, indicating that he needed his fiery spectre-esque consent first. Throughout the meal, Li Xiaoyan, along with his fiery chick and blazing spectre, enjoyed themselves thoroughly. The restaurant manager, aware that fiery chicks tend to enjoy swallowing small pebbles, even took the initiative to find some easily digestible stones for the chick. Once Li Xiaoyan finished his meal, the restaurant manager called out to him, Excuse me, sir. Could you please wait a moment? Li Xiaoyan was puzzled as to why the manager was suddenly approaching him. What is it? Maintaining a cheerful demeanor, the manager spoke. Would it be possible for me to film a promotional video with you? All you and your Pokémon need to do is stand here and say welcome to Shisu Restaurant. Li Xiaoyan tactfully declined. I'm afraid I'm not keen on being in the spotlight right now. If it weren't for wanting to treat my fiery specter to something nice, I would have been content to cook instant noodles at home. The restaurant manager handed Li Xiaoyan a card with his contact information. Would this be acceptable? Please add me on QQ. After I film the promotional video, I want to release it until you feel your strength has improved. Considering that one should not strike a friendly face, Li Xiaoyan added the manager on QQ and assured him that once he reached the elite level, he would allow the video to be shared. The restaurant manager, pleased, then handed Li Xiaoyan another card. This is a lifetime membership card for our establishment. With this card, you can enjoy unlimited meals here at any time. Li Xiaoyan gazed at the manager in disbelief, saying, I haven't done anything to deserve such a favor. The manager replied with a grin, indeed. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Li Xiaoyan scratched his head and chuckled. Ahem, just a jest. Once I grow stronger, I will indeed allow you to share the video. I, Li Xiaoyan, am not one to forget a favor, nor would I ever speak of taking advantage. The manager produced a professional camera, and after Li Xiaoyan and his fiery chick recited their lines, he offered continuous praise, making Li Xiaoyan feel a bit bashful. At that moment, an announcement from the Shengtian Commerce Association echoed throughout the venue. Attention, contestant A044 and contestant A025, please proceed to the central battle arena. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyan turned to his fiery chick and said, It's your turn to shine. Chamo, I will do my best. The fiery chick responded with confidence. After undergoing training with Victini, it had transformed into a formidable force. Chapter 40, Contestant A044 Li Xiaoyan. Upon realizing it was time for him to take the stage, Li Xiaoyan hastened toward the central battle arena. Along the way, he encountered Chun Yunjie, and they exchanged greetings. Chun Yunjie's roulette playfully frolicked above their heads alongside the fiery chick. Chun Yunjie scanned the vicinity as if searching for someone. Good evening, Xiaoyan. Are you here to participate in tonight's battle? Acknowledging Chun Yunjie's inquiry, Li Xiaoyan nodded. Yes, it's the perfect opportunity for my fiery chick to showcase its skills. Chamo, I am quite strong, the fiery chick exclaimed excitedly. Chun Yunjie scrutinized the fiery chick closely, then glanced behind Li Xiaoyan, expressing his admiration. I can see that your fiery chick has become even stronger. Li Xiaoyan, puzzled by Chun Yunjie's behavior, wondered if something rare was behind him that he kept staring at. Is there something behind me? Chun Yunjie looked at Li Xiaoyan with a strange expression and asked, Is it just you? Li Xiaoyan replied with a hint of confusion, Yes, it's just me. Does my being alone displease you? Chun Yunjie muttered to himself, Strange, too strange. This shouldn't be happening. Seeing Chun Yunjie in such a state, Li Xiaoyan decided to ignore it and continued toward the central battle arena, with Chun Yunjie trailing behind, muttering, This shouldn't be happening. After a few minutes of walking, they arrived at the central battle arena. Spotting the staff, Li Xiaoyan approached and presented his number. Contestant A025 had already arrived, a rather ordinary-looking young boy accompanied by a Mac Hop. Once he displayed his number, the host instructed both to take their positions on the command stage. After a brief introduction of the Pokémon for the third match, namely A044's Fiery Chick and A025's Mac Hop, the host declared, Let the third battle of the evening officially commence. The respective Pokémon quickly steadied themselves, and as the countdown concluded, both trainers simultaneously commanded, Fiery Chick, focus your energy. Mac Hop, focus your energy. The two Pokémon intensely locked eyes, an almost tangible aura enveloping them as their gazes hardened with determination. To everyone's astonishment, it was the Fiery Chick who completed its focus first. Seeing the Fiery Chick's spirited demeanor, Li Xiaoyan's lips curled into a smile as he waved his hand forward. Fiery Chick, unleash a charged flame strike. Let us end this swiftly. The petite Fiery Chick ignited in flames, charging toward Mac Hop with determination. The boy, believing he was facing a simple brute force attack from the Fiery Chick, devised a countermeasure. Mac Hop, use tackle once it gets close. Mac Hop lifted its left foot, preparing to deliver the strike, waiting for the Fiery Chick's approach. However, thanks to its recent training, the Fiery Chick effortlessly dodged the attack and subsequently slammed its fiery body against Matchup's head. The impact left Mac Hop dazed, swaying unsteadily as though intoxicated. Mac Hop, you scratch. The boy, witnessing his Mac Hop miss its attack, became flustered, his commands turning muddled in his panic. Dazed, Mac Hop could hardly differentiate east from west and merely performed a scratch, albeit not directed at the Fiery Chick. Li Xiaoyan chuckled slightly at the scene, realizing this was not a mere turn-based game. Since you won't attack, then I shall not hold back, he declared. Fiery Chick, use Ember. The Fiery Chick, responding to the command, released a barrage of small fireballs. This sight evoked memories of childhood days spent playing with firecrackers, quick as a flash. Whoosh, boom, Makhop instinctively raised its hands to shield itself from the sparks. However, it was too late. The fireball struck directly on Makhop's face. Letting out a pained cry, Machop's trainer cursed under his breath and shouted, "Makhop, are you all right?" Surrounding spectators couldn't help but cover their faces, knowing full well that trouble was brewing. Why even ask? It's quite obvious. If you truly believe there is a matter at hand, then surrender quickly. Even the host, unable to bear the sight, contemplated offering him an escape. "It seems your armored Pokémon is not in peak condition today. Perhaps you should let it rest?" The boy, number 25, shook his head confidently and declared, "My armored Pokémon is still ready for battle." The host, upon hearing this, could only smile wryly, not expecting such stubbornness from this individual. "Armored Pokémon, charge forth. Use knockdown." Li Xiaoyan watched in disbelief as he ordered, then exhaled softly before continuing, "Use charged flame attack. Here it comes. Behold my ultimate technique." The fire chick, having enhanced its speed thrice, seemed to vanish into thin air. Before the armored Pokémon could locate its position, it was struck from the side by the fire chick. Yet, this blow did not incapacitate the armored Pokémon. Li Xiaoyan was astonished by its resilience. He had just checked its stats through the system. This armored Pokémon was merely level 7 and had withstood so many attacks from the fire chick. Li Xiaoyan remarked, "This is the strongest armored Pokémon I have ever seen." The fallen armored Pokémon, refusing to concede, rose once more, prompting the audience to commend its tenacity. "Armored Pokémon, you are indeed impressive, but do not push yourself. Yes, don't strain yourself over this minor contest." Li Xiaoyan glanced at the trainer of the armored Pokémon and noted that the boy number 25 bore an unfriendly expression. "Ah, it seems not everyone cares for their Pokémon. Even after such a beating, he refuses to surrender? Is this not an obvious one-sided match?" The armored Pokémon struggled to rise, and Li Xiaoyan urged, "Yield. Your Pokémon is but a flickering candle in the wind. Continuing this battle would be unwise." The fire chick gathered a small orb of flame at its beak, as if to say, "If you do not surrender, this spark will strike your armored Pokémon. Enough. Return, armored Pokémon." The boy number 25 turned his back and departed from the Shengtian Chamber of Commerce, heading towards the Pokémon Center. The host sighed in relief, grateful that the boy ultimately recalled his armored Pokémon. He then announced the result of the match. "Congratulations to contestant A044 for securing victory." The audience applauded for the fire chick, which reveled in the adulation, nodding its head in gratitude towards the spectators as if thanking them for their support. Chapter 41. Everyone must lose at least once. After Li Xiaoyan's match concluded, the next bout featured Lin Jia. Her opponent was a Zubat. Under the control of Bulbasaur's Vine Whip, even the Zubat, which had a quadruple resistance to grass-type moves, fell victim to Bulbasaur's relentless strikes. Let us congratulate contestant A045's Bulbasaur for triumphing over contestant A027 Zubat. Lin Jia cheered as she embraced Bulbasaur, exclaiming, "Hooray, Bulbasaur, we have won." Nearby the healing device, Li Xiaoyan spotted the rejuvenated fire chick and quickly scooped it into his arms to prevent it from leaping back into Lin Jia's tender embrace. The fire chick mused, "Actually, the Shengtian Chamber of Commerce does have a healing device. It's just that the boy number 25 was too prideful to stay for treatment." Lin Jia descended from the battle platform, similarly cradling Bulbasaur as she approached the healing device. Li Xiaoyan remained unaware of her arrival, engaged in conversation with Chun Yunjia when he suddenly noticed Chun Yunjia's foot retreating. Li Xiaoyan squinted, focusing intently on him, and slowly inquired, "Yunjia, what is wrong with your foot?" Upon hearing his name, Chun Yunjia immediately halted, feigning nonchalance as he replied, "Nothing at all." He even let out a rare whistle. At that moment, Chun Yunjia's Noctowl grabbed its Pokeball with its tiny claws and soared towards the commercial street. Chun Yunjia quickly gave chase, calling out, "Hey, Noctowl, don't go. Wait for me." Li Xiaoyan shook his head in disbelief. "To allow your own Pokemon to casually seize its Pokeball. Chun Yunjia, you are truly lacking as a trainer." In the distance, Chun Yunjia sneezed. "Achoo, who's talking about me?" Noctowl returned to perch atop Chun Yunjia's head, while he, hands in pockets, murmured softly to himself as he strolled through the commercial street. "Xiaoyan, why do you focus solely on Pokemon? Here it comes. Hello, beautiful lady." Just as Li Xiaoyan remained puzzled, the fire chick's call snapped him back to reality. He turned to see Lin Jia's youthful and endearing face. Just as he was about to speak, the mall's intercom announced, "Contestants A031 and A064, please proceed to the central battle arena." A young man with hair as red as blazing flames, clad in a crimson cloak, and bearing a beauty mark at the corner of his right eye approached the staff. "I am contestant A064. Upon seeing the red-haired youth's badge, The staff instructed him to take his place at the command position and wait for the arrival of the other contestant. A minute later, contestant A032 also arrived at the central arena. Upon recognizing this contestant, Li Xiaoyan crossed his arms and nodded slowly. Indeed, this was his classmate, Zhang Sanshi. Zhang Sanshi, exuding an aura of confidence, swaggered to the command position and released his froki. The red-haired youth, upon witnessing this, chose to deliver a scathing remark. Why not surrender now? Zhang Sanshi frowned and scoffed. Humph, how can one know without trying? Hearing Zhang Sanshi's retort, the red-haired youth had no choice but to concede. Very well. Since you insist on continuing this battle, I shall not hold back. A new leaf meow materialized in the arena. Zhang Sanshi remarked. Now, the momentum is half lost already. As the countdown concluded, the match officially commenced. Meow? At the start of the battle, Leaf Meow made no move, instead leisurely massaging its forepaws, emitting a soothing sound. Seizing the moment, Zhang Sanshi immediately commanded, Froki, use quick attack. Froki scampered rapidly across the ground, but as it approached Leaf Meow, its energy began to wane. Outside the arena, Lin Jia asked, Li Xiaoyan, do you smell that fragrance? Li Xiaoyan nodded in response. Indeed. That is the aroma emitted by Leaf Meow after it massages its forepaws. Thankfully, it is not the one that has just basked in the sun. Otherwise, Zhang Sanshi might as well surrender. Back in the arena, as Leaf Meow utilized Leaf Tornado, Froki's speed diminished slightly. The red-haired youth subtly shook his head, directing Leaf Meow to attack Froki. Leaf Meow cast a flirtatious glance, and with a glow emanating from its neck, several verdant leaves materialized. As Froki leaped, Leaf Meow hurled the leaves at it. Froki's forepaws reached for the bubbles on its chest, maintaining the speed of quick attack, and the white bubbles were launched forth. The inevitable outcome of the collision between the bubbles and the leaves was clear. The leaves pierced through the bubbles, inflicting wounds upon Froki's body. Nevertheless, Froki persevered, continuing its quick attack. Fortunately, in the next moment, Froki successfully leapt above Leaf Meow. Zhang Sanshi urgently commanded, use pound. Froki's paws glimmered with white light as it attempted to deliver a striking blow. The red-haired youth coolly responded, ambush. Froki was swift, but Leaf Meow was swifter. Leaf Meow's forepaws turned jet black, leaping to Froki's side in a heartbeat. Cat scratch. Leaf Meow grinned mischievously, its forepaw aimed at Froki's side. Froki resolved to exchange injury for injury, and just before Leaf Meow could strike its flank, a flurry of bubbles obscured Leaf Meow's vision, with some bursting right before its eyes. The ambush did indeed strike Froki, and Froki retaliated with a pound atop Leaf Meow's head. Yet, the damage inflicted was far from substantial. Froki felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. A cat and a frog returned to the ground, ready to clash. With a synchronized command, both participants seemed intent on determining the outcome with this decisive move. The sharp claws of new Leaf Meow glimmered ominously, while the white paws of the Krogunk shone even brighter. As their claws and paws collided, the two Pokémon stood firmly on the battlefield, and new Leaf Meow began to pant. Zhang Sanshi withdrew his Krogunk, preserving its pride. The audience erupted into applause, heralding this as a flawless match. The red-haired youth recalled new Leaf Meow, while Zhang Sanshi prepared to leave, only to be called back by the former. Zhang Sanshi retorted, what is it? Do you wish to mock me? The red-haired youth shook his head, indicating no malice. No, I merely wish to express that it was an exhilarating battle. After waving goodbye, Zhang Sanshi approached the healing device, spotting Li Xiaoyan and Lin Jia. However, he feigned ignorance of their presence. Although defeat is commonplace in battle, the embarrassment of his loss was still palpable, and he deemed it best to act as if he was unaware of their gaze. Chapter 42, Fighting Chick. The first round of this rookie tournament concluded swiftly. After all, it was a baby competition and rapid battles were to be expected. Although 64 contestants had registered, only 32 appeared, with absentees citing last-minute engagements or stage fright, while some Pokémon simply refused to battle due to fatigue. The host deemed these circumstances entirely normal. As the 16 matches wrapped up, the clock struck 8 in the evening. Another 8 Pokémon, weary from their exertions, opted to withdraw. The host did not press them to continue, allowing the remaining 8 to rest before resuming the competition. Li Xiaoyan faced a formidable opponent in the form of an Electrode. Upon viewing the system display, he inwardly lamented, an Electrode with static ability? This could be troublesome. With a base speed of 100, Electrode overshadowed the unaccelerated Torchic. Coupled with its static ability, Torchic's effective offensive options dwindled to merely a single move, Ember. The battle commenced. Torchic, use Ember. Although Torchic was not particularly swift, Li Xiaoyan believed that with quick verbal commands, he could execute his move before the opponent. Torchic unleashed a fireball, while Electrode shimmered with a golden electric glow, successfully blocking the Ember attack. Charging up, are we? Li Xiaoyan thought, realizing the implications. The charge move would bolster Electrode's special defense and enhance its subsequent electric attacks. Electrode, use Charge Beam. Electrode's eyes sharpened, emitting visible electric waves from its body. Recognizing the threat, Li Xiaoyan commanded Torchic to use Quick Attack to evade the eerie electric waves. Torchic executed the Quick Attack, its speed surging once more, narrowly escaping the range of the electric waves. The opponent's strategy was methodical and demonstrated a preference for enhancing their own abilities while diminishing those of others. Electrode, strike with Thunderbolt when it slows down. As Torchic regained its footing, it saw a lightning bolt resembling a serpent surging towards it. What on earth? Torchic had no choice but to use Quick Attack again to evade the enhanced Thunderbolt while Li Xiaoyan sought a countermeasure. Electrode momentarily halted, and seizing the opportunity, Li Xiaoyan directed Torchic to unleash its charged move. If it can strike a critical hit, all these enhancements will be for naught. Torchic focused intently on Electrode, attempting to discern its vulnerabilities. Now, Torchic's speed had surpassed that of Electrode, a double-edged sword for Li Xiaoyan. This necessitates a swift resolution. Torchic, use Overheat. Responding to Li Xiaoyan's command, Torchic enveloped itself in flames and charged towards Electrode. Its eyes scanned for Electrode's weak points, but found nothing beyond its eyes. Electrode crackled with electric energy, launching several thunderbolts in rapid succession. Torchic maneuvered through the electric storm, creating a dazzling display of sparks. Unfortunately, one of the thunderbolts found its mark, yet Torchic, undeterred, retaliated with a fierce kick. The impact sent Electrode reeling backward, electricity sparking across its body. Li Xiaoyan recognized this as one of Electrode's characteristics, the potential for a self-destruct explosion. Electrode managed to control its impending detonation, while its trainer withdrew the Pokeball. Just then, a spark of electricity danced across Torchic. Oh no, it's paralyzed. Torchic's hard-earned speed was halved. The opponent, seizing the moment, commanded, unleash successive thunderbolts. Electrode fired another thunderbolt, which Torchic narrowly avoided, retaliating with another fireball. The ensuing explosion between the Ember and the thunderbolt forced Torchic to step back. Li Xiaoyan's eyes lit up as the words critical hit flashed on Torchic's system panel. Torchic, aim for the critical hit. Electrode, Thunderbolt. Electrode unleashed yet another Thunderbolt. But Torchic adeptly dodged before it could strike. As another electric arc flickered across Torchic, Li Xiaoyan felt a twinge of concern. Holding Torchic's Pokeball in hand, he prepared to recall it at any moment. Fortunately, this arc was merely a display of electric prowess, not severely impeding Torchic's movements. Seizing the opportunity as Electrode experienced recoil from its Thunderbolt, Torchic unleashed a claw strike infused with dark energy across Electrode's face. At that moment, Electrode lost control over its impending explosion. Luckily, both trainers simultaneously recalled their Pokémon, averting disaster. Electrode's trainer exited the arena, having lost the match, intending to wait by the healing station until his Pokémon was restored before departing. At the healing device, Li Xiaoyan healed Torchic and, upon releasing it, asked, "Do you wish to continue battling? If not, we can forfeit. I still wish to fight." Torchic, revitalized and brimming with determination, yearned to press onward. A true fighting chick must never cease its battles. Linjia, however, chose not to push Bulbasaur further, as consecutive matches had taken a toll on both her and Bulbasaur. Additionally, with classes looming the next day, a lack of rest could prove problematic. Li Xiaoyan inquired, "Aren't you going to continue?" Linjia nodded, gently stroking Bulbasaur's head as she replied, "Yes, Bulbasaur is tired, and I'm letting it rest. Plus, we have a class with Yanhan tomorrow." Hearing this, Li Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled. "Finally, I can catch up on sleep in class tomorrow." Linjia, Yanhan. Li Xiaoyan possessed a solid grasp of theoretical knowledge. On one occasion, after dozing off in class, Yanhan had awoken him and quizzed him on various questions. Whether simple, such as the typing of Gyarados, or obscure, like how the move Rollout inflicts damage, Li Xiaoyan answered fluently, prompting Yanhan to overlook his napping in class. Yanhan declared that as long as Li Xiaoyan could pass the tests he administered each month, he could sleep soundly during his lectures. Returning to the matter at hand, the rookie tournament hosted by the Shengtian Merchant Association had narrowed down to its final two contenders, Li Xiaoyan and the red-haired youth wielding New Leaf Meow. One could only wonder what sparks would fly between them. Chapter 43, Three Heroes Battle the Fox. Li Xiaoyan gazed fervently at the crimson-haired youth, bracing himself for the final battle. "I concede," the red-haired boy declared as his opening statement. and Li Xiaoyan refrained from urging him to engage in combat, recognizing that avoiding unnecessary conflict was prudent. A sigh of relief escaped Li Xiaoyan. The fervor he had displayed moments before was merely a facade. While the fire chick indeed enjoyed a competitive advantage in attributes, its stamina was rapidly depleting after several accelerated battles. The sense of exhaustion on a psychological level could not be remedied by mere healing devices. The audience, upon hearing the red-haired boy's admission of defeat, expressed understanding, as it was evident that the Pokémon of high school seniors were typically fledgling creatures with limited endurance. At that moment, the host presented Li Xiaoyan with the champion's prize, a gleaming golden cube. This cube was the latest item developed by a prominent domestic company, mirroring the effect of the bug spray Li Xiaoyan had previously purchased in the game. However, this cube was designed for sustainable use. Once the potion within was depleted, it could be replenished. Moreover, the aesthetic appeal of the cube was quite striking, prompting Li Xiaoyan to attach it to his belt alongside his Ultra Balls. Curiously, every time he beheld the cube, he felt an inexplicable urge to dye his hair green, a jest. After receiving his accolades, Li Xiaoyan and Lin Jia chose not to linger at the central arena, opting instead to explore the Shengtian Commerce Association for a while. While shopping, Li Xiaoyan attempted to ascertain whether Chen Yunjia had departed. Just as he began his search, Chen Yunjia messaged him, advising him to enjoy himself. However, the shopping expedition proved rather uneventful. Without purchasing any clothing or cosmetics, half an hour later, the two prepared to return home. Goodbye. Yet, it appeared their routes home were strikingly similar. They strolled together until reaching the entrance of their residential complex, at which point Li Xiaoyan realized that Lin Jia also resided in his neighborhood. This time, their farewell was genuine, and Li Xiaoyan approached his own front door. The house was brightly lit, and gazing at the familiar glow, Li Xiaoyan felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Clearly, his parents had returned from their travels. "I'm home," Li Xiaoyan exclaimed as he opened the door, discovering his parents engrossed in a television show, while Zoroark and Brimstone were tidying up the household. Li Luoqing rose, snatched the broom from Zoroark's grasp, and began sweeping with exaggerated fervor. Zoroark, accustomed to this routine, simply observed. Moreover, Li Luoqing pretended to just notice Li Xiaoyan's presence, feigning surprise as he said, "Oh, Xiaoyan, you're back. How was your trip these past few days?" Li Luoqing couldn't shake the feeling that something about his son was different. Why was his son cradling an egg? And what was that Ultra Ball doing there? How had he returned from the Ye royalty with so many items? Could it be? Li Luoqing said earnestly, "Son, we mustn't always rely on others. It's one thing to take so much from Lord Ye, but I'll call him later to arrange a time to return these things." Li Xiaoyan gazed at his father with innocent eyes, eager to explain, "This egg belongs to an injured scorching blade ghost. It collapsed at Uncle Ye's home. And after I healed it, it gifted me this egg." Li Xiaoyan recounted the incident, omitting any mention of Victini. Li Luoqing remained skeptical. Why did all the good fortune seem to gravitate toward his son? Dragon Spiral Abyss. How dare you say that? After inquiring with Lady Ye, Li Luoqing's demeanor brightened, and he clapped Li Xiaoyan on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Truly, you are my son, Li Luoqing." With a playful shift in tone, he added, "Son, would it be possible for your father to meet Scorching Blade Ghost?" Li Xiaoyan summoned the Scorching Blade Ghost, which, at that moment, exuded a modest aura, merely having embarked on its journey into the gym. Gradually, the Scorching Blade Ghost revealed its true prowess. Li Luoqing scrutinized the Pokémon, marveling. Is this truly the king-level Scorching Blade Ghost? Remarkably powerful. On the other hand, Shi Shintong, upon seeing the Scorching Blade Ghost, exclaimed, "This Scorching Blade Ghost is genuinely formidable. I had been pondering who our family's first king-level Pokémon might be. I initially thought it would be the Infernape, yet I never expected you, son, to have a king-level Pokémon voluntarily follow you." Roar. Who? The Infernape, sensing the unfamiliar yet potent aura, mistook it for an intruder and leaped through the window. It dashed into the living room, where it found Li Luoqing and Shi Shintong surrounding the Scorching Blade Ghost, showering it with praise. Li Xiaoyan felt as though something had shattered into pieces. "Infernape, allow me to introduce our new member." Li Luoqing prompted Li Xiaoyan to present the Scorching Blade Ghost to everyone, then led them to the backyard for the other Pokémon to meet their new companion and become acquainted. However, the Scorching Blade Ghost chose to conceal its king-level abilities, opting to play the role of a small mountain pig amidst the fiery roars. "Let me introduce you. This is Grass Eevee. And this is Tauros." The Scorching Blade Ghost engaged in friendly exchanges with Li Xiaoyan's parents' Pokémon, while the Infernape stepped forward, eager to challenge the Scorching Blade Ghost to a friendly match. The Scorching Blade Ghost waved its hands, indicating it was not inclined to battle at that moment, suggesting they could discuss it later. Jengar then approached, expressing a desire for a friendly duel as well, but the Scorching Blade Ghost declined that request too. Nearby, Zoroark began to taunt. He. Oh dear. Why aren't you fighting? I was hoping to see who would come out on top. Huh. Why is this fox talking so much nonsense? Roar. It has always been this way. Jengar. Why don't we? The result was that the three Pokémon reached a consensus to engage Zoroark in a Pokémon version of three heroes battling Lubu. During the skirmish, Zoroark, noticing the other two were not participating, unleashed a Shadow Ball towards the newcomer. The Scorching Blade Ghost effortlessly cleaved Zoroark's Shadow Ball in half with a single strike of its Grudge Blade, subtly revealing its true might. Zoroark X. The outcome was predictable. Witnessing the frolicking Pokémon, Li Xiaoyan couldn't help but reflect. His household had gained several new members in recent days. First, there was his fire chick. Then his father as Zoroark captured in the secret realm, followed by the Scorching Blade Ghost, which willingly offered to be his protector, and soon, the egg of the charcoal servant awaited hatching. His home was becoming increasingly lively. Chapter 44. Traits. Li Xiaoyan closely observed the skirmish among the three Pokémon, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. After the amusing episode, he engaged in a discussion with Reshiram about future paths, unwittingly conversing until the clock struck midnight. That night, Li Xiaoyan finally voiced his lingering doubts. Brother Reshiram, why do you always let Palkia take the blame? Reshiram's steady voice replied, what are you saying? Everything I've mentioned is true. All of it was Palkia's doing. Whether it's the secret realms you speak of, or my position being swapped, it's all Palkia's handiwork. When you encounter similar situations in the future, you will instinctively attribute it to him. Li Xiaoyan concurred. Oh. Palkia is indeed a source of concern. His penchant for conflict is both naive and playful. Palkia. 6. After a lengthy and candid exchange, Li Xiaoyan spent considerable time scrolling through short videos before finally preparing for sleep. Consequently, when Li Xiaoyan awoke the next morning, it was already 8 o'clock, making him late. And he arrived tardily to Shinhan's class. Clutching a nurturing device in his arms and wearing a backpack, he struggled to ascend to the 3rd floor. After knocking on the door, Li Xiaoyan gasped, report. Upon seeing Li Xiaoyan, Yanhan's expression shifted slightly, and he replied gently, Come in. Once seated, Li Xiaoyan placed the egg of the charcoal little attendant on the desk, stowed his backpack in the drawer, and then retrieved his textbooks. After extracting the books, Li Xiaoyan gradually closed his eyes. When Yanhan approached, he noticed the luxury ball dangling from Li Xiaoyan's belt and the Pokémon egg on the table. Unable to resist lingering a moment longer. Has he already begun preparing to nurture a second Pokémon? I hope he doesn't neglect the training of his fiery chick. It seems everyone has arrived. It's time to commence the lesson. Noticing that all the students were present, Yanhan began his class for the day. Today, the topic was traits, the ascendancy and diminution of abilities. The affable Yanhan summoned his trusty scarf-wearing ruffian and ruffian crocodile. As the roars of the two Pokémon echoed, Li Xiaoyan slowly began to awaken. Upon recognizing the appearance of the two Pokémon, he yawned and jested. Brother Han, is your ace a domineering panda from Shu? The seemingly honest Yanhan scratched his head shyly and chuckled. Indeed, my ace is a domineering panda caught in Shu. It took quite an effort to acquire it. After sharing this, Yanhan recounted a popular joke circulating online, that everyone in Shu possesses a mischievous panda, which is truly formidable. With the humor dispensed, Yanhan transitioned into the core of the lesson, instructing, let us delve into the subject of traits. Please turn to the section on traits in your textbooks. Once all the students had turned to the appropriate page, Yanhan commenced his lecture. Every Pokémon possesses a trait. And today we will explore the classifications of traits that have a broader scope. Yanhan's ruffian crocodile demonstrated the intimidate trait, while the scarf-wearing ruffian showcased overconfidence, illustrating the effects of ability diminishment and enhancement. The intimidate trait is a quintessential example of a trait that lowers an opponent's capabilities, effectively diminishing their physical attack upon entry. Other traits capable of reducing an opponent's abilities include the fluffy trait of the fluff family, the sticky trait of the stick family, and the curly trait of the special three-mole family from the beautiful country. After elucidating the first point of knowledge, Yanhan took a sip of cool water, allowing the students to digest the information. A few moments later, he proceeded to the second point. My scarf-wearing ruffian possesses the overconfidence trait, which augments its physical attack after defeating an opposing Pokémon. Concerned that some students might drift off, Yanhan proposed a no-prize quiz. Who can name a trait that enhances one's own ability levels? Lin Jia raised her hand, and upon being acknowledged, she stood to respond. I know. The speed boost trait of the fiery chick enhances its speed. Yin Han nodded appreciatively, commending Lin Jia before allowing her to sit down. He then called upon Bai Qingyan to answer the next question. Surprised, Bai Qingyan rose and calmly stated, Lucario's inner focus and justified traits respectively enhance its speed and physical attack levels. This time, Li Xiaoyan also volunteered an answer, prompting Yin Han to nod in satisfaction. Li Xiaoyan was finally taking the initiative to respond in class. He provided 2 examples, one known as the Rage Point trait, which maximizes its physical attack level but only activates when struck at a vital point. The other, known as Shattered Armor, is a double-edged sword. It diminishes physical defense upon receiving physical damage while significantly boosting speed. If wielded well, it can be a powerful weapon. If misused, it can inflict a fatal blow on the Pokémon. These 2 traits were not unfamiliar to Li Xiaoyan. One belonged to his father's Tauros, while the other was attributed to his bodyguard song, Yin Jian Gui. Upon hearing Li Xiaoyan's examples, Yin Han promptly applauded and praised him. After Li Xiaoyan sat down, he began to doze off again. Yin Han, exasperated, observed Li Xiaoyan's slumbering form. Li Xiaoyan is exceptional in many respects, yet he has an affinity for napping during my class. He is diligent in other tasks, but he loves to sleep. Is my class truly that soporific? It's challenging for outsiders to attend my lectures. According to personal accounts, Little Yan's class is the most conducive to slumber. In the last 3 minutes before class concluded, Li Xiaoyan revived, stretching lazily. Seeing this, the classmates understood that the class was nearing its end, and the atmosphere grew lively with chatter. After the lesson, Yin Han exited the classroom. Lin Ji, Bai Qingyan, Chen Yunjia, and Zhang Sanshi sat in a row, all gazing at the Pokémon egg on Li Xiaoyan's desk. Lin Ji was the first to inquire, Xiaoyan, what Pokémon does this egg belong to? Li Xiaoyan replied, this is the egg of the charcoal little attendant. Bai Qingyan spoke with a hint of envy. Are you planning to evolve it into a blazing knight or its Song Yin Jian Gui? To this, Li Xiaoyan responded with a playful ghost. Bai Qingyan nodded in understanding. Chen Yunjia, however, seemed less interested in Li Xiaoyan's new Pokémon and redirected the conversation. How did your gameplay yesterday go? In response to Chen Yunjia's inquiry, Li Xiaoyan retorted, how can you even ask? It was so dull after you left. I wandered around aimlessly, with no one to converse with. Chen Yunjia replied, Chapter 45, The True Arceus did it. Time flew by, and the months passed in a blur. Before long, December arrived, and the fiery chick had steadily leveled up to 15 over the past 3 months. These months comprised a routine of training, attending classes, and dining, an unremarkable cycle of daily activities. Meanwhile, news of the second trial seemed to have vanished into the abyss. According to Hiram, it simply wasn't the right time. When fate called for the second trial, it would arrive unbidden. Hiram left Li Xiaoyan with a cryptic phrase to ponder, what is your truth? This statement troubled Li Xiaoyan for quite some time. What indeed was his truth? Since the addition of a new member to the family, the fiery monkey often engaged in practice with its song, Yin Jian Gui. The fiery monkey faced repeated defeats but continued to strive valiantly. With each battle, its strength gradually improved, rekindling Li Xiaoyan's long-dormant desire to grow stronger. The previous exploration of the secret realm had revealed to him the inadequacy of his abilities. Only by constantly evolving could he safeguard his loved ones. Fiery monkey, let us continue to grow stronger. A fierce clash of fists between the boy and the monkey stirred an exhilarating fervor. Yet in reality, Li Xiaoyan sat on a swing in the backyard, a cup of cola in hand. After taking a hearty sip, he inquired, Mom, how many times has Dad said that this month? Shi Xintong, perched atop her 7 stars bird, glanced at the ignited Li Luocheng and replied helplessly, it seems to be the 10th time. Meanwhile, Zoroark, beside them, had ignited with enthusiasm. Having learned powerful moves such as Will-O-Wisp and Sucker Punch with the assistance of 3 mentors, Li Xiaoyan marveled inwardly, astonished at the remarkable aptitude of this shiny Zoroark. Under the guidance of its predecessors, Zoroark's prowess was flourishing, truly a fortunate opportunity. Dad, I'm heading to school now. Please take care of the Pokémon egg. Oh, and there's no need for Gung Gui to accompany me anymore. With Song Yin Jian Gui's assistance, my safety is assured. For the past 3 months, Li Xiaoyan had walked to school alone, with Gung Gui initially eager to follow him, only to be called back by Li Luocheng later. However, after being summoned back, Gung Gui stuffed Li Xiaoyan's backpack with an assortment of items, tissues, chocolates, colas, all crammed in with a single statement, just in case. Under the tender care of Li Xiaoyan's family, the egg of the little charcoal attendant occasionally quivers, and Li Xiaoyan eagerly anticipates the day it hatches. At the headquarters of the Alliance in the capital, Victini perches upon Yi Huang's shoulder, his expression gravely serious. Melu Melu, what troubles you? A one-eyed silver giant, Melu Meta, inquires upon seeing Victini's solemn demeanor. Do you sense the space trembling? Victini, after speaking, begins to savor the chips that Yi Huang has procured for him. Melu Melu, no, I don't. The one-eyed giant shakes his head, indicating that he feels no anomaly. It must merely be my illusion. Victini decides to dismiss the thought and continues to munch on his chips. Melu Melu, would you care for my snacks? They're delightful. Melu Meta produces a handful of screws from seemingly nowhere and offers them to Victini. Victini hastily waves his hands, insisting that he is content with his chips and does not require any hard objects shared with him. Champion Yubin stands before an oil painting. Yi Huang unable to discern his features clearly, yet he pays no mind, speaking to himself. Old Yu, it seems a batch of poachers has recently arrived in the country. How do you intend to handle it? Should we capture them all at once or take a different approach? Yubin gazes at the pearls depicted in the painting, replying. Thus and so. Yi Huang, upon hearing this, praises him. Yubin, with your thick brows and large eyes, you appear to be an honest man. Yet I never imagined you possessed such cunning. Yubin humbly attributes it to his learning from Bai Chun. Bai Chun, who is currently out. Had Li Xiaoyan been present, he would have noticed that the oil painting depicted a centaur-like Pokémon, resplendent in hues of white and purple. In the final practical class of the afternoon, the homeroom teacher instructs the students to run a few laps to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. After extensive training, their Pokémon are but a mere step away from the ordinary level. Once the students complete their warm-up, Zhou Yi grants them the freedom to move. Students, I must attend to a personal matter. Please train diligently. I will prepare a surprise for you shortly. And remember, no fighting amongst yourselves. After delivering this message, Zhou Yi rides off on his rapidash toward the Pokémon Center. Li Xiaoyan gazes at Zhou Ye's receding figure, wistfully exclaiming, I too desire a Mount Pokémon. Xiaomo, come find me. Doini, don't let me catch you. Li Xiaoyan's Torchic and Lin Jia's Bulbasaur have long become dear friends, frolicking and playing together daily. Li Xiaoyan enjoys watching their antics, feeling content in these tranquil days. Life is delightful. If only it could continue like this, he muses. The other students also revel in the playground, indulging in playtime with their respective Pokémon. Bai Qingyan continues to jog laps with his Riolu, one of the few in class who consistently keeps up with running. Yaya leisurely trails behind Lin Ji, calling for her to pause when tired. Lin Ji bends down to offer her several fruits. The sky today possesses a curious blend of purple and black hues. They all prepare to head home. As the end of school approaches, once Zhou Yi delivers the surprise, they will part ways. Oh dear, have you all packed your bags so soon? Yin Han, wearing a headscarf, saunters into the center of the playground, accompanied by a Pokémon, both laden with various items. Yin Han sets down his burdens, saying, Your homeroom teacher asked me to bring this to you. The principal called him unexpectedly. I'm not sure what the matter is. But since I was at the Pokémon Center, I helped him out. The surrounding students quickly encircle Yin Han, who chuckles softly as he distributes Zhou Ye's surprise to everyone. Li Xiaoyan and Lin Jia refrain from collecting theirs, choosing instead to stroll along the playground track with their Pokémon. Gazing at the pitch-black sky, Li Xiaoyan cannot help but exclaim, the sky is so dark, and yet, it isn't even raining. Hold on a pitch-black sky. Suddenly, the entire playground quakes violently. Li Xiaoyan steadies himself, recalling his Torchic into its poke ball, as the surroundings descend into an inky darkness. He begins to feel dizzy. The world around him sparkles with stars, and through the haze of pain, he calls out, Is anyone there? Only Lin Jia responds, I'm here. Soon, Li Xiaoyan spots Lin Jia's figure, but aside from her, no other Pokémon can be seen. Concerned for Bulbasaur, he softly inquires, Where's your Pokémon? Lin Jia, cradling her head, replies, I've recalled Bulbasaur into its ball. It's fine. That is a relief. Res Hiram, Bid Palkia. Chapter 46, A Match of Equals. Li Xiaoyan and Lin Jia lie unconscious, having been transported to a dense forest. A Pokémon with robust arms and two objects resembling detonators on its back emerges from the underbrush. Hee, what manner of creature is this? I've never seen such a Pokémon. Xia, please leave. The blazing sword ghost leaps from Li Xiaoyan's Ultra Ball, brandishing a great sword engulfed in violet flames, shielding Li Xiaoyan and Lin Jia behind him. This Electivire, known for its temper, pounds its chest, blue-white electricity crackling from its horns. Hee, this is my territory. Let us have a battle. If you win, I'll let you stay here. Xia, all right, but please do not involve the two behind me. The blazing sword ghost positions Li Xiaoyan and Lin Jia in a safe spot, then slowly steps forward to face Electivire, exuding an aura befitting a champion. However, to its surprise, Electivire, upon recognizing its status, displays not fear, but a fierce fighting spirit. Electivire swings its fists, and in the blink of an eye, sparks of electricity swarm around its fists. It then charges forth with its massive fists raised high. The blazing sword ghost remains unperturbed, gathering its ethereal flames at the tip of its sword and effortlessly slashing forward. The fiery blade cleaves through the electric currents, rendering Electivire's proud thunder punch ineffective. Electivire, undeterred, raises both fists for a dual assault. Furthermore, its horns erupt with powerful currents, thick as a barrel, surging toward the blazing sword ghost without reservation. The blazing sword ghost dodges left and right, leaping into an intense dance of battle, summoning transparent swords that shield it from the dual thunder punch and the formidable volt tackle. With but a single move of sword's dance, it neutralizes Electivire's combined attack. Electivire's expression darkens. Was it truly so far from this level of prowess? It begins to strike a stance, visibly golden currents coursing through its body, as its horns again burst forth with blue-white electricity. This time, Electivire springs into action. It emits a piercing sound from its mouth, prompting the onlookers to cover their ears, while its horns unleash electricity. Finally, it lunges forward, fists charged with electricity, hurtling toward the blazing sword ghost with blinding speed. For moves materialize in an instant. The first three serve merely to set the stage for the final thunder punch. I shall name this move Thunderstorm Flash Punch. This technique exhibits power far beyond that of a gym leader, reaching the pinnacle of champion-level strength. The blazing sword ghost, confronted with this attack, dares not underestimate it, channeling its lingering attachment to the world into a concentrated force upon its sword tip. The profound, deep purple-black fire sword clashed with the azure-white thunderous fist, mutually neutralizing each other's force. The surrounding trees bore the brunt of this strike, leaving none unscathed. The electric beast's body tilted backward, and seizing this opportunity, the flame blade phantom slashed at it with its shadow-forged claws. The electric beast closed its eyes, praying for mercy from the flame blade phantom. The phantom, well aware of the wisdom in leaving a thread of life for future encounters, acknowledged the electric beast's journey to reach the dojo level of strength, which was no small feat moreover, since it had not attacked Li Xiaoyan and his companions. It ultimately chose to restrain its power, leaving only a faint scar on the electric beast. With a chuckle, the electric beast rose, shaking off the dead leaves clinging to its body. It had long since recognized the prowess of the flame blade phantom. It merely wished to ascertain how far it was from this realm of strength. It's all right. I was once a king of the land too, and I understand your struggles. By the way, could you bring back some berries for them? Thank you. The flame blade phantom expressed its understanding and requested the electric beast to fetch something in return. All right, senior, responded the electric beast as it departed the woods, leaving the flame blade phantom to guard the two. Time slipped by, and when Li Xiaoyan opened his eyes, he was met with the concerned gaze of the flame blade phantom. Flame blade phantom? Where am I? Li Xiaoyan's first inquiry was about his whereabouts. The phantom helped him to his feet and explained the current situation. Benefactor, we are in a secret realm. The Pokémon within this forest are, at best, of dojo level. Fear not, for I shall ensure your safety. Upon hearing the phantom's words, Li Xiaoyan inwardly cursed. Now I truly comprehend Rishiram's feelings. This Palkia is quite the rascal. He decided to recall the flame blade phantom. Return for now. I will summon you if needed. Understood. The phantom nodded before entering its Ultra Ball, allowing Li Xiaoyan to survey his surroundings. The flora and trees around him appeared dimmed, and the ground bore the scars left by Pokémon battles. It was evident that the flame blade phantom had engaged in conflict here, and Li Xiaoyan whispered his gratitude. Thank you, flame blade phantom. The Poke Ball containing the phantom swayed slightly. On the ground, crimson flames flickered, and several tufts of yellow fur lay scattered. Li Xiaoyan noticed his backpack had fallen to the ground, and upon rummaging through it, he found all its contents intact. Beside a withered tree, Lin Jia lay unconscious, and Li Xiaoyan took off his jacket to cover her. He then sat nearby and released his fire chick. As the fire chick emerged, Li Xiaoyan quickly placed a finger over its beak, urging it to remain quiet for a moment. The fire chick nodded, settling quietly at his feet. Unexpectedly, this item proved useful at this moment. Li Xiaoyan pressed the button on the golden cube, releasing a scent only Pokémon could detect. However, the fire chick remained unaffected. This was because he had replaced the potion inside 2 months prior with one that only affected Pokémon of ordinary level and above. What an awful smell. Oh, you're awake. Li Xiaoyan turned to see a large electric beast approaching him, carrying numerous blue oranges. However, the fur on its hands had inexplicably turned jet black, and a ghastly scar marred its face. Li Xiaoyan recalled that the electric beast should have been a mix of black and yellow. How had it become so dark? He began to suspect foul play. First, he ruled out the Flameblade Phantom. This must be the work of Palkia, using its dimensional rift slash. Chapter 47. The Three Fools of Sinnoh. Li Xiaoyan stared at the electric beast, one of the notorious trio from Llama Transmission. Feeling a twinge of confusion. Is the electric beast really this friendly? It even brings berries for strangers. To be safe, Li Xiaoyan decided to check through the system. Item: blue-orange, chung fruit. Information: a non-toxic, harmless, and delicious fruit that can restore some energy to Pokémon. Thank you. Li Xiaoyan expressed his gratitude as he accepted the berries. Just then, Lin Jia's eyelids fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Upon awakening, her first sight was of the electric beast grinning foolishly, causing her to hold her breath in terror. This electric beast's strength surpassed her Bulbasaur, so caution was warranted. Given the tough shell of the chung fruit, Li Xiaoyan asked the electric beast to help peel it. Once it had peeled the fruit, it handed it back to him. Thank you, Li Xiaoyan said appreciatively, and began to eat the fruit, finding it reminiscent of oranges from his previous life. GMO, Sister Jia, you're awake. The fire chick immediately spotted Lin Jia awakening and hopped excitedly to her feet. What is it? Lin Jia stammered, recalling Li Xiaoyan's earlier interaction with the electric beast. According to the information she had learned, electric beasts were known to attack trainers in the wild. Yet this one was helping Li Xiaoyan peel fruit. Could it be that the Pokémon in Li Xiaoyan's Ultra Ball was the electric beast? Cautiously, Lin Jia asked, is this electric beast your guardian? Li Xiaoyan shrugged. Not quite. This is just a kind-hearted electric beast passing by. By the way, electric beast, have you seen any other humans? You know, ones that look like us? Li Xiaoyan recalled the pressing matter. He had no idea where his classmates had wandered off to. And their Pokémon were all at novice level, lacking any self-defense capabilities. Nope, the only ones I've seen here are you two, the electric beast replied, swallowing a blue-orange before shaking its head. Li Xiaoyan rubbed his temples and continued to inquire. Apart from you, how many other Pokémon of similar strength are there? Without hesitation, the electric beast made a sign indicating two. Li Xiaoyan's eyes lit up as he voiced his speculation. The other two must be the Blaziken and the Rampardos. Right? What? How did you know? The electric beast was taken aback, astonished that this seemingly frail boy was aware of the existence of the other two. Li Xiaoyan sighed, realizing he had indeed encountered the infamous trio of Sinnoh. He recalled a conversation with Uncle Yi during his last visit, where he had asked about the differences between newly emerged secret realms and those that had been fully explored. Uncle Yi had explained that every new secret realm could not be freely entered or exited for 24 hours, and uncharted realms always contained a core Pokémon. Typically, the arrival of a new secret realm would be detected by the state's special devices. Yet this time, the emergence had caught everyone off guard. Indeed, I am not human. Pikachu chimed in. A fully developed secret realm generally meant that its core Pokémon had been successfully captured, and most resources had been harvested. Ugh, the temperaments of the other two can be quite volatile. I hope Yunjie and the others do not encounter them. Yet, a nagging feeling of unease lingered in Li Xiaoyan's heart, wishing his classmates would avoid the other two fools. System, where is the exit to the secret realm? Li Xiaoyan pretended to check his phone for a signal while actually communicating with the system, hoping to utilize a new feature. Searching results as follows. The exit to the secret realm is not open. Well, I can't fault the system. After all, if the exit isn't open, how could we find the way? Li Xiaoyan, aren't you cold? I feel a chill in the air, Lin Jia remarked. Even with Li Xiaoyan's coat draped over her shoulders, Lin Jia still felt a chilling cold, her body trembling uncontrollably. Is that so? My dad's Gungue hasn't he come over, yet I'm feeling warmer by the minute. Li Xiaoyan cradled the fire chick in her arms, and in an instant, the surrounding chill dissipated. Phew, my fire chick is yours to hold. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiaoyan placed the fire chick onto Lin Jia, who was shivering visibly. Lin Jia glanced at Li Xiaoyan, who was only wearing a long-sleeved t-shirt. Worry etched across her face. Xiaoyan, what about you? The warmth radiating from the fire chick soon enveloped Lin Jia, turning her cute little face a rosy hue. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyan approached the electric beast and asked, May I hold you? The electric beast looked bewildered, wondering if this kid had mistaken the species. Seeing the electric beast's abundant fur reminded Li Xiaoyan of the Snorlax from the games, which was soft and comfortable to cuddle with. If the electric beast had such thick fur, it must be warm too. Besides, this electric beast didn't seem like a villainous Pokémon. Surely it would allow her to embrace it. As expected, the electric beast nodded, consenting to Li Xiaoyan's request. After resting for a while, during her conversation with the electric beast, Li Xiaoyan learned they were in a vast forest. The Duckbull Flame Beast and the Super Armor Rampage Rhinoceros were located by the riverside and on the plains, respectively. Heading northwest, they would encounter a snow-capped mountain, home to their formidable leader, whose strength was at least that of a champion. According to the Electric Beast's description, this Pokémon had a dorsal fin resembling a colossal sword. Li Xiaoyan pondered deeply, attempting to identify such a Pokémon. Oh, could it be the Gyarados? She was astonished that this mountain housed a semi-divine Pokémon. In her heart, she concluded that the powerful entity capable of defeating these 3 Pokémon was likely it. As a semi-divine creature, it should have no trouble taking on 3 opponents, especially with its level advantage. It was probably the boss of this secret realm. Goo goo goo. Someone's stomach growled. Lin Jia turned her head shyly, while Li Xiaoyan opened her backpack and retrieved a hamburger she had intended to eat during Yanhan's class, offering the whole thing to Lin Jia. Fearing Lin Jia would feel too embarrassed to eat, he casually remarked, "Go ahead, I prefer fruits." "Thank you, Xiaoyan." Lin Jia replied gratefully. "No problem," he said, then turned his attention back to the Electric Beast. Under Li Xiaoyan's gaze, the Electric Beast returned with some sweet peaches for him. "Thanks a lot." As midnight arrived, under the watch of the Electric Beast, Li Xiaoyan and Lin Jia fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 48, Forest Road Bandit Time, 7 a.m. The morning sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow on Li Xiaoyan's face, as a gentle mist enveloped the forest. "How could I have had such a dream?" Li Xiaoyan muttered, having just awakened from a nightmare in which Palkia sent him back to his original world. After living alongside Pokémon for so long, the thought of being returned to his former life troubled him. "Palkia, you truly are a harbinger of misfortune." Noticing a small pile of berries beside his backpack, he realized the Electric Beast was nowhere to be seen. Where's the Electric Beast? He then took out 2 bowls of self-heating porridge and a bottle of mineral water from his pack, relieved to have not cooked them during class the day before. After tearing open the packaging of the porridge and preparing it, he cast a gentle glance at the fire chick nestled in Lin Jia's arms. The fire chick just needs 1 more level to evolve. I hope it can achieve ordinary status today. He reluctantly decided to make do with the berries for now. He divided the berries into 3 portions, one of which was notably larger. 10 minutes later, Lin Jia finally awoke, followed closely by Li Xiaoyan's fire chick. "Oh, I slept so well. Chamo, I want to sleep a bit longer." Li Xiaoyan shot an exasperated glance at the fire chick, thinking, this little chick has become so soft and complacent in just 1 day. Didn't you say you wanted to be the strongest fire chicken and defeat Victini? How can you let yourself fall into complacency here? Just kidding. With a resigned sigh, Li Xiaoyan handed 1 bowl of porridge to Lin Jia, saying, "Here you go. Oh, and let us release Bulbasaur. The Electric Beast left us some berries." "Thank you so much. I really appreciate it," Lin Jia replied shyly, accepting the porridge before releasing her Pokémon. "Come on out, Bulbasaur." Chain. Finally out, Li Xiaoyan placed 1 portion of berries before Bulbasaur and then released his Sanyin Jiangui, saying, "You'll have to settle for berries for now. I didn't bring any Pokémon food." "Chow. No problem, benefactor." Upon emerging, Sanyin Jiangui nodded to Li Xiaoyan and began feasting on the berries. The quality of these berries was exceptional, juicy and sweet, perfectly suiting Sanyin Jiangui's palate. Noticing that Lin Jia hadn't yet started her porridge, Li Xiaoyan inquired, "What's wrong? Is it not to your liking?" Lin Jia quickly shook her head. No. I just want to wait for it to cool down a bit." "Oh, if only I could brush my teeth and wash my face," Lin Jia thought, but quickly dismissed the idea, realizing they were in a secret realm, not on a casual outing where such luxuries were available. Li Xiaoyan recalled how Gung Gui had stuffed him with all sorts of items and set down his porridge to rummage through his backpack, hoping to find something useful. To his surprise, he unearthed a collection of toiletries, disposable cups, toothbrushes, toothpaste, and wet wipes. Wow, how could my dad's Gung Gui fit all this in? "Lin Jia, do you need any of these? I have extras." Thinking of how he brushed his teeth and washed his face every morning, he figured Lin Jia, being a girl, would also appreciate cleanliness. Sharing some of his supplies wouldn't hurt. Lin Jia yearned to brush her teeth and wash her face, but hesitated, considering their limited resources, and politely declined Li Xiaoyan's offer. "You can have these. I have plenty left, and it won't be a problem to last for 3 days, Li Xiaoyan insisted, packing the items and placing them in Lin Jia's hands. "Really? Thank you so very much." Lin Jia expressed her gratitude profusely, touched that Li Xiaoyan, merely a classmate, would care for her. After satisfying their hunger, it was now 10 in the morning, yet the Electric Beast had yet to return. Li Xiaoyan and Lin Jia set off westward, where a water source awaited them, a place they could remain until rescue arrived. Time passed, and the number of Pokémon increased along their path, with Caterpies and Weedles appearing before them. Suddenly, A Beedrill blocked their way, causing Li Xiaoyan to frown. Why did they have to encounter such a perennial villainous Pokémon? The system indicated that this Beedrill was of ordinary level. Initially, Li Xiaoyan considered sending the Fire Chick to challenge it, thinking it could use this opportunity to evolve into a Blaziken. However, a one-on-one battle would likely lead to mutual harm. He didn't want to rely solely on Cunyin Jiangue if he leaned on it every time they faced difficulties. How would he advance? With no other choice, Li Xiaoyan prepared to lead Lin Jia on a detour. Yet, no matter which way they turned, Beedrill followed closely behind. This sparked a new challenge in Li Xiaoyan's mind. He attempted to communicate with Beedrill. I'll give you some berries if you can help us battle alongside our Pokémon. After a moment of consideration, Beedrill nodded in agreement. Li Xiaoyan finally felt a sense of relief. Although he possessed an array of healing potions, the loss of combat capability in his Fire Chick would spell danger. The only strategy he could conceive was the righteous 2-on-1. Lin Jia, could I enlist your Bulbasaur to join the fray? Absolutely. Lin Jia, eager to repay Li Xiaoyan, recognized this as a splendid opportunity. Fire Chick, prepare for battle. Bulbasaur, ready yourself. The two Pokémon gazed fiercely at their opponent, exuding an intensity reminiscent of a Beedrill poised to strike. Fire Chick, let out a cry. Bulbasaur, make your sound. Faced with a formidable foe boasting high physical attack, their only recourse was to diminish the opponent's offensive prowess. Chamo, Danei. Both Fire Chick and Bulbasaur emitted adorable cries, causing Beedrill to amplify the frequency of its wing beats, drowning out the sounds of the two little creatures. Damn it, Li Xiaoyan muttered under his breath, then commanded, Fire Chick, charge up for flame charge. Chamo, it's igniting. Fire Chick surged forward, its body engulfed in flames as it dashed straight towards Beedrill. SSS. Mere child's play. Disdainfully, Beedrill evaded Fire Chick's attack. Utilizing its innate sense of danger, it raised its stingers and lunged at the leaping Fire Chick. At that moment, two vibrant green vines ensnared Beedrill's stingers. But in the next instant, Beedrill broke free and continued its assault on Fire Chick. Fire Chick, use Spark. In midair, Fire Chick could only resort to this move. Upon hearing Li Xiaoyan's command, Fire Chick unleashed a burst of flames. Beedrill scoffed, its stingers gleaming menacingly as it thrust forward with a series of piercing jabs. Fire Chick's spark was scattered by Beedrill's relentless strikes, and the stingers came crashing down from above, knocking Fire Chick to the ground. Just as Beedrill prepared to continue its onslaught, it found its stingers immobilized. Bulbasaur had once again stealthily ensnared Beedrill. In that fleeting moment of respite, Fire Chick rose once more. Li Xiaoyan seized the opportunity, commanding, Fire Chick, unleash flame charge again. Changed to vision just before impact. Fire Chick executed its signature move once more, but this time Beedrill refrained from its chaotic strikes, opting instead for a venomous stab with its toxin-laden stinger. The battle between Fire Chick and Beedrill unfolded in a thrilling exchange, with Bulbasaur consistently managing to restrain Beedrill just as it aimed to strike Fire Chick. One cannot tread by the riverbank without getting their shoes wet. While Bulbasaur controlled the situation adeptly, Fire Chick still endured a few hits from Beedrill. However, without Bulbasaur's intervention, Fire Chick would have surely been incapacitated. Beedrill, seemingly fatigued from the skirmish, decided to employ a triple stinger attack. Even Bulbasaur found it challenging to maintain control over Beedrill. Lin Jia quietly expressed her apologies, but Li Xiaoyan waved her off, remaining focused on the unfolding battle. Under Li Xiaoyan's guidance, Fire Chick first leaped, casting a handful of sand into Beedrill's face. Beedrill closed its eyes to evade the sand attack, thrusting its stingers repeatedly at Fire Chick's diminutive form. Fire Chick, seemingly foreseeing Beedrill's attack trajectory, gracefully dodged the consecutive thrusts, but was ultimately struck by Beedrill's subsequent poisonous stinger. Chamo, am I about to lose? Indeed, the disparity in levels was overwhelming. Fire Chick, you've done remarkably well. Return now. Li Xiaoyan retrieved Fire Chick's Pokeball, preparing to call it back. Chamo, I must defeat it. I refuse to lose. Fire Chick protested vehemently, having already tasted defeat once, unwilling to succumb again. Suddenly, a dazzling white light enveloped Fire Chick. Li Xiaoyan stared in awe at the transforming figure of Fire Chick, exclaiming, could it be? Beedrill ceased its assault, watching intently as Fire Chick underwent evolution. The brilliance swiftly faded, revealing a Pokémon predominantly adorned in shades of light yellow and orange, boasting razor-sharp claws and a resolute gaze. Waka, I have grown stronger. Upon evolving into Blaziken, Fire Chick immediately unleashed a torrent of flames, gazing at Beedrill with a hint of resentment. That last blow had nearly incapacitated it. Blaziken. Chapter 49. The future of my nation rests behind me. Just as Blaziken prepared to confront Beedrill once more, Li Xiaoyan pulled it back. No, Blaziken. There's no need to fight. Waka, why not? Blaziken curiously pawed at its head, perplexed by Li Xiaoyan's restraint. Li Xiaoyan pointed to Beedrill, which was preparing to take flight. Look at that Beedrill, it's about to leave. What is the point in fighting? Following Li Xiaoyan's gesture, Blaziken observed Beedrill clutching a small bundle of berries, slowly ascending into the air. Instantly, Blaziken readied itself to unleash a flame attack against Beedrill, but Li Xiaoyan hastily intervened, earnestly advising, leave a path for the chicken. You may meet again in the future. One must never strike with lethal intent unless their life is genuinely at stake. That last venomous strike wasn't as potent as it seemed. A few berries will suffice for recovery. Moreover, without it, you would not have evolved. Li Xiaoyan gently stroked Blaziken's head, calming its fervor. SSS. Before departing, Beedrill kindly warned Li Xiaoyan of impending danger. After contemplating for a considerable time, Li Xiaoyan turned to Lin Jia for her thoughts. With a bemused expression, she replied, I'm inclined to follow your lead. After deliberation, they resolved to continue westward, taking a brief respite along the way as the temperature plummeted. Upon exiting the forest, snowflakes began to fall. Li Xiaoyan gazed northward, where a majestic snow-capped mountain stood tall. At that moment, his blazing Jengar leapt from its pokeball, fixated on the summit of the mountain. Lin Jia, noticing that Li Xiaoyan was only clad in a long-sleeved shirt, expressed her concern. Xiaoyan, would you like me to return your jacket? It's exceedingly cold, and you might catch a cold. Li Xiaoyan shrugged nonchalantly, standing beside Jengar. It's fine. You keep the jacket. I have Jengar to keep me warm. Lin Jia nodded obediently. Oh, thank you for the jacket. Jengar, Chamo. There are two powerful auras above, but I only sense ice-type energy. Li Xiaoyan discreetly gestured to Jengar, indicating his understanding, and continued onward with Lin Jia. In a nearby plain, a colossal Rampardos was engaged in a fierce battle with 3 Pokémon. Despite the odds favoring the 3-on-1, Rampardos remained dominant. Behind the trio stood a robust man, Yen Han, flanked by a group of students, his class. Yen Han wore a troubled expression, his ace Pokémon. The domineering Pander had only recently reached the gym level, while the other 5 were merely elite class, incapable of inflicting substantial damage on the Rampardos. If only Zhou Yi were here, Yen Han's mind raced with myriad thoughts as he assessed the situation, losing hope of defeating the foe. Cedra, continue using muddy water. Lantern, employ mudshot. A Cedra, with a leaf-green head and back and a sky-blue belly, conjured a torrent of murky water, forcefully hurling it towards Rampardos. A Pokémon resembling a box jellyfish expelled earthy yellow clumps from its mouth after the skills of the sea bunny had concluded, these clumps concealed within the murky current. The Mega Rhino stomped down with its colossal foot, causing the ground to erupt with a multitude of stone pillars. These pillars successfully shielded against the onslaught of the murky tide and mud projectiles. The Mega Rhino stamped its foot once more, conjuring a towering wave that lifted it high into the air. How could it possibly wield surf? Caught off guard by the sudden surge, Yen Han swiftly recalled the land jellyfish, commanding the domineering panda to deliver a parting taunt, leaving behind the sea bunny, endowed with the ability to draw water. The domineering panda unleashed a torrent of trash talk before dashing back into its pokeball. The Mega Rhino furrowed its brow, accelerating the execution of surf. The sea bunny remained composed in the face of the oncoming wave, yet the Mega Rhino raised its hand, gathering a massive rock in its palm. This rock was propelled forth by the sheer muscular strength of the Mega Rhino, and as its left hand launched the first projectile, its right hand began to coalesce another stone. The wave summoned by the Mega Rhino dissipated, yet it still discharged the rock from its grasp. Domineering Panda, Bullet Punch. Yen Han recalled the sea bunny and released the domineering panda to counter this attack. As soon as the panda emerged, it unleashed a fist as hard as iron, employing Bullet Punch to shatter the Mega Rhino's rock barrage like waves crashing against the shore. At that moment, the Mega Rhino began to spin, and Yen Han felt a pang of dread. He had not anticipated that such a massive creature could rotate with such swiftness. The Mega Rhino charged toward the domineering panda, which, through its leaf, deciphered the trajectory of the Mega Rhino's approach. Why rely on leaves when it could merely use its eyes? How infuriating. If I fail, the children behind me will surely be harmed by the Mega Rhino. All the Pokémon here are above the ordinary level, and they lack a guardian. If only Xiao Yin were present. Domineering Panda, use revenge. Yen Han resolved to gamble everything, trading injury for injury. The rapidly spinning Mega Rhino attempted to impale the domineering panda with its sharp horn atop its head. The domineering panda seized the mega rhino's pointed horn with one hand while the other clenched into a fist, striking fiercely toward its head. The mega rhino let out a pained cry as its arms began to flail, engaging the domineering panda in a fierce contest of fists. Even with its iron fist ability, the domineering panda found itself unable to match the mega rhino's might. How absurd! Is the hard rock ability truly this outrageous? In that moment, Yin Han made a decisive choice. Summoning Chun Yunjia, Bai Qingyan, and Zhang Sanshur to his side. This is my ruffian Croc, Black Lugia, and the bandana-wearing thug. You three must take these and lead our classmates to safety. I will hold the rear. You are a burden to me. Hurry and flee. I have a plan to shake it off. The trio exchanged glances upon receiving the 3 Pokeballs from Yin Han, with Chun Yunjia taking one and solemnly declaring, Yin, rest assured, I will ensure everyone's escape. Yin Han distributed the 3 Pokeballs to the 3 individuals, then released the land jellyfish and sea bunny to buy time for the domineering panda. They are the future of our nation. They must not perish here. The clash between gym-level Pokémon resonated across the distance, with Li Xiaoyan feeling the tremors beneath her feet, struggling to maintain her balance. Fortunately, the Tsangyin Blade Ghost swiftly steadied her. What on earth is happening up front? We should go and find out. Alright, Chapter 50, Misunderstanding Resolved. After receiving the Pokeballs from Yin Han, Chun Yunjia and the others led their classmates westward in haste. However, they had scarcely taken a few steps before encountering an Electivire that had ventured to the riverbank to fetch water early in the morning. Instantly, the spirits of the entire class plummeted. Yin Han's 3 Pokémon were merely elite level, yet the aura emanating from this Electivire was on par with that of the Mega Rhino. Chun Yunjia lamented in regret, damn. If I had known, I would have borrowed Hoodie from my dad. Hey, where did so many little brats come from? The Electivire showed no interest in the group of weaklings, instead focusing on the fierce battle between the domineering panda and the Mega Rhino in the distance. Hey, when did we gain another gym-level bear here? The classmates were too frightened to move, but at that moment, a blazing mass of flame rushed towards them like the sun. Hey, you two, give me a favor and stop fighting. The radiant sun halted before the 2 battling Pokémon, and as the flames dispersed, the Tsangyin Blade Ghost wielded the sun's sword, eyeing the 2 with an air of menace. The Mega Rhino was the first to cease its assault, granting the domineering panda a moment to catch its breath. A Pokémon of champion level. Oh my, we stand no chance. Yin Han retrieved a Pokeball, preparing for a hasty retreat. Though it seems I might not be able to escape either. Tsangyin Blade Ghost, what transpired? A voice called out from behind, and upon hearing it, Yin Han's mind went into standby mode. Li Xiaoyan knew this Tsangyin Blade Ghost. Their tone suggested familiarity. Yin Han was filled with elation. Xiaoyan, what brings you here? Li Xiaoyan replied. The battle's tremors were so intense that they reached my side. So I brought the Tsangyin Blade Ghost to see what was happening. The 2 Pokémon recounted the events to the Tsangyin Blade Ghost. Summarizing, the territory had originally belonged to the Mega Rhino. But yesterday a group of individuals had stormed in and taken a substantial portion of the already scarce food from the plains. While they could understand the hunger, what infuriated them was the waste of food. For the food-loving Mega Rhino, this was an affront, prompting it to approach Yin Han to seek an explanation. However, Yin Han, mistaking the Mega Rhino's fierce gaze as a threat, dispatched all his Pokémon to attack it. Fortunately, the Mega Rhino's tough hide allowed it to withstand the onslaught. Otherwise, it might have truly met its demise there. The Tsangyin Blade Ghost animatedly conveyed the events to Li Xiaoyan, who then relayed the story verbatim to Yin Han. Is that so? But I didn't waste any food. Yin Han was taken aback, as he had indeed consumed all the food without leaving any behind. The Mega Rhino pointed at a boy in the class, and upon hearing its call, the Electivire seized the boy and brought him forward. He squirmed helplessly. Let me go? Yin Han pressed the boy's head down and earnestly apologized to the Mega Rhino, offering some of his Pokémon's food in recompense. Only then did the Mega Rhino nod in satisfaction. Yin Han then noticed the Electivire holding a plastic bottle filled with water. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be from a brand called Little Black. Hey, is this the only thing you can use to drink water? I feared you two would perish from thirst, so I got up early to fetch water from the river for you. After saying this, the Electivire handed the bottle to Li Xiaoyan. She accepted it with gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you so much. The Electivire smiled warmly and retrieved some berries to share with Li Xiaoyan and Lin Jia. Huh, do I get a share too? Thanks a lot. Lin Jia felt grateful for receiving berries, attributing her good fortune to Li Xiaoyan, and shyly expressed her appreciation. The classmates observed this scene in astonishment, whispering among themselves, is Li Xiaoyan really that impressive? Could it be that the video was true? Chun Yunjia, overhearing the chatter, shot a cold glare at the talkative students, stating, It is not proper to gossip about others behind their backs. Lin Jia chimed in. We owe our survival this time to Li Xiaoyan. Discussing him behind his back is rather ungrateful, isn't it? The boy promptly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Zhang Sancher slumped down, overwhelmed by the aura of the electivire, nearly turning into a jellyfish. Chen Yunjia noticed Lin Jia wearing a jacket that happened to belong to Li Xiaoyan from the previous day. Li Xiaoyan noticed the absence of Zhou Yi and inquired, Yin Duan, where's our homeroom teacher? I have no idea. Yin Han shrugged. Since they entered this secret realm, Zhou Yi seemed to have evaporated into thin air, leaving no trace behind. After chatting for a while longer, Yin Han calculated the time and noted that there were approximately 7 hours left until the exit of the secret realm would open. If fortune smiled upon them, the exit might be right here, allowing them to leave without the need for rescue teams. Conversely, if luck was not on their side, the exit would likely be situated atop a snowy peak. Oh no, we're doomed. We'll have to rely on the heavens to get out, he lamented. Chen Yunjia and his 3 companions approached Li Xiaoyan, recounting the events that had transpired during their time apart. At that moment, Bai Qing'an asked, Xiaoyan, where's your fire chick? Li Xiaoyan replied, it's gone. What? He quickly added, it transformed into a mighty chick. The gravity of his words nearly sent the others into shock. If the fire chick was indeed lost, Li Xiaoyan would have to start cultivating a new Pokémon. With the semester nearly over, the prospect of starting anew would jeopardize his upcoming college entrance examination. Meanwhile, at the Alliance branch in Rongqing, Yi Huang observed the amplitude readings on the instruments and inquired, what can be said about the energy fluctuations of this secret realm? A bespectacled young man slowly responded, Lord Yi. My preliminary assessment indicates that there are 3 Pokémon of the champion level in this realm, one of which emits energy fluctuations corresponding to both fire and ghost types. The other 2 are particularly intriguing. Analysis reveals one emanating ice, dragon, and ground types simultaneously, while the other possesses ice and flying attributes. Though its energy quality far surpasses that of the tri-type Pokémon. Yi Huang squinted slightly, murmuring to himself, the fire ghost type must be Xiaoyan's Tsang Yen Ringui. And this tri-type is indeed fascinating. As for that high-quality champion Pokémon, even if it cannot be captured, it would be unwise to foster animosity. The young man, feeling somewhat bashful under Yi Huang's scrutiny, seized the opportunity to ask, Lord Yi, could you allocate some funding for us? Yi Huang appraised the young man from head to toe and queried, what do you intend to do with it? The young man gestured toward the instruments that had just peaked, making his intentions clear. Very well. Chapter 51. The Mystery of the Duck-billed Flame Beast at the foot of the Snowy Mountain. In the southwestern part of the secret realm, Zhou Yi followed a meandering stream downstream, ultimately arriving at the end after nearly 3 hours. Ouch, he muttered, lightly tapping the front, his hand producing a resounding sound, as if striking an invisible barrier. Observing the undulating spatial wall before him, he sighed. The spatial barrier here is quite formidable. It seems the exit is not here. Come forth, speed dog. Woof. Zhou Yi mounted his speed dog and proceeded upstream, noting that the further north he traveled, the colder the temperature became. The ecological environment of this secret realm was astonishingly rich, featuring plains, snowy mountains, and forests. Upon entering the realm, Zhou Yi had sent his Charizard soaring into the skies, but soon found it suppressed by a formidable pressure. It was worth noting that his Charizard was on the cusp of gym leader level, and even the average gym leader would find it challenging to keep it grounded. Under such circumstances, Zhou Yi had no choice but to rely on Speed Dog for transportation. Upon reaching the foot of the snowy mountain, heavy snowflakes began to fall. This sight evoked a sense of nostalgia in Zhou Yi, who had not seen snow in a long time. It truly has been ages since I last witnessed snow. The swirling gusts and the falling feathers of snow. Snowflakes landed upon a large Pokémon, seemingly ablaze with flames, and melted upon contact due to the intense heat radiating from its body. Woof! Speed Dog bared its teeth and barked at the fiery creature, which turned its head in confusion. Upon seeing its face, Zhou Yi instantly recognized it, the duck-billed flame beast. However, why was this duck-billed flame beast so enormous? The colossal creature approached with heavy strides, its eyes gleaming with excitement as it gazed at Zhou Yi's Speed Dog. Zhou Yi nodded slowly. Indeed, it is the duck-billed flame beast. But wait, why is it here at the foot of the snowy mountain? Typically, wild duck-billed flame beasts only inhabited volcanic areas. Why would one reside in a snowy mountain? Could it be that this secret realm is related to the mountains in Sakura country? He pondered. Woof! Speed Dog, observing the animated duck-billed flame beast, barked in confusion. The duck-billed flame beast chattered incessantly with Speed Dog, discussing everything from the skies to the earth, from volcanoes to the depths of the sea, as if they were long-lost buddies. Do you have anything to eat around here? Perhaps some fruits? Zhou Yi inquired, as his provisions had dwindled, and he had recently consumed all the food he had brought. Woof! The duck-billed flame beast gestured for Zhou Yi to follow, leading him southeast toward a forest that Zhou Yi had briefly glimpsed while riding Charizard. They would have to traverse a plain along the way. While Zhou Yi was foraging for food, Li Xiaoyan was busy preparing lunch. Yanhan's Pokémon had been engaged in battle with the super-armored Tyrannosaurus for quite some time and were now ravenously hungry. As Li Xiaoyan was the only one possessing a fire-type Pokémon, the task of cooking, heating food, fell to the mighty chick. While others attempted to assist, but were promptly rebuffed by the mighty chick. Why don't you all take a break? I'll manage the rest, suggested Lin Jia, her gaze fixed on Li Xiaoyan, eager to lend a hand. Since entering the secret realm, Li Xiaoyan had been the one assisting her, even sharing hamburgers, jackets, and daily necessities. If she did not reciprocate, it would seem ungrateful. Of course, Li Xiaoyan would not think such thoughts, whether before or after his journey. His parents had instilled in him the importance of helping others. Moreover, now that Lin Jia was his classmate, it was perfectly natural for them to support one another. Lin Jia took the initiative to assume the cooking duties, and Li Xiaoyan did not refuse, entrusting the task to her. The mighty chick did not drive Lin Jia away. Someone in the group jokingly remarked, "From now on, if Brother Yin goes east, I won't go west." This comment ignited a lively discussion among the group, prompting Li Xiaoyan, who had intended to engage amicably with the electric beast and super-armored Tyrannosaurus, to respond with resignation. There's no need to be like that. We are all classmates, and it's only natural to help each other. After saying this, Li Xiaoyan approached the two Pokémon alongside his Zhongyan Ringui and began conversing with them. Can you tell me more about that Pokémon's characteristics aside from its dorsal fin? Li Xiaoyan requested, encouraging them to communicate with Zhongyan Ringui, who would then relay the information back to him. This was to avoid revealing his ability to understand Pokémon language. The super-armored Tyrannosaurus shared additional traits of the Gigi Dragon, such as its ability to emit light from its entire body. When they fought the Gigi Dragon, it would be enveloped in crystals, and once the crystals dissipated, a cap-like structure would appear atop its head, adorned with colorful spikes. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyan nodded repeatedly, quickly grasping the situation. Ah, so it's terastallizing, and it's a terastallized Gigi Dragon. He then asked, aside from it, are there any other formidable Pokémon in this area? Both the super-armored Tyrannosaurus and Electric Beast shook their heads simultaneously, but a familiar voice echoed from a distance. Woof! I know. Li Xiaoyan turned toward the sound and discovered his old friend, the duck-billed flame beast. Among the trio of Sinnoh's notables, it was undoubtedly the duck-billed flame beast that held the highest regard in Li Xiaoyan's heart. After all, it was thanks to it that he was able to pass his first trial. It mentioned that it possessed knowledge, that Zhongyan Ren demon gestured. And this was the second time Li Xiaoyan had encountered the duck-billed flame beast, equally awed by its imposing stature. However, what truly mattered at this moment were the words spoken by the duck-billed flame beast. Li Xiaoyan hurriedly inquired, what do you mean? Road north? Road north? It was a blue divine bird, endowed with both power and beauty, capable of defeating that dragon in just 3 rounds. The Zhongyan Ren demon gestured once more, and Li Xiaoyan fell into contemplation. A blue divine bird? Could it be? Oh, the ancient moon bird. A humorous gesture. The Articuno. To his astonishment, the presence of a genuine legendary Pokémon here left Li Xiaoyan utterly astonished. Thinking of this, Li Xiaoyan turned to the Zhongyan Ren demon and quietly asked, does such a being exist within your secret realm? The Zhongyan Ren demon pondered for a long while, remaining silent. Li Xiaoyan refrained from further questioning and returned to the side of the strength chicken, addressing Lin Jia. I'll handle the rest. I've asked all my questions. Zhou Yi rode his Rapidash to Li Xiaoyan's side and said, Xiaoyan, are you cooking? Would you like me to lend a hand? Li Xiaoyan quickly waved his hand. No need, Brother Zhou, I'm almost done here. As snowflakes descended from the sky, most of the classmates, witnessing the snow for the first time, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Chapter 52, Feathers of Ice. Wow, it's snow. Chen Yunjia exclaimed upon seeing the snowy scene. At that moment, Li Xiaoyan finished heating the food and distributed it to his classmates, his gaze fixed on the summit of the snow-capped mountain. Bai Qingyan, noticing this, curiously asked, Xiaoyan, what do you see? Li Xiaoyan shook his head and sighed, nothing at all. Bai Qingyan remarked, I'm so tired. Yin Han sat on the ground, propping his head with his hand. The prolonged mental strain left him feeling utterly exhausted, nearly dozing off. Fortunately, Zhou Yi instructed his Slowking to use Heal Pulse to mend the injured Pokémon and Yin Han himself, preventing him from collapsing. However, even the elite-level Slowking could only heal the minor injuries of gym-level Pokémon. The rest would have to rely on their own recovery. Around them, Many newly arrived ordinary-level Pokémon were present, and the classmates brought some food to engage in friendly battles with them, hoping to elevate their own Pokémon to ordinary level. After intense friendly exchanges, Zhang Sanchi's Froakie was the first to reach ordinary level, successfully evolving into a tall and slender Frogadier. The Strength Chicken and Frogadier exchanged glances. A hint of tension evident between the two Pokémon. Strength Chicken, don't mess around. We can't have internal conflicts in the secret realm right now. Frogadier, if you want to fight, we can do that back home. This situation isn't right. Fortunately, both trainers managed to pull their Pokémon away in time. Otherwise, a confrontation would likely have ensued. Chen Yunjia's Hoot Hoot also reached ordinary level, yet it did not evolve into Noctowl. After the battle, Hoot Hoot preferred to perch on Chen Yunjia's head, as if gathering strength. However, this particular Hoot Hoot had recently taken a liking to grooming its feathers, occasionally using its beak to clean off dust. Not long ago, Li Xiaoyan had spotted a tiny black dot and wondered if the system could identify what it was. He prompted the system to send him any useful information it could scan. Understood. Scanning. He hoped that this time the system would provide some assistance. Scanning complete. Pokémon, Garchomp, Terraform. Gender, female. Level, 75. Type, Dragon, Ice. Ability, Ice Body. With a level slightly higher than the Sanyan Ren Demon and possessing a hidden ability, the Sanyan Ren Demon was clearly outmatched. At that moment, a black dot appeared atop the snow-capped mountain, prompting Li Xiaoyan to scan again with the system, unable to scan due to resistance from the subject. The distant black dot, which had been soaring upwards, hesitated for a moment, its rapid ascent noticeably slowing. How could it still be so weak after leveling up? Li Xiaoyan mused, exasperated that the system still couldn't skin legendary Pokémon after its upgrade. The trio from Sinnoh gathered together, feasting on various berries. Yin Han, Brother Zhou, are we just waiting for rescue here? Li Xiaoyan inquired, still focused on the mountain while asking the two about their plans. As of now, that seems to be the case. Is there a problem? Are you perhaps thinking of climbing that snow mountain? Yin Han responded, following Li Xiaoyan's gaze but failing to discern anything significant, believing Li Xiaoyan wished to ascend the mountain. Zhou Yi glanced at the Sanyan Ren Demon and remarked, given your current condition, it seems the mountain might pose some difficulty. I can manage to get to the foot of the mountain and then return. According to the system's display, the black dot was drawing nearer. Li Xiaoyan suspected it was attracted by the aura of Arceus and decided to head to the foot of the mountain to meet this legendary Pokémon. He stood up, gathered his belongings, and set off northward. Xiaoyan. Chen Yunjia's voice called from behind, and upon turning, Li Xiaoyan saw Chen Yunjia continue, be careful on your way. Li Xiaoyan gave a thumbs up, indicating he would be cautious. Once he had walked a distance, Zhou Yi remarked, I can't shake the feeling that Xiaoyan possesses a remarkable charm. Ever since we met him, everything around us has changed significantly. Yin Han adjusted his glasses, deeply moved. It seems I'm not the only one with this sentiment. However, we shouldn't pry too much into Xiaoyan's matters. After all, every young person has their own destiny. The conversation about Li Xiaoyan came to a halt, with Yin Han shifting the topic. Where do you think the exit of this secret realm might be? Zhou Yi closed his eyes in contemplation, then pointed toward the snow mountain. I suspect the exit lies near the snow mountain. The surrounding spatial barriers are exceedingly thick. I couldn't find any weak points. It could be due to my lack of strength or perhaps the overwhelming nature of this secret realm. At 4 in the afternoon, Li Xiaoyan successfully reached the foot of the snow-capped mountain. Human, why do you bear the aura of the elders? A Pokémon, adorned with blue feathers and a crown of 3 deep blue diamond-shaped feathers, descended from the sky, its eyes a striking red and its beak short and gray. This was the legendary Pokémon, Articuno. With each flap of its wings, it released sparkling ice crystals, resembling precious gems. Amidst the swirling ice crystals, a feather akin to a glass lily fluttered down. Divine token discovered. Item, Articuno's feather, divine token. Information, a feather from Articuno, imbued with a trace of ice-type essence. As a subordinate of Lugia, Articuno was aware of Arceus's existence. It regarded Li Xiaoyan with a friendly demeanor. The youth before it evoked an indescribable sensation. He resembled a blazing inferno, with a powerful dragon seemingly slumbering behind him. Li Xiaoyan caught the feather, feeling an invigorating coolness akin to air conditioning upon touching it. Senior, what is this? Li Xiaoyan couldn't help but question, puzzled as to why Articuno would bestow a divine token upon him despite their lack of connection. First, answer my question. But never mind, forget I asked. As Articuno landed gracefully, it straightened its posture, gazing down at Li Xiaoyan. It delicately preened its feathers before addressing his inquiry. We are fated to meet. Consider this a gift from me to my junior. No need for further questions. At this moment, Li Xiaoyan posed another question. Why has this secret realm appeared here? Articuno. The answer to this question is rather straightforward. Yet Articuno is not res hiram for Palkia. It serves as a superior of sorts. After all, a single move could easily vanquish me. Upon noticing the unease etched across Articuno's visage, Li Xiaoyan instantaneously grasped the answer. Why does this Palkia resemble a mischievous hound, incessantly meddling in others' affairs? Chapter 53. The Two Principles. Excuse me, esteemed senior, may I have a moment to scan? Li Xiaoyan inquired cautiously, wary of provoking Articuno's displeasure. After all, it had just withstood his scanning attempt. Articuno, upon hearing this, dismissed the concern. Previously, it had been startled. Having not soared freely for an extended period, it had finally relished a moment of unsupervised time, yearning to take to the skies, only to soon sense the presence of that supreme deity. It was akin to indulging in leisure, only to have a superior suddenly appear, leading Articuno to mistakenly believe Li Xiaoyan was there to inspect. In that instant, Li Xiaoyan had inadvertently intimidated Articuno, regaining its erstwhile air of pride. Articuno initiated a telepathic communication with Li Xiaoyan. Of course, but do exercise caution when employing this ability on other legendary Pokémon. Some, with irritable temperaments, do not appreciate being disturbed during their slumber. Giratina, Yveltal, how dare you? Scanning. Scan successful. By the way, let me assess my current strength. It was evident that Articuno could hear the system's pronouncement. Pokémon, Articuno. Level, 88. Gender, unknown. Type, ice, flying. Ability, snow cloak. Do not underestimate this Articuno. It stands at the pinnacle of the Elite Four and can confront a champion-level non-legendary Pokémon head-on in its realm. Li Xiaoyan marveled. Senior, I had no idea you were so close to champion status. I never expected you to be this formidable. Initially, he believed Articuno's level to be around 85, but he was astonished to discover it was merely 2 steps away from the champion tier. Observing that Sanyan Jiangui beside him struggling against the powerful aura he had inadvertently released, Articuno offered an apologetic remark, then tempered its presence, humbly stating, in truth, I am not as impressive as you claim. As a legendary Pokémon, it has taken me this long to reach this level, which is quite modest. After saying this, Articuno fixed its gaze upon Li Xiaoyan, gently tapping his shoulder with its ice blue wing. I sense the aura of the Star of Victory within you. You must have encountered it before? Li Xiaoyan nodded in affirmation. Yes, I have met Victini. Is there a problem? Since you have encountered it, I shall explain. For a legendary Pokémon of my caliber, this level is the baseline. To attain a status akin to the Star of Victory requires certain fortuitous circumstances. The disparity in strength between Pokémon of the Star of Victory is vast, some as lowly as that Electivire, while stronger ones surpass even the one you harbor. Furthermore, the being you possess has a baseline strength equivalent to that of the Star of Victory, with the potential to transcend to a new realm entirely. Li Xiaoyan nodded slowly, gaining insight into the prowess of legendary Pokémon through Articuno's words. At that moment, Articuno's gaze turned towards Li Xiaoyan's back, gracefully raising its ice blue wings. Human, I shall take my leave now. The exit will materialize in a few hours. You will be able to depart then. With that, Articuno took flight, soaring freely towards the snowy peaks. This divine bird was passionate about flying. Such trivial matters would not delay it. Snowflakes drifted down, and Li Xiaoyan caught one in his hand, clutching the feather left behind by Articuno. Swish, swish, swish. After Articuno's departure, rustling sounds emanated from the grass. Li Xiaoyan concealed himself behind Sanyan Jiangui, urging it to gather energy in the shadows. Should any ill-intentioned individuals appear, he would command Sanyan Jiangui to strike with its retribution sword. Who goes there? Step forward. Do not lurk suspiciously. Li Xiaoyan's voice carried an air of chill. Mercy towards enemies is cruelty to oneself. My apologies, young student. It is merely I. An elderly man, appearing to be in his 60s, emerged from the brush. With kind eyes and a gentle demeanor, he resembled a benevolent elder from the neighborhood. Greetings. A massive boar followed, its body cloaked in brown fur, with white hooves and a pink, pig-like snout covered in light brown fur. It sported enormous tusks made of ice. Is that an Ivorian boar? Li Xiaoyan murmured upon sighting the creature, realizing this old man was not to be trifled with. As they appraised one another, the elder spoke first. Young friend, you are a senior student from Rongqing High School, correct? Li Xiaoyan refrained from nodding, retorting, and who might you be? The elder smiled warmly. Surely you must know I am your new principal? At this revelation, Li Xiaoyan instinctively muttered a curse. So it is you who is so miserly. The cafeteria food is such. Note, rat-infested. A cold wind swept through. Realizing his disrespect, Li Xiaoyan quickly amended, I take back that remark. He nonchalantly began to whistle, as if that previous statement had never been uttered. From the grass emerged a middle-aged man, likely over 50, who began to clarify. As the vice principal, I must clarify that the financial department is to blame. This man was accompanied by a Bawanghua, which nodded in greeting to Li Xiaoyan, who reciprocated with a wave. Who would have thought that both the principal and vice principal would be drawn into this secret realm? Upon hearing Li Xiaoyan's earlier words, the principal understood the source of his grievances. I will address the cafeteria issue upon my return. I have some inquiries for you. Young student, if that is agreeable? The elder painted a rosy picture, and Li Xiaoyan, after some consideration, acquiesced to the principal's request for inquiry. What brings you here? Li Xiaoyan responded, unfazed. What a grand opening move. Li Xiaoyan casually placed the feather into his backpack and replied coolly, I am merely taking a stroll. It seldom snows in Rongqing, and I wish to witness the beauty of the snowfall. With that, Li Xiaoyan reached out to touch the falling snowflakes, reciting a poetic line. Indeed, the earth cloaked in snow, flake as large as a hand. The two principals exchanged glances. The principal chuckled, no worries, I understand your frustrations. Rest assured, as your principal, I would never harm my students. He added in his heart, especially considering your connection to Yi Huang. Li Xiaoyan crossed his arms, nodding occasionally, feigning interest. After a spell, it was unclear what the principal had conversed with Li Xiaoyan about. The three of them settled down, engaging in a discussion about the future. This dialogue stretched nearly 2 hours, during which Li Xiaoyan retrieved food from his backpack. Throughout their discourse, Li Xiaoyan could sense the principal's passion for Pokémon, and with Sangyin Jiangue behind him, he gradually relaxed his guard. Crack! The three of them turned towards the sound, only to witness a small fissure opening at the summit of the snow-capped mountain. Chapter 54, Leader Shizue and the Slimy Beauty Dragon versus the Crystalline Trident Dragon. Li Xiaoyan gazed at the widening crack, uncertainly inquiring, is that the exit of the secret realm? The principal nodded slowly, rising to scrutinize the crevice, replying, indeed. The crack ceased to expand only when it transformed into an oval shape. It was located at the very peak of the snow-capped mountain, where a king-level trident dragon resided. Li Xiaoyan's expression revealed his inner turmoil, prompting the principal to inquire with genuine concern, young student, what troubles you? Li Xiaoyan relayed the information regarding the electric shock beast, mentioning the presence of a king-level Pokémon atop the snow-capped peak. Upon hearing this, the vice principal pondered momentarily before responding in a grave tone. It appears we must await rescue. This response left Li Xiaoyan perplexed. Scratching his head, he slowly articulated, as principals of a prestigious high school. Do you truly lack a king-level Pokémon? The two principals exchanged glances, with the elder principal retorting, who informed you that a high school principal must possess a king-level Pokémon? The vice principal chimed in. Do you think king-level Pokémon are as commonplace as cabbages? With this revelation, Li Xiaoyan finally grasped that not everyone could boast a king-level Pokémon. His recent encounters with numerous high-level Pokémon had led him to mistakenly believe that achieving king status was effortlessly attainable. The words of the two principals prompted Li Xiaoyan to reflect. No, I cannot become complacent. He mentally chastised himself, realizing that since meeting Yi Huang and Song Yan, his mindset had undergone a profound transformation. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, Yi Huang was preparing to take his Pokémon with him, a gluttony dragon, 3 speedy houndomes, a dragonite, and a fire god moth. He secured the Pokeballs of these 6 Pokémon to his belt, and, confirming that the vicinity was clear of onlookers, turned to his side and inquired, Are you coming? I'm going. The space around Yi Huang shimmered, revealing the figure of Victini, who was busily devouring a meat bun, grease adorning its mouth, before plopping itself onto Yi Huang's shoulder. By the way, do you have any insights regarding that secret realm? Yi Huang waited for Victini to finish its meat bun and produced a cup of milk tea for it. Victini licked its fingers, accepted the tea, and sipped contentedly, wearing a blissful expression. This secret realm is home to Pokémon akin to that bear belonging to Little Yu, though they are not as formidable in strength. Establishing a rapport would be advantageous. Previously, Yi Huang had inquired about the source of the energy fluctuations, and after sifting through its memories, Victini provided an answer. Yi Huang murmured to himself, legendary Pokémon? It would indeed be unwise to make an enemy of them. After a brief pause, Yi Huang asked, should we bring something for it? After careful consideration, Victini suggested that Yi Huang take some berry salad, reasoning that the frigid environment would make it difficult for the Pokémon there to eat well, and that Yi Huang's berry salad was so delectable it would surely enhance the favor of the Articuno. Yi Huang retrieved his phone, unsure of whom he was calling, conversing as he walked. As he exited the temporary tent, he spotted the anxious faces of Li Luoqing and his wife. Hanging up, Li Luoqing approached urgently, asking Yi, "Can we enter now?" Yi Huang nodded and summoned his dragonite, leaping onto its back. "We can. Prepare to depart." He added, "By the way, the entrance and exit are connected. The landing point is atop the snow-capped mountain. Please ensure your Pokémon are cautious." This was directed at Shintong, whose 7 stars Nightingale had just reached the gym leader level and would struggle in such harsh weather. Yi Huang stepped into the secret realm first, followed by Li Luoqing and Shintong, who stood ready at the entrance. They exchanged glances, and Li Luoqing crouched behind his Jengar, entering the realm. 7 stars Nightingale. "I'm relying on you this time." "Zhao." Shintong settled onto the back of her 7 stars Nightingale, calming its nerves before soaring into the secret realm. As Li Luoqing and his wife entered, Yi Huang had already approached the second-in-command of the secret realm, standing atop his dragonite. He attempted to communicate with the luminescent Pokémon before him. "Garchomp, greetings." "Roar. Get lost." Yi Huang and Dragonite exchanged bewildered looks. Although Dragonite had yet to reach the champion level, it was undeniably at the pinnacle of the king level, and the blatant disregard shown by this Garchomp was unexpected. With no other option, Yi Huang decided to deploy the wash-green Pokémon he had caught months prior. Unlike the previous encounter with the Gluttony Dragon, this Garchomp was not irrational enough to attack indiscriminately. Yi Huang resolved to subdue it first. Fire Godmoth and Victini were his trump cards, while Dragonite remained airborne. Gluttony Dragon, go! Houndoms, split into 3 groups and search for survivors. Yi Huang unleashed 3 imposing Houndoms, one of which had even attained king-level status. Just as Garchomp intended to intercept the 3 Houndoms descending the mountain, it found itself confronted by a massive, snail-like Pokémon. "Roar. Your strength is commendable, but I am the king here." A dazzling earthy yellow light emanated from Garchomp as crystalline structures enveloped its form. As the crystals fell away, Garchomp appeared to don a crystalline armor, complete with a hard hat atop its head. Terra Crystal. In the midst of Garchomp's transformation, Yi Huang commanded the Gluttony Dragon to summon rain. Gluttony. The Gluttony Dragon let out a resounding roar, and within mere seconds, a gentle rain began to fall from the sky. However, the next moment, the rain transformed back into snow. Yi Huang frowned, ultimately deciding to have the Gluttony Dragon enter a meditative state. Glimmering with silvery light, the steel-type energy enveloped the Gluttony Dragon, which then concealed itself within its massive shell. With a gentle flick of its tail, Garchomp conjured a gigantic ice block, hurling it toward the Gluttony Dragon. Upon impact, the ice shattered into powder against the Gluttony Dragon's iron-like body, prompting Garchomp to stomp its foot in frustration. Each stomp sent tremors through the snow-laden mountain, causing the few trees that had managed to survive in the bitter cold to snap under the seismic force unleashed by Garchomp's stomping. Yi Huang regarded this with indifference. Battles at the king level were expected to unfold this way. Turbulent flow. The Gluttony Dragon remained in its meditative state, and just as the shockwaves from Garchomp's stomping approached, a surge of murky water lifted the Gluttony Dragon. Under the Gluttony Dragon's control, the turbulent flow surged toward Garchomp, aiming to overwhelm it. Garchomp retaliated with a blast of frigid air from its mouth, and given the current snowstorm, the turbulent flow was frozen almost instantaneously. Yi Huang's brow furrowed as he contemplated how best to defeat his opponent. Ground-type Gluttony Dragon, unleash Water Pulse. Realizing the broad area attack was ineffective, he pivoted to a single-target skill. The Gluttony Dragon stepped atop the frozen turbulent flow, gathering a blue, water-type orb in its mouth. Garchomp lifted its head and slowly opened its mouth, releasing an ice-blue beam in an instant. The icy beam collided with the Water Pulse, with the victor being the ice beam, bolstered by its type advantage. At that moment, the Gluttony Dragon leaped to evade the icy beam. Yi Huang snapped his fingers and declared, "Now's the time. Use Iron Tail." The Gluttony Dragon spun in midair, its tail enveloped in potent steel-type energy. Executing Iron Tail the moment Yi Huang commanded it. Observing this, Garchomp immediately turned its back to the Gluttony Dragon, exhaling a chilling breath as it prepared to clash at astonishing speed. Its dorsal fin expanded, unleashing its signature move, Great Sword Assault. The Gluttony Dragon's steel-like tail descended upon Garchomp's dorsal fin, resulting in a fierce confrontation, with Garchomp possessing the upper hand in sheer power. The aftermath of the clash between these 2 king-level Pokémon sent shockwaves through the surrounding snow, leaving cracks in the ground. This spectacle stirred an exhilarating fervor even within Yi Huang's Dragonite. The Spinosaurus, utilizing its formidable strength, sent the Glamo soaring. Yet its body was coated in a thick layer of slime. Disgusted, the Spinosaurus shook off the goo, glaring with fury at the airborne Glaymo. Water cannon. Just those two simple words allowed Glaymo to adjust its position in midair and unleash a torrent of water, broader than that of a Snorlax, directed straight at the Spinosaurus. In a desperate attempt to defend itself, the Spinosaurus forcefully slammed its claws into the ground, conjuring several ice pillars to thwart the oncoming water cannon. However, Glaymo's attack obliterated the ice pillars, striking the Spinosaurus directly and causing it to kneel, weakened by the super effective damage. Enraged, the Spinosaurus pounded the ground with a mighty fist, causing the very mountains to tremble, but its intent was not merely to strike the ground. A series of ice spikes materialized from thin air, so swiftly that even the Leaf Monarch could hardly react before the spikes were launched towards Glaymo. So fast, the Leaf Monarch exclaimed, noticing a glimmer of green light emanating from the Spinosaurus. Was it its ice body ability? As the Leaf Monarch pondered, Glaymo retreated into its shell, successfully shielding itself from the 5 sharp ice spikes. Fortunately, the expanse at the summit of the snow-capped mountain was vast enough to prevent Glaymo from tumbling off the cliff. The Leaf Monarch, having discerned the Spinosaurus's tactics, commanded Dragon Pulse. Glaymo slightly parted its jaws, releasing a powerful shockwave imbued with the might of dragons that shattered the ground and surged toward the Spinosaurus. The force of Dragon Pulse was devastating, leaving no flora in its wake, while the Spinosaurus, unfazed, raised its bright orange claws. A pale green light extended from its talons. As if it aimed to rend its foe asunder, it clashed with the Dragon Pulse using its formidable claws. The Dragon Claw cleaved the Dragon Pulse in twain, and the Spinosaurus displayed a triumphant grin. Yet, in the next moment, Glaymo demonstrated the true meaning of resilience. Gathering energy once more, it unleashed another water cannon. And despite the Spinosaurus thrusting its claws forward in a futile attempt to counter, it was to no avail. The water cannon pierced through the remnants of the Dragon Claw's energy and struck the Spinosaurus squarely on the head. This powerful blast sent the Spinosaurus crashing to the ground, its luminescence flickering erratically. With a sharp crack, its crystalline form vanished. Fragments scattered across the terrain, but the Leaf Monarch paid them no heed, returning to the Spinosaurus's side atop his Dragonite. At that moment, the Spinosaurus struggled to rise, and the Leaf Monarch, perched upon Dragonite, could finally meet its gaze at eye level. "Are you ready to concede?" he inquired, extending a salad infused with the aroma of fruits toward the Spinosaurus, which could not help but swallow in anticipation. "Roar! I shall not partake," it declared defiantly, though its salivating mouth betrayed its true desire. "It's quite delectable." At this juncture, Victini materialized and engaged the Spinosaurus in conversation, startling it with the presence of such a formidable champion. Although the Spinosaurus protested, its claws had already reached out toward the Leaf Monarch, who chuckled lightly as he placed the fruit salad in its grasp. "Roar! This is unappetizing," the Spinosaurus insisted, even as it stuffed the salad into its mouth, marveling at how such fruits had been prepared. "Little Spinosaurus, what of the Articuno?" Victini inquired about the whereabouts of the ice bird. Before the Spinosaurus could respond, a flurry of ice crystals cascaded from the sky. With an air of majestic authority and pride, the regal ice bird, Articuno, descended gracefully. The Leaf Monarch, captivated by the sanctity of Articuno, stepped forward, proposing, "Once I have rescued those in need, let us engage in a battle." While the Glaymo and Spinosaurus clashed, Li Luoqing and Shi Xintong had already mounted their respective Pokémon, soaring down the snowy mountainside in search of Li Xiaoyan. "Son, respond to me. Jinger, where are you?" Li Xiaoyan, hearing his parents' calls, began seeking a way to signal them. Just then, the Inferno Jengar unleashed its full power, radiating its kingly might, which instantly alerted the 2 Pokémon above to its location. Jengar swiftly descended, and Li Luoqing clung tightly to it. Yet, in terms of speed, the Qixi Qingniao proved swifter. Shi Xintong arrived first and immediately embraced Li Xiaoyan upon finding him safe. "Thank goodness you're all right." Her voice brimmed with concern, tinged with a hint of tears, as Li Luoqing joined in the embrace, relieved to see his family intact. "Son, as long as you're safe," he reassured. Li Xiaoyan, feeling the warmth of his parents' emotions, comforted them in turn. "Mom and Dad, I'm fine. Besides, I have the Inferno Jengar with me. With it around, my life is secure." Li Luoqing and Shi Xintong bowed deeply in gratitude to the Inferno Jengar, proclaiming, "Thank you for protecting our son." The Inferno Jengar waved its hand dismissively, acknowledging that its life was saved by Li Xiaoyan and Victini. It felt it could repay Li Xiaoyan, but could not yet repay Victini. If it could not even safeguard the life of its benefactor, how could it speak of repayment? "By the way, Agia and the others are still at the plains," Li Xiaoyan suddenly exclaimed. "I'll go call for help." Dear, please accompany Xiaoyan to fetch them. After confirming that Li Xiaoyan was unharmed, Li Luoqing prepared to return with Jengar to Rong City to summon a rescue team. Once Li Luoqing departed, Shi Xintong gazed at her son, who was clad in light attire, and voiced her concern, "Son, where is your jacket?" Chapter 56, Homecoming. Shi Xintong's words startled Li Xiaoyan, leaving him stammering, I lent it to a classmate. Why are you so nervous? I won't blame you, she reassured him, gently ruffling his hair. Was it a boy or a girl you lent it to? She continued. A girl, he replied, lowering his head, fearful of upsetting Shi Xintong, especially as she often reprimanded him when he caught a cold. Shi Xintong, half understanding, nodded and refrained from scolding him. With the Inferno Jengar by his side, she knew he need not worry about the cold, yet she pondered his decision to lend his jacket to a girl. Choosing silence, she decided against pursuing the matter further, thinking, as long as Xiaoyan does not become a cold-hearted individual, I shall be content. The two principals observed the mother-son exchange quietly, choosing not to intrude. You must be hungry, please eat. Shi Xintong offered the bento she had prepared, recalling how Li Xiaoyan would likely have had little to eat in the secret realm. Upon seeing the delicious food, Li Xiaoyan eagerly devoured it, mumbling, so good, absolutely delightful. Shi Xintong, noticing the two principals nearby, apologized, I'm sorry. I only made enough for my son. The elder principal waved his hand, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with Shi Xintong, akin to an old friend he hadn't seen in decades. He indirectly inquired, could your father be Mr. Shi Donghai? This principal had just been reappointed from another province this semester and shared an undisclosed history with Shi Donghai. Shi Xintong nodded, her expression one of confusion as she looked at the old man, responding politely, yes. Li Xiaoyan, having quickly finished his meal, overheard the elder principal's question and asked, what is the matter with my grandfather? The elder principal stroked his beard, filled with nostalgia. It has been decades since I last saw your grandfather. I owe him a debt of gratitude from years ago. If you ever encounter difficulties at school, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I will ensure everything is resolved. Li Xiaoyan shrugged, unconcerned, as many owed favors to his grandfather, and he had no idea which one it was. I'm back. Just then, Li Luoqing arrived, accompanied by a group of individuals clad in winter gear, perched upon the steel-winged crow. Each steel-winged crow trailed behind it a sizable box, which, upon observation, reminded Li Xiaoyan of the flying taxis from the Sword and Shield realm. Once all personnel had landed, the leader removed his glasses and addressed Li Xiaoyan. Student, could you kindly assist us by leading the way? Certainly, replied Li Xiaoyan, retracting his Zhongyan blade ghost and settling into the basket. Li Luoqing and Shi Xintong followed suit. Climbing into the box, their concern for Li Xiaoyan palpable after the perilous events. The two principals had already taken to one of the steel-winged crows, departing first. Without their presence, the school was likely in disarray. The middle-aged man at the forefront smoothly mounted the steel-winged crow, gently patting its head. Caw! The steel-winged crow squawked, spreading its wings and taking off from the ground. The other steel-winged crows followed suit, soaring towards the plains in unison. Dad, did Uncle Yi not come? Li Xiaoyan inquired, recalling the 3 barks he had heard while resting below, resembling the sound of a large canine Pokémon. Li Luoqing yawned, having had a restless night due to his worries about Li Xiaoyan. In his drowsy state, he responded, Brother Yi is currently engaged in a battle with a glimmering Pokémon. I see. Li Xiaoyan nodded slowly, realizing that King Yi was already locked in combat with the dazzling Tyrantrum. Regrettably, he had to lead the way, otherwise, he would have liked to witness the phenomenon of crystallized Pokémon in reality. Dad, was their battle particularly intense? I could feel the ground shaking from below. Upon hearing Li Xiaoyan's words, Li Luoqing began to recall what he had seen upon entering while holding on to Gungui. I spotted 2 formidable Pokémon battling when I arrived. He couldn't help but exclaim, those 2 Pokémon are truly massive. Li Xiaoyan nodded thoughtfully, having sensed the tremors from the snow-capped mountains earlier, initially fearing an avalanche, only to discover it was a battle between elite-level Pokémon. The steel-winged crow flew swiftly, and before long, they arrived at the location of Class 1 students. Including the steel-winged crow taxi Li Xiaoyan was on, there were a total of 40 steel-winged crows. Excluding the driver, each steel-winged crow could accommodate 3 individuals, making it feasible to transport the entire class back in one trip. Li Luoqing observed the locator given to him by Yi Huang, which indicated that one of the speedy canines remained stationary. It seemed there were still some survivors. The rest of you, come with me to rescue the other survivors, he instructed, stepping out of the box. After counting heads, he led a group of steel-winged crows to the location where the speedy canine had stopped. The middle-aged man at the forefront announced, Students, Please line up in an orderly fashion, one at a time. Once you're returned home, you may head straight back. We will handle the rest." The students of Class 1 were immediately moved to tears. We can finally go home. Under the organization, Lin Jia sat beside Li Xiaoyan on the steel-winged crow. Shi Xintong rose to sit across from Li Xiaoyan, with Lin Jia comfortably settling beside him. "By the way, your coat." Once settled, Lin Jia attempted to remove her coat to return it to Li Xiaoyan. He shook his head. "Please hold on to it until we are outside. We still have to traverse the snow-capped mountains, and the temperature will drop further. Then I'll wash it and return it to you," Lin Jia said nervously. Li Xiaoyan nodded in agreement. "That works." Chen Yunjia, Lin Ji, and Zhang Sanshi sat together, chatting and laughing, seemingly relieved to have survived the ordeal. Yin Han quickly took his seat, urgency in his voice. "Brother, please hurry. My Pokémon is gravely injured and needs immediate treatment at the Pokémon Center to avoid lingering damage." "Thank you. Of course. My steel-winged crow is the fastest in Rong City." The owner of that steel-winged crow was not bothered by Yin Han's impatience, understanding that any normal trainer would be concerned about their Pokémon's injuries. In an instant, all present steel-winged crows spread their wings and soared towards the exit. Meanwhile, from Yi Huang's perspective, above the clouds, he sat atop a Volcarona, pitting it against a Articuno. Why would he have Volcarona, which is 4 times weak to ice? Battle Articuno? Perhaps only he knew the reason. Chapter 57. Cast your worries aside. "Human, I never expected you to." Articuno gazed at Volcarona, surprised. Yi Huang, with a radiant smile, replied, "This move is what I had prepared for the Champions Tournament." After a fierce battle, Yi Huang spoke up. "By the way, esteemed elder, would you consider residing in our nation's snowy mountains? The scenery is breathtaking, and there are far more places to soar than here." "Perhaps." Articuno preened its elegant feathers before nodding. It seemed to recall something, adding, "In terms of your realm, congratulations on reaching the champion level." Yi Huang leaped onto Volcarona's back, bowing in gratitude to Articuno. "Thank you for your invaluable assistance. No need for formalities. Your Volcarona was already on the brink of achieving this level. I merely provided a slight nudge." Articuno sighed. "I wonder when I will reach that level myself." Yi Huang clasped his hands together. "I believe you will reach the champion level very soon. Thank you for your kind words." While the two engaged in light-hearted banter, Li Xiaoyan had returned to Ronghai. Having traversed the secret realm multiple times, he had grown somewhat immune to the disorientation. For him, it was merely a matter of closing his eyes momentarily and then reopening them to find himself at the destination. However, for Lin Jia, who had only entered the secret realm once, "My head is spinning." Lin Jia felt dizzy and utterly unwell. Despite the taller physique of the individuals in this world, the altitude sickness still made her feel miserable. Moreover, as this was her first experience in and out of a secret realm, experiencing such symptoms was quite normal. Shi Xintong switched places with Li Xiaoyan and skillfully began to massage Lin Jia. After about 10 minutes, Lin Jia felt significantly better and hurriedly thanked Shi Xintong. "Thank you, Auntie." Shi Xintong smiled and waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing. You're classmates with my son. This is but a small matter." Once Lin Jia felt normal again, the three of them disembarked from the steel-winged crow. The leader of the steel-winged crows emitted a loud call, and the remaining steel-winged crows re-entered the secret realm. Lin Jia opened her phone and dialed her parents. Li Xiaoyan watched the steel-winged crows depart before asking Mom, "How are we getting back?" "I'll drive you home," Shi Xintong replied, flashing her car keys in front of Li Xiaoyan. "Then I might as well walk back." "It might be safer," Li Xiaoyan mused silently, side-eyeing his mother's driving skills. After a moment, Shi Xintong playfully tapped the back of his head, admonishing him, "You mustn't pick up your father's bad habits and act like a delinquent." After playfully scolding him, she pressed a button, and a nearby Bentley flashed its lights. Li Xiaoyan remarked, "Back then, when I had my hands in my pockets, I didn't know what a rival was, until that woman appeared." "Ouch, I get it now." He reluctantly withdrew his hands, rubbing the back of his head. Shi Xintong hadn't taken a few steps when she noticed Lin Jia standing still and asked with concern, "Aren't your parents here to pick you up?" Lin Jia nodded, tugging at Li Xiaoyan's coat with a somewhat downtrodden expression. Noticing her demeanor, Li Xiaoyan invited her. "Would you like to ride with my mom back? After all, we live in the same neighborhood, and it's quite convenient. Plus, riding in my mom's car might help you cast your worries aside." Lin Jia cast a glance at Li Xiaoyan, then blinked her eyes at Shi Xintong, her tone imbued with a hint of anticipation. "Is it truly possible?" Shi Xintong nodded, taking Lin Jia's hand as they made their way to the vehicle. Li Xiaoyan settled beside Lin Jia, fastening her seatbelt, and cautioned, "Lin Jia, make sure to hold on tight." Lin Jia obediently nodded, "Hom." 3 minutes later, A cacophony of screams erupted from within the vehicle. Mom, why are you drifting on just a turn? Ani, could you please drive a bit slower? Throughout the journey, Shintong, with her exceptional driving skills, maneuvered the car with such prowess that other vehicles on the road swerved to avoid her, fearing an accidental collision. Lin Jia's expression shifted from initial gloom to sheer terror, gripping the armrest tightly. Li Xiaoyan managed a forced smile. See? All your worries have vanished, haven't they? The only response to Li Xiaoyan's remark was the sound of the wind rushing past the window. Fortunately, once the car entered the neighborhood, the speed diminished considerably, and Shintong adeptly parked the vehicle in the garage. All right, you can get out now. The only replies to Shintong were two feeble voices. Okay, thank you. As the two emerged from Shintong's dark car, their legs wobbled, necessitating mutual support. Li Xiaoyan cast a resentful glance at Shintong, as if to say, "Why did you drive like that?" Nevertheless, one must admit, it certainly did cast aside their troubles. Shintong feigned ignorance of Li Xiaoyan's gaze and, gripping Lin Jia's arm, suggested, "Would you like to come over for dinner? My aunt's cooking is exquisite." Lin Jia, regaining her composure, repeatedly shook her head. "No need to trouble your aunt. I can just order takeout." Shintong frowned. "That simply won't do." While the two girls conversed, Li Xiaoyan summoned her Tsunyan Blade Ghost, allowing it to stabilize her before stepping aside to release a rainbow. Once it was done, she turned to Shintong and said, "Mom, I'm heading back." Without turning her head, Shintong replied, Okay." Li Xiaoyan pushed open the door to her home, where a white-haired fox was busy in the kitchen with Brimwan, preparing dinner. "Yeah, you're back. Welcome home." Li Xiaoyan stretched her body and opened the refrigerator, retrieving a glass of juice. "Yes, I'm back." This recent expedition was exhausting. As she sipped her juice and ascended the stairs, Zoroark sensed something amiss. Did this little master just comprehend my words? How was this experience? Zoroark stealthily approached Li Xiaoyan, unexpectedly interjecting. "Not bad," Li Xiaoyan replied, half closing her eyes to relish the delightful juice. "Why do you understand what I'm saying?" Zoroark's question caught Li Xiaoyan off guard, prompting her to respond with a hint of menace. "I know you are a clever Pokémon. This sort of thing. I merely have some questions, no malice intended. I won't speak to anyone else about it." Zoroark refilled Li Xiaoyan's glass of juice and began to narrate a tale. Chapter 58. The past of Zoroark. Zoroark's expression darkened, reminiscent of bygone days as it gazed at the ceiling. While listening to Zoroark's story, Li Xiaoyan kept an eye on the front door. In ancient times, Zoroark's kin resided atop a snow-capped mountain, living carefree, undisturbed by humans. We were naturally endowed with agility and fierce offensive prowess. When confronted by other Pokémon, our clan exhibited intense hostility. In such circumstances, other Pokémon did not ostracize us. They were quite gentle. Once, when I was injured, the little ones even shared their berries with me. How embarrassing. You must be curious why a Pokémon like me could command them, right? Li Xiaoyan, sipping her juice, nodded slowly in response to Zoroark's words. Zoroark, with its back turned to Li Xiaoyan, continued, "After that incident of healing, our clan began to mediate their disputes. We thought we could live harmoniously there. Until one day, a Pokémon adorned with purplish-black stripes and a disc-like structure embedded with a pearl appeared in the sky above the snow mountain. Soon after, another Pokémon, gray in color, sporting ghostly wings and a golden half-ring around its neck, emerged. With their arrival, the ground quaked violently. The entire Zoroark clan was plunged into darkness. And when they regained consciousness, they found themselves in an unfamiliar place. The local Pokémon were strange yet remarkably friendly, and we quickly bonded with them. We dwelled there for a time, and my children were still alive then." Li Xiaoyan paused her juice drinking, and sensing her reaction, Zoroark mustered a wry smile. Looks like you caught the key point. That was the first time I encountered humans. They wore coarse garments, their hair disheveled, and held balls crafted from berries and stones. They could freely control Pokémon evolution, and their Pokémon were immensely powerful. My child could not outrun them. They cruelly slaughtered my child for their own selfish desires. At this point, Zoroark's aura flared, releasing a surge of ghostly energy, though it soon curtailed the outpouring, apologizing. "Forgive me, I lost my composure. Would you like to continue hearing the story?" "Yes." Understanding Li Xiaoyan's desire, Zoroark resumed the tale. "My husband and I sought vengeance for our child. Yet they killed my husband as well." At that moment, the desire for revenge eclipsed all reason. The Zoroark present unleashed their full might against those humans. I was dragged away by other Pokémon, and among them was another Zoroark. Defense was not our clan's forte, and we were steadily overwhelmed in the battle, with more Zoroarks succumbing to incapacity. After those humans slaughtered them, they pursued us, But fortune smiled upon us as rain fell that day. Sister Nyanmylong, having evolved, successfully repelled them. But what good was that? My husband and child lost their lives, and that was irreversible. Later, those humans did not venture into Sister Nyanmylong's domain, allowing us a moment of respite under her protection. My resentment fueled my strength further, yet I did not engage in battles thereafter, instead assuming the role of a strategist. Zoroark paused for a moment before continuing. On a moonless, windy night, that pearl dragon returned. Upon hearing its roar, my eyes turned bloodshot. When it appeared, I charged forward, attempting to harm it with my grief-fueled rage. My attack was thwarted by the powerful aura it exuded before it even reached it, and as I attempted to press forward, Sister Nyanmylong held me back. When the pearl dragon fully revealed itself, I was about to advance when another Pokémon, adorned with 2 horns and a cobalt blue pentagonal diamond embedded in its metallic chest, followed closely. The diamond dragon cautiously emerged from the passage, as if fearing to disturb the surrounding environment. The 2 colossal beings clashed, one raising a hand, the other opening its mouth. Crescent-shaped blades collided with a blinding wave of light. The aftermath of their battle triggered seismic tremors, causing the mountains to crumble. The diamond dragon cast a glance at us, unleashing another radiant wave. Instantly, the fragmented ground beneath us was restored. Time roared indeed. Li Xiaoyan pondered deeply over the techniques of Dialga, realizing that the roar of time could indeed reverse time to mend things. It appeared that Dialga was not merely a destructive force, unlike the typical ruffian. In this respect, it was somewhat superior to Palkia, embodying the essence of a noble dragon. As Li Xiaoyan delved into his thoughts, Zoroark continued to narrate the tale. This tremor displaced the entire plane, plunging all Pokémon present into slumber once more. When we awakened, the surrounding space had thickened, and the land capable of sustaining our existence had diminished significantly. It was not long after that your parents, accompanied by a band of individuals, trespassed into our territory. You are aware of the events that followed, are you not? Listening intently to Zoroark's account, Li Xiaoyan unconsciously clenched his fist upon releasing it. He stood up and retrieved a few tissues to wipe away the perspiration. He felt a profound sympathy for Zoroark's plight. So these events transpired? You are indeed a wretched fox. After steadying his breath and calming his emotions, he spoke. By the way, I have a question I wish to pose. Zoroark also rose, replying, ask away. Why have you shared so much with me? While empathy lingered in Li Xiaoyan's heart, a flicker of doubt remained. He could comprehend Zoroark's words, yet it was unlikely that it would divulge its story merely for that reason. Surely, there was something it sought from him. You are astute. After your father captured me, I contemplated escape and feared for my life at your hands. However, your family treated me with kindness, rekindling warmth within me. Zoroark bowed before Li Xiaoyan, stating, I have a humble request. I implore you to grant it. Speak, and I shall consider it, Li Xiaoyan replied, allowing Zoroark to express its intentions before making a decision. Once your strength is sufficient to confront it, could you deliver a resounding blow to it for me? Just as Li Xiaoyan was about to decline, Zoroark revealed an explosive piece of information. I know the location of the ghost-type tablet. If you consent, I will disclose its whereabouts. Chapter 59. My truth, are you referring to the mystery tablet? Li Xiaoyan and Zoroark locked gazes, one human and one fox, observing each other intently. Hee. So you humans refer to it as the mystery tablet? If I am not mistaken, then yes. Zoroark took the cup from Li Xiaoyan's hands and returned to the kitchen to wash it. Before departing, it left behind a parting remark. Hee. After all, ordinary Pokémon face considerable challenges when contending with deities. If you choose not to agree, then consider this information as my way of repaying your care over these past months. Watching Zoroark's retreating figure, Li Xiaoyan sighed deeply. By the time he could stand against Palkia, he would likely be in his 50s, wouldn't he? Rest assured, it won't take that long. The door swung open, and Shi Xintong entered with a shy Lin Jia, prompting Li Xiaoyan to hear their voices from the living room. Auntie, really, there's no need. I can eat at home. How can that be? Eating takeout all the time is hardly good for you. I'm not boasting. My culinary skills are quite excellent. At that moment, Li Xiaoyan ascended the stairs to tidy up his belongings. Just a few steps in, Shi Xintong called out, Son, remember to come down for dinner in 10 minutes. You can't be full from just a bento, can you? Li Xiaoyan replied from the staircase, all right. Hee. Egg. Zoroark presented a nurturing device to Li Xiaoyan. Thank you, he said as he accepted it, slowly making his way upstairs. Upon returning to his room, Li Xiaoyan took out the light stone and initiated a long-awaited mental communion. This time, he beheld the true form of Reshiram in his mind's eye. Reshiram was predominantly white, resembling a fusion of a white bird and a western dragon with massive claws. Its entire body was cloaked in soft, feather-like white fur. It possessed striking blue eyes and stark black sclerae, with hair sprouting from its head. Its face bore a likeness to that of a white wolf, and its neck was adorned with two metallic rings that glimmered. The soft white fur enveloped Reshiram's abdomen, while its sturdy, textured feet exhibited a pronounced form. The overall shape of its shins was rather slender, and its silver claws were long and sharp, similar to its neck. The base of Reshiram's tail was encircled by two metallic rings, beneath which lay a structure resembling an engine, and the tip of its tail billowed gently. Reshiram? Li Xiaoyan voiced, perplexed, for he had not encountered its visage during their previous mental exchanges. Why, today, had he been granted a glimpse of its appearance? Human, tell me, what is your truth? After all these events, I believe you have found your answer, have you not? Reshiram's azure gaze bore into Li Xiaoyan, prompting him to reveal the truth nestled within his heart. What is my truth? I am sorry, but I do not yet have an answer. Li Xiaoyan lowered his head, a hint of melancholy in his tone. No, you already possess the answer within. Reshiram unfurled its claws, unleashing flames from its tail. Its form ignited in crimson flames, exuding an aura both formidable and gentle. As the fiery blaze danced into existence, a series of images unfolded before Li Xiaoyan's eyes. The first depicted the Cobalion being besieged by poachers. The second showed Zoroark's child being slain by the Chosen Ones. Other scenes illustrated the lives of Li Xiaoyan's companions and Pokémon. His parents' Pokémon celebrating his birthday, him feasting on a starch sausage alongside Torchic and Jengar. The playful antics between Torchic and Bulbasaur, and the friendly rivalry between Yaya and Riolu, as well as the harmonious interaction between Rowlet and Froakie. These stark contrasts stirred a shift in Li Xiaoyan's expression. Humanity is a contradictory species, embodying both good and evil. Some cherish Pokémon, even risking their lives for them, while others view Pokémon merely as tools for trade. There are those who seek to slay Pokémon. No, such individuals do not deserve the title of human. They are lesser than livestock. As Li Xiaoyan's fingers brushed against a heartwarming photograph, the images began to move. A series of tender moments unfolded before him, and he murmured, I wish for Pokémon and humans to coexist harmoniously. Accidentally encountering a gruesome scene, the tragic fates of two Pokémon flashed before his eyes. The ancient Chosen Ones slaughtering Zoroark materialized in his mind. The scene of a rotund duo rallying Pokémon to assault the Cobalion followed swiftly. Deep within Li Xiaoyan's heart, a fervent desire for strength pulsed relentlessly. As if having made a resolute decision, he declared, I must grow stronger. I will ensure that Pokémon in this world are no longer victims of human violence. Pokémon are our partners, our friends, akin to family. With determination, Li Xiaoyan gazed into Reshiram's eyes, nodding in affirmation. Taking a deep breath, as if resolute in his conviction, he articulated, Reshiram, I long for a world steeped in peace. I shall steadfastly strive to become more powerful, to eradicate those who deliberately harm Pokémon. The moment Li Xiaoyan's words escaped his lips, the surrounding crimson flames intensified. The flames leapt joyfully, and Reshiram ascended into the sky, the fiery light illuminating the entire mental realm. Human, the prerequisites for the second trial have been fulfilled. I hope you can reach the elite soon, for only then can the second trial truly commence. Reshiram waved its arms, soaring through the air, enveloped in flames. Li Xiaoyan approached, captivated by Reshiram's fur, as pure as jade, and couldn't help but inquire, Reshiram, I have a question I wish to ask you. Speak, Reshiram replied, its gaze still fixed on Li Xiaoyan, intrigued by his impending question. What kind of Pokémon is Palkia, truly? Li Xiaoyan posed a question that had long troubled him, feeling that many of the misfortunes occurring in his life were the doing of Palkia. This inquiry rendered Reshiram somewhat silent, as it was unfamiliar with Palkia. Since its transformation into a light stone and subsequent relocation by Palkia, it had begun to harbor discontent towards the latter. Yet, were these occurrences truly instigated by Palkia? Li Xiaoyan stood still, quietly observing Reshiram as it drifted into contemplation. Reshiram offered no reply, instead projecting Li Xiaoyan out of its mental space. Murmuring a phrase inaudible to him, I acknowledge your truth. Chapter 60, Ordinary Level Trainer. Son, come down for dinner. Sure Shintong called from the foot of the staircase, concerned that Li Xiaoyan had yet to descend despite the meal being prepared. Surely, nothing troubling had occurred. Li Xiaoyan, glancing at the light stone in his hand, was drawn from his thoughts by Sure Shintong's voice, to which he promptly responded, Got it. I'll be right down. After carefully placing the light stone and other items in order, he hurried downstairs, greeting Tilly Meow before taking a seat at the dining table. Lin Jia was somewhat restless. It was her first time visiting a classmate's home. Li Xiaoyan released his Blaziken and Chandelure, then turned to Lin Jia, saying, "You should let your Bulbasaur out too. It's been cooped up in its Pokeball for far too long." Huh. Lin Jia, upon hearing this, released her Bulbasaur, which, after being confined in its ball for so long, joyfully exclaimed as it dashed towards the window. However, upon seeing the darkening sky outside, it halted, abandoning its intention to frolic in the backyard for a sunbath. "Danei, why is it dark?" Zoroark brought over a bowl of Pokémon food, setting it before Bulbasaur. The latter instantly forgot its previous disappointment, devouring the food ravenously. Lin Jia chuckled, "Bulbasaur, no one else competing with you. Slow down, or you'll choke." Heeding her words, Bulbasaur began to eat more slowly. Having not satisfied its hunger during the recent adventure, it was determined to eat well in hopes of evolving into Ivysaur soon. Noticing Bulbasaur's robust growth, Shintong began to analyze. This Bulbasaur seems quite well nourished. It should be evolving into Ivysaur soon, right? We ought to feed it more nutritious food in the coming days to build up its energy, and don't forget to let it bask in the sun. Donghai and the old curator of Rongqing were old friends. Shintong had seen his Venusaur when she was younger and was quite knowledgeable about Bulbasaur's family. Speaking of her Pokemon, Lin Jia felt more at ease, as it concerned her own Pokemon, and she was eager to make Bulbasaur stronger. Shintong crouched down, gently stroking Bulbasaur's tiny head. "Danei, so comfortable." Bulbasaur emitted a satisfied sound at her touch. "What an adorable Bulbasaur. Jia, if you don't mind, could you bring Bulbasaur to my backyard these days? Ever since New Leaf Meow evolved, it hasn't played with Superior much. There are plenty of grass-type Pokemon in my yard for your Bulbasaur to socialize with." Fearing Lin Jia would decline, she added, "Don't worry. I'll have Superior mentor your Bulbasaur." Lin Jia nodded eagerly, looking at Bulbasaur and inquiring, "Bulbasaur, would you like to play here? If you do, I'll bring you over to have fun." After finishing the food in its bowl, Bulbasaur looked up at Lin Jia and nodded in agreement. Shintong smiled contentedly, observing Li Xiaoyan also indulging in his meal, and urged him to eat more slowly. As if recalling something, Shintong spoke after Li Xiaoyan finished eating. "Xiaoyan, later I'll take you to register. Your Blaziken has reached ordinary level, so we can update its status at the League branch. That way, you'll be recognized as an ordinary level trainer." Li Xiaoyan accepted the napkin Zoroark offered, wiped his mouth, and asked, "What about the Pokeball for Charcadet?" To this, Shintong responded that preparations were already in place, and once Charcadet hatched, he would be able to capture it directly. "Well, I'll take my leave then, goodbye." Lin Jia thanked the two of them before departing with Bulbasaur from Li Xiaoyan's home. At that moment, a message from Zhou Yi appeared in the Class QA group. Due to the recent incursion of the Secret Realm, the school has sustained significant damage. The administration has decided to grant all members of the senior class a break until late December before returning to school. Li Xiaoyan stretched and muttered, "Ah, finally a chance to rest. This Secret Realm expedition has been exhausting. Do you still wish to explore secret realms in the future?" Shintong, rising to clear the dishes, asked Li Xiaoyan about his experience during the recent expedition. "Of course, not all Pokemon in the secret realm are malevolent. At least I didn't encounter any evil Pokemon this time," Li Xiaoyan replied, stroking Blaziken's head. He recalled the scenes he had witnessed in the mental space, realizing that the only way to enhance his strength was through continual exploration of the secret realms. However, he decided to proceed with caution, needing to devise a training regimen for Charcadet once it hatched. With Chandelure's assistance, he felt confident that training Charcadet would pose no challenge. "Mom, have you ever encountered such a situation before?" Li Xiaoyan's question plunged Shintong into thought, and after a few moments, she replied, "Neither your grandfather nor your uncle have experienced such an event. Rongao has indeed faced particularly poor luck this time. Over the years, methods for predicting the arrival of secret realms have improved significantly, yet for some reason, this time it went undetected." After Brimstone and Zoroark finished washing the dishes, Shintong led Li Xiaoyan to the League branch for registration. The branch was conveniently located next to the Rongqing Pokemon Breeding Center, and Shintong navigated the entrance with ease, though the registration window for trainers was already filled with patrons. Li Xiaoyan sat in the waiting area as the announcement called for F025 to proceed to registration. A youthful, handsome figure with long black hair stood up to approach the registration desk. Li Xiaoyan took a closer look. The individual had a slender waist and long legs, clad in a trench coat, and upon closer inspection, sported 3 strands of white hair in front of his otherwise black tresses. The receptionist smiled and said, "Mr. Longya, please release your Pokemon." "Wait, he is a boy?" Li Xiaoyan thought, astonished at the beauty before him. The boy named Longya, youthful and somewhat boyish. Appeared to be of a similar age to Li Xiaoyan. He responded nonchalantly, "All right." A Pokémon adorned with a bell around its neck, covered in red and black patterns. With a tuft of red fur atop its head, emerged. "Is that a Heatmore?" Li Xiaoyan mused to himself, acknowledging the potential strength of this new rival. After the staff conducted a thorough examination of Heatmore with their device, the receptionist proceeded to type furiously on the computer, leaving Li Xiaoyan momentarily dazzled by the rapid motions. "Why is this so complicated? Your information has been updated. Congratulations on becoming an ordinary level trainer. Please leave a 5-star review," she announced. Longya recalled Heatmore, gave a 5-star rating on the feedback form, and departed without a backward glance. Chapter 61, Life's Guiding Fox. A receptionist and an elderly gentleman stood in a corner, each lighting a cigarette under the prominently displayed sign, reading "Smoking Area." How large was the sign? Large enough that one could see it upon entering, clearly indicating the smoking area. Li Xiaoyan remarked to himself, "I can't believe there's a smoking area here. It's surprisingly considerate." Shi Xintong smiled slightly, echoing his sentiment. "Indeed, this smoking area is quite well done. In the past, both your grandfather and father were fond of smoking, and at that time, the Alliance branch lacked a designated smoking area. They had no choice but to step outside to indulge in their habit before re-entering." While a mother and child were engaged in conversation, a woman who appeared to be around 26 years old happened to pass by that corner. She cast a glance at the sign, yet the man remained oblivious to her presence as he blew smoke rings towards the wall. The woman did not stand within the smoking area, and the smoke rings did not extend beyond its confines. Suddenly, the man was met with a frenzied outburst. "How can people here be so uncivilized? How dare you smoke in a public place? Who are you?" The receptionist furrowed his brow, extinguished his cigarette, and pointed towards the nearby sign. The elderly man, his expression darkening, scoffed, "This is a smoking area." Unperturbed by his words, the woman retorted nonsensically, "What's wrong with a smoking area? Does that justify smoking in public? I'm going to file a complaint against you." Those present could only look on in disbelief. Li Xiaoyan glanced at Shi Xintong with a puzzled expression and timidly remarked, "Mom, she is speaking in Chinese. Yet I can't comprehend her words at all." Shi Xintong, resting her hand on her head, replied, "How strange, I can't understand her either." The woman's shouting attracted the attention of the security guard, who, upon realizing she was a lady, rushed off to find someone with greater strength to escort her away. As she was being led away, the woman indignantly exclaimed, "I merely wanted to engage in friendly dialogue. I just wanted to express my confusion about why people smoke." The farce concluded swiftly, with the receptionist murmuring, "Senior, it's clearly marked as a smoking area. Why are we being berated?" The elderly man, hands clasped behind his back, gazed at the gleaming smoking area sign and sighed deeply. Some people just love to stir trouble. After the woman was removed, the intercom announced Li Xiaoyan's number. "Please summon F044 to the front desk." The receptionist greeted him with a sweet smile. "Please release the Pokémon you wish to update." Li Xiaoyan nodded and placed his Machoke in front of a machine, which emitted a bright light as it scanned the Pokémon. Upon a closer look, he realized a Rotom was nestled within the device. In this world, many electronic products allowed Rotom to inhabit them, making it a favored Pokémon among the Alliance. The scanning process concluded swiftly, and Machoke's information was updated in Li Xiaoyan's official Pokémon app. The receptionist maintained her smile, stating, "Your information has been updated. Congratulations on becoming a standard-level trainer. Please leave a 5-star review." Li Xiaoyan promptly rated the app with 5 stars before departing the Alliance branch alongside Shi Xintong. As they walked, Li Xiaoyan noticed that Li Luocheng was offline and expressed his concern. "Mom, Dad has been in the secret realm for quite a while, hasn't he? Why hasn't he returned yet?" This was due to the necessary finishing work that followed every exploration of a new secret realm. Shi Xintong, who had inexplicably acquired 2 cups of milk tea, handed one to Li Xiaoyan and continued. "The so-called finishing work involves placing beacons and setting up safe houses, which is essential to prevent others from perishing in the secret realm without any means of refuge." Li Xiaoyan nodded slowly, realizing that his country had indeed considered these matters thoroughly. "By the way, Mom, what kind of person was Grandpa? I heard the previous principal mention that he owed Grandpa a favor, and I'm curious about what Grandpa used to do." Li Xiaoyan sipped his milk tea through the straw. "Your grandfather was a man who fervently loved his work. He once had hopes of becoming a champion. But then something happened that caused him to falter," Shi Xintong replied, her tone tinged with melancholy. "I'll tell you more about it later." Sensing her somber mood, Li Xiaoyan chose not to press further. In his memory, his grandfather was always a bright and positive individual. Although his encounters with this world's grandfather were few, He could still feel the man's passion for the younger generation and Pokémon. Xiaoyan, Shi Xintong stopped abruptly, calling out to the boy ahead. He turned and asked, Mom? What is it? Taking a deep breath, Shi Xintong spoke solemnly. In the secret realm, prioritize your own safety before attempting to assist others. I don't want you to become heartless, but I also don't wish for you to lose your companions or even your life in the process of helping others. Her words plunged Li Xiaoyan into deep reflection. Did this mean that his grandfather? Realizing this, Li Xiaoyan muttered an apology, to which Shi Xintong shook her head and continued towards home. The journey was short, yet it felt lengthy. By the time they returned home, it was already 9 in the evening. The Pokémon in the backyard were brimming with energy, and Li Xiaoyan sat on the swing, watching Makok play with the Metagross. Noticing Li Xiaoyan's distracted demeanor, Zoroark approached with concern. Hee. What's the matter? You seem lost in thought since you returned. Oh, it's you. I've been contemplating the future, trying to figure out how to achieve perfection in what I do, Li Xiaoyan replied, twirling his fingers. He wished for everyone's recognition, but felt that no matter how he approached it, someone would always be dissatisfied. Having a long-term vision is commendable, but living in the present and cherishing what you have is of utmost importance. Don't forsake the immediate for the sake of meaningless long-term plans. Zoroark's words resonated deeply with Li Xiaoyan. Indeed, he needed to focus on the present. He was still a novice, just beginning his journey, and couldn't dwell on future matters. He still had Makok, Chandelure by his side, and the soon-to-be-born charcoal buddy. With newfound determination, Li Xiaoyan clenched his fists and raised them to the sky. He was chosen by Arceus. He could not be defeated by setbacks. Seeing Li Xiaoyan's renewed spirit, Zoroark departed with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 62, Charcoal Buddy. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Li Xiaoyan's room was aglow with light. Li Luocheng, weary and exhausted, returned home, while Zoroark sat quietly on the ground, gazing up at the chandelier on the ceiling. Zoroark, you're still awake? Li Luocheng exclaimed incredulously. Since capturing Zoroark, it had always gone to sleep promptly at 9, and this late-night wakefulness was unprecedented. Upon hearing Li Luocheng's voice, Zoroark's gaze shifted to the pokeballs on his belt containing Infernape and Jengar. What's wrong? Do you want to train with them? Li Luocheng inquired, following Zoroark's line of sight with uncertainty. Yes, Zoroark nodded gently. Li Luocheng scratched his head and decided to take Zoroark to the backyard. Once there, Infernape leaped out of its pokeball, and Li Luocheng's shadow began to writhe as the mischievous Jengar emerged, making a playful face. What's up with you today, Jengar? You don't seem like your usual self. The two Pokémon sensed that Zoroark was not quite right today. Hadn't it always gone to sleep early? Why was it acting like a ghost-type Pokémon today? After all, it was a ghost-type Pokémon, so there was no cause for concern. I want to become stronger. Need my assistance? At that moment, Chandelure, resting beneath a tree, approached. Having sensed Zoroark's unusual emotions, it recognized this feeling from its own experiences. When they first met, this white-furred fox had been quite impudent. However, after all this time together, it could see that the fox was merely prone to boasting. Whenever there was a need for help, it was always ready to assist, which was why Chandelure had taken the initiative to train with it. Thank you, Senior. Zoroark bowed deeply in gratitude, touched by Chandelure's willingness to help. Brimwin and Yebu were roused from their slumber by the boisterous antics of 4 Pokémon, who were seated nearby, gazing at Zoroark, each preparing to unleash restorative abilities. Zoroark pointed its finger at Jengar, prompting the surrounding Pokémon to retreat, clearing a substantial space. I shall take my leave for a nap. Do engage at your leisure, but kindly refrain from damaging the courtyard, Li Luocheng remarked, issuing several advisories before retreating to his abode to prepare for a bath and rest. The aftermath of this secret realm expedition had proven to be quite tiresome, and he was grateful that he need not oversee future matters, lest the incessant hassle drive him to distraction. Once Li Luocheng departed, a battle erupted in the backyard. Jengar conjured a sphere of malevolent energy, while Zoroark's mane danced in the air as nearly transparent orbs of energy surged toward Jengar. Their sparring was conducted with considerable restraint, and the smoke billowing from their abilities gradually ascended. This ethereal mist drifted into the air, catching the attention of Li Xiaoyan, who remained indoors. Oh, little Shirshir, when will you finally hatch? She mused, cradling the egg of her carbon Shirshir, feeling its gentle tremors. Wowka, are we about to welcome a new companion? Exclaimed the muscular chicken, standing at the foot of the bed, its gaze fixated on the egg, its voice tinged with excitement. At that moment, a message from Sherwin arrived, prompting Li Xiaoyan to place the egg into the nurturing device. She opened her phone to reveal its contents. Uncle Sherwin, shall we go fishing together tomorrow? Yin Yin, what fish are we after? Uncle Sherwin, why, the ugly fish, of course. Yin Yin, Li Xiaoyan fell silent. While she would surely attend a normal fishing outing for ugly fish, the location her uncle had chosen was one she dared not approach. After a moment's contemplation, she continued messaging Sherwin. Yin Yin, Uncle, why have you only asked me? Uncle Sherwin, I've inquired of everyone else. You alone remain unasked. If you come, I shall treat you to a grand feast tonight. Yin Yin, very well, I wish to dine at the lake bottom hot pot. Uncle Sherwin agreed. It was a pity that if Carbon Sure were to hatch, her uncle would need to prepare an additional set of utensils. Li Xiaoyan set her phone down, lifting the egg from the nurturing device once more. For reasons unknown, the egg began to tremble again, this time with far greater intensity. As small fissures appeared at its apex, time slipped by, and the cracks multiplied, revealing a glimmer of light. Li Xiaoyan donned her sunglasses early to shield her eyes from the blinding brightness. When the shell finally shattered, a Pokémon emerged. Its eyes aglow and its head ablaze with flames. Its arms and legs resembled a black bodysuit, while its body appeared draped in a fiery coat. Li Xiaoyan removed her sunglasses, locking eyes with Carbon Sure. Carbon, who are you? Greetings, I am Li Xiaoyan. We shall be partners from this day forth, she replied, gently cradling Carbon Sure. The warmth of its flames offered no harm to her. Carbon? Fire stew? Is that delectable? The inquiry elicited laughter from Li Xiaoyan. Huh? Not quite. It means we will live together and share meals. Speaking of food, Carbon Sure's stomach emitted a gurgling noise. Li Xiaoyan presented the moo milk she had prepared earlier. In a single gulp, Carbon Sure drained the milk. At that moment, Li Xiaoyan sensed movement outside the window. Residing on the second floor, she heard a cacophony of Pokémon voices. Cha, my child has been born. This little one is rather adorable. Roar, another new member has arrived. Jengar, time to frighten the little ones again. The window was not securely locked, allowing Infernape to push it open, ushering in Chandelure. Approaching, Li Xiaoyan cradled Carbon Sure closer. Chandelure, relieved to see its offspring safely born, exhaled a sigh of relief. Jengar retrieved a blue orange from its dimensional bag, cheerfully placing it in Carbon Sure's tiny hands. Carbon, it smells delightful. Carbon Sure nibbled at the blue orange, emitting joyful sounds. Chandelure gently stroked Carbon Sure's head when Zoroark leaped into the room. Zoroark silently observed the newly born creature, standing quietly at the side, offering no sound. Infernape spotted a beautifully crafted box on the table, opening it to find a luxury ball inside. Roar, let it in. The environment inside the luxury ball is far more comfortable than outside. Infernape handed the diminutive ball to Li Xiaoyan. Thank you, she said, placing Carbon Sure on the ground and then bending down to ask, Carbon Sure, do you wish to be my partner? Carbon, as long as there's good food. Li Xiaoyan recalled her uncle's plan to take her fishing the next day, seizing the opportunity. There will be plenty of delicious food tomorrow. Now, press the button in the center and rest for a while. Carbon Sure's tiny hand pressed the center button of the luxury ball, shaking it only symbolically, after which the ball ceased its motion. I have successfully captured Carbon Sure. Chapter 63, Nightmares and Dreams. As Li Xiaoyan placed the luxury ball containing Carbon Sure on the table, the other 4 Pokémon leapt through the window into the backyard, resuming their rigorous training. Wowka, I still want to play. Ever since gaining hands, the muscular chicken had taken to performing jump shots, occasionally executing a series of Iron Mountain crashes, which struck Li Xiaoyan as peculiar. One wonders where it learned that. She mused, affectionately stroking the muscular chicken's head. Now, it's time for bed. We must train again tomorrow. Wowka. All right. The muscular chicken nodded gently, signaling its understanding. Li Xiaoyan retrieved the muscular chicken's pokeball, returning it within, and after extinguishing the lights, lay down to rest. After such a full day, she quickly drifted into slumber, resting her head on the pillow. At 3 in the morning, a Pokémon with flowing white hair, revealing only its bright blue eyes, silently descended onto the rooftop of Li Xiaoyan's home. Surrounding its neck was a collar-like, serrated red object, and long tattered black cloths hung from each shoulder. The Pokémon's formidable aura was palpable, causing the backyard Pokémon to wear expressions of concern. Chandelure distinctly sensed the creature's power and turned to Infernape, saying, Cha, its strength is at the champion level. We cannot withstand it. Roar, what shall we do? Infernape, once the elder brother, found himself at a loss in the face of such a predicament. No idea. Zoroark stood frozen in place, feeling utterly powerless against this Pokémon. Had Li Xiaoyan laid eyes upon it, recognition would have struck her. This was the mythical Pokémon, Darkrai. At that moment, Darkrai stood on the rooftop of Li Xiaoyan's home, a faint black light flickering towards her room. After completing its task, Darkrai soared northward, leaving no trace behind. The tension eased for the backyard Pokémon. Yet Li Xiaoyan was already ensconced in the throes of torment. In Li Xiaoyan's dreams, the earth was shattered and the blazing sun loomed overhead. The ground was strewn with entrances to realms of starry color. A sense of death permeated the atmosphere. Was this a trial bestowed upon her by Reshiram? Reshiram, I had no intention of leading you to your demise. Li Xiaoyan stood upon the cracked earth, the scorching sunlight bearing down upon her. And not a single Pokémon by her side. The torment of his mental anguish caused Li Xiaoyan immense discomfort, each step feeling as though his skin were ablaze. Overwhelmed, he collapsed onto the ground, only to find the surface beneath him fissuring into a bottomless chasm. Damn! Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he plummeted into the abyss. Fortunately, he landed in a pool of water. Rising to his feet, Li Xiaoyan beheld an altar adorned with a luminous stone. Reshiram? Upon hearing Li Xiaoyan's utterance, the luminous stone gradually ascended, floating before him. The stone was riddled with countless wounds, resembling something irreversibly damaged. His gaze shifted to a shadow beside the altar. A figure cloaked in starlit hues dimming into obscurity. What is this? Just as Li Xiaoyan prepared to investigate further, a Pokémon with a pale blue body and a yellow abdomen, adorned with crescent-shaped yellow embellishments on either side of its head, alighted upon the rooftop. It was the legendary Pokémon Cresselia. With wings as delicate as gossamer, Cresselia emitted sparkling particles that produced a series of melodious chimes upon contact with the roof. Cresselia then glided to the backyard, offering an apologetic word to several other Pokémon before soaring northward. As Cresselia's silhouette vanished, the dreamscape returned to normalcy with the sun setting. Nightmares began to metamorphose into sweet dreams. The scenery before Li Xiaoyan grew hazy, and a whirl of sensations enveloped him. While the luminous stone began to radiate a brilliant white light, the setting transformed to the pinnacle of the Dragon's Spiral Tower, where the immaculate Reshiram appeared before him. Reshiram turned its back to Li Xiaoyan, beckoning him to mount its back. Without hesitation, Li Xiaoyan complied, and Reshiram unfurled its wings, soaring southwestward. Time slipped away as they flew, until a starlit silhouette materialized before him. The figure was shrouded in ambiguity, rendering Li Xiaoyan unable to discern its identity. He reached out to touch the apparition, but the moment he made contact, he awoke from his dream. Upon fully regaining consciousness, he felt his bed slightly damp. What was that figure? Li Xiaoyan shed his pajamas and proceeded to the bathroom for a hot shower. After refreshing himself, the clock struck 10 in the morning. He descended the stairs, requesting Brimwin to assist in changing the bedding in his room. Li Luoqing, noticing the bloodshot eyes of Li Xiaoyan, expressed concern. Did you stay up late again? Li Xiaoyan shook his head with a sigh. No, just had a nightmare. Sure, Shintong, seated on the sofa watching a television drama, paused the video and turned to Li Xiaoyan, asking worriedly, should we have Brimwin use heal pulse on you? Li Luoqing chimed in. Or perhaps let Lapras and the sea lion perform sing for you. At this, Li Xiaoyan recalled Lapras's move. I remember our Lapras's sing is the lullaby of doom, right? Dad, if you want me to go peacefully, just say so. Li Xiaoyan's words flushed Li Luoqing's face with embarrassment, prompting him to reply shyly. Oh dear, as long as you can sleep, that's what matters. Li Xiaoyan, at that moment, Shi Shintong and Li Luoqing noticed a luxury ball at Li Xiaoyan's waist, prompting him to release his charcoal sprite. Charcoal, I'm hungry. Charcoal sprite immediately begged for food upon emergence. Here, this is the meal I prepared for you. Li Xiaoyan handed over milk and an oil-rich berry from the table. Charcoal. Delicious. Charcoal sprite exclaimed, savoring the meal, which made Li Xiaoyan think it might share common interests with Victini. Chapter 64, A Cozy Daily Life. When did charcoal sprite hatch? Li Luoqing inquired, observing the sprite devouring its meal. Around 1 in the morning, I believe. Li Xiaoyan opened a bottle of milk for himself and asked, Dad, why didn't you go to work today? Li Luoqing waved his hand dismissively. Oh, yesterday's cleanup was exhausting. Plus, I discovered a treasure trove for our league. So they granted me a few days of paid leave. Li Xiaoyan nodded. Oh, what treasures did you find? Li Luoqing teased charcoal sprite, laughing. It's not entirely my find. It was the Infernape that accidentally unearthed a vein while digging in the snowy mountains. After reporting it, I left. They say that vein holds a plethora of ice stones, ice gems, and that unmelting ice. Li Luoqing's words prompted Li Xiaoyan to regard him with newfound respect. Dad, why not abandon the clerical work? You would excel as a full-time explorer of the secret realms. Just once a year, and you'd feast for a decade. Li Luoqing ruffled the feathers of his strength chicken. Sighing, You rascal. Exploring secret realms is exhausting. I'm not as spry as you youngsters. The officials had indeed been urging him to join the exploration teams in recent years, but he had politely declined, not wishing to face the anxiety of each expedition. As he spoke, his gaze softened upon Shintong, who listened intently. Li Xiaoyan, I'm heading to the backyard to play with Infernape. He picked up Charcoal Sprite and, along with Strength Chicken, made his way to the backyard, intending to enjoy their time together. Waka, I don't want to play. I want special training. Upon hearing Strength Chicken's words, Li Xiaoyan was taken aback, surprised that Strength Chicken was so eager for rigorous training now. Ever since its evolution, Strength Chicken had developed a fondness for physical exercise, even recalling the two-hit kick move at the earliest opportunity. With this thought in mind, Li Xiaoyan pushed open the kitchen door. As he stepped into the backyard, he spotted Lin Jia perched on a swing, her Bulbasaur basking in the sunny day. It occasionally emitted contented sounds. "Nei, Infernape. Your sunny day is so comfortable." Just as Lin Jia intended to vacate the swing for Li Xiaoyan, she noticed him shaking his head, signaling her to continue sitting. Today, Lin Jia wore a black hoodie and a white pleated skirt, prompting Li Xiaoyan to silently marvel. Lin Jia is truly bold, wearing a skirt in this chilly weather. Her ability must be Ice Body. Yet, in the next moment, he dismissed such thoughts. After all, it was her choice. What she wore had nothing to do with him. His primary concern was to ensure Charcoal Sprite engaged in plenty of activity. Charcoal Sprite, go play. Li Xiaoyan set Charcoal Sprite down, allowing it to frolic with other Pokémon while he sought out Infernape to assist Strength Chicken with its special training. Strength Chicken, make sure to train hard. Waka, of course. I aim to defeat Victini. The air at Li Xiaoyan's home was notably fresher than elsewhere. The air quality in Rongqing was already commendable, and with Li Luoqing's Li Fian, it was virtually an unpolluted haven. Charcoal Sprite thrived in such an environment, bouncing over to greet Lin Jia. Charcoal. Hello. Lin Jia had long noticed Charcoal Sprite in Li Xiaoyan's arms. After descending from the swing, she gently replied, "What a cute Charcoal Sprite. I'm Lin Jia. Pleased to meet you." "Charcoal. Pleased to meet you," Charcoal Sprite exclaimed, before running off to greet other Pokémon. As it scampered, Charcoal Sprite spotted a large iron hammer. A Pokémon, predominantly pink with white arms and flowing white hair trailing to the ground, was peacefully napping atop it. It is not merely the hammer Pokémon, but the magnificent Gigantamax Copraja. Speaking of which, Li Xiaoyan recalled that during previous picnics in the Zhuji region, his Copraja particularly relished napping atop its hammer. He had long grown accustomed to this peculiar behavior. Lin Jia approached Li Xiaoyan's side, her voice tinged with envy as she remarked, "Xiaoyan, you have so many Pokémon. Do you truly get to spend your days with such a variety of them?" Li Xiaoyan, taken aback by Lin Jia's inquiry, replied, "Indeed, that is the case. But what prompts your sudden curiosity?" Lin Jia gazed at the Pokémon frolicking by the pond, expressing her longing. "My parents are often away from home, and I only have Rotom and a Mimikyu to keep me company. Thankfully, with the addition of a Bulbasaur, things have improved a bit." "I see," Li Xiaoyan responded, offering no further comment. Meanwhile, during Tan Xiaoshu's playful escapades, the Canyon Jiangui remained vigilant beneath the tree, keenly watching Tan Xiaoshu's movements. Apprehensive that it might inadvertently tumble into the water, Lapras, sensing Canyon Jiangui's concern, first instructed the Sea King to leap from the water's surface, then utilized Ice Beam to freeze the pond's surface. Tan Xiaoshu, spotting the slick ice, dashed across it in playful delight. The Sea King's azure eyes remained fixed on Li Xiaoyan. Feeling a sudden inspiration, Li Xiaoyan returned to the house to request a throat spray from his mother. Throat spray increases special attack by 1 stage when using sound-related moves. The Sea King required diligent vocal care each day, and the throat spray was the most suitable item for maintaining vocal health, albeit not particularly budget-friendly. As Li Xiaoyan searched for the item, Lapras called out to Lin Jiawa. Surprised, Lin Jia responded, "Are you calling me?" Lapras nodded and turned away, inviting her to climb aboard. It seemed that Lapras had overheard Lin Jia's words. Being a creature of intelligence and kindness, it likely wished to alleviate any sadness before it. Moved by Lapras' gesture, Lin Jia hurried onto the ice, nearly losing her balance. But fortunately, the superior steadied her with its vine whip. "Be careful," the superior seemed to say. Once Lin Jia regained her footing and thanked the superior, it silently lifted its head and departed, though from another angle. One could see a slight upturn at the corners of its mouth. Ah, such a proud Pokémon indeed. Chapter 65 Li Xiaoyan. Lin Jia, perched atop Lapras, felt a long-lost warmth wash over her, expressing her gratitude. "Lapras, thank you." Her appreciation brought joy to Lapras, prompting it to swim in circles gleefully. "Does Xiaoyan often ride on your back?" Lin Jia's question caused Lapras to pause, as it realized that its little master had not climbed upon its back in quite some time. Reflecting on this, Lapras called out to the Pokémon gathered by the pond. "Wah, what's the matter, little sister?" asked Jengar, the first to arrive, grinning widely and eager to hear Lapras' tale. "What is going on?" inquired the superior, curious about Lapras' sudden summoning of other Pokémon. "Why did you call us?" Both the Seeking and the Swablu echoed in unison, puzzled. Lapras, known for its amiable disposition, was well regarded within their Pokémon community, and the unexpected gathering surely signified an important matter at hand. "Here they come," announced Brimstone, who had been in the kitchen, responding to Lapras' call. "Meow, I'm so sleepy," yawned the two second-stage starters from the Juji region as they followed Brimstone, clearly just roused from slumber. Given that Lapras had aided them before, they were willing to emerge from their abode. "What's going on? Is someone looking to be thumped?" teased Copperja, also known as Sister Hammer, as Eevee, the fresh air Pokémon, opened its eyes, having just awakened, curious to hear what Lapras had to say. "Here we are," they chimed in unison, the most notable trio of Pokémon setting aside their activities to gather by the water's edge. "Wow, even though I don't know what's happening, it feels so lively," exclaimed Tan Xiaoshi, while Li Xiaoyan's Pokémon and Lin Jia's Bulbasaur joined the throng. It feels like someone is missing. Kentaro, what about me?" "Wah. It's been nearly 10 years since my little master last rode on my back. If it weren't for his friend reminding me today, I would have forgotten entirely." Seeing all the Pokémon gathered, Lapras finally spoke up about the matter that had been on its mind. For Lapras, this was truly a matter of great importance. "Just a few months ago, I was flying him around," Jengar chimed in, but upon hearing this, Infernape cleared its throat, urging Jengar not to press the matter further. "Speaking of which, my little master hasn't asked me for a ride in quite some time either," remarked Seeking. "What do you mean?" inquired the superior, curious about the unfolding discussion. Lapras proceeded to share an extensive plan with the gathered Pokémon, ensuring that everything was in place, save for the presence of Xiaoyan. After a while, "Seeking, I brought the spray," Li Xiaoyan announced as he returned to the backyard, immediately heading towards Seeking's location. Upon reaching the pond, he spotted Lin Jia seated on Lapras' back. "Ah, my father's Lapras still loves to take care of others," he chuckled softly before approaching Seeking. "Come now, open wide." "Oh," responded Seeking, obliging as Li Xiaoyan sprayed the throat spray into its mouth. The process was swift, and upon completion, Seeking nodded appreciatively, then glided onto the ice to begin singing. The melodious voice of Seeking soothed the spirits of all present, even calming the notoriously irritable Kentaro. Speaking of Li Luoqing's Kentaro, it is a water-type Kentaro from the Juji region, known for its fierce temperament and penchant for swimming. With dark gray fur and a splash of black around its neck, it is a remarkable sight. Li Xiaoyan had heard from Li Luoqing how much effort was required to capture this particular Kentaro. Fortunately, Jengar had learned Thunderbolt, which proved crucial in subduing it. Kentaro typically enjoyed circling the house, occasionally munching on the weeds in the backyard. "Seeking's song is truly beautiful," it remarked, pausing mid-circle to relish the enchanting melody, which eased its anxious heart. Tan Xiaoshi had dozed off on the ice, prompting Li Xiaoyan to retrieve him with a luxury ball. "Little master, why not join me on my back?" Lapras called out, capturing Li Xiaoyan's attention. "Lapras, are you calling me?" he queried, puzzled. "Indeed. Let us glide across the ice," Lapras affirmed, nodding as it carried Lin Jia to glide gracefully before Li Xiaoyan. Li Xiaoyan gazed at the sizable shell of Lapras, and yet he inquired, "Isn't this a bit cramped? Perhaps it's best to reconsider." Lapras responded with a puzzled look. Lin Jia, observing the situation, suggested, "Then I shall dismount." Suddenly, from an unknown origin, a mischievous Jengar seized Lin Jia, preventing her from alighting from Lapras's back. A sense of unease washed over Li Xiaoyan. He felt that this group of Pokémon had some ulterior motive, and he muttered to himself, "Ah, it seems Uncle Yi is looking for me today. I must head upstairs now." Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. Zoroark has used taunt. Li Xiaoyan swallowed hard, mustering his willpower to negate the negative effects of Zoroark's taunts, and hastily made his way towards the kitchen. Seeing this, Infernape stepped forward to tug at Li Xiaoyan's clothing. Embarrassed, Li Xiaoyan remarked, "Infernape, I just want to grab some water." "Haha, I've already taken out the water bottle." Bryon perched on a stone bench, with a kettle of hot water placed on the stone table before it. "Come here," it beckoned. Suddenly, two vine whips emerged from the collar of Servine, ensnaring Li Xiaoyan and gently placing him back on Lapras. Once the vines receded, Li Xiaoyan attempted to rise, only to find the Pokémon near the pool glaring at him menacingly. Oh no. Chapter 66. The championship match regularly scheduled. After Li Xiaoyan awkwardly seated himself, Lin Jia teased him, "Xiaoyan, You truly have a good rapport with them. Haha, it's just average, he replied, scanning the area for an escape route, only to discover that the pool was heavily surrounded, leaving no chance of evasion. Resigning himself to the situation, Li Xiaoyan ventured to ask, Lapras, why did you suddenly let them put me on your back? Lapras let out a soft hum. You haven't ridden on my back in quite some time. Today I intend to take you for a long swim. You nearly scared me to death. As the ice melted, Lapras joyfully sang as it glided through the waters of the pool. Perhaps it was the long absence that made Li Xiaoyan's return to Lapras's back so exhilarating for the creature, prompting it to create a magnificent godly slide out of ice. Lapras sped down the slide, and Li Xiaoyan's heart raced with trepidation. Fortunately, a group of powerful Pokémon was watching below, otherwise, he might have truly been frightened out of his wits. Lapras, slow down. Not a chance. Lapras continued its exhilarating slide until nearly midnight, when Li Luocheng called for the two to come inside for dinner. Finally freed, Li Xiaoyan stumbled down from Lapras's shell, needing Lin Jia's support to walk steadily. At the dining table, Li Luocheng observed his son, who appeared to be in a daze, and expressed his concern. Son, what's wrong? Did you just ride a roller coaster on Lapras? Li Xiaoyan nervously picked up a slice of cucumber and popped it into his mouth, feeling slightly better afterward. Here, Jia. Have some more. Shi Xintong piled several dishes into Lin Jia's bowl, clearly fond of her. Lin Jia, taken aback by the attention, responded, Ah, thank you, Annie, as the four of them enjoyed a harmonious lunch. The television suddenly broadcasted a news report. Congratulations to Master Yi Huang's Dragonite for successfully reaching champion level within the Ronggao secret realm. Just now, Master Yi challenged Champion Yu to a title match, scheduled for December 24th. This challenge will determine whether the current champion of Huaguo will change. Upon hearing the news, Li Luocheng sighed. I can't believe Brother Yi has finally become a champion-level trainer. However, Li Xiaoyan pondered, but Uncle Ye's Blaziken is only level 88. Isn't level 90 the actual champion level? Why did he suddenly initiate a championship battle? This thought lingered with Li Xiaoyan. He felt there was more to the news than met the eye. By the way, when a certain Pokémon of Champion Yu broke through to champion level, was there any news coverage at that time? Upon hearing this, Li Luocheng and Shi Xintong contemplated briefly. Shi Xintong was the first to respond. No, but our official app did inform us. After swallowing a few bites of his meal, Li Luocheng confirmed, indeed. Lin Jia glanced at her phone and quietly added, this news has also been published on Bluebird. I suspect it's a global announcement. Li Xiaoyan nodded inwardly. Indeed, currently, every major nation appears to have only one champion, with the whereabouts of the previous champions remaining a mystery. Master Yi Huang is renowned worldwide, and now that he has challenged Champion Yu, it essentially means Huaguo has two champion-level trainers. The scene shifted to the early hours of the previous day. In the capital city, within the mountain secret realm, a robust Pokémon with bristly fur and a commanding presence stood atop a high peak. It was the martial arts bear master, striking flow. The mountaintop was unnaturally smooth, devoid of flora, leaving only a barren surface. The martial arts bear master sensed the aura of champion-level Pokémon and, with a mere glance, initiated telepathy. Xiao Yi, what brings you here? Senior, I wish to borrow the Fist Stone tablet. I managed to persuade a legendary Pokémon elder to take refuge in our country. It can be considered quite an achievement, wouldn't you agree? With a grin, Yi Huang playfully patted the martial arts bear master on the back, while the nearby Victini reluctantly shared its chips with the elder bear. Although the martial arts bear master was slightly weaker than Victini, the latter dared not provoke the formidable creature, having previously suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of this bear, nearly being reduced to a pile of screws. Victini was keen to avoid a similar fate. After handing over the chips, Victini perched on Yi Huang's shoulder, gazing wistfully at the bag of chips. Farewell, my precious chips. The martial arts bear master set the chips aside and allowed Yi Huang to release his Blaziken. Whoa, what's up, senior? Blaziken burst onto the scene, its flames flaring energetically from its wrists as the martial arts bear master scrutinized it closely. Impressive, your fundamentals are solid. Given your significant accomplishment, I'll permit you to use the Fist Stone tablet until it breaks through to champion level. By the way, Xiao Yi, you must be preparing for the championship match, right? Upon hearing this, Yi Huang promptly replied, Indeed, I intend to win this time. I will employ all my ace cards. The martial arts bear master remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Huang. Subsequently, he closed his eyes, and a stone tablet appeared at his waist. Take it. Remember to return it once it breaks through to champion level. Yi Huang clasped his hands in gratitude. Yes, thank you, senior. The martial arts bear master, with piercing eyes, observed Yi Huang's wrist and remarked, It's evident you genuinely desire victory. Where have you been? Well, This is one of the few legitimate items available in our country. Yi Huang's sleeve concealed something, but the martial arts bear master sensed the power emanating from it and chose not to comment. After all, if Yi Huang was willing to reveal it, he undoubtedly had complete confidence in his ability to control it. Before departing, the martial arts bear master offered a final piece of advice. Xiao Yi, do not pursue victory too obsessively. You are already quite strong. Yi Huang again clasped his hands in thanks. I understand. I merely wish to win just once. Thank you for your counsel, senior. Yi Huang had maintained an undefeated streak until college, but since then, he had continuously lost to Yu Bin, nearly driving him to madness. Fortunately, with Victini's assistance, he had avoided becoming a mere obsessive gym leader. Xiao Yi, what is it, Victini? I will always be with you. Haha, why the sudden sentimentality? Just a moment of inspiration. The remaining Pokémon of Yi Huang leapt out of their Pokeballs, all rallying to cheer him on. You all. The championship battle hasn't even begun yet. Why the excitement? Chapter 67, The Starry-Colored Pokémon. After lunch, Lin Jia accompanied her Bulbasaur in the backyard to bask in the sun, while Li Xiaoyan returned upstairs to commune with Reshiram. On the bed, Li Xiaoyan grasped the light stone, closed his eyes tightly, and fervently called out in his heart, Reshiram. Are you there? Yes, I am here. This time, Reshiram did not appear physically but engaged in a mental connection with Li Xiaoyan. I had a dream, and it was rather peculiar. I am uncertain about what transpired. Could you elucidate it for me? The dream from the early morning had left Li Xiaoyan somewhat perturbed, as the initial scenes resembled the apocalypse, causing him considerable distress. However, soaring through the skies on Reshiram was quite exhilarating, yet the beginning of that dream was truly unsettling. What did you see? Reshiram's steady voice instilled a sense of calm in Li Xiaoyan, prompting him to recount the images he had witnessed. In the end, I saw a starry silhouette, and when I attempted to touch its form, the dream ended. As Reshiram listened to Li Xiaoyan's description, an inkling of familiarity washed over him, leading him to inquire, what did that Pokémon look like? It had a starry body. I believe it to be Cosmoem. Li Xiaoyan expressed his thoughts, unsure if Reshiram was familiar with the Pokémon from the Sun and Moon series. Cosmoem, a starry-colored Pokémon? I feel as though I have heard of it somewhere. Reshiram pondered for a while, recalling a previous conversation with the supreme deity about another world where Pokémon also existed. Clearing his throat, Li Xiaoyan realized it was not the time to discuss the small nebula. He sought clarity regarding the nature of his dream. Ahem, I digress. What I wish to know is, why did I have this dream? Well, how should I put this? Your experience of alternating between nightmares and pleasant dreams can most likely be attributed to the influence of two particular Pokémon, Darkrai and Cresselia, who have taken turns guiding your dreams. Reshiram deduced, the only answer coming to his mind. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyan's expression turned peculiar. Why had these two suddenly invaded his dreams? It was one thing to induce nightmares, but why had they not offered him a divine token as well? Darkrai is even more insufferable than Palkia. Truly, it's as if Kyogre encountered the Elder Dragon of Dreams, without any rain. Reshiram seemed to recall something and advised Li Xiaoyan. Well, you should try to sleep earlier these nights. Huh, why do you say that? Li Xiaoyan felt puzzled, not understanding Reshiram's sudden suggestion. Cresselia's power still lingers, and it can facilitate your continued pleasant dreams at night. With that, Reshiram severed the mental connection with Li Xiaoyan, indicating that their conversation would have to wait until next time. Now, with 3 divine tokens unlocked, the Light Stone, Victini's fur, which had been absorbed, and Articuno's feather, Li Xiaoyan pondered, when will I acquire a second level 1 divine token? He contemplated reaching out to Yi Huang, the champion, to inquire about any insider information. Among the level 1 deities, the more amiable ones that came to mind were, let's see, Lugia. He would start by speaking with its subordinates. Li Xiaoyan quickly composed a message to Yi Huang. Yin, Uncle Yi. Are there any secret realms in our country where powerful fire and electric-type Pokémon reside? Yi Huang. Are you looking for Charizard and Ampharos? Yin. Yi Huang. Just kidding. You wish to find Pokémon akin to Victini and Articuno, don't you? Yin. Yes. I only need their fur. Yi Huang. While I'm not sure what you intend to do, I can ask the champion and the champion of the bear country on your behalf. Yin. Wow, Uncle Yi, you're amazing. You can even ask the champion of bear country for items? Yi Huang. Well, that one doesn't have any fur anyway. Yi Huang. Ahem, no more jokes. Can you describe the Pokémon from which you need the fur? Yin. Articuno told me that the other 2 have wings that blaze with fire, and their wing fur resembles sharp spikes. One is fire type, and the other is electric type. Yi Huang. Understood. By the way, have you decided on your third choice yet? Yin. Not yet. Yi Huang. All right. Let me know what you need for your third Pokémon, and I'll help you find it. Yin yin yin. Thanks so much, Uncle Yi. I'll sign off now. Bye. Yi Huang. Alright, bye. After disconnecting his phone, Li Xiaoyan lay on his bed, contemplating his third Pokémon. I'll capture the third one after the college entrance examination. I still need to train my Charcoal Squire. Excitement bubbled within him. Li Xiaoyan released Charcoal Squire and brought over some Pokémon food from the table. Charcoal. This is fantastic. Watching Charcoal Squire revel in the delectable meal, Li Xiaoyan felt his spirits lift. Phew, my temperament lately has been akin to that of someone who has inhaled irritable mint. Suddenly, Li Xiaoyan recalled his hope for Charcoal Squire to evolve into a Chandelure. Glancing at Charcoal Squire, who was engrossed in eating, he pondered, does Charcoal Squire truly wish to evolve into a Chandelure? While he desired that evolution, he thought, perhaps I should ask for its opinion later. With a smile, Li Xiaoyan said, Charcoal Squire, you must grow up quickly. You are destined to be one of my great champions in the future. Charcoal. Big sauce. While indulging in its meal, Charcoal Squire uttered a puzzled sound before resuming its feast. Bulbasaur, what's wrong? Lin Jia's voice echoed from the second floor. Li Xiaoyan opened the window to see Bulbasaur emitting a radiant light below. Crossing his arms, Li Xiaoyan nodded slowly. So, it has learned Flash, or rather, it has evolved. The light of evolution enveloped Bulbasaur's form, nearly dazzling Li Xiaoyan's eyes. Upon hearing Lin Jia's exclamation, Li Luoqing and Shi Xintong rushed to the backyard. Seeing Bulbasaur's transformation, Shi Xintong chuckled lightly. Ah, Jia, Bulbasaur is about to evolve. Congratulations. Shi Xintong's words sent Lin Jia into a frenzy of joy. Is that so? I'm finally a standard-level trainer. As the brilliance of evolution faded, a Venusaur emerged, adorned with bluish-green skin and deep green spots, red eyes, and black pupils. The seed on its back had blossomed into a pink bud, sprouting for leaf-like structures resembling banana leaves, which spread out in a cross shape, extending toward the head, back, and sides of its body. Tada! I've grown stronger. Immediately after evolving, Venusaur dashed to Lin Jia, smiling at her to alleviate any worries. Seeing this, Shi Xintong led Lin Jia to the Alliance branch to update her trainer level. Chapter 68, The Firebird and the Lightning Bird. Time flew by, and soon it was night. After finishing dinner, Lin Jia bid farewell to Li Xiaoyan's family and returned to her own home. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyan continued to play with his Energizer chicken and Charcoal Squire in the backyard. Charcoal Squire exhibited a keen interest in the items in motion. Every time Energizer chicken kicked the ball, Charcoal Squire would dash back, clutching the toy ball. Li Xiaoyan gazed up at the starry sky, extending his hand as if trying to grasp something. Observing his son focused on the night sky, Li Luoqing felt a pang of concern, fearing something might be troubling him. Just as he was about to approach for a father-son conversation, Li Luoqing's phone buzzed. Upon checking, he was taken aback by the message from the official source. After scanning it briefly, he exclaimed in surprise, Roar? A new secret realm has emerged beyond Flame Mountain. Fortunately, the realm detection device detected spatial fluctuations in advance. Otherwise, the ensuing chaos could have been unfathomable. A secret realm has appeared near Flame Mountain? Why wasn't I informed? Upon hearing his father's words, Li Xiaoyan quickly checked his phone, only to discover that the official notification had not reached him. Li Luoqing chuckled and remarked, Of course they wouldn't notify you. You're merely an ordinary level trainer. Once you elevate your rank, even the most trivial matters will be communicated to you. Ding ding ding. Li Luoqing's phone chimed once more. After reading the message, he furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, Why have two secret realms suddenly descended at once? Li Xiaoyan, equally intrigued, pondered how Palkia managed to trigger the emergence of two realms simultaneously. Driven by curiosity, he inquired, Dad, where has the second secret realm appeared? Is it also at Flame Mountain? Li Luoqing swiftly scanned the information on his phone and replied, Not quite. The second realm has manifested in Magic City, where the detection device has identified a rich surge of electric energy. Li Xiaoyan, somewhat skeptical, asked, Is the first realm associated with fire attributes? Li Luoqing snapped his fingers. You guessed correctly. Moreover, the energy fluctuations emanating from these two realms are akin to those of the Rongao realm. Li Xiaoyan fell into deep contemplation. Articuno, Moltres, Zapdos. Why have all three legendary birds realms emerged? I only discussed this with Uncle Yi not long ago. How could the other two realms materialize so abruptly? While the device indeed detected them, this is exceedingly abrupt. No, it's impossible that Palkia is responsible for this. Palkia, tearful, finally free from blame. Noticing Li Xiaoyan's demeanor, Li Luoqing assumed he was concerned for the safety of ordinary citizens and gently patted his back. Then, With a smile, he reassured him, "Fear not. The authorities have already ensured the safety of those within the affected areas. Furthermore, our nation has dispatched champions and your Uncle Yi to the locations where these realms have descended, lying in wait." I'm simply astonished at the simultaneous emergence of two realms. After hearing this, Li Xiaoyan nodded slowly, silently praying for the safety of Moltres and Zapdos. With the prowess of Yi Huang and Yu Bin, they should be more than capable of handling any threats posed by the newly manifested realms. This entire situation felt bizarre to Li Xiaoyan. It was certainly not as simple as it appeared. Regardless of Palkia's penchant for conflict, it could not have possibly struck both legendary birds' territories at once. There must be someone orchestrating this clandestinely. But who could be so idle? With those thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Xiaoyan decided to dismiss them and continued to play ball with his two Pokémon. Observing Li Xiaoyan regaining his spirits, Li Luoqing nodded approvingly. This kid is just like I was in my youth, always concerned about national affairs, a true man. Li Xiaoyan recalled the message his uncle had sent him in the early hours and said to Li Luoqing, "By the way, Dad, I want to be home for dinner tomorrow night." Upon hearing this, Shintong, who had just stepped into the backyard from the kitchen, sensed something amiss. This was not just odd, it was highly suspicious. Shintong inquired, "Are you going out for dinner with someone tomorrow night?" Li Xiaoyan nodded vigorously, "Mom." "How did you guess?" Li Luoqing felt a sense of déjà vu, recalling a similar scenario from over a decade ago. "Son, was it the other party who invited you?" "Exactly. How did you know, Dad?" "It was indeed Uncle who invited me. He mentioned taking me fishing tomorrow and treating me to dinner." Li Xiaoyan continued to affirm, surprised that his father could deduce the situation. The couple fell into a moment of silence. Li Luoqing's lackluster demeanor left Li Xiaoyan puzzled. "What's wrong?" In unison, they replied, Li Xiaoyan. Shintong suddenly interjected, "Is it just you and your uncle? Did he bring anyone else?" As Li Xiaoyan picked up the toy ball handed to him by Tan Xiaoshi and tossed it into the distance, he responded, "No, Uncle said he asked everyone. And I'm the only one who agreed to go fishing for the ugly fish." "How boring." Li Luoqing sighed and shook his head, downing the juice that Shintong had offered him. He had thought Li Xiaoyan was going out to hang out with friends. Shintong was equally baffled. Why had Sherwin suddenly invited Li Xiaoyan to fish? Li Xiaoyan earnestly explained, "Didn't you know? Uncle said he is looking for an ugly fish that resides in a stinky ditch, so it can evolve into a Milotic that is pure and untainted, and will not be bewitched by the clear waters." Cough, cough, cough. Li Luoqing nearly choked upon hearing this. How could he believe such nonsense from the internet? They decided not to delve further into the matter. Since it was sure when taking Li Xiaoyan out for dinner, it seemed trivial. However, Li Xiaoyan still questioned whether fishing would genuinely be enjoyable. He wasn't exactly an aficionado of fishing and lacked knowledge in that area. As the clock struck 11 at night, both Tan Xiaoshi and Li Zhuangji were utterly exhausted, forcing Li Xiaoyan to return them and head upstairs to shower and sleep. Just before drifting off, a message from Lin Jiyu arrived. "Lin Jiyu, note, are you free tomorrow afternoon?" Yin. "I'm not available. I'll be out fishing with my uncle. I probably won't return until late at night. Is something up?" Lin Jiyu, "Ah, I see, no worries. Good night." Yin. "Good night, sweet dreams." Sherwin, "You rascal." Sighing, Li Xiaoyan hoped for a pleasant dream. Lying in bed, he gradually slipped into slumber, wishing to continue dreaming about the little nebula. Here, I would like to ask everyone for their opinions on capturing the little nebula. Feel free to comment below. Capture and evolve into the sun god, leave the team. Capture and evolve into the moon god, leave the team. Capture and evolve into the sun god, stay in the team. Capture and evolve into the moon god, stay in the team. Chapter 69. A scene evoking emotion at midnight. Li Xiaoyan still found himself unable to sleep, preoccupied with Lin Jiyu's words. What could she possibly want from me? How troublesome. Never mind. Time to sleep. Deciding to dismiss the thoughts, Li Xiaoyan began counting Pokémon in his mind. 1 Arceus, 2 Arceus, 1,008 alpacas. Arceus. Indeed, the method of counting sheep before sleep, learned before his transmigration, proved effective once more, and Li Xiaoyan soon entered a dream state. In his dream, Li Xiaoyan continued to soar freely through the skies on Reshiram. Reshiram, let us ascend higher. At his command, Reshiram soared upwards, soon reaching the cloud layer. Fluffy white clouds surrounded them, and numerous Pokémon capable of flight accompanied Reshiram as they headed southwest. Li Xiaoyan searched for the silhouette of Cosmic, but instead stumbled upon a Pokekiji. The Pokekiji flapped its tiny wings excitedly upon spotting Reshiram's immaculate fur, promptly using its signature move, After You. Halfway through their flight, Li Xiaoyan felt inexplicably drawn to something below. Reshiram, can we descend? Following his request, Reshiram silently flew downward, and upon reaching their destination, Li Xiaoyan steadied himself. The scenery before him felt strikingly familiar. He was certain he had encountered it before. A thin layer of snow blanketed the ground, and snowflakes gracefully fell from the sky, surrounding a rectangular plot of farmland enclosed by a fence. Outside the fence stood numerous quaint British-style wooden cottages, where elderly individuals sat on benches, bundled in warm clothing. Accompanied by various adorable Pokémon, Celio, Swablu, and Snorlax, among others. An elderly gentleman, upon encountering Li Xiaoyan as he descended from Reshiram, approached with keen interest, scrutinizing the magnificent creature's form. This venerable man, adorned with a mane of golden hair and a stooped back, drew near to Li Xiaoyan, his eyes continually surveying Reshiram. Li Xiaoyan courteously greeted him, saying, "Good day, sir." The old man, hands clasped behind him, nodded in return, "Hello, young man. Your Pokémon appears quite formidable. However, could you perhaps temper its fiery energy? Our crops here are sensitive to the heat, and our livelihood depends upon them." In response, Reshiram retracted its fiery essence, extinguishing its tail flame, which elicited a renewed smile from the elder. "By the way, have you encountered any difficulties?" The old man inquired warmly. "Fear not. You are welcome to enter our home freely, as long as you do not cause any mischief." Li Xiaoyan shook his head and expressed his sentiments. "I merely sense something captivating here. I do not intend to linger for long. Thank you." The old man nodded repeatedly. "Ah, I see. May you find what you seek." Once the elder departed, Li Xiaoyan's gaze fell upon a wooden cabin, where he felt an alluring presence of a Pokémon. Approaching the cabin, he extended his hand to caress the ice and snow that cloaked the structure, turning to Reshiram to inquire, "I can't shake the feeling that I have been here before. Reshiram, do you have any recollection of this place?" Reshiram responded, and as Li Xiaoyan contemplated, he noticed a seal ball nearby performing the move rollout. A seal ball? Why does this place evoke such familiarity? Li Xiaoyan hesitated at the doorway, then, as if resolved, continued, "Reshiram, please wait for me outside. I shall venture in for a moment." After knocking on the door, he grasped the handle, contemplating, "I wonder if anyone is inside. If there is no response, I shall enter." Upon stepping inside, Li Xiaoyan beheld an elderly lady at the sink, washing vegetables. The refrigerator door was ajar, revealing a scant selection of vegetables amidst an abundance of meat, along with a large bottle of milk. The old lady, noticing Li Xiaoyan's entrance, cheerfully exclaimed, "Oh dear, my ears. I didn't even hear someone knock. Come in. It's warm inside." "Thank you, ma'am," Li Xiaoyan replied as he closed the door behind him, leaving Reshiram outside. The modest abode was well appointed. Upon entering, he found the kitchen, and the lady warmly offered him a portion of roasted meat, saying, "Here, eat up." Li Xiaoyan accepted the offering with profuse thanks. "I truly appreciate it. You are exceedingly kind." The living room adjoined the kitchen, and the old lady settled onto the sofa, taking a cup of hot tea. "It's nothing. Our village hasn't seen any young folks in quite some time. My granddaughter has gone to the big city with my son and daughter-in-law. Would you keep me company?" Barely had she finished speaking when a youthful voice reached Li Xiaoyan's ears. "Mom." He looked around, searching for the source of the sound, when he spotted a creature resembling a nebula. Its eyes were a soft yellow, adorned with round blue cheeks. The gases forming its body shifted in hues from purple to pale blue, and its upper and lower halves bore a golden crescent hook. Cloud-like extensions adorned its ears, twinkling with starlight. "Cosmic, the nebula Pokémon," Li Xiaoyan exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. "I remember now. This is Frozen Village." The arrival of the little nebula, which he fondly named, rekindled his memories of this singular village from the Pokémon Sword and Shield DLC, the Crown Tundra, where he had once encountered Cosmic. The same location, the same characters, yet the grandmother's granddaughter had been at home last time, indicating some changes. The old lady gently stroked the airy form of the little nebula, affectionately saying, "Little Fluff, why have you come again?" "Mom," the nebula responded, nuzzling against the grandmother's face, causing her to burst into laughter. Observing their joyful interaction, Li Xiaoyan inquired, "Ma'am, is this Pokémon yours?" "Not quite. Little Fluff simply wanders here for the vegetables I grow," she replied. Li Xiaoyan nodded internally, finding it quite similar to the game's narrative, albeit with some variations. He greeted the little nebula, tenderly petting its head, eliciting a contented sound from it, while the old lady chuckled beside them. Once he withdrew his hand, the old lady spoke, "Young man, would you like to hear a story?" Li Xiaoyan, intrigued, asked, "What kind of story?" "A tale about the Applin," she replied. Chapter 70. Li Xiaoyan, I am the protagonist. Applin. Li Xiaoyan pondered, curiosity piqued at the mention of the story involving the Applin. The grandmother smiled and explained, "Applin, the apple Pokémon. If it does not evolve, it will spend its entire life nestled within an apple. Li Xiaoyan rested his chin in contemplation, musing over the life of an applin. It is born and hides within an apple, spending its days consuming the flesh while growing. It secretes a fluid that strengthens the apple's skin, preventing it from rotting. Should it lose its apple, its bodily moisture will diminish, leading to its gradual decline. What kind of story might such a Pokémon have? Turning to the grandmother, he smiled. Ma'am, please share the story. I am quite curious. Moved by his request, the old lady reminisced. First, may I pose a question? Have you heard the rumor? Li Xiaoyan shook his head. What rumor? With a smile, she began. It is said that if one gifts an applin while confessing their feelings, the two shall be united. Li Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow. The essence of the story unfolded. A boy and a girl grew up together, but one day, the girl had to move away. The boy wished to catch an applin to gift her before her departure, yet he lacked the strength. Thus, he enlisted the help of a rather foolish individual to catch the applin. After the foolish one procured the applin, the girl approached the boy. With a heart full of trepidation, he offered her the applin, only for her to refuse upon learning it was caught by someone else. Just as the boy despaired, the girl declared, even if I go far away and we are apart, I will wait for you. I will wait until you catch an applin. Once she had left, the boy turned and returned the applin to the foolish individual, vowing to strive to catch one himself. Goodness, this is just like the dog food plot in Sword and Shield, isn't it? Reflecting on this narrative, Li Xiaoyan felt a mix of affection and resentment. Having consumed a hefty portion of metaphorical dog food in the process, the love lay in the fact that the applin ultimately returned to him, along with the item sour apple. The resentment stemmed from the realization that he had been the greatest fool of all. The old lady, cradling the little nebula, gazed at Li Xiaoyan with glimmering eyes, softly intoning, "This story was passed down to me by my grandfather. How does it resonate with you?" Quite bitter, Li Xiaoyan, the very subject of the tale, sipped his tea, bitter notes awakening his ire within. Where's the promised sweet dream? Why must I consume dog food? Truly vexing, my back teeth are shattered. Seemingly seeing through time, the old lady's eyes sparkled with wisdom as she placed the little nebula in Li Xiaoyan's arms. Uttering enigmatic words, regardless of past or future, of offense or defense, as long as you bask in sunshine and moonlight, calling my name, I shall arrive. Such is the purpose of the divine token. The old woman's voice took on a neutral tone. The life and death of this world are governed by order. Oh, valiant one, what is your ideal? Remember, a hollow-bodied dragon awaits you somewhere. At this, the old woman's eyes dimmed. Li Xiaoyan felt a wave of confusion. Why did this person speak so much? Was the lingering power of Cresselia truly so formidable? Could it even cause him to dream of Arceus? Unbeknownst to him, the system had long preserved the essence left by these two Pokémon, and the divine tokens he had collected emitted a faint glow. The old woman's tone brightened. Chosen one, what are your thoughts on your current life? Persevere, for the King of Abundance awaits your arrival in some future place. After uttering this, the old woman fixed her gaze on Li Xiaoyan, who was amusing the small nebula, and inquired, Chosen one, do you have any further questions? The old woman's extensive discourse led Li Xiaoyan to begin doubting her identity. Are you Lord Arceus? Why have you appeared in my dreams? Chosen one, you called upon my true name before sleep, which is why I entered your dreams using their power. The old woman only responded to the latter part of the question. Yet Li Xiaoyan understood that this old woman was indeed transformed from Arceus. However, did she say he had called her name before sleeping? 100 times Arceus and once an alpaca. Li Xiaoyan couldn't help but bury his face in his hands. He merely wished to fall asleep quickly. But why did Arceus recount the tale of sword and shield gnawing on bugs? Could it be that calling her an alpaca prompted her to reminisce about that regrettable period? Arceus, there's no salvation. You should battle me at the pinnacle. Li Xiaoyan pondered deeply but could not fathom Arceus's intentions. The old woman's body radiated a brilliant golden light, enveloping the entire house, and Li Xiaoyan was plunged into darkness, arriving in a peculiar space. Reshiram had vanished, leaving only the small nebula hovering above Li Xiaoyan's head. This space was illuminated by faint glimmers, and as Li Xiaoyan surveyed his surroundings, he noticed glowing patterns depicting Reshiram, Victini, Articuno, Darkrai, and Cresselia. A purple-haired youth with a halo appeared and greeted Li Xiaoyan. We meet again. Your aura has strengthened yet again. Thanks to those two. Or else I would have had to create rifts in the air. Li Xiaoyan began to speak. This place. Before he could finish, the purple-haired youth interrupted him. Launching into an explanation. I know you have many questions. Let me elucidate this place for you. This is the realm of the gods. Each time you collect a new divine token or encounter a legendary or mythical Pokémon, The corresponding Pokemon's icon will illuminate here. However, upon your entry this time, did you only collect Articuno's divine token? The powers of dreams and nightmares are quite feeble. I had anticipated you would gather many divine tokens on your next visit. Now, do you have any other inquiries? Feel free to ask. Li Xiaoyan could only think of one question. What time is it? With all other questions snatched away, he found himself at a loss. The purple-haired youth, seemingly checking the time from somewhere, replied, 3 in the morning. 6. After all that had transpired. Was it only 3 in the morning? Chapter 71. Let's go fishing. Was it truly a dream? At 9 in the morning, Li Xiaoyan rose early, only to find the small nebula that had been perched atop him in the dream had vanished. Li Xiaoyan's expression fell as he gazed at the shining stone on the table, murmuring to himself, sigh, when will I truly see the small nebula again? Reshiram, what use is it to speak to me? After finishing his morning routine, he placed the luminous stone and other valuables into his bag before heading downstairs for breakfast. Strong chicken, charcoal little servant, it's time to eat. Upon reaching the lower floor, Li Xiaoyan released the 2 adorable Pokémon, who appeared somewhat bleary-eyed, likely wishing for a bit more sleep. Waka, do we have to train today? Char, hungry. Li Xiaoyan bent down to pat the heads of the 2 Pokémon, smiling as he said, today, we will go fishing outside, and later, we shall feast. As soon as he finished speaking, his parents, seated on the sofa, began to sigh. This child, Li Xiaoyan felt perplexed. He was merely going fishing with his uncle and then dining out. Why had a simple outing turned into such a strange affair? Deciding to ignore his parents' sighs, he sat at the dining table, awaiting the arrival of the food. Oh, please enjoy your meal. Brimwin placed a plate of toasted bread with bacon in front of Li Xiaoyan. Char, what about mine? Charcoal little servant called out eagerly, wanting Brimwin to serve its food promptly. Brimwin soon brought 2 plates, one filled with high-fat berries and the other containing the fruits and stones favored by strong chicken. Zoroark handed over 2 bottles of warmed milk to the 2 adorable Pokémon and brewed a cup of coffee for Li Xiaoyan. Thank you. Li Xiaoyan expressed his gratitude to Zoroark, waiting for the coffee to cool before downing it in one go. Knock, knock, knock. Li Xiaoyan had yet to finish his meal when Sherwin arrived at his home. Shintong opened the door, allowing Sherwin to enter. Sherwin felt something was amiss, as if he had somehow upset them. Li Luocheng, sipping tea, lightly tapped his feet. Jengar. Jengar appeared before Sherwin with a ghostly grin, startling him. Wow, Jengar. Don't scare me. Why do you always have to give me a fright? Sherwin patted his chest, nearly collapsing to the ground from the scare. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyan continued eating, while Shintong teased Teary Meow and glanced at the startled Sherwin, asking, have you eaten? Sherwin nodded slowly. Yes, I had breakfast before coming. Shintong instructed Brimwin to heat some milk for Teary Meow, and upon hearing Sherwin's response, nodded. That's good. Sherwin. Truly the mark of a close sibling. Good sister. Li Xiaoyan finished his bread, and Brimwin brought another plate of toasted bread, a kind of hunger that makes Brimwin think you're starving. Li Xiaoyan quickly polished off the breakfast, left the dining table, and walked into the living room, spotting his uncle who had come to visit. Uncle, I've finished eating. When shall we go fishing? Charcoal little servant was quite sensitive to the words eat and meal. As soon as Li Xiaoyan spoke, it immediately chimed in. Char, when are we going to eat? Upon hearing this, Strong Chicken curiously exclaimed, Waka, didn't you just eat? Char, I'm hungry again. Strong Chicken, return to your Pokeball for now. You can come out once we reach our destination. Li Xiaoyan recalled the 2 adorable Pokemon, and, amidst his parents' wistful gazes, followed Sherwin out the door. Son, Shintong called out to Li Xiaoyan, who paused and turned to ask, what is it, Mom? After a moment's thought, Shintong replied, when you return tonight, bring back some desserts, preferably with mango and peach. Reality has ordinary fruits. Li Xiaoyan scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. When did you start liking these flavors, Mom? Dad, did you know? Li Luocheng, glancing at the flamboyant ducklet preening in the sink mirror, responded, of course. She just developed a liking for those 2 fruits yesterday. Li Xiaoyan. But soon, the 2 were in the car, with Sherwin in the driver's seat asking, are you all set? Li Xiaoyan meticulously checked the items he intended to bring, a robust chicken, a charcoal little attendant, and the Pokeballs containing the Tsunyan Blade Demon. He also ensured he had water and bento. After completing his inventory, he nodded and said, all right, uncle, let us hurry and go fishing. Throughout the journey, Li Xiaoyan closed his eyes to rest. However, not long after they commenced their drive, he heard the television broadcasting an advertisement. Frost Fairy Cake Shop is having a special promotion. Buy 1 cake and get 1 free, along with a complimentary Fairy EV plushie. Li Xiaoyan had a penchant for sweets. No, not just sweets. He relished anything delicious. Uncle, This cake shop has a buy one get one free offer. Take me there. And after we buy the cakes, can we go fishing? Perhaps the ugly fish would enjoy some cake too. Li Xiaoyan's words prompted Sherwin to ponder deeply. Well, the ugly fish living in the filthy ditch has surely never tasted anything delightful. Perhaps this cake could entice it out. Sherwin nodded and instructed the Rotom in the car to locate the nearest Frost Fairy cake shop. Searching for the closest Frost Fairy cake shop, approximately 5 kilometers away. Planning the route. The Rotom's navigation brought a sigh of relief from Sherwin. The cake shop was surprisingly close. Phew, not too far, quite nearby. Let us go and buy the cake. Upon arriving, Sherwin parked the car in front of the shop, and as Li Xiaoyan stepped out, he beheld the establishment's exterior. The shop proudly displayed the name Frost Fairy Cake Shop in soft pink letters. Spanning over 100 square meters, the shop featured a battle arena beside it. As Li Xiaoyan and Sherwin entered the cake shop, a smiling young lady at the counter welcomed them. She appeared to be a sophomore, exuding a charming demeanor. Sherwin merely nodded, beginning his search for the cake he wished to purchase. Li Xiaoyan, noticing the Frost Fairy beside the young lady, remarked, "What an adorable Frost Fairy." "Ah, thank you for the compliment." The Frost Fairy replied cheerfully, twirling in delight. With his hands in his pockets, Li Xiaoyan then inquired, "May I ask if you still have the cake with the buy one get one free offer, along with the Fairy EV plushie?" "Indeed, we do. Which one would you like?" The young lady smiled as she retrieved a list detailing the types of cakes available for this promotion. However, only 2 varieties were eligible: a dual berry cake featuring strawberries and blueberries, and a dual yellow cake composed of mango and yellow peach. Without hesitation, Li Xiaoyan responded, "I'll take one of the dual yellow cakes, please." The young lady smiled, "Certainly. That will be 100 yuan, and you will receive a Fairy EV plushie. As the cake is freshly made, please wait a moment while I fetch the plushie for you." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyan handed over the cash. The young lady received the money with both hands, verified its authenticity, and then placed it in the register. "You're quite lucky. This is the last Fairy EV plushie we have in stock." The plushie was of a reasonable size, comparable to a Bulbasaur. It was adorned with various decorations. A unique creation of the shop, not available elsewhere. Just then, a voice of disbelief emerged from behind Li Xiaoyan. "Huh? There are no more Fairy EV plushies?" The young lady at the counter apologized. "I'm sorry, but that was indeed the last one. Perhaps you could return for the next promotion?" As Li Xiaoyan prepared to place the Fairy EV plushie in the car, he caught a glimpse of the person behind him. "Wait a moment. Isn't that the guy I encountered at the League branch last time? He looks remarkably feminine. No wonder he was mistaken for a girl." Li Xiaoyan sighed inwardly. This individual bore an uncanny resemblance to a female. And if not for his Adam's apple and the fact that the staff had referred to him as Sir, he might have truly mistaken him for a girl. What was his name again? Oh right, Dorigonia. No, it's Lanya. Lanya fixed his gaze intently on the Fairy EV plushie in Li Xiaoyan's hands. As if having made a decision, called out to him, "Would you engage in a Pokémon battle with me? If I win, can I purchase that plushie?" Li Xiaoyan did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned to the young lady at the counter and asked, "Is the battle arena beside the shop available for use?" The young lady nodded affirmatively. "Yes, it is." Once assured, Li Xiaoyan nodded at Lanya. "All right." Sherwin, having overheard their conversation, volunteered to act as the referee, allowing Li Xiaoyan to hand the plushie to him. The trio swiftly made their way to the battle arena, attracting the attention of onlookers who paused to witness the duel. Sherwin took his position as the referee and declared, "Now, may both parties release their Pokémon." Lanya retrieved a Pokeball from his waist, pressed the button in the center, and tossed it upward. "Show your fangs, Flaming Meow." "Meow? Pounce." The Flaming Meow emerged, crouching low as it eyed Li Xiaoyan. Its flame pouch emitted a sound akin to a bell ringing. Li Xiaoyan's expression turned serious as the system indicated the opponent possessed the Intimidate ability. He felt a slight apprehension about the battle and instinctively shouted incorrectly, "Songyan? Robust Chicken. Prepare for battle. Waka. Finally, I can battle after evolving." The Robust Chicken was exhilarated to finally engage in combat. The Flaming Meow emitted a strange cry, which startled the Robust Chicken, causing it to shudder before letting out a sharp cry in a bid to intimidate its opponent. Both sides began to engage in a battle of intimidation. "Oh, has its physical attack been lowered?" Li Xiaoyan pondered with a furrowed brow, realizing that the Robust Chicken primarily relied on physical attacks, and a decrease in its attack power was not favorable. "Let the battle commence." As Sherwin concluded his announcement, both competitors simultaneously commanded their Pokémon. Robust Chicken, use Detect. Flaming Meow, utilize Fury Swipes. Li Xiaoyan had anticipated Lanya's move. The Flaming Meow zigzagged, quickly leaping beneath the Robust Chicken to deliver a surprise attack. However, The robust chicken seemed to have foreseen the flaming meow's assault, leaning backward and evading the impact entirely. Now, use double kick, Li Xiaoyan instructed. The robust chicken raised its left leg, brown fighting-type energy enveloping its limbs. Just as it executed the kick, Longya shouted, grab its leg and use bite. The flaming meow sprang forward, its black claws glinting menacingly. The robust chicken's leg connected with the flaming meow, but before it could retract, the flaming meow latched onto its leg tightly. In an instant, the robust chicken found itself unable to use its proud leg techniques. The flaming meow opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp fangs, ready to bite down. Target the weak spot, Li Xiaoyan commanded, prompting the robust chicken to react. Its left arm lifted, shrouded in dark energy as it prepared to strike just as the flaming meow was about to bite down. The robust chicken swung its claw, clashing with the opponent's teeth. Is this the extent of the damage due to the lowered attack power? Li Xiaoyan sighed, shaking his head. Under normal circumstances, the robust chicken would have been able to send the flaming meow flying, but now, with its attack power diminished, it was merely able to match the flaming meow's grip. Even worse, it seemed to be at a slight disadvantage. If only it could recall Feather Dance instead of that useless ember, Li Xiaoyan lamented, feeling both affection and frustration. For some unknown reason, the fire chick had immediately recalled Ember upon evolving into the robust chicken. While not a bad move, it was of little use to the robust chicken. Returning to the matter at hand, the standoff between the cat and the chicken continued. Li Xiaoyan suddenly realized something he had overlooked. The robust chicken had 2 arms. Longya also realized his own oversight. The fiery meow possesses a tongue. The two simultaneously called out their next moves. Use sneak attack on the vital points. Tongue lick. Longya's command was succinct, prompting the fiery meow to extend its tongue and lick the sturdy chicken's legs. At that moment, the sturdy chicken swung its other arm towards the fiery meow's head. Just as the sneak attack struck true, a fleeting arc of electricity flickered by. Paralyzed. This paralysis was no mere inconvenience. It dramatically shifted the tides of battle. With the odds now stacked against the sturdy chicken, Longya smiled subtly and continued to command. Fiery meow, let go of it, and then use chaotic claws. The fiery meow released its grip on the sturdy chicken and leaped to the center, charging forward. Li Xiaoyan urged the sturdy chicken to regain its composure. See through. Fortune smiled upon Li Xiaoyan this time, as the fiery meow's chaotic claw strikes were effortlessly evaded by the sturdy chicken, perfectly dodging the onslaught. Chapter 73, $100. Currently, the sturdy chicken was still in a paralyzed state, but thankfully, its speed had already reached the maximum limit. Otherwise, it would serve as nothing more than a living target for the fiery meow. Li Xiaoyan contemplated his next command with great care. Fire-type moves were largely ineffective, leaving him reliant on the 2-stage kick and sneak attack. Unfortunately, time was not on their side, as the fiery meow launched into a second round of chaotic claws. The sturdy chicken, witnessing this, countered with its powerful kicking technique. A clash of continuous 2-stage kicks against chaotic claws ensued. The paralysis left the sturdy chicken feeling somewhat powerless, and upon observing the ground conditions, Li Xiaoyan couldn't help but smile knowingly. Sturdy chicken, use sand spray. Following this command, the sturdy chicken dug up some sand covered in ground energy, and as the fiery meow's chaotic claws approached once more, it flung the sand into the creature's face. Meow? You're playing dirty, you chicken. The fiery meow's eyes filled with sand, leaving its vision obscured. The scales of victory began to tip in my favor. Li Xiaoyan's unexpected command of sand spray shifted the battle dynamics once again. TSK, I've been outmaneuvered, Longya thought. Realizing during his clash with Li Xiaoyan that he had underestimated him, assuming he was merely a brash attacker. Sneak attack on the vital points. Chaotic claws to counter. Upon hearing the commands, both the sturdy chicken and the fiery meow unleashed their signature moves. The sturdy chicken thrust its claws toward the fiery meow's face, while the fiery meow raised its sharp claws to parry the attack. This sequence of actions revealed Longya's miscalculation. The fiery meow needed both paws to effectively use chaotic claws against the sturdy chicken, leaving it no opportunity to execute its moves. Its paws were obstructed in front of its mouth, rendering it incapable of biting or licking. Seeing this, Li Xiaoyan shouted, continue using sneak attack on the vital points. The sturdy chicken's other claw launched another sneak attack, and regardless of whether the fiery meow withdrew its paws or continued to resist, it would incur damage. TSK. It's hopeless now. Longya recalled the fiery meow just before the sneak attack connected. When Sherwin saw the fiery meow being recalled, he quickly announced, as the fiery meow has been recalled early, the winner is the trainer of the sturdy chicken. The audience erupted in applause, celebrating the thrilling conclusion of the battle. It was a rare opportunity to witness the three starters in action, and they were fortunate to witness such a free spectacle. After losing, just as Lanya intended to leave, Li Xiaoyan inquired, "Are you interested in that plush toy?" Lanya replied with a single word. Li Xiaoyan continued, "That battle was quite impressive. Since you want to buy that toy, I'll sell it to you." After a brief pause to consider the price, he added, "How about $100? Lanya's eyes sparkled at this, and he replied with a booming voice, "Deal." Li Xiaoyan pulled out his phone, revealing the payment code. After scanning it, Lanya promptly transferred the money. The two exchanged contact information, and upon seeing the school name Lanya had filled in on his Qixin, Li Xiaoyan expressed surprise. "You're from Rongao too?" Lanya responded, "Yes. Why does Lanya love to say him so much? With your strength. How come I haven't seen you in the rankings?" Li Xiaoyan pondered, confused as to why he hadn't encountered Lanya at school, given his evident prowess. "I just transferred from another place. I'm now in class 1, Lanya replied. Li Xiaoyan's thoughts raced. How can anyone transfer to Rongao when it's in such a dilapidated state? Surely the new principal must have recruited someone for appearances. With a sense of urgency to help, Li Xiaoyan asked, "Are you aware of the situation at Rongao?" What situation? Lanya shook his head, curious about Li Xiaoyan's words. Li Xiaoyan sighed. Just a few days ago, a secret realm suddenly descended upon Rongao, and now half of it resembles a wasteland. Lanya's expression shifted to one of peculiarity, but he quickly regained his composure. "Why has no one mentioned this situation at Rongao to me? News?" At that moment, Sherwin approached and handed the Sylvian plush toy to Lanya. After receiving the toy, Lanya thanked him and left. "See, he still needs to thank us," Li Xiaoyan mused. After the payment was confirmed, he secretly rejoiced. "This is excellent. Not only does it boost the sturdy chicken's experience, but it also replenishes its health. Truly a win-win." After the battle concluded, the cake Li Xiaoyan had ordered was ready. Sherwin had also bought some cakes favored by water-type Pokémon. Carrying the cake over to the car's trunk, Li Xiaoyan glanced at the cooler secured in place and asked, "Uncle, will these cakes be safe in your car's cooler?" Sherwin smiled and replied, "Of course. They're secured. Unless we encounter an accident, the items inside will remain in place." With Sherwin's reassurance, Li Xiaoyan placed the cake into the cooler. Once seated in the back of the car and fastening his seatbelt, he took out his phone to message his mother. "Yin, Mom, I bought the cake." "Mother, contact good. Make sure to bring it back tonight." "Yin, don't worry, Mom, I'll definitely bring it back. By the way, why have you suddenly taken a liking to these two fruit flavors?" "Mother, not telling you, bye? Go fishing with your uncle." Li Xiaoyan was left puzzled, wondering why his mother had suddenly developed a taste for mangoes and yellow peaches. Oh well, fishing was the priority. He was eager to meet the ugly fish that Lian had mentioned. As Sherwin drove, he sought to engage Li Xiaoyan in conversation. "Xiaoyan, do you have any plans to hang out with classmates or friends? Or has anyone invited you?" Li Xiaoyan yawned and replied, "No. Why does everyone seem so eager for me to go out with classmates? I'll just hang out with Bai Qing Un and the others next time." Tan. So hungry. Bored, Li Xiaoyan released Tan Xiaoshi, who immediately clamored for food, leaving Li Xiaoyan both amused and exasperated. This little fellow certainly had a bigger appetite than Victini. Victini. After playing yesterday, Tan Xiaoshi had already reached level 3, and upon checking its stats, Li Xiaoyan discovered it had inherited the ability Shared Fate, which could lend a strategic edge in battle. Chapter 74, The Stinking Creek. At 11:30, while sitting in the car, Li Xiaoyan's stomach growled. "Uncle, I'm hungry. Let us eat." "Tan, me too." Upon hearing Li Xiaoyan's voice, Sherwin cast a glance at the surrounding scenery. A lush expanse lay before him, with air that was refreshingly pure. Indeed, the suburbs seemed quite conducive to a picnic. "All right, let us settle our lunch here," Sherwin declared, bringing the vehicle to a halt by the roadside. After disembarking, he released his Pokémon. In comparison to Li Luoqing and Shi Xintong, the grandeur of Sherwin's Pokémon was somewhat lacking, at least in terms of quantity. Currently, he possessed 4 Pokémon, ranked by strength as follows: Lizard King, Mukahawk, Zoroark, and Ghastly. Li Xiaoyan also set her Pokémon free, and soon, a delightful exchange of greetings ensued between their Pokémon. Sherwin spread out the picnic blanket on the ground, while Li Xiaoyan retrieved the bento prepared by her mother, also handing out portable energy cubes to her 3 Pokémon. It was perhaps a figment of her imagination, but Li Xiaoyan felt that Tan Xiaoshi had an insatiable appetite, even surpassing that of the robust chicken. Yet, the system indicated that Tan Xiaoshi was perfectly normal, leading her to surmise that it simply had a hearty appetite. As she observed Lizard King munching on berries, a twinge of curiosity arose within her. Her grandfather's ace was also a Lizard King, so why did her mother not have one? "Li Luoqing, I wanted you to choose the chimchar back then too. Nevertheless, One could not deny that her mother's Pokémon were all quite aesthetically pleasing and formidable in battle. Seeing Li Xiaoyan gaze at him, Lizard King mistakenly assumed she wished to share the berries and, using Leaf Blade, sliced off a portion of the uneaten fruit to offer her. This gesture left Li Xiaoyan taken aback as she hastily waved her hands, saying, "No, no, please keep it for yourself." After satisfying their hunger, Li Xiaoyan inquired, "Uncle, are we visiting just one location today?" Sure one, savoring the rice balls he had prepared, replied, "Indeed, we shall remain here for the afternoon. Regardless of our fishing success, I assure you a meal is in order." Pondering for a moment, Li Xiaoyan recalled that the system could scan for other Pokémon and considered checking if the area held any Magikarp. If not, she would have to persuade him to try a different fishing spot. Observing Li Xiaoyan lost in thought while enjoying her meal, Sherwin chose not to disturb her. Oh, the essence of youth. In the meantime, Tan Xiaoshi, having finished the food in his bowl, still felt a pang of hunger and began scrounging for more. Song Yin Riki and the others shared their food, ensuring Tan Xiaoshi was thoroughly satisfied. As it finally filled its belly, the flames atop its head blazed even more fiercely. Noticing this, Li Xiaoyan decided to have the system scan for any changes in its status. "Wow, it's already level 4, she exclaimed. Astonishingly, after just one meal, Tan Xiaoshi had ascended to a higher level. One could only commend its lineage, being the offspring of Song Yin Riki. Song Yin Riki, sensing the transformation in Tan Xiaoshi, smiled contentedly. "Xiaoyan, have you finished eating?" Sherwin asked, gathering his bento box as he noticed Li Xiaoyan still engrossed in her meal. Choosing to wait a bit longer, he observed her. Li Xiaoyan quickly consumed her rice and, upon receiving water from the robust chicken, replied, "Almost there." Once she finished her meal, they recalled their Pokémon, and Sherwin stored the picnic blanket in the car before Li Xiaoyan took her seat in the back. However, Tan Xiaoshi remained beside her, gazing out at the passing scenery. As the car roared back to life, Sherwin accelerated down the highway, and Tan Xiaoshi felt a sense of déjà vu as the landscape shifted before its eyes, though it couldn't quite articulate what it reminded it of. By 2 in the afternoon, they finally reached their destination, the Tail River Stagnant Ditch. Rumor had it that someone had caught a Magikarp here, which was precisely why Sherwin had chosen this spot. Suddenly, Li Xiaoyan called out to Sherwin, "Uncle." What is it?" he responded, puzzled as he rummaged through the trunk for the fishing rods. Clutching Tan Xiaoshi, Li Xiaoyan gently posed her question, "I've always been curious. Why do you not have 6 Pokémon? My parents only managed to have 6 in recent years. Is it a resource issue?" Li Xiaoyan's inquiry elicited a chuckle from Sherwin, followed by a sigh. "Oh, it's not a matter of resources. How should I put this? Ah, yes. The champion, Yi Huang. You must be quite familiar with him, correct?" Yes, very familiar. What's the matter?" Li Xiaoyan nodded, knowing that Yi Huang was a genuine good person, but she was perplexed as to why her uncle brought him up. Sherwin felt it imperative to provide Li Xiaoyan with a thorough explanation. "You are aware of his main team members, yes?" Li Xiaoyan thought back to the Pokémon she had seen in Yi Huang's villa and replied, "Is it the 6 Pokémon? King Superior, Dragonite, and so forth?" Sherwin continued, "Now, can you guess which Pokémon was the second one he captured?" Li Xiaoyan, somewhat puzzled, ventured a guess. "Is it Blaziken?" "No, it was a Mamoswine." "Mamoswine?" Li Xiaoyan coughed in surprise. After regaining her composure, she inquired, "Isn't the main team typically comprised of the first 6 Pokémon? What happened to his Mamoswine?" "It retired after he became a champion." Li Xiaoyan. Sherwin gazed at the 4 Pokeballs at his belt and slowly articulated, "You are correct. Normally, the first 6 are considered the main team members. However, Yi Huang is a complete outlier. He constantly alters his roster, which is inadvisable for both Pokémon and trainers alike. The authorities even used his case as an example for us. Had he not been so fickle with his team, he likely would have already achieved the status of a champion-level trainer. My point is, do not capture Pokémon on a whim. Consider carefully before deciding to do so. There are many who, like Yi Huang, impulsively capture Pokémon, but not everyone has the luxury of training their Pokémon to champion level before allowing them to retire. Many simply abandon them. Xiaoyan, your parents would not want you to become someone who discards Pokémon carelessly." Listening to Sherwin's words, Li Xiaoyan felt her desire to capture Pokémon diminish. The first 6 were undeniably important. She could not let her selfishness lead her to capture them without thought. The incident with Mamoswine should not be repeated with her Pokémon. She had previously considered capturing a Psyduck, but perhaps it was best not to. With this in mind, Li Xiaoyan affectionately stroked Tan Xiaoshi's head and assured, "Uncle, rest assured, I will never abandon my Pokémon. They are my partners, akin to family." Sherwin nodded slowly. "Good, that is reassuring. Your parents and I deliberated thoroughly before deciding to capture them." After speaking, Sherwin retrieved the fishing rod and took out a cake from the cooler. Li Xiaoyan set up 2 stools and seated herself, observing her uncle as he prepared to fish. System, please check if there are any Magikarp in this area. Understood. Scanning in progress. Scan complete. Number of Magikarp residing in this area? 1. Wow, there's actually a Magikarp here? Li Xiaoyan exclaimed in surprise upon receiving the system's report. She had not anticipated that this stagnant ditch would indeed harbor a Magikarp. Fortune indeed smiles upon his uncle, for he finds himself alone in this place, angling for fish. With a stroke of luck, he might just reel in the elusive, ugly fish. No one is vying for his catch. What extraordinary luck! As Li Xiaoyan mused about Wen's good fortune, he noticed another figure in the distance, seated and fishing. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Longya, disguised as a woman. What a fool he must be, coming to this place when Rongao is almost a wasteland. One wonders what goes on in his mind. Could it be that he, too, seeks the ugly fish? Longya sneezed. Hachu. Darn it, someone must be speaking ill of me. Lobster minion, you must wait for me. At that moment, the system's biological heart voice visualization function revealed Longya's thoughts, and Li Xiaoyan immediately grasped his intentions. It turned out he was not there to snatch the ugly fish. Misunderstanding dispelled. Li Xiaoyan silently nodded, appreciating the utility of this feature. It could prove invaluable when discerning others' true motives in the future. Meanwhile, Ten Xiaosher had begun to doze off nearby. Not wishing to disturb him, Li Xiaoyan opted to release the robust chicken to observe its training. How dreadfully dull. System, could you please display the panel of that ugly fish? Understood. Pokémon, ugly fish, level 20, gender, female, type, water, ability, float. Ah, so this is the ugly fish with such an ability? Li Xiaoyan scrutinized the ugly fish's panel but gleaned no further insights. The system's limitations imposed by Arceus were indeed rather constraining. He couldn't even view its skills. Speaking of skills, he wondered if this world possessed imitation items akin to the imitation herb. If such items existed, they could be employed to acquire inherited skills in the future. Imitation herb. In battle, when an opponent's abilities are enhanced, the Pokémon holding this item will also gain the same enhancement. Outside of battle, if a Pokémon holding the imitation herb participates in a picnic and has an available slot for a learnable move, and another Pokémon in the picnic possesses an egg move that the first Pokémon can learn, then after the picnic, the first Pokémon will acquire that egg move. Ah, behold my divine fishing prowess. Wen's exclamation interrupted Li Xiaoyan's musings. He turned to see Wen gripping his fishing rod, straining to pull back. To Li Xiaoyan's astonishment, the system indicated that he had hooked a colossal king carp. The king carp clung tenaciously to the hook, and Li Xiaoyan refrained from interjecting, instead watching his uncle wrestle with the rod in silence. How heavy! What on earth is this? Wen exclaimed, exerting himself to raise the rod. Muddy water splashed everywhere, prompting Li Xiaoyan to hastily retreat with Tan Xiaosher to avoid the foul spray. Wow, that stinks. The robust chicken squawked as it fled. For the water from this filthy ditch was truly repugnant. A fish with golden whiskers and a red body was finally drawn out by Wen. Upon recognizing the Pokémon he had caught, Wen remarked, "It makes sense. The king carp, while a common Pokémon, can evolve into Gyarados. Yet not all wild king carps possess the potential for such evolution. Many fall prey to wild Pidgeys and similar Pokémon. Still, a king carp dwelling in a cesspool likely faces little threat from other Pokémon." The caught king carp flopped on the grass, and Wen released his lizard king, instructing, "Little lizard, remove the hook and return it to the filthy waters." Lizard King responded with disdain, "Though I am not human, you truly are a dog." With a look of utter contempt, Lizard King extracted the hook. Wen approached the king carp, apologizing, and offered it a slice of cake. "This cake is my apology to you." He then instructed Lizard King to convey to the king carp that if it knew the ugly fish, it could inform it that encountering the hook might lead to cake as well. Lizard King relayed Wen's message verbatim. The king carp immediately flopped back into the water with a splash. Wen darted away swiftly, leaving Lizard King to endure the indignity. Lizard King's affection level, 1. Lizard King gazed at Wen with a look of deep resentment, lamenting that it could not learn the skill of resentment. Perhaps it could have capitalized on this moment to master it. Wen continued to bait the hook, and before he could cast it again, a Pokémon emerged from the water, predominantly earth yellow and blue, with a somewhat pockmarked appearance and a vacant expression. Following closely was a king carp. What a remarkable efficiency that king carp possesses, Li Xiaoyan mused as he approached, contemplating the scene unfolding before him. The ugly fish and the king carp engaged in conversation. System, what are they saying? Understood. King carp, this person has delicious food. You should come out and eat, but do share some with me. Ugly fish, King carp, It is said that humans capture Pokémon. Our lives are so arduous. Would you like to follow them? When I evolve, surely someone will capture me. Ugly fish. But I am so ugly. Would they truly capture me? King Carp. How can you know without trying? They specifically came to find you. Though we share no blood relation, I still hope you can live a good life. Ugly fish. Then I shall give it a try. Chapter 76. Emerging from the mud, untainted, cleansed in the water, uncanny. Li Xiaoyan's gaze remained fixed on the two fish Pokémon. Feeling a wave of emotion. The friendship among Pokémon is indeed pure. After this reflection, he had the system display the data for the King Carp, discovering it had reached level 19. This King Carp was on the brink of evolution, needing only to take that final leap to ascend like a dragon leaping over the gate. Leaping over the gate, indeed? I hope this King Carp encounters a worthy trainer upon its evolution. Li Xiaoyan sincerely wished for the King Carp, convinced that it was a kind-hearted Pokémon, not one that oppressed others. Meanwhile, Sherwin produced 2 slices of cake, instructing Gung Si-tong to distribute them to the eager Pokémon. Here, enjoy. Gung Si-tong handed out the cake to the 2 Pokémon, who were eagerly awaiting a taste of the delightful treat. The King Carp, eyes fixated on the delectable cake, fought against its hunger to say, "Thank you, little ugly fish. Hurry and eat, lest it falls into the water and loses its flavor." Ugly fish hesitated. Can such a hideous Pokémon like me truly indulge in such a beautiful cake? Though desperate for the cake, ugly fish felt unworthy of such a lovely treat. This sentiment perplexed Gung Si-tong. Wasn't it just cake? Regardless of its appearance, food is meant to be enjoyed. As an educated Gung Si-tong, it deemed necessary to enlighten ugly fish on the core values of socialism. Let me tell you, in our human society, all beings, whether human or Pokémon, are equal. There is no hierarchy. When hungry, one must eat. This cake is for you, so do not shy away from it due to self-doubt. As Gung Si-tong spoke, it gently pressed the cake into their mouths, aware that if it fell into the filthy water, it would lose its appeal. Once the cake was swallowed, their eyes sparkled with delight, and happiness radiated from their faces. Delicious. Is there truly such a delightful treat in this world? Delicious. This flavor can linger in my memory for an entire year. I wonder if I will ever have the pleasure of tasting such exquisite food again. For 2 Pokémon that have lived in a filthy drain since their birth, this cake is the most delectable and pristine food they have ever encountered. Jengar observed the reaction of the ugly fish with great satisfaction, realizing that the likelihood of its master capturing it was now quite high, prompting him to capitalize on this momentum. So what do you think? Would you like to join my master? If you do, not only will you reside in a clean and comfortable environment, but you will also enjoy delicious meals every day. At this moment, Shivan retrieved a pokeball from his belt, tears of joy, finally a standard ball instead of a luxury one, anticipating that once Jengar's persuasion was successful, he would directly capture the ugly fish. Upon hearing Jengar's words, the ugly fish fell silent, glancing at its protective Magikarp, then at Jengar and Shivan on the shore. Don't worry about me. I am a Pokémon capable of evolution. Once I evolve, powerful trainers will certainly seek to capture me. Your chances of encountering a good trainer are rare, and this person's strength is at least sufficient for you to have your fill. Magikarp spoke first, breaking the silence, as it sensed that it was merely one step away from evolution. It had once overheard a tale about how Magikarp could evolve into Gyarados, and this story had motivated it to strive tirelessly each day and night, hoping to one day transform into the magnificent Gyarados of the legend. Magikarp's words once again caused Li Xiaoyan to regard it with newfound respect. Its pure-hearted nature was indeed more innocent than his own. This Magikarp selflessly considered others at every turn. Li Xiaoyan stood beside Shivan, murmuring, emerging from the mud yet untainted, cleansing in the clear stream yet not alluring. Xiaoyan, do you finally comprehend this phrase now? Shivan felt a surge of joy. When he had previously mentioned this to Li Xiaoyan, he had only received disdainful looks. What has caused him to utter such words now? Could it be that witnessing the ugly fish up close has led him to reflect on the beauty of Milotic? Li Xiaoyan turned to Shivan, shaking his head. He was lamenting the character of Magikarp, how it could maintain such purity while dwelling in squalid waters, always considering the welfare of others. Li Xiaoyan believed this saying should be attributed to this particular Magikarp. This Magikarp was truly remarkable. Li Xiaoyan said earnestly, "Uncle, what is it?" Shivan, holding the pokeball and preparing to capture the ugly fish, inquired upon hearing Li Xiaoyan's words. Li Xiaoyan slowly spoke. "Have you ever considered capturing and training a Gyarados?" Shivan shrugged, replying, "Of course, but why the sudden inquiry? Are you suggesting I capture that Magikarp?" Li Xiaoyan shook his head. "I was just speaking casually." He understood that if he mentioned that this Magikarp was on the verge of evolution, his uncle might believe him. But explaining further would be quite cumbersome. Capturing should not be forced. At that moment, Jengar floated over to Shivan, beaming with pride as if seeking acknowledgement for its efforts. Shivan raised an eyebrow. Oh, could it be that it has agreed? Jengar nodded with a smile, and under its and Magikarp's encouragement, the ugly fish regained its confidence and proactively requested to be captured by Shivan. Xiaoyan, could you release my predecessor and Charcoal Sprite for a moment? Jengar pointed to the Pokeball of Charcoal Sprite and the other Pokemon. Although Li Xiaoyan understood, he feigned confusion. You want me to release Charcoal Sprite? Jengar smiled and nodded, prompting Li Xiaoyan to release Charcoal Sprite. The Pokemon present, along with Li Xiaoyan, turned their gazes toward Jengar, curious about its intentions. Jengar floated before Shivan, moved by Magikarp's words. It first pointed at the ugly fish, then opened its mouth. After tapping Shivan's Pokeball with its claw, it gestured toward Magikarp. Shivan repeated, the ugly fish says that to capture it, one must first knock out Magikarp with the Pokeball. Jengar, Li Xiaoyan, unable to contain himself, covered his face, exclaiming, Uncle, could it be that Jengar is trying to suggest that the ugly fish is asking if it can also capture Magikarp? A brief discussion, not counting towards the total word count as you can see. The true protagonist of this chapter is not the ugly fish, but rather this Magikarp. On a superficial level, the ugly fish may be the star, but on a deeper level, I wish to portray this Magikarp as the genuine hero. They embody the essence of emerging from the mud yet untainted, cleansing in the clear stream yet not alluring. This phrase not only describes the evolution of the ugly fish in a Milotic, but also seeks to sculpt a Pokemon that, while living in murky waters, possesses a heart of gold. A self-doubting ugly fish encounters a Magikarp that is continually striving, exuding positivity and sunshine. Magikarp serves as a microcosm of the struggles of the underdog, yet it is not entirely limited to that, for Magikarp, too, will one day leap through the Dragon Gate. Magikarp is one of my favorite Pokemon, yet for various reasons, I do not wish to include it in the protagonist's team, opting instead to place it within the team of the protagonist's uncle, who will undoubtedly treat these two Pokemon with kindness. Chapter 77. The unprincipled Pokemon. Upon hearing Li Xiaoyan's words, Shivan blinked at Jengar. Really? Jengar nodded, affirming this notion. At this moment, Jengar pointed once more at Magikarp, then gestured with both hands towards Charcoal Sprite and the other Pokemon. Shivan was still somewhat puzzled, half understanding. Does Magikarp have a mother? Jengar. For a moment, Jengar found itself questioning its master's intellect today. How could Shivan suddenly seem so dim-witted after encountering the ugly fish? After all, they had both attended university. How could it be that after spending so much time together, Shivan was unable to comprehend its words today? Truly, he was a genius pretending to be foolish. Indeed, Magikarp does have a mother, but what Jengar intended to convey was that this Magikarp was on the brink of evolution. Jengar's gaze shifted back to Li Xiaoyan, who pondered the connections between them. Charcoal Sprite could evolve into Jengar, and the system indicated that Magikarp was already level 19. Oh, Jengar was simply trying to say that Magikarp was nearing evolution. Li Xiaoyan cleared his throat. Uncle, I believe Jengar means to say that this Magikarp is about to evolve. You could also take this opportunity to fill your team to 6. Lizard King stepped forward and gave Shivan a thumbs up, clearly showing its fondness for this Magikarp. The words spoken by Magikarp earlier had elevated its status in the eyes of the Pokemon present. Even Charcoal Sprite, which had just been in its Pokeball, nodded slightly. To be fair, how did you hear that? Seeing so many Pokemon hold Magikarp in such high regard, Shivan nodded to himself. Wow, I didn't realize this Magikarp was so impressive. Even my old companions want me to capture it. It seems this Magikarp indeed possesses some exceptional qualities. Thank goodness I have spare Pokeballs. Otherwise, I would have only been able to capture the ugly fish on this trip. Shivan retrieved the water basin he had prepared for the ugly fish from the trunk, but this was not merely for housing them. It was to cleanse them of the filth they carried. If his parents caught a whiff of that odor, he would be in serious trouble. But how to clean them thoroughly? Shivan had only prepared a cleaning solution for the ugly fish, leaving him uncertain about how to manage the other Magikarp. As Li Xiaoyan and the others pondered this dilemma, Longya had already hooked the Pokemon it desired. Hee, what are you doing pulling me up? Are you looking for trouble? Li Xiaoyan turned to see a Pokemon predominantly orange on its upper body, white on its abdomen, with 3-pointed protrusions on its head. It was none other than a Crawdaunt. Goodness, what a variety of creatures reside in this filthy drain. Once again, the unsightly Chinchou and the majestic Kingler are present. And now, astonishingly, a little lobster soldier has joined their ranks. It is indeed true that these creatures can thrive in the foulest of ditches. But how is it that these three have converged all at once? One might even jest that if Palkia were to join the fray, it wouldn't be surprising. Just kidding. System, display the lobster soldier's attributes. Understood. Why is it only level 5? The perspective shifts to Lanya and his side. Lobster soldier, become my companion. Lanya exclaimed, brandishing a pokeball towards the lobster soldier, attempting to capture it through mere persuasion. Ha ha ha. If you wish to capture me, show your strength. The lobster soldier retorted, raising its orange and white pincers in an attempt to grasp Lanya's hands. Lanya took a step back, exhaling deeply before releasing his fiery Meowth. Muttering incantations, it seems we must resort to force. Fiery Meowth, showcase your prowess. Fiery Meowth leaped before the lobster soldier, the foul odor emanating from the latter causing it to feel nauseous. Struggling to suppress its urge to vomit, Fiery Meowth glared menacingly at the lobster soldier. Its claws gleamed with icy brilliance, and combined with its ordinary level strength, the lobster soldier found itself pleading for mercy. Ha ha ha, I can see, just don't slap me. Lanya and Fiery Meowth observed the lobster soldier, which was bowing repeatedly before them. Despite their inability to comprehend its words, they could certainly surmise its meaning. Truly, this is a testament to the lobster soldier's reputation as a rogue Pokémon, living up to its official evaluation. Li Xiaoyan, witnessing the lobster soldier, clapped his hands in excitement. This youth named Lanya must be intent on capturing the lobster soldier, right? Once he succeeds, he could ask his uncle to borrow the lobster soldier to assist in cleaning with a water gun technique, making efficient use of the cleaning solution. However, would he lend it to his uncle? The Chinchou and Kingler remained obediently in place, while Gung Shirtong descended with a cake purchased by Sherwin, feeding them and sharing the news of Sherwin's intention to capture Kingler. The two Pokémon were moved to tears. They would no longer have to endure life in this stinking ditch. Gung Shirtong lifted the two Pokémon from the river, and upon reaching Sherwin, he touched each with a Pokeball. A red light enveloped them, and they were transformed into beams of light, entering the Pokeballs, with the balls no longer shaking. Sherwin had successfully captured these two Pokémon. Meanwhile, the lobster soldier approached the Pokeball of its own accord, leaving Lanya momentarily dumbfounded. How could this lobster soldier lack any sense of dignity as a Pokémon? Lobster soldier, this is what one might call being pragmatic. Li Xiaoyan pointed towards Lanya in the distance. Uncle, do you see that individual? Go borrow his lobster soldier. It has the water gun move, and it could help clean up. Don't forget to bring the cake and basin. Tan Xiaoshi, having awakened at some point, stood on the floor and emitted a spark, gazing pitifully at Li Xiaoyan. Hungry? Tan. Exactly. Li Xiaoyan, with a sigh, offered some berries to Tan Xiaoshi, who devoured them voraciously. While Li Xiaoyan observed Tan Xiaoshi eating, Sherwin approached Lanya with the cake and inquired, May I borrow your lobster soldier to clean my two Pokémon? Rest assured, I want to take advantage of you. Lanya's gaze fell upon the cake in Sherwin's hands, nearly drooling with desire. He feigned indifference. Very well, I shall reluctantly assist in cleaning your Pokémon. Sherwin first removed the cloth from the basin, then placed the Chinchou inside. Upon seeing the Chinchou, the lobster soldier leaped from its Pokeball and nearly fainted at the sight. This lobster soldier had previously been so frightened by the Chinchou's appearance in the ditch that it had lost consciousness. This explains how the Chinchou managed to reach level 20. Chapter 78, Preparing for a Feast. The lobster soldier closed its eyes, and under Lanya's guidance, directed its mouth towards the Chinchou, unleashing a water gun attack. As Sherwin cleaned the Chinchou, Li Xiaoyan's phone chimed with a message from Zhou Yi in the class group. Class teacher, the practical scores for the final exam will primarily be determined by the inter-school battle results. Unless in special circumstances, only initial Pokémon may be used for battle, and passing the preliminary selection will guarantee a passing score. I hope all students can practice diligently at home to achieve good results. The Rongqing authorities had refrained from holding a city-wide examination prior to the college entrance examination, primarily to prevent students from falling into despair due to poor performance. Many parents understood this reasoning. However, the first-tier schools in Rongqing held an inter-school exam at the Olympic Sports Center during final examinations each year, battle format, 1v1. Li Xiaoyan pondered whether he could reach the finals. Previously, when his fire chick was still a fledgling, it had easily defeated all Pokémon except for Zhang Sanchi's Froakie. However, now his fire chick had evolved into a powerful variant, and while Zhang Sanchi's Froakie had also evolved, in reality, his powerful variant was likely stronger. Victini, if you lose, I shall look down upon you. Li Xiaoyan estimated that his chances of victory were somewhat higher. Well, I'll find out the outcome when I battle Zhang Sanchi next time. He was curious about the strength of water-type Pokémon from other schools. At this level, there was nothing particularly daunting about ground-type Pokémon. Perhaps only the Rhyperior posed a slight threat. Li Xiaoyan began contemplating which Pokémon might pose a threat to his powerful variant. Essentially, Those unevolved Pokémon with high base stats were generally not favored for training at this stage. For instance, Lapras and Tauros had high base stats, but their experience requirements for leveling up were substantial, and at the same level, in the early stages, their attributes were not significantly superior to other Pokémon. Returning to the main page, Li Xiaoyan noticed his friends in the group. This group consisted of only 5 members: Li Xiaoyan, Chen Yunjie, Bai Qingyan, Zhang Sanche, and Lin Ji. We could organize a gathering. This group was formed by Chen Yunjie after the Secret Realm, and it could be considered a brotherhood forged through adversity. Upon entering, he found Bai Qingyan asking everyone if they wanted to go out. Yin Yin, where are we going? Ajai, curiosity. Mo Qi Xiao Long Qiong, count me in. Lei, not going to the Secret Realm. Qing Qing Zijin, I was thinking of going hiking. Anyone interested? Hiking? Never mind, I'll just stay home with my parents. It's definitely not because I don't want to hike. Li Xiaoyan weighed his options and began typing on the screen. Yin Yin, I want to be joining. My dad is on holiday these days, and I'd like him to help my powerful variant train a bit more. After sending the message, Li Xiaoyan returned to see Yi Huang's avatar, which had turned gray since the Secret Realm, indicating he was offline. Presumably, Uncle Yi had just finished battling the legendary Zapdos in the Secret Realm. How could all 3 legendary birds descend upon Huagua? Who could be orchestrating the awakening of these divine beasts from the shadows? While Li Xiaoyan contemplated these matters, the Chinchou had already been thoroughly cleaned, prompting Sherwin to return it to its Pokeball before releasing Kingler. The lobster soldier rested for a moment, having exhausted itself from repeatedly using water gun. Sherwin smiled and offered a piece of cake to the lobster soldier, who typically had little fondness for sweets. The cakes purchased this time were exclusively for the Pokémon, totaling around 10 pieces. Sharing a slice with the Crawdaunt was hardly a transgression. Hee. Delicious, you little rascal, you know your stuff. As the Crawdaunt munched and chuckled, Shivan felt as if the Pokémon was expressing gratitude, repeatedly waving his hands in dismissal. No need for thanks, after all. You have assisted me, and a token of appreciation is only fitting. Hee. Not bad, not bad. You have potential, kid. Jengar, however, found the exchange between Crawdaunt and Shivan rather perplexing. His trainer had completely misconstrued the Crawdaunt's sentiments. This was hardly an expression of gratitude. It was evident that he was being treated like a subordinate. After handing over the cake to Drudigan, Jengar retreated into his Pokeball, wishing to distance himself from his trainer's misguided interpretations. How could a person change so drastically? Could it be that the sudden discovery of his long-desired Feebah had something to do with it? Jengar sighed heavily. By the time Crawdaunt had cleaned up the Feebah and Magikarp, the clock had already struck 4 in the afternoon. The passage of time was indeed swift. Char, when is there good food? Char, the little servant, called out, prompting Li Xiaoyan to crouch down and whisper, Tonight, we shall indulge in a grand feast. I promise you will be well fed, so remember to eat plenty. Char, I will do my utmost to eat my fill. Shivan, 6. The flames atop Char's head turned a vibrant blue, and Li Xiaoyan smiled slightly, posing another question. What kind of Pokemon do you aspire to become in the future? Char, I wish to be a Pokemon that can eat and drink to its heart's content every day. Char's response was refreshingly innocent, causing Li Xiaoyan to cover his face and chuckle. Indeed, he was still a naive little darling. After retrieving the Feebah, Shivan bid farewell to Drudigan and approached Li Xiaoyan, saying, Xiaoyan, it's time to head home. Tonight, I invite you to dine at the Lake Bottom Hot Pot in the Shengtian Commercial District. A glimmer of excitement lit up Li Xiaoyan's eyes. Finally, they could escape the stench of the sewer. Drudigan nodded slightly, equally reluctant to linger in such an uninviting place. Char, feast. Waka, feast. The 2 Pokemon jubilantly leaped in excitement, oblivious to the fact that their trip to the sewers had yielded no activities other than the promise of delectable food, which was truly splendid. Li Xiaoyan shook his head with a smile, recalling that this time, he wished to let the Combuskin enjoy the scenery from the car. Keeping it cooped up in its Pokeball was hardly ideal, especially since it was still less than a year old. Chapter 79, Let the Feast Begin. After a while on the road, Li Xiaoyan found himself regretting the decision to release both Combuskin and Char at the same time. They were simply too boisterous. To recount the events, one must start from the moment the car had set off. The journey took them through a place where the evening clouds were painted crimson by the sunset's afterglow. Waka, what a splendid view. The clouds in the sky resemble bread. Combuskin exclaimed, perceiving the clouds as the bread he devoured each morning, both appetizing and aesthetically pleasing. Char, more like cotton candy. Char had a differing opinion. Waka, burnt bread. Char, cotton candy. Their clamorous debate was not only a disturbance to Li Xiaoyan's ears, but also to his eyes. Li Xiaoyan felt utterly exasperated. His uncle was driving, And if it were Yi Huang at the wheel, he could have enlisted Victini as a translator without raising suspicions. In this current scenario, he was powerless to intervene. While his uncle mistakenly believed the two Pokémon were captivated by the scenery outside, in a sense, they were indeed quite intrigued. For half an hour, the two little rascals continued their raucous discussion about the clouds, only ceasing their clamor once the car entered a tunnel. Finally, Li Xiaoyan could catch his breath, gazing at the two Pokémon who had exhausted themselves and fallen asleep. He couldn't help but reflect. These two little troublemakers were indeed a handful. On another note, he was still oblivious to the process of the college entrance examinations in this world. Perhaps he would inquire once they reached their destination. Exhausted, he resolved to sleep. Having been disturbed by the two little rascals throughout the journey, Li Xiaoyan felt his impatience mounting. Thus, he recalled an old saying: when faced with difficulties, take a long nap. Sleeping was his unique talent, and before emerging from the tunnel, he gradually succumbed to slumber, unlike before when dreams eluded him. Perhaps the lingering energy of sweet dreams was meant to be preserved for later. Upon awakening, Li Xiaoyan found Shivan had just parked the car, and as he rubbed his eyes, he yawned. "Ah, uncle, have we arrived at Shengtian Commercial District?" After nodding, Shivan replied, "Yes, you may disembark now." As Li Xiaoyan stepped out of the car, a Pokémon dominated by shades of brown, with a face adorned in deep brown fur reminiscent of a raccoon and light brown serrated fur arranged in a circular pattern, zigzagged towards him. Roar? It turned out to be a Pancham. Li Xiaoyan bent down to pat its head, inquiring, "Little one, what brings you here?" "Zanku, I came upon seeing this metal box. Who are you? How can these four-legged metal contraptions move so swiftly?" The Pancham licked Li Xiaoyan's palm, sending a ticklish sensation through him. The Pokémon's words revealed its curious nature. Indeed, Pancham's inquisitiveness was boundless, showing interest in everything it encountered. "Hee, greetings. My name is Li Xiaoyan. Where is your trainer?" Just as Li Xiaoyan finished his question, a melodious male voice called from afar, "Pancham, where are you?" Following the sound, a rather handsome youth clad in a black trench coat approached. His face lit up upon spotting Pancham safe and sound, and he hurriedly scooped it up, saying, "You little rascal, you ran off while I wasn't looking. If this continues, I'll have to keep you in your pokeball when we go out." Li Xiaoyan stood up, and the youth noticed him, asking, "Did my Pancham cause you any trouble?" Li Xiaoyan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Not at all. I had only just encountered it when you arrived." The youth nodded slightly. "That's good." With that, he departed, still cradling Pancham, while Shivan exited the car. The two of them walked towards the lake bottom hot pot, where an escalator connected the parking lot to the second floor of the shopping center. As they ascended the escalator, Li Xiaoyan remarked, "Uncle, do you have that much money? To treat so many Pokémon to Lake Bottom Hot Pot must cost a fortune." Shivan chuckled, explaining, "Lake Bottom Hot Pot offers discounts for elite trainers. To be honest, I'm a VIP at various hot pot restaurants, and with my status as an elite trainer, I save quite a bit on meals. This is why I agreed to dine at Lake Bottom Hot Pot." Li Xiaoyan's realization dawned. "Oh, I see. It turns out there are so many hidden benefits to becoming a powerful trainer. Of course, a formidable trainer is tasked with protecting their home and exploring uncharted territories. It's only natural to have these perks." The voice belonged not to Shivan, but to a weathered man who seemed to carry countless tales. Upon reaching the second floor, he gently patted Li Xiaoyan on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. "Young man, make sure to become a powerful trainer in the future. I have high hopes for you." As the man walked away, Li Xiaoyan quickly responded, "Ah? Oh, thank you for your kind words." Although he was unaware of the man's background, his words were certainly uplifting. The two individuals arrived at the entrance of the lake's bottom, where Sherwin presented a golden card to the waitress, stating, "Please prepare a private room that can accommodate approximately 2 people and 9 Pokémon, preferably with a large fish tank filled with water." "Certainly," the waitress replied with a sweet smile, leading them to the desired room. Along the way, Li Xiaoyan noticed a group of servers serenading a person celebrating a birthday, singing, "Bid farewell to all worries." While it might be somewhat socially awkward, it truly appeared delightful. Upon reaching the private room, Sherwin invited Li Xiaoyan to place their order. "Xiaoyan, what type of broth would you like?" "Spicy," came the response. "I'll have the mushroom variety." After ordering an array of dishes, the waitress returned with the menu for the Pokémon. Pokémon like Tsang Yen Rengue, Lizard King, and Zoroark each selected their favorite foods. Among them, Charcoal Knight ordered numerous portions in one go. Following Li Xiaoyan's guidance from the afternoon, it ordered a plethora of dishes. Adhering to the motto, "As long as it doesn't lead to death, eat to your heart's content." Meanwhile, Gung Sitong assisted by ordering items desired by Kingler and Magikarp. Once everyone and their Pokémon had completed their orders, the waitress hurriedly dashed out. This was indeed a sizable order. Li Xiaoyan, seated and feeling rather bored, scrolled through his phone in search of information regarding the two secret realms. It felt as though he had forgotten something. Chapter 80. So, where exactly did the Dark Stone go? Wait a moment. The realm of Molters has appeared in the Fiery Mountains, while Zapdos's realm has descended in the Magic City. These two indeed seem in line with their respective locales. But why has Articuno's realm manifested in Rong City? Rong City is undoubtedly cold in winter, but its summers can be sweltering. Logically, Articuno should have appeared in Ice City. After pondering deeply, Li Xiaoyan resolved to lay the blame on Palkia. Palkia? Charcoal, not getting any delicious food. Charcoal Knight's words pulled Li Xiaoyan back to reality. Observing this, Li Xiaoyan placed some food from the hot pot into Charcoal Knight's bowl. Charcoal. Delicious, hooray. Receiving the food. Charcoal Knight relished it as if it were a treasure. After their meal, Sherwin drove Li Xiaoyan back home. Uncle, goodbye. Xiaoyan, see you later. The two waved farewell, and Li Xiaoyan retrieved the cake he had purchased from the thermal box in the trunk. Upon returning home, it was already 8 in the evening. As he entered, he spotted his father, Li Luoqing, seated on the sofa watching television. Dad, where are Mom and Dad? Li Xiaoyan inquired after placing the cake on the table. After taking a sip of water, Li Luoqing replied nonchalantly, in the backyard, enjoying the moonlight. Oh, Li Xiaoyan thought it strange that his mother, who usually watched TV at this hour, was outside enjoying the moonlight. What was going on? Confused, he ascended the stairs, pausing to tell Li Luoqing, Dad, please inform Mom that I bought a cake, and it's on the table for her to enjoy whenever she likes. I'm heading upstairs now. All right. The only response from Li Luoqing was a simple okay. After saying this, he remained fixated on the news being broadcasted on the television. This prompted Li Xiaoyan to halt and observe what the news was reporting. The former president of Beautiful Country has officially been arrested, becoming the first ex-president in the nation's history to face criminal charges. He will confront 34 felony charges, with a potential maximum sentence of 134 years. Tears welled up. Detective Meerkat was going to be apprehended. After this news segment, the next report shifted to domestic affairs. According to the front desk, a concerned citizen recently discovered traces of a wild bangilas in Tiger E Mountain, prompting the renowned champion Shin Tian, currently stationed in Min Province, to head to Tiger E Mountain. Hearing this news, Li Xiaoyan asked, how was this bangilas discovered? Li Luoqing yawned, glancing at his phone before responding. It used to be a picturesque area with green waters and mountains, filled with camellias, but a few days ago, when bangilas emerged to forage, it caused a sandstorm. A person went to investigate and stumbled upon it, quickly releasing their Pidgeot to escape. Li Xiaoyan joked, so, does the government reward the person who discovered bangilas? Probably just $500 in a banner, right? Li Luoqing shook his head, rising to pour himself a glass of water before saying, it's hardly just that. Discovering bangilas is a significant achievement. They probably have a descendant. If that's the case, the government would provide a starter Pokémon for its offspring. That indeed sounded promising. Discovering a Pokémon with great potential was a remarkable feat, and the government was quite generous in this regard. Graduates from Qingbei University in this world typically do not pursue further studies abroad. The domestic Pokémon battling abilities are on par with those of other major nations, and in some respects, they may even surpass them. Given this situation, seeking further education abroad would be sheer foolishness. Li Xiaoyan suddenly recalled he hadn't asked his uncle about the college entrance examination, so he decided to inquire with his father, uncertain of his familiarity with the current examination format. Dad, do you know what the current college entrance examination process is like? After pondering for a moment, Li Luoqing slowly responded, the college entrance examination process you have now is quite similar to ours back then. You first take theoretical exams in language, mathematics, and Pokemon studies, and then there will be a week-long Pokemon battle tournament. The ultimate rewards for rankings remain unknown. He paused briefly before continuing. In previous years, the reward was typically a gym-level trainer taking individuals into the secret realm for exploration. I wonder if it will change this year. As Li Luoqing spoke, Shi Xintong emerged from the kitchen, her face adorned with a facial mask. Li Xiaoyan pointed to the cake on the table and said, Mom, I'm heading upstairs. I've bought the cake, and it's right there. Shi Xintong nodded, and seeing this, Li Xiaoyan ascended the stairs, attempting to chat with the light stone. Regarding the recent realm manifestation, Reshiram likely had more insights. Surely, a renowned cover deity wouldn't be unable to articulate its views on this occurrence, would it? Manual humor. Once upstairs, Li Xiaoyan took out the light stone, and a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Carrying the light stone in my backpack or pocket every day won't wear it out, will it? No. I need to find a way to encase the light stone in something resembling jewelry, like a mega ring or necklace. With this in mind, Li Xiaoyan resolved to create a protective housing for the light stone, just in case he accidentally dropped it one day. Losing it would be disastrous, and he wouldn't even know whom to turn to for comfort. After taking a shower, Li Xiaoyan effortlessly lay on his bed, clutching the light stone. Res Hiram, brother. Li Xiaoyan attempted to reach out to Res Hiram in the mental space. What do you need? Res Hiram's calm and composed voice reached Li Xiaoyan's ears, prompting him to voice his query. Brother Res Hiram, why have all 3 legendary birds' realms appeared in China this time? Was there any divine beast from your side that Palkia brought over here? Perhaps Tornadus and the others? I'm not sure. I've been the light stone for many years and am not well acquainted with external matters. There was still quite a bit of missing information. Li Xiaoyan understood, considering that Res Hiram, being a light stone, could at most sense the situation within the Dragon Spiral Tower. By the way, aside from my parents and grandfather, have any others visited the Dragon Spiral Tower? This was a question Res Hiram could elucidate. As if it had read Li Xiaoyan's thoughts, it mentally communicated, no. I only sense the presence of 3 humans. Are you wondering if the Dark Stone, transformed from Zekrom, has been taken by someone else, right? Li Xiaoyan nonchalantly sat down and continued to ask, well, since only my parents and grandfather have visited the Dragon Spiral Tower, why didn't they find the Dark Stone? Riku was rather charming. Chapter 81, 2 Feathers. The topic felt somewhat awkward, so Res Hiram attempted to lighten the mood with a jest. Perhaps it was too dark, merging with the shadows, which prevented your family from discovering it. Li Xiaoyan clapped her small hands, realizing the truth in Res Hiram's words. Indeed. The Dark Stone was shrouded in darkness, making it quite challenging to find unless one was specifically searching for it. Zekrom, it feels a bit strange. After chatting with Res Hiram for a while longer, Li Xiaoyan returned to reality, lying on her bed while scrolling through her phone. At that moment, a video notification popped up from a certain platform, featuring Leaf Emperor standing atop a mountain peak. Upon seeing this, Li Xiaoyan immediately cached the video. But within seconds, the original video vanished. Fortunately, the cached video remained on her phone, untouched. She was eager to uncover what had been shown in the video before it was hastily deleted. Her green dragonite had transformed into a different form, its forelimbs retracting into its shell, adopting a flying posture. Its proud wings were now fused together. Li Xiaoyan was instantly taken aback. Wow, ISNT that Mega Dragonite. She had no choice but to watch intently. She hadn't anticipated that Leaf Emperor harbored such a powerful trump card as Mega Evolution. However, how did Leaf Emperor acquire the Keystone and the corresponding Mega Stone for Pokémon? Pondering this, Li Xiaoyan shook her head, questioning why she was filled with so many doubts. For now, her focus was on Leaf Emperor's video. Opposing Dragonite was a bird Pokémon adorned with yellow feathers, encircled by black plumage around its eyes, and possessing an elongated orange beak. Wasn't this one of the legendary Pokémon, Zapdos? Zapdos boasted numerous spiked feathers on its wings and tail, with black feathers gracing its back and the inner side of its tail. Its crown was entirely composed of a cluster of sharp feathers. Its legs were earth-toned, lacking feathers on the thighs, and it had 4 toes on its feet. The tail was quite short. Mega Dragonite versus Zapdos. Such a spectacle is rare. However, the video was only a few seconds long, resembling something someone had surreptitiously filmed and uploaded online. Feeling a bit guilty, Li Xiaoyan replayed the video several times and then searched for information on the beautiful country, Gallus, and Sakura country on an extensive search engine. As expected, there was no information related to Mega. It seemed these details were deliberately concealed, as nothing was displayed, yet Li Xiaoyan refrained from further searching. Continuing to dig might lead to unwanted attention the following day. It was best to remain cautious. Just as Li Xiaoyan was watching the video for the 100th time, Leaf Emperor sent her a message. Upon opening it, she found it was another video. Leaf Emperor was wearing insulated gloves, with a feather that was yellow and black, pulsating with arcs of electricity, pinched between his index and middle fingers. Li Xiaoyan's expression shifted, her breathing quickening. This was a divine token. Who would ever complain about having too many? For Li Xiaoyan, possessing as many divine tokens as possible was ideal. Was Leaf Emperor sending her this message as a gift? Before she could type a response, Leaf Emperor forwarded another video. Opening it revealed a feather of a near-brown hue, with flames engulfing its upper half. Li Xiaoyan hastily typed, Yin yin yin. Leaf Uncle, could these 2 feathers belong to the legendary Pokémon from those 2 secret realms? Leaf Emperor, of course. Once you bend hands over that feather to me, I will bring these feathers to you. Yin yin yin. Thank you, Leaf Uncle. Thank you, Champion. Sending you love. Leaf Emperor. By the way, could you share what might happen once these feathers are collected? Yin yin yin. I genuinely don't know. Perhaps they are the key to unlocking a certain location or serve as a medium for summoning a specific secret realm. However, I am merely collecting them because I find them visually appealing. Leaf Emperor, I see. I should be able to bring you the feathers by tomorrow morning. I am currently in the capital, wrapping up the final tasks. Li Xiaoyan pondered for a moment, needing to devise a way to assist Leaf Emperor. He had done so much for her, and she wanted to reciprocate. She needed to find a way to help him. Feeling a bit parched, she descended to grab a juice and spotted Li Luoqing still watching television. An idea struck. No. Her parents only possessed that one flying-type Pokémon, the 7 evening bird, which wouldn't suffice. Li Xiaoyan sat on a kitchen chair, sipping her juice while resting her legs. Strangely, the officials had simultaneously released news about the 3 secret realms. The first secret realm was the familiar Yonggao secret realm, although this time it had been renamed. Yongshue's secret realm, home to 1 king-level and 3 gym-level Pokémon, namely, the Scylla Dragon, Electivire, Pyroke, and the Armored Rhinoceros. These 4 Pokémon are friendly in nature, all of maximum size, making them easy to identify. Besides these 4, many Ice-type Pokémon also inhabit this locale. Friendly reminder, please refrain from disturbing them unless necessary. Li Xiaoyan nodded slowly, surprised that the Scylla Dragon had not been captured this time. The other 2 secret realms were named Volcano Secret Realm and Thunderstorm Secret Realm, and the Pokémon within them surprised Li Xiaoyan. The strongest Pokémon in the Volcano Secret Realm was unexpectedly a Garchomp. This left Li Xiaoyan astonished. A Garchomp living in a volcano. Wait, Garchomp could indeed thrive in volcanic environments. She was simply biased from her previous experience with Arceus, where it resided in snowy mountains. The other 3 gym-level Pokémon in the Volcano Secret Realm were reasonable, yet surprising. Charizard, Blaziken, and Delphox. All were starter Pokémon of the fire type. However, why did the officials claim that no starter Pokémon lived in the wild? The Thunderstorm Secret Realm was the one Li Xiaoyan was most curious about, especially since Leaf Emperor personally led the expedition there. You been what? Not convinced I'm the champion? The strongest boss in the Thunderstorm Secret Realm was a Dragonite, which was quite fitting. Given Garchomp's ability to inhabit both snowy mountains and volcanoes, as long as there weren't any absurd scenarios like a Magikarp swimming in lava, Li Xiaoyan was willing to accept it. Pokémon truly were fascinating beings. Returning to the main topic, the other 3 Pokémon were also gym level, specifically Heracross, Scyther, and Pinsir. They too were akin to a trio of siblings, all possessing bug types and the potential for mega evolution. Lugia, Ash. Chapter 82, A Historic Meeting. The strength of these 3 secret realms was relatively comparable. However, it remained uncertain where the other 2 legendary birds, aside from Articuno, had gone. Were they residing within the secret realms? Or had they, like Articuno, ventured to famous locations within the country? How did Leaf Emperor and Yubin persuade these 2 Pokémon to part with a feather? Since Leaf Emperor could utilize Mega Evolution, what could Yubin employ? Although he had not acquired the entwined evolution frog, he possessed something new. He had exchanged greetings, but it was best to keep it confidential for now. After finishing the entire bottle of juice, Li Xiaoyan ascended to her room to sleep, the lingering power of the dream god manifesting once more. This time, the dream setting was not in Doning Village, but atop a snowy mountain peak. Beside Li Xiaoyan stood not Rez Hiram, but rather its Sungyan Rinjian. That Sungyan Rinjian pointed forward, prompting Li Xiaoyan to follow its gesture. His gaze fell upon the edge of the snowy mountain, where a figure stood, straining to catch a glimpse of something in the distance. Unfortunately, the individual faced away from him. However, Li Xiaoyan could discern that he donned a crimson outfit and a matching red hat. Judging solely by his silhouette, he appeared to be merely a teenager, perhaps in his early teens. Hello? May I inquire where this place is? Li Xiaoyan approached and attempted to tap the figure on the shoulder. Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, the individual turned around. Before Li Xiaoyan could clearly discern the youth's features, the space around him shifted once again. Upon regaining his bearings, Li Xiaoyan found himself in a location that had transformed yet again. He stood before a towering tree, or rather, a rock formation resembling a tree. It was immense. Peering upwards, he could not even see the top of this colossal structure. As he stepped into the cave, reality shifted, and he awoke from his slumber. That was a delightful sleep. I wonder when Uncle Yi will arrive. Li Xiaoyan rubbed his eyes, then got out of bed to freshen up in the bathroom. Upon exiting, a peculiar sensation enveloped him, an indescribable feeling that something was amiss. He glanced out the window and exclaimed, "What on earth is happening?" To his astonishment, a verdant shiny Rayquaza perched outside his window, gazing at him with eager eyes. What is going on? Perplexed, Li Xiaoyan opened the window, and the shiny Rayquaza greeted him with a smile. If it had been a shiny Shinado, Li Li Xiaoyan would have found it adorable. But seeing the shiny Rayquaza's grin was a different matter. Long time no see. It roared. Indeed, it had been a while. Have you seen Victini? Li Xiaoyan inquired, picking up a box of gummies from his desk and offering half a canister to the Rayquaza after it opened its mouth. It's downstairs with my master. It should be here soon. By the way, these candies are quite tasty, the Rayquaza replied after swallowing the sweets and complimenting their flavor. Li Xiaoyan glanced at his phone. It was now 10 in the morning. Lin Jia had not come over today. It seemed her parents had finally returned home, likely preparing for her second Pokémon. While Li Xiaoyan fed the Rayquaza sweet treats, passers-by noticed a glimmering Rayquaza at his second-floor window. Its distinctiveness was unmistakable. Only Yi Huang owned a shiny Rayquaza in the entire nation. It was hard not to let one's imagination run wild. But those living in the area were well-versed in social etiquette and understood that capturing Li Xiaoyan to threaten Yi Huang was utterly improbable. Anyone attempting such a scheme would likely have their wits scrambled by a Blaziken. After feeding the Rayquaza, Li Xiaoyan descended the stairs, only to find an unexpected addition to his home, a rabbit. Li Luoqing and Shi Xintong were absent, leaving only this rabbit and Yi Huang, who sat on the sofa. The rabbit's ears featured a central yellow oval, adorned with a sleek red and yellow design. Its pupils were red, and its lower body bore a color scheme reminiscent of shorts and sneakers. Shiny Incineroar. Li Xiaoyan exclaimed in surprise, recognizing the Pokémon. Ace, hello there. The shiny Incineroar began to hop in place, showcasing its kicking skills, which served as its greeting. Thanks to Yi Huang, the fire-type starters had become remarkably plentiful in Rong City over the past few years. From the beautiful warm pig of the beautiful country and its neighboring regions to the fire meow and the fire fox of Britain and its surroundings, as well as the flame bunny and the fire croc, all were now part of the local landscape. With Yi Huang's amiable diplomacy, individuals from those nations had finally agreed to introduce these Pokémon into Huagua. At that moment, Yi Huang rose from the sofa, smiling at Li Xiaoyan. It seems you've done your homework. You're quite familiar with the fire-type starters that have only recently been introduced domestically. Li Xiaoyan rubbed his hands together. Of course. The average attractiveness of the fire-type starters is quite high, and their average strength is impressive as well. I conducted thorough research before selecting my starter. At that instant, Li Xiaoyan casually glanced at the shiny Incineroar's level. It was level 80, indicating that it had reached the elite level some time ago. However, why had Yi Huang brought this shiny Incineroar with him? Seemingly reading Li Xiaoyan's thoughts, Yi Huang spoke. This shiny Incineroar has been with me for quite a while, and sometimes I cannot always rely on my champion-level Pokémon to make an appearance, as it might give others the impression that I'm trying to steal the spotlight. Li Xiaoyan nodded, inquiring, I see. Uncle Yi, have you trained all the fire-type starters to the elite level? Yi Huang shrugged and shook his head. Not quite. I haven't captured many starters. Among the fire-type starters, I only have Blaziken, Charizard, and this shiny Incineroar. Li Xiaoyan nodded again, closely observing the striking shiny Incineroar, which reminded him of Dandy's shiny Incineroar from the Journey anime before his transmigration. It was truly impressive. Coupled with its pre-nerf ability, it had even defeated Ash's Gyarados. As Li Xiaoyan pondered this, he felt a weight on his shoulder. Yi Huang smiled at him. Oh, it's Victini. Li Xiaoyan retrieved the candy box, opening the lid to reveal an enticing aroma wafting from within. Is this for me? It must be. Victini immediately established a telepathic connection with Li Xiaoyan, causing him to chuckle. This Victini truly had a penchant for snacks. Not convinced. Speaking of snacks, Li Xiaoyan released his charcoal servant. Yi Huang observed closely, clicking his tongue in amazement. The flames atop this charcoal servant are quite vigorous. It seems it enjoys a bountiful diet. Li Xiaoyan was taken aback by Yi Huang's observation. Uncle Yi, how do you know it eats so much? Yi Huang replied with a chuckle. It's simple. You can tell by the color at the tips of the flames on the charcoal servant's head. Moreover, most fire-type Pokémon can be assessed by observing their flames burning condition. Chapter 83. News regarding the second-level deity. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyan realized that such an approach could be utilized to gauge the condition of fire-type Pokémon. This was indeed an enlightening lesson for him, though he hadn't encountered other charcoal servants, which made his ignorance quite understandable. Yi Huang then produced 3 boxes, placing them before Li Xiaoyan. Uncle Yi, what are these? Li Xiaoyan inquired, puzzled about the contents of the boxes. Before he could voice his confusion, the system made its presence known once more. Divine token discovered. Divine token discovered. Divine token discovered. This time, the system astonishingly announced the discovery 3 times, leading Li Xiaoyan to wonder if it was malfunctioning. The next moment, the displayed information left him speechless. Item: Feather of Zapdos, Divine Token. Information: a feather of Zapdos infused with a trace of electric essence. Item: Feather of Moltres, Divine Token. Information: a feather of Moltres infused with a trace of fire essence. Oh, now the feathers of the 3 divine birds are finally complete. I wonder what other purposes they serve besides upgrading the system. Li Xiaoyan decided to set those thoughts aside, turning his attention to the 3rd box, which left him utterly astonished. Item: Fur of the Martial Arts Bear Master, Combo Flow, Divine Token. Information: fur from the tail of the martial arts bear master. How should he express this? The additional divine token was indeed remarkable, but why was it from the tail? Li Xiaoyan shook his head inwardly. However, he had to admit that acquiring the martial arts bear master's fur was quite unexpected. The question lingered. Whose fur was this from the martial arts bear master? Where had Yi Huang obtained it? No, this needed further investigation. If this continues, I might truly become a walking encyclopedia of questions. With this thought in mind, Li Xiaoyan decided to engage in conversation with Yi Huang, hoping to divert his thoughts. Uncle Yi, what can you tell us about the secret realms in Rong City? Yi Huang remained silent for a moment, contemplating his words before responding in a measured tone. On average, they should be at the elite level. Li Xiaoyan was taken aback and timidly inquired, "Why average?" Yi Huang pondered for a moment and retorted, "When you previously mentioned the fire-type 3 families, why did you also use an average?" This perspective shift from Yi Huang enlightened Li Xiaoyan to the fact that the secret realms in Rong City exhibited significant polarization. Just a few months ago, the majority of the strongest leaders in these realms were merely at the elite level, with only a few reaching the gym leader tier. It was not until the emergence of the Shizue and Rongshua secret realms that Rong City secured a place among the high-end realms. Fortunately, the arrival of the Rongshua secret realm did not bring about significant harm, merely devastating half of Ronggao, thus fulfilling Li Xiaoyan's long-held desire to dismantle the school. Li Xiaoyan then posed a question to Victini. "Victini, what will happen if we collect these 3 feathers?" Victini took a few bites of the fruit on the table, smacking its lips as it communicated with Li Xiaoyan and Yi Huang. "Perhaps it will summon the secret realm of Lugia." Lugia? What kind of Pokemon is that? It was evident that Victini had inadvertently included Yi Huang in the conversation. Upon hearing the name Lugia, Yi Huang's curiosity was piqued. He had never heard of this Pokemon, indicating it must be a rare one. It is known as the Pokemon of the sea, commanding the ocean currents. Its power is formidable. I would estimate it to be at least at the pinnacle of the champion level. It is a being capable of overwhelming me. This assertion from Victini was not mere boasting. While it was indeed the victory Pokemon, in the face of such a power disparity, it would undoubtedly be unable to contend with Lugia. Yi Huang was intrigued. After all, this was a creature even Victini claimed it could not defeat. How wonderful it would be if it could reside permanently in Huagua. However, would its temperament be amiable? If it were to be provoked, the consequences could be dire. With a long sigh, Yi Huang contemplated whether Lugia would be friend or foe, while Li Xiaoyan also pondered the nature of Lugia in this world. Such abstract musings would yield no conclusions. It seemed they would have to resort to the most straightforward method. Li Xiaoyan took a bite of fruit, offered some candy to Victini, and asked, "Victini, what kind of Pokemon is Lugia?" This straightforward inquiry, though simple, was quite effective. Yi Huang was curious about this creature that could easily overpower even Victini. Victini closed its eyes, as if reminiscing, and after a long pause, it finally spoke. "From what I know, Lugia is a gentle and kind-hearted Pokemon. As long as one does not cross its boundaries or dance within its danger zones, it is very amicable. The legendary birds, Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres, are its subordinates. In terms of attributes, it is a psychic and flying-type Pokemon, and legends say it only appears during storms. Currently, the secret realms of legendary Pokemon have not fully manifested. At this stage, it seems that... No, wait. It appears that Lugia's secret realm is also on the verge of appearing." Victini's sudden statement caught both Li Xiaoyan and Yi Huang off guard as they contemplated why Lugia's secret realm was about to materialize. Li Xiaoyan voiced his thoughts. Could it be that the collection of the feathers from Articuno and its counterparts is the reason for the emergence of its secret realm? Or perhaps it is due to the arrival of all 3 legendary Pokemon's realms in reality. Yi Huang, brimming with enthusiasm, looked at Victini, eager to hear its perspective. Although he could not defeat such a powerful Pokemon, he was still keen to hear its tales for enjoyment. Victini stroked its chin, mentally reflecting. It is indeed a possibility. Let me think of more things related to Lugia. Xiaoyan, do you have any food upstairs? After contemplating so much, I feel a bit hungry." After expressing this, Victini reverted to its usual demeanor, proving to be the ever-innocent mythical Pokemon. "Yes." Li Xiaoyan barely uttered the words before Victini zoomed toward his room. Its insatiable appetite ignited. Li Xiaoyan recalled the main topic at hand, and wondered where his parents had gone. With this question lingering in his mind, he inquired of Yi Huang about his parents' whereabouts. Yi Huang chuckled and replied, "Your parents mentioned they were going out to train their Pokémon not long ago. Now that I have some free time, I came to help you train your Pokémon." What a surprise. A figure comparable to a champion was here to assist him in training his Pokémon. It was almost unbelievable. Truly, Yi Huang was not only handsome but also kind-hearted. Unable to find a dazzling image of the shiny Blaziken, he decided to use this one instead. Chapter 84, 3 Clouds. Upon hearing that Yi Huang would help train his Blaziken, Li Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled with disbelief. Is that really possible? Yi Huang smiled and nodded, of course. We elite members enjoy guiding the younger generation during our leisure time. I see. Then Uncle Yi, please come with me to the backyard. There is plenty of space there, and my Blaziken usually trains there. Li Xiaoyan led Yi Huang to the backyard and released his Blaziken. A rather impressive Blaziken. Whether in the sheen of its feathers or the instinctual call it emits upon entering, it is impeccable. Yi Huang assessed Li Xiaoyan's Blaziken, deeming it at least excellent. It is evident that Xiaoyan has not neglected the training of his Blaziken after capturing the charcoal squire. Wow! Yi Huang's Blaziken emerged, glancing curiously at the little Blaziken before it. It had not seen a Blaziken outside of the Yi family in quite some time. The Blaziken before it had been well nurtured, not having lived in luxury or endured hunger. As Yi Huang's Blaziken assisted in guiding Li Xiaoyan's Blaziken, Li Xiaoyan asked, "Uncle Yi, are you familiar with the Dragon Spiral Secret Realm?" Yi Huang shook his head and replied, That secret realm has been automatically closed since your parents exited. Even Victini cannot open the portal. Hence, I don't know much about it." "I see." Li Xiaoyan lowered his head in contemplation, eager to discover the whereabouts of the dark stone. He hadn't anticipated that even Victini could not access the spatial portal. Was it possible that he would have to wait for the future arrival of Palkia to assist him in opening the portal to search for the dark stone? Lost in thought, Li Xiaoyan contemplated asking about the divine beasts, yet he hesitated, fearing that Yi Huang might not share this information with him. He needed to devise a polite way to inquire. Yi Huang, noticing Li Xiaoyan deep in thought, felt he could help clarify matters and asked, "Xiaoyan, is something troubling you? Feel free to share. Perhaps I can provide some answers." At this, Li Xiaoyan decided to set aside his reservations. Since Yi Huang had opened the floor, he would not hold back. "Uncle Yi, do you know how many legendary Pokémon have appeared in this world, aside from the speed deity?" Yi Huang's thumb and forefinger rubbed together, and he began, "I never expected you to be so interested in legendary Pokémon. However, I don't know many. I won't mention those from our country, as that touches on state secrets. As for those abroad, I'll share what I know." As Yi Huang spoke, he opened his phone's photo album, navigating to the hidden section dedicated to legendary Pokémon. "From the Bear Country, I only know of a Pokémon resembling a toilet, which is an ice type." After saying this, Yi Huang clicked on an image to show Li Xiaoyan. Regice." Li Xiaoyan feigned surprise as he exclaimed, "Wow. Is this Pokémon also a legendary one? It looks incredibly formidable." Yi Huang chuckled and replied, "Well, it's not that extraordinary. However, it is said that there are other legendary Pokémon across the Bear Country, though I am unaware of their identities. The legendary Pokémon of other nations are meticulously concealed, and we in Huahua are not particularly well informed either. Now, let me tell you about the legendary Pokémon known to the higher-ups of all countries. There are 3 in total. They are the legendary trio of clouds residing over the oceans, though I am not privy to the specific details about them." The trio of clouds? This revelation stirred memories within Li Xiaoyan, reminiscent of their initial appearance in the Black and White series, excluding Arceus' beloved cloud. They are the Soul Flying type, Tornadus, the Electric and Flying type, Thundurus, and lastly, the Ground and Flying type, Landorus. Yet, there exists a 4th entity among them, known as the Beloved Cloud, a Fairy-type flying Pokémon. However, it seems that this being has yet to manifest. To think that this trio of clouds has indeed descended upon the world. Li Xiaoyan inquired once more. Were they initially in the secret realms? Yi Huang nodded affirmatively. Indeed, they were once Pokémon of the secret realms, inhabiting the Pacific, Arctic, and Atlantic Oceans. These 3 Pokémon are particularly fond of wandering about, lacking a fixed habitat. At this point, Yi Huang seemed to recall something and continued, over 20 years ago, these legendary Pokémon convened in the waters near Rongqing before soaring away. Shortly thereafter, the Dragon Spiral Secret Realm descended upon Rongqing. I suspect there may be some connection between them. Over 20 years ago, Yi Huang was still in the capital searching for the treasure dragon, with no time to return to Rongqing to enter the Dragon Spiral Secret Realm. At an unknown time, a Dragonite descended from the window of the 2nd floor into the backyard, prompting Yi Huang to gently stroke its head. The Dragonite emitted a soothing sound. Li Xiaoyan nodded slightly. That indeed might imply some connection. Thank you, Uncle Yi, for sharing so much with me. Yi Huang waved his hand dismissively. It was a mere trifle. In due time, as you advance in levels, you will naturally learn of these matters. I merely wish to share this with you in advance. However, the next step is to await the arrival of the secret realm where the deity Lugia resides. I hope to complete these matters before the championship tournament. Speaking of the championship, Li Xiaoyan had always been curious about the main Pokémon of the champion. He had only heard Victini mention a certain Meloetta. He voiced his query, and Yi Huang responded, "Currently, I can only disclose 3. Meloetta, the versatile Greninja, and a Pokémon named Kaiakalong. Goodness, this champion is quite impressive, boasting both mythical and ultimate beasts, indeed a high caliber. However, it raises questions about how Yi Huang plans to contend with Yubin's champion team." Li Xiaoyan's curiosity about the champion's primary Pokémon only grew. By the way, Uncle Yi, will the championship tournament be live-streamed across the internet? Upon hearing Li Xiaoyan's question, Yi Huang shook his head slightly. At that time, I will be battling him in a secret realm in the capital, and the audience will likely consist solely of elite trainers. If you and your parents wish to attend, I shall provide you with an invitation. You may come to the designated location. Rest assured, no one will look down upon you. Your father's reputation here is exceptionally high, and those who become elite trainers generally possess keen insight. After this exchange, both Yi Huang and Li Xiaoyan observed the training of the sturdy chicken. They continued training until noon, at which point Li Luocheng and Shi Xintong returned on their respective Pokémon. Li Ku is truly adorable. Chapter 85. Li Luocheng seeks to test. After Li Luocheng and his spouse returned, they invited the two into the house for a meal. Li Xiaoyan and Yi Huang stored their Pokémon before proceeding to the dining room. Brim and the gentle Zoroark were busy preparing dishes, and Li Luocheng signaled to Yi Huang, who followed him aside. Yi Huang quietly inquired, "Brotherly, what is it?" He was curious about why Li Luocheng had called him aside. Li Luocheng lowered his voice. "Brother Yi, do you think I should test Xiaoyan once? Although his growth has been smooth sailing, I worry that he may struggle against stronger opponents. So I hope he can engage in battle with someone more formidable." Since becoming a trainer, Li Xiaoyan had fought numerous battles without a single loss, and he remained humble, fearing the prospect of facing setbacks. Yi Huang nodded, recalling how, during his time in Rongqing, he was invincible among his peers, capable of slaying gods and Buddhas alike. Just when he thought he would stand out among the talent in university, he encountered his roommate, Yu Bin. The events that followed are well known and need not be recounted here. Yi Huang pondered how to test Li Xiaoyan. In that case, should we choose a ghost-type Pokémon that is elusive? You do have a Rotom on your phone, right? Moreover, this is the descendant of the Ghost King, S. Rotom. Yi Huang's remarks reminded Li Luocheng of the ordinary Rotom he had received after becoming a gym-level trainer, stored in his phone. This Rotom had been well-trained and had recently reached the ordinary level, likely able to apply some pressure on Li Xiaoyan. After contemplating, Yi Huang deemed it reasonable to test Li Xiaoyan. He saw in him a reflection of his former invincible self and hoped he would showcase his talents during this assessment. This way, resources could continue to be discreetly directed toward him. The two then returned to the dining table. After a while, as they awaited their meal, Yi Huang asked, "Xiaoyan, have you ever battled against ghost-type Pokémon?" Li Xiaoyan shook his head. "No, I haven't." Li Luocheng chimed in the afternoon. "Would you like to have a battle with my Pokémon? Its power is similar to that of your sturdy chicken, and it possesses ghost attributes." Li Xiaoyan's expression turned excited. The opportunity to battle his father was rare. He had never faced a ghost-type Pokémon before and was eager to observe their battle techniques. "I also wish to witness how ghost-type Pokémon engage in combat." "Don't worry, Dad. I will give it my all in this battle." This would be Li Xiaoyan's first encounter with a ghost-type Pokémon, and he was determined to summon all his strength. Shi Xintong interjected, "Son, ghost-type Pokémon are unpredictable. Be cautious." Li Xiaoyan nodded eagerly, acknowledging that he had indeed never battled against ghost-type Pokémon before. He knew he had to prepare thoroughly to avoid any missteps, lest he be teased by his father later. After finishing their meal, the clock struck 2 in the afternoon, and Li Xiaoyan and Li Luocheng stood on the makeshift battlefield in the backyard. It seemed like a challenging battle. After all, his opponent was his father, and it was hard not to take it seriously. Li Luocheng summoned the Pokémon from his phone. "Rotom, go." A Pokémon enveloped in blue, translucent plasma emerged from Li Luocheng's phone, its orange body shimmering. Li Xiaoyan's expression grew solemn as he examined the Rotom's stats displayed on the system. "So it's Rotom? It's 3 levels higher than my sturdy chicken. I should have a chance to win." Li Luocheng smiled. "Son, you may take the first move." "All right, Dad. Shall I make my move now?" Li Xiaoyan, no longer holding back, immediately commanded, "Sturdy chicken, Use focus energy. Upon hearing Li Xiaoyan's command, the sturdy chicken focused intently on the trembling Rotom before it. The Rotom possesses an astonishing speed, leaving one slightly dazed just by observing it. A peculiar radiance envelopes the scene. As the powerful Fletchinder finishes charging, Li Luochen commands the Rotom to unleash its move. The Rotom's body radiates a myriad of colorful lights, which coalesce into several orbs that swiftly dart towards Fletchinder. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyan instructs Fletchinder to evade, and once it escapes the range of the luminous spheres, he shouts, "Use Sucker Punch." As if sensing a flaw in Rotom's defenses, Fletchinder raises its claw and strikes towards Rotom's core. A pang of apprehension grips Li Xiaoyan's heart upon hearing the two simple words, "scared." Could his luck truly be so unfortunate? Surely it wouldn't trigger the flinch effect? Fletchinder, agile as ever, suddenly finds Rotom directly in front of it, letting out a piercing scream that catches the focused Fletchinder off guard, halting its movement. Watching from the sidelines, Yi Huang chuckles and shakes his head. He possesses a far deeper understanding of Fletchinder than Li Xiaoyan. Knowing that the newly evolved Fletchinder retains certain characteristics from its earlier form, making it susceptible to fright during moments of concentration. Charging Beam. Li Luochen seizes the moment. Reacting to his command, Li Xiaoyan quickly responds. Dodge with Quick Attack. A golden light begins to gather before Rotom, and once fully charged, it unleashes the beam towards Fletchinder. Perhaps the earlier scare has left Fletchinder with lingering trepidation, as it is struck by the charging beam before it can recover. Realizing it is indeed in a battle, Fletchinder shakes its head and glares at the flickering Rotom with a determined expression. Use Flame Charge. Fletchinder, now bolstered by 2 layers of speed, surges past Rotom. A smile curls upon Li Xiaoyan's lips. The most perilous moment has passed, and now it is his domain. Yi Huang, well aware of Li Xiaoyan's intentions, understands he is merely biding time through acceleration. Shadow Clone. As Fletchinder approaches, it witnesses Rotom multiply into numerous figures, causing it to halt momentarily, uncertain of which to strike. Suddenly, Li Xiaoyan remembers Fletchinder's ranged attack. Sweep through them with Flamethrower. How fortuitous. As Fletchinder spins around, it inadvertently strikes the real Rotom, which has already completed its charging action, enhancing its special defense. The ensuing clash of electric light and flames engulfs the arena in dense mist. Chapter 86. Li Luochen has been defeated. How is this Rotom so formidable? Even Li Luochen's commands are succinct, allowing Rotom to intuitively understand how to strike based solely on the name of its move. Truly vexing. Li Xiaoyan ponders his next move. This Rotom is overwhelmingly strong, not merely in level, but in its remarkable battle instincts. Yi Huang nods, recognizing that Rotom is beginning to exert its full strength. This cannot continue. A strategy must be devised. Charging Beam. Li Luochen's command interrupts Li Xiaoyan's thoughts. After charging, Rotom's next electric attack will be significantly more potent. Li Xiaoyan cannot afford to be negligent. Dodge with Quick Attack. Fletchinder envelopes itself in a glow of white light, darting around Rotom, seeking to discover its vulnerabilities. Yet, Rotom's speed is exceptional. It seems to have anticipated Fletchinder's trajectory, relentlessly pursuing it with the charging beam. Thanks to the enhancements from Quick Attack and Speed Boost, Fletchinder narrowly avoids the beam's impact. Frustratingly, Fletchinder's viable offensive moves are limited to Spark, Flamethrower, Flame Charge, and Sucker Punch. A closer approach is needed. Close the distance with Flame Charge. The mist has dissipated, and seizing the opportune moment, Fletchinder ignites in flames, boosting its momentum as it charges towards the suspended Rotom without hesitation. Charging Beam. Upon seeing Fletchinder rush forward, Li Luochen opts for a direct confrontation. Rotom complies, producing a golden orb before it, with Fletchinder mere steps away. Fletchinder, ablaze with fervent flames, exudes a scorching aura. Simultaneously, Rotom gathers immense electrical energy, its charging beam pulsating with brilliance within. As the two forces collide, a tremendous shockwave erupts, melding fire and electricity into a blinding spectacle of energy. The two evenly matched contenders fiercely resist each other's onslaughts. The charging beam and flame charge clash in a stalemate, the searing heat of Fletchinder distorting the light of the beam, rendering it dim. Come on, Fletchinder. Upon hearing Li Xiaoyan's encouragement, Fletchinder taps into its strength, exhibiting signs of a counter-push. It then unleashes a powerful jet of flames from its beak. This is Flamethrower, a move that shatters Rotom's charging beam, sending Rotom crashing to the ground. However, the victory is short-lived, as Rotom emits a crimson glow, revealing the aftermath of the attack's additional effect. It appears that Rotom had inadvertently made contact with Fletchinder during their exchange. Rotom, continue with charging beam. Li Luochen commands. Fletchinder, if you cannot withstand it. Evade with quick attack, and look for another chance to strike with Sucker Punch. The significantly enhanced charging beam from Rotom instills a sense of dread in Fletchinder, necessitating a retreat. In an unexpected turn, Fletchinder begins to move with newfound agility, skillfully evading Rotom's charging beam. Fletchinder zips around Rotom in a dizzying dance, its movements swift and elusive, rendering it nearly impossible for Rotom to track. Rotom, filled with curiosity, attempts to observe Fletchinder's every action, striving to capture even a glimpse of its elusive form. Now is the moment. Use Sucker Punch. Just as Rotom finds itself perplexed, hearing the command, Fletchinder suddenly raises its claw and leaps into the air, exuding an aura of ferocity. Its claw transforms into an ominous shade, resembling a blade forged from the essence of the night. A chilling presence emanates from it, sending shivers down one's spine. This dark claw appears almost sentient, twisting and striking with ferocity. Rotom realizes that Fletchinder is preparing to deliver a lethal Sucker Punch. As Fletchinder's claw strikes the air, it becomes shrouded in darkness. Akin to a star in the night sky, it radiates a frigid aura, as if the very power of darkness is coalescing at its tip. This malevolent claw, imbued with intent and a biting chill, slashes towards Rotom's vital point. Fletchinder's Sucker Punch lands precisely on Rotom's critical area, eliciting a surge of agony that courses through it like a jolt of electricity. A piercing scream escapes Rotom's lips, echoing through the arena. A direct hit to its vital point. Rotom shakes violently, losing control and crashing to the ground. The impact reverberates through the earth. Moments later, Rotom wobbles back into the air, its body appearing feeble, its once vibrant gaze now tinged with a faint pallor reminiscent of a star that has lost its brilliance. Despite its grievous injuries, Rotom's resolve to continue fighting remains unyielding. With trembling electric appendages, it summons every ounce of strength to rise once more. Determination and indomitable spirit shining in its eyes. Even after enduring such a severe blow, Rotom is poised to retaliate against Fletchinder. From the sidelines, Yi Huang expresses his admiration. I didn't expect Fletchinder to successfully execute Sucker Punch under such circumstances. It's evident that both Li Xiaoyan's guidance and Fletchinder's battle instincts are remarkably strong. Truly, this child has earned the recognition of even Victini. Ultimately, Li Luoqing called an end to the match, conceding defeat. After the battle, Brimwind effortlessly restored the vitality of both the robust chicken and Rotom with a wave of healing energy and a drop of life water. Wow, how refreshing. The rejuvenated robust chicken spiraled around Rotom, leaving the latter utterly perplexed. This little chick is quite peculiar, Rotom mused, scratching its head with its lightning-like plasma arm. Why does this chicken have such a penchant for circling? Who are you to comment on its size? Just joking. Li Luoqing retreated indoors to watch television. And once his figure vanished, Li Xiaoyan suddenly recalled something that Zoroark had mentioned to him earlier. However, how could he convince Yi Huang of this? Surely, he couldn't claim to comprehend the language of Pokémon. Momentarily overwhelmed, Li Xiaoyan felt as if his head might explode with thoughts. How could he possibly bring Zoroark back to the verdant mystic realm and acquire the monster tablet? The task before him was indeed a daunting one. Chapter 87. Victini has yet to dine. Yi Huang observed Li Xiaoyan, who was engrossed in his phone with his head down. Pondering the recent battle, it seemed that Xiaoyan had utilized very few range skills. While it is true that once he evolves into Blaziken, his primary focus will be physical attacks, that does not preclude the use of special attack skills. Yi Huang gently tapped Li Xiaoyan on the shoulder. When Li Xiaoyan looked up, puzzled, he inquired, "Uncle Yi, what's the matter?" Yi Huang continued to elaborate on what Li Xiaoyan had overlooked. Xiaoyan, I forgot to mention that in future battles, should you encounter a similar situation, you can mitigate the damage received by employing some ranged skills against your opponent. While Blaziken indeed specializes in physical attacks, it does not mean one should entirely forsake special attack techniques. Had you utilized Flamethrower during your circling maneuver, it could have effectively resolved the situation, potentially allowing you to defeat Rotom more swiftly. Fearing that Li Xiaoyan might not grasp this, Yi Huang reviewed the situation. Your simple circling served little purpose. Had you utilized Flamethrower or Spark during your circling, you could have drained Rotom's stamina. Fortunately, you reacted promptly during the charging of Flame Charge and employed Flamethrower to break the stalemate, a commendable decision. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyan experienced an epiphany. Indeed, I had been so focused on the robust chicken's future development in physical attacks that I neglected the importance of special attacks. If I had effectively utilized Flamethrower and similar skills, I could have performed much better. Yi Huang's words enlightened Li Xiaoyan. Had he employed Spark and Flamethrower more judiciously, he would not have found himself so on the defensive. At the very least, He could have engaged Rotom in a more reciprocal manner, rather than merely fleeing. As he contemplated Yi Huang's insights, he acknowledged that this was not merely a game. While Blaziken's special attack may not match its physical prowess, it is still quite respectable. Moreover, if the robust chicken continues to run, it will undoubtedly tire out. Li Xiaoyan realized that he must not allow his oversight to lead to defeat. Yi Huang's remarks compelled him to reassess his approach to move combinations. He must refine his strategies for future commands, lest he find himself at a disadvantage against Pokémon with high physical defenses. Should he simply surrender? Even the champion's ace Pokémon employs a move like Sand Tomb, though perhaps it's to counter Pikachu, so I must acknowledge my lack of consideration regarding special attack moves. As Li Xiaoyan recalled Ash from the Pokémon anime, he recognized that champions like Dan D often wield both types of attack. Nodding in agreement, he expressed, "Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Yi." Yi Huang shook his head with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. "No need to thank me. Our purpose as champions is to protect and guide the younger generations. That is my duty. As long as you can identify problems promptly, that is sufficient." Yi Huang beamed with a sunny disposition, content as long as Li Xiaoyan understood his good intentions. The more trainers like Li Xiaoyan there are, the better Huaguo will become. Yi Huang gazed upwards toward the capital, while at the Alliance headquarters, Yubin seemed to sense his gaze and looked toward Rome City. Li Xiaoyan suddenly felt a surge of urgency. "Uncle Yi, it seems that Victini has yet to eat." Yi Huang exclaimed, "Oh no. A famished Victini could very well become unruly. Surely, Victini would be filled with resentment at this moment." In that instant, Li Xiaoyan and Yi Huang shared a moment of mutual understanding. Li Xiaoyan dashed into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and retrieved a sandwich. Then hurried to the backyard to sit behind the mighty Dragonite. Yi Huang gently patted Dragonite's wing, saying, "Dragonite, I am counting on you." With a powerful flap of its wings, Dragonite soared to the second-floor window. Li Xiaoyan opened the window and leaped down. "Victini, are you there?" Li Xiaoyan softly called out Victini's name, but the little creature was currently cloaked in invisibility, making it impossible for him to locate it. "So hungry," Victini lamented, its azure eyes seemingly devoid of luster, its hands hanging limply as if in a state of lethargy. This display left Li Xiaoyan utterly dumbfounded. Goodness! It was merely a missed meal, yet it seemed quite serious indeed. Reflecting on this, Li Xiaoyan recognized that for a glutton, such a situation was indeed grave. Had it been Charizard, missing a meal would likely result in a dramatic scene of tears and tantrums. Clearing his throat, Li Xiaoyan attempted to rouse Victini's fading spirit. "Ahem. Victini, I have a delicious sandwich for you." "Huh, a sandwich? I want to eat." As expected, this tactic proved effective. Victini eagerly snatched the sandwich from Li Xiaoyan's hands, which resembled the sandwiches from Pokémon Scarlet and Violet, albeit devoid of any special effects. Victini devoured the sandwich voraciously. "So delicious. I was starving." Once Victini finished the sandwich, Li Xiaoyan began to inquire about the realm of Lugia. "Victini, can you confirm when Lugia will descend?" Victini licked its fingers and communicated telepathically. "I cannot ascertain that, but I can guarantee that the next powerful legendary Pokémon to appear will undoubtedly be Lugia." Li Xiaoyan nodded thoughtfully and continued the mental conversation with Victini. "By the way, could you enlighten me on how Uncle Yi acquired his Mega Evolution Stone? I feel too embarrassed to ask him directly." Li Xiaoyan was genuinely curious about the complete set of Mega Evolution gear that Yi Huang possessed, hoping to learn from him in the future. Victini instantly grasped Li Xiaoyan's intent. "Ah, I see. You wish to seek the Keystone and the Mega Evolution Stone for Blaziken, correct?" Little Yi acquired his Mega Evolution Stone and Keystone through friendly exchanges in the Kalos region, with no force involved whatsoever. Friendly exchanges, referring to a certain superior effortlessly defeating the opponents. Victini reminisced about the event, recalling how Yi Huang and Superior stood still while their opponents foolishly allowed Superior to stack 3 times with Leaf Storm. By the time those individuals realized what was happening, they were left in awe. "Oh my, how adorable." Chapter 88. No transformation allowed. Victini recounted the events of that day to Li Xiaoyan, narrating with great enthusiasm. Each time it recalled that scene, it couldn't help but chuckle. After all, it had watched Superior grow up. Surely it understood its own strength? The other party, in their self-importance, instructed the monarch dragon with 3 commands. Truly, it was akin to the affluent reveling in the gold rush, extravagantly throwing about their wealth. At this moment, the violent dragon descended, bringing Yi Huang to the window on the 2nd floor. Outside the window, Yi Huang addressed Li Xiaoyan. "Xiaoyan, I must take my leave now. If you have any thoughts about the 3rd Pokémon, do let me know. I will certainly assist you within my capabilities. By the way, It's best to capture a late-blooming Pokémon as the fourth in your lineup. As for the third, I recommend one from the starter trio, but ultimately, it is your decision. Just as Yi Huang took flight, a few minutes later, he returned with a rapid turnaround, sitting awkwardly atop the violent dragon. Ahem, Victini. I almost forgot about you. Victini replied. I can't shake the feeling that this is somewhat familiar. Li Xiaoyan agreed. Indeed, it does feel reminiscent. After vanishing momentarily, Victini perched on Yi Huang's shoulder, and upon feeling the added weight, Yi Huang gently tapped the violent dragon. Roar! Charge forth! The violent dragon soared into the sky as Li Xiaoyan watched Yi Huang depart. Just as Yi Huang's silhouette faded into the clouds, Chen Yunjie arrived at Li Xiaoyan's home. Unlike his usual self, today Chen Yunjie was devoid of the presence of his wood owl. Instead, he appeared as a Pokémon predominantly colored in white and green, with deep green feathers adorning its central body, resembling a bow tie. Oh, is that not the feather owl? Chen Yunjie exclaimed upon seeing Li Xiaoyan. His first words were filled with joy. Xiaoyan, I have wonderful news. My wood owl has evolved. Is that not a bad thing? Jokingly, Li Xiaoyan refrained from voicing his thoughts, noticing that the feather owl perched atop Chen Yunjie's head seemed perturbed. Was someone speaking ill of it? The feather owl preened its feathers, scanning the surroundings for the source of any malice. With palpable excitement, Chen Yunjie continued. My dad said that when the feather owl was on the verge of evolving, he would take me to the verdant cavern to seek out any opportunities. By then, my feather owl might just evolve into the dashing sniper owl. What? Evolving into sniper owl at the verdant cavern? Li Xiaoyan was taken aback, and then spoke earnestly. Ajia, it would be wiser to wait until your feather owl evolves into sniper owl before visiting the verdant cavern. Why do you say that? Chen Yunjie scratched his face, puzzled as to why Li Xiaoyan suggested waiting until after the evolution. Li Xiaoyan opened the official Pokémon app, searching for sniper owl. Surely, in recent months, trainers must have had their feather owls evolve there. Indeed, there was information regarding the verdant sniper owl on the official site. Li Xiaoyan tapped on the image and held his phone up before Chen Yunjie, asking, see? Now, do you still wish to evolve in the verdant cavern into sniper owl? Chen Yunjie scrutinized the image on Li Xiaoyan's phone, his expression reflecting his dismay. He removed the feather owl from his head and pointed at Li Xiaoyan's phone. Addressing the feather owl, you must not evolve into that, do you understand? As for the verdant cavern, the mysterious stone tablet mentioned by Zoroark was concealed in a certain mountain within it. Perhaps during the winter break, they could seize an opportunity to excavate that stone tablet together. Even his father had failed to locate the tablet, which attests to how deeply Zoroark had hidden it. Li Xiaoyan noticed his father, Li Luocheng, emerging from his room and approached him. Dad, can we visit the cavern during the winter break? Li Luocheng, slightly dazed, responded, What? You're already planning for the winter break before the holidays even begin? Indeed, I have yet to properly explore the cavern. During my previous visits, I didn't take the time to appreciate the scenery, and this would be a perfect opportunity to familiarize myself with the cavern's true nature. Li Xiaoyan articulated the benefits of visiting the cavern, and after listening, Li Luocheng found merit in his son's reasoning. It is indeed necessary for Xiaoyan to experience the cavern once. I shall take leave during the winter break. It has been far too long since we last enjoyed an outing together. With a sense of resolve, Li Luocheng gave Li Xiaoyan a thumbs up. Son, let us venture to the verdant cavern during the winter break. He then turned to Chen Yunjie, inquiring, Yunjie, would you like to join us? We could explore the verdant cavern together, perhaps uncovering many treasures along the way. Verdant cavern, please do not approach. Chen Yunjie nodded enthusiastically, sure. My dad will probably agree. Li Xiaoyan envisioned the potential dangers lurking in the verdant cavern. Eager to determine whether his father was truly, as the internet claimed, every venture into the cavern guarantees a bountiful return. Li Luocheng picked up some food from the table and returned to his room for an afternoon nap, leaving Li Xiaoyan and Chen Yunjie in the living room, watching television. Ajia, what do you plan to catch as your second Pokémon? Are you still considering a grass type? Li Xiaoyan began to inquire about Chen Yunjie's thoughts concerning his second Pokémon. As far as he knew, Chen Yunjie's dream was to become a champion specializing in grass types. However, he was curious about which grass-type Pokémon he would choose next. Chen Yunjie shook his head. No, I plan to train a Poplio as my second Pokémon. If I only focus on grass types, my journey will be limited, much like the champions who specialize in steel and fire types. Their primary teams include Pokémon of various types. Li Xiaoyan pondered Chen Yunjie's words, responding with skepticism. Why do I feel like you're preparing to train a Poplio just to counter me? Cough, cough, cough. How could that be? Am I that sort of person? Chen Yunjie whistled, asserting that his decision to cultivate a powerful water-type Pokémon was not influenced by Li Xiaoyan's fire-type specialization. Yet, his overly defensive demeanor elicited a sigh from Li Xiaoyan. Oh, why can't you simply be the first under my banner, Li Xiaoyan? Together, we could dominate, countering rock, ground, and water-type moves. Chen Yunjie retorted with a smirk. Then why can't you be the first under my banner, Chen Yunjie? Because only 3 types are effective against fire, while 5 types are effective against grass. Hey, you rascal. The two burst into laughter, sharing a moment of camaraderie. Before departing, Chen Yunjie inquired, by the way, Xiaoyan, are you interested in visiting the Grasswood Cavern during New Year's? Grasswood Cavern. The boss Pokémon is gym level, with dense trees and towering mountains, and the Pokémon therein exhibit gentle temperaments. The boss Pokémon, once subdued, becomes exceedingly docile. It will not attack humans unless they tread into its territory. Li Xiaoyan scratched his head, somewhat perplexed. Huh? The Grasswood Cavern? What is so fun about it? What is the purpose of going there? He had heard Li Luoqing mention the Grasswood Cavern before, always with a tone of regret, tinged with a hint of gloom. In response to his questions, Chen Yunjie smiled slightly. Of course, it's to engage our Pokémon in battle. Just the 2 of us. And if you wish to call someone along, that's fine too. Oh, so we're supposed to engage in battles during New Year's? Noted. Then it's settled. Just the 2 of us. I don't have anyone else to invite either. Li Xiaoyan shrugged, feeling content with just the 2 of them. Any more would complicate things. Chen Yunjie remarked, there's no hope left. In the following days, Lin Jia occasionally brought her Bulbasaur to bask in the sun in Li Xiaoyan's backyard. Upon learning that Li Xiaoyan planned to visit the Grasswood Cavern during New Year's, she wished him an enjoyable time. It is noteworthy that during the past few months since the arrival of the Canyon Ren demon at Li Xiaoyan's residence, its level has seen a slight enhancement. Ever since it was treated by Victini, it has sensed a gradual increase in its strength. Although the improvement is modest, it is indeed a positive development. Throughout this period, Victini has often stealthily approached Li Xiaoyan to request food, and after each request, it would share some exciting news. For instance, Xiaoyan, a new ice cream shop has opened at the Shengtian Chamber of Commerce, and it's absolutely delicious. Or Xiaoyan, there's a shop next to your house that specializes in macarons. Amidst a flurry of newly opened establishments, Victini finally delivered a truly sensational piece of news. Xiaoyan, I have faintly sensed the presence of Lugia's secret realm. In the words of your kind, it resembles the first budding of a lotus. Is that how the verse goes? When the realm of Lugia descends, it is likely that Yi Huang will lead Li Xiaoyan into the domain to meet Lugia. The 2 champions, with Yi Huang considered one stationed in Huagua and the other exploring the secret realm, makes perfect sense. As time swiftly flies by, we leap to New Year's Day. Li Xiaoyan rose early that day, only to find that his parents and the other Pokémon were nowhere to be seen upon descending the stairs. Only Zoroark remained at home. So sleepy. I haven't had a good dream lately. At this moment, Li Xiaoyan felt overwhelmed by drowsiness, as if he could fall asleep right where he stood. The residual energy from Cresselia had dissipated. Now, whether he could dream of Reshiram was uncertain. Upon noticing the absence of his parents and finding only Zoroark, he expressed his concern. Zoroark, what happened? Did my parents go out? It was New Year's Day, a time when Li Xiaoyan's parents should be on holiday. Why were they missing? He could only inquire of the lone Pokémon present. They received a call. It seems a Roundland shark's egg has gone missing, and the suspect appears to have fled into the Rongshua's secret realm. Zoroark shook its head, placing the food on the table, and relayed everything it knew to Li Xiaoyan. Eagerly, Li Xiaoyan pressed, is it in the Rongshua's secret realm? I want to help. However, as soon as he uttered these words, Zoroark hastily waved its hand to deter Li Xiaoyan's goodwill. This matter doesn't concern you. Your parents will handle it well. Your only task now is to train diligently. Oh, very well. Zoroark, fearing Li Xiaoyan might do something foolish, quickly provided an analysis. Think about it. To steal an egg from a place guarded by numerous gym-level Pokémon, and even a champion-level Pokémon, is certainly beyond your reach. Even with Canyon Ren Demon protecting you, it may not guarantee the recovery of the egg. Zoroark's words held a great deal of truth. Snatching an egg from a host of powerful Pokémon and managing to escape was certainly not something Li Xiaoyan could involve himself in. This was indeed the case. Li Xiaoyan nodded vigorously, realizing his impulsiveness. Uncle Yi had recently cautioned him, and he had nearly reverted to his original form. Thus, he decided to leave this matter aside. As the secret realm was his father's domain. Secret realm. 6. He was sure his father had left some contingency for safety. After finishing his meal, Li Xiaoyan prepared to head to the wood and grass secret realm, a plan he had previously arranged with Chen Yunjie. As he walked, Zoroark sensed that Li Xiaoyan would undertake significant actions. Once Li Xiaoyan stepped out, it transformed into an ordinary person and followed him discreetly. After a 10-minute walk, Li Xiaoyan arrived at Binjiang Park, where he met the waiting Chen Yunjie. Clad in a cotton coat, Chen Yunjie had 2 balls secured to his belt. One was a pokeball, and the other an ultra ball. Upon seeing this, Li Xiaoyan inquired, Ajay, who is your guardian? Chen Yunjie chuckled and replied, Hee, it's Alakazam. If anything goes awry, Alakazam can teleport us to safety. If that fails, we still have your Tsang Yinren demon. It can slice through the enemy like chopping vegetables, ensuring our absolute security. Li Xiaoyan nodded in agreement as they proceeded to the entrance of the Wood and Grass Secret Realm, located at the heart of Binjiang Park. After presenting their identification and confirming their self-defense capabilities, the staff promptly granted them passage. Zoroark quietly observed from the side, ensuring that Li Xiaoyan entered the Wood and Grass Secret Realm before returning home. Within the Rongshu's Secret Realm, Brother Jijilong, please stop it. As Li Luoqing's voice echoed, the Jijilong turned to the rapidly moving Pokémon before it, stomping the ground a few times before launching sharp ice pillars towards the creature. The ice pillars were shattered by several waves of psychic energy before they could touch the Pokémon. Li Luoqing led a group to chase the elusive Pokémon, while Shi Xintong and the others guarded the exit to prevent its escape. After making a wide circle, the Pokémon returned to the Secret Realm's exit. Just as Shi Xintong ordered an attack, the Pokémon's hypnotic powers put them all to sleep before they could react. By the time Li Luoqing realized the Pokémon had outsmarted him, his teammates had long succumbed to the effects of the hypnosis, leaving him alone to chase after the creature with only Gung-Gue at his side. Fortunately, the Pokémon was focused on protecting the round land shark's egg, ensuring its safety from jolts, and refrained from using any offensive moves. Thus, the others sustained no harm, merely falling into slumber. What kind of Pokémon is this that runs so fast? Li Luoqing grumbled as he pursued, unable to catch a glimpse of its appearance. If he could discern its general form, he would surely identify the Pokémon and devise a counter-strategy. Gung. It was evident that Gung-Gue seemed to know something. But Li Luoqing could not discern what it had said. He could only grasp Gung-Gue's tail while recording with his phone. If he couldn't catch it, a video would have to suffice for identifying the Pokémon. Upon returning to the exit, he found Shi Xintong and her companions peacefully asleep atop the snow-capped mountains. Li Luoqing had no choice but to ask Jijilong for assistance. Brother Jijilong, could you please look after them while I chase after that rascal? Nearby, Jijilong stuffed some berries into the mouth of the Qishi Qingyao, somehow managing to coax it into consuming the fruit, and before long, it awoke. Now, it was the only Pokémon conscious, making rounds to carry the others back to the real world. Just as Li Luoqing reached the Secret Realm's exit, Li Xiaoyan and Chen Yunjie stepped into the Wood and Grass Secret Realm. A gentle breeze brushed against them as Li Xiaoyan felt a refreshing sensation wash over him. The scenery shifted, and by the time they regained their bearings, they found themselves beside a small river. Li Xiaoyan released his charcoal little servant, which had now reached level 6, having matured beyond its juvenile stage and developed some combat capabilities. I won't release my Tuwu Owl just yet. I'm afraid it will spend all its time preening its feathers while perched on my head, and its claws might inadvertently cause me pain. Chen Yunjie, somewhat exasperated, noted that ever since Moo Owl had evolved, it had developed a particular fondness for feather maintenance. He understood this, but wondered why it had to keep moving its claws. While it was comfortable, it was Li Xiaoyan who ended up with a bleeding scalp. Before them lay a dense forest, and Li Xiaoyan suggested, Ajay, shall we venture into the woods to see if there are any worthy Pokémon to battle? Absolutely, Chen Yunjie concurred, ready to summon Tuwu Owl should they encounter a suitable opponent. As Li Xiaoyan stepped into the forest, he immediately spotted a Paras seeking respite beneath a tree. To his surprise, it possessed the dry skin ability. Let the opening triumph of his charcoal assistant commence. With a sly smile, Li Xiaoyan instructed the system to display Paras' stats. Was this not a clear indication that his charcoal assistant would effortlessly secure victory in this encounter? Approaching Paras, who appeared to be napping under the tree, Li Xiaoyan noticed the ground trembling slightly. Upon opening its large, captivating eyes, Paras beheld a human along with an unfamiliar Pokémon. Puss, who are you and what do you want? Here, have some energy cubes, Li Xiaoyan offered, placing a few vibrant green cubes favored by grass-type Pokémon before Paras. Withholding his intentions, curious, Paras sniffed the enticing cubes and cautiously took a bite. Puss, this isn't too bad. A smile of bliss spread across its face. It was its first experience with energy cubes, and even a small morsel provided a surge of energy. Clearing his throat, Li Xiaoyan asked, would you be willing to battle my charcoal assistant? Rest assured, I will tend to your recovery, and regardless of the outcome, I shall reward you with berries and energy cubes. After devouring the energy cubes, Paras scuttled to a clearing away from the trees, its gaze now brimming with combat spirit. Paras, you may attack first. Puss, are you underestimating me? Prepare yourself. Li Xiaoyan's kind words seemed to twist in Paras's ears, and it raised its pincers, intending to strike Charcoal Assistant. However, its speed was rather unimpressive. Li Xiaoyan pondered for a moment and commanded, Charcoal Assistant, use spark. With renewed vigor from Li Xiaoyan's command, Charcoal Assistant's flames blazed even more fiercely. Observing this, Li Xiaoyan urged it to temper the flames, instructing it to use the weakest spark attack. Thus, Charcoal Assistant reluctantly subdued its flames and expelled a small burst of fire. To an outsider, it appeared harmless. Yet for Paras, it was akin to a devastating move. Being 4 times weak to fire and possessing dry skin, was this not a clear path to its demise? How cruel this human was. Upon witnessing the fiery assault, Paras immediately fled, barely evading the attack, only to feel a sudden brush against its back. Puss, how are you so fast? Turning around, it was met with a smiling Charcoal Assistant, the sight akin to a frightening apparition. Paras cowered. Paras fainted. Li Xiaoyan was taken aback by Paras's overwhelming fear. The spark attack had been significantly weakened, possibly only possessing 15 power. Achieving victory without a fight. Charcoal Assistant trotted to Li Xiaoyan's side, its expression seemingly questioning the promised exhilarating battle. Chuckling, Li Xiaoyan awaited Paras's revival to offer it more energy cubes before continuing deeper into the forest with Chun Yunjie. In subsequent battles, Li Xiaoyan allowed Charcoal Assistant to choose its opponents, initially expecting it to select equally matched Pokémon. However, he was met with the outcomes. Metapod fainted. Kakuna fainted. Spinarak fainted. It seemed to exhibit a tendency to prey on the weaker. Within the forest, Charcoal Assistant also befriended a Pikachu, but this Pikachu was swiftly knocked out by Charcoal Assistant. Once Li Xiaoyan healed Pikachu, Charcoal Assistant quickly retreated into its Pokeball. Wary of any potential cheeky assaults from the Pikachu, Chun Yunjie observed in astonishment, recognizing that Charcoal Assistant had completely reshaped his understanding of Pokemon battles. Chapter 91, Pristine. After Charcoal Assistant concluded its battles, the pair ventured deeper into the woods, encountering not only novice-level Pokemon, but also numerous ordinary species. Charcoal Assistant was in high spirits, and Li Xiaoyan granted it the autonomy to engage in battles. Its fighting style was incredibly versatile, alternating between direct confrontations and stealthy ambushes. One wondered how its approach would evolve post-evolution. Xiaoyan, over there is a Butterfree. I'll go challenge it. Wait for me, Chun Yunjie exclaimed. Spotting a solitary Butterfree fluttering by, estimating its strength to be at the ordinary level, a perfect target for his Noctowl. Upon hearing Chun Yunjie's words, Li Xiaoyan cradled Charcoal Assistant and stepped aside. After a friendly exchange, Butterfree consented to engage in battle with Chun Yunjie, marking Li Xiaoyan's first observation of Noctowl in action. He was eager to see how Chun Yunjie's Noctowl would perform. Noctowl peck. As the command was uttered, Noctowl's beak shone with a cerulean luminescence as it flapped its wings vigorously, aiming to deliver a crushing blow to Butterfree while also keeping an eye out for falling leaves. Chun Yunjie furrowed his brow. Noctowl was overly concerned with its appearance. However, Butterfree had yet to make a move. Wait. Butterfree's eyes seemed to engage a strange power, emitting a stream of pinkish-purple light. Noctowl dodged in midair, unable to focus on the drifting leaves. This was Butterfree's Confusion Ray. In the Sword and Shield era, a level 16 Butterfree could learn this move. Noctowl shook its head vigorously, attempting to dislodge the leaves atop its head. Suddenly, a faint force enveloped Noctowl's body, and before it could react, it was slammed to the ground. In an instant, dust flew, coating Noctowl's feathers in grime, with dried leaves sticking to it as well. As Noctowl struggled to rise, its wings now dirty, it began to laboriously clean its plumage. Noticing Chun Yunjie's troubled expression, Li Xiaoyan quickly approached to reassure him. It's normal. This is a typical phase for Noctowl. Most Hoot-Hoots experience such sensitivity post-evolution. I know, Chun Yunjie replied, retrieving a cleaning solution he had prepared in advance. He had documented various stages of Hoot-Hoot's evolution, and he was aware of this situation. However, he had not anticipated it becoming this severe. It seemed his mental preparation had not been adequate. Chun Yunjie did not blame Noctowl, understanding its inherent nature. All he could do was assist in cleaning its feathers. Noctowl, let me help you. Chun Yunjie approached Noctowl, pouring the cleaning solution onto its feathers. He also produced a bottle of mineral water, simultaneously pouring both the cleaning solution and water. After 10 minutes, he had managed to clean most of the grime. Butterfree, could you assist in cleaning some of the finer details? Chun Yunjie inquired. Of course, I will prepare some food for you, he added, producing an energy cube. Butterfree gently accepted the offering, devouring it in one gulp before commencing to clean the remaining details on Noctowl. Noctowl's favorability increased. Li Xiaoyan remarked, "System, could you refrain from announcing your presence in such instances? I want to forget you." He mentally communicated with the system, puzzled by its recent exuberance. "System, you just have to admit that everything is observable, right?" "All right." Li Xiaoyan opened the map, realizing it was time to exit the forest under the current circumstances. Noctowl could not afford to battle within it. Defeat was assured. Certainly, if it were a battle against a Pokémon like Paris, which is 4 times weak and slow, the Rowlet might stand a chance at victory. After several more minutes, the feathers of Rowlet were finally cleaned, and Chun Yunjia nodded slightly, recalling Rowlet into its Pokeball. "Let us proceed to the center of the map." Li Xiaoyan, holding the map, noted that the very heart of the verdant realm was a towering mountain, seamlessly connected to the surrounding peaks. The official authorities of Rung City had conveniently constructed a cable car system to assist trainers without flying-type Pokémon in reaching the central region. The majority of the central area of the realm served as a resting and communication spot for various trainers. Some might inquire, isn't it possible to rest and communicate at the exit of the realm? Certainly, one can rest there. However, for certain reasons, most primary resting areas within the realms are established in the central part of the map. Chun Yunjia contemplated before pointing to the clearing between the northern forest and the southern forest. "I wish to see if there are any Pokémon in the clearing that could provide a suitable challenge for my Rowlet." Li Xiaoyan nodded in agreement, also curious to find out if his Combuskin could engage in a battle as well. For it was quite inconvenient to unleash Combuskin in the forest. After all, one wouldn't want to inadvertently set the mountain ablaze. It wouldn't due to constantly trouble Chun Yunjia's father to clean up afterward, would it? The small forest was teeming with life, and along the way, the two encountered a vibrant Butterfree on the verge of reaching the elite level. This Butterfree relished dancing, yet it had not yet attained the level required to learn the move Quiver Dance, which was rather unfortunate. Li Xiaoyan noticed an apple on a tree and approached, only to discover it was being gnawed upon by a fruit bug. Oh, and there's a dragon-type Pokémon too? At that moment, several Beedrills emerged from the thicket, being pursued by a Heracross. Chun Yunjia remarked upon seeing the Heracross, which was only slightly shorter than himself. This Heracross has developed quite well, compared to its kin. It certainly qualifies as a larger specimen. Exiting the forest, Li Xiaoyan made a light-hearted jest. There truly are an abundance of bug-type Pokémon around here. It's a pity there are no burn bugs. I would have liked to catch one. He knew that burn bugs resided in deserts and volcanoes, and it was inconceivable for them to thrive in such densely wooded and flourishing areas. They likely would have been overwhelmed by other Pokémon before maturing. The perspective shifted to Victini. "Xiaoya, I'm heading to Xiaoyan's house," Victini said as it rendered itself invisible and temporarily bid farewell to Leaf King. Leaf King, accustomed to this, understood that it had been preoccupied training its Blaziken and could not spare time to play. Thus, Victini had been frequenting Li Xiaoyan's home to seek companionship, nearly depleting Li Xiaoyan's long-saved allowance. "Li Xiaoyan, my pocket money, oh dear." In its invisible state, Victini flew at high speed and reached Li Xiaoyan's home within minutes. My beloved and her new Litten. Chapter 92, The Octillery King. Where's Xiaoyan? Did he go out? Victini skillfully pushed open the window, as it always did when visiting Li Xiaoyan's home, where Li Xiaoyan would prepare candies for it. Today, however, Li Xiaoyan's absence made Victini feel a tad lonely. Maintaining its invisible state, it flitted downstairs. Currently, only Zoroark remained in the house, tidying up. After cleaning, it retrieved a small cake from the refrigerator. "Looks delicious." Seeing the delectable strawberry cake being brought out, Victini couldn't help but swallow hard. It had a fondness for sweets, and with Li Xiaoyan absent, it couldn't just take food without permission, could it? Yet the temptation was unbearable. Victini found itself in a quandary. Each bite Zoroark took made Victini gulp again. After some internal deliberation, it decided to reveal itself, rubbing its hands together and making playful gestures towards Zoroark. Zoroark. At noon, Li Xiaoyan and Chun Yunjia began battling with other Pokémon. Chun Yunjia successfully found a suitable opponent, an 18-level Hoot Hoot. Rowlet continually utilized long-range moves like Leafage to harass its foe, ultimately finishing it off with Leaf Blade. Meanwhile, Combuskin engaged in battles with several Pokémon along the roadside, all of which were evenly matched. Li Xiaoyan commanded from the sidelines. Occasionally, he would employ special moves, recalling what Uncle Yi had said about the effectiveness of using special moves occasionally. Just as Li Xiaoyan directed Combuskin to unleash Flamethrower to defeat a Voltorb, he reflected on the situation. The Voltorb possessed the ability Static. Had he continued relying solely on physical moves as before, Combuskin might have faced paralysis, which would have been detrimental. After tending to Combuskin's wounds from a recent electric attack, Li Xiaoyan also treated the Voltorb, leaving it some energy cubes. As Li Xiaoyan called for a halt, preparing to ascend the mountain, he asked Chen Yunjie, "Ajia, which exit shall we take?" "I plan to exit directly from the Riverside Park. I need to prepare for the inter-school competition in a week," Chen Yunjie replied while attending to Rolette's feathers. Typically, the entrance and exit of a realm are interconnected, yet some realms have multiple exits. The Verdant Realm was no exception, possessing 2 exits, one leading to Riverside Park and the other to the outskirts of the city. They had entered through Riverside Park. But Li Xiaoyan was keen on purchasing some delectable mango cakes from the outskirts. "I never expected Lin Jia and my mother both loved mangoes. I should buy a few more." In recent days, whenever Lin Jia visited Li Xiaoyan's home, he would bring out the cakes, discovering from her that she adored mango cakes as well. Thus, it was fortuitous that he could buy some cakes to take home after their outing. "Oh, I almost forgot to buy a cake for Victini. Ah, didn't T. Victini mention it would come to play today? Oh no, I forgot to tell it I would be in the Verdant Realm today. I guess I'll buy some strawberry cakes for it later." Li Xiaoyan suddenly recalled that Victini had intended to visit him today, while he was still in the Verdant Realm and likely wouldn't return until the afternoon. He hoped the small cakes would lighten its mood. "Xiaoyan, did your parents leave in the morning?" Chen Yunjie's question interrupted Li Xiaoyan's thoughts. His parents had also departed for the Rongao realm in pursuit of a mysterious Pokémon earlier that morning. "Yes, I heard they were after a stolen Pokémon egg." Li Xiaoyan expressed disbelief that someone would dare to steal a Pokémon egg from the breeding center near the League headquarters. Wasn't he that akin to courting disaster? He could never comprehend why someone would incite Pokémon to seize an egg. It seemed utterly reckless. Chen Yunjie found it odd as well. The breeding center was guarded by elite-level Pokémon. How had the thief managed to pilfer a Pokémon egg right under the nose of such a formidable creature? Outside the Verdant Realm, all other realms were thrown into chaos by this mysterious Pokémon, resulting in unprecedented turmoil across the realms of Rong City. Li Luoqing had no choice but to abandon the chase and began coordinating with others to suppress the turmoil while communicating with the League headquarters to dispatch personnel to encircle the outskirts. Fortunately, during the pursuit, Li Luoqing had discerned the nature of the rogue Pokémon. To his astonishment, it was a king octillery of elite level. Li Luoqing began to berate this octillery, questioning why it would choose to steal the egg of a Garchomp when it could have opted for anything else. The League headquarters issued a warrant, instructing gym-level trainers to band together to surround the octillery, with each team required to include at least one elite-level Pokémon. In a brief moment, numerous trainers from various cities began their hurried journey to Rong City, eager to capture the elusive octillery and reclaim the egg of the Roundland Shark. Had Li Xiaoyan employed the system scan, he would have discovered that this octillery was indeed the very one that had stealthily photographed him. What a twist of fate! As Li Xiaoyan boarded the cable car, preparing to venture toward the center of the map, Chen Yunjie's Alakazam emerged from its pokeball. "Greetings, Alakazam. Would you care for some sweets?" Li Xiaoyan greeted. And upon scanning with the system, he found that this Alakazam's prowess was on par with his father's Jengar. Alakazam shook its head, indicating its disinterest in the candy. It entered a meditative state, sensing an unsettling premonition from the very start. "Xiaoyan, perhaps we should return early?" Chen Yunjie, noticing the grave expression on Alakazam's face, began to feel a sense of unease himself, becoming attuned to his Pokémon's instincts. If Li Luoqing's Jengar was renowned for its exceptional escape techniques, then Chun Wenshuan's Alakazam was unparalleled in its ability to foresee impending danger. As a psychic-type Pokémon, it possessed a keen sensitivity to threats, consistently able to accurately predict peril. It had even sensed something amiss during their last expedition in the Celadon Secret Realm, ultimately being the first to fall victim. "Alakazam, no need to elaborate on that. What is it?" Just as Li Xiaoyan unwrapped a lollipop, he heard Chen Yunjie's words. "All right, but I shall take a different exit." Chen Yunjie inquired of Alakazam beside him. "Alakazam, do you think you can teleport us to the exit?" Alakazam remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Yet, why were its hands trembling? Upon reaching the summit, the two entered a hamburger restaurant. Alakazam looked up and beheld 3 shimmering golden characters. "Deli." Surely, the ominous feeling it sensed could not be attributed to this establishment. Surely, as a gym-level Pokémon, I should not fear a mere hamburger joint. Alakazam mused. "Let us indulge in hamburgers." Once the duo's meal was prepared, Chen Yunjie allowed Alakazam to have the first bite, for their safety relied on its abilities. However, the next moment, "Alakazam, what is wrong?" Chen Yunjie's expression turned pale upon seeing Alakazam's reaction after consuming the deli hamburger, as if it had ingested something foul. Alakazam reluctantly retreated into its Pokeball to rest, while the trio of Pokémon, Blaziken, Noctowl, and Chandelure, glanced at the hamburger. Then at the Pokeball containing Alakazam. Even Chandelure, a ghost-type Pokémon, was taken aback by the situation. Chandelure, I had no idea that the human world contained such perilous food. Blaziken, is this hamburger truly safe to consume? Charcoal Servant, what on earth is this food? Noctowl, I'm on a diet, I shall abstain. Li Xiaoyan, hearing the sentiments of the Pokémon, glanced at the hamburger with trepidation. Ajay, is this thing not akin to what we find outside? Li Xiaoyan felt an instinctual aversion, fearing that consuming this hamburger might lead to some unspeakable consequence. Chen Yunjie remained silent, shocked that Alakazam had reacted so adversely to this food. There was undoubtedly something amiss with this establishment. Boss, there is something wrong with your food. How could a gym-level Alakazam fall into a poisoned state after eating? Do you wish to poison us? The words came from a man with silver-blue hair. Li Xiaoyan turned to locate the source of the voice. Upon seeing the man, his expression shifted to one of surprise. Ah, this individual bore a resemblance to the character Steven from the Pokémon series, albeit older than the wealthy young heir. Beside him sat a Scyther, which seemed to sense Li Xiaoyan's intense gaze and offered him a slight smile. The boss, hearing the man's words, hurried from the kitchen, exclaiming, "My sincere apologies. Today's meal is on the house. I will compensate you shortly." Boss, oh no, this is a disaster. I had no idea a gym-level trainer was present. I must flee as soon as the gentleman arrives. At this moment, the system projected the boss's thoughts into Li Xiaoyan's mind, causing him to frown deeply. Who is this gentleman? Li Xiaoyan pondered, connecting the dots to the theft of the Roundland shark. Could this man be linked to the incident? After the boss returned the money, Li Xiaoyan and Chen Yunjie departed the restaurant. The middle-aged Steven followed them out, and upon reaching the cable car station, he called out to them. Greetings. Hello. What can we do for you? Chen Yunjie replied succinctly, aware that it would be prudent to return home as soon as possible. Yes, we have matters to attend to. Unless there is something urgent, we will be on our way. Li Xiaoyan intended to contact his father and investigate the restaurant further. Here, take my business card. My name is Mu Yin, and I am the chairman of a company specializing in the stone industry. The man introduced himself amiably, handing over his card. Li Xiaoyan inquired, what is your purpose in approaching us? Although Mu Yin had just assisted him, he felt compelled to clarify his intentions. Ha, there is no need to be so tense. I simply noticed your remarkable youth and talent and wished to make your acquaintance. As Mu Yin spoke, his gaze remained fixated on Li Xiaoyan, his fervor unsettling him somewhat. Akin to a famished Snorlax eyeing a feast, Li Xiaoyan resolved to activate a long unutilized feature of the system. System, please ascertain his thoughts. Mu Yin, the scent of stones. He. Li Xiaoyan was rendered speechless. This individual was undoubtedly, perhaps a subdued version of Steven in this world. Li Xiaoyan cautiously stepped back, wary of his intentions. Goodness, are all you stone enthusiasts this outrageous? System, what are you afraid of? Shouldn't I be the one fearing? Mu Yin, perceiving Li Xiaoyan's retreat, realized his gaze had unnerved him and bowed apologetically, continuing, here, take my card, which contains my contact information. Once you're outside, feel free to add me as a friend. Should you require evolution stones or other items, you can reach out to me, even for some special evolution stones. You might get lucky. Mu Yin produced 2 glimmering golden business cards from his pocket. Chen Yunjie promptly accepted one, expressing his gratitude before boarding the cable car. Li Xiaoyan contemplated the potential utility of the card in the future and decided to accept it as well. Mu Yin boarded the same cable car as Chen Yunjie, while Li Xiaoyan took a separate car heading toward the suburbs. Meanwhile, the Octillery seized the moment of chaos in Rong City to slip into the verdant secret realm, evading Pokémon along the way, ultimately entering the deli through the back door. Upon seeing Octillery's arrival, the boss's expression brightened as Octillery placed the Roundland shark's egg in the kitchen and produced a voice recorder. The boss then hurried to the dining area, apologizing to the remaining patrons before ushering them out. However, once they observed Alakazam's disconcerted demeanor, many opted for refunds, leaving only a few brave souls, and those with poison-type Pokémon, behind to partake in the dubious food. Pressing the play button, a voice emerged, audible only to one person and one Pokémon. You will split up. One will take the egg to the suburbs where someone will be waiting. The other will create a disturbance at the breeding center and continue to seize Pokémon eggs. Their forces are dispersed. Yihuang recently went across to share insights. Now is the opportune moment. As always, should you encounter any items of divine nature along the way, you know what to do. Everything transpired for reasons unbeknownst, ultimately leading to the intermittent transmission of the recorded words. which ceased abruptly before completion. The boss cast a cold glance at the true boss, who lay unconscious on the ground, and addressed the Octopus King, stating, "I shall venture to the breeding center to seize the Pokémon egg. You will meet with our contact in the suburbs. Once you have delivered it, return swiftly, and we shall coordinate our efforts." The Octopus King said nothing further, acquiring a backpack from the boss to stow the Pokémon egg before slipping out through the back door. The boss's visage contorted as a ditto fell from him, revealing his piercing eyes. The man bore a ghastly scar across his face, with a mark on his forehead resembling a burn. He certainly did not appear to be a benevolent individual. Chapter 94. A Sense of Crisis. The scarred man retrieved an oddly shaped device, placing it into the Octopus King's backpack, then uttered, "Let us split up." He commanded Ditto to continue transforming, then emptied a trash bin, instructing the Octopus King to conceal himself within it before wheeling the bin out the back door. The trash bin was pushed to the edge of a cliff, and after a few casual taps on the lid, he whispered, "This will do. Off you go." With a forceful kick, the scarred man sent the trash bin, along with the Octopus King, plummeting downwards. On the cable car where Chun Yunjia resided, Muin handed Chun Yunjia a potion, saying, "Release your Hu-Di. It needs healing, lest it suffer lingering ailments." "Ah, thank you, Uncle Muin." Chun Yunjia accepted the potion without hesitation, learning of the connection between this man and his father during their time on the cable car. The revelation was startling. 10 years prior, Muin, then an elite trainer, ventured into a secret realm to capture a rare Pokémon. Indeed, he succeeded, but he was also trapped within a cave. Fortunately, Chun Wenxuan was also present in the cave, and at that time, Hu-Di was able to guide some individuals to safety. After a series of events, Muin eventually escaped peril. When he sought to express his gratitude to Chun Wenxuan, he discovered that Chun Wenxuan had long departed. It was only upon seeing Hu-Di and the striking resemblance of Chun Yunjia to Chun Wenxuan that Muin deduced their probable kinship. Thus, he took the initiative to assist Li Xiaoyan and her companion. "Hu-Di, come forth." Chun Yunjia released Hu-Di, whose face had turned slightly purplish. Muin sprayed the potion onto Hu-Di's face. Once the spray was complete, Hu-Di's complexion improved, and Muin attempted to greet it. "Hello, Hu-Di. Long time no see. Do you remember me?" He recalled that Hu-Di's neural cells continually grow throughout its life, allowing it to retain memories. If this was indeed Chun Wenxuan's Hu-Di, it should still recognize him. Hu-Di merely glanced at Muin, nodding slightly, and used a spoon as a brush to write the words Kokodora. Muin was elated. Indeed, this Hu-Di was the very one from years past, and it remembered him. "Can you take me to find your father?" Muin grasped Chun Yunjia's hand excitedly. He had finally found a lead regarding his benefactor. "I am Chun Yunjia." He introduced himself, finding the title of benefactor's son rather peculiar. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. "That can be arranged." Muin was a man who valued gratitude, especially since Chun Wenxuan had once saved his life. Such opportunities were rare. Thankfully, his quest in the Flora and Wood secret realm had led him to Chun Wenxuan's son. As their cable car reached the base, Hu-Di had fully regained its health. However, an unsettling sensation surged within Chun Yunjia. "Uncle Muin, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Do you sense it too?" Is it foggy?" Muin noted the white mist enveloping their surroundings, releasing his scyther. Upon his arrival, he had not been informed of such a phenomenon occurring in the Flora and Wood secret realm. Caution is the mother of safety. Chun Yunjia feared unforeseen incidents and suggested, "Uncle Muin, perhaps we should have Hu-Di use teleport. The unease is growing stronger." "Agreed. Being cautious is prudent." Muin concurred, unwilling to take any chances in the current situation. "Uncle Muin, place your hand on Hu-Di." Following this instruction, Muin complied. Subsequently, Chun Yunjia whispered, "Hu-Di, use teleport." Hu-Di's eyes emitted an eerie glow, and in that instant, the space around them distorted, transporting them to the exit of the secret realm in a mere second. The exit of the Flora and Wood secret realm lay before them, and Chun Yunjia exhaled in relief, being the first to touch the exit. As Chun Yunjia and Muin emerged, Li Xiaoyan was only halfway through her own journey. For her, the prolonged trek was exhausting, accompanied by a bizarre odor. Damn, why is it so far? And what is that stench? Could it be stinky mud? Li Xiaoyan could distinctly smell the foul aroma wafting from behind. It was truly repulsive. Song Yin, be cautious. Song Yin Jiangui had already leaped from its pokeball, sensing a looming threat. This sense of crisis rivaled the previous ambush. The hidden Pokemon's power was undoubtedly formidable, perhaps even surpassing its own. Upon hearing Song Yin Jiangui's warning, Li Xiaoyan hastened towards the exit of the secret realm. "System, what is the current situation?" Quickly display any Pokémon with strength at the gym leader level nearby. Understood. Scanning now. Pokémon found matching criteria. 1. Pokémon. Octopus King. Level 80. Gender male. Type dark psychic. Ability contrary. Location 3 kilometers behind you. What the hell? Why does it linger like a ghost? Li Xiaoyan cursed inwardly, not expecting this creature to still be in Rong City. It had been the very Pokémon that had spied on him last time. To discover that this new sense of crisis stemmed from the same source made Li Xiaoyan uneasy. At that moment, fearing the potential presence of other powerful Pokémon near the Octopus King, he quickly instructed the system, scan for any accomplices near the Octopus King. Understood. Pokémon. Roundland Shark. Level 0. Gender male. Type dragon ground. Ability rough skin. Hostage. Thankfully, it was only the Octopus King, considered a stroke of misfortune amidst the calamity. Nevertheless, Li Xiaoyan felt deeply troubled. The current situation was genuinely challenging, and he could only pray that it was not pursuing him. As fate would have it, the system materialized its internal thoughts into Li Xiaoyan's mind. Octopus King. The device's readings indicate that this individual possesses numerous divine artifacts. He appears to be quite the catch. Li Xiaoyan. Oh great, am I to be treated as prey? He had to devise a plan to escape swiftly. With urgency, he made his way toward the exit, not knowing whether he could defeat the Octopus King. Even if they held the advantage, the Octopus King could flee at any moment. If they were at a disadvantage, well, that was unspeakable. Chapter 95 versus Octopus King. As Li Xiaoyan advanced, he remained vigilant of the Octopus King's thoughts, wary of a sudden attack. He also positioned Song Yan Jiangui behind him, awaiting his signal. The Octopus King maintained a distance of 3 kilometers from Li Xiaoyan, growing increasingly restless as they neared the exit. Octopus King. Almost at the exit. I shall strike when they are most complacent. What a despicable creature. Possessing the strength of a champion, yet resorting to such cowardly acts against the weak. Li Xiaoyan silently cursed the Squid King in his heart. Yet he dared not act rashly, opting instead to take one cautious step at a time. Squid King. Let me count down from 3. 3. As the Squid King uttered the first heh, Li Xiaoyan signaled. Seeing this, the Sanyan Blade Demon manifested a greenish glow upon its arm, leaping backward to land directly at the location of the Squid King. With its arms crossed, the immense energy of the insect system surged forth, its hands slicing downwards like sharp scythes towards the Squid King, who was still mentally counting down. The Squid King, unfazed by the sudden assault from the Sanyan Blade Demon, flailed its tentacles, which visibly darkened to a deep brown, exuding a nauseating malice. When the Squid King's frantic strikes met the Sanyan Blade Demon's hands, the outcome was evident. The Squid King's tentacles were effortlessly deflected. Its gaze turned cold. The Squid King made a slight leap to the right, easily evading the Sanyan Blade Demon's scissor-like slash. The Sanyan Blade Demon pursued relentlessly, unleashing a barrage of powerful cross slashes. Yet, in that moment, it found its speed lacking compared to the Squid King. Each time that Sanyan Blade Demon aimed to strike, the Squid King would pivot, presenting its back, leaving the Sanyan Blade Demon unable to land a blow. Damn it, how infuriating. The Squid King's scheme was utterly repugnant, while it sought opportunities for counterattack. It edged closer to Li Xiaoyan. The Sanyan Blade Demon's scissor slash once again fell short, and the Squid King's eyes gleamed with malice, its entire being radiating a palpable darkness. Li Xiaoyan recalled every malevolent skill he could conjure, finally settling on Flower Exchange, and urgently warned. It's about to use Flower Exchange, quickly dodge. The Sanyan Blade Demon dared not confront this technique head-on, reasoning that it would be tantamount to striking itself. But behind it was Li Xiaoyan. Suddenly, violet flames erupted from the Sanyan Blade Demon's form. In an instant, as the Squid King's Flower Exchange neared, the Sanyan Blade Demon turned to find Li Xiaoyan winking at him. With no choice left, the Sanyan Blade Demon evaded, allowing the Squid King to approach Li Xiaoyan. Both Li Xiaoyan and the Squid King exchanged smiles. Squid King gotcha. Switch places, Remorse Blade. Author S note. This ability can be used on people. Li Xiaoyan's command jolted the Sanyan Blade Demon into action. In that fleeting moment, the space around the Sanyan Blade Demon and Li Xiaoyan rippled with intense energy. The Squid King, still unaware, maintained its Flower Exchange state only to discover that the Li Xiaoyan before it had transformed into the Sanyan Blade Demon wielding the Remorse Blade. During the activation of the switch, the flames that had been rising around them transferred to the tip of the Sanyan Blade Demon's sword. Furthermore, unbeknownst to the Squid King, the Sanyan Blade Demon had summoned the sunny day. In an instant, The Tsangyan Blade Demon's right hand radiated with the brilliance of the sun, with the Remorse Blade in its left hand and the Sunlight Blade in its right. The two swords united, rendering it invincible. Ahem, just a jest. The Sunlight Blade, longer than the Remorse Blade, immediately met the Squid King's head in a stalemate. The Squid King emitted a shriek, unleashing an overwhelming wave of malevolent energy that swirled around the Sunlight Blade, forming a malice-laden shockwave. The Tsangyan Blade Demon thrust its left hand forward, deftly slicing the wave in two, the remnants crashing to the ground behind it. The ensuing explosion enveloped the Tsangyan Blade Demon in a cloud of smoke, marking the end of the Sunlight Blade's duration, while the Squid King broke free from its flower exchange state. From that moment onward, Li Xiaoyan refrained from issuing commands, instead hiding amidst the trees to observe the battle discreetly. A confrontation of such magnitude was beyond his ability to interfere with. He could scarcely withstand a single blow from such titans. The Tsangyan Blade Demon, spotting Li Xiaoyan concealed in the thicket, nodded slightly. Before the Squid King, several colossal boulders materialized, each larger than the Squid King itself. The Squid King swung its tentacles, every strike hurling the boulders toward the Tsangyan Blade Demon, cloaked in smoke. The sound of shattering rock echoed within the fog, and the Squid King cackled maniacally, seemingly convinced that the Tsangyan Blade Demon was nothing to fear. Squid King, no? I mustn't tempt fate just yet. The Squid King, well aware of the significance of a flag, began to gather strength within. This was a tit-for-tat retaliation. The Tsangyan Blade Demon appeared at the Squid King's side, energy waves surging from the ground like wraiths. It turned out that the Tsangyan Blade Demon had initiated a stealthy ambush earlier. The Tsangyan Blade Demon then raised its arm to strike at the Squid King's side, only to find its arm ensnared by the Squid King's tentacles. The Squid King lunged at the Tsangyan Blade Demon's chest plate with such force that fragments of armor exploded in all directions. Countless shards scattered across the ground before vanishing into motes of light. This cannot continue. I must devise a plan. Seeing the Squid King preparing for another fierce assault, Li Xiaoyan grew anxious. The Tsangyan Blade Demon was falling into a disadvantageous position and could not simply stand idly by. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He shouted, "Use phosphorescent fire." The Tsangyan Blade Demon comprehended the directive. Flames atop its head surged several meters high, as 9 eerie orbs of ghostly fire flew towards the Squid King's eyes. The Squid King had no choice but to release its grip on the Tsangyan Blade Demon. And as it did, 2 tentacles unleashed a torrent of water. The fierce force of the water surged forth, allowing the tentacles to contend with the phosphorescent fire. As the Squid King's torrent of water clashed with the phosphorescent fire, the Tsangyan Blade Demon intermittently struck with the Remorse Blade to distract the Squid King. Under the sunny day, the Squid King's torrent was barely able to withstand the Remorse Blade. Yet, why did the Tsangyan Blade Demon still feel a sense of urgency? The favorable situation was fleeting. Ultimately, the phosphorescent fire dissipated. Once more, 5 massive boulders appeared before the Squid King, leaving the Tsangyan Blade Demon with no choice but to leap atop them. Glancing down, the Tsangyan Blade Demon noticed the Squid King's eyes starting to spin. Randomly, it conjured up 113 names. Chapter 96. The battle intensifies. This was not a loss of combat capability, but rather the Squid King was employing its hypnosis. A pendulum-like wave of thought materialized before the Tsangyan Blade Demon, shimmering brightly. The Tsangyan Blade Demon fought to resist the encroaching drowsiness, but the Squid King was already approaching with all its tentacles. Each of the Squid King's tentacles brimmed with malice, swirling chaotically like something unspeakable. Tsangyan Blade Demon, sleep. Then use Dream Talk. Li Xiaoyan recalled that the Tsangyan Blade Demon possessed both the sleep and dream talk abilities. Rather than succumbing to sleep passively, it would be wiser to use sleep to regain some energy. If the Tsangyan Blade Demon voluntarily entered slumber, it merely needed to endure for 2 turns. At this point, this was the only strategy available, though he wondered how the Tsangyan Blade Demon would fare in terms of agility while asleep. Heeding Li Xiaoyan's command, the Tsangyan Blade Demon relaxed its tense demeanor and fell into a deep slumber. The Squid King would not squander this golden opportunity, as the Tsangyan Blade Demon remained unresponsive. It swiftly raised its tentacle-like arm. Its arms surged with potent malevolent energy, yet their purposes diverged sharply. One was abyssal stab, the other was sudden strike. Li Xiaoyan could only pray for the Tsangyan Blade Demon to awaken soon with dream talk, or it would find itself in dire straits. As the Tsangyan Blade Demon slumbered, it suddenly erupted with a terrifying flame, a blaze that seemed to ascend from the depths of the abyss to the mortal realm, amplifying the Tsangyan Blade Demon's momentum to a fever pitch. Flashing flame charge. That Sun Yin Ren demon charged relentlessly towards the Octopus King, who was hiding behind a boulder. Employing a move it seldom utilized. In the throes of a dreamlike state, its subconscious yearned to protect its benefactor. The move, Blazing Charge, was so formidable that even the Octopus King dared not confront it head-on, opting instead to evade the assault with its supple form. The ground was scorched black by the flames, even releasing swathes of steaming mist. Fortunately, it had refrained from unleashing the Dance of Swords. A weight lifted from Li Xiaoyan's heart, for the Octopus King could master the skill inversion. Had the Sun Yin Ren demon executed the Dance of Swords, the ensuing chaos would have been monumental when the Octopus King activated its countermeasure. In its slumber, the Sun Yin Ren demon traded injuries with reckless abandon. Irrespective of the Octopus King's intricate techniques, it pressed on, determined to inflict damage despite the onslaught. The Octopus King's expression shifted. It realized it had encountered a formidable foe. The impact of the blazing charge sent it reeling. As the dark purple flames leapt from the Sun Yin Ren demon to ensnare the Octopus King's tentacles. As the duration of the blazing charge concluded, the Octopus King bore several charred marks upon its body, just as it intended to employ water flow rupture to extinguish the flames. The Sun Yin Ren demon unleashed its second dreamlike attack. The flames enveloping it surged once more, burning fiercely, and ultimately coalescing into a purer form at the tip of its sword. Li Xiaoyan was taken aback by the scene before him. The ground had transformed into a pockmarked landscape, remnants of flames and debris scattered about. What had once been a gentle hill now lay as a smooth expanse, ablaze with fire, evidence of the Sun Yin Ren demon's overwhelming power. The craters were the result of the Octopus King's attempts to fend off the Sun Yin Ren demon, whose relentless assault left it with no choice but to continuously strike the ground to evade capture. Though it could fly, such feats required intense concentration, which was rendered impossible by the Sun Yin Ren demon's relentless pursuit, akin to utilizing bite down, an exaggerated comparison. As the Sun Yin Ren demon could not actually learn this move, the ground continued to be marred by deepening craters, and should it escape, this place would surely warrant a name change from Grasswood Hill to Grasswood Pits. Thankfully, their battle had inadvertently spared Li Xiaoyan from harm. Otherwise, witnessing such a spectacle might have been in jeopardy. The thunderous roars echoed for miles, and despite the unfolding chaos, both Pokémon retained a robust vigor, showing no signs of severe injury. The Sun Yin Ren demon opened its eyes, shimmering with an otherworldly light, while the Octopus King scoffed, dismissing the Sun Yin Ren demon's ploys as futile. In unison, they sprang into action. The Octopus King distanced itself, summoning colossal rocks before it, while the Sun Yin Ren demon melded into the shadows once more. The Octopus King's rock slide missed its mark. However, the Sun Yin Ren demon hesitated to strike outright, its target being the side, with the round land shark egg precariously balanced on the Octopus King's back, fearful of causing it to crack. This time, the spectral ambush emerged from the Octopus King's right flank. As it prepared to unleash Rock Slide, it found itself unable to execute the move, as if bound by an unseen force. The Sun Yin Ren demon gasped for breath. Utilizing this immobilizing technique against a Pokémon of superior strength proved taxing. Fortunately, the Octopus King's Rock Slide was successfully thwarted, allowing the Sun Yin Ren demon to charge forward, sword poised menacingly at the Octopus King. If one use of the Remorse sword was insufficient, then several more would follow. Under the relentless onslaught of the Sun Yin Ren demon, the Octopus King struggled to find an opening to utilize its dark strike, resorting instead to its tentacles to deploy water flow rupture in a futile attempt to counter the slicing edge of the Remorse sword. The two battled fiercely, each countering the other's techniques, but neither inflicted substantial damage. Only on rare occasions did the Sun Yin Ren demon strike true, restoring some vitality through the effects of the Remorse sword. Its sense of urgency began to wane as it realized the Octopus King had no opportunity for a sneak attack, thereby diminishing its apprehension. Yet, the Sun Yin Ren demon dared not exert too much force. The Octopus King was indeed cunning and treacherous, revealing the egg to the Sun Yin Ren demon, taunting it with its vulnerability. This predicament left the Sun Yin Ren demon in a difficult position, necessitating a continuous alternation between the Remorse sword and Shadow Claw. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyan contemplated strategies to reclaim the egg, mentally preparing for the worst-case scenario, namely, the Octopus King's escape. He could only hope to stall until the Octopus King exhausted its moves, though it would undoubtedly remain vigilant, ready to flee at a moment's notice. As Li Xiaoyan racked his brain for a solution, the system issued an alarming notification. Warning: Two trainers possessing gym-level Pokémon are approaching from two directions. The System's announcement sent a jolt of anxiety through Li Xiaoyan, prompting him to urgently inquire, how many gym-level Pokémon are there in total? 4, specifically. They are Zygarde, Boltund, Scyther, and Alakazam. Note, the latter two are not the ones you are familiar with. Li Xiaoyan's expression grew grave. He was uncertain whether these newcomers were allies or foes, complicating the situation further. Chapter 97. The Rescue. Good heavens, so many gym-level Pokémon? Li Xiaoyan was astonished, never anticipating the arrival of trainers with such formidable Pokémon in the Grasswood Secret Realm. The brief sojourn had drawn forth an astonishing assembly of powerful trainers, an absurdity. Meanwhile, the Sanyin Rendemon continued its skirmish, with the system indicating that the nearest gym-level Pokémon to Li Xiaoyan was located near the outskirts of the city. Alakazam and Scyther were advancing with remarkable speed, seemingly aware of the Octopus King's whereabouts. Conversely, the Boltund and Zygarde moved at a more leisurely pace, occasionally pausing to rest, reminiscent of a leisurely stroll. 5 minutes later, Alakazam and Scyther entered the fray. For these two Pokémon of champion-level prowess, the gym-level Pokémon were merely support. Alakazam might prove somewhat useful, though it was unclear what role Scyther would play, likely relegated to a spectator. Just as the Sanyin Rendemon seized an opening to unleash the Remorse Sword, Alakazam unleashed its full might with psychic force, an invisible hand that forcefully pinned the Sanyin Rendemon in place for a brief moment. The Sanyin Rendemon's Remorse Sword went unexecuted, allowing the Octopus King to capitalize on this opportunity, transforming into a massive shadowy figure and colliding with the Sanyin Rendemon's chest armor after deftly evading the sword. The Sanyin Rendemon's armor cracked once more, fragments scattering like stardust. With Alakazam's assistance, striking the Octopus King had become an arduous task for the Sanyin Rendemon. It contemplated defeating Alakazam first, but whenever it targeted one, the other would begin to charge, lying in wait for its attack. How vexing. These two Pokémon's synergy was insurmountable. Currently, the Sanyin Rendemon found itself at a distinct disadvantage, akin to a lone warrior against a legion, while the Octopus King soared as if it had learned to fly, bolstered by its ally. This was a complete reversal of fortune. What to do now? Li Xiaoyan felt increasingly agitated, scarcely daring to breathe as he concealed himself behind a tree, apprehensive of drawing the attention of the other Pokémon. Alakazam intermittently unleashed Psychic Force, Psychic Shock, and Reflective Barrier to hinder the Sanyin Rendemon. Meanwhile, the Octopus King, acting as the primary offensive force, seized the moment after Alakazam's distractions to strike the Sanyin Rendemon. The Sanyin Rendemon's earlier vigor had waned, mirroring Li Xiaoyan's thoughts as they both pondered how to turn the tide. The Azure Flame Blade Demon, skillfully evading attacks, seized the opportune moment and unleashed Sunny Day. The blazing sun ascended to its zenith, illuminating the sky. The demon's hands coalesced into radiant golden blades, empowered by the sunlight, enabling it to engage in mid-range assaults, a significant improvement from its previous necessity to fight in close quarters. Hiss, how preposterous. This Hoodie is outrageous, despite being merely a gym-level Pokémon. How can it evade my strikes so effortlessly? It would be unjust to blame the Azure Flame Blade Demon, for Hoodie repeatedly utilized teleport to elude capture. No matter how swift or potent the demon's attacks were, it was helpless against such tactics. Fortunately, the Sunblade successfully struck the King Octopus, the searing light cleaving through a transparent barrier, its energy mitigated by 3 layers of reflection. The King Octopus could not dodge this assault, sustaining a harsh blow to its visage, nearly disfiguring it. Presently, the Regret Sword was proving less effective, prompting the Azure Flame Blade Demon to revert to its cross-cut for an unrelenting offensive. As it executed this move, Hoodie's psychic-type abilities were utterly insufficient to withstand the onslaught, allowing the demon to charge forth with unbridled ferocity towards the King Octopus. The Scyther, unable to contribute, assumed the role of an observer, watching intently from the sidelines. As the battle unfolded, it noticed Li Xiaoyan concealed within the trees. Oh no, this is bad. The Scyther raised its pincers, transforming into a crimson meteor, slicing through the air towards Li Xiaoyan's location. In an instant, Li Xiaoyan ducked, narrowly avoiding the assault as nearby trees were severed in half, missing him by mere inches. The Azure Flame Blade Demon had no choice but to cease its cross-cut, leaping to a safe distance from the 3 Pokémon, activating Field Swap, thus saving Li Xiaoyan. In that moment, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted dramatically. The Pokémon unleashed an array of ranged attacks towards Li Xiaoyan without hesitation, putting his physical training with the Zhou Yi group to good use. as he narrowly evaded Hu Di's energy ball. Observing Li Xiaoyan as a target, the Scyther resolved to capture him, intending to compel the Azure Flameblade demon to surrender. In a desperate bid to safeguard Li Xiaoyan's life, the demon continually retreated to safe zones to activate field swap, yet the Scyther remained relentless in its pursuit. Amidst this cat-and-mouse chase, Li Xiaoyan found himself in dire straits. As the Scyther's objective was twofold: to force the Azure Flameblade demon into submission and to seize the divine token nestled within Li Xiaoyan's backpack. Suddenly, a fiery pillar erupted from the forest, revealing the majestic Firehound, which shielded Li Xiaoyan from harm. Could it be? Li Xiaoyan recognized this Firehound with certainty. It was most likely Zhou Ye's. A bipedal lichen rock, midnight form, stomped onto the ground, causing a multitude of stone pillars to rise. The Scyther, wary of the situation, swiftly employed quick attack to create distance. The lichen rock taunted Hu Di with an unfamiliar voice, likely belonging to a friend of Zhou Ye's. With a menacing grin, the lichen rock unleashed a torrent of insults that seemingly provoked Hu Di to fury. As the lichen rock's fist struck the ground, numerous stone pillars erupted, encasing Hu Di firmly. The battlefield was once again divided, as the Azure Flameblade demon resumed its confrontation with the King Octopus, while Hu Di and the Scyther found themselves facing new adversaries. The Firehound and Scyther began a dance of agility, neither able to gain the upper hand. The lichen rock perched atop the stone pillars initiated a war of attrition, intermittently hurling taunts at Hu Di to prevent it from utilizing teleport again. King Octopus, I never anticipated reinforcements. TCH, I might as well retreat. The true mission is likely accomplished by now. Hee hee. Li Xiaoyan finally exhaled a sigh of relief, noticing the King Octopus's intent to withdraw. If they could hold on just a little longer, they might force the foe to retreat. This is my beloved. Her name is Liko. Chapter 98. Escape and Pursuit. Just moments ago, Zhou Yi commanded the Firehound to unleash Flame Wheel to attack the Scyther. The Firehound, akin to a blazing wheel of fire, barreled through, preventing the Scyther from nearing Li Xiaoyan. Abandoning Flame Wheel, the Firehound switched to quick attack in pursuit. In its evasion of the Firehound, the Scyther seized the opportunity to summon shadow clones. As the area filled with replicas of the Scyther, the Firehound caught up to one, only to discover it was merely an illusion. Li Xiaoyan, utilizing the system, observed the real Scyther making its escape toward the exit, presumably to fetch reinforcements. The Firehound's flamethrower obliterated the clones, while the genuine Scyther fled towards safety. Zhou Yi instructed the Firehound to maintain its quick attack as it pursued the Scyther, before releasing a Charizard to assist in the capture. The Charizard roared skyward, venting its emotions before flapping its wings to follow the Firehound into battle. Zhou Yi's Charizard was notably unique. It was a shiny Charizard. This was Li Xiaoyan's first encounter with Zhou Yi's Charizard, leaving him in awe. The Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames, transforming the previously open terrain before the Scyther into a blazing inferno. Scyther, damn, it's all fire. The Charizard and Firehound took to the skies for ranged harassment, while the Scyther remained on the ground, inching closer. Meanwhile, Hu Di and the Lichen Rock were also on the move. The unfamiliar man beside Zhou Yi spoke, commanding the Lichen Rock to use Stone Edge. He was a brooding figure with lustrous black hair. After issuing his command, the Lichen Rock leapt into the fray, driving its fists into the ground, causing several stone pillars to rise. Hu Di positioned its arms defensively, its aura steadily escalating. Grasping its spoon, an invisible force surged from its mind to its forearms. Within mere seconds, a brownish-yellow energy sphere coalesced, its arms slightly bending before launching the energy projectile. The stone pillars created by the Lichen Rock's stone edge were shattered by the energy blast. As the final pillar crumbled and the energy dissipated, the battlefield was enveloped in chaos. Chi Si Bai, wait for me to finish before you assist, Zhou Yi called out, revealing their familiarity. Upon hearing Zhou Yi, Chi Si Bai nodded slightly, responding affirmatively, before directing Bite. As the pillars shattered, a cloud of dust obscured everyone's vision. The Lichen Rock's eyes glimmered with dark energy as an enormous maw of malevolent energy manifested before it, charging forward with unbridled enthusiasm. The Lichen Rock viewed Hu Di as a rare challenge. Hu Di, maintaining its stance, prepared to unleash a different technique, channeling energy from the surrounding forest and earth into its spoon. A verdant energy sphere materialized almost instantly, prompting the Lichen Rock to sense danger and execute evasive maneuvers to disrupt Hu Di's aim. With eyes closed, Hu Di sensed the Lichen Rock's position using its psychic abilities, unleashing 3 energy spheres in a triangular formation. Flame Punch. The Lichen Rock, sensing the potent natural energy, ignited its fist, charging forth with intent. Two energy spheres were obliterated by its flame punch, while the final sphere collided with its bite, resulting in a violent explosion of fire, grass, and dark energy, enveloping the battlefield in an even thicker cloud of smoke, rendering the outside world oblivious to the unfolding chaos within. However, only a Dusk main Necrozma is present. The round of provocation has passed, and Alakazam swiftly employed Teleport to make its escape. Both Zhou Yi and Qi Si Bai simultaneously exclaimed, "Wow, this Alakazam is incredibly powerful." Li Xiaoyan wiped the sweat from his brow. The previous situation had been exceedingly perilous. Had it not been for Brother Zhou and the stranger named Qi Si Bai, he would likely have perished. On the battlefield, Alakazam and Scyther found themselves overwhelmed and could only retreat. Alakazam teleported beside Scyther, employing Reflect to weaken the Flare Blitz from the swift Houndoom. Just before Reflect shattered, Alakazam executed another teleport, carrying Scyther through the fiery inferno to the outskirts of the woodland sanctuary. At present, the only Pokémon remaining on the field was Octillery. The Flareon, wielding its dual blades, relentlessly slashed forward, while Octillery could only defend with its tentacles, occasionally countering with Water Pulse. Octillery, determined to flee, began moving towards the exit. Li Xiaoyan yearned to reclaim the egg of the round shark, yet Flareon was unable to catch up with Octillery in its current state. Not long ago, Octillery had reversed the ability changes of Flareon with its own moves. In gaming terms, Flareon's speed had shifted from 6 to 6, but its defense remained at 3. Octillery was solely focused on escaping, while Flareon attempted to pursue, yet the weight it bore made movement laborious. Li Xiaoyan recalled a certain gentleman named Amigio from his time in Pokémon Horizon, who had urged his Flareon to utilize the long-range move, Psycho Cut. It seemed that this Flareon could also perform the technique. Li Xiaoyan resolved to inquire, "Flareon, do you possess the means to sever the straps of its backpack with Psycho Cut?" Flareon understood the command, its arm laboriously swinging as it unleashed a pale pink Psycho Cut that cleanly severed the strap of Octillery's backpack. While this attack inflicted no damage upon Octillery, being a psychic-type move ineffective against dark types, it successfully cut the strap. Preoccupied with fleeing, Octillery paid no heed to the move Flareon had executed. Upon reaching the fiery expanse, Zhou Ye's Houndoom obstructed its path. "Octillery, so you, a mere gym-level Pokémon, think you can best me, a champion-level Pokémon?" Octillery unleashed Water Pulse, and Houndoom sensed the impending danger. Should the move strike, it would surely lose its fighting capability. It could only utilize Quick Attack to evade Octillery's onslaught. The Water Pulse crashed heavily into the ground, creating a passage through the flames. Charizard also noticed the backpack behind Octillery, and Flareon seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, severing the other strap of the backpack. Houndoom grabbed the backpack and fled. Octillery disregarded the Pokémon egg entirely and made its escape. For clarity, it should be noted that Octillery and the others were not after the Pokémon egg. Chapter 99, Homecoming. Houndoom, with the backpack containing the Pokémon egg in its mouth, trotted over to Zhou Yi before depositing it on the ground. Flareon approached slowly, but its movement was sluggish. Observing this, Li Xiaoyan recalled it into its Pokeball, only releasing it after several minutes had passed. A faint sound emerged from the backpack. Upon exiting the Pokeball, Flareon pointed at the backpack and called out. Li Xiaoyan made a shushing gesture, and Zhou Yi and Qi Si Bai nodded in silence. Beep, beep. The sound was crisp and clear, prompting Li Xiaoyan to hastily instruct the system to scan the contents of the backpack. The scanning results appeared swiftly, revealing not only the egg of the round shark, but also a detector. The system laid bare its purpose in Li Xiaoyan's mind. Item, treasure detector. Information, an item capable of detecting objects left behind by Pokémon of at least champion-level strength. The energy concentration of these objects may serve as a basis for determining their so-called divinity. This implies that they do not fully comprehend the divine tokens, but can only assess their divinity based on energy levels. After reviewing the detector's information, Li Xiaoyan posed a query to the system. Preliminary assessment confirms this. The system's electronic voice prompted Li Xiaoyan to ponder further, leading him to propose another hypothesis. If Uncle Ye's Ace, Superior, were to be detected by this device, would the result indicate that it possesses a divine item? Unknown. Li Xiaoyan exclaimed, "A grand display. I suggest you maintain a safe distance from this detector." Why? The system's cryptic statement left Li Xiaoyan perplexed. It couldn't be that merely glancing at it would cause an explosion, could it? Host, the divine tokens on your person are too numerous. That detector may very well explode. It is advised to maintain a distance of at least 100 meters. Now it made sense why Octillery had been cautious of its distance during the skirmish with Flareon. It was indeed a safety measure. This revelation startled Li Xiaoyan. prompting him to swiftly retreat, ensuring he remained 100 meters away from Houndoom. However, one must ponder, when Octillery sought to snatch his backpack earlier, did it not fear an explosion then? Why is it that this Pokémon has its sights set on me? Li Xiaoyan lamented, recalling how the previous incident had been instigated by Octillery, which not only sought to seize the egg of the round shark, but also aimed to claim the divine tokens he had painstakingly gathered. How could such a Pokémon exist? Houndoom, upon witnessing Li Xiaoyan's approach, bolted away as if it had encountered a plague, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Houndoom, whimper, did I do something wrong? Why does he want to distance himself from me? Li Xiaoyan, understanding Houndoom's unspoken thoughts, could not directly comfort it. After all, no one knew of his newfound ability to comprehend Pokémon speech. He could only indirectly shout, Brother Zhou, the items in that backpack may explode upon contact with fire. I've seen such scenarios in dramas. Quickly switched to another Pokémon. Before Zhou Yi could respond, Houndoom gently placed the backpack on the ground and bolted away. The three onlookers were left stunned, astonished by Houndoom's remarkable speed. It was quite protective of the egg. Remarkably, it outpaced even the swiftest Pokémon with the speed boost ability. The gentleman named Qi Si Bai marveled at Houndoom's agility, praising, Zhou Yi, your Houndoom is simply extraordinary. Its speed and power are unparalleled. Zhou Yi then released his Duskull to guard the backpack. Duskull appeared like an elder, hoisting the backpack onto its back and leisurely approaching Zhou Yi. Qi Si Bai stepped closer to Li Xiaoyan and introduced himself. Hello, I am Qi Si Bai, an elite-level trainer and a friend of Zhou Yi. Li Xiaoyan furrowed his brow but shook his hand. Greetings, I am a novice-level trainer, a student of Brother Zhou. Just as Li Xiaoyan finished speaking, his Combuskin and Charcoal Knight eagerly leapt out. Qi Si Bai glanced at Combuskin and then scrutinized Charcoal Knight, exclaiming, Wow, Zhou Yi, your student is quite remarkable. He has already reached novice level before the next semester and has 2 Pokémon, truly a promising future, while many achieve novice level before the end of the semester. It is often with starter Pokémon. However, Li Xiaoyan had trained Charcoal Knight as well, not neglecting his Combuskin's training, which left Qi Si Bai utterly astonished. Indeed, I believe that once Xiaoyan completes his studies, he will surpass me. Perhaps he might even become a prominent figure like Champion Yi in the future. As an educator, Zhou Yi felt immense joy witnessing Li Xiaoyan's progress, comparable to his own Houndoom's ascension to gym level. Oh, not at all. I am not that impressive. Li Xiaoyan exhibited a semblance of humility. Indeed, aspiring to become a trainer of Yi Huang's caliber was his current dream. At present, he had only managed to capture 2 Pokémon. The Pokeball of the Canyon Rin Ghost belonged to Yi Huang. The journey ahead was still lengthy, and he must remain vigilant against arrogance and impatience. Pride could lead to downfall in the most unexpected ways. The night form of the Zygarde, which had been captured by Qi Si Bai, piqued Li Xiaoyan's curiosity about Qi Si Bai's other Pokémon, yet he refrained from inquiring further. He was not well acquainted with the individual, but upon noticing that his sole gym-level Pokémon was a Zygarde, he couldn't help but recall someone else, not Gladion. Zhou Yi, seated atop his Rapidash, called out to Li Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, are you heading to the suburban exit or the riverside exit? Allow me to give you a ride. Li Xiaoyan nodded slightly, recalling his charcoal elf and brave chicken before taking a seat behind Zhou Yi, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Zhou and Rapidash. Without you, I would have had to walk quite a distance. Let us head to the riverside exit. I fear there may be an ambush at the suburban exit. Agreed. Zhou Yi concurred with Li Xiaoyan's assessment. With a champion-level Pokémon and 2 gym-level Pokémon venturing to the suburban exit, one could only speculate whether any malevolent organization might be lurking there, waiting for unsuspecting prey. Given the current circumstances, a cautious approach was prudent. The sluggish pace of Da De Wong could not keep up, thus he had to rely on Qi Si Bai and his budding deer to assist with carrying the bags. They would return these items once they reached Rong City. Honestly, why can't people simply enjoy a holiday? Li Xiaoyan lamented, exhaling a sigh. The situation was far from reassuring. Only in the comfort of home did he feel a sense of security. In Chapter 100, a glimpse of brilliance, Li Xiaoyan, perched on the back of Rapidash, expressed keen interest in Zhou Yi's presence, posing a question. Brother Zhou, what brings you to the botanical secret realm? Aren't the resources here primarily related to grass-type Pokémon? If memory serves, you do not possess any grass-type Pokémon, do you? Are you here to capture one? Zhou Yi paused momentarily upon hearing Li Xiaoyan's question, but quickly regained his composure and replied, I am here to assist Qi Si by sourcing materials for his budding deer. He is my university classmate, and he is currently striving to elevate his budding deer to gym level. Li Xiaoyan was taken aback, exclaiming, I can't believe I'd encounter a budding deer here. He attempted to recall any information regarding this individual. Alas, he found nothing. It was evident that he was a stranger. Nevertheless, Zhou Ye's voice resonated with a familiarity reminiscent of a certain online creator from his previous life who specialized in similar Pokémon, with a champion being a Rapidash and a prominent member being a Charizard. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Qi Si Bai, possessing keen hearing, interjected as Zhou Yi spoke of him. Indeed, I am paving the way for my budding deer to reach gym level, though it will take some time. Li Xiaoyan turned to smile gently at the budding deer before utilizing the system to check its level. It was a level 40 budding deer, still far from gym level. Since he is your university classmate, he must be quite formidable. Did he participate in the elite trainer competition 2 years ago? Li Xiaoyan pondered, reasoning that if he were indeed Zhou Yi's classmate, he likely took part in that elite event, providing an opportunity to learn more about his remaining Pokémon. The individual named Qi Si Bai emanated a peculiar aura. Zhou Yi shook his head and replied, "No, Qi Si Bai did not participate in that competition. It's quite unfortunate." A faint sigh escaped him, reflecting his regret that Qi Si Bai had missed out, as he would have undoubtedly gained a formidable rival. Li Xiaoyan queried, "Wasn't he the reward for that competition substantial? Why did he not participate?" He recalled hearing from Li Luocheng that he had also contemplated entering the competition. Had it not been for his Pokémon all being gym level, which disqualified him, he would have dominated the event. Qi Si Bai sighed. "At that time, I had just captured a Pokémon, which required an abundance of resources. I nearly maxed out my credit card just to ensure it was well fed." Li Xiaoyan could not find a suitable response. For the next half hour, the trio engaged in casual conversation, walking for 30 minutes before finally reaching the riverside exit. "Phew, we are finally out. It seems every venture into the secret realm brings about misfortune," Li Xiaoyan mused, believing his luck oscillated between extremes, either remarkably fortunate or dreadfully unfortunate. Excluding the time he upgraded the system in an unknown secret realm, his other 3 encounters had been rather perilous. The first was a rescue mission. The second, an involuntary entry. Had it not been for the Canyon Rin ghost, he might have met his demise in the Rongshiwa secret realm. The third encounter, which was this one, involved a champion-level octillery, which had minions. Fortunately, Zhou Yi and Qi Si Bai arrived just in time. Otherwise, the divine token he had collected would have been seized by them. As they passed through the exit, they returned to Riverside Park, where Li Xiaoyan observed numerous trainers soaring through the sky atop their Pokémon. He paid them little mind, and instead opened his phone to call Li Luocheng. After 30 seconds, Li Luocheng finally answered, panting heavily. "Dad, what's up?" Li Luocheng gulped down a refreshing sip of water before regaining his composure. "I'm at the office." "What's the matter?" In a calm and unremarkable tone, Li Xiaoyan revealed, "I've retrieved the Pokémon egg." "Really?" Upon hearing this, Li Luocheng's mind seemed on the verge of exploding. How had Li Xiaoyan managed to acquire a Pokémon egg from a champion-level Pokémon? Exhausted from a day of pursuing the octillery, Li Luocheng had initially kept pace, but the octillery had accelerated, disappearing upon entering a secret realm. Upon emerging from the secret realm, the League branch urged him to return immediately to guard the breeding center. Just moments ago, a reckless individual attempted to steal data regarding the starter Pokémon. After resolving the matter and conducting an interrogation, as he was about to rest, a night spirit unexpectedly appeared, dragging the offender into the spirit realm. When Gung Gui approached to demand an explanation, it was promptly struck back by a shadow punch. "Xiaoyan, quickly bring back that Pokémon egg. I'll provide further details when you arrive." Li Luocheng, utterly fatigued, only yearned for rest alongside his Pokémon. "Understood." With that, Li Xiaoyan ended the call. Zhou Yi continued to guide Li Xiaoyan on Rapidash, speeding through the streets, and within mere minutes, they arrived at the Rong City Pokémon Breeding Center. After explaining the situation and confirming that Li Xiaoyan had collected his fire chick here, the staff permitted their entry. The trio stepped into the elevator, swiftly reaching the 8th floor. Li Xiaoyan pushed open the door to Li Luocheng's office, finding his father seated solemnly at his desk, engrossed in a report. On the office sofa sat a man dressed in a white shirt and black vest, sporting a black ponytail and silver-rimmed glasses, appearing to be around 28 years of age. "Son, who are brother Zhou and this gentleman?" Li Luocheng's expression brightened upon seeing the three, though he did not recognize the other individual. "Greetings, I am Qi Si Bai." Qi Si Bai introduced himself politely, handing over his backpack to Li Luocheng. At that moment, Li Xiaoyan distanced himself, wary of any potential mishaps. Li Luocheng opened the backpack and, upon seeing its contents, donned gloves to extract a detector. Addressing the man on the sofa, "Tan Bai, please take this item to the adjacent League branch." "Certainly, senior." The man named Tan Bai nodded and approached the window, releasing his tropical dragon within the confines of the office building. Li Luochen took out a plastic bag, placed the creature inside, and handed it to Tanbai. Tanbai accepted the plastic bag and leaped onto the back of the tropical dragon, heading towards the Alliance branch. Chapter 101, Chaos. Once Tanbai departed with the detector, Li Xiaoyan returned to the office. It is imperative that you pay close attention to what I am about to share. Li Luochen, resting his head on his hand, spoke in a low voice. Not long ago, I interrogated an individual, and my Gungawei used hypnosis to extract the intelligence he possessed. You may as well watch the video. The surveillance has captured it all. Li Luochen projected a video. In it, a man sat in a desolate room, as Gungawei's eyes turned a deep crimson, awaiting its return to Li Luochen's shadow. Suddenly, the man uttered a multitude of nonsensical phrases. This entire world is chaotic. We must overthrow the rule of God. With infinite energy, we can defeat the divine. Ha! As the man fell into a fit of madness, Li Luochen entered the interrogation room, furrowing his brow as he began to question. Who are you? The scarred man attempted to carve a mark on his face with his nails. But Gungawei sprang from the shadows, its gaze emanating a faint blue glow, halting the man's self-harm. Speak, Li Luochen commanded, his tone laced with authority, as behind him, the fiery monkey and Quintero loomed like flames. It's all right, he reassured. With Gungawei standing guard, Li Luochen felt no fear of the man harming himself. Under the psychological suggestion from Gungawei, the scarred man divulged the information he knew. The organization I belong to is called Dunwu. We are collecting a myriad of energies emanating from the king level and above entities. Though I do not know their specific purpose, I am merely a peripheral member, tasked only with the missions assigned by my superiors. After answering Li Luochen's inquiries, the scarred man immediately sealed his lips, falling silent. Noticing this, Li Luochen pressed on, What is your name? How large is your organization? The fiery monkey exited to retrieve a nylon rope, and under Li Luochen's subtle indication, bound the scarred man's limbs. During the binding, the scarred man responded to Li Luochen's questions. My name has been erased by the organization. I only have a code name. I am unaware of the number of our members, but I have heard my superiors mention that we have a presence in the beautiful country, Britannia, and Gaul. Li Luochen immediately thought of the king-level octopus and inquired further. What connection does that king-level octopus have with your organization? How long have you been in Rong City? The scarred man's face contorted, and under the mental pressure from Gungawei, he reluctantly replied, The Lord Octopus is a Pokémon sent by other lords. We have been in Rong City for some time now. He had said much, yet revealed little. As Li Luochen settled down to rest, he noticed Gungawei's expression growing grave, as if engaged in a struggle against an unknown force. A strange fissure appeared in the ground, and the scarred man's body began to sink. Seeing this, Gungawei dove into the spiritual realm's passageway, only to be expelled moments later. The video abruptly ceased. Li Xiaoyan pondered the meaning behind the infinite mentioned by the scarred man. If you ever encounter such entities, prioritize your escape, Li Luochen advised somberly after a brief pause. They are capable of anything. Previously, a person arrived with that scarred man and attempted to detonate explosives to create a path. Thankfully, Tanbai's artificial cell egg proved effective. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Li Luochen's words, combined with the harrowing video, left the three present with a deeper understanding of this organization. He turned to Li Xiaoyan and whispered, Son, if you ever come across members of this organization, flee at once. Do not engage them directly. At that moment, three individuals entered, Chun Yunjie, Mu Yin, and Chun Wenxuan. Upon seeing Li Xiaoyan, Chun Yunjie approached to inquire about what had transpired. Li Xiaoyan led Chun Yunjie outside the office, recounting the events without omission. So all of this has happened? I'm relieved you're safe, Chun Yunjie said, his anxiety dissipating once he realized Li Xiaoyan was unharmed. The two returned to the office, where the adults continued their discussions, and Li Xiaoyan chose to listen quietly while playing on his phone. Suddenly, the phone in Li Luochen's office rang. Upon answering, an elderly voice inquired, Luochen, how are things on your end? Li Luochen reported the current situation. Director, we have retrieved the Pokémon egg and seized the device, though its purpose remains unknown. The elder breathed a sigh of relief. Good, good. As long as the Pokémon egg is safe, that's a silver lining amid the misfortune. Li Luochen felt a twinge of unease and quickly asked, Director, has anything occurred on your end? Everyone except Chun Wenxuan exited the room, until Li Luochen's voice faded from earshot. The elder recounted the events. Yes, the copies in the data room were stolen. Fortunately, the originals remain intact. What? The copies were stolen? When did this happen? Li Luochen's tone rose several decibels, incredulous that everything seemed to culminate today. What an unhappy new year this has turned out to be. It likely occurred while you were interrogating that individual, 3 wandering night spirits made off with those copies. The elder's words nearly caused Li Luochen to choke on his own frustration. Why, of all times, did this theft happen now? He felt as though he had been ensnared in a trap, suspecting that the egg of the round shark and the scarred man were merely bait, their true objective being the materials within the data room. Meanwhile, far away on Treasure Island, Emperor Yi was in communication with the king on that side. Having just dispatched 3 opponents with his fiery chicken, his phone began to ring. Yi King, bad news. There's chaos in the Rome City secret realm. Copies from the Alliance branch's data room have been stolen, and a Pokémon egg from the breeding center was taken. The egg has been recovered, but the secret realm remains only partially quelled. Emperor Yi's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that someone would strike at Rome City in his absence. What about the other kings? They are all preoccupied. Another king-level octopus is causing havoc, and it has just fled from the outskirts. The voice on the phone was urgent, prompting the Emperor to respond that he would return immediately, offering an apology to the king on Treasure Island. The Treasure Island king waved his hand dismissively. No need for apologies. Yi King, please return swiftly to handle the situation. Emperor Yi instructed. Bao Feilong, return to Rome City. Settling onto the back of Bao Feilong, Emperor Yi sensed the urgency of the situation. With a powerful flap of its wings, Bao Feilong took flight towards Rome City. Chapter 102, an unnamed title. After Li Xiaoyan hung up the phone, he knocked on the door and entered, saying, Dad, I am heading to the Pokémon Center. Then I'll do some shopping before returning home. The injuries of his Tsungyan Renshi were not severe, but it was better to ensure its recovery. Li Xiaoyan planned to wait until it was healed before treating himself to a small cake at the mall, after which he would head straight home. Li Luochen nodded. All right, be safe on your way. Adjacent to the breeding center was a Pokémon Center, and Li Xiaoyan quickly arrived there, handing over the Pokeballs of his 3 Pokémon to Miss Joy. By the time Li Xiaoyan returned home, it was already 6 in the evening. Only Zoroark remained on the first floor, sitting on the sofa with an air of discomfort. What's the matter? Li Xiaoyan inquired softly, noticing Zoroark's demeanor, as if it had encountered a formidable Pokémon. Upon seeing Li Xiaoyan, Zoroark stood and spoke. Hehe. A Pokémon has arrived at my home. Its prowess is remarkable. It has expressed a desire to assist me with specialized training. Specialized training it may be, but alas, all the cake in the refrigerator has been devoured by it. Oh, this Pokémon certainly has quite the appetite. Who could it possibly be? I find myself at a loss as to which Pokémon it could be. Palkia, don't look at me. I am not responsible for this. At that moment, Victini emerged from Li Xiaoyan's room, soaring into the living room. The instant it laid eyes on Li Xiaoyan, it dove straight into the bag of cake in his hands. I knew you would treat me the best. Initially, Victini bore a hint of anger, for Li Xiaoyan had left it waiting. My apologies, my apologies. I completely forgot about our appointment. I nearly found myself ensnared in the secret realm today. Li Xiaoyan sheepishly placed the bag containing a strawberry cake on the floor, and Victini eagerly began to feast. Victini soon polished off the small cake and inquired, what transpired in the secret realm to make you return so late? I encountered that elite-level octillery from back in the day. Li Xiaoyan recounted the entire saga to Victini. What? I cannot believe such an event occurred. Had I known, I would have accompanied you, allowing me to safeguard your safety while bringing that octillery to justice. If it weren't for the last time we were airborne, when I had to cling to you, that mere elite-level Pokémon wouldn't have dared to escape. Victini's small wings began to flutter rapidly. That octillery had crossed a line. However, it must be noted that it currently has no knowledge of the octillery's whereabouts. Ordinarily, one would expect the octillery to have fled far away, given its speed, if it had not been spotted by anyone else. It likely has already vanished from the borders of Huagua. By the way, Victini, what is the current situation regarding Lugia's secret realm? Li Xiaoyan suddenly recalled the matter concerning Lugia's secret realm, curious about the present circumstances. The secret realm of Lugia has begun to influence the real world. Do you recall the storm that occurred yesterday? That was one of the omens preceding the arrival of Lugia's secret realm, and the extent of its arrival is currently at around 10. When discussing Lugia, Victini maintained a tone of calm and composure. For this matter pertains to the arrival of a legendary Pokémon, and one must not take it lightly. I have a question. Do all legendary Pokémon's arrivals result in alterations of the world? Li Xiaoyan, recalling the events surrounding Articuno's arrival, wondered if the emergence of these legendary Pokémon would pose a threat to the environment. Victini reflected on the legendary Pokémon encounters it had witnessed over the decades and spoke slowly. Ordinarily, this is indeed the case, and these world-altering phenomena serve to alert humanity. Depending on the strength of the Pokémon involved, beings like Lugia often herald tumultuous winds. To describe it poetically, it is akin to the storm clouds gathering on the horizon. That poetic imagery seems quite fitting. What about when Reshiram and the others arrive? Is it similar to Lygia's arrival? Well, I seem to have forgotten that detail. Victini turned its head aside. Li Xiaoyan, perplexed by Victini's behavior, decided to research the Dragon Spiral Secret Realm online. Qiandu, the Dragon Spiral Secret Realm is a sealed realm located in Rongqing. When this realm manifested, it did so without a ripple, appearing silently. Oh, no wonder Victini feigned forgetfulness. It seems it wished to spare Reshiram any embarrassment. It appears it prefers not to wait until Reshiram emerges to reveal the truth. Just kidding. Zoroark, what shall we have for dinner? Li Xiaoyan's stomach began to rumble, having barely eaten at noon and maintaining a tense state all afternoon. He felt utterly exhausted both physically and mentally. I want to eat too. I wish for sandwiches. Ham sausages. At the mention of dinner, Victini became excited once more. Anything delicious is surely welcome. Dinner time. Zoroark silently prepared dinner for Li Xiaoyan in the kitchen, anticipating that Li Luoqing and Shi Xintong would likely return very late. It quickly retrieved the prepared ingredients from the refrigerator. While waiting for the meal, Li Xiaoyan began to prepare for the upcoming final examinations of the 8 prestigious schools. Victini watched with keen interest as Li Xiaoyan trained his muscular chicken, munching on seeds and occasionally nodding in approval. After half an hour, the muscular chicken felt a pang of hunger, just as Zoroark completed the cooking. Li Xiaoyan, along with the Pokémon, gathered at the dining table to enjoy their meal. Fortunately, all the Pokémon were able to sit in chairs. Zoroark brought over the bowls of food, and after Li Xiaoyan expressed his gratitude and took his bowl, he began to eat heartily. Delicious. Zoroark, your culinary skills could rival those of Brimstone. Li Xiaoyan praised while eating, noting that Zoroark's cooking had significantly improved over time. Indeed, it is quite delightful, Victini chimed in. These dishes are on par with those served in restaurants. Zoroark smiled faintly, discarding the packaging of the frozen food behind it into the trash. This dinner was thoroughly satisfying. Each Pokémon was well fed and content. Victini, feeling somewhat reluctant to fly, Groudon, cursed, simply perched on Li Xiaoyan's shoulder, leaning against him as they moved. Victini, will you return to Uncle Ye's place tonight? Li Xiaoyan, seated on the sofa, played with his phone, reviewing the documents sent by Zhou Yi in the group chat. This document is quite remarkable, containing information about Pokémon belonging to students from other schools. Of course, this information is legitimate. Chapter 103. Surely, no one would genuinely choose a Dragon-type Pokémon as their starter. Right? No. For the next few days, I will stay with you. Those statements you made before dinner have left me somewhat apprehensive. Do not worry. I shall ensure your safety in the coming days. Victini thought, as lately, Yi Huang has been searching for opponents for his Blaziken's breakthrough. Flying around aimlessly would be exhausting. It would be far better to stay by Li Xiaoyan's side, enjoying meals and comforts for a few days. Ah, no. I should say I'm here to protect Li Xiaoyan's life. Very well, you can stay at my home for these few days. I will inform Uncle Yi shortly. For now, I need to examine the contents of this document. As Li Xiaoyan ascended the stairs, he continued to peruse his phone, casually opening the folder. The subfolders contained nearly every attribute. Aside from psychic and ghost types, every other attribute had its own designated folder. This makes sense, as training psychic and ghost type Pokémon can be particularly challenging, especially ghost types, some of which may inadvertently siphon off their trainer's life force. But truly, someone has chosen a dragon-type Pokémon as their first? Linji, please do not mention me. With a curious mindset, Li Xiaoyan clicked on the folder related to dragon-type trainers and examined it closely. Oh dear, only Linji's name appeared solitary atop the list. It seems that among the 8 high schools, Linji is the only one to have chosen a dragon-type Pokémon as his starter. However, Yaya is also quite commendable, boasting an impressive attack stat of 87. I have heard he is preparing to capture a second Pokémon. For some reason, he initially opted for Yaya. What that reason is, Li Xiaoyan did not know, and he did not pry further, as it pertained to Lin Ji's personal matters. After reviewing several folders, he noted that only one individual had chosen an Ice-type Pokémon as their starter, that being a Sandshrew residing far away in the beautiful country. The majority had chosen Water and Grass-type Pokémon, with a variety of choices represented. For instance, Lin Jia had recently evolved into a Ivysaur, placing her in second place. This is quite reasonable, considering Ivysaur possesses a poison typing, giving it a significant advantage in grass-type matchups. Some may wonder who is first. That honor belongs to Chun Yunjia S. Rolla. Upon a closer inspection, there were indeed individuals who opted for Pokémon such as the Horned Seedling and the Chrysanthemum Grass, essentially gathering the trio of starter Pokémon. However, one must ponder why no one chose the adorable Chestnut Pokémon. How perplexing. When will chestnut Pokémon finally rise to its feet? The number of individuals selecting water-type Pokémon seemed to surpass those choosing grass types by a slight margin. Aside from the starter trio, some opted for the floaty weasel and the shell-less sea slug. To Li Xiaoyan's astonishment, there was even a choice of Magikarp, presumably a personal endeavor. For it appeared that Li Luoqing had not prepared any Magikarp eggs for the newcomers. The selection of bug and flying-type Pokémon was quite satisfactory, but I shall refrain from elaborating further. Now, the main event unfolds, as Li Xiaoyan's gaze fixated on the fire-type Pokémon. Upon clicking, the displayed information struck him like a thunderbolt. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Li Xiaoyan's name astonishingly appeared in the top position. Oh my Xiaoyan! You are ranked first among fire-type trainers. Victini offered a gentle cheer, causing Li Xiaoyan to feel a tad bashful. Oh dear, I'm really not that remarkable. I cannot fathom why I'm in first place. Perhaps it's merely luck. While Li Xiaoyan was elated to hold the top rank, which indicated that his prowess was acknowledged by others, he soon contemplated the possible drawbacks of such recognition. Undoubtedly, others would formulate strategies aimed at countering his robust Pokémon. Truly, joy and sorrow coexist. Upon ascending the stairs and returning to his room, Li Xiaoyan opened the door and delicately placed his backpack on the chair. Come, Victini. This is for you, he said, retrieving a box of strawberry-flavored candies from the table, entrusting Victini to safeguard them for the next few days. Victini eagerly seized the box, exclaiming, Yay, I knew you would treat me the best, Xiaoyan. Uncle Yi, Victini wishes to stay at my home for a few days. Is that permissible? Li Xiaoyan inquired. Certainly, let it reside with you for the time being. I have matters to attend to, so it would be a great help if you could take care of it. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to contact me, Yi Huang replied. Understood. After concluding his conversation with Yi Huang, Li Xiaoyan lay on his bed, scrolling through his phone while Victini sat at the table, enjoying the candies. As time ticked away, by 10 o'clock in the evening, Li Xiaoyan prepared to wash up and retire for the night. Ah, where are Mom and Dad? Why haven't they returned yet? He pondered while in the shower, as Li Luoqing had only just wrapped up his errands. I'm so hungry. My dear, shall we venture out for a late-night snack? Li Luoqing stretched and asked Shintong after shutting down his computer. He had hardly eaten anything worthwhile throughout the day, not even managing a proper dinner, leaving him quite famished. Shintong, admiring her freshly done nails, smiled gently. Let us indulge in some barbecue. I feel a bit peckish as well. Oh, I must return the Pokémon egg. Li Luoqing suddenly remembered that he still had the round shark egg to return and hurriedly took it back to the nursery. This was a quasi-divine egg, exceedingly precious. The round shark's nursery was singular, overseen by a newly appointed elite-level Slowking. Slowking, we have retrieved the round shark egg. Do not blame yourself for this mishap. It was not your fault, as the adversary was the malevolent psychic-type Octillery. Li Luoqing comforted the dejected Slowking, handing over the egg. Slow. Upon seeing the round shark egg intact before him, Slowking exclaimed in surprise, quickly adjusting his expression and cradling the egg. Well then, we shall take our leave. Li Luoqing bid farewell to Slowking and departed with Shintong for barbecue. Jungu Barbecue, a restaurant specializing in couples and married patrons, offered an array of delicacies such as chives, lamb kidneys, and oysters. By 11 o'clock, Li Xiaoyan had already gone to bed, while Li Luoqing and Shintong returned home. Their late-night snack had been truly delightful. After finishing the last candy, Victini also prepared for slumber, nestling beside Li Xiaoyan's pillow, drifting into a peaceful sleep. During the night, as Victini entered deep slumber, Li Xiaoyan began to mumble in his sleep. Rico, he. This continued until the following morning. Li Xiaoyan greeted Victini, noticing its dark circles with some surprise. Good morning, Victini. Why do you have dark circles? Did you not sleep well last night? Forget that for now. Tell me about that girl named Rico. Cresselia, he. Chapter 104. Victini, you don't wish for this. Either. Li Xiaoyan awkwardly averted his gaze, while Victini flapped its wings and darted back to him, its expression seemingly pleading. Tell me who that person is. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Li Xiaoyan found himself perplexed. By all accounts, Victini should not have any knowledge of Rico. Why the sudden inquiry? Deciding that discretion was the better part of valor, Li Xiaoyan replied, 5 strawberry mini cakes, no more than that. Victini, you wouldn't want to be left behind when Reshiram emerges, would you? Reshiram. All right. A man must stand by his word. I shall have 5 grand pieces. Victini was immediately captivated by the thought of the mini cakes, choosing to disregard the prior matter. Today was January 2nd, 2024, a Tuesday, a day designated for attending school. Li Xiaoyan set forth with his 4 Pokémon toward the classroom. Upon arrival, he sensed an unusual excitement among his classmates, Something significant must have transpired. Just days prior, during the start of the term, the seating arrangements had been designated by their homeroom teacher, Zhou Yi. Zhang Sanshi had been placed directly in front of Li Xiaoyan, while Chun Yunjie was now seated behind him alongside Bai Qingyan, and Li Xiaoyan's desk partner had become Lin Jia. The new student, Longya, had taken up the desk beside Lin Ji. Interestingly, when Longya transferred to the class, many initially mistook him for a girl. It wasn't he until he clarified repeatedly that the class realized he merely resembled a girl. Galaxia, I'm quite familiar with this. In any case, those around Li Xiaoyan were individuals with whom he shared a strong camaraderie. What is going on? Why is everyone so animated? Did something significant happen? He inquired of Chun Yunjie, who had arrived early. In response to Li Xiaoyan's question, Chun Yunjie explained, "Did you not see the document sent by Brother Zhou last night? Everyone is discussing strategies for the upcoming finals." Goodness, you're sharing strategies with each other? Li Xiaoyan was taken aback. They were actually sharing such information? Bai Qingyan's Riolu and Charcoal Knight were frolicking together, both destined to be humanoid Pokémon in the future, having instantly bonded as brothers upon their first meeting. Xiaoyan, will you still rely on your usual tactics? Chun Yunjie reminded him, recalling last night's findings that indicated the water-type Pokémon trained by students from other schools were quite formidable. Among other types, there was even mention of someone raising a North Nose Pokémon. Gratefully acknowledging Chun Yunjie's reminder, Li Xiaoyan confidently declared, "I suppose it will come down to adaptability at that time, as long as I don't encounter a Pokémon with defenses so high they border on the supernatural. My vigorous chicken will undoubtedly prevail with ease." "Oh dear, it seems I may not secure a commendable rank," Lin Ji sighed, prompting curiosity from those nearby about his predicament. "What SMS? Isn't your Yaya quite strong? Has it encountered a problem?" Bai Qingyan inquired, leaning down to observe Yaya, who was resting at Lin Ji's feet. Noticing no apparent change. Yaya appears to have grown larger than before. Well, Brother Zhou's document indicated the genders of those Pokémon, and upon glancing, I noted that half of them were female. My dear Yaya is indeed characterized by a fighting spirit. I suppose I shall simply let it go. Oh, on a brighter note, perhaps the opponents you encounter will all be male Pokémon. Li Xiaoyan attempted to console Lin Jia, acknowledging that his situation indeed harbors both advantages and disadvantages. If only his Yaya possessed an exceptional ability. Jia, it seems we may become rivals in the future. Zhang Sanchi's deskmate, a girl with a bun hairstyle named Suan, has been in the same class as Lin Jia since their first year. Her initial Pokémon was a water otter, which has since evolved into a dual-blade Pokémon. Well then, I won T-hold back during our battles. Lin Jia smiled sweetly, well aware of her good friend's competitive nature. Suan would not show mercy in battle, giving her all and leaving no room for regret. As the class bell rang, Zhou Yi entered the classroom, smiling at the students below. "I trust everyone has seen the document I sent out last night?" The students nodded eagerly. It was indeed a rare and valuable resource, aiding them in devising strategies against others' Pokémon. However, for Li Xiaoyan, the philosophy of one force will overcome 10 skills suits him better. He and his sturdy chicken are confident in their prowess. The invisible Victini observed Li Xiaoyan's demeanor, wearing an expression of a promising student. The morning swiftly passed, and at noon, Li Xiaoyan chose not to join the crowd in the cafeteria, but instead took 2 meals to a rather secluded spot. "I'm starving. Xiaoyan, please keep watch for me." Victini pressed its body against a pillar while Li Xiaoyan, simultaneously on the lookout, savored his meal. It is worth mentioning that since the return of the new principal, the cafeteria has undergone substantial renovations, now offering affordable and delicious meals. One must admit, the principal has gained considerable popularity, and Li Xiaoyan holds a favorable impression of him. After finishing his meal, Li Xiaoyan returned to class for a brief respite, where his sturdy chicken and charcoal sprite napped on the floor. A few boys exited the classroom to continue their chatter, with the lively Zhang Sanchi asking, "Bai Qingyan, how is your Riola doing? Any signs of it evolving into Lucario soon?" Bai Qingyan shrugged and sighed. "No, not so soon. I reckon it won't evolve into Lucario until after the college entrance exams." Speaking of Riolu, Bai Qingyan couldn't help but smile, radiating joy as he said, "But we are quite close now. I wish your Riolu a swift evolution." Zhang Sanchi expressed admiration for Bai Qingyan. Choosing Riolu as his first Pokémon was a bold move, considering that most people's Pokémon would have evolved to their second stage by the time of the exams. Relying solely on a Riolu wouldn't get one very far. Now, he and Lin Jia could be seen as kindred spirits facing similar challenges. "Xiaoyan, have you been training your sturdy chicken intensively lately?" Lin Jia inquired, curious about Li Xiaoyan's training regimen. Li Xiaoyan leaned against the wall, arms crossed. It's nothing secretive. Recently, I've been trying to teach my sturdy chicken the move swords dance. Chapter 105. Is your sturdy chicken legal? Swords dance. An acceleration strategy? Upon hearing swords dance, Lin Jia immediately grasped one of Li Xiaoyan's future tactics, enhancing physical attack through swords dance, then boosting speed via acceleration. This strategy is also quite popular among trainers of Blaziken. Notably, Yi Huang's Blaziken effectively employs this tactic, even withstanding certain water-type moves. During the last Elite Four rotation battle, Yi Huang's Blaziken swept through effortlessly, remaining unfazed against the water-type champion, defeating two of their main Pokémon and severely injuring their ace. Thus, Lin Jia was quick to deduce Li Xiaoyan's intended strategy. Li Xiaoyan shook his head helplessly, realizing that this tactic had already been conceived in this world. All he could do was take it one step at a time. He then turned to Chen Yunjia, who was seemingly preoccupied with the spinning wheel. Li Xiaoyan softly asked, "Ajia, what is the purpose of that wheel?" Chen Yunjia looked up, somewhat embarrassed, and replied, "It's nothing. I just found it on the ground. I thought it looked fun, so I picked it up to play with." The wheel was small, painted red, and Li Xiaoyan scanned it with his system, discovering it to be an ordinary item. He had expected it to be some unknown artifact of divine significance. "Oh, by the way, how is your Talonflame doing? Is it still reluctant to battle due to its dirty feathers?" Li Xiaoyan recalled the matter at hand, regretting the question as it had only been a day. How could Talonflame possibly not care about its feathers? The others also knew of Chen Yunjia's Talonflame's peculiarities and looked at him with curiosity, eager to hear good news. "It's not too bad. At least during last night's training, it spent a little time not worrying about its feathers. However, after training, it insisted that I clean its feathers." Chen Yunjia chuckled wryly, hoping that Talonflame would entirely disregard its feathers during battles before the college entrance exams. Given the current situation, it seemed unlikely that Talonflame would complete such training before the finals. After chatting for a while longer, the lunch break began. Li Xiaoyan returned to the classroom, placing some sandwiches in his drawer before resting his head on the desk. Victini, ever aware of Li Xiaoyan's intentions, invisibly flew to the drawer and began devouring the delightful treats. Naturally, Victini chewed slowly, trying to remain discreet so as not to attract attention. As Li Xiaoyan napped, he instinctively turned his head to the right, sitting on the left, unaware that Lin Jia had yet to return. When Lin Jia entered the classroom, she noticed Li Xiaoyan already deep in slumber and quietly took her seat, careful not to wake him. Suan was about to speak when Lin Jia quickly covered her mouth with her hand and gestured for silence. Suan understood and quietly settled into her seat. Lin Jia stretched lazily, her gaze drifting towards Li Xiaoyan, and slowly closed her eyes. After the midday break, the clock struck 1:30 in the afternoon, and Li Xiaoyan opened his eyes to see Lin Jia's disheveled hair. Her hair looks quite stunning. Upon waking, Li Xiaoyan noticed Lin Jia's hair, which was black on the outside and blue on the inside, a rather unique combination. He attempted to recall both Pokémon into their Pokeballs. As Zhouyi had mentioned earlier that they would head to the playground at 2 o'clock, the bell signaling the end of the lunch break rang, and Lin Jia rubbed her eyes awake. "Yan, I'm still a bit tired." Lin Jia's sleepy demeanor was rather endearing, but Li Xiaoyan was too preoccupied with recalling Charcoal Sprite to notice her current appearance. "Charcoal Sprite, return to your ball," Li Xiaoyan exclaimed in mild exasperation. Each time Charcoal Sprite awoke, it was excessively energetic and reluctant to return to its ball. Fortunately, the rest of the class had awakened as well, otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to call out so loudly. It would have been troublesome if it had stirred discontent among the others. Currently, Li Xiaoyan was the only trainer in the class cultivating a second Pokémon, alongside Lanya. Lin Jia had mentioned wanting to train a second Pokémon, but had yet to find one that truly resonated with her. While it could be said that she had expressed interest in seeking a starter Pokémon, the general scope was clear. She aimed for a Dragon-type Pokémon from the egg group. Li Xiaoyan surmised that Lin Jia's second Pokémon would either be a Charmander or a Trico. Given her capability to nurture a resource-intensive Yaya, it was reasonable to assume she could manage a starter Pokémon as well. However, according to his own words, his family does not place much importance on his college entrance examination results. They are entirely supportive of wherever he chooses to go afterward, which is quite perplexing. Perhaps Lin Ji's family has already paved a path for him. The students of Class 1 gathered on the playground, and Zhouyi had mentioned in the morning that he would conduct a pre-match training session with them in the afternoon. Li Xiaoyan's first opponent was a female classmate's Lurantis, which possesses the ability to intimidate, though it is not particularly useful. This Lurantis evolved from a Lurantis at level 16, and its owner aimed for it to learn the move Thunderbolt as early as possible. At the onset, the Lurantis unleashed Thunderbolt, charging straight towards the powerful chicken in an attempt to assert dominance. Electric arcs danced around the Lurantis, and Li Xiaoyan watched with great interest. The female classmate believed that Li Xiaoyan would never engage head-on, which allowed the Lurantis to confidently use Thunderbolt. Powerful chicken, charge up Fire Burst, and unleash flames. The female classmate exclaimed, 2 moves in 1 turn. Is that even legal? She joked. However, legality was not the issue. The powerful chicken could indeed execute Fire Burst, while simultaneously using Flame Burst. The powerful chicken swiftly initiated its iron defense stance, gathering fire energy in its mouth. The female classmate quickly realized, Lurantis, if you can charge, do so while using Thunderbolt. If not, dodge quickly. Well, it was up to the Lurantis to make its own judgment. The Lurantis paused for a moment before leaping vigorously, evading the powerful chicken's Fire Burst. Yet, in the next instant, the powerful chicken lifted its head and released a torrent of flames from its mouth. The searing heat engulfed the Lurantis, causing it to cry out in agony. Given that this was a friendly match, Li Xiaoyan ordered the powerful chicken to cease its flame assault. After an intense battle, the Lurantis was rendered incapable of continuing, and victory belonged to Li Xiaoyan. In Chapter 106, A Directed Mission, it could be said that the female classmate only comprehended the situation by the time the match ended. Li Xiaoyan's recent maneuvers had left her utterly astonished. How could a Fire-type Pokémon use 2 moves simultaneously at this stage? Wasn't that an ability reserved for elite-level Pokémon? Zhang Sanshur was particularly thrilled, never expecting to witness the current prowess of the powerful chicken in this match, prompting him to strategize against it moving forward. The second friendly match featured Lin Ji versus Bai Qingyan, a duel of Leo and Yaya, which promised to be quite engaging. However, before a victor could be determined, Li Xiaoyan was summoned to the principal's office by Yan Han, who mentioned there was something to discuss. The importance of the matter was uncertain. Earlier, upon returning home, Li Xiaoyan had inquired of his grandfather, Shi Donghai, about the identity of the new principal. Recalling the moment, he asked, Grandpa, our school has a new principal who seems to know you. Do you know who it is? Shi Donghai replied, You must be referring to Lin Muyang. I do indeed know him. Li Xiaoyan then inquired, What kind of person is he? Just as he finished his question, he noticed a message on QQ indicating the other party is typing. After what felt like an eternity, Shi Donghai finally sent a response. How should I put it? He is quite an interesting individual. Back in the present, Li Xiaoyan pondered the meaning of Shi Donghai's characterization of interesting. The walk from the playground to the principal's office took about 10 minutes. Victini quietly perched on Li Xiaoyan's shoulder, occasionally sending telepathic messages. Xiaoyan, I want spicy strips. I want cola. Li Xiaoyan sighed, explaining that he would buy it after school, as he was currently on his way to discuss matters with the principal and had no time for snacks. Victini expressed understanding and did not insist on treats. Upon reaching the principal's office, Li Xiaoyan gently knocked on the door, and a deep voice responded, Come in. He opened the door and stepped inside, noticing Lin Muyang seated next to a Brian. Hello, he greeted. Brian poured a cup of tea for Li Xiaoyan, while Lin Muyang gestured to a chair, inviting him to sit. Thank you, Li Xiaoyan said, taking a seat and nodding slightly to both the principal and the Pokémon. After sipping his tea, Li Xiaoyan inquired, Principal, why have you called me? Lin Muyang smiled. We shall discuss that shortly. For now, let us engage in some conversation. As Li Xiaoyan continued sipping his tea, he surveyed his surroundings. The office was sparsely furnished, containing only a desk, a sofa, and 2 chairs. The tea he was drinking was of the inexpensive variety, reminiscent of what one might find in a convenience store. Lin Muyang gently stroked Brian's head, prompting Li Xiaoyan to divert his gaze to the window. Indeed, he is quite interesting. After a while, Lin Muyang asked, Xiaoyan, what do you think of Rong City? It's quite nice. Why do you ask? Having lived in Rong City for so long, Li Xiaoyan found it rather pleasant and was curious as to why the principal suddenly posed such a question. Lin Muyang took a sip of tea and slowly began. Have you considered not participating in the college entrance examination? Huh. Li Xiaoyan was taken aback. Not taking the exam? How would he attend university then? Lin Muyang succinctly replied, I graduated from Rong City University, then worked in another province until I returned to Rong City. Each year, the university grants me a few direct admission spots, allowing me to recommend promising students. Li Xiaoyan's mind raced. Could it be that this principal intended to offer him a direct admission spot? Honestly, if he were to receive such an opportunity, he would certainly need to weigh the pros and cons. Should he participate in the examination, he believed he could choose any university in the country. Whether it be Qingbei University in the capital or Magic City University in Shanghai, he was confident in his ability to gain admission. As for Rong City University, it was not that he looked down upon it, as the University of Yi Huang's hometown. It was subtly trending towards becoming one of the top 10 universities in the country. Nevertheless, if there were better options, he would undoubtedly choose the superior institution. Before Li Xiaoyan could voice his thoughts, Lin Muyang interjected, I still have a few direct admission spots for Rome City University, and I am certain that they would greatly appreciate a student like you. Lin Muyang paused for emphasis. Would you be interested in attending Rome City University? Whether it be evolution items, training resources, or rare Pokémon, I will ensure you have everything you need if you choose to come. Li Xiaoyan asked, Principal, may I ask you a question? He sipped his tea calmly. Of course, Lin Muyang nodded, eager to hear Li Xiaoyan's inquiry. Li Xiaoyan gathered his thoughts and probed. Principal, where were you in early September last year? Did you follow any news online? Not at all. I was in a secret realm in another province for nearly 3 months, only emerging in November. Did something significant occur during that time? Lin Muyang appeared puzzled by Li Xiaoyan's question, wondering what momentous event took place in September. Yi Huang's intervention had gone unnoticed online, and there had been no discussions about it privately either. If there had indeed been a major incident, his colleagues would have certainly informed him. What was Xiaoyan hinting at? It seemed he was unaware of Li Xiaoyan's circumstances, and thus it was of no consequence. For a moment, both were left contemplating each other's words. Li Xiaoyan had deduced that Lin Muyang was oblivious to his presence in the Yi family. Principal, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I have classes to attend. Li Xiaoyan rose, preparing to depart. Lin Muyang, after a moment of reflection, called out to him just as he was about to exit. By the way, Xiaoyan, is there a particular Pokémon you desire? Perhaps I could assist you in capturing one. I wish to travel to Britain to capture Pokémon. What do you think? Li Xiaoyan's statement was not a jest. Indeed, his third Pokémon had been contemplating the idea of venturing to Britain for this very purpose. Originally, he had intended to persuade his mother to accompany him there after the conclusion of the college entrance examinations. Lin Muyang was rendered momentarily speechless, recognizing that Li Xiaoyan's tone bore the weight of sincerity rather than jest. However, he was not well acquainted with Britain, which posed a dilemma. Li Xiaoyan did not press the principal further, leaving behind an enigmatic remark. Principal, I shall consider this matter carefully, for it is of great significance, and I must report to my parents. Lin Muyang nodded in agreement. Very well. Do remember to contemplate the possibility of a recommendation for admission. Should you express such an intention, I shall reserve this recommendation slot for you. Chapter 107. What happened? Emerging from the principal's office, the clock struck 2:30 in the afternoon, marking the official opening of the Rongshui secret realm to external university students. I suppose I shall have to consult my parents about their views, he mused. Being recommended for admission and thus exempt from the entrance exams is rather appealing, yet remaining in Rong City is a different matter altogether. The secret realms here, aside from Rongshui, leave much to be desired. Li Xiaoyan sighed inwardly. While Rong City was pleasant, its secret realms were rather lackluster. The entire Fujian province could boast only a handful of noteworthy secret realms, whereas the secret realms in Magic City and the capital were far superior in quality and diversity. If he were to embark on training expeditions in the future, it would undoubtedly require venturing to other provinces. Since the opening of the Rongshui secret realm, a steady stream of university students, their eyes gleaming with naive enthusiasm, had been seen entering and exiting, which amused Li Xiaoyan and his peers. Just as he reached the ground floor, preparing to purchase some spicy strips and cola from the convenience store, a rather handsome male university student approached him. Excuse me, could you please direct me to the entrance of the Rongshui secret realm? Assuming Li Xiaoyan, clad in his school uniform, was a student of the institution, the young man sought his assistance. Li Xiaoyan responded and pointed the way. Ah, over by the playground. Thank you, the young man replied gratefully, hastening towards the playground in search of the entrance. Within mere minutes, several more individuals approached Li Xiaoyan for directions. By the time he reached the convenience store, no fewer than 10 had inquired, yet he patiently guided them all. Upon arriving at the store, Li Xiaoyan acquired 5 packages of spicy strips and 5 bottles of cola. Boss, I'm ready to check out. Certainly, that will be 175. The shopkeeper bagged Li Xiaoyan's purchases and handed them over, retreating to a secluded spot devoid of surveillance. Li Xiaoyan released all of his Pokémon. Come, it's time for afternoon tea. Hooray! The first to cheer was Victini, who had eagerly awaited this moment for far too long. Li Xiaoyan and his Pokémon quickly devoured the snacks, and after disposing of the refuse, he returned to the playground. As he approached the vicinity of the playground, he overheard a conversation between someone and Chen Yunjia. Indeed, that's correct. One must appropriately guide the roulette. Otherwise, when it becomes indifferent, it will likely evolve into a Dartrix. Chen Yunjia's animated words reached Li Xiaoyan's ears. I see. Thank you, sister. Upon closer inspection, Li Xiaoyan discovered a strikingly beautiful female university student beside a Pokémon resembling a large, flowing cloak with green feathers and a white body. It was the evolved form of Rowlet, known as Dartrix. Whatever the university student conveyed to her Rowlet seemed to ignite a spark of battle fervor within it. In that moment, Li Xiaoyan comprehended the principal strategy in opening the secret realm at a remarkably low price compared to other realms of similar level. This was a masterstroke, enticing top-tier students to explore the secret realm at Rong High. Once they emerged, they would likely linger, and the entrance was conveniently located by the playground, where students trained their Pokémon. The university students, witnessing this group of somewhat naive high schoolers, would undoubtedly offer some advice. Their Pokémon often found common ground with the students of Rong High, just as Ajay had encountered a senior. Li Xiaoyan couldn't help but admire the principal's far-sighted vision. Zhou Yi was seated atop his Arcanine, engaging in lively conversation, surrounded by a throng of university students. You are that well-known content creator from a certain platform, are you not? Please, I would be grateful for your autograph. Zhou Yi, I am your fan. I have watched every one of your matches. In an instant, it transformed into a fan meet and greet. Wow, what a magnificent Lucario. Did you see Riolu? You too can become this handsome one day, Bai Qing'an exclaimed, cradling her Riolu while conversing with a trainer who owned a Lucario. It was widely known that Lucario only befriended trainers with noble hearts. Thus, this individual's character was undoubtedly trustworthy. Riolu, so cool. I wish to evolve quickly. Her Riolu sparkled with admiration, yearning to evolve into the striking Lucario before its eyes. Lucario, take your time. One day you shall evolve into a Pokémon like me. The Lucario before them exuded a calm demeanor, contrasting with the spirited Riolu, resembling an older brother gazing protectively at the Riolu in Bai Qing'an's arms. Lin Ji's Charizard attracted considerable attention, drawing a crowd. Charizard, what are you all staring at? Charizard appeared somewhat perplexed, bewildered by the sudden influx of strangers. Among the trainers present, few possessed Dragon-type Pokémon, especially one as rare as Charizard. Choosing Charizard as a starter Pokémon was indeed a rather uncommon choice. The trainer of Charizard was a cheerful young man, seemingly around 21 years of age, 3 years older than Lin Ji. He was also a dragon enthusiast, with 3 dragon-type Pokémon, a Noivern, a Charizard, and a Dragapult, forming a relatively accessible team. After all, ordinary individuals could feasibly assemble such a trio. In no time, the 2 dragon enthusiasts engaged in passionate discussion. If you're interested in attending Qingbei University, you're welcome to join me next September as my junior. Absolutely. Once I finish my college entrance exams. If I can make it to the capital, I will definitely come. Lin Ji exchanged contact information with the young man, having discovered a kindred spirit through their discussion. Among the crowd, the only 2 individuals who had yet to encounter any seniors were Li Xiaoyan and Lin Jia. Oh, I had expected to see someone choosing a Torchic as their starter Pokémon at our school, Li Xiaoyan remarked while seated on the lawn, observing his classmates engaging enthusiastically with their seniors. Not to worry, among today's attendees, there are no starter Pokémon selected as Bulbasaur either, Lin Jia replied, hugging her knees, her gaze fixed on the Bulbasaur frolicking with charcoal. By the way, do you have any thoughts on which university you wish to attend? Lin Jia suddenly turned to Li Xiaoyan, as if recalling something. Not yet. Whether it be Rome University, Qingbei, or Magic City, I will decide after the college entrance exams. Li Xiaoyan responded with a relaxed attitude, confident that he would excel in whichever university he attended. And which university do you desire to attend? Upon hearing Li Xiaoyan's words, Lin Jia slightly shook her head, her hair swaying to reveal a hint of blue beneath. Chapter 108. I do not know. How did she manage to dye her hair like that? Curiosity welled up within him, yet he hesitated to inquire directly, fearing it might come off as impolite. Li Xiaoyan internally muttered before attentively listening to Lin Jia's thoughts. I haven't decided on a university either. I hope to achieve good results in the entrance exams. Lin Jia gently stroked Bulbasaur's head, uncertain of the path that lay ahead of her. I wish you success in your exams. After expressing his well wishes, Li Xiaoyan called over his 2 Pokémon, Li Juan and Charcoal. Li Xiaoyan looked at the 2 Pokémon and asked, shall we venture to the Rong Shui secret realm tonight? Charcoal, is it a restaurant specializing in gourmet food? Tan Xiaoshi was unaware of what Li Xiaoyan referred to as the Fengshui secret realm and instinctively assumed it was a dining establishment. With Lin Jia by her side, Li Xiaoyan could not directly explain the nature of the Fengshui secret realm to Tan Xiaoshi and instead continued, you must be eager to meet those 3 Pokémon, right? Waka. Indeed, it has been a long time since I last saw them. I miss them dearly. The sturdy chicken nodded repeatedly and approached Tan Xiaoshi to elucidate what the Fengshui secret realm entailed. Let me put it this way, I evolved there. And I feasted on a plethora of berries. As it spoke, the sturdy chicken gestured to indicate its height during its time as a fiery chick and then pointed to its current form. Tan. Oh, now I understand. After this explanation, Tan Xiaoshi finally grasped that the Fengshui Secret Realm was a self-service restaurant that not only enhanced strength, but also provided berries. Fengshui Secret Realm 6. Tan Xiaoshi's imagination was quite vivid. With the final exams approaching, the remaining days were filled with practical classes led by Zhou Yi in the afternoon. However, given the current situation, Zhou Yi could afford to relax for a moment. All the students in the class had dedicated mentors to guide them and offer suggestions. Xiaoyan, are you planning to visit the Fengshui Secret Realm? Lin Ji approached, accompanied by a fellow dragon enthusiast. Li Xiaoyan stood up and nodded, indeed. I intend to visit the Fengshui Secret Realm this evening to catch up with those three. Ah, in that case, let us go together tonight. Lin Ji enthusiastically invited Li Xiaoyan to join him at the Fengshui Secret Realm. Li Xiaoyan cheerfully accepted. Sounds great. At this moment, the young man stepped forward and introduced himself. Hello, my name is He Wanglan, a sophomore at Qingbei University. After He Wanglan introduced himself, he shook hands with Li Xiaoyan. Hello, I am Li Xiaoyan, a senior. Li Xiaoyan was somewhat astonished to learn that He Wanglan had traveled such a distance to come to Rong City, recalling that the secret realms in Jing City were quite impressive as well. However, He Wanglan did not greet Lin Jia, nor did she introduce herself. It seemed that He Wanglan had read Li Xiaoyan's thoughts and spoke up. I can see the confusion on your face. You're wondering why I came to Rong City, aren't you? Ahem, you've caught me, my apologies. Li Xiaoyan felt a bit embarrassed, not expecting his thoughts to be so easily perceived. He Wanglan waved his hand, indicating he meant no harm, and then revealed a significant piece of information. By the way, you all are students here, right? How come you don't know that the Gyarados are laying eggs inside the secret realm? Li Xiaoyan and Lin Jia were taken aback. What? This is quite sudden. How did the Gyarados suddenly start laying eggs? Li Xiaoyan turned to Lin Ji, seemingly having an epiphany, and asked, Ji, are you planning to capture a Gyarados? As Li Xiaoyan called out Ji, he suddenly felt a whimsical urge for him to capture a Pikachu. Just kidding. Lin Ji shook his head, saying not really. I just want to play with the Gyarados and get familiar with it, and then see if I can capture it later. Of course, if someone else captures it first, that's fine too. Lin Ji held a nonchalant attitude towards capturing the Gyarados. He certainly could not forcibly capture a Pokémon that was unwilling to accompany him. Li Xiaoyan and Lin Ji pondered. In reality, would anyone truly throw a Pokeball at the first sign of disagreement? Referring to you, Jiao Mao Dogeo. He Wanglan glanced at his watch and bid farewell to the group. I will head in first. Goodbye. After saying this, He Wanglan released his Shirong bird. And once he settled in, the Shirong bird began to fly towards the entrance of the secret realm. As He Wanglan vanished from sight, Li Xiaoyan murmured, which Pokemon is so extraordinary that it allowed the Gyarados to become pregnant? Lin Ji suddenly interjected, it's actually two Pokemon. Li Xiaoyan and Lin Jia exchanged bewildered glances. Lin Ji, observing their peculiar expressions, continued, the Gyarados laid 2 eggs. I heard one is a Dragonite, and the other a Dratini. Wow, the Pokemon of King Yi are quite formidable. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyan silently commended the prowess of those 2 Pokemon. King Yi's Dragonite and Dratini are both male, while the Gyarados is female. The amount of information was rather overwhelming. When did these eggs get laid? How was it that he had no inkling of it? After you all left that day, Little Yi's Dragonite had a skirmish with the Articuno, and Little Kuin was impressed by the strength of Little Dragonite and Little Dratini. They then had a telepathic connection with Victini, describing half of that event to Li Xiaoyan. Oh right, Little Yi's Little Spriggon also laid an egg. It should be 3 eggs in total, but Little Yi took one of the eggs away, as it seems it was for a friend of his who wanted to raise a Gyarados. Just as Li Xiaoyan took a sip of cola, he nearly spat it out. So, 3 dragons and 1 is a dragon, huh? The 3 of them continued chatting for a while before Lin Ji ran off to play with Zhang Sancher. Certainly, it's not just because the girl next to Zhang Sancher has a Wobbuffet. Li Xiaoyan took his sturdy chicken for a run, while Lin Jia sat nearby, embracing her Bulbasaur. Watching Li Xiaoyan jog, as evening approached and the clock struck 6, Rong High School dismissed its students. After explaining the situation to his family and having dinner in the cafeteria, Li Xiaoyan entered the Fengshui, a secret realm, with his Pokémon. Entry into the Fengshui secret realm required a flying Pokémon capable of carrying passengers, and the school had arranged for several steel wing taxis to be on standby. Of course, students enjoyed significant discounts, making entry into the secret realm free of charge. Wow, why are there still so many people? Li Xiaoyan gazed at the throngs of patiently waiting individuals and boarded a steel wing taxi alongside Lin Ji. Inside the taxi, there There was warmth, and even while seated, they did not feel the cold. Once they stepped out, it would be a different story. Chapter 109, Little Dragon. Driver, please drop us off near the Gyarados, and we will call you back later. Li Xiaoyan instructed the driver, eager to descend swiftly to the mountainside. Sure thing. The driver promptly landed the steel wing at the mountaintop helipad. Li Xiaoyan and Lin Ji, already clad in warm clothing, disembarked and instructed the driver to wait. I believe they should be just ahead. Let us go. Li Xiaoyan vaguely recalled that the Gyarados resided at the mountain's edge and moved forward with Lin Ji in search of the Gyarados. Li Xiaoyan thought to himself, with Victini around, the Gyarados would surely not harm me. Victini had mentioned that it had been sneaking into the Fengshui secret realm recently to play with the local Pokémon, gradually becoming familiar with them. Even now, in its invisible state, it could telepathically ensure that the Gyarados would not harm Li Xiaoyan. However, the Gyarados was generally not inclined to harm others. After what felt like an eternity walking through the icy expanse, Li Xiaoyan spotted a crowd gathered around a Pokémon with a large nose and a small dorsal fin. This was the initial form of the Zhuzi divine beast, the Gyarados. Gyarados. To encounter a Gyarados so quickly was quite fortunate. Li Xiaoyan nodded inwardly, noting that this Gyarados was at level 10, classifying it as a novice Pokémon. The crowd held various icy treats, berries, and other delicacies favored by dragon-type Pokémon. The Gyarados was not shy. As long as someone offered it food, it would take a symbolic nibble, and if it found the taste agreeable, it would devour it eagerly. Lin Ji produced the carefully prepared food he had brought and squeezed into the crowd, attempting to entice the Gyarados with his delicacies. The Gyarados approached Lin Ji, sniffing the peculiar energy cube in his hand. Upon this whiff, the Gyarados' half-closed eyes snapped wide open. It tentatively took a bite, and then, as if it had tasted a culinary masterpiece, its eyes sparkled with delight. As the Frostlance dragon devoured the energy cubes from Lin Ji's hand, it locked eyes with him. Seemingly inquiring, "Is there more?" Lin Ji chuckled heartily, retrieving energy cubes from his backpack and handing them over one by one. The Frostlance dragon eagerly accepted each cube, consuming 5 before its appetite waned. This spectacle left onlookers utterly astonished. What brand of energy cubes could possibly entice a Frostlance dragon so? They could only sigh in disbelief, realizing that this senior high student must possess exceptionally high-quality energy cubes, likely sourced from a family that catered specifically to dragon-type Pokémon. The crowd dispersed, having lingered long enough in hopes of coaxing the Frostlance dragon to accompany them. To their dismay, their attempts were futile, overshadowed by the prowess of a mere boy's energy cubes. Truly, the disparity between individuals is exasperating. Lin Ji remained engrossed in feeding the Frostlance dragon, oblivious to the departing throng, until Li Xiaoyan gently tapped his shoulder, bringing him back to reality. "Goodness, I never knew your energy cubes were so potent. Did your family teach you how to make them?" Li Xiaoyan marveled at the scene, suspecting that this Frostlance dragon was on the verge of being captured by Lin Ji. "Indeed, my yaya thrives on these energy cubes. When I crafted them, I specifically added some berries favored by ice-type Pokémon," Lin Ji replied with a sense of pride. Confident in his culinary skills, Li Xiaoyan jested. "So, do you aspire to become a breeder specializing in energy cubes for dragon-type Pokémon? Or to be the strongest dragon champion in China?" This question prompted Lin Ji to ponder deeply. He yearned to create dishes that all dragon-type Pokémon would adore, while also aspiring to be a formidable trainer. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Ji finally spoke. "I wish for all dragon-type Pokémon in the world to relish the food I prepare." Such lofty ambitions left Li Xiaoyan astonished, after which he humorously remarked, "Then if I ever capture a dragon-type Pokémon, I'll be sure to come to you for custom energy cubes." Lin Ji responded with a smile, "Absolutely. If you encounter any rare dragon-type Pokémon, do let me have a glimpse." Agreed, it's a promise. The two exchanged a fist bump, while the Frostlance dragon looked on, bemused by their conversation. What are these humans talking about? How curious, it seemed to ponder. Lin Ji bent down and asked, "Frostlance dragon, would you be willing to accept energy cubes like these from me every day?" Upon hearing the prospect of daily delectable treats, the Frostlance dragon nudged Lin Ji's leg in agreement. "Wonderful. Then make sure to wait for me at this time every evening. If I'm delayed beyond a certain point, it may indicate something has gone awry, in which case you needn't wait for me. Is that all right?" "Roar." "Understood." The Frostlance dragon responded with a soft cry. Lin Ji affectionately patted its head before turning to Li Xiaoyan, inquiring, "Xiaoyan, where shall we head next? Should we meet those 3 or seek out the spike-tailed dragon?" After a moment's thought, Li Xiaoyan replied, "I would like to catch a glimpse of the spike-tailed dragon, as I've never seen it before." Lin Ji nodded. "Very well, I shall accompany you. It will also give me a chance to meet this child's mother." The two continued onward, with the Frostlance dragon trailing closely behind. After a while, they stumbled upon a lavishly adorned cave. Li Xiaoyan exclaimed in disbelief, "Is this the spike-tailed dragoness home?" Inside, the cave sparkled with diamonds, revealing minerals unseen from the outside. This scene was utterly absurd. How could such a small cave house so many treasures? "This all traces back to your father," Victini interjected, causing Li Xiaoyan to tense. "The spike-tailed dragon has a penchant for glittering objects, and your father's Infernape stripped its home bare. Upon discovering its possessions gone, it nearly lost its mind, almost fleeing the secret realm. It was only through Xiao Yi's persuasion and the provision of a dazzling new abode that its spirits were lifted." Victini surveyed the surroundings as it spoke. Li Xiaoyan felt sheepish, realizing the chaos his father had caused. Without Yi Huang, it would have been quite challenging to resolve the matter. His father truly lived up to the title of Secret Realm Bandit, pilfering treasures wherever he roamed. Upon recognizing its home, the Frostlance dragon began to trot eagerly toward it, still clutching the unfinished energy cubes. Chapter 110, Night Stroll. The Frostlance dragon dashed into the cave, while Li Xiaoyan and Lin Ji remained outside, not intending to enter. Shortly thereafter, they felt the ground tremble slightly. Before long, a spike-tailed dragon emerged from the cave, flanked by 2 Frostlance dragons. The spike-tailed dragon nodded toward Li Xiaoyan and gestured at Lin Ji with its claw. Observing this, Li Xiaoyan took a step back. The 2 Frostlance dragons each held an energy cube, relishing their treat, which brought Lin Ji immense joy. The more dragon-type Pokémon adored his food, the happier he became. Lin Ji produced another box of energy cubes from his backpack and stepped forward to offer it to the spike-tailed dragon. The spike-tailed dragon sniffed it lightly, accepting the box with both hands. Its instincts told it that these energy cubes were exceptionally delectable and sure to suit its palate. Time passed, and Li Xiaoyan finally laid eyes on the Sinnoh trio. The trio welcomed his presence with enthusiasm. The first to greet Li Xiaoyan was Electivire, who, upon spotting him, checked for the presence of Chandelure. "Hey there, little bro. Come to see me?" Electivire, not seeing Chandelure, revealed its true nature and casually draped an arm around Li Xiaoyan's shoulder. At that moment, Rampardos approached, carrying a bunch of berries, which it placed before the two. Charcoal was so drawn by the fragrant aroma of the berries that he leaped from his pokeball, diving into the pile and feasting voraciously. "Delicious!" he exclaimed. Li Xiaoyan extricated himself from Electivire's hold and opened his backpack to store some berries. Lin Ji released his Yaya, who quietly savored the juicy and delectable berries. The Sinnoh trio watched the young boy and baby Pokémon indulging in their meal, a smile gracing their faces. It had been ages since they had the chance to sit down and chat properly. Ever since the Yongshua secret realm opened, many trainers had turned their attention to capturing the Frostlance dragon's offspring. However, among those trainers, some promising candidates had emerged, and all except for Electivire's offspring had found loving trainers. Electivire, recalling the bittersweet moment of parting from its offspring, felt a pang of reluctance and began to sigh. Offering more berries to the two, Li Xiaoyan was taken aback by the abundance of berries, astonished by Electivire's generosity. Charcoal, noticing the plentiful supply, continued to feast heartily. "It seems I was right. This place is indeed a self-service buffet for berries." The Sinnoh trio, satisfied and full, bid farewell to Li Xiaoyan and Lin Ji, reluctantly departing the Yongshua secret realm with a few berries in tow. By the time Li Xiaoyan and Lin Ji exited the secret realm, it was already 7:30 in the evening. Lin Ji suddenly remembered he needed to find Yin Han. "I'll go find Brother Han for a moment. Goodbye?" "All right. I'll head off first. Goodbye," Li Xiaoyan replied, making his way home to recount the day's events to his parents. After all, this matter held significant implications for his future. As Li Xiaoyan reached the school gate, he noticed Chen Yunjie standing there, seemingly unwilling to return home. Momentarily taken aback, Li Xiaoyan fixed him with a peculiar gaze and inquired, "Why are you still here?" Chen Yunjie arose, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and replied, "I was waiting for you to return home." Li Xiaoyan was bewildered, questioning, "Why would you wait for me? What could possibly be going through Chen Yunjie's mind today?" Chen Yunjie simply responded with 3 words, "I don't know." "Ah, you." Li Xiaoyan found himself at a loss for words. Chen Yunjie had always been an odd character, his thoughts often elusive and unpredictable, leaving others perplexed about his intentions. Ultimately, he decided to accompany Chen Yunjie home, as their paths coincided anyway. During their walk, Chen Yunjie inquired about Li Xiaoyan's university aspirations, to which Li Xiaoyan admitted he had yet to contemplate that matter. "I wish to develop my career in the magical city. Moreover, there's a new secret realm there with dragonites. I wonder if I could manage to capture one." Through their conversation, Li Xiaoyan learned that Chen Yunjie also aspired to attend a university in the magical city. He mentioned that a girl who used a sniper-style trial was also studying there. Whenever Chen Yunjie spoke of that university girl, his face radiated with an unmistakable joy. However, Chen Yunjie also shared some delightful news with Li Xiaoyan. Oh, by the way, during the winter break, my dad said he would take me to the water-type gym to choose a Poplio. My mom mentioned that my dad had to pull some strings to allow me to select one there. Is that so? Congratulations. Li Xiaoyan genuinely applauded Chen Yunjie's good fortune. By the time they returned home, it was already 8 in the evening. Dad, my principal said he would secure me a guaranteed admission slot. What do you think? Upon entering the house, Li Xiaoyan spotted his father, Li Luoqing, sitting on the sofa and promptly recounted the events from the principal's office. Li Luoqing crossed his legs and began to analyze the pros and cons of attending Rongqing University. Rongqing University is preparing to elevate from a 211 to a 985 institution. The resources allocated to the school team will undoubtedly ensure that at least 3 Pokémon reach elite level by the time you graduate. However, as a graduate of Rongqing University, I can assure you that pursuing secret realms will be particularly troublesome. Really? Li Xiaoyan exclaimed in surprise, recalling the subpar average quality of secret realms in Rongqing. Li Luoqing continued, if you have the opportunity to attend a reputable school, you should definitely seize it. After all, people aspire to ascend. The magical city or the capital would be excellent choices. I would strongly advise you to consider universities in either of those locations. However, if you wish to remain in Rongqing, that is also acceptable. Ultimately, the decision lies with you. Li Xiaoyan nodded slightly, committing his father's words to memory for further contemplation later. As Li Xiaoyan headed upstairs to take a shower, Yi Huang received an unexpected visitor. Uncle Yi, it's been such a long time. A charming girl in a pink dress dashed toward Yi Huang. Yin Hua slowed down. A middle-aged man followed closely behind, repeatedly advising her to take care. Hearing their voices, Yi Huang instructed his fiery chicken to pause and rest momentarily. Turning to them, he asked, Yin Hua, Uncle Long, what brings you here? Uncle Yi, I missed you so much. Also, my Lurantis has been born healthy. The girl released her Lurantis from its pokeball for Yi Huang to admire. Indeed, your Lurantis is splendidly raised. You truly live up to your reputation, Yin Hua. Yi Huang praised generously after inspecting the Pokémon. Of course, I aim to become the strongest dragon-type trainer. The girl expressed her confidence in her Pokémon. Just as she was about to continue speaking, Uncle Long, referred to as such by Yi Huang, interrupted, Yin Hua, why don't you take your Lurantis to play with Yi Huang's Dragonite? I need to have a word with him. Okay. Yin Hua obliged and took her Lurantis to play with Yi Huang's Dragonite. Once she was a distance away, Uncle Long began, Xiao Yi, have you encountered any promising talents in Min Province over the years? Suddenly, the image of Li Xiaoyan flashed in Yi Huang's mind. Victini had previously mentioned that Li Xiaoyan harbored a hidden secret and that if he remained on the right path, he could potentially become a champion in the future. For Yi Huang, Victini's words were credible. As a mythical Pokémon, its ability to discern talent was extraordinary. If Victini had recognized him, and now Li Xiaoyan, it clearly indicated that Li Xiaoyan was indeed someone with a promising future. Cough, cough, this is not mere boasting. He is destined to be one of Huagua's champions. Rounded off, it's reasonable to assume that Li Xiaoyan will also become a champion. Could this not be classified as a rising star? Furthermore, Li Xiaoyan was acquainted with several legendary Pokémon, which, although unclear how he managed to do so, attested to his significance. With this thought, Yi Huang nodded slightly yes. Uncle Long was overjoyed and immediately asked, who is he? Where is he now? Patience, patience. He is still a senior in high school, preparing for the college entrance examination. Yi Huang's words felt like a bucket of cold water poured over Uncle Long, abruptly cooling his excitement. Ah, he is merely a senior? Isn't he about the same age as Yin Hua? Uncle Long sighed deeply. Yi Huang chuckled and prompted, Uncle Long, let me finish. Do you know who his father is? A hint. His surname is Li. Rongqing, surname Li, and he has caught your attention. Could he possibly be the son of the secret realm bandit? Uncle Long, being somewhat internet savvy, connected the dots and immediately thought of Li Luoqing. This individual was also quite renowned online, making it reasonable for his offspring to be recognized by Yi Huang. Yi Huang snapped his fingers exactly. And do you remember the Articuno from earlier? It emerged from the Shue's secret realm. Oh, please tell me more, Uncle Long said, his interest piqued. The recent arrival of 3 legendary Pokémon in Huagua had circulated widely among the champion circle, with one being from the Shue's secret realm. Regularly, top-tier trainers would take their offspring to visit the Articuno, laden with delicious berries. Initially, they were granted audience with it, but eventually, the Articuno seemed to grow weary of the visits and began to refuse entry. After battling the Articuno, Yi Huang learned that it had gifted one of its feathers to Li Xiaoyan. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed to highlight Li Xiaoyan's significance to Uncle Long. Let me put it this way. The Articuno gave one of its feathers to Xiaoyan. By the way, Li Xiaoyan is the name of that young man. Upon hearing this, Uncle Long noted the name Li Xiaoyan in his mind. I never imagined that the young man you mentioned would earn the recognition of a legendary Pokémon. That certainly qualifies him as a rising star. By the way, didn't they recently discover a Tyranitar at Hui Mountain? Uncle Long suddenly shifted the conversation to the Tyranitar, causing Yi Huang's heart to tighten. What's the matter? I recall that it was handled by champion Shun Tian, right? Yi Huang asked, recalling the incident. Uncle Long took a sip from his thermos and replied, yes, it was handled by little Shun. Later, they discovered a Pokémon egg in a cave, but we didn't release either the egg or the beast. The Tyranitar's temperament is rather peculiar. After being captured, it refused to eat or drink, but thankfully, it did not cause any substantial harm. Even the rock, dark, and ground-type champions took turns to calm it down without success. The league mentioned sending it your way for you to care for it. Don't worry too much. It won't disturb your breakthrough to champion. Upon hearing this, Yi Huang's expression turned somewhat odd. If you were to send me some fire-type Pokémon, that would be fine. At worst, grass types would suffice. Why on earth would the league send a Tyranitar here? Do they think I'm running a retirement home? Yi Huang gently shook his head, realizing that for the next few days, he would have to rely on the monarch serpents to communicate with the Banquilas. Dragon Uncle, will the league reimburse us? Indeed. He replied. Furthermore, the league has stated that if a new tablet is discovered, you will have the privilege to use it unconditionally for a period. This news brought a slight smile to Yi Huang's face. It is worth noting that he had previously expended a considerable number of contribution points to utilize the Dragon Tablet. So such an opportunity was indeed a stroke of good fortune. However, a question lingered in Yi Huang's mind. Dragon Uncle, why not let the other kings take care of this Banquilas instead of leaving it to me? They all have children and grandchildren. What about you? You don't even have kids. If not with you, then where else? Dragon Uncle said with a knowing pat on Yi Huang's shoulder. Either raise children or nurture Pokémon. Ha ha ha. The Charizard beside Yi Huang erupted in laughter, fully aware of Dragon Uncle's meaning. Charizard, I entrust you with the task of getting along well with Banquilas. Do your best. The laughter from Charizard landed squarely in Yi Huang's sights, leading him to reconsider that perhaps this task was better suited for Charizard. Charizard, for times weak to rock type, huh? Little Yi, I have a question for you. What is it, Dragon Uncle? Is delayed justice still considered justice? At that moment, Yi Huang's phone chimed. A glance revealed a message from Li Xiaoyan. Yin Yin, Uncle Yi, I plan to visit the Wash Emerald Abyss during my winter break. Just now, Zoroark contacted me, and I had Victini translate. It mentioned that there is a tablet hidden there. Yin Yin, ahem, Uncle Yi, there should be a reward for this, right? Yu Huang, absolutely. If you manage to excavate it, you can choose any university in the country. Moreover, I can promise you a quasi-deity Pokémon of your choice. Yu Huang, what type of tablet is it? Yin Yin, it's of the ghost type. My lovely wife. Chapter 112. The 8th School League examination begins. Yu Huang, quite good. Yin Yin, Uncle Yi, Sanyan Reaper said it also wants to test the power of the tablet, Starry Eyes JPG. Yu Huang, understood. Take it for a while, and you can submit it later. By the way, the Ghost King has been searching for ghost-type tablets. He seems to have a Dragon Messiah egg. Yi Huang left it at that, and Li Xiaoyan took the hint, responding with, I'll mention it later. Thank you, Uncle Yi. In late January, the day of the 8th School League examination arrived. Li Luoqing was responsible for driving Li Xiaoyan to the Olympic Sports Center. During breakfast, Li Xiaoyan asked, Dad, should we invite Lin Jia to join us for the ride to the Olympic Sports Center? Before Li Luoqing could respond, Shi Xintong smiled and said, I already invited her. She should be arriving at our house shortly. Taking a taxi is too expensive, and since you are neighbors, it's a small matter to help out. As if summoned by their conversation, a gentle knock sounded at the door, and Shi Xintong went to answer it. With a beaming smile, Shi Xintong took Lin Jia's hand. Jia, come in. Lin Jia smiled back. Thank you, Andy. The competition was set to begin at 9 a.m., and it was currently 7:30 a.m. The drive from Li Xiaoyan's house to the Olympic Sports Center would only take half an hour. Olympic Sports Center, the largest competition venue in Min Province, where various large-scale events of all levels are held. In the car, Shi Xintong occupied the passenger seat, glancing through the rearview mirror at the two in the back seat, attempting to lighten the mood. Son, Jia, do you have confidence for this league examination? Li Xiaoyan confidently replied. At the very least, I can secure a ranking. Ha ha ha. Lin Jia covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Li Xiaoyan's self-assured proclamation was rather amusing. However, after some reflection, she offered a more measured perspective. For me, as long as I don't encounter a situation where I'm at a type disadvantage right from the start, securing a ranking should be no problem. Upon arriving at their destination, Li Xiaoyan and Lin Jia exited the car to behold a massive sports arena resembling a giant conch shell. Rumor has it that its design embodies the spirit of Rome City, which welcomes all with open arms. The Olympic Sports Center is vast, able to accommodate tens of thousands of spectators, and Rong Hai had been allocated one of the areas for rest. I'll head off now, bye? Li Luoqing said as he drove away. All right, goodbye, Dad. Goodbye, Uncle. The two waved farewell to Li Luoqing. Li Xiaoyan scanned the crowd, noticing that most were students clad in school uniforms, with none familiar to him. Speaking of which, where did Brother Zhou say our base was? Li Xiaoyan fiddled with his phone, scrolling through messages, but unable to locate Zhou Ye's previous message. Oh, isn't that Xiaoyan? Why haven't you gone in yet? Turning around, Li Xiaoyan was met by a familiar face. What was your name again? Ah, Qi Sibai. The last time they met was during the previous examination. And seeing Qi Sibai now made Li Xiaoyan frown slightly. This individual gave him an unsettling feeling, which he had previously attributed to the presence of the Octopus King. Now that the Octopus King was absent, the discomfort persisted. Qi Sibai held 2 servings of youtiao and soybean milk. Ah, I'm here to bring breakfast to Zhou Yi. It seems you all have forgotten where your school's base is? Li Xiaoyan frowned. Oh, so you know where our base is? Qi Sibai looked up at the sky. No idea. Li Xiaoyan and Lin Jia exchanged glances. However, Zhou Yi will come out to bring me in shortly. I'm quite curious to see how you all perform in the high school league examination. Of course, this is perfectly legitimate, as I've taken a part-time job here. When your competition begins, I will serve as your referee. It seemed Qi Sibai was quite diligent in earning his keep. After a while, Zhou Yi hurried over, looking somewhat surprised to see the 3 of them together. Zhou Yi inquired, why haven't you 2 gone in yet? Is something the matter? Li Xiaoyan awkwardly scratched his head. No, we just forgot where our base was. Zhou Yi appeared enlightened, having thought something had gone awry. Now realizing it was merely a case of being lost, he said, oh, I see. Then let me take you in. Upon reaching Class 1's base, Zhou Yi reiterated the rules. This time, we will have a one-on-one knockout tournament, with rankings starting only at the top 128. As long as you don't get eliminated in the first round, you will be fine. Don't feel pressured. Believe in your Pokémon. Good luck. All right. While waiting, the small group, led by Li Xiaoyan, gathered to discuss the Pokémon from other schools. I'll tell you all. Do you know what Pokémon I saw on the way here? Chen Yunjia said mysteriously, piquing everyone's curiosity. Li Xiaoyan urged, stop keeping us in suspense. Just tell us. Lin Jia chimed in, yes, don't tease us. Speak quickly, so we don't have to wait. Reluctantly, Chen Yunjia shared his discovery. I saw a coconut's tree. Li Xiaoyan frowned, taken aback that someone would evolve a coconut's egg under such ordinary circumstances. It is well known that recalling moves in this world is no simple feat. While this coconut's egg could indeed provide a fleeting combat advantage upon evolution, in the long run, it was certainly an unwise decision. With this thought, Li Xiaoyan shook his head. Others' choices were of no concern to him. He asked, was this coconut's tree a normal one or a beautiful country's variant? The others looked at Chen Yunjia with eager curiosity. Normal. Li Xiaoyan began to calculate the odds of victory in his heart. Over the past fortnight of rigorous training, his strength-enhanced chicken had reached level 20. As for the coconut tree, it was only capable of learning aggressive psychic moves at this stage. Apart from those obtainable via technical machines or through recollection, the only move it could inherently learn at level 20 during its egg phase was Psybeam. If he were to encounter a coconut tree that possessed this move, it could very well lead to a grueling battle. I just did a quick assessment for you. And it appears that this particular coconut tree is somewhat underdeveloped, seemingly incapable of mastering Psybeam. At that moment, Victini spoke in Li Xiaoyan's mind. A surge of joy filled his heart. Thanks, Victini. As a fellow psychic-type Pokémon, Victini found it rather straightforward to discern the moves of its opponents, merely by sensing the energy they emitted. Phew, it seems this coconut tree is not a threat, even if he did encounter it. All he needed to do was guard against hypnosis. Chapter 113, Rampage. The joint examination of the 8 schools lasted for 8 days, with rankings only being announced on the 4th day. Today marked the 4th day, and the list of the top 128 had been revealed. In Class 1 of the senior year at Ronggao, Li Xiaoyan, Lin Jia, Chen Yunjia, Zhang Sanshi, and Longya had successfully advanced into the top 128. Among them, Bai Qingyan felt quite aggrieved about his loss. He had faced that coconut tree on the 3rd day, with the reflect barrier in place. His Riolu stood no chance against it, especially since the coconut tree also knew hypnosis. Lin Ji's luck was equally dismal. Who could fathom what misfortune had befallen him? On the same third day, he encountered a Wooper, which not only had the Intimidate ability, but was also female. Yaya was promptly retired from the match. It must be said that their luck was truly unfortunate. They were indeed a pair of brothers in adversity. Li Xiaoyan's opponents had been somewhat manageable. The strongest he had come across so far was merely a Nidorino. Suddenly, an announcement echoed through the air. Please, Candidate G044 and Candidate E020. Proceed to Arena 1 to prepare for battle. The announcement repeated thrice. Bai Qingyan recalled the numbers vividly. E020 was the candidate number of that coconut tree's trainer. G044 was Li Xiaoyan's number, which he had chosen himself, claiming it to be his lucky number. Xiaoyan, avenge me well. The quicker, the better. Bai Qingyan was well aware of Li Xiaoyan's prowess. That coconut tree was certainly no match for his strength-enhanced chicken. All right, await my good news. Before departing, Li Xiaoyan gave Bai Qingyan a thumbs up. Upon arriving at Arena 1, Li Xiaoyan noticed that the referee was Qi Sibai, yet he refrained from greeting him. After approximately a minute, the affluent young man entered the arena. Rongao's top contender versus the affluent youth from the second high. This battle promised to be quite a spectacle. However, only those from the second high truly understood the caliber of the affluent youth spoken of by outsiders. Both competitors, please release your Pokémon and await further instructions to commence the battle. Qi Sibai instructed as he ushered the two into the arena. A coconut tree, measuring approximately 1.6 meters, appeared on the field, clearly indicating its underdeveloped state. Its legs and body resembled a tree trunk, with thick legs and 2 toes on its feet. Atop its body sprouted a few leaves, and most notably, 3 eggs with varying expressions adorned its upper section. Outside the arena, a student clad in second high's uniform lamented, "Oh, if only Zheng Sinyu's coconut tree had evolved after learning Psybeam." Indeed, another echoed, sharing the sentiment. The difficulty of recollecting moves varies for Pokémon. Without guidance from a mentor, relying solely on a Pokémon's ability to recall moves can be rather challenging. Strength-enhanced chicken, Li Xiaoyan, go forth. Avenge us. The students from Rongao, especially those who had fallen to the coconut tree, began to rally behind Li Xiaoyan. Having interacted with him during their time at Rongao, they found him to possess a gentle demeanor, never looking down on others due to his formidable abilities. Back in the arena, it was evident that many had suffered at the hands of the coconut tree. Phew, let us make this swift. Li Xiaoyan released his strength-enhanced chicken. Upon entering the arena, the chicken gazed with determination at the colossal opponent before it, its largest adversary thus far. A protective barrier enveloped the arena until Qi Sibai declared, "Let the match begin." Coconut tree, use hypnosis. Zheng Xinyu shouted. Before he could finish, Li Xiaoyan seized the initiative. Zheng Xinyu hesitated, then called out, "Hypnosis." The strength-enhanced chicken unleashed a powerful burst of crimson flames, obscuring the coconut tree's vision. Just as the coconut tree's eyes shifted to yellow, it was met with the oncoming flames. Zheng Xinyu hastily shouted, "Dodge." But the coconut tree instinctively understood the need to evade. It bolted to the side. Yet the strength-enhanced chicken merely shifted slightly, redirecting the flames, which promptly caught up to the coconut tree. Li Xiaoyan was taken aback by the coconut tree's resilience. After taking a direct hit from the flames, it appeared relatively unscathed. Noting that his chicken seemed eager for close combat, he commanded, "Strength-enhanced chicken, prepare for flame charge." This command brought a flicker of hope to Zheng Xinyu. Was the opponent truly opting for a melee attack? Coconut tree, continue with hypnosis. The ground beneath the chicken's feet ignited with flames, quickly engulfing its entire body. As it approached the coconut tree, it leaped into the air. The coconut tree, barely steadying itself, was suddenly confronted by a blazing inferno, leaving it no time to react as the strength-enhanced chicken collided forcefully with one of its heads. "Egg! That hurts." The coconut tree cried out in anguish, prompting its trainer to shout, "Don't let it defeat you. Use sleep powder and stun spore." Li Xiaoyan pondered. Knowing the strength-enhanced chicken can use flamethrower, why resort to powder moves? Forget the powders, use quick attack, Li Xiaoyan urged, prompting the strength-enhanced chicken to utilize its recently learned technique. With gusto, the chicken darted behind the coconut tree in the blink of an eye. As the coconut tree released its long-anticipated powder forward, it found itself at a disadvantage, overwhelmed by the chicken's swift maneuver. Take this." The strength-enhanced chicken raised its claw, which shimmered with a radiant light, striking the coconut tree's back with consecutive blows. The coconut tree toppled forward, and Qi Sibai declared, "The coconut tree has lost its ability to battle. Candidate G044 is the victor." In a mere 3 moves, the strength-enhanced chicken had vanquished the coconut tree. Li Xiaoyan recalled his chicken into its pokeball and departed without a backward glance. Victini silently mused, "Having resolved the matter, I shall retreat. concealing my accomplishments and name. Upon returning to the gathering place of the larger group, Bai Qingyan approached Li Xiaoyan with a fist bump. Thanks a lot. Riolu couldn't even land a hit on that one. Riolu, well done. Riolu observed the match intently, feeling a surge of admiration for the strength-enhanced chicken's display of prowess. No problem, just a small effort. If your Riolu evolves into Lucario, it would have no trouble at all defeating that coconut tree, Li Xiaoyan reassured Bai Qingyan, encouraging him not to lose heart. Who knows, it might evolve into Lucario just in time for the college entrance exam, he added. Bai Qingyan chuckled. I appreciate your kind words. Chapter 114, Bulbasaur. Li Xiaoyan successfully advanced to the top 64, and Zhou Yi approached to congratulate him. Xiaoyan, you performed remarkably. I never expected you to dispatch that coconut tree so swiftly. You must know that the coconut tree family possesses potential rivaling that of the final forms of the 3 legendary starter Pokémon. Ah, dear brother Zhou, I am not as remarkable as you suggest, merely fortunate, I assure you. That coconut's Pokémon has yet to master psychic abilities. Had it done so, it would have undoubtedly been a fierce battle. Li Xiaoyan, somewhat bashful from the praise, nonetheless acknowledged the prowess of the coconut's Pokémon. Concurrently concluding their matches was Chun Yunjia, whose number was called just as Li Xiaoyan engaged in combat. His opponent proved formidable, wielding a thieving fox Pokémon. Fortunately, the feathered owl possessed the move Feather Rest, successfully restoring its vitality, and ultimately unleashed Leaf Blade, striking the thieving fox at its vulnerable point to secure victory. As the announcement echoed once more, Lin Jia heard her examination number called and rose to approach the battlefield. Go for it. Li Xiaoyan cheered her on. Just give it your all. Lin Jia nodded vigorously. Returning to her seat, Li Xiaoyan fixated on the large screen, as was customary for those from Rongao. After all, few from their school had advanced to this stage, and watching the competition was essential. Suin and Zhang Sanshi brandished a large banner emblazoned with the visage of Bulbasaur. However, Li Xiaoyan discerned a hint of reluctance in Zhang Sanshi's expression. It seems he was compelled to join in. The perspective shifted to Lin Jia, who called out, Bulbasaur, come forth. Pressing her forehead against the pokeball, she hurled it into the air, and Bulbasaur appeared on the field. Bulbasaur. Upon its arrival, Bulbasaur tilted its head to face the opponent. Lin Jia's adversary was also a young lady, who gently pressed a button, summoning a round blue Pokémon with 2 prominent pink ears. It's the water rabbit Pokémon Marill. Marill's upper body bore 6 varying white spherical patterns, while its abdomen showcased a white wavy design. The base of its tail was black and curved, culminating in a blue sphere. From the sidelines, Li Xiaoyan urged the system to reveal the opponent's ability, and upon seeing it, he exhaled in relief. This Marill possessed the thick fat ability, neither a herbivore nor a powerhouse, making it a manageable opponent for Lin Jia. The referee proclaimed, the match begins. Lin Jia initiated the assault. Bulbasaur, use Leaf Blade. From the bud on Bulbasaur's back, several green beams shot forth, revealing themselves to be sharp leaves imbued with grass-type energy. Marill bounce. The young girl, confronted with such a fierce onslaught, had no choice but to command Marill to unleash its impressive jumping ability to evade the attack, simultaneously inflicting damage on Bulbasaur. Truly a case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Marill bent slightly, using its tail to leap high above Bulbasaur. A visible silvery glow enveloped Marill's underside. Observing this, Lin Jia commanded, Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip to dodge, and then employ Poison Powder. The young girl's expression hardened. Unprepared for this hidden tactic, she could not allow Marill to abandon its move. Without the protection of its attribute energy, Marill would undoubtedly be in jeopardy. Marill began its rapid descent, and the intense flying-type energy sent shivers through Bulbasaur. Just as Marill reached halfway down, Bulbasaur extended 2 vines from its bud, forcefully slamming them against the ground, propelling itself upward. As Marill's jump began to falter, the girl noticed a dark purple hue emerging from behind Bulbasaur and quickly instructed, Marill, use Water Gun to create distance. Upon hearing this, Marill enveloped itself in water, swiftly transforming into a column of water. Bulbasaur aimed its bud at Marill, releasing several clumps of potent poison. Sensing the imminent threat, Marill twisted its body to evade the toxic assault. Bulbasaur, use Magical Leaf. The water gun's effect would not last long, and Lin Jia seized the opportunity to command Bulbasaur to charge. A wondrous light flickered on Bulbasaur's back as several green leaves materialized, each radiating a soft pink glow. Under Lin Jia's guidance, the magical leaf chased after Marill, swirling above, leaving a delicate trail of powder in its wake, so subtle it was nearly undetectable. After several loops, the magical leaf surged toward Marill at an astonishing speed. Charming voice. Maril emitted a melodic sound, releasing numerous musical notes that collided with the magical leaf, resulting in a spectacular explosion. Unbeknownst to them, Bulbasaur had returned to the ground, and Lin Jia smiled, having awaited this moment. Bulbasaur, ensnare it with Vine Whip. The smoke from the explosion concealed Maril's position. But Bulbasaur raised its head slightly, with two vines emerging from its side, darting into the haze. It must either jump or be ensnared by Bulbasaur's vines. Lin Jia thought to herself. The girl opted for the former. Maril, continue to jump. Moments later, the silhouette of the water rabbit burst forth from the smoke, leaping above Bulbasaur. Silently, Bulbasaur gathered a special toxin on its back, and as Maril began its descent, the girl intently observed Lin Jia's lips. Unbeknownst to her, Maril's visage began to turn purple. By the time she realized, Lin Jia had already issued her final command. Toxic impact. What? The girl was taken aback, her composure slipping. When had Maril been poisoned? As Maril approached Bulbasaur, it was too late to alter its course. The special toxin had long been prepared in Bulbasaur's blood. With a powerful strike, the toxin erupted forth, dousing Maril in a deluge that exacerbated its already dire condition. Yet, Maril barely withstood the double damage from the attribute-advantage toxic impact, collapsing to the ground but mustering the strength to rise again. Lin Jia glanced at the opposing girl. The outcome unspoken. I forfeit, the girl decisively conceded, recalling Maril for treatment. Due to candidate Y007's forfeit, candidate G004 is declared the victor. The referee promptly announced the results. Chapter 115, vs Zhang Sanshi. Father's Jengar has taught well. This Bulbasaur displays remarkable intuition, a testament to Jengar's guidance in mastering toxic impact. Li Xiaoyan, relieved at Lin Jia's victory, felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Bulbasaur's strength was sufficient to secure a place in the top 64. Had they lost this match, Jengar would surely be heartbroken. Lin Jia, that last move, Toxic Impact, was quite impressive. I have high hopes for your upcoming battles. Upon returning to base, Lin Jia received generous praise from Zhou Yi, leaving her somewhat bashful. Yes, I will give my all in the next matches. Suan rushed to embrace Lin Jia from behind, exclaiming, Jia, you are truly amazing. Had I not faced that coconut's Pokémon, I would have undoubtedly reached the top 128 with my Doublade. Indeed, that coconut's Pokémon seemed intent on causing chaos. Without a type advantage, others would struggle to defeat it. Your match was a complete disadvantage in terms of type, Li Xiaoyan remarked as he approached. Having experienced the battle firsthand, he concluded that the coconut's Pokémon was merely average, possessing slightly better resilience than other Pokémon. If only my Doublade could learn Fury Cutter, I'd love to see how it would fare. Suan grumbled. As the sixth day dawned, the competition progressed to the quarterfinals. Li Xiaoyan, show Zhang Sanshi the prowess of our fire-type trio. Longya, observing the two combatants in the arena below, seized the moment before the protective barrier activated, rallying Li Xiaoyan to seek vengeance. As Longya faced Zhang Sanshi during the transition from 32 to 16, the intimidation of the fiery feline proved utterly ineffective against the amiable and honest Greninja, who was both a special attacker and a gentle spirit. Ultimately, the fiery feline met its demise at the hands of Greninja's water pulse while in the torrent state. Returning to the crux of the matter, Greninja stood at level 19, while our robust Fletchinder had finally reached level 22. Thanks to the substantial experience gained from that coconut tree Pokémon, coupled with the guidance of the exceptional Minter Victini, Fletchinder now surpassed Greninja by 3 levels. Xiaoyan, I look forward to your guidance, Zhang Sanshi proclaimed, clasping his hands in respect, a gesture echoed by Greninja as well. Xiaoyan reciprocated the salute, though his Fletchinder unleashed a series of Iron Tail strikes. Greninja, cough. Both Pokémon, please take your positions and refrain from provoking your opponent. The match is about to commence, the referee, Qi Sibai, remarked, observing Fletchinder's peculiar pre-match routine with a sense of bewilderment. As the battle commenced, facing Greninja, Xiaoyan opted for an alternative strategy. Fletchinder, focus your energy. Meanwhile, Zhang Sanshi initiated a probing attack. Greninja, water gun. Fletchinder inhaled deeply, honing its gaze on Greninja. The moment it observed Greninja opening its mouth and the emergence of water, it swiftly dodged to the side. As Greninja released a water gun, it noticed Fletchinder had evaded the attack. Xiaoyan immediately commanded, use quick attack. Fletchinder's speed surged, covering half the distance in mere seconds. Zhang Sanshi remained vigilant for an opportune moment, while Xiaoyan closely monitored his opponent's movements. As Fletchinder approached Greninja, Zhang Sanshi instructed, Greninja, unleash Water Pulse and maintain it. Greninja's gaze remained fixed on Fletchinder as it began to coalesce a sphere of water in its hand, which grew increasingly larger until it resembled a basketball. At that moment, Fletchinder had circled behind Greninja, and both trainers shouted in unison, "Water Pulse, strike the ground." The prediction was accurate. Zhang Sancher understood that Water Pulse would struggle to hit the agile Fletchinder and aimed to create a small surf to inflict area damage. Greninja's palm struck the ground, compressing the Water Pulse and sending forth a meter-high wave in all directions. Fletchinder seemed to sense the impending danger and leapt into the air, evading the deluge. Aerial Ace. Water Gun. Both trainers simultaneously commanded their Pokémon. As Fletchinder descended, its legs shimmered with a radiant glow, while Greninja swiftly fired a water gun. Fletchinder, with precise analysis, identified the water gun's weak point, adjusting its angle perfectly to slice through it with Aerial Ace. The water gun was cleaved in twain, and by the time Greninja realized what had transpired and attempted to flee, it was too late. Fletchinder's leg delivered a powerful strike to Greninja's head, a critical hit. Although Greninja remained standing, its body surged forth like a refreshing stream. Both combatants recognized the implications. Torrent had been triggered. Fletchinder, land a critical strike. Zhang Sancher bellowed, "Now, Water Pulse. Gah, I want to win." Greninja rapidly concentrated a spiraling sphere of water in its hand, eyeing Fletchinder ahead. Its arms slightly bent. The Water Pulse advanced toward Fletchinder. In a display of agility, Fletchinder sidestepped the attack, but Greninja unleashed another Water Pulse with its other arm, launching a dual assault that posed a challenge. Yet, it was merely a challenge. As the Water Pulse approached, Fletchinder dropped low, allowing the two Water Pulses to collide and explode. The residual shockwave affected Fletchinder, drenching its feathers and weighing down its steps. Nevertheless, Fletchinder maintained its focus on executing a critical strike, dark energy enveloping its arms. Greninja continued to unleash Water Pulse, yet Fletchinder's figure had vanished from its sight. "Waka, taste my attack." The voice of Fletchinder echoed in Greninja's ears, and its peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Fletchinder right beside it. "Gah, when did that happen?" With its speed boost ability, Fletchinder was no laughing matter. Even with its feathers soaked, its velocity was beyond what Greninja could match. Before it could execute its next move, Greninja felt a sharp jab in its abdomen. The entire frog was sent flying. Greninja rolled several times on the ground before coming to a halt, rising begrudgingly. Xiao Yin observed a faint glow dissipating from Greninja, realizing that during the recent assault, it had instinctively activated the move Endure. Xiao Yin and Zhang Sancher exchanged knowing glances, nodding slightly. Thus, the final move would be determined by speed. Quick Attack. Both Pokémon, enveloped in a radiant glow, charged towards each other, colliding at the center of the arena. Confronting the Greninja that had once bested him, Fletchinder let out a triumphant cry. While Greninja summoned its last reserves of strength, both fighters unleashed their final moves, Quick Attack, and ultimately, Greninja succumbed. Greninja was unable to continue fighting, and candidate G044 emerged victorious. Liku, my dear. Chapter 116, Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, congratulations on reaching the semifinals. Your Fletchinder is formidable. I humbly bow to your prowess. Zhang Sancher relished the match, feeling exhilarated regardless of the outcome. Naturally, a victory for himself would have been even sweeter. Upon hearing Zhang Sancher's words, Xiao Yin engaged in mutual flattery. Your Greninja is quite impressive as well. Furthermore, your strategy was excellent. Utilizing Water Pulse to broadly restrict Fletchinder's movements and then executing swift water guns. It's impossible to execute such maneuvers without a strong Greninja. The two continued their exchange as they walked back to their base, only halting once they arrived. Having also received praise from Zhou Yi, Xiao Yin and Zhang Sancher sheepishly scratched their heads, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at the compliments. That praise is almost too much for me, they chuckled. The base was equipped with specialized devices for healing Pokémon, and Xiao Yin settled into a seat, patiently awaiting Fletchinder's recovery. During this time, he noticed Charcoal Little Servant had, at some point, approached Lin Jia. "Can I trouble you to keep an eye on it?" After commanding for so long, Xiao Yin felt a bit fatigued and sought Lin Jia's assistance in caring for the lively Charcoal Little Servant. "Not at all. I enjoy playing with Charcoal Little Servant." Lin Jia replied cheerfully. "Victini, tell me, why does every one of my Pokémon seem to gravitate towards Lin Jia?" Xiao Yin mused, closing his eyes to rest, speculating that once Charcoal Little Servant evolved, it would cease its clinginess to Lin Jia. Victini, also resting, replied in Xiao Yan's mind. "I'm not sure. Perhaps it's because she is adorable." Xiao Yin nodded in agreement. "Indeed, she is quite charming." By 11 in the morning, the list of semifinalists was announced. Li Xiao Yin from Rongao, a boy from Sanzhong, a girl from Fuzhou, and a boy from Yizhou. The other 3 competitors utilized Charizard, a Galarian Urshifu, and a Cormorant. Among them, Xiaoyan considered the Cormorant a formidable threat. With a base stat total of 500, boasting an attack stat of 115 and the capability of wing attack, it posed a significant challenge. Xiaoyan pondered. I hope to encounter him again in the final. Xiaoyan, be cautious if you face that Cormorant. Its strength is formidable, Chen Yunjie advised, patting Xiaoyan on the shoulder. This particular Cormorant had defeated the Feathered Owl in the round of 16, and Chen Yunjie was well aware of its terrifying capabilities. Xiaoyan nodded affirmatively. Okay, I will be careful. At this moment, the list of the semi-final matchups was revealed, with Li Xiaoyan's opponent being a youth from Sanzhou. Li Xiaoyan could hardly suppress a laugh. Mighty Chicken versus Fire Dragon? The advantage is decidedly mine. His words piqued the curiosity of those around him. After all, the match had yet to commence, so what led him to claim such an advantage? Xiaoyan, do not underestimate that Fire Dragon. Its strength is formidable. Lin Jia, standing nearby, cautioned. In the round of 16, the encounter between Bulbasaur and Fire Dragon had seen her favored poison tactics utterly crushed. Hearing Lin Jia's words, Li Xiaoyan nodded earnestly. Yes, I will be cautious. The battle was set to begin at 2 in the afternoon. After a satisfying lunch, Li Xiaoyan indulged in a refreshing nap, awakening at 1:30. Mighty Chicken's recovery is complete. Soon I shall face the Fire Dragon. He grasped Mighty Chicken's pokeball, stretching his limbs in preparation for the impending contest. At precisely 2 o'clock, the battle commenced. The boy wielding the Fire Dragon was named Xiaoyan, and he bore a striking resemblance to a character from a novel Li Xiaoyan had read prior to his transmigration. Hello, I am pleased to battle with you. I hope for an encounter devoid of regrets. How polite, Li Xiaoyan mused, relieved that his opponent bore neither the surname Tang nor utilized grass types. Otherwise, cough. Back to business. Following their amicable exchange, the match officially began. Mighty Chicken dash forward with a flash attack, then execute a double kick. While fire-type moves were not particularly effective, Li Xiaoyan commanded Mighty Chicken to employ the same type-boosted double kick. Mighty Chicken took small yet swift strides toward the Fire Dragon, accelerating as it drew closer. Observing this, Xiaoyan commanded, Fire Dragon, unleash a smoke screen. The Fire Dragon exhaled a plume of black smoke, enveloping its surroundings. Mighty Chicken had no choice but to abandon its assault. Entering the smoke screen would render it a mere punching bag. It stood still, awaiting Li Xiaoyan's next command. This situation suggests a battle of endurance. Quite troublesome, Li Xiaoyan mused, his brow furrowing. It seemed neither side could gain the upper hand. Fire Dragon, Dragon Breath. Just as Li Xiaoyan contemplated this, Xiaoyan's command came forth. Li Xiaoyan could only shout, counter with Flamethrower. Mighty Chicken slightly parted its jaws, unleashing a powerful column of fire. The flamethrower surged into the smoke screen, distorting the air around it with its intense heat. As the flamethrower penetrated the smoke screen, the Fire Dragon leaped out from the side, having already gathered its dragon breath. The fierce breath, imbued with a hint of draconic majesty, rendered Mighty Chicken momentarily immobile. Fortunately, Mighty Chicken did not succumb to paralysis. The Fire Dragon could not sustain its breath indefinitely. As the smoke screen dissipated, Li Xiaoyan seized the opportunity. Mighty Chicken now? Double kick. Primitive power. Xiaoyan's command startled Li Xiaoyan, who had not anticipated that the Fire Dragon inherited such a move. Mighty Chicken's speed only increased, rapidly closing the distance to mere steps away from the Fire Dragon. Just as the Fire Dragon conjured ancient rock formations, Mighty Chicken had already darted in front of it. Roar. Devour the rocks. Li Xiaoyan's face lit up with joy as he shouted, Mighty Chicken, use them as a springboard. The Fire Dragon clapped its hands against the ground, sending the stones hurtling in its direction. Mighty Chicken, undeterred, utilized the stones as a springboard, launching into the air. What? Such a maneuver? Xiaoyan's eyes widened in disbelief at this extraordinary scene. In the next moment, Mighty Chicken struck several poses mid-air, its claws landing 2 powerful kicks upon the Fire Dragon's head. Grapple. Under the current circumstances, the Fire Dragon could not unleash its special move. Xiaoyan could only command it to counter with a grapple. Dragon Dance. In close combat, Li Xiaoyan felt utterly confident. Since evolving into Mighty Chicken, he had seldom faced defeat. The claws of both the dragon and the chicken clashed, with Mighty Chicken gaining the upper hand. Flame Fong. This sudden command made the Fire Dragon realize its mouth was not merely for breathing fire. A mouth entirely composed of flames materialized, catching Mighty Chicken off guard and landing a direct hit. Li Xiaoyan calmly declared, aim for the vitals. Mighty Chicken endured the blow, sustaining minimal damage. And before the Fire Dragon could react, It was struck in the abdomen by Mighty Chicken's critical hit, collapsing instantly. With the fire dragon incapacitated, the referee, Chi Si Bai, announced, contestant G044 is victorious. After recalling Mighty Chicken, Li Xiaoyan approached Xiao Yin and extended his hand in camaraderie. That was an impressive battle. Your fire dragon is quite formidable. Ha ha ha. Alas, it pales in comparison to your Mighty Chicken. Xiao Yin shrugged, acknowledging his own lack of strength in the face of Li Xiaoyan. It felt as though he had been completely seen through, stripped bare of all defenses. Farewell. Until we meet again. Indeed, best of luck in the finals. After exchanging pleasantries, the two parted ways. Upon returning to their base, Chen Yunjia looked at Li Xiaoyan with admiration. Xiaoyan, your Mighty Chicken is astounding. It barely used a few moves to dominate the fire dragon. Oh, it was merely luck. It just so happened that the final critical hit connected. Otherwise, it could have gone on a while longer. Li Xiaoyan's words carried a hint of pride. His Mighty Chicken was truly powerful. Zhou Yi, smiling, remarked, Xiaoyan, this is our school's first time reaching the finals. You must give it your all tomorrow. With high spirits. Li Xiaoyan replied, absolutely. My goal is to become the strongest. That red crane is no match for me. Though he spoke with bravado, he privately acknowledged the challenge posed by his upcoming opponent. The red crane had a distinct advantage in skills, yet how would it utilize its wings for aerial attacks? After tending to Mighty Chicken, Li Xiaoyan and Lin Jia exited the arena, finding Li Luocheng waiting for them. Li Luocheng rolled down the car window, inquiring, son, how did the battle go? Li Xiaoyan smirked, of course I won. The finals are tomorrow. As he spoke, he opened the car door, waiting for Lin Jia to enter before following suit. After a while, the trio returned to their residential complex. Lin Jia did not linger, as her parents were returning that evening, and she wished to see them quickly. Xiaoyan, see you tomorrow. Goodbye, Uncle Li. See you tomorrow. Goodbye. The father and son bid farewell to Lin Jia. In the backyard, Li Xiaoyan released Mighty Chicken, asking, Mighty Chicken, do you want to rest tonight? Or shall we continue practicing the sword dance? Waka, I feel an endless surge of energy, a sensation unlike any I have ever experienced. Mighty Chicken, clutching its favorite toy ball, moved aside to dribble it. Then, casting the ball aside, it began to dance. To his surprise, Li Xiaoyan found Mighty Chicken's movements quite graceful. The powerful dance steps left him mesmerized. Song Yin Blade Ghost. Can such a dance truly serve as a sword dance? As he perused descriptions of sword dances on his phone, he inquired of Song Yin Blade Ghost. Sword dance, a fervent dance that elevates battle spirit, significantly enhancing one's attack. Indeed, as long as it enhances one's spirit, such a dance can be considered a sword dance. Song Yin Blade Ghost's eyes sparkled with determination. It sensed an immense aura from Mighty Chicken, indicating that it was on the brink of mastering the sword dance. In recent days, Song Yin Blade Ghost had been teaching Mighty Chicken the intricacies of the sword dance, guiding it to craft its unique choreography. Mighty Chicken had already begun to develop its interpretation during this initial step. It can be said that the robust chicken is the most perceptive Pokémon taught by its trainer, particularly when it comes to mastering swords dance. Li Xiaoyan snapped his fingers, maintaining his composure as he instructed, robust chicken, use swords dance. The exuberant cry of Waka echoed as you approached, igniting a spark of excitement within him. Li Xiaoyan coughed slightly but quickly regained his focus, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the dancing robust chicken. In that moment, the robust chicken entered a state of singular focus, with phantom swords flickering in and out of existence around it. This compelled Li Xiaoyan to grin widely. Truly, it is the robust chicken, just a smidgen more, and it would completely master swords dance. Hiss, indeed. With a few more training sessions, the robust chicken will surely learn swords dance. Remarked that Song Yin Blade Ghost as he stepped into the house to fetch 4 portions of Pokémon food. Following closely behind, Zoroark carried a large platter filled with a rice bowl, placing it upon the stone table in the backyard before addressing Li Xiaoyan with a cheerful, don't forget to eat. Just as Li Xiaoyan felt a pang of hunger, he turned to Song Yin Blade Ghost and said, Song Yin Blade Ghost, once the robust chicken concludes its current state, please allow it to have a bite. Thank you. Seated on the stone bench, Li Xiaoyan savored his rice bowl when suddenly, Tai Li Meow and Yongyue Duck appeared from seemingly nowhere. Feeling a surge of enthusiasm, he checked the levels of these 2 Pokémon with his system. Goodness, have they reached such high levels? Both Pokémon stood at level 30, just 6 levels shy of evolving into their final forms. It seems his parents had indeed invested considerable effort into these 2 Pokémon. Time flies so swiftly. The winter break is nearly upon them, and soon he would be able to retrieve the Monster Stone tablet. Li Xiaoyan mused quietly as he devoured his meal. With a moment of idleness, he glanced at his phone, only to discover a video notification from a certain platform. Yesterday, an unknown individual's double blade evolved within the verdant secret realm. Compared to a regular greatsword ghost, the verdant form possesses added dark attributes, with its horns curving slightly. The color of its armor on its limbs and head has also transformed, resembling a hint of crimson in the night. This should have been a joyous occasion. However, this greatsword ghost has been searching for something within the secret realm, but thankfully, it returned to normal upon exiting. The video abruptly ended, prompting Li Xiaoyan to murmur, "I can't shake the feeling that this verdant greatsword ghost seems rather strange. Perhaps it is merely my imagination." Such deep-seated resentment. Zoroark had stealthily approached Li Xiaoyan from behind, prompting him to inquire, "Did you notice something as well?" "Not just it. I too feel something amiss." Victini joined the conversation, expressing that the great sword ghost in the video bore an air of melancholy. Indeed, not only that, but its gaze seemed as though it were possessed. Yet in reality, it was not. It reminded me of the great sword ghost I encountered back then. Could you elaborate?" Li Xiaoyan asked, curiosity piqued, urging for more information. "Not now. Let us discuss it after you finish the finals," Zoroark interjected. Deeming it more pressing to prepare for the upcoming match, Li Xiaoyan contemplated the story could wait. Tomorrow's battle was singular, marking the ultimate showdown for the robust chicken in the first semester of senior year. Chapter 118, the final match. 10 o'clock at night. Has it grown so late? Li Xiaoyan glanced at the time displayed on his phone, aware of the fierce battle awaiting him in the morning. He resolved to retire early that night, conserving his energy for the final confrontation. Spotting the robust chicken still engrossed in learning sword's dance, he called out, "Robust chicken, it's time to sleep. Overexertion is not advisable." "Waka." "Understood, just a little more." The robust chicken, with a calm demeanor, continued its graceful dance. As it twirled, numerous illusory swords manifested around it. The sword shadows began to orbit the robust chicken, a visible red glow rising and then vanishing in an instant. Li Xiaoyan beamed. Sword's dance had been mastered. The following morning at the competitive arena, please have contestant G044 and contestant Y001 report to the central battle arena for their match. Upon hearing the announcement, Li Xiaoyan and a boy opposite him simultaneously rose. "Xiaoyan, go for it." Today, Lin Jia donned a cheerleading outfit, rallying support for Li Xiaoyan. The cheerleading squad from Ronggao was small in number, totaling only 7, including Lin Jia and Longya. Wait, why is Longya here too? The school certainly provided an abundance of support. Upon reaching the battlefield, Li Xiaoyan tossed his poke ball into the air. "Robust chicken. Let us seize victory in this final battle together." The young boy lightly threw his ball. "Chanhong Crane, let the opponent witness your prowess." Chanhong Crane is a Pokémon that can wrap its neck at the base. It typically prefers to keep its wings tucked away. Its entire body is a shade of pink, reminiscent of an ostrich, with a black beak and eyes resembling screws. The referee for the finals was an experienced official, and once both contestants were in position, he sternly announced, "We are now commencing the final battle of the 8th school joint examination, featuring contestant G044 from Rongqing Senior High School against contestant Y001 from Rongqing First High School. Each side may utilize one Pokémon. The match concludes when one Pokémon faints. Let the battle begin." No sooner had he finished speaking than Li Xiaoyan seized the initiative. Robust chicken, unleash flamethrower. Engaging from a distance to avoid close combat, and simultaneously build speed. A fierce jet of fire erupted from the robust chicken's mouth. The fiery beam surging forth like a swift serpent, its temperature so intense that it caused the very air to shimmer. The boy, unfazed, instructed, "Chanhong Crane, use Shadow Clone." Chanhong Crane's slender legs began to move rapidly, multiple afterimages appearing in an instant, as the flamethrower obliterated one of the phantoms. "Robust chicken, sweep away everything as before." Li Xiaoyan's command triggered memories of the previous encounter with Shadow Clone, prompting the robust chicken to twist its head, unleashing flames that dismantled all illusions, leaving only the true form remaining. Just as Li Xiaoyan anticipated a command to evade, the boy exclaimed, "Divine Bird Strike." In Sun and Moon, the Divine Bird is blue, while the Brave Bird is golden. A hereditary move, it required a turn to charge. To execute it so swiftly, Li Xiaoyan swiftly grasped the nature of the technique. Intensify the firepower and aim to inflict burn damage. Upon hearing this, the robust chicken immediately amplified its efforts, the flamethrower expanding dramatically, mercilessly scorching Chanhong Crane. Amidst the crimson blaze, Chanhong Crane's form began to exhibit a cerulean hue, and its previously retracted wings unfurled, ready to showcase its might. "Robust chicken, anticipate the attack." Li Xiaoyan commanded the robust chicken to cease its flamethrower, prepared to confront the impending assault. Chirp! Chanhong Crane let out a resounding cry, leaning slightly forward, dashing towards the location of the robust chicken with lightning speed. The force of its charge was so palpable that Li Xiaoyan, standing opposite, could hear it clearly. The ground beneath it buckled under its weight. The robust chicken dared not underestimate the threat and prepared to counter the divine bird strike. With a grave expression, the robust chicken scrutinized the oncoming Chanhong Crane, perceiving the entire scene as though time had decelerated several-fold, allowing every detail to crystallize in its mind. I see through your move. As Chanhong Crane barreled forward with unyielding resolve, the robust chicken had already initiated its response, leaping sideways to evade the strike's trajectory. Yet Chanhong Crane, akin to a relentless adhesive, altered its course while sustaining the divine bird strike, leaving the robust chicken no choice but to leap high just as the attack neared its mark. The boy shouted, "Feign an attack, then follow up with wing attack." The youth's command caused Li Xiaoyan to furrow his brow. This predicament would prove challenging. In the aerial confrontation, one could only exchange injuries, the fiery breath. The red-crowned crane's head shifted like a phantom, and seizing the moment while the sturdy chicken was distracted, it collided its head against the chicken's abdomen. At that instant, its wings shimmered with a brilliant white light, and the sturdy chicken clutched its belly, exerting all its strength to unleash a fiery breath. The winged assault met the fiery breath head-on, and the red-crowned crane's wings barely cleaved a path through the onslaught. The sturdy chicken endured this weakened wing attack, albeit not without discomfort. "Now is the time, Yin Fan," commanded the red-crowned crane, as both issued their commands simultaneously. The sturdy chicken's legs glowed with white light, attempting to deliver a devastating blow. The red-crowned crane deftly tilted its head to evade this strike, while the sturdy chicken made a graceful descent back to the ground. Red-crowned crane, double kick. The crane, still airborne, could only resort to this move, yet it suited its intentions perfectly. Li Xiaoyan shouted, "Sturdy chicken, use that move." The youth, momentarily taken aback, pondered what that move could be. The sturdy chicken's gaze fixed on the red-crowned crane, its body began to dance. And soon 4 sword-like shadows materialized around it. The red-crowned crane's double kick approached, but the sturdy chicken skillfully evaded it with its sword dance. Sturdy chicken, consecutive Yin Fan. Red-crowned crane, counter with wing attack. The acceleration had piled up, and the sturdy chicken darted in front of the red-crowned crane, executing a vertical slash that struck true. The scales of victory had begun to tip. Li Xiaoyan remained vigilant, observing the battlefield. The red-crowned crane's advantage had dissipated, and victory now belonged solely to the sturdy chicken. The red-crowned crane trembled as it rose, unfurling its wings, determined to engage the sturdy chicken in one final confrontation. Aware of the crane's resolve, the youth acquiesced. Red-crowned crane, "I understand. Let this final strike be one of survival." Li Xiaoyan longed for a direct clash, yet the sturdy chicken hesitated. A flash of electricity illuminated the scene. The entire form of the red-crowned crane began to radiate a rich brown light, and faced with such an unwilling adversary, the sturdy chicken prepared to render it incapable of battle with utmost dignity. With a claw, the sturdy chicken pierced the crane's neck. The red-crowned crane collapsed. Chapter 119. The Tale of the Verdant Great Sword Demon. The red-crowned crane had lost the ability to fight, and the victor was contestant G044. The referee announced the results of the battle. Li Xiaoyan rushed forward, embracing the sturdy chicken with exuberance, exclaiming, "We are champions." The youth, with a downcast gaze, recalled the red-crowned crane and approached Li Xiaoyan, saying, "It was a truly exhilarating battle. I concede this defeat with utmost respect." Before Li Xiaoyan could respond, the youth hastily departed. "Sturdy chicken, let's get you treated first. Tonight, I shall treat you to a grand feast." Li Xiaoyan gently caressed the sturdy chicken's head. This battle had been thoroughly enjoyable, even exhausting all their trump cards. Li Xiaoyan returned the sturdy chicken to its pokeball and made his way to the healing device at their base. "Hey, Xiaoyan, when did you learn sword dance? I've never seen you use it before. Who knew the sturdy chicken had such a move?" "Impressive," Chen Yunjie exclaimed, showering Li Xiaoyan with praise upon his return to the base. In front of his close friends, Li Xiaoyan revealed his true nature. "Of course. Have you forgotten who I am? My sturdy chicken is formidable, and with my command, ha 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 ha. Xiaoyan, you truly are remarkable. You've defeated such a strong opponent. You will undoubtedly be the champion in the college entrance exam," Lin Jia remarked, appearing behind Li Xiaoyan unnoticed. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by Lin Jia's praise, Li Xiaoyan realized he had revealed this side of himself only in front of his close friends. Chen Yunjie discreetly slipped away. Li Xiaoyan turned to meet Lin Jia's gaze, noticing she was clad in cheerleading attire. How adorable, he thought, unable to shake the sentiment. His peripheral vision caught sight of Long Ye heading towards the men's changing room. Difficult to assess. Li Xiaoyan merely stole a glance at Lin Jia before returning to the healing device, muttering, "Sturdy chicken, you performed remarkably in this battle. You should rest well for the next few days." I'm off to the women's changing room," Lin Jia declared, joining Su in to change clothes. Li Xiaoyan nodded slightly. How delightful, thought Victini in Li Xiaoyan's heart. Once the sturdy chicken regained its health, Lin Jia would be ready as well, gracefully making her way back to the base. Upon seeing everyone gathered, Zhou Yi boomed with laughter. Congratulations to Li Xiaoyan for winning the championship. The school has prepared gifts not only for Li Xiaoyan, but also a feast for our entire class, of course, with the teachers being the subject teachers and the head teacher. The celebration is set for tonight. Rong Gao, upon hearing of Li Xiaoyan's victory, promptly reserved a private room at the Hai Tian Grand Restaurant. It was truly a gesture of sincerity. Hooray! In an instant, cheers echoed throughout the base, as it dawned on everyone that Li Xiaoyan's victory would also bring them joy. Why not revel in it? Brothers, see you tonight. Li Xiaoyan and Lin Jia departed first, eager to return and hear the story that Zoroark had promised to share. Yes, champion, remember to rest well. Don't wear yourself out. Lin Ji also took his leave, having heard from his father that an important guest was expected at home. So significant that even his grandfather, who was striving for the title of champion, had returned unexpectedly. Xiaoyan, I'm off too. Bai Qingyan realized that his bond with Riolu was not yet sufficiently strong. He hoped to achieve Riolu's evolution by the time of the entrance exams. Zhang Sanshur began to flex his muscles, slowly stating, "Next time we battle, my Froki will undoubtedly become stronger." Chen Yunjia felt a bit out of place for not contributing to the conversation. After some thought, he remarked, I'm off to capture a Poplio. See you." Once seated in Li Luoqing's car, Li Xiaoyan fell into a deep sleep. Lin Jia glanced at him, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "He is really so handsome. How I wish he could rest on my shoulder." Lin Jia reminisced about the delightful moments spent in the Rongshua secret realm, feeling fortunate to have such a person by her side. Upon returning home, Li Luoqing drove to the breeding center, where he had some matters to attend to. Meanwhile, Shi Xintong was headed to her grandmother's house in Britain, seemingly preparing a gift for Li Xiaoyan. "Zoroark, I won the championship today. Can you tell me that story now?" Li Xiaoyan sought Zoroark, eager to hear the tale of the verdant great sword demon. Zoroark, seated in a chair with some paper cutouts before him, began, "Well, this story is from my experiences before I crossed over. One day before the crossover, I encountered a great sword demon. The demon was gravely injured, and we rescued it." Learning some information from its mouth, Zoroark then mimicked the great sword demon's voice. "Great sword demon, I am a Pokémon trained by a trainer. I know you do not trust me, but I have been abandoned by my trainer. If you do not trust me, I shall leave. Zoroark, as husband indeed. We cannot trust Pokémon captured by trainers. Here are some berries for you. You may go. It is all I can do." "Great sword demon, thank you." Once the imitation concluded, Zoroark continued, "After it left, my husband and I stealthily followed, witnessing it consume the berries before venturing towards a distant human village. You must understand. Before my crossover, I lived in a frigid land with only one nearby human village, yet it did not head there. I observed it collapse to the ground, and I wished to go out and assist it, but my husband stopped me. Eventually, we departed, only to see it return days later." "Zoroark, as husband, what brings you here?" "Great sword demon, I came to thank you. Your berries were very helpful, but I still haven't seen him, I shall take my leave now." The great sword ghost departed, and when I next beheld it, it had transformed into a magnificent ice sculpture, eternally closing its eyes. The tale concluded, yet many intricate details remained unspoken by Zoroark. Li Xiaoyan listened intently to this narrative, his heart heavy with an ineffable void, as if something essential was amiss. Truly, what a devoted great sword ghost it was. Li Xiaoyan deliberately omitted certain words, for this great sword ghost evoked a profound sense of longing within him. If its trainer had truly mistreated it and subsequently abandoned it, this great sword ghost would undoubtedly seek refuge elsewhere, forever in search of its trainer. Surely, the trainer must have had their own burdens to bear. Chapter 120, Relationships. Washing green great sword ghost, Li Xiaoyan murmured, but Zoroark rose and patted his shoulder. Do not dwell too much on it. These are but remnants of the past. Unless you can traverse time, this tale remains merely that, a story. Victini concurred with Zoroark's words. Indeed, if one cannot turn back time, the saga of the great sword ghost can only be regarded as a fable. What else could be done? Should one rush to the Washing Green secret realm and exclaim, "The trainer of the Washing Green Greatsword Ghost is a colossal S13? That would be absurd." At 6 in the evening, Li Xiaoyan arrived at the Ocean Sky restaurant. It is worth noting that he was accompanied by Lin Jia. "Do you have a reservation?" inquired the young waitress with a warm smile. Li Xiaoyan nodded slightly. "Indeed. The private room on the 9th floor." "Very well, please follow me." The young lady led them to the room and then departed, wishing them a pleasant dining experience. The entire 9th floor was filled with restaurants, and this level had been exclusively booked by Rong Gao. The Pokémon of the attendees frolicked nearby. As the two exited the elevator, they noticed that everyone was already seated, having awaited Li Xiaoyan and Lin Jia's arrival. "Apologies for our tardiness," Li Xiaoyan said awkwardly. Zhou Yi beamed upon seeing Li Xiaoyan. "Not at all. Come in and take a seat. Dinner is about to commence. Moreover, you are the guest of honor today." Li Xiaoyan released his Pokémon, Strong Chick, Flameblade Ghost, and Charcoal Servant, urging them to play freely. It must be said, this floor was indeed spacious. Even with so many Pokémon present, it felt far from crowded. Only 2 seats remained unoccupied, compelling Li Xiaoyan to sit beside Lin Jia. Fortunately, Chen Yunjia also sat next to Li Xiaoyan, alleviating his sense of solitude. "Yunjia, remember our agreement to visit the Washing Green secret realm during the winter break?" Li Xiaoyan reminded Chen Yunjia. "I won't forget," Chen Yunjia replied with a silly grin. Later, Li Xiaoyan also asked Lin Jia if she wished to join them on the expedition to the Washing Green secret realm, but she informed him she would be returning to her hometown during the winter break. Thus, he relinquished the invitation. Speaking of her hometown, he wondered what kind of gifts his mother had prepared for him, especially since she had traveled to Britain to procure them. They must surely be of considerable value. A few days prior. "Yi, brother, do you have any advice for capturing my son's 3rd Pokémon, the Flame Rabbit? Should we select one from our Rome City Pokémon Breeding Center, or what? If it's a little Fire Dragon or Fire Chick, it's certainly not an issue to choose from here. However, for the Flame Rabbit, I personally recommend seeking one from Britain," Yi Huang advised. "I see, thank you. Brother Yi, would you like me to assist in communicating with the British authorities?" That won't be necessary. My mother-in-law is the daughter of a certain count in Britain and holds considerable influence there." "Good. Remember to choose a larger one." "Certainly. Thank you, Brother Yi. I plan to have Xiaoyan acquire the Flame Rabbit after his college entrance exams. My wife is currently preparing to apply for qualifications. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I will answer whenever I am available." "Thank you, Brother Yi. No need for thanks. On the day of the finals. Darling, I'm off. Grandma said I must be present for the qualification application to commence. Would you like to join me?" It was puzzling how Britain had changed its policies over the years, now requiring family members to be present for the application of the starter Pokémon. Shi Xintong gazed affectionately at Li Luoqing. Li Luoqing shook his head slightly. "No, I have some matters to attend to at the breeding center. After I drop off Xiaoyan and Jia, I must attend to my affairs." "Then a kiss for good luck," she said, planting a sweet kiss on him. At Li Xiaoyan's table, Chen Yunjia suddenly shouted, "Cheers! Cheers!" The group raised their drinks in lieu of alcohol and began to boast among themselves. With Zhang Sanche particularly animated. "I'm not exaggerating, my Frogadier is the strongest among all Frogadiers. Moreover, in the entire Rong City High School, my Frogadier is undoubtedly among the top." Li Xiaoyan replied, "Indeed, you are the sole Frogadier in our class. Among this year's senior students in Rong City, very few chose Frogadier as their initial Pokémon." He recalled his father mentioning that a decade ago, Little Fire Dragon and Frogadier were in high demand, nearly running out of stock. Fortunately, the authorities had swiftly issued a statement. If one chose another starter, they would receive some resources. It should be noted that those who opted for starters were not solely the privileged. Any civil servant could select one. This included many children of teachers, saving a considerable amount of money. This was how the selection of other starters was barely preserved. In recent years, the situation had improved somewhat, with fewer people choosing these 2 options, but their selection numbers remained noteworthy. The Little Fire Dragon generation was not too bad, as many opted for Bulbasaur and Squirtle, while the similarly esteemed Firefox and Chasebin did not enjoy the same favor. Although Firefox boasted striking looks, Chasebin was rather less appealing. Observing Li Xiaoyan's distracted demeanor, Lin Jia expressed her concern. "Is something the matter? Is there anything I can assist you with?" Li Xiaoyan quickly laughed it off. "It's nothing. Just a sudden thought of something amusing." Lin Jia nodded gently. "I see. By the way, Lin Ji, you seemed in quite a hurry today. Did something happen?" Li Xiaoyan recalled that Lin Ji had rushed home immediately after their match earlier, prompting his worry. Lin Ji shyly replied, "Oh, it's nothing significant. Just that a senior arrived at my home, apparently quite familiar with my grandfather." Lin Ji's grandfather was a gym-level trainer, renowned for his ace Pokémon, a dual-axe dragon, though its strength remained unknown. After speaking, Lin Ji retrieved over 10 signed photographs from her bag, each emblazoned with the name Nalan Long. Wow, Nalan Long. Li Xiaoyan exclaimed softly in astonishment. In his previous internet search regarding rank classifications, he had also looked up the current members of the Elite Four. Nalan Long, a master of dragon-type Pokémon, ranked second among the Elite Four, only behind Yi Huang. Chapter 121, The Elderly, Weak, and Disabled. Nalan Long, once a top-tier member of the Elite Four, was an aspiration for many trainers. When Yi Huang and Yu Bin first became members of the Elite Four, Nalan Long already possessed 5 champion-level Pokémon, making him a prime candidate for the next champion. However, due to a disturbance in a certain secret realm and the relative weakness of the other 4 champions, Nalan Long was first to respond to the crisis. It was during this suppression that he lost 3 of his 5 champion-level Pokémon. This period is one that the people of Huagua prefer not to recall. The former champion's whereabouts are unknown, leaving behind a single martial bear master as the guardian deity of the nation. The primary loss of the 4 heavenly kings was devastating, and the remaining 3 were all novices. Were it not for the hidden guardians lurking in the shadows, Huagua would likely languish at the bottom among the 5 great nations. At that time, foreign observers described the 4 heavenly kings of Huagua as follows: the aged Nalan Long, the feeble Yi Huang, whose team's combined firepower barely surpassed Yu Bin's ace, the ailing Yu Bin, whose name is a homophone for illness, and the crippled Bai Chun, whose tactics resembled those of an NPC. However, the 4 heavenly kings of Huagua today are a far cry from their former selves. Dragon-type King Nalan Long now possesses 3 champion-level Pokémon, with the remaining 3 rivals not lagging behind the mainstays of other kings. Fire-type King Yi Huang is just a final push away from achieving championship status. Once the Steel-type King, Yu Bin has now ascended to champion. Ghost-type King Bai Chun has also made notable strides in his underhanded tactics. Lin Ji, I didn't expect you to have a connection with the Dragon King. Even in a hushed tone, Chun Yunjia's words were laced with excitement. Lin Ji, somewhat bashful, replied, "Ah, my grandfather knows him. They were comrades in arms. I only just learned today about the relationship between the Dragon King and my grandfather." Upon hearing the term comrades, the crowd likely grasped the weight of the moment, and the atmosphere turned somber. Observing the expressions of those present, Lin Ji hastily suggested, "Ah, let us change the subject. Today is Xiao Yan's celebration banquet, and I wouldn't want to dampen everyone's spirits. Ahem, let me tell you, the Dragon King has a granddaughter who is about our age. I had the fortune of meeting her today. She is exceptionally beautiful, exuding an air of elegance." In an instant, all the boys at the table, except for Li Xiaoyan, turned their curious gazes toward Lin Ji. Chen Yunjia was the first to speak. "Do you have her contact information?" Lin Ji paused for a moment before responding. "I managed to get the Dragon King's contact info. Quite splendid indeed." The group swiftly transitioned to discussing the Pokémon they intended to capture next. All eyes inevitably fell upon Li Xiaoyan. "Me? I'm probably going to capture a fire rabbit as my 3rd Pokémon." Li Xiaoyan had mentioned to his father during the 8th school joint examination that he was considering a 3rd Pokémon. But that would have to wait until after the college entrance exams. "Lin Ji, what do you plan to capture as your 2nd? The topic shifted back to Lin Ji. Without hesitation, Lin Ji exclaimed, "Charmander." "Understood, a descendant of the Dragon King's Charizard." The gaze of the group shifted to Bai Qing'an, and their curiosity piqued regarding what Pokémon this quiet boy would capture. "A ducklet, from Britain." Bai Qing'an's response was succinct. Li Xiaoyan envisioned a duck carrying a leek. Zhang Sancher nodded slightly. "A leeked duck is indeed quite formidable." Upon hearing Zhang Sancher's words, Bai Qing'an inquired, "Lei, what do you plan to capture?" "I haven't decided yet. Right now, I only want to train 1 Pokémon before the college entrance exams." After saying this, Zhang Sancher added a piece of meat to his bowl. Chen Yunjia turned to Longya and asked, "What about you, Longya?" After contemplating Chen Yunjia's question, Longya replied, "I think I'll go for a flame-tailed locust. I'm also planning to wait until after the entrance exams to train, as I just recently captured a Crawdont." "This is indeed an unconventional choice," jokingly. Suan, Yanhan, and Zhou Yi were also seated at the table with Li Xiaoyan. The latter 2 didn't require questioning. They were both already at level 6. Suan mentioned that she had yet to decide which Pokémon to capture. Chen Yunjia and Lin Jia had previously discussed their intended Pokémon, so no further questions were posed. "Brother Zhou, how are your other 5 Pokémon doing? Which ones have entered the gym challenge?" Zhou Yi, noticing the change of topic towards him, smiled and said, "My Charizard has reached gym level now." "Oh, are you youngsters progressing this quickly? You're only in your 20s and already have 2 gym level Pokémon. It seems you'll soon become a gym-level trainer yourself. Yin Han expressed surprise, reflecting that at over 30, he had only one gym-level Pokémon, the dominant panda. He had anticipated that Zhou Yi, in his 20s, would already possess 2 gym-level Pokémon. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the older. Zhou Yi waved his hand. Not really. I've poured most of my resources into those 2, and aside from my Drowsy, the rest are just at the elite level. Li Xiaoyan glanced at Zhou Yi's other 4 Pokémon. Level 37. Level 38. Level 37. Level 43. Indeed, it was evident that resources had been concentrated on those 2. At that moment, Lin Jia gently tugged at Li Xiaoyan's sleeve and whispered, Xiaoyan, do you have time tomorrow? Would you like to visit the Shengtian Trading Company together? Li Xiaoyan pondered for a moment, realizing it would also be an opportunity to purchase some items for the Zuiqi secret realm, and thus he accepted Lin Jia's invitation. Meanwhile, on Yi Huang's side, Brother Yi, what brings you here? And is this the Dragon King beside you? Li Luochen was astonished to see Yi Huang enter his office, especially with another king accompanying him. It had been a year since Yi Huang's last visit. Li, my brother, please show us the materials concerning the Octopus King incident, and share your feelings during your encounter with the other party. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Nalan Long. Greetings. I am Li Luochen. It's truly an honor to have you, Dragon King, here. Nalan Long interrupted Li Luochen's words. No need for formalities. Such pleasantries are unnecessary. Please present the materials. Thank you. Nalan Long believed that the recent Octopus King incident might be connected to past events, which is why Yi Huang had guided him to seek out Li Luochen. After a lengthy discussion, Dou chuckled. Uncle Long, could it be? Indeed, it is connected to that organization. It's surprising they managed to re-emerge after being hunted down. Chapter 122, The Monster Tablet. Yi Huang was somewhat speechless, never expecting the Dou organization would dare to return to Huagua. Had they not been sufficiently hunted before? It is worth noting that after that incident, the king-level trainers had been frantic in their efforts to level up. Other great nations also aided Huagua. Once Yubin's entire team broke through to champion level, his first announcement was to mobilize the nation to hunt down the members of the Dou organization. If memory serves, a few years ago, members of the Dou organization returned to Huagua and even managed to establish themselves in positions of power within the league. Since that incident, numerous regulations within the league have been revised. Currently, the league president is elected through a vote involving the top attribute kings, the Elite Four, and the champions. Mr. Li, we hope you can cooperate with our work during these days. Rest assured, the treatment will be generous. Time skip. The next day, Li Xiaoyan and Lin Jia visited the Shengtian Trading Company, purchased some items, and then returned home, having held hands once along the way. As January drew to a close and February approached the new year, Li Luochen was unable to return home due to certain circumstances. And the same held true for Chun Wenxuan. Before departing, Li Luochen placed the Pokeball containing Zoroark in Li Xiaoyan's hands. Xiaoyan, I'll be away for work during these days. Rest assured, I will return for the new year. Shi Xintong remained in Britain, and Li Xiaoyan had a video call with his great-grandparents. To his surprise, it seemed that in this world, his great-grandparents had only one descendant, his grandmother. Great-grandson, have you missed us? His great-grandfather and grandmother gazed kindly at Li Xiaoyan through the screen and then shared some joyous news. You want a fire rabbit, right? We've already applied for one, but due to international circumstances, you will need to come here in person to select your fire rabbit before you can take it home. It's certainly not because we wish to see you. Understood. We all understand. Zoroark, Victini, we are preparing to head to the Zuiqi secret realm. Allow me to send a message to Uncle Yi and the others, and then we shall embark on our journey. Li Xiaoyan exclaimed, shouldering his backpack, which contained all the divine relics he had collected thus far: the light stone, feathers from the 3 holy birds, fur from the martial arts bear master, and the down of Victini. The light stone feels rather peculiar, he mused. After recalling Zoroark into its Pokeball, Li Xiaoyan sighed. Why did Jia have to go to his grandmother's house? It seems that this expedition into the secret realm will be a solitary endeavor for me. Yi Huang was already aware that Li Xiaoyan intended to venture into the Shi Chui secret realm, and given Li Xiaoyan's current prowess, it was evident he sought something of great significance. Though he suspected it was the tablet, he felt there must be more to it. After conferring with the personnel of the Shi Chui secret realm, it was confirmed that today, the realm would be open exclusively for Li Xiaoyan. Let the young man take his chances. There is little more we can do. After all, who among us does not harbor secrets? Before long, Li Xiaoyan arrived at the location of the Shi Chui secret realm, an abandoned industrial park. After presenting his identification, the staff guided him to the entrance of the secret realm. Gazing at the starry entrance before him, He couldn't help but reflect. I never imagined I would return here after several months. All right, I'm heading in. The staff member nodded in acknowledgement. Upon passing through the entrance, Victini whisked Li Xiaoyan down to the surface of an unfamiliar space. Victory Star, True Dragon, Triad Featherbird, and the Combo Bear? What an odd assortment, he remarked, noticing a faint whiff of dreams and nightmares. Wait, how does he possess that aura? A Pokémon adorned with a diamond on its chest opened its eyes. The Shichui secret realm had a certain connection with it, and it sensed anyone who entered. This young man, the only one to enter today, piqued its interest. At another juncture, Dialga heard the desperate cries of a knight clad in armor. Oh, great sword ghost. It is all my fault. Divine being. If only time could be reversed, I would barter my life for it. Blood flowed from the knight's chest. Once he finished speaking, he quickly succumbed to silence. Dialga glanced over and remarked coolly, interesting. Zoroark, emerge. Li Xiaoyan steadied himself and released Zoroark, which was to be his primary Pokémon for this endeavor. Heh. Towards the central area, Zoroark hurried to the location where it had buried the mysterious stone tablet, while Victini, finding Li Xiaoyan's pace too slow, tugged at his clothing and soared ahead. With no other humans around, the day held no constraints. Soon, they arrived at the edge of a vast marsh, and Li Xiaoyan surveyed the desolate scenery, feeling a tinge of fear. Suddenly, a herd of light brown Hippowdon appeared. The Hippowdon had black markings around their noses, eyelids, limbs, and backs, with 6 protruding holes on their backs through which sand could flow, and short black tails. Among them, the strongest was nearly equal to Zoroark. Hippowdon were known for their irritable tempers, and they nearly launched an attack upon spotting Li Xiaoyan. At that moment, Zoroark stepped forward to greet the Hippowdon leader. Heh, long time no see. Hippowdon? Indeed, it has been quite a while. What brings you here? Are you here to reclaim that artifact? The leader, a female Hippowdon with a deep gray body, spoke. Their exchange revealed that these two Pokémon were old acquaintances. Indeed, I wish to retrieve the tablet for my own use. Would you kindly assist in unearthing it? Zoroark smiled, producing some energy cubes from the bag Li Xiaoyan carried, which Zoroark had instructed him to prepare. After all, one shouldn't expect others to work for free, right? Of course, no problem. However, I never imagined you would now be associated with a human. It is quite hard to believe. The Hippowdon leader let out a low growl, and the surrounding Hippowdon charged toward the marsh, digging one after another. It was your suggestion that our clan hide the tablet to prevent humans from discovering it, and now look at this. Yes, that was indeed the case. But Pokémon are not immutable. This young man possesses extraordinary qualities, and his family has treated me well. A mere tablet is of little consequence. He has promised that if he gains strength in the future, he will certainly repay my kindness. Zoroark spoke at length while Li Xiaoyan listened, nodding occasionally. Before long, the Hippowdon had unearthed the mysterious stone tablet, leaving Li Xiaoyan in a state of wonder. Divine Relic discovered. Item, Mysterious Tablet, Divine Relic. Information, a Ghost-type tablet that enhances the power of Ghost-type moves when held. Personal note, holding it accelerates the leveling speed of Ghost-type Pokémon. Chapter 123, Dialga. Pokémon, abbreviated as Poke, are incredibly extraordinary beings on this planet. Their total number ranges from 800 to 900, possibly even more. Humans and Pokémon assist one another, united in purpose as they engage in battle side by side. They share a bond of friendship and partnership, living together in harmony. This young man is Li Xiaoyan from Yong City, who, alongside his companions, continues the quest to gather divine relics. The number of Pokémon corresponds to the number of encounters, and each Pokémon brings forth new adventures. However, when he collected the mysterious tablet, it seemed as though he overlapped with another point in time. Pokémon movie. If time could be reversed. Zoroark lifted the mysterious tablet out of the marsh, then softly declared, Heh, let us summon Sister Blade Ghost. The mysterious tablet will be of great significance to her. Li Xiaoyan nodded slightly and released the Sanyan Blade Ghost. Thank you. Even while contained within its Pokeball, it heard their conversation and understood that this tablet would be prioritized for its use. The mysterious tablet had an inexplicable allure for the Sanyan Blade Ghost. Upon seeing it, it felt that its strength could continue to ascend, possibly even propelling it to champion status. In gratitude, the Sanyan Blade Ghost expressed its thanks. After obtaining the mysterious tablet, Li Xiaoyan thanked the Hippowdon and proceeded toward the exit with his Pokémon. As he reached the midpoint, a silvery barrier materialized around him. Human, might I request your assistance in a matter? A commanding voice resonated within Li Xiaoyan's mind. Before Li Xiaoyan could respond, Victini became restless and instantly communicated telepathically with the entity. Dialga, what is your intention? Is there danger involved? There will be no danger. Victory Star. I wish to allow this young man to witness history. Dialga spoke in a flat tone, leaving Li Xiaoyan unable to discern any emotion. Human, I will transport you to the past. Do you wish to witness history? Li Xiaoyan exclaimed. Wait a moment. What is this sudden proposal to transport me to the past? His mind buzzed with confusion. What was Dialga's motive? He was not acquainted with it. So why this sudden invitation? Victini extracted the light stone from Li Xiaoyan's backpack and pressed it against his forehead. In that moment, Reshiram joined the telepathic conversation. In a calm tone, Reshiram inquired, Dialga, what is your reasoning behind this? I am merely assisting you, Dialga replied succinctly, leaving Reshiram speechless. Dialga then asked, Human, have you made your decision? I know what you seek. If you agree, you understand the implications. Of course, if you prefer not to, I will not insist. This is merely a whim of mine. Li Xiaoyan expressed his concerns. What if something goes awry? Rest assured, regardless of the outcome, I shall return you within 3 days. During this time, I will ensure your safety. Should you or your companions sustain serious injuries, I will promptly bring you back. The flow of time there differs from here. When you return, only a maximum of 3 hours will have elapsed. Dialga's words served as a soothing balm, instilling a sense of peace in Li Xiaoyan. With his life assured and his parents spared from worry, what was there to fear? However, Li Xiaoyan released his Pokémon and inquired, Do you wish to traverse time? To witness history in the ancient past, although I am unsure what history it might be. Wow, dance in the ancient times? Char, ancient delicacies? The two exuberant companions were evidently thrilled at the prospect of traveling to antiquity. Dialga, in a congenial manner, remarked, There is no need for such fervent exclamations. In ancient times, the people called me the Great One. Isn't the Great One Arceus? Li Xiaoyan silently scoffed, recalling how in the game, Zhu Bei and the others mistakenly believed Palkia and Dialga to be the Great Ones of Sinnoh, when in reality, it was Arceus. Nevertheless, Li Xiaoyan refrained from voicing this thought and instead declared, Oh, esteemed Diamond Dragon teacher, I long to witness history. Dialga responded with a raised eyebrow. Pondering the peculiar moniker, the addition of esteemed felt somewhat off. Without further ado, Dialga illuminated the space around Li Xiaoyan with shimmering silver light. In that case, I shall transport you to the past, allowing you to witness this. Reshiram completed the thought. The true story as the words faded, Li Xiaoyan felt a sense of disorientation. And all his Pokémon retreated into their Pokeballs, leaving only him and Victini at the spot. Phew, this sensation reminded him of a previous experience. In the blink of an eye, Li Xiaoyan found himself in a mysterious realm. This was the corridor of time. Please wait a moment while I calibrate the coordinates to send you through. Dialga materialized, revealing its magnificent form. Goodness, it must stand over 5 meters tall. Li Xiaoyan marveled inwardly, far more awe-inspiring than the depiction in the Pokédex. Legendary Pokémon detected. Scanning. Resistance from the subject dissipating. Pokémon. Dialga. Gender. Unknown. Level. 99. Type. Steel. Dragon. Ability. Telepathy. Notes. A time Pokémon, possessing the power to manipulate time. Often depicted as a deity in various myths. My word, this system is truly remarkable. It activates scanning whenever a legendary Pokémon is involved. Fortunately, Dialga was gracious, allowing the scan to succeed on the first attempt. This marked Li Xiaoyan's inaugural successful scan of a legendary Pokémon. Is this the process of quantifying strength? It appears quite useful. Dialga soon approached, eager to connect and review its panel. Victory Star, what level are you? After disengaging, Dialga seemed to be fiddling with something. Its forehead aglow. Me? I'm at level 97. Victini answered Dialga's query, eager to leave the barren surroundings. How exasperating. Why is there nothing to eat? Li Xiaoyan exclaimed, feeling a whirlwind of sensations, and vaguely heard the words. The course of history may change, yet death remains unalterable. Chapter 124. I have crossed over again. Remember, the expanse here is not merely the size of a secret realm. It is the true world of Sinnoh. Where am I? The first question Li Xiaoyan posed upon awakening was directed at Victini, inquiring about his surroundings. Victini glanced around and replied, according to Dialga, We are in the Sinnoh region. The Sinnoh region is quite unlike what I imagined, Li Xiaoyan noted as he surveyed the icy landscape, blanketed in white. It is astonishing that one can survive the distortions of time and space. Following the sound, Li Xiaoyan spotted a man clad in black samurai armor. He bore a modest mustache beneath his nose, with a countenance that was neither handsome nor unattractive. Accompanying him was a dual-bladed Pokémon. Be careful, Li Xiaoyan exclaimed. Kicking the man down before the samurai could react, before he could recover, Victini sent a shiny Mimikyu flying. Sitting on the ground and cradling his foot, Li Xiaoyan shouted, "Goodness, is this armor really that tough? My foot is killing me." Had Victini not intervened, the Mimikyu would likely have had sinister intentions. The Mimikyu, not wishing to engage further, retreated, and the samurai, having witnessed the escape, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much, young man. Without you and your companion, I would have surely succumbed to that Mimikyu." Li Xiaoyan waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all. But why is there a Mimikyu in the Sinnoh region? Isn't that a Pokémon from Galar?" The samurai sighed and began to explain. This story traces back to a time when a group of individuals appeared from nowhere and suddenly established a village, wielding their powerful Pokémon to pillage and destroy. My village was also besieged by them. Fortunately, we too possessed formidable Pokémon, allowing us to survive their onslaught. I ventured out upon witnessing the temporal distortion. But by the time I arrived, it had vanished, leaving you alone. "What is that you hold in your hand?" The samurai inquired, glancing at Li Xiaoyan's possession. What do you think I have?" Li Xiaoyan looked at his palm, realizing he was inexplicably holding an Arceus phone. "Wait, where's my system?" At that moment, the screen of the Arceus phone displayed characters. "Temporarily transformed into a phone. It will revert to your system upon your return." So the system is still present. Merely disguised as an Arceus phone. That's a relief. As for how Li Xiaoyan comprehended the samurai's speech, perhaps he had adjusted the language to simplified Chinese. After some contemplation, Li Xiaoyan replied, "This item is my family heirloom." The samurai nodded slightly, choosing not to press further. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Li Xiaoyan and the samurai introduced themselves. The samurai's name was Yu Weimin, one of the warriors from Pearl Village. Although he was a samurai, he primarily relied on Pokémon for battle. His armor mainly served to shield against Pokémon attacks, though its effectiveness was uncertain. Yu Weimin extended an invitation to Li Xiaoyan. "Would you care to visit our village?" Li Xiaoyan hesitated. "Is that appropriate? We are not very familiar. Would it cause you any inconvenience if I simply visited your village?" During their conversation, Victini sensed the samurai's genuine spirit, which was evidently not feigned. "I believe it is acceptable. If need be, we can always have Dialga bring us back. Nothing untoward will occur." Victini's words resonated with a degree of logic for Li Xiaoyan. Yu Weimin continued persuading. "Now, in this desolate wilderness, lacking shelter would be quite uncomfortable. If those marauders spot you, they will undoubtedly attempt to seize your belongings." "Very well, thank you, Uncle Yu Weimin." After expressing his gratitude, Li Xiaoyan followed Yu Weimin as he led the way. Along the journey, they engaged in light conversation. "Brother Xiaoyan, is your home in the vicinity of Zhuqing town?" Li Xiaoyan scratched his head, puzzled. "Why do you ask that?" "My home is in the Kanto region." After reflection, Li Xiaoyan concluded that mentioning the Kanto region felt more appropriate, as if he had indeed resided there at some point. "Moreover, I stayed at Professor Oak's residence for several days. It is peculiar how I have such memories. It must be the work of Palkia." Palkia, 6. Yuemon remarked with astonishment. "The Kanto region? Is it really that far? I never imagined that a distortion in space-time could transport someone from such a distant place to Shurzue." Li Xiaoyan pondered for a moment before inquiring. "Has there been anyone like me who has crossed over here before? I heard that long ago in Zhuqing town. There was also someone who came from the heavens, and she possessed a phone similar to yours. However, that was quite a long time ago." Yuemon led Li Xiaoyan through a labyrinthine path, skillfully avoiding numerous ice-type Pokémon's territories. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyan reminisced about his previous adventures in the Alpaca Chronicles, wondering how the 3 legendary Pokémon he had encountered there were faring. Indeed, that is quite a coincidence. Along the way, the two paused for a brief rest. Yuemon noticed Li Xiaoyan's Pokeball and exclaimed with envy, "The Pokeballs of Kanto people are so sophisticated. How are they manufactured?" Li Xiaoyan fed a few morsels of food to his Pokémon and, upon hearing Yuemon's comment, replied, This? It is mechanically manufactured. Consider it a custom order." The samurai gazed intently at the small cube in Li Xiaoyan's hand, utterly astonished. "What is this? Can such a tiny cube truly satiate a Pokémon?" Shuangrenwan stared unblinkingly at the energy cube, and Li Xiaoyan chuckled. "Yes, this is called an energy cube. These are flavors that my Pokémon adore. If Shuangrenwan wishes to try it, just let me know its preferred flavor, and I shall share some with it." "Shuangrenwan, can I really? I love spicy food." Shuangrenwan exclaimed in excitement upon hearing that it could partake. Yuemon shook his head in resignation. "Xiaoyan, my young friend, then let us prepare some spicy ones. It enjoys those." Li Xiaoyan nodded, "Certainly." He then pulled out several red energy cubes from his bag, crafted primarily from berry fruit. Shuangrenwan accepted the energy cubes eagerly, savoring them in small bites, a radiant smile illuminating its face. Chapter 125. What is the sword tomb? Yuemon, may I pose a question? Li Xiaoyan, observing Shuangrenwan, suddenly recalled the tale of the great Jian Gui. Perhaps Yuemon might know something. Seeing that he could finally assist Li Xiaoyan, Yuemon laughed heartily. Ha ha, ask away. If it's about matters in this vicinity, I am omniscient. Li Xiaoyan offered Shuangrenwan another energy cube and inquired, in your village, is there anyone who raises a great Jian Gui? Great Jian Gui? No, not at all. The villagers do not particularly favor great Jian Gui. Therefore, it is rare for anyone to raise a Swampert. I rescued my Shuangrenwan from the wild, and the villagers advised me against evolving it. After finishing his statement, Yuemon rummaged through a tattered cloth and produced a golden yellow dumpling, placing it before Shuangrenwan. Ah, a rice dumpling, Li Xiaoyan queried, somewhat puzzled. Why the aversion to great Jian Gui? Isn't it quite handsome? Yuemon shrugged. We are not fond of the battle style of great Jian Gui, at least. No one in our village has used one since time immemorial. Moreover, there was an incident in the past where someone was harmed by a wild great Jian Gui. How should I put it? At least they are friendly towards Swampert and Shuangrenwan, but the same cannot be said for great Jian Gui. Li Xiaoyan, understanding the complexities involved, refrained from further comment. At that moment, Arceus' phone displayed a message on the screen. The great Jian Gui that resembles Shurzue possesses a cruel and merciless temperament, willing to resort to any means for victory. It typically remains silent and exceedingly quiet, but when enemies approach, it strikes with lightning speed using its dual blades. It excels in ambushes and cunning tactics during battles. Indeed, this contradicts the warrior's path prevalent in Shurzue. Uncle, who is the village chief in your area? Li Xiaoyan recalled the girl from the Alpaca Chronicles, curious about who would lead Pearl Village after many years. Ah, our village chief is an exceptionally beautiful woman. She is virtuous and kind-hearted. Yuemon's voice took on a slightly dreamy tone, and Li Xiaoyan, observing his expression akin to that of Ash's Swampert upon seeing a lovely Pokémon, interjected, hold on, uncle, get to the point. Yuemon, sensing Li Xiaoyan's disapproval, replied earnestly, the village chief of Pearl Village is named Jinbei. She is 20 years old and leads our Pearl team. She is 3 years older than you, capable of holding a gold brick. Yet, it seems the Pearl team still exists. I wonder if the Steel team is still around. Jinbei's offspring, named Jinbei, must mean that the descendants of Gangshi are likely called Jinshi. The name Pearl team indeed carries significant meaning. A hint of pride colored Yuemon's tone. Li Xiaoyan, intrigued, inquired, oh, what do you mean? Legend has it that there exists a Pokémon named Palkia. Upon hearing this name, the divine token in Li Xiaoyan's backpack began to glow, emanating an aura that startled both Yuemon and Shuangrenwan. Ahem, uncle, I have heard whispers of this in the Kanto region as well. Let us refrain from discussing it further. I am already aware of the subsequent events. Thank you. Li Xiaoyan chuckled, acknowledging the mischief Palkia had caused for those legendary Pokémon, it seems. Merely mentioning its name incited public ire. Having rested sufficiently, let us proceed. Yuemon stood up, brushing off the snow from his clothes, and addressed Li Xiaoyan. Li Xiaoyan also rose and replied, yes, let us go. After walking for a while, Li Xiaoyan spotted a river, with a small village situated on the opposite bank. The village appeared quite sizable, with a row of wooden houses neatly arranged in 2 lines, and at the center stood a 3-story building. It seemed that was indeed Pearl Village. Yuemon began to introduce Pearl Village to Li Xiaoyan. According to my grandfather, this place was originally called Pearl Settlement. It was renamed Pearl Village after expansion. Back then, there were no houses, and everyone lived in tents made of cloth. If one needed to heal their Pokémon, they would have to purchase healing medicine from the doctor. If they lost their battle capabilities, they could only rely on vitality shards, vitality blocks, or revival herbs. Yuemon halted Li Xiaoyan, who was eager to engage with other Pokémon in battle, cautioning him that the current medical technology was not particularly advanced. A careless misstep could lead to dire consequences. Understood, let us head to the village first. Li Xiaoyan accepted Yuemon's kind intentions. Realizing that he had not brought many healing medicines, he could probably only treat his Swampert and Shuangrenwan. After crossing the single log bridge, the two arrived at the entrance of Pearl Village, where the atmosphere was rustic and welcoming. The gatekeeper donned samurai armor, accompanied by a small wild boar. Yuemon back again. Why have you brought someone with you this time? The gatekeeper, noticing Li Xiaoyan, expressed his bewilderment, recalling how Yuemon had previously rescued a Swampert. Yuemon nodded, patting Li Xiaoyan on the shoulder. Yes, gatekeeper, this is someone who appeared during the space-time distortion. I noticed his skills and those of his partners were remarkable, so I brought him along. I see. Then quickly report to Lady Jinbei. She is currently at the hot springs. Yuemon guided Li Xiaoyan away. All right, thank you. Along the way, Li Xiaoyan observed numerous wild boars and long-haired pigs, yet there were none of the ivory pigs. After walking for a while, Li Xiaoyan's knees bent slightly as he struggled to catch his breath. "Uncle, let us take a break. I'm feeling a bit fatigued." They hadn't rested at all during their journey, and Li Xiaoyan now longed for a moment of solace. "Ah, I didn't realize your constitution was so frail. I apologize, it was my oversight." Yuemon expressed regret, astonished that someone from Kanto could be so weak. Indeed, Kanto folks can scarcely manage a small slope. Shuangrenwan and Swampert burst forth from their pokeballs, having rarely encountered snow during their time in Rongqing. Their few experiences with snow were confined to the Rongshua secret realm. "Uncle, you mentioned that you are not fond of the greatsword ghosts. If you encounter one in the wild, surely you would not harm it, would you?" Li Xiaoyan sat on the ground, allowing Tan Xiaosher to assist him in roasting some fruit. Yu Weimin quickly interjected, "Of course not. While we may not favor them, that is no justification for inflicting harm. Is there truly anyone who would cause injury to another Pokémon or human simply because they dislike it? Such individuals can hardly be deemed human. Even if one harbors dislike, it is imperative to refrain from causing harm. Perhaps there are others who benefit from the assistance of great sword ghosts in different locales. We must focus on our own conduct. Everyone has their preferences, but we should never chastise someone for their affections. I cannot condemn you for liking greatsword ghosts merely because I do not. Indeed, that is quite contemptible," Yu Weimin declared. "To harm someone simply because they cherish what you do not, especially when they have not provoked you, is truly reprehensible." Li Xiaoyan wholeheartedly agreed with Yu Weimin's sentiments. One should not initiate conflict without cause. A single individual's faults should not tarnish the reputation of an entire group. With this thought, Li Xiaoyan felt a surge of strength. However, upon rising, he stumbled and fell back to the ground. "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!" he lamented, deciding to remain on the ground for a while longer. Yu Weimin also sat down, chuckling as he said, "No rush, after all. Lord Jinbei intends to stay at the hot springs for quite some time, so there is no need to hurry." "What? Shouldn't we hasten to the hot springs then?" Li Xiaoyan inquired, recalling the expansive hot springs in the Alpaca Chronicles, which, while sizable, were predominantly frequented by Pokémon rather than people. "About this size." Yu Weimin gestured as he ran from one spot to another. Li Xiaoyan nodded slightly, realizing that the hot springs had not expanded. They remained as they always were. Enemy attack. Just as Li Xiaoyan stood, a guard at the village in trance shouted the alarming news. Li Xiaoyan furrowed his brow. The sudden assault struck him as peculiar. "Do you often experience attacks here?" "Indeed, we do," Yu Weimin exclaimed, urgency in his voice as he called out to Shuangrenwan. "Come with me." He rushed to the village entrance, eager to contribute his share to the defense. Once Li Xiaoyan steadied himself, he turned to the side and addressed Victini. "What do you think? Shall we join in or not?" Victini communicated within Li Xiaoyan's mind. I've sensed the situation. The strongest among them is still weaker than Zoroark. Let Zoroark handle it. My involvement would be cumbersome." "Very well, Zoroark, do as you please." Li Xiaoyan promptly released Zoroark, keeping Sanyan Ringui as a trump card. If the disparity in strength among those present was too pronounced, he feared unforeseen consequences. Zoroark, aware of the circumstances, immediately utilized its agility to race towards the front line. With Victini's guidance, Li Xiaoyan concealed himself in a vantage point to observe the unfolding scene. Once Li Xiaoyan departed, a striking figure appeared on the hillside, a golden-haired beauty adorned with large bracelets, each set with a pearl. Unlike the villagers clad in cotton and armor, this woman wore minimal fabric. Accompanying her was an ICV. With a deep sigh, she lamented, "Another enemy attack? Ancestors, when will this cease?" The ICV gently nudged her foot as she stretched and added, "I have Pokémon to care for. The front line is in their capable hands." But when did a foreigner arrive here? Li Xiaoyan, hidden away, summoned Tan Xiaosher and Li Juanji, hoping to gain some experience. What on earth? A mosquito swimmer, a Swampert, a Maitayana, an Alolan Rattata, and a Kingler? Why are they all here? Li Xiaoyan wondered, puzzled by the Pokémon assaulting Pearl Village. None of these Pokémon appeared in the Alpaca Chronicles. How did they come to be here? And that previous shape-shifting Pokémon was utterly bizarre. Zoroark had already engaged the enemy, weaving through the chaos while conjuring a dark purple energy sphere, its signature move, Shadow Ball. Whom shall I target first? You, Zoroark decided, launching the Shadow Ball at the mosquito swimmer that was at the forefront. The attack struck with precision, sending the mosquito swimmer crashing to the ground, incapacitated. What? How infuriating. Return, useless creature. A peculiar-looking man with an ancient Pokeball called back the mosquito swimmer. Zoroark, now the fastest Pokémon on the battlefield thanks to its rapid movements, unleashed a flurry of skills, Shadow Ball, Aura sphere, sludge bomb. Like a masterful blade, swift and fierce. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted in favor of Pearl Village. Realizing the precarious situation, the attackers hastily retreated with their Pokémon. How despicable. This was not the case before. How have their strengths increased so dramatically? Is there external assistance involved? A man with a clownish nose bellowed, bewildered. Previously, the battle had seemed evenly matched, even tilting in their favor. How had it come to this? Lord Jing, we must flee, called another man, equally clownish in appearance, rushing to the side of the grotesque clown-like figure. Li Xiaoyan felt a wave of disgust wash over him at Zheng Er's appearance, which radiated an unmistakable air of weakness. Ugh, code 323, code 543, we are leaving. Zheng Er commanded, and the group swiftly retreated, only capturing their Pokémon once they were far from harm's way. Victini, that man must be their leader, right? I feel nauseous. I don't know why, Li Xiaoyan confided, suppressing the urge to vomit. Xiaoyan, I too find that individual repugnant, Victini admitted, feeling a strange aversion towards the protected clown-like figure, as if he had committed some unspeakable crime. Fortunately, the Pokémon of Pearl Village had sustained minimal injuries, with only the initial assailant suffering slight wounds. Victini guided Li Xiaoyan down to the ground, while the other two Pokémon hopped down as well. Zoroark stepped forward, extending its hands as though seeking praise for its efforts. All right, when we return, I shall have Tsangyan Ringue provide you with some training, Li Xiaoyan said, amused. Since forging a bond with Zoroark, it had become increasingly cheerful, a welcome change indeed. Tan, exclaimed Tan Xiaoshu, that was incredible. I want to learn how to ambush others like that too. The little creature was buzzing with excitement, enchanted by Zoroark's swift and cunning maneuvers. It preferred stealthy ambushes followed by smooth combos, rather than direct confrontations. Previously, it had witnessed its mother, Tsangyan Ringue, vanish after a battle, only to reappear from another location, which had left it in awe. Today's display from Zoroark had further fueled that admiration. Ah, so you aspire to follow the path of the sneak? Li Xiaoyan chuckled, affectionately stroking Tan Xiaoshu's head. Most Pokémon of the Tsangyan Ringue lineage were known for their cunning tactics and ambush strategies. It was indeed remarkable that Tan Xiaoshu had inherited such an admirable trait. Chapter 127, Jinbei. Xiaoyan, what are you doing here? Thankfully they fled. It would have been unfortunate had you been injured. Yu Weimin expressed concern upon seeing Li Xiaoyan and his Pokémon suddenly drop to the ground. After all, Li Xiaoyan was his guest, and it was hardly appropriate for a guest to engage in battle at the front lines. Not to worry, it was Zoroark who charged into the fray, and I merely followed to observe, Li Xiaoyan replied sheepishly, shifting the blame entirely onto Zoroark. Li Xiaoyan rose and brushed off the snow, speaking, moreover, this time we achieved a resounding victory, did we not? Yu Weimin sighed and replied, indeed, but it is wise to remain cautious in the future. Come, I shall introduce you to the captain. All right, thank you, Uncle, Li Xiaoyan said, retracting his powerful chicken and cradling the small charcoal servant as he followed Yu Weimin once more into Pearl Village. Along the way, the townsfolk cast grateful glances toward Li Xiaoyan. They sensed, in varying degrees, that the swift triumph was undoubtedly linked to the youth before them. The white-haired fox trailing behind him was undoubtedly a pivotal factor in their victory. After a brief 10-minute walk, they arrived at a hot spring, where a golden-haired woman sat, her appearance reminiscent of Zhu Bei. Compared to the striking lady from the Alpaca Chronicles, this golden-haired woman bore a slightly more mature visage, imparting to Li Xiaoyan an impression of beauty that was admirable yet distant, a beauty to be gazed upon but not trifled with. Captain Zhu Bei. This is a human I discovered amidst the temporal distortion. He hails from the Kanto region. Yu Weimin introduced Li Xiaoyan to Zhu Bei. Greetings. You may call me Li Xiaoyan. I was inexplicably transported here due to the temporal distortion, Li Xiaoyan explained succinctly while holding the small charcoal servant. Zhu Bei was taken aback, never expecting to encounter a time traveler connected to her ancestry. My name is Zhu Bei, and I am aware of your circumstances. While I cannot fathom what transpired, if you wish to reside here, you are welcome to do so. However, I must ask for your assistance in our endeavors. Zhu Bei flicked her hair, leaving Yu Weimin momentarily dumbfounded, his expression one of someone unaccustomed to such encounters. Li Xiaoyan did not immediately acquiesce, but inquired, may I first understand what tasks are required of me? Zhu Bei leaned down, lifting a small mountain pig from the water. Of course, you must have participated in the recent battle, correct? Li Xiaoyan remained silent, merely nodding slightly. I wonder if you noticed the trio at the rear. The three individuals with red noses. They are unworthy of being called humans. These three are known as Zheng Er, codename 323, and codename 543. The significance of these names eludes me, but their actions are undeniably repugnant. As Zhu Bei elaborated, Li Xiaoyan felt a wave of disgust wash over him. Codename 543. The third in rank is notorious for abducting women, executing those who resist, and even sparing no Pokémon in his vile pursuits, treating them as little more than expendable tools. Upon mentioning 543, Zhu Bei's expression betrayed her revulsion. Such individuals are truly abhorrent. Codename 323, the second in rank, delights in arson and plunder, akin to the vile antics of 543. Previously, the pure white tundra had a few new villages, yet this sword tomb, backed by powerful Pokémon, ruthlessly slaughtered the villagers, leaving no bodies intact. Hearing this, Li Xiaoyan clenched his fists, fury igniting in his eyes. And the last one, at the top of the ranking, takes pleasure in slaughtering living beings, referred to as Zheng. The moment Zhu Bei uttered the name of the sword tomb, Yue Weiman's dual-edged blade glared with fury, as if confronting a bitter enemy. Double. My parents fell victim to that wretch. I seek revenge. Yue Weiman, visibly concerned, asked, Double, what ails you? You always charge into battle first, suffering the most injuries. Why does this name affect you so? Could it be? Li Xiaoyan sensed the truth, but still asked, Uncle, could you recount your encounter with Double? Miss Zhu Bei, could we discuss the sword tomb matter later? Of course. No problem. Zhu Bei nodded, ceding the floor to Yue Weiman. Yue Weiman began, when I first met Double, it was still a mere water otter. I found it bloodied near an ice rock and rendered basic aid. Upon regaining consciousness, it fled, colliding with the leader of a long-haired pig. Fortunately, I was familiar with the leader, which allowed me to rescue it. After Double retreated into its pokeball, I apologized and departed. Once Yue Weiman finished, Li Xiaoyan spoke again. Miss Zhu Bei, may we now discuss the last one? I am keen to learn what the highest-ranked individual has done. Zhu Bei patted Li Xiaoyan's shoulder. You must brace yourself. Previously, a snow maiden provoked it, leading to the massacre of all snow maidens in its vicinity. Even the formidable ice ghost and snow woman could not intervene. Furthermore, during one of its assaults on our Pearl village, it was repelled, yet in retaliation, it used incapacitated Pokémon as shields. Many villagers perished at its hands, including Yue Weiman's parents. A refugee from our village mentioned that this sword tomb wields a powerful Pokémon, yet thus far, it has not targeted Pearl Village. Some in our village harbor disdain for the Great Sword Ghost, yet they have never harmed this group. Even when faced with the Great Sword Ghost that injured a villager, that villager refrained from killing it. Mr. Li Xiaoyan, I implore you to assist us. If this sword tomb attacks Pearl Village again, I wish for you to fight alongside us. Before Li Xiaoyan could respond, he heard the voice of Dialga in his mind. What she says is true. Very well, I shall assist you. Upon hearing Dialga's voice, the last vestiges of Li Xiaoyan's doubts evaporated. He yearned to personally confront this sword tomb. No, allowing them to perish so easily would be too lenient. They deserve to be cast into the sea, unworthy even of the jaws of the Gyarados. Miss Zhu Bei, do you know what the Pokémon wielded by that sword tomb looks like? Zhu Bei shook her head. I do not know. The individual only mentioned it was a powerful Pokémon skilled in hypnosis. In his haste to escape, he paid no heed to its appearance. Chapter 128, Rest. It is getting late. You should retire for the evening. For now, you may stay in the vacant house. I shall lead you there. Zhu Bei walked ahead, guiding Li Xiaoyan to an unoccupied wooden cabin. Thank you. Li Xiaoyan followed behind her, occasionally glancing around and noting that aside from the houses, the surrounding area resembled the original Pearl settlement. Arriving in front of the wooden cabin, Li Xiaoyan observed that there was another cabin adjacent to it. Zhu Bei pointed to the neighboring structure. That is Yue Weiman's residence. You are neighbors now. Shortly, I will bring over blankets, charcoal, and other warming supplies. If you find yourself hungry, you may dine at the cafeteria. For the time being, your meals will be complimentary. Li Xiaoyan sensed a sisterly warmth emanating from Zhu Bei. In stark contrast to the character from the Alpaca Chronicles, he wondered what manner of personality the young brother from the Steel Brigade possessed. By the way, Miss Zhu Bei, when did that sword tomb begin its assaults on Pearl Village? Li Xiaoyan inquired. Zhu Bei replied, it has been some time. Initially, their assaults were not particularly fierce. It was only recently, following the annihilation of another village, that they began their sporadic attacks. Thankfully, the folks from Steel Village and Zhuqing Town have been supplying us with resources. Otherwise, we would have had to migrate long ago. Oh, and Mr. Li Xiaoyan. You can simply call me Zhu Bei. Referring to me as Miss feels a bit strange. Is it acceptable for me to call you Li Xiaoyan? Certainly, Li Xiaoyan nodded slightly. It was merely a matter of address, which he found inconsequential. Zhu Bei went to procure some blankets from the logistics office, while Li Xiaoyan entered the cabin. discovering that its layout was reminiscent of his previous home in the Alpaca Chronicles, albeit featuring a fireplace. There were also two hanging paintings, resembling ADK and Shuilong, a detail that echoed the Alpaca Chronicles. When Jinbei and Yuaiman entered, carrying supplies, Li Xiaoyan finally shifted his gaze away from the hanging paintings. "Are you interested in these two artworks?" Yuaiman inquired, noticing Li Xiaoyan's unwavering attention on the paintings since his arrival. Sitting on the tatami, surrounded by 5 Pokémon, Li Xiaoyan felt quite at ease, indeed. "By the way, why are there no villagers in this area who resemble these two figures?" Yuaiman, unfamiliar with this aspect of history, remained silent until Jinbei spoke up to enlighten Li Xiaoyan. These two ancestors departed from the Sichuan region long ago, seemingly from Zhuqing town. There lies a sea route that allows one to leave Sichuan, and the residents of Zhuqing often venture out to other lands. "Are you familiar with Dr. Laban?" Upon hearing this familiar name, Li Xiaoyan nodded in acknowledgement. "I have heard a little about him." "That's good to hear. Doctor. Laban sailed from the Galar region to our Sichuan region, but I'm not quite sure what transpired there. In recent years, many Pokémon have been unable to enter, and those within cannot escape," Jinbei remarked as he placed a blanket on the tatami and smiled gently at Li Xiaoyan. "See you later. Perhaps someone will wish to meet you." Jinbei's parting words left Li Xiaoyan with a peculiar feeling. Who might want to meet me? Could it be the brothers Jinsher? Once Jinbei departed, Yuaiman sat on the tatami and released a blade from its pokeball. Li Xiaoyan finally noticed that Yuaiman's pokeball bore a resemblance to the modern ones, yet it featured a clasp-like component with a small hole above the red section. It seemed the craftsmanship of pokeballs had yet to advance. Li Xiaoyan retrieved his Arceus phone from his pocket. He hadn't shown it to Jinbei earlier, as it was difficult to explain, and it was better for fewer people to know about it. Beep, beep, beep. The Arceus phone chimed, and Li Xiaoyan glanced at the screen, which indicated a yellow dot at the location of Ruizahai. "Oh, it's Uxie." Li Xiaoyan, who had made friends with the legendary Pokémon, felt compelled to take action. He marked a point on the map at Ruizahai and aimed the camera at Doublade. Pokémon, Doublade, level 50, gender, male, type, Ghost Steel, ability, no guard. Although Doublade had just reached gym level, it was unfortunate it hadn't evolved into Aegislash. Doublade appeared disheartened, tears streaming down its face, which stirred a sense of sympathy in Li Xiaoyan. "Do not worry, Doublade. The next time it attacks Zhuqing village, I shall capture it alive. You can retaliate as you wish." Li Xiaoyan offered a piece of energy cube to Doublade, hoping it would lift its spirits. "Bidjung Air. I will not share the same fate as you," Yuaiman exclaimed as he wiped Doublade's tears with a cloth. "Little brother, we acknowledge your wish. However, capturing those 3 ruffians from Sichuan will indeed pose a challenge." Yuaiman then presented Li Xiaoyan with several freshly made rice balls. The warm rice balls made Li Xiaoyan's mouth water. They looked utterly delectable. However, he hesitated to take them immediately. Yuaiman, seemingly aware of his thoughts, spoke up. "I explained the situation to the cafeteria, and as a token of gratitude, they provided you with these rice balls free of charge. Hurry and eat. They won't taste as good once the weather turns cold." Li Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled. The prospect of a complimentary meal was too enticing. "Oh? Then I shall graciously accept. Thank you very much." The rice balls were delicious, distinct from those he had eaten in Rongqing, with savory pickles inside. Seeing Li Xiaoyan relish the food brought a sense of pride to Yuaiman. "Right? Our rice ball making skills are top-notch. They are indeed delicious." Casting a glance at his Arceus phone, Li Xiaoyan noted it was already 7 in the evening. He hadn't realized how time had flown. He wondered how Dialga had calculated the 3 days. Was it from the following day or from the moment he opened his eyes after crossing over? Upon awakening, a sudden thought struck him. "Wait, Dialga, why are you suddenly in my head?" The unexpected voice in his mind caught Li Xiaoyan off guard. "No need to be alarmed. Whenever you contemplate time or returning, I will appear to provide answers. Should you face a dire situation where the victory star cannot reach you, simply call my name, and I shall transport you back," Dialga conveyed before abruptly departing from Li Xiaoyan's consciousness. After finishing the rice balls, Yuaiman took his leave, and Li Xiaoyan tucked himself into bed, drifting into slumber. Chapter 129. The Twin Dragons of Time and Space in the Corridors of Time. Dialga opened its eyes as a small fissure appeared in front of it. "Palkia, is it you again?" A massive dragon, resplendent in pale purple, stepped into the time corridor. Speaking in a calm tone, "Yes, but this time I am not here to trouble you. What brings you here?" Dialga relaxed its guard, familiar with Palkia. If Palkia claimed not to be a nuisance, it likely had a matter of significance to discuss. Once Palkia fully entered the corridor, it stated, "You are aware of the battle we had a few days ago, right? Never mind, I'll get straight to the point. A king-level octillery entered the Shichue secret realm during our clash, and the disturbances we caused allowed it to traverse to the Shichue period. I am not well versed in the intricacies of time. Closing its eyes, Dialga began to trace the timeline of the octillery. In mere seconds, it pinpointed the creature's location. Indeed, the timeline of the octillery coincides with Li Xiaoyan's journey to the Shichue region, regardless of whether the octillery crossed over. Such events were destined to occur. Shall we retrieve it? Palkia remained stationary. Dialga shook its head, its mouth unmoving yet producing sound. No need. It will naturally return in a week, and besides, the individual chosen by the Lord is present. Dialga conjured an image of Li Xiaoyan peacefully asleep. Upon seeing this, Palkia felt a strange sensation, as if it were on the verge of sneezing. Back in reality, 2 hours later Li Xiaoyan awakened, glancing at his phone, which displayed the time as 9 in the evening. It should be noted that the Arceus phone primarily manifests during pivotal plot moments. In reality, it appears only for significant events. Curious, Li Xiaoyan opened the phone to explore the applications. A photo album? Upon entering, he discovered 3 photographs and a video. This is an Easter egg. Is that Rico? And Ash? Professor Oak. The 3 photographs featured Li Xiaoyan alongside Rico, Ash, and Professor Oak, though he was uncertain how they were captured. The final video, when opened, revealed a Pokémon named Dogo being chased and bitten by a pack of hyena dogs. Truly a sight to behold. At that moment, there was a knock at the door, prompting Li Xiaoyan to rise and open it. Upon doing so, he found Jinbei standing outside alongside a confident young man with striking blue hair, tinged with a hint of gray. "Hello, my name is Jinshi, the leader of the Steel Brigade." The young man introduced himself. Li Xiaoyan reciprocated by stating his own name, then cast a puzzled glance at Jinbei. "Why did you suddenly bring someone along? And of all people, the descendant of Jinshi? Is there a problem?" Li Xiaoyan inquired. Jinshi circled around Li Xiaoyan several times, and from his side, he caught sight of silvery particles drifting through the air. These were not snowflakes. With a voice imbued with magnetism, Jinshi inquired, "Have you met the Great One, the Lord of Time, Dialga?" After all, having devoted himself to Dialga for so long, the sudden revelation that the deity of Sinnoh was not Dialga at all made it seem as though the Steel team had been tragically misled. Moreover, is that an Arceus phone? Jinshi pointed to the device, peeking from Li Xiaoyan's pocket. One must admit, Jinshi's observational skills were quite impressive. "Oh, it appears I cannot hide anything from you," Li Xiaoyan conceded, producing the Arceus phone for both Jinshi and Jinbei to examine closely. "So this is the Arceus phone. This is my first encounter with it. I had thought it merely a legend." Both expressed their astonishment, for as leaders of the Steel team and Pearl team respectively, they were well aware of the tales surrounding the legendary traveler from ages past. Jinbei even recalled that Pearl team once had a traveler, though the passage of time left him uncertain of its veracity. The Arceus phone could not be a counterfeit, having arrived here through a distortion of time and space. It was undoubtedly a divine arrangement. "Jinbei, how fares the Snowfield King? I trust there have been no recent disturbances?" Jinshi pondered, recalling that a colossal ice rock creature revered as the Snowfield King resided in the pristine Frostlands. Could something have transpired to summon Li Xiaoyan here? Jinbei contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. The Snowfield King is just fine. It hasn't been struck by lightning, so it's unlikely that anything has occurred there. Jinshi suddenly clapped his hands, as if a thought had struck him. Could it be that new village? Jinbei's eyes widened in realization. Indeed, it is quite possible. I have heard that the ruffians of that village, once pirates, have suddenly transformed into marauders due to unforeseen changes. It seems Li Xiaoyan has come for that reason. Li Xiaoyan, intrigued by their conversation, listened intently. What history was Dialga intending for him to witness? "For now, you should rest well. We will discuss this later," Jinbei concluded before departing. Jinshi left behind several ancient Pokeballs, instructing Li Xiaoyan that in case of danger, he could throw them at the creatures. "Thank you," Li Xiaoyan replied, though he had no intention of using those Pokeballs, as he already had his sights set on the Pokémon he wished to capture. Moreover, there were no Pokémon he desired to capture in the village of Shitsue. Once Jinshi left, Li Xiaoyan settled onto the tatami, covering himself with a blanket as he examined the map displayed on the Arceus phone. Lake Wisdom? I wonder if Uxie is there. With a deep sigh, Li Xiaoyan lamented the lack of preparation for his arrival, having rushed here upon hearing Dialga's words without gathering sufficient information. At this moment, feeling utterly bored, he was grateful for the presence of his Pokémon nearby. "Let me see your current levels." Level 24. Level 16. Goodness, how has Charcoal Sprite leveled up so quickly? It had taken months for his Fire Chick to reach level 16, yet Charcoal Sprite had already achieved level 16 after just a few forays into the secret realms. Victini, Sensing Li Xiaoyan's thoughts, communicated telepathically, "Ah, that is quite normal." The rate of leveling up in secret realms is indeed accelerated, and given Charcoal Sprite's diligent nature, such rapid progression is to be expected. However, once it reaches the elite level, the pace will slow considerably. Chapter 130, The Sealing Treasure. Li Xiaoyan, puzzled, asked, "Then why can't newcomers enter the secret realms from the start? Wouldn't that expedite their leveling?" "That is true, but the initial secret realms are only open to newcomers, and the unforeseen occurrences have been far too frequent. Moreover, most newcomers lack sufficient knowledge about Pokémon, resulting in countless incidents of Pokémon deaths. Hence, both Huagua and other nations have agreed that trainers must first raise their first ordinary-level Pokémon before venturing into the secret realms. This way, they cultivate bonds while ensuring safety. Similarly, students prioritize their studies, and it is not too late to explore the secret realms after university." Victini's words resonated with Li Xiaoyan, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, they are still students. They cannot spend all their time engaged in battles within secret realms. Li Xiaoyan gazed up at the ceiling, slowly closing his eyes. In his dreams, he beheld a suit of armor, dark red as though drenched in blood. Charcoal Sprite stood before the armor, hesitant to touch it yet drawn to it. "There are so many ghosts. I am afraid," Charcoal Sprite whimpered, as if it had seen something terrifying. "Charcoal Sprite, I'm here. Do not be afraid," Li Xiaoyan comforted. Embracing Charcoal Sprite, with him by its side, no one could bully it. Li Xiaoyan began to scrutinize the armor before him, feeling as though he had seen it somewhere before, but the memory eluded him. Suddenly, a swarm of phantoms burst forth from the armor, startling Li Xiaoyan. "What is this?" "Ghosts." He attempted to discern their forms, but just then, he awoke from the dream. Was it merely a dream? Li Xiaoyan murmured. The dream had felt suffocating, and he had sensed an infinite resentment emanating from the spirits. What had the sword tomb done to provoke such deep-seated grievances from the spirits within the armor? Glancing at the time, he noted it was 7 in the morning. "Well, I suppose I should go eat." Li Xiaoyan donned his shoes and made his way to the dining hall. Today's breakfast consisted of potato pancakes, equally delectable. "Hey there, up so early?" Yao Min greeted him as he sat down to eat. Li Xiaoyan smiled in response. "Yes, I had a nightmare last night. One could say I was frightened awake." Yao Min replied. "How do you manage to say that with such a straight face? Let us set that aside for now. Are you interested in joining me for an outing later?" Yao Min shifted the topic, inquiring if Li Xiaoyan wished to leave the village. "Oh, where to?" Li Xiaoyan's curiosity was piqued by Yao Min's suggestion. Just then, the Arceus phone emitted a series of beeping sounds, revealing the location of the Ice Mountain battlefield flashing ominously on the screen, which sent a chill down his spine. Boom. The sound of an explosion echoed from afar, and Li Xiaoyan observed numerous ice pillars crashing down from the northeast direction. Jinbei rushed into the dining hall, spotting Li Xiaoyan at the table, and urgently exclaimed, "Could I ask for your assistance? The Snowfield King's location has been struck by lightning and is currently in a state of frenzy. You have been chosen by Lord Arceus. Surely you can calm the Snowfield King, as the legends foretold." Huh. Li Xiaoyan was bewildered by the sudden turn of events. How had this become a storm? At that moment, a green-haired woman descended, riding a Pokémon resembling a majestic warrior eagle. Its feathers were dark gray, with white tips on its wings and tail. The 3 crown feathers on its forehead were flame-like, with the center adorned in shades of purple and pale pink, while the outer ones displayed a blend of light pink, purple, and pale blue. "This is the Shih Tzu warrior eagle," Jinbei exclaimed. "Captain Jinbei, the sealing treasure is ready. What shall we do next?" The green-haired woman held a basket containing small bags covered in canvas. Jinbei's face lit up upon seeing her. "Sister Liloa, you have finally arrived. Has the sealing treasure been prepared so swiftly?" Li Xiaoyan's expression soured at the mention of the sealing treasure. He had completed the game Alpaca Transmission before. In that game, when the royal Pokémon went berserk, the protagonist had to repeatedly strike with the sealing treasure until the health bar above was empty, signifying successful pacification. Was Jinbei implying that he was to engage directly? Realizing this, Li Xiaoyan vigorously shook his head. No, that's out of the question. You can't expect me to go out there and strike." "Huh, what are you talking about?" Jinbei blinked, confused by Li Xiaoyan's reaction. She never suggested he personally engage in battle. Wouldn't that be akin to courting death? The method of soothing the King of Ice Pokémon typically involves trainers personally engaging in the battle using the calming treasures, doesn't it? Upon hearing this, Jinbei suddenly realized that Li Xiaoyan must have learned this ancient technique from Yue Min. Times have indeed progressed, and so have the methods of pacifying the King of Ice Pokémon. The notion of trainers personally stepping into the fray is now archaic. The current trend favors a collective approach to pacification. In the past, a lone individual would stand in a confined space, dodging the assaults of the King of Ice, an approach fraught with peril and inefficiency. One captain, struck by inspiration, proposed that others ride flying Pokémon to harass the creature from the sky, and once it weakened, the most formidable Pokémon would swoop in for a coordinated attack. After the Pokémon emerged victorious, the others would follow up with the calming treasures, significantly enhancing efficiency. What a splendid idea. Coincidentally, that captain encountered the King of Ice in a frenzied state, and this strategy proved successful at that time. Henceforth, whenever the King of Ice was struck by lightning, they would employ this method to pacify it. Li Xiaoyan turned to Yue Min and inquired, "Are you going out for this purpose?" Yue Min quickly waved his hands. "No, I'm heading out to gather some berries." At this moment, Jinbei earnestly said, "Li Xiaoyan, your Pokémon are exceptionally strong. Would you be willing to assist us in soothing the King of Ice?" "Of course, this would be a compensated endeavor. Whatever reward you desire, I can provide." Luo stepped forward and added, "Should your Pokémon sustain injuries, we will ensure they receive treatment. We are quite adept at handling injuries inflicted by the King of Ice." "Could you share some details regarding the King of Ice?" Li Xiaoyan did not hastily agree. If he were to consent, the key players would undoubtedly beat Sungyin Ringui and Victini. "Very well, the King of Ice is an ancient ice rock Pokémon, immensely powerful and of considerable size. To confront it effectively, we would typically require 3 to 4 individuals. Essentially, 2 of us would be Junbei and myself, perched on the brave eagle, casting the calming treasures, while you would command from a secure location. Let us be frank, casting the calming treasures is quite a laborious task. It may take quite some time to successfully soothe the King of Ice. I do wonder, will this basket of treasures suffice? Are these the only calming treasures? Certainly not. There are several more baskets of calming treasures." Chapter 131, The King of Ice. Jinbei's Ice EV pushed 2 baskets over to her side, while the brave eagle made several trips back and forth. Li Xiaoyan suddenly comprehended the situation. Goodness, so many calming treasures. He gazed at the plethora of snow-themed treasures contained within the baskets, silently mourning for his hands. It would indeed be a laborious task to cast them all. Li Xiaoyan felt it prudent to clarify a few details. Thus he bombarded them with questions. "How long do you anticipate it will take to cast all these? Just how powerful is the King of Ice? Which Pokémon should I deploy in battle?" "Jinbei, I'm not sure." "Luo, I don't know." Li Xiaoyan, "Goodness. How do you plan to engage? If you don't even know the opponent's strength, won't that be akin to inviting blows?" He rubbed his temples, feeling a slight headache. "Could you release your Pokémon? We can assess their strengths comparatively." Jinbei pointed at the 4 Pokeballs hanging from Li Xiaoyan's belt, one of which was a high-grade ball that she believed housed his strongest Pokémon. Li Xiaoyan released his Pokémon. Jinbei perched upon Sungyin Ringui, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "What a magnificent Pokémon! What is its name?" "It is called Sungyin Ringui, a truly powerful Pokémon." Li Xiaoyan informed her of its name, and Sungyin Ringui performed a few stylish poses for effect. Jinbei nodded vigorously. "This one will surely be able to defeat the King of Ice." With a flick of her wrist, the brave eagle commenced its journey towards the northeastern Ice Mountain battlefield. Li Xiaoyan glanced at Sungyin Ringui, recalling the Ice Rock Pokémon's physical defenses, yet he reasoned that, given sufficient levels, Sungyin Ringui should still be capable of overcoming it. "Very well. How do we reach there? Do we ride the brave eagle?" Luo inquired. "Do you have a flying Pokémon?" "Yes," but Li Xiaoyan glanced at Victini, which had remained in a visible state in the Xichui region. Both Luo and Jinbei fell silent for a moment, contemplating the diminutive creature. "Can it really carry someone?" As if reading their thoughts, Victini tugged at Li Xiaoyan's clothing and lifted him into the air for a few laps. "No time to waste. Let us proceed to the Ice Mountain battlefield." Luo released 2 brave eagles from her Pokeballs. At this moment, only 2 baskets of snow-themed treasures remained. Luo and Jinbei each grasped a basket, sitting atop the brave eagles. The brave eagles flapped their wings, taking off from the ground. Before departing, Jinbei instructed Yue Min to remain in the village and guard their home. On this outing, she decided to leave her ICV behind, just in case. Once airborne, Victini guided Li Xiaoyan in pursuit of the duo. Naturally, Li Xiaoyan recalled his Pokémon. Throughout the journey, he observed a scarcity of Pokémon in the skies until they arrived at the Ice Mountain battlefield. Upon seeing the 2 girls halt, Victini descended to the ground, following suit. Li Xiaoyan jumped down, noting the confined surroundings, with a sacrificial altar positioned before him. Beside the altar stood 2 banners, each depicting the visage of the Ice Rock Pokémon. Unbeknownst to him, the snow began to fall more heavily, obscuring his view of the path ahead. Fortunately, he could still discern Jinbei and Luo. Miss Jinbei, when shall we commence? Li Xiaoyan inquired, braving the biting wind and snow, finding the conditions quite challenging. Jinbei shivered, exclaiming, "It's so cold." Luo interjected on her behalf. "Wait a moment. You must stand in front to draw out the King of Ice. Once it appears, retreat to a safe location, and when it weakens, you can engage it with your Pokémon." Li Xiaoyan complied, slowly advancing forward while Jinbei and Luo ascended on their brave eagles, each carrying a basket. Boom, boom, boom. With each step Li Xiaoyan took, the ground reverberated with a tremendous sound. The final resounding thud nearly sent him tumbling to the ground. Snowflakes danced around him as massive snow chunks soared into the sky, revealing an enormous King of Ice Pokémon before Li Xiaoyan. This ice rock Pokémon, struck by lightning, had transformed into a golden hue, shimmering with brilliance, its diamond-shaped eyes gleaming a bright white. Upon spotting Li Xiaoyan, it opened its vast maw and emitted a thunderous roar. As fate would have it, Arceus' phone suddenly began to play the battle music that only surfaced when Li Xiaoyan faced the King of Ice. Darn it, why is this playing now? Victini, take me up. Li Xiaoyan urgently urged Victini to lift him into the air. Roar! Humans! The ice rock Pokémon bellowed skyward, unleashing a barrage of enormous ice orbs into the heavens. The three Pokémon in the sky began evading the relentless onslaught of ice orbs, while Jinbei and Luo seized the moment to hurl the calming treasures from their baskets directly at the creature's head. Time passed, and the ice rock Pokémon shifted its attack pattern, transforming ice orbs into ice pillars, releasing 3 at once, each heading towards the locations of the 3 individuals with pinpoint accuracy. Victini, steady yourself. Let me scan this ice rock Pokémon's data. Li Xiaoyan felt dizzy, unable to focus on the data displayed on Arceus' phone. Victini utilized its psychic powers to shatter the ice pillar aimed at him, allowing Li Xiaoyan to finally see the data. Pokémon, Ice Rock Pokémon, Shichui. Level, 69, Gender, Male, Type, Ice, Rock. Ability, Ice Body, with a sharp intake of breath. The moment approached when the formidable ice rock monster would emerge. As the ice pillars dissipated, the ice rock monster raised its gaze to behold Li Xiaoyan and Victini soaring in the sky, ignoring the 2 girls who were hurling the town treasures towards it. The ice rock monster opened its massive jaws, gathering a beam of icy light. Whether it was ice beam or something else entirely, Li Xiaoyan understood that if this attack struck him, it would likely send him back to Dialga in an instant. Li Xiaoyan urgently exclaimed, "Victini, run." "Run? Why would I? I can easily handle it. Just block it." Victini considered it a trivial task to withstand this move. In fact, with but a flick of its power, it could render the ice rock monster incapacitated. Yet, such an action would merely address the symptoms and not the root of the problem. Only the town treasures could truly subdue the ice rock monster. As the freezing beam was unleashed, Li Xiaoyan felt an involuntary shiver run through him from the intense chill. Victini began to radiate warmth, gently placing Li Xiaoyan on the ground while enveloping itself in flames to personally counter the unknown attack. Chapter 132, Successful Suppression. Upon witnessing the ice rock monster's assault thwarted by Victini's fiery move, Li Xiaoyan could not help but shout, "Wow, Victini is amazing." The battle's background music resonated in his ears as the ice rock monster began to shake its head, disoriented after being interrupted. It was time to summon a Pokémon for battle. Song Yin Jiangui, you can handle it yourself. It's of ice and rock types, with incredibly high physical defense. Just look for yourself. Li Xiaoyan refrained from directing Song Yin Jiangui in combat. It could manage on its own. Victini grasped Li Xiaoyan once more and took to the skies. Song Yin Jiangui began to conjure swirling sword shadows around it, a crimson glow enveloping its form before dissipating. The ice rock monster, now aware of its surroundings, instinctively unleashed a spike cannon upon seeing the fiery Pokémon before it. Soon, the ground erupted with jagged rocks, but Song Yin Jiangui swiftly leapt into a black spatial portal that appeared beneath its feet, evading the spike cannon attack. In the next moment, a similar black portal opened above the ice rock monster, and Song Yin Jiangui's sword tip ignited with dark purple flames. With a mere flick above the ice rock monster's head, a wretched cry escaped its lips. In an instant, a colossal block of ice, resembling an iceberg, manifested before everyone, a manifestation of the ice rock monster's move, Iceberg Wind. Song Yin Jiangui would not allow it the chance to unleash its attack, vanishing once more. The ice rock monster, momentarily dazed, shifted its focus from Song Yin Jiangui to the figures hovering above, before it could fully execute Iceberg Wind. Song Yin Jiangui appeared atop the ice block, its arms glowing with a brown light. Tile Splitter. Song Yin Jiangui descended from the air, delivering a powerful chop that shattered the iceberg, sending icy fragments spiraling in all directions, causing chaos amongst those above. Li Xiaoyan shouted from the sky, Song Yin Jiangui. Next time just attack the monster directly. The aftershocks are quite overwhelming. Understood. Song Yin Jiangui's tile splitter was not merely for shattering iceberg wind. After obliterating the move, its descending momentum propelled it toward the ice rock monster's head. With a fierce slice, the quadruple damage forced the ice rock monster to stagger backward, its head drooping low, needing a moment to recuperate from the pain. Li Xiaoyan, seeing the state of the ice rock monster, recalled Song Yin Jiangui. This was not a life-or-death battle. The primary goal was suppression, not incapacitation. Zhen Bei and LV Luo, seeing the ice rock monster in a weakened state, hurriedly tossed the town treasures toward it. Phew, how much longer until we can completely subdue the Snowfield King? Victini, it's recovering. Be cautious. Li Xiaoyan remained airborne, alerting Victini as the ice rock monster regained its strength. Yes, I know. After Victini's response, the ice rock monster unleashed a torrent of ice orbs from its mouth, each orb as large as a Snorlax. This time, Victini opted to evade. If Li Xiaoyan were on the ground, the ice rock monster would primarily target terrestrial entities. Given its size, it struggled to look up, thus focusing its assault on those below. Once the ice orb barrage concluded, Li Xiaoyan warned, next up is ice spikes. Be careful. True to his words, a multitude of ice spikes materialized behind the ice rock monster. With a mighty roar, it launched the spikes toward the three. This time, the attack was far more menacing than before. Victini, noticing 6 ice spikes hurtling toward it, and Li Xiaoyan, narrowed its eyes. Its tail began to thrash, summoning a wave of scorching winds that swept through. Upon contact with the ice spikes, they melted away. As another wave of ice spikes approached, Victini retaliated with another gust of hot wind. If not for its desire to protect Li Xiaoyan, it could have easily pushed the ice rock monster into its final phase. The ice spike onslaught persisted for 5 rounds, prompting Li Xiaoyan to shout, it's about to unleash that beam again. Victini placed Li Xiaoyan back on the ground, igniting itself in fierce flames to withstand the ice rock monster's impending onslaught. Song Yin Jiangui, tile splitter. Once the ice rock monster ceased its beam attack, Li Xiaoyan released Song Yin Jiangui. With a vigorous sprint, Song Yin Jiangui leapt from the cliff's edge, confronting the ice rock monster just as an ice wall appeared before it. Song Yin Jiangui's right hand ignited with flames, and with a swift thrust, the ice wall melted almost instantaneously. As the ice rock monster attempted to retaliate, Song Yin Jiangui denied it that opportunity. With a powerful downward strike, the ground beneath the ice rock monster caved in dramatically. Spiraling flames trailed from its head to the sword, and with an authoritative swing, a vortex of flames spiraled toward the ice rock monster. The fiery whirlwind ensnared the ice rock monster, which, in a desperate attempt, unleashed its own iceberg wind. The frigid gusts quelled the flames, extinguishing the fiery vortex just in time. After expending that move, the ice rock monster stood panting, swaying slightly. Li Xiaoyan now? Zhen Bei, riding the valiant eagle, soared to Li Xiaoyan's side, handing him the final town treasure. Is it really all right? Li Xiaoyan questioned. Yet his hand had already reached for the treasure. Turning to the basket, he realized it had mysteriously emptied. Zhen Bei smiled. Of course, the final blow is yours. Li Xiaoyan took the treasure without hesitation, declaring, very well, I shall comply. With those words, Li Xiaoyan advanced alongside Victini and Song Yin Jiangui. Oh, and you must be present as well. He summoned Righteous Chicken, Charcoal Servant, and Zoroark. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiaoyan hurled the town treasure with all his might at the ice rock monster's face. Just as the final treasure struck its visage, the golden light emanating from its body began to dissipate, vanishing into the high heavens. The overwhelming aura compelled Li Xiaoyan to brace himself, and fortunately, the surrounding Pokémon supported him, preventing him from being swept away. The ice rock monster returned to its normal state, and Li Xiaoyan, Zhen Bei, LV Luo, and their Pokémon found themselves face to face with it. The upper half of its body was relatively smooth, adorned with numerous cracks, while its abdomen was laden with rocky protrusions. Its legs were cylindrical, ending in sharp claws, and 2 massive ice blades flanked its mouth. Snowfield King Zhen Bei murmured to herself. This was the first time in 20 years she had witnessed the true visage of the Snowfield King. Previously, she had only heard tales from her family. Seizing this opportunity, she finally beheld the Snowfield King. Zhen Bei's gaze flickered toward Ice Ghost Waterfall, whispering, Mom and Dad, I will avenge you. The reason for not utilizing Victini against the Snowfield King earlier was clear. With its current strength, it could easily incapacitate even the ice rock monster, which had not yet reached the level of a king. Chapter 133, By the Claw of Cresselia. The ice rock monster's eyes radiated an innocent demeanor, devoid of the earlier menacing glare it had possessed after being struck by lightning. It lowered its head slightly, and the three approached, locking eyes with it. Truly magnificent. Li Xiaoyan let out a sigh, as the imposing stature of the Snowfield King inspired an aura of unassailable majesty. Come, let us capture a photograph, he said, turning his back and positioning the Arceus phone alongside the Snowfield King for a snapshot. The Snowfield King, remarkably cooperative, made its presence known in the frame, sporting a smile. Greenvine glanced towards the direction of Pearl Village and noticed a wisp of black smoke rising ominously. Lord Jinbei, something has happened in the village. Greenvine's voice grew urgent. Just then, the Arceus phone emitted a series of beeps, its screen flashing an unsettling crimson icon of Uxie. The three of them observed the flickering light. It seems Lake Wisdom is in trouble as well. What do you propose? Li Xiaoyan inquired. Jinbei quickly made a decision. Since you possess the Arceus phone, might I implore you to venture to Lake Wisdom? Greenvine, and I shall return to Pearl Village to safeguard it. Jinbei and Greenvine mounted the brave eagle, and Li Xiaoyan nodded to them. Off you go, then. I shall take charge of Lake Wisdom. As Jinbei and Greenvine departed, Li Xiaoyan recalled his Pokémon, enlisting Victini to accompany him to Lake Wisdom to rescue Uxie. Victini grasped Li Xiaoyan's attire, its tiny wings fluttering as they took flight. Lake Wisdom lay to the northwest of Pearl Village, and the journey from the icy battlefield would require some time. Li Xiaoyan consulted the map while directing Victini, but the swirling snow hindered his vision. An unforeseen gale swept through, leaving Victini momentarily disoriented. Curse it! The snow was not this fierce below. Why has it intensified so suddenly? Li Xiaoyan attempted to clear the snowflakes from his phone screen and face. It felt as if someone were deliberately stalling their progress. Victini, unfamiliar with the route, prompted a sudden thought in Li Xiaoyan's mind. Victini, can you sense the presence of legendary Pokémon nearby? Or perhaps a powerful Pokémon? Victini paused, trying to attune itself to the surrounding energies. It relayed its findings to Li Xiaoyan. To the southwest, there is a formidable dragon-type Pokémon, a ground-type. Li Xiaoyan shook his head, recognizing it was the apex Garchomp. And to the southeast, there is a moderately strong ice-type, ground-type. It's the apex Mamoswine. I see now. Victini, what do you sense to the northeast? Tell me. Suddenly enlightened, Li Xiaoyan realized that the location of apex Mamoswine was crucial for acquiring the Eternal Ice. Victini continued. To the northeast, there are two Pokémon at champion level, one familiar, a psychic and dark type, the other, purely psychic. Li Xiaoyan instantly recognized the direction of Lake Wisdom. Yes, that's it. Let us hasten. Victini flapped its wings faster, increasing their speed. Time passed, and they finally arrived at Lake Wisdom. The lake was vast, with Pokémon lurking beneath the surface, while a flock of fledgling eagles appeared above. Upon spotting Victini and Li Xiaoyan, they instinctively prepared to attack, only to be frightened away by the aura emanating from Victini. At the lake's center, a cavern beckoned. Li Xiaoyan pointed and exclaimed, Victini there? That cave is where Uxie resides. Victini soared towards the entrance, and once steady, Li Xiaoyan released his Chilling Flames Reaper, commanding, let us go. This time, we shall capture the Octillery. As he stepped inside the cave, Li Xiaoyan beheld an Octillery alongside a small, gray Pokémon lying nearby. It was indeed Uxie, one of the legendary three. Uxie possessed two gray tails, each ending in a red gem, its face partially yellow, adorned with another gem upon its forehead. Unlike its companions, Uxie preferred to keep its eyes half closed. Currently, it lay on the ground, the Octillery seemingly coercing it to relinquish something. Despite being incapacitated, Uxie remained resolute, unwilling to yield. Truthfully, Uxie found itself in a rather unfortunate predicament. Its self-learned move, Swift, was the only attack capable of inflicting damage on the Octillery, while its other moves were utterly ineffective. Moreover, the Octillery's level exceeded Uxie's, rendering even Swift insufficient. Returning to the matter at hand, upon seeing the Octillery, Li Xiaoyan immediately commanded, Chilling Flames Reaper, Victini, charge. Before the Chilling Flames Reaper could act, the red flame of Victini's forehead flared to life. The Octillery attempted to use Uxie as a shield, but the Chilling Flames Reaper swiftly appeared from the side, rescuing Uxie in the nick of time. This time, Li Xiaoyan and Victini would not afford the Octillery any chance to escape. Witnessing the unfolding scene, the Octillery began to envelop itself in dark energy, spinning to counterattack in a bid to exchange damage with Victini. Alas, in the face of overwhelming power, any petty tricks were futile. Victini's flames expanded, forming a V shape in an instant. V Inferno. Victini charged directly at the octillery, resulting in a violent collision that sent the octillery crashing against the cavern wall. Debris scattered, and dust swirled. The octillery was rendered incapable of further combat. Li Xiaoyan rushed to Uxi's side, concern etched on his face. Uxi, are you all right? Uxi, still on the ground, looked up at Li Xiaoyan, panting, human? I am fine. This minor injury requires only a moment's rest for a legendary Pokémon like us. I apologize for displaying such a vulnerable side. You are here for the trial, yes? Here, take Uxi's claw. Li Xiaoyan, bewildered, stammered, huh? Uxi continued, speaking without pause. Upon finishing its words, a long object resembling an SD card materialized and fell into Li Xiaoyan's hand. This was Uxi's claw, marking an unexpected reward for Li Xiaoyan. By the way, how did this octillery come to be here? How did it traverse time and space? Li Xiaoyan pondered aloud. Before Uxi could respond, a voice echoed in his mind. Dialga's voice. Apologies, I inadvertently transported it here during a previous encounter with Palkia. I shall return it to you when you come back. Li Xiaoyan nodded slightly at Dialga's words, placing Uxi's claw into his backpack. After bidding farewell to Uxi, he prepared to leave with the unconscious octillery. Chilling Flames Reaper. It's time to depart. The Chilling Flames Reaper hoisted the octillery, and together they exited the cavern. Victini carried Li Xiaoyan across to a safe spot on the opposite shore before returning for the Chilling Flames Reaper. Once the Reaper stood beside Li Xiaoyan, Victini momentarily paused, then communicated telepathically, "Wait for me here. I shall return shortly." Li Xiaoyan settled on the ground, idly fiddling with his phone, though nothing particularly entertaining occupied his time, leaving him to watch videos of a dog being thoroughly beaten. Surprisingly, it was quite satisfying. Throughout this time, the octillery remained unconscious, and the Arceus phone displayed various system functions. It indicated that the octillery was in a critical state, unlikely to awaken anytime soon. What a shame. For a champion-level Pokémon to find itself in such a predicament is rather pitiful, Li Xiaoyan murmured, struggling to comprehend the octillery's actions. While the Pokédex indeed labeled it as a malevolent Pokémon, this behavior seemed excessive. After several minutes, Li Xiaoyan noticed Victini returning and promptly stood up. "So, can we head back now?" he inquired. "No, we are going to the Ice Ghost Falls." Victini levitated Li Xiaoyan and simultaneously lifted the Tsunyan Blade Ghost with telekinesis. As they journeyed towards the Ice Ghost Falls, with Li Xiaoyan naturally leading the way. Throughout the journey, Victini remained silent, which struck Li Xiaoyan as peculiar. Typically, Victini was quite cheerful and had engaged in conversation during their previous flight. Why the sudden lack of chatter now? What was the purpose of their visit to the Ice Ghost Falls? Could it be for the ultimate showdown? It appeared that Dialga wished for him to witness a significant moment in history. To be candid, Li Xiaoyan felt a tinge of anxiety. This would be his first encounter with such a scene. "Wait outside for now," Victini instructed as they arrived at the Ice Ghost Falls, where a community of snow spirits, ice ghost guards, and snow witches once resided. Now, a village had unexpectedly emerged, encircled by villagers from Pearl Village. At that moment, Yawamura, clad in armor, approached Li Xiaoyan, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. "Xiaoyan, my young brother, I am going in to personally slay that scoundrel Zheng Er. My greatsword ghost will accompany me." It was then that Li Xiaoyan noticed that his dual blade had evolved into a greatsword ghost, its shell now a deep blue, curving like undulating waves. The shell bore crimson patterns, and its similarly colored toes exuded an air of authority. "Yes, you can do it. You must defeat Zheng Er." Li Xiaoyan cheered them on as Yawamura entered the village with the greatsword ghost. Inside the village, only Zheng Er remained. The others had been captured during the earlier assault on Pearl Village. Jinbei stepped forward and patted Li Xiaoyan's shoulder. "Let him go. He will surely defeat that Zheng Er." The scene shifted to Yawamura's perspective. "Zheng Er, if you're a good dog, come out quickly," Yawamura shouted, brandishing his katana and pointing towards the innermost house. "Huh? You think you can take me down all by yourself? Just because your Pokémon evolved, I thought you were more formidable." With that, Zheng Er summoned his formidable Pokémon, the Emperor Nabo, which he had captured during a mass brawl at the Azure Coast. A massive Emperor Nabo, its eye a deep crimson, emerged from an iron cage, marred by scars that spoke of its desire to wreak havoc. These scars were not inflicted by Pokémon, but rather by whips. The Great Sword Ghost stepped forward. This battle would be fought on its own accord, without trainer commands. As Emperor Nabo slightly opened its mouth, a sphere of water formed within, followed by a powerful jet of water aimed at the Great Sword Ghost. At that moment, the Great Sword Ghost's spiraled horns stood erect, stretching an impressive 3 meters high. A brown energy enveloped its horns as the water cannon approached. Instead of dodging, the great sword ghost cleaved the water cannon in two with its horn. Before Emperor Nebo could unleash its next attack, the great sword ghost teleported beneath it. Swish! A deep gash appeared across Emperor Nebo's body. With a grunt, Emperor Nebo collapsed to the ground, and the great sword ghost bowed in respect. Witnessing this, Zheng Er attempted to flee, but there was no escape. The area was already surrounded, and his earlier bravado had been mere bluster. Yoamura, as if aided by divine intervention, sprinted to Zheng Er and knocked him down with a single punch. At this moment, the villagers rushed into the village, leaving only Li Xiaoyan, the Canyon Blade Ghost, and Victini behind. Xiaoyan, stay here for now. Wait a moment before entering. Victini's words hinted at something significant to be resolved. Shortly thereafter, flames erupted into the sky. Jinbei and the villagers worked together to carry the fallen Emperor Nebo out. We must take it back to the Azure Coast. Li Xiaoyan, Yawamura is waiting for you inside. Prepare yourself, Jinbei spoke, tears streaming down her cheeks. Li Xiaoyan felt a sense of foreboding. Could something terrible have happened? He hurriedly ran into the village, using nearly all his strength, only to find Yoamura and the great sword ghost lying on the ground. He could hardly believe his eyes as he shouted, "Uncle, weren't you just fine a moment ago?" Yawamura's eyes were vacant. Hearing Li Xiaoyan's voice, he managed a faint smile. "Xiaoyan, I knew I was destined to die. Uncle." Li Xiaoyan's eyes brimmed with tears. Yoamura continued, "Xiaoyan, don't speak. Just let me see the great sword ghost one last time. I truly thank you for that. I have nothing to offer you, but I hope my armor serves you well. Zoroark, I entrust you with this." The great sword ghost closed its eyes, and together with Yawamura, they departed for another realm. Zoroark burst forth from its pokeball, while Victini perched on Li Xiaoyan's shoulder, prompting him to release Charcoal Little Servant. The armor of the great sword ghost fell away, and Victini gently tapped Zoroark, transmitting a surge of power into its being. Zoroark raised its arm, and Li Xiaoyan beheld a multitude of Pokémon spirits materializing, encircling Zoroark's arm. The snow spirits, ice ghost guards, snow witches, and the great sword ghost. Li Xiaoyan silently called out their names. Victini, shedding its youthful exuberance, spoke calmly. These are their resentments. And this is also the will of the great sword ghost. Charcoal Little Servant stood before the remnants of armor, gazing at the Pokémon spirit's grievances. Unlike in dreams, it felt no fear, sensing that these Pokémon were liberated, having fulfilled their wishes in life. The shards of the great sword ghost's armor fused with the resentments, and the light vanished. A set of armor, predominantly purplish-red with hints of blue in the intricate designs, settled firmly in Li Xiaoyan's hands. Cursed armor. Could this be the history Dialga wished for me to witness? Unbeknownst to him, tears streamed down Li Xiaoyan's face as Charcoal Little Servant touched the cursed armor. A radiant light enveloped it, causing its form to entirely vanish. When the light dissipated, a Pokémon with dual blades ablaze with flames appeared. Trivia: Charcoal Little Servant and its evolutionary form require the same amount of experience to level up. Li Xiaoyan murmured, "Canyon Blade Ghost. Victini, come lend a hand." All right. In the frigid wasteland, two tombstones stood tall. Time may wash away everything, but this is a story that truly occurred. The second trial completed. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to ask me here. Regardless, the final outcome cannot be altered. Fortunately, Yoamura and the Great Sword Ghost were able to see each other one last time. Allow me to clarify why the Great Sword Ghost and Yawamura suddenly displayed such prowess. I fear some may not comprehend. Pearl Village was attacked by Zheng Er and his cohort, while Li Xiaoyan and the others were en route to pacify the Snowfield King. During that time, Dual Blade and Yawamura ventured out to battle, but they were ambushed. To protect Yawamura, Dual Blade evolved into the Great Sword Ghost. The Great Sword Ghost fought valiantly against these Pokémon, capturing several members, yet Zheng Er managed to escape. When Victini returned to Pearl Village, they were left with barely a breath. They had won, but not entirely. Victini could enhance other strength, but could not resurrect the fallen. Upon witnessing Victini's power, Yawamura and the Great Sword Ghost implored for vengeance. Victini granted them strength, but it could only be sustained for a limited time. Thereafter, they relied on their own resolve to persist. Ultimately, after vanquishing Zheng Er, they were utterly spent, yet they had the fortune to see Li Xiaoyan in their final moments. Thus concludes the first installment of the theatrical version. Stay tuned for the second installment. The next theatrical version will not involve blades. Chapter 135, The Ghost King. A day later, during a meal, Li Xiaoyan found himself surrounded by numerous silver-white specks of light. Unfazed by this occurrence, he mused, "It seems the time has come." "Jinbei, Jinshi, I must return now. Please extend my regards to the great Lord of Time. Jinshi waved goodbye and tossed Li Xiaoyan an ancient pokeball before departing. Li Xiaoyan accepted the pokeball. Although it might not serve a practical purpose, it would make for a splendid keepsake. His Pokémon, Lizuangji, Xiaokanjian, the recently evolved Sangyin Rinchi, and Sulayake, bid their farewells and promptly entered the pokeball. Well then, I shall take my leave. As Li Xiaoyan felt the distortion of time and space, he pointed 2 fingers from his left hand towards his head and then flicked them forward. A silvery glow enveloped Li Xiaoyan, his Pokémon, Victini, and Octillery, transporting them to the time corridor. Once again, he encountered the Pokémon residing there and softly uttered, Dialga. Human, please do not hold it against me. Dialga responded with its usual calm demeanor. This time, its act of sending Li Xiaoyan to the Suicune region could be considered a personal favor. A cerulean orb descended, and Li Xiaoyan instinctively caught it. Upon examining it, the system chimed in. Name, Diamond Orb, Divine Token. Information, a Radiant Orb. If carried by Dialga, good fortune will ensue. In times of difficulty, invoking its name may summon its presence. What? Li Xiaoyan's breath quickened. The Diamond Orb was Dialga's exclusive item. He never anticipated such generosity from it, willingly bestowing a divine token upon him. Dialga, unfazed, replied, I promised you this. You have witnessed much and assisted me in a task. Should you require aid in the future, I shall intervene once. Li Xiaoyan stowed the Diamond Orb in his backpack, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. You're welcome. With that, Dialga vanished from sight. Just as Li Xiaoyan intended to take a photograph, he discovered that his phone had reverted to its original form. Fortunately, the group photo remained saved on his device, including that satisfying video. His vision blurred once more, and upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in the Suicune's secret realm. Sangyin Rinchi emerged from its ball, dragging the unconscious Octillery behind him. Throughout this time, Octillery had briefly regained consciousness but was swiftly knocked out again by Victini. This time, escape was not an option for Octillery. Victini went invisible, maintaining its usual perch on Li Xiaoyan's shoulder. Upon exiting the secret realm, Li Xiaoyan opened his phone, snapped a picture of Octillery, and sent it to Yi Huang via Qixin. Alongside the photo, he included a message. Yin yin yin. Uncle Yi, an unexpected gain. I've captured this troublesome Octillery. How shall I deliver it to you? Yi Huang replied almost instantly. I'll send someone to find you. They should arrive in a few minutes. As for who it is, you'll find out upon meeting. Li Xiaoyan ceased his inquiries. Moments later, a black spatial rift formed before him, and a middle-aged man with white hair streaked with red emerged. Accompanying him was an enormous Jengar of a pale lavender hue, likely a shiny variant. Li Xiaoyan felt a strange familiarity with this man. Finally, he recalled his identity, exclaiming, Goodness, it's the Elite Four's Bai Chun. Bai Chun waved his hand dismissively, saying, Calm down, calm down. Youngsters should exhibit some restraint. Not everything requires such excitement. Leave this Octillery to me for a moment. By the way, does your Sangyin Rinchi possess something of value? Care to share? As he spoke, Bai Chen's tone grew increasingly animated, and he glanced at the surrounding security personnel, who promptly retreated. Bai Chun then looked towards Jengar, who rummaged through its bag. Bai Chun continued to engage Li Xiaoyan. Ahem, as a senior, I wish to present you with a token of our meeting. I've heard you're training at Sangyin Rinchi, so please accept these ghost stones. Upon concluding his statement, Jengar produced a hefty collection of dark diamonds and a cursed talisman. My goodness, what generosity from an Elite Four member. This is too much, Bai Chun. I cannot accept such precious gifts. Li Xiaoyan insisted, waving his hands in protest, overwhelmed by the extravagance. No, let me see. These belong to you. Bai Chun insisted, pressing the gifts into Li Xiaoyan's arms, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. After receiving such bountiful treasures, Li Xiaoyan asked Sangyin Rinchi to present the monster slate for Bai Chen's inspection. After all, this was an Elite Four member, and hiding it away would be unwise. Bai Chen scrutinized the monster slate, offering constant praise. Wow, this is exceptional. Truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Jengar also examined the slate, instinctively aware of its unique value to it. Ah, what a pity. You are Li Xiaoyan, correct? Bai Chun inquired with a sigh. Li Xiaoyan nodded slightly. Yes, is there something wrong? Would you be willing to part with this slate when you no longer require it? Name your price. I can accommodate you as long as it's not too absurd. Bai Chun produced his phone and presented his Qixin friend code to Li Xiaoyan. Feeling bashful, Li Xiaoyan stammered, Oh, I truly cannot accept this. By the way, doesn't this need to be submitted to the state? Bai Chun shook his head dismissively. In this instance, it would be best to submit it, but your situation is unique and warrants special consideration. Even if it were submitted, my contribution points are ample enough for use. If it were a slate of another type, I would have to offer a substantial trade. However, there are not many who utilize ghost-type Pokemon domestically. If it were steel or fire types, your Uncle Yi and our champion would come knocking. After Li Xiaoyan added Bai Chun on Qixin, Bai Chun, cradling Jengar and dragging Octillery along, departed, leaving Li Xiaoyan to exit the abandoned industrial park. Reflecting on the myriad experiences he had just undergone, Li Xiaoyan felt a surge of emotion. Upon returning home, Li Xiaoyan found both Yi Huang and his father present. Seemingly occupied with some matters, Li Luoqing smiled upon seeing Li Xiaoyan arrive. Back already? Yes, I've been through quite a lot, Li Xiaoyan replied. Chapter 136. Off to Britannia. Once Yi Huang had finished conversing with the father and son, he inquired, Xiaoyan, did you acquire anything during your time in the secret realm? A plethora of items. Allow me to show you. Li Xiaoyan placed his backpack on the sofa, retrieving the diamond orb and summoning Tsangyan Rinchi to present the monster slate. Why is this orb so green? Li Xiaoyan noticed an array of green Pokeballs scattered across the sofa as he revealed the diamond orb, prompting Li Luoqing's inquiry. Li Xiaoyan chuckled, realizing that these ancient Pokeballs had transformed into peculiar ones in the modern age. These were my finds in the secret realm. But enough about that. Take a look at this magnificent orb and this slate. Yi Huang gently caressed the monster slate, setting it aside before examining the diamond orb. He looked at Li Xiaoyan and remarked, this item has a splendid texture. Xiaoyan, may I discuss something with you? What is it, Uncle Yi? Li Xiaoyan asked. Seated on the sofa as he organized his items, scratching his head in curiosity at Yi Huang's question. Yi Huang, still stroking the two divine tokens, said, are you considering attending university in Magic City? I can arrange for you to be exempted from the entrance exam. This sudden proposal caused Li Xiaoyan to blink in surprise. Exempted? So sudden? Yi Huang nodded slightly. Yes, if you agree, I will contact the school on your behalf. This course of action offers numerous benefits. Would you like to hear more? Well, as Li Xiaoyan began to speak, Victini shouted in his mind, Lugia. Uncle Yi, please share your thoughts. I am all ears. Sitting upright, Li Xiaoyan gazed intently at Yi Huang, eager to hear his perspective. Coupled with Victini's recent utterance, he found himself increasingly inclined to attend Magic City University. Yi Huang expounded with eloquence. Magic City University stands on par with Tsinghua and Peking University. Moreover, I am preparing to take up a position there to safeguard the region. If you gain admission, you will have ample time to nurture your Pokémon. And I know you are contemplating capturing a third one. Am I correct? Furthermore, with the protection of your Tsangyan Rinjian, should things become precarious, you can always retreat to the Rongshua secret realm. This way, before entering university, you might very well evolve your Lijuan chicken into a Blaziken, which would be immensely beneficial for your future. Most importantly, the leave policies at Magic City University are not excessively strict. If you find yourself frequently venturing into secret realms and cannot return in time, they will likely turn a blind eye. In contrast, Tsinghua and Peking University are notably stringent in this regard. If you desire more freedom, Magic City University is undoubtedly your optimal choice. If you wish to attend Tsinghua or Peking University, I can also facilitate that. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyan eagerly nodded. I want to go to Magic City University. Nothing surpasses the allure of freedom. Li Luoqing chuckled. Xiaoyan, prepare yourself. Tomorrow we shall depart for Britain. This time, you shall choose the flame rabbit as before. The choice is yours. So soon? Li Xiaoyan exclaimed in astonishment, not expecting to capture his third Pokémon so quickly. Yi Huang similarly smiled. Xiaoyan, remember to select a robust one. Li Xiaoyan nodded enthusiastically. Understood. By the way, may I examine this gem? Rest assured, I will not take it. I will measure it at your home and return it afterward. Yi Huang gestured toward the diamond pearl, inquiring if he could borrow it for a moment. Being a person acknowledged by Victini and having aided him greatly, Li Xiaoyan willingly consented. Of course, Uncle Yi, you may take it. He handed the diamond pearl to Yi Huang, while the monster slate remained atop Tsangyan Rinjian. However, Tsangyan Rinjian refused the monster slate, instead indicating the Pokeball containing Shao Tsangyan. Li Xiaoyan released Tsangyan Rinjian, and both Li Luoqing and Yi Huang observed as yet another Tsangyan Rinjian materialized. Li Luoqing remarked with a hint of nostalgia, the charcoal servant has evolved. Yi Huang silently observed, not uttering a word. He was taken aback by Li Xiaoyan's charcoal servant evolving. Such Pokemon typically undergo a smooth evolution at the ordinary level, for the later stages often become increasingly arduous. The monster slate was handed to Shao Tsangyan, who promptly absorbed it. Indeed, Pokemon are wondrous beings. Upon returning to his room, Li Xiaoyan communicated with Reshiram. He was delighted to finally meet him. In his mind, Reshiram stood majestically before Li Xiaoyan and proclaimed, True hero, congratulations on completing the second trial. Once you finish the third trial, I shall appear before you in a special form. Li Xiaoyan yearned to inquire about many things. Yet all his questions coalesced into a singular thought. What will the third trial entail? Internally, he reflected on the themes of truth, courage, and strength. The first two trials he had completed, with the third linked to courage. Perhaps the bravery you exhibit in certain matters in the future will earn my recognition. Rest assured, upon completing the third trial, I will manifest beside you, and the Dragon Spiral secret realm will reopen. Reshiram conveyed numerous sentiments, and Li Xiaoyan nodded in silence, eager for Reshiram's presence. Reshiram, I shall take my leave now. Indeed, Li Xiaoyan collapsed onto his bed, murmuring, what could the third trial be? Will I finally get to see Reshiram? How thrilling. Fatigued, he drifted off to sleep. In his dreams, he found himself transported to the Pokémon world, battling Ash. Even Sangyin Renjian could only withstand a few moves against Ash's Pikachu. He resided in Professor Oak's home, showcasing knowledge that rivaled that of a graduate student in the Pokémon world, occasionally accompanying Professor Oak to Quartz Academy. During his time with Professor Oak, he also met Lyra, who exuded a charming younger sister vibe. Li Xiaoyan was awakened by Victini, signaling the end of his dream. What time is it? He rubbed his eyes and glanced at his phone. It was 7:30 in the evening. Resigned, he looked at Victini. It seems it's time for dinner. With only men in the house, meal times are inconsequential, but for Victini, this is a significant matter. A beast is iron, and food is steel. One meal missed leads to hunger. Li Xiaoyan could only go downstairs to grab a bite before returning upstairs. As he descended, he noticed the two older gentlemen still engrossed in their research. Dad, Uncle Yi, remember to eat. All right, okay. Li Xiaoyan shared some food with Victini while he packed his belongings in preparation for his journey to Britain the next day. The following morning at 8 o'clock, Li Xiaoyan rose early. After freshening up, he dragged his suitcase downstairs. He spotted Li Luoqing reading the newspaper and inquired, Dad, when are we leaving? Right now? At Rongqing Airport, Li Xiaoyan questioned, Dad, aren't you coming to Britain with me? He looked at Li Luoqing, who was waving goodbye, holding a ticket, somewhat puzzled. Li Luoqing waved his hand and replied, No, I have matters to attend to. Your mother will be waiting for you at the airport when you land. Safe travels. Li Xiaoyan quickly boarded the plane, not anticipating that there would be a Shenandoah of gym-level strength aboard. For this trip, his suitcase contained only a change of clothes and a light stone, leaving the diamond pearl at home for Yi Huang to examine closely. He deemed it unnecessary to bring along any additional items, even leaving behind most of his Pokémon, bringing only Lijuan Chicken and the newly evolved Sangyin Renjian. Neither Victini nor Sangyin Renjian accompanied him, as Pokémon were not permitted to be released on the plane. Li Xiaoyan sat quietly, gazing out the window at the scenery. This marked his first flight since his transference. There was little entertainment on the plane. He merely enjoyed the view and scrolled through his phone. During the flight, he shared a photograph from the airplane on his social media. After resting his eyes, 13 hours later, he finally arrived in the Mist City, not the one in Huagua. Li Xiaoyan descended the airplane, and upon exiting the airport, he spotted his mother waiting for him. Due to the time difference, it was now 1 o'clock in the afternoon in Britain. He approached, and Shi Xintong placed the suitcase in the trunk of the car. At that moment, the back door opened, revealing two kind-faced elderly individuals seated inside. Li Xiaoyan's face lit up with joy as he rushed forward to greet them. Great-grandfather, great-grandmother. Good afternoon. His great-grandfather was named Russell, and his great-grandmother was named Elena. Although they were aged, they still appeared vigorous. In this world, people could live long lives, and their age was not considered too advanced. Russell beamed, good, good, good. Xiaoyan, come closer, let us see you. Oh my. It has indeed been a long time since we last met. Sitting beside Russell, Elena also smiled warmly at Li Xiaoyan. Shi Xintong took her seat in the driver's position and said, Xiaoyan, take the passenger seat. Prepare to capture your third Pokémon. Li Xiaoyan responded, all right. In Britain, there are 5 ranks of nobility: Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. Among these, the Duke holds the highest status, while the Baron holds the lowest. Of course, this ranking is relative. Even a Baron is at least an elite-level trainer. Most titles in Britain can be attained through strength alone. However, to elevate one's rank beyond Earl, contributions must be made. In the vehicle, Li Xiaoyan recalled a tale of a once-renowned dojo master who had surrendered a weathered sword and shield, subsequently ascending to the rank of Marquis. The sword and shield. He mused, if my assumptions hold true, they must be the decayed sword and shield. Nonetheless, he regarded this as mere folklore. His primary objective this time was to capture the fiery rabbit Pokémon, NTI. Moreover, Would the British royal family willingly part with such artifacts? Quite evidently, that was an impossibility. Upon reaching the outskirts of Mist City, an elegant European-style castle emerged, the estate of the Russell family. As Shi Shintong drove the vehicle inside, Li Xiaoyan and his companions disembarked at the entrance. Russell guided Li Xiaoyan to the garden, where a gentleman adorned in a tailored suit, with golden hair and azure eyes, sat upon a bench. Beside him were 5 petite white rabbits, the Pokémon known as NTI. NTI possessed a pristine white body, with fluffy cheeks and large ears. Its paws featuring orange tips. A small flame pouch, reminiscent of a collar, adorned its neck. Rectangular pads, akin to band-aids, marked the area above its nose and on its paws. The dapper gentleman approached and addressed Russell. "Count Russell, I have brought the NEI you requested." "Oh, I sincerely thank you, sir," Russell replied, shaking hands with the gentleman before turning to Li Xiaoyan. "Now, choose one." The system displayed that all these NES were level 10, each possessing the ability Libero. One particular NTI sparked a glimmer of excitement in Li Xiaoyan's eyes. Pokémon NTI, level 10, gender, male. Ability, Libero. The Pokémon changes its type to that of the move it is about to use. It is indeed the Libero from Sword and Shield. I shall choose this one, for its adaptability is equally remarkable. Note, due to certain factors, it may evolve into a shiny Inteleon capable of Gigantamaxing in the future. The remaining Entius gathered around Li Xiaoyan, while the chosen one hesitated to approach. It wasn't a matter of being unsociable. Li Xiaoyan could discern that it was simply a tad shy. He knelt down and gently asked, "NTI, do you wish to become my companion?" "Hiba, are you asking me? Could it really be true?" The shy NEI was slightly larger than its peers, and upon hearing Li Xiaoyan's voice, it turned to face him. "I will treat you as a partner and will never abandon you. Let us train together and strive to become the strongest." Li Xiaoyan continued earnestly. NTI glanced at the gentleman in the suit and then back at Li Xiaoyan. This NEI had everything going for it, save for a slight timidity. The gentleman, fluent in Mandarin, elaborated on NTI's nature to Li Xiaoyan. It was merely shy, a minor concern. Li Xiaoyan produced a box filled with energy cubes favored by fire-type Pokémon and distributed them among the other NES, leaving the last one for the bashful NTI. The timid creature cautiously accepted the energy cube, nibbling it delicately. "Hiba, so delicious." After consuming the cube, NTI began to frolic energetically. Seeing this, Li Xiaoyan felt a wave of relief wash over him. "It seems we are nearly there." He extended another invitation. "So, do you now wish to become my partner?" "Hiba, yes." NTI joyfully bumped fists with Li Xiaoyan, feeling an authentic connection with the young boy who treated it with such kindness. The gentleman produced a stack of documents and a luxury pokeball, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, you and this NTI are truly a perfect match. Therefore, I entrust you with NEI's pokeball, though we must follow a few formalities." Li Xiaoyan remarked, "Why does this sound so much like a translation?" After handing over the luxury ball, the gentleman snapped a photo of Li Xiaoyan. Instead of requiring Li Xiaoyan's signature, he requested Russell's. Li Xiaoyan then took NTI to the backyard to play, releasing his other 2 Pokémon to introduce the new member. "This is NTI, our 3rd team member. Our 4th Pokémon is on the way and will arrive shortly." Chapter 138. Do you wish to witness a Gigantamax battle? Let me see what skills you possess. Li Xiaoyan murmured, prompting the system to reveal NEI's learned abilities. Skills: Tackle, Growl, Ember, Quick Attack, Leaf Storm, Struggle, Flying Knee Kick. When he noted the presence of Leaf Storm, he was taken aback. Goodness, Leaf Storm. This skill, introduced in the 9th generation, boasts power and effects akin to Charged Flame. Although it is a Grass-type move, it is quite advantageous for NTI. As a Libero Pokémon, it surely understood its value. The formidable Corviknight and the fiery Cinderace greeted the new addition with enthusiasm, and they all engaged in revelry. The backyard was home to only 12 Pokémon, all belonging to Li Xiaoyan's great-grandparents. The 3 starters from Galar, Corviknight, Flapple, and Appleton, alongside 2 Sizzlipedes, one loud and one quiet, a Brimsnarl, a Frosmoth, a Stoutland, and a Cufant. It was evident that Russell, as a British count, had collected a menagerie of Pokémon that were rarely seen outside of Britain. The trio of Cinderace, Sizzlipede, and Stoutland staged a concert among the flowers, rushing to greet Li Xiaoyan upon his arrival. This brought back memories of when he first traversed to this world. Surrounded by his parents' Pokémon, Li Xiaoyan reflected, "Unbeknownst to me, so much time has passed." "Greetings," he said, exchanging pleasantries with each Pokémon, who responded in their own charming ways. As the musicians played, Frosmoth and Brimsnarl performed a delightful rendition of Beauty and the Beast, while Cufant and Stoutland engaged in a knightly duel. though Kyufant refrained from utilizing many fighting-type moves. Flapple, Appleton, and Corviknight had no performances to offer, but Corviknight did take Li Xiaoyan for a few aerial spins. Shi Xintong observed quietly from the side. When Li Xiaoyan descended, she inquired about Cinderace. Has your Cinderace evolved? Indeed, it evolved during our visit to the Chilling Cavern. He replied. Noticing a hint of melancholy in his tone, Shi Xintong chose not to pry further and swiftly changed the subject. When do you plan to return? Li Xiaoyan pondered before responding. In a few days. For now, I will stay and accompany my great-grandfather. Shi Xintong nodded. That sounds good. Your great-grandfather misses you and would appreciate your company. At 6 o'clock in the evening, it was time for dinner. The castle's dining hall was spacious, filled with both people and Pokémon enjoying their meal. Russell, beaming, asked, Xiaoyan, is the food to your liking? Delicious, Li Xiaoyan exclaimed as he savored a piece of steak. Russell was delighted. Apart from his daughter, granddaughter, and grandson, this great-grandson was a source of immense pride. Both Russell and Elena showered this great-grandson with affection. Had it not been for Li Luoqing insisting that the first choice came from him, they would have rushed to present NTI to Li Xiaoyan themselves. The native Galar starters were indeed remarkable. NTI, feeling a tad shy amidst the gathering of Pokémon and strangers, nibbled cautiously at its food while glancing around. Cinderace, however, was spirited, and after dinner, it treated everyone to an impromptu dance. The trio of Cinderace, Sizzlipede, and Stoutland, inspired by some song they had learned, began to dance alongside Cinderace as the musicians struck up a lively tune. You're simply too beautiful, baby. Thus, the day drew to a close, lasting until 9 o'clock in the evening. As the night descended, Li Xiaoyan sent messages to Chun Yunjia and Lin Jia before drifting into slumber. The following morning, Russell accompanied Li Xiaoyan to the largest museum in Britain. Upon entering the museum, they were greeted by an ancient sword embedded in the center, with a weary shield resting atop it. However, this relic was merely a replica, designed for public viewing. As for how Li Xiaoyan discerned this, well, the system chuckled. Britain had unearthed quite a number of fossils from the secret realms, such as fossil dragons, fossil fish, and fossil birds. The second floor was filled with various fossils. Indeed, the entire museum served as a showcase for unearthed artifacts. Among them were some genuine items, including a secret amber on the second floor. Li Xiaoyan's gaze fell upon Russell's wrist, where a bracelet adorned it. The front edge was red, the back edge blue, while the majority was white, with a central black band. A name flashed in Li Xiaoyan's mind. This was the new system from the Sword and Shield games, Dynamax. With a smile, Russell remarked, Xiaoyan, are you pondering what this is? He then revealed the bracelet. As expected, it was indeed the Dynamax band. Li Xiaoyan was astonished. He never anticipated that this world possessed the concept of Dynamax. Russell continued with a grin. This is called the Dynamax band, a specialty of Britain. It's not overly common, yet not exceedingly rare either. Every baron possesses such a band. I wonder if you have heard of Dynamax? Russell posed the question, to which Li Xiaoyan nodded slightly. I have heard a bit. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, are you joking? I've battled nearly 1,000 times in Sword and Shield. How could I not know of Dynamax? Russell gave a thumbs up, praising Li Xiaoyan's knowledge. That's great. Dynamax battles are fundamentally unique to us in Britain, as we are almost the only ones with energy points. However, the origin of these energy points remains unknown to us. Some places abroad have also encountered energy points, but the energy contained is so minimal that it cannot sustain Pokémon Dynamax. What Russell shared was information suitable for outsiders. Initially, Britain had kept the emergence of Dynamax under strict wraps, but as foreign tourists flocked in and secret realms occasionally appeared, teeming with wild Dynamax Pokémon, it became impossible to contain. Over time, the British royal family began to relent, deciding it was best to simply withhold the core information. Yet, even the royal family lacked a complete understanding of what that core information entailed. Suddenly, Russell had a thought and quickly spoke up. Xiaoyan, would you like to witness a Dynamax battle? He aimed to impress his great-grandson, and this upcoming Dynamax duel was surely a splendid opportunity. Li Xiaoyan's face brightened. Of course. When can we see it? Russell urged him downstairs. Come, after we return, I'll show you. Your great-grandmother and I will engage in a Dynamax showdown. The two hurried back to the car and drove swiftly to the manor. Chapter 139, The Dynamax Battle. Russell, youthful in spirit, sped home, and upon their arrival, Alina and Shi Xintong, who were basking in the sun in the courtyard, looked at the pair with curiosity. Hadn't they gone to the museum to view artifacts? Why had they returned so suddenly? Russell parked the car, and as they exited, Alina approached them, inquiring, You two are back so soon? Did you forget something? Russell shook his head with a smile, revealing the Dynamax band on his wrist, and continued, Xiaoyan expressed a desire to see us engage in a Dynamax battle. What do you think? Let us give our great-grandson a glimpse of Britain's unique combat style. Oh, have you decided which Pokemon to use? Alina asked with surprise. Of course. I had already contemplated my choice during the drive. Russell retrieved the Pokeball from the front of his belt. Li Xiaoyan pondered, if all went as expected. His great-grandfather would likely choose the Cinderace. Whom would his great-grandmother select to counter? Before Li Xiaoyan could speculate further, Russell led him to the entrance of a secret realm. As they walked, Russell explained, "This is a secret realm bestowed upon me by the British royal family, containing energy points that can support Dynamax. You'll be able to witness a Dynamax battle up close. I imagine you're quite excited." Li Xiaoyan remained silent, simply nodding. At that moment, Alina approached, also holding a Pokeball. Upon entering the secret realm, a vast battlefield unfurled before them. Russell released his Corviknight, allowing Li Xiaoyan to sit atop it, and they soared to a vantage point. Sitting in a chair that had seemingly been prepared in advance, Li Xiaoyan remarked, "Is this the designated arena for Dynamax battles?" "Indeed." Sure, Shintong replied, perched on her Cresselia beside Li Xiaoyan. Dynamax battles in Britain are always held in secret realms with energy points, where the Pokemon are familiar and want to stray into this area. "Hey, can you hear me? Xiaoyan, Shintong, keep your eyes peeled. The Dynamax battle is about to commence." Russell had already donned a microphone to ensure his voice reached them. Li Xiaoyan released his Pokemon, eager for this rare confrontation. "Go, Cinderace." Russell unleashed his frontline fighter, Cinderace. Alina elegantly sent forth her band leader, the Thwackey, exclaiming, "Rock on." A Super Dynamax battle? This was sure to be a spectacle. Li Xiaoyan watched in eager anticipation as the two Pokemon prepared for battle. However, he found himself perplexed by their initial moves. Why not Dynamax right from the start? Cinderace. Pyro Ball. Russell struck first. Cinderace, lifting onto its toes, kicked a small stone on the ground, igniting flames as it propelled the fiery projectile toward Thwackey. Alina, witnessing the scene, commanded, "Thwackey, use Acoustic Wave." The Pyro Ball shot forth with astonishing speed. Fortunately, Thwackey played its tune just in time, redirecting the fiery ball's trajectory. The residual shockwave surged towards Cinderace, prompting Russell to call out, "Bounce." The tuft of fur atop Cinderace's head turned sky blue as it bent its legs slightly, preparing to leap just before the wave struck. However, neither trainer issued further commands, and as Cinderace landed back on the ground, they both simultaneously revealed their Dynamax bands. "Here it comes." Li Xiaoyan's eyes were glued to the unfolding actions below. The two trainers withdrew their Pokemon, and the Dynamax bands began to channel energy into the Pokeballs, which expanded in size as they absorbed the Dynamax power. With a flourish, Russell and Alina tossed their hands forward, summoning two towering Dynamax Pokemon onto the battlefield. Dynamax Cinderace versus Dynamax Thwackey. Dynamax Cinderace stood atop a colossal fireball, its ears elongated and arms crossed. Dynamax Thwackey crouched low, emitting crackling electricity that hinted at its formidable nature. Both trainers commanded in unison, "Dynamax to the fullest." Dynamax attack. Cinderace's type transformed into ground, and it leaped off the fireball, forcefully stomping the ground multiple times. Li Xiaoyan watched in awe as the earth began to undulate, even as soil erupted from the surface. Thwackey, still crouched, reached behind itself, producing an electric guitar forged from lightning. Rising to its feet, it struck the ground with the guitar as if expending every ounce of strength. The ground trembled beneath them, both moves colliding in the center of the arena as Cinderace Dynamax ground attack morphed into a barrage of mud. Originally, its special attack was rather lackluster, and when confronted with the Gigantamax move derived from Boom Burst, the outcome was all too apparent. The Gigantamax attack shattered the colossal terrain. The ground beneath the Flame Champion fractured into countless pieces, and a blinding pillar of light struck the Flame Champion, eliciting a cry of pain from it. However, the actual damage inflicted was minimal. A blue aura emanated from its form, signifying the reduction of its capabilities due to the secondary effects of the Gigantamax move, resulting in a decrease in speed. Russell and Alina once again issued commands. Gigantamax Punch. Gigantamax Bully. It could be said that Russell had anticipated Alina's strategy. The Flame Champion's type shifted once more, transforming into a fighting type, as several phantom fists materialized in the sky, striking fiercely against the Stringed Salamander. Yet, the Stringed Salamander was not to be underestimated. Its body began to dim, and two shadowy figures ensnared the Flame Champion, causing it considerable discomfort. Both moves failed to inflict significant damage on either side, yet the Flame Champion had increased its attack while decreasing its special defense. Following this, the two seemed to ponder their strategy, hesitating to issue commands. The phenomenon of Gigantamaxing in this world is limited by the energy contained within the Gigantamax bands used by trainers, allowing only 3 Gigantamax moves to be executed within a time constraint. As the Gigantamax time approached its conclusion, the final commands echoed in every participant's ears. Russell shouted, "Super Gigantamax Fireball." Simultaneously, Elena exclaimed, "Super Gigantamax Toxic Electric Field." The final move, of course, would be their signature techniques as a concluding strike. The Flame Champion leapt down, kicking the fireball skyward, and then leapt high itself, delivering a rapid series of kicks to the fireball, which then sped towards the stringed salamander at an incredible velocity. The intense heat of the Super Gigantamax fireball even began to warp the surrounding space. In response, the stringed salamander brandished its electric guitar. After striking it against the ground, a thundercloud formed above the Flame Champion's head. The cloud condensed into a purple lightning bolt, gathering numerous arcs of electricity to unleash a powerful strike. Chapter 140. Flame Rabbit. Is this a bright stone? Can it be kicked? Upon witnessing this, the Flame Champion rapidly struck the lightning with its legs, inadvertently reminding Li Xiaoyan of a memorable scene. Super Gigantamax Fireball versus Super Gigantamax Thunderstorm, Toxic Electric Field. Both sides endured the other's ferocious onslaught, with the Flame Champion collapsing to the ground, struggling to rise. Its face turned purple, indicating it had been poisoned. The stringed salamander stumbled, nearly unable to recover. The forms of both the Flame Champion and the stringed salamander began to shrink until they reverted to their original sizes, marking the end of their Gigantamax state. Elena was the first to command, "Stringed Salamander, Mud Bomb." The stringed salamander expelled several deep purple mud projectiles, emitting a purple haze that sent shivers down Li Xiaoyan's spine. Being at a height, he had not anticipated witnessing the purple aura emanating from the mud bombs, underscoring their formidable power. Russell smirked and declared, "Iron Head." The Flame Champion's head began to harden, shimmering with silver light, a condition resulting from employing Iron Head. As it charged forward, the stringed salamander's mud bombs struck true, unerringly impacting the Flame Champion. Unfortunately, after utilizing Iron Head, the Flame Champion's type shifted to steel, rendering the mud bombs entirely ineffective against it. The Flame Champion collided headfirst with the stringed salamander's skull, the force so great that even the stringed salamander, resistant to steel-type moves, collapsed to the ground. Russell pressed the advantage. Headbutt. Elena, not one to be outdone, retorted, "Electrocute." Against headbutt, what could the stringed salamander rely upon? Naturally, it would use its head. The Flame Champion continued to strike its head against the stringed salamanders, and as the latter barely evaded a flicker of electricity, it was knocked unconscious by the Flame Champion's headbutt. The stringed salamander lay on the ground, its eyes swirling in a daze. Victory belonged to the Flame Champion. Flame Rabbit. "Look, you can become this strong too," Li Xiaoyan exclaimed to the Flame Rabbit, gesturing towards the Flame Champion. "Hiba, I want to be that strong in the future." In less than a day, Li Xiaoyan had forged a bond with the Flame Rabbit, a testament to the time spent together. He captured several photos of the Flame Rabbit, planning to share them with Chun Yunjia and the others once they were outside. Shi Xintong, seated atop the Qishi Bluebird, said, "Son, you can come down now." "Oh, okay." Li Xiaoyan recalled his strength chicken and others, then perched upon the steel crow. Descending below, Russell and Elena retrieved their respective Pokémon. Upon seeing the two descend, they smiled and asked, "Xiaoyan, how was it?" "Your great-grandfather is impressive, isn't he?" Li Xiaoyan nodded vigorously. "Great-grandfather is super impressive. The Flame Champion is also incredible." Elena sighed beside them. "If only I had chosen the Thousand-Faced Protector. The stringed salamander truly cannot compete with the Flame Champion." Russell, feeling a bit awkward, elbowed Elena. "Ahem, your great-grandson is right next to us. Show me some respect." "What? Shouldn't I care about my own dignity?" Elena replied, somewhat exasperated. Russell had a knack for using others as stepping stones to elicit joy from Li Xiaoyan. After a brief conversation, the group exited the secret realm, during which Li Xiaoyan inquired about the Pokémon residing within. Elena clarified, "They include Pokémon like the long-haired giant and Brelumen, and your mother captured her Brelumen right here." Upon returning to the castle, night had fallen, and the four gathered in the dining hall for dinner. Afterward, Li Xiaoyan returned to his room and released his strength chicken and companions. The Flame Rabbit noticed the bright stone on the table and called out to Li Xiaoyan. "What's wrong? Do you want to see this bright stone?" Li Xiaoyan inquired, holding the stone in his hand. "Hiba, yes." The Flame Rabbit leaped onto the table, its eyes sparkling as it gazed at the bright stone. Its subconscious informed it that this stone was something special, and kicking it would surely be delightful. Reshiram seemed to sense the Flame Rabbit's intentions and began to radiate heat. If it were truly kicked by the flame rabbit, it would not bode well once Zekrom discovered it. The authority emanating from Reshiram caused the flame rabbit to take a few steps back, temporarily dispelling its desire to kick the bright stone. Hibba, I will work hard to grow stronger. When I can withstand this pressure, I will kick it. The flame rabbit resolved to enhance its prowess. However, it was possible that before it could fully strengthen, the bright stone might transform into Reshiram. Li Xiaoyan gently patted the flame rabbit's head, then snapped a few more photos to send to Chun Yunjia. Yin yin yin. Kik. I have captured my third Pokémon. Flame Rabbit JPG. Ajia? How did you capture a third one? Aren't you preparing for the college entrance examination? Yin yin yin. How did you know I was guaranteed admission to Magic City University? Ajia. Then it's all good. Poplio JPG. Ajia. I have also captured my second Pokémon, a Poplio. Yin yin yin. Impressive, you've captured it so quickly. Li Xiaoyan exited the QQ chat and glanced once more at the photo albums collection section. Arranged by the latest order were Jin Shi, Zhun Bei, Xiao Ji, Professor Oak. And finally, Li Ku. Was this akin to stamp collecting? If it were truly a collection, Li Xiaoyan found himself looking forward to a photo with Pipa. However, that child was also quite unfortunate. Shaking his head, Li Xiaoyan cast one last glance at the photo with Li Ku. He hoped to see her once more. In the following days, Li Xiaoyan immersed himself in the museum, occasionally venturing into the secret realm to train his Pokémon. The Tsunyan Blade Ghost gained valuable experience within the secret realm, recalling the skill of Dark Strike during its sparring sessions with the Strength Chicken. At the moment, my level has only reached 17, and my speed is rather average, not too fast, yet not excessively slow either. Regrettably, it won't be until level 24 that I can learn my first Fire-type physical attack move, which poses quite a challenge for Li Xiaoyan. It seems he will need to train diligently to see if he can acquire this move ahead of schedule. The Sturdy Chicken has reached level 25 and successfully mastered the move Slash. Similarly, the Flame Rabbit has leveled up as well, gaining a deeper understanding of its ambush technique. While visiting the museum, Li Xiaoyan learned of the emergence of fossil Pokémon. He was not particularly surprised, having heard that there is even a fossil Aerodactyl in the team of the Flying Champion. A mere fossil Pokémon poses no threat to him, save for the dreaded Gyarados. Just one more, and his collection would be complete. However, for now, he decided against completing it, opting to wait until their college entrance exams are over. Li Xiaoyan continued grinding for levels and updated his trainer information. Name, Li Xiaoyan. Status, Ordinary Trainer. Pokémon, Sturdy Chicken, Azure Flame Blade Ghost, Flame Rabbit. Chapter 141, Returning Home. In Rong City, Li Luoqing noticed Yi Huang receiving a phone call. After hanging up, Yi Huang's face bore an expression of concern, prompting Li Luoqing to inquire. What's wrong, brother Yi? Yi Huang sighed deeply and replied, there are intense spatial fluctuations near the sea around Magic City, and a slight spatial rift has begun to appear in the southern waters. As Li Luoqing continued typing on his computer, he paused at Yi Huang's words, saying, I wonder what will happen with this new secret realm. Far to the south, in a certain stretch of ocean, Victini departed from Rong City at dawn, flying solo towards a remote island in those waters. Upon arrival, Victini surveyed the desolate island, seemingly abandoned and devoid of inhabitants. The beach was cluttered with driftwood and seaweed, creating an eerie atmosphere. The barren ground was nearly devoid of vegetation, with only windswept grass and parched shrubs, alongside solitary rocks, resembling a forsaken land. Occasionally, a few lonely long-winged gulls would circle in the distance, adding a touch of melancholy to the scene. On this desolate isle, silence reigned supreme. In the island's center, a small spatial rift appeared, emanating a patchy energy as if countless forces were intermingling. In the stillness, Victini murmured to itself, gazing intently at the rift. It sensed that the stability of this space was alarmingly low, with everything in a state of constant flux and decay. Palkia, Dialga, how did you bring them here? Before departing, Victini cast one last long glance at the spatial rift. In the misty city, snow began to fall, and as the snowflakes descended, Li Xiaoyan grew unusually quiet. As if immersed in a dreamlike realm, the snowflakes danced gracefully, swaying gently as they leaped into view, slowly settling on the ground and transforming the garden into a pristine white canvas. Does it often snow in Misty City, great-grandfather? Li Xiaoyan asked, observing the snowflakes resting in his palm. Russell nodded. Indeed, Misty City is like this in winter. The two boarded a vehicle and departed from the city, returning to the castle. Russell's castle, situated on the outskirts of Misty City, now appeared draped in a delicate white cloak owing to the snowfall. Upon reaching the doorstep, the snow accumulation hindered their vehicle's progress, prompting them to disembark. At that moment, a Pokémon resembling a horse with a blue mane and a light blue tail, adorned with mist-like wisps and entirely black in hue, came into Li Xiaoyan's view. "Xiaoyan, don't approach," Russell cautioned, pulling him back with a serious tone. "This is a spirit steed, and it has a strong sense of territoriality. Approaching carelessly could provoke its wrath." "Spirit steed," Li Xiaoyan murmured, recalling the times he rode alongside his Black Horse King during the Sword and Shield era, rampaging through opponents. "Legendary Pokémon discovered. Scanning. Scan successful," Li Xiaoyan exclaimed. "Huh, it's giving me such respect this time." Before he could further examine the information from the system, the Spirit Steed had already approached them. "Spirit Steed," Russell called out, as if he were familiar with it. Li Xiaoyan surmised that his great-grandfather, being a count in Britain, must indeed be well acquainted with the local guardian deities. Russell's tone softened. "This Spirit Steed is one of Britain's guardian deities. It rarely ventures out, appearing only on snowy days, much like another. I encountered the Spirit Steed when I was your age, and I never expected to meet it again now. It truly is a poignant experience." The Spirit Steed cast a silent glance at Li Xiaoyan before departing. As it left, it spoke 2 words in their minds. "Radish, radish." Russell whispered the words, leaving Li Xiaoyan in contemplation. At that moment, Shintong and Elena rushed over, also having witnessed the departing Spirit Steed. Once the Spirit Steed's figure had completely vanished, the snowfall ceased. Li Xiaoyan returned to his room to document the event. Encountered the Spirit Steed, which uttered radish. It must refer to the Black Radish. "I wonder where the Black Horse King is now." "Hibba, Lightstone." The flame rabbit seemed to have exhausted itself, dozing in its cozy nook, mumbling the name of the Lightstone. After finishing his notes, Li Xiaoyan lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling a yearning to return to Rome City. While Britain is splendid, he found it difficult to adjust to sleeping here. Thankfully, he would be heading back at dawn. He pondered when he might next visit Britain. The system displayed the scanned information. Pokémon, Spirit Steed. Level, 91. Gender, unknown. Type, Ghost. Ability, Darkwinnie. Speaking of which, he had encountered quite a number of legendary Pokémon on his journey, and not only that, he had established a significant connection with Victini. As dawn approached, Li Xiaoyan, along with Shintong, sat in the vehicle with their luggage. This time, the butler was driving, while Russell and Elena were reluctant to see Li Xiaoyan depart. Upon arriving at the airport, the 4 disembarked, and Russell handed Li Xiaoyan a box. "Xiaoyan, take this. Although it may not be useful in Huagua, it will serve as a memento." Li Xiaoyan protested. "Great-grandfather, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it." Russell gently patted Li Xiaoyan's shoulder, reassuring him, "Don't worry. It's something you can still take with you. It's just that you won't be able to utilize it without Gigantamax energy in your region." "Very well. Thank you, great-grandfather." Li Xiaoyan finally accepted the treasured gift. Once aboard the plane, Li Xiaoyan took a nap, and by the time he returned to Rome City, it was already 8 in the morning. Li Luocheng had been waiting for some time, and upon arriving home, Li Xiaoyan eagerly dashed to the backyard, releasing his flame rabbit. "This is my home. You will live here from now on," he said, gesturing towards the backyard area. The flame rabbit felt somewhat uneasy in its new surroundings, sensing many eyes upon it. This feeling was not unfounded, for aside from the fiery monkey that Li Luocheng had taken, the other Pokémon were all observing the flame rabbit from behind. Zoroark stepped forward and playfully tapped the flame rabbit. "Hibba, Ghost." This startled the flame rabbit, causing it to dash behind Li Xiaoyan. However, to be fair, its reaction was not unwarranted. In a sense, Ghost-type Pokémon could indeed be considered akin to specters. Chapter 142. Do you have a handsome Pokémon? Days passed, and Li Xiaoyan invited Chen Yunjia and others to join him for a shopping spree at the Shengtian Chamber of Commerce. The group consisted of Li Xiaoyan, Lin Ji, Bai Qingyan, Zhang Sanshi, and Chen Yunjia, while Longya had returned home for some matters. Lin Jia was at home accompanying her parents. "Xiaoyan, I heard you captured your 3rd Pokémon?" Lin Ji turned a red and white Pokeball in his hand, showcasing his newly acquired creature. Li Xiaoyan placed his hands atop his head and replied, "Indeed, I caught a fire rabbit over in Britain. You must have captured your 2nd Pokémon by now, right?" "Yes. Just hatched from the egg, a little Charmander." Lin Ji tossed the Pokeball into the air, and a charming little Charmander appeared. He spun around with the Charmander in his arms, presenting it to everyone. Bai Qingyan couldn't help but stroke the Charmander's head, exclaiming, "So adorable." This time, Li Xiaoyan hadn't brought any divine tokens with him, and he only had 3 Pokémon in tow, yet the Charmander still smiled at him. Well, most of Li Xiaoyan's interactions have been with fire-type Pokémon, so it's only natural that the Charmander feels a connection, Lin Ji pondered. Lin Ji had grown indifferent to the fact that his Pokémon were closer to Li Xiaoyan. After all, they still clung to him and hadn't he run off with Li Xiaoyan. Ultimately, they remained his Pokémon, merely enjoying a better rapport with Li Xiaoyan. Bai Qingyin's Riolu, however, was no longer fond of being held, declaring, "I'm a man now. I can't be cuddled like a baby." Li Xiaoyan understood, but Bai Qingyin didn't he? "Oh, the bond isn't deep enough," he mused. Bai Qingyin noted that Zhang Sanshi had yet to capture his second Pokémon, as the former was focused on nurturing his relationship with Riolu, while the latter hadn't even decided what to catch. As the five strolled and conversed, they collectively sighed in relief upon learning that Li Xiaoyan had been granted direct admission to Magic Capital University. That's one less formidable opponent for the college entrance exams. Splendid. Their expedition to the Shangtian Trading Company was primarily to purchase some Pokémon supplies. The items their parents bought were far too nourishing for their Pokémon, so this was a perfect opportunity to catch up. "I must tell you, my Decidueye can now battle without preening its feathers," Chen Yunjie proclaimed, pride evident in his tone. He had invested considerable effort in establishing a rapport with his Decidueye. Zhang Sanshi chimed in, "That's indeed impressive." The four then turned their gazes toward Li Xiaoyan, almost in unison asking, "What have you decided for your fourth Pokémon?" Li Xiaoyan replied, "Wait, I just caught my third one. And you're already urging me for a fourth? What is going on? Are you all in such a hurry?" He jested. "Hey, you rascal." Chen Yunjie, being the closest to Li Xiaoyan, playfully slapped him on the back. Li Xiaoyan teased, "At least I want to be capturing my fourth Pokémon before the college entrance exams. I'll catch it when you're preparing for yours, just to outshine you." Zhang Sanshi joined the banter. "Oh, so you're really fond of competition, huh? You'll have to watch out. The competition can be fierce." Li Xiaoyan released his fire rabbit, which, upon seeing so many unfamiliar faces, felt a bit frightened and timidly hid beside him. After spending several days together, the fire rabbit had become less shy, yet it still felt uneasy in such situations. Li Xiaoyan resolved to let it out more often to experience the world. Otherwise, if it were to participate in a competition with a large audience in the future, it might become overwhelmed. "By the way, if you could choose, which university would you like to attend?" Lin Ji suddenly inquired, his tone somewhat peculiar, leaving everyone guessing. "For me, I do prefer to go to Magic Capital University. I enjoy a bit of freedom," Chen Yunjie promptly stated. Bai Qingyin bent down to wipe the fruit juice lingering on Riolu's mouth with a tissue, responding, "I aspire to attend Qingbei University." Zhang Sanshi shook his head, indicating that he hadn't yet made a decision. Meanwhile, Riolu waited patiently for Bai Qingyin to finish cleaning before retrieving a few berries from his bag. Riolu had offered, presenting the berries to the fire rabbit and Charmander. The Charmander accepted one without hesitation, replying, "Thank you." The fire rabbit hesitated, but, upon receiving Li Xiaoyan's nod of approval, thanked him and took a berry as well. Lin Ji inquired, "Xiaoyan, does your fire rabbit have the ability Blaze?" "Yes, these days, who doesn't he have a hidden ability?" Li Xiaoyan began, only to remember that Chen Yunjie and Zhang Sanshi had chosen Overgrow and Torrent for their starters, respectively. Perhaps it's best not to dwell on this, he concluded. Chen Yunjie and Zhang Sanshi were unconcerned, maintaining a nonchalant attitude towards the ability. Being able to acquire their starters was already a feat. Why be picky? The group walked to the Shangtian Trading Company, taking half an hour to reach their destination. However, they didn't rush to make purchases immediately. Instead, they headed to the area where Pokémon could play. One couldn't help but admire the comprehensive facilities at Shangtian Trading Company, which boasted both battle arenas and expansive spaces accommodating thousands to frolic with their Pokémon. A mysterious vendor called out to Li Xiaoyan and his friends, "Young man, do you have any impressive Pokémon?" Li Xiaoyan released only his fire rabbit when unexpectedly addressed. Curious, he asked, "What is up?" Before the vendor could respond, Chen Yunjie confidently interjected, "My Decidueye is incredibly cool. Would you like to take a look?" The others exchanged glances, taken aback. Seizing the moment, Li Xiaoyan observed the vendor's appearance. He was stoutly built, his face warm with a gentle smile, eyes sparkling with liveliness. His neatly trimmed black hair complemented his well-fitted attire, exuding an air of vitality. He appeared robust and radiated a strong presence, embodying the essence of a business mogul. Li Xiaoyan found the vendor peculiar, as if a corporate tycoon were manning a stall. "I apologize for not introducing myself sooner. My name is Jean Sambao. I have a penchant for striking Pokémon. If you possess any impressive ones, I would love to see them in exchange for some items," he said, his voice soft and inviting. Li Xiaoyan and his friends exchanged glances, hesitating to make a decision. Noticing their reluctance, Jean Sambao produced a pink Pokeball, stating, "How about this? Is it acceptable? This is a sweet ball." Li Xiaoyan felt a tinge of unease and decided to check it with his system. The results showed no danger. It was a legitimate item, devoid of any tracking devices. In China, Pokeballs could be traded, provided they contained no Pokemon, making this situation permissible. Li Xiaoyan found the sweet ball appealing. Observing that his friends were still hesitant to release their Pokemon, he finally spoke up. Well, if we're talking about impressive Pokemon, I happen to have a Chandelure. Would you like to see it? Jean Sambao's interest was piqued. Chandelure was quite rare. To possess one at such a young age, whether through luck or family connections, indicated exceptional merit. Yes, Jean Sanbao's gaze was fixated on Li Xiaoyan's Pokeball. Li Xiaoyan released Chandelure, and upon seeing it, Jean Sambao took out a postcard, inscribed with his name on the front and a series of numbers and a QR code on the back. He handed the postcard and sweet ball to Li Xiaoyan, saying, "Let us be friends. If you ever need to sell something, feel free to reach out. I can assist you." Before Li Xiaoyan could process it, Jean Sambao suddenly released an alakazam and vanished from the Shengtian Trading Company with a teleport. Wait, so this is just mine now? Li Xiaoyan scratched his head, bewildered. Lin Ji experienced an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon hearing his name. Jean Sambao? I feel like I've heard that name before. After pondering for a while, the others didn't interrupt his thoughts. Eventually, he recalled some information. Ah, I remember now. I recall my father mentioning that this individual appears to be one of the heads of an auction house, having once sold an item related to dragon-type Pokemon for a staggering sum of 87 million. Li Xiaoyan. Goodness, 87 million, you say? Li Xiaoyan tucked the sweet ball and postcard into his backpack and continued to stroll with his companions. As they wandered, they came across a restaurant. Are you all hungry? Zhang Sanshur stood behind them, glancing at the name of the restaurant and covering his face in disbelief. Isn't it too early for a meal? I thought we agreed to purchase Pokemon supplies. Chen Yunjie shot a glance at Li Xiaoyan, shaking his head. I have no idea. I came along with you all. At that moment, a man emerged from the restaurant. Seeing the group of youths lingering at the entrance, he inquired, "What is the matter? Are you here to eat?" Li Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback and quickly waved his hands. No, we're just browsing." Ultimately, Li Xiaoyan led his companions away. Chen Yunjie expressed concern. "What's wrong? I should have brought that Sanyan Blade Ghost with me." Li Xiaoyan did not respond, but muttered to himself. Just recently, the system had abruptly alerted him with a message. Pokemon Ditto. Level 30. Gender, none. Type, normal. Ability, limber. It is right before you. To affix a Ditto to one's face without any trickery seemed implausible. Yunjie, do you have any hoodie with you? Li Xiaoyan quietly asked, signaling the others not to turn around. Chen Yunjie shook his head, replying, "No, I only brought my own Pokemon today." "I see," Li Xiaoyan sighed, realizing that the current predicament was beyond his capacity to resolve. He took out his phone to inform Yi Huang of the situation before leading the group to the basement level. The shops on the basement level were few, comprising merely 3 establishments: Pokemon supplies, trainer supplies, and an amusement center. The 5 of them temporarily parted ways, agreeing to reconvene for lunch. At this juncture, Yi Huang responded to the message, prompting Li Xiaoyan to hastily check his phone. "Yi Huang, Xiaoyan, I just dispatched a gym-level trainer over. Surprisingly, that person turned out to be a fugitive on the run. Thank you." Yin. What a ridiculous turn of events. "What now?" "Yi Huang, you need not worry. It's merely a fugitive. We will handle it." Yi Huang's words alleviated Li Xiaoyan's anxiety considerably, at the very least. The situation would undoubtedly be resolved. In the Rongqing Alliance branch, Zhou Yi sat on the sofa, observing the troubled expressions of Yi Huang and Nalan Long. Unsure of how to broach the topic, Nalan Long extinguished the cigarette he was smoking and slowly began, "Zhou Yi, about this matter it's fine, I understand. However, it truly unsettles me. Let us not delve into it further, as it only worsens my discomfort." Zhou Yi accepted the tea Yi Huang offered, letting out a sigh. "Zhou Yi, it's not your fault," Yi Huang replied, pursing his lips. The impact of this situation weighed heavily on him. He had not anticipated the extent of infiltration within the former alliance. The specifics of the incident would be revealed in due time. Zhou Yi bowed to the 2 champions before exiting the room. Once Zhou Yi departed, Yi Huang picked up a piece of paper from the table, detailing the crimes of a certain member of the organization known as Dongwu: espionage, leaking secrets, human trafficking, and the slaughter of Pokemon, among many other heinous offenses. Yi Huang angrily slammed a fist on the table, causing tea to spill everywhere. There was a knock on the door. Nalan Long called, "Come in," and looked up to find Li Luoqing. "Dragon King, Brother Yi," Li Luoqing greeted politely before asking, "What has transpired?" Yi Huang remained silent, handing over a dossier. Li Luoqing took the document and examined it closely. "This individual is actually a member of Dongwu. Then wily Luoqing could scarcely believe what he was reading. Have you played Werewolf? Their essay gameplay called self-harm, meant to confuse us. Even Zhou Yi fell for it. It must be said, Dong Wu is quite adept at deception. Yi Huang explained the situation using terms from tabletop games to aid Li Luoqing's understanding. At that moment, the floor before Yi Huang began to shift, and one of the four heavenly kings, Bai Chun, appeared, tossing out an octillery and asking, "What should we do about this?" Nalan Long pondered for a moment before responding, "Let us pry out some more information." Agreed. Bai Chun merely uttered a single word before departing the scene. Li Luoqing continued to read, appalled by the individual's actions, which were increasingly atrocious. Even the initial charge of espionage was the least severe. Let us proceed according to the original plan. By the way, remember to assign some trainers with champion-level Pokémon to shadow him. Their target is legendary Pokémon. The isolated island in the South Sea is the same. Let us send Lao Gu over there as well. After finishing his statement, Yi Huang turned to Nalan Long, seemingly seeking his opinion. Chapter 144, Another Buffet. Nalan Long sat on a wooden chair, sighing. No need to ask me. You make the call. After all, you are the future champion, and you should possess this judgment. I understand. Yi Huang nodded slightly, dialing the number of the person he referred to as Lao Gu. Lao Gu, keep an eye on the newly emerged rift on that island. The space there is quite unstable. We'll discuss it further when the time comes. A middle-aged man's voice came through the phone. Understood. After hanging up, Yi Huang stood by the window, gazing into the distance. As the clock struck noon, Li Xiaoyan felt a pang of hunger and reunited with his companions on the first floor. The scene before them left the five in a state of disarray. A contingent of fully armed soldiers surrounded the Shengtian Chamber of Commerce, standing in a neat formation. Accompanying them were canine Pokémon, with every 5 Houndooms having one Arcanine among them. Their solemn expressions and stern gazes instilled a palpable sense of oppression among passers-by. Onlookers paused, curious about the unfolding scene. Some gasped in shock, while others discreetly withdrew. Eventually, a group of soldiers emerged from the chamber, escorting several individuals, both men and women, who were shockingly accompanied by a ditto. The crowd gathered in the street to observe. While some expressed concern about potential trouble, others were intensely intrigued. A soldier in uniform continuously reassured the crowd, stating that this was merely a routine inspection and that there was no need for excessive worry. However, many still felt a lingering unease. As time passed, the military finally began to withdraw. Lin Ji posed the question, "What do you think is going on?" Chen Yunjie contemplated before responding. Could it be that some nefarious organization is lurking among us? That is indeed a possibility. Li Xiaoyan balanced his Yinhua rabbit atop his head, affirming Chen Yunjie's assertion. Zhang Sanshi, with his hands in his pockets, appeared somewhat drowsy. Let us not concern ourselves with matters beyond our control. Where shall we eat? Bai Qing gently patted the head of his Riolu, rising to speak. I know a restaurant that specializes in buffets. I've heard they're currently running a promotion where meals are complimentary. Interested? The Sanyan blade ghost leaped from its pokeball, eagerly calling out to Li Xiaoyan upon hearing of food. Don't worry, there will be food soon. Li Xiaoyan chuckled, giving the Sanyan blade ghost a light tap on the head. Even after evolving, it still had an insatiable appetite. Li Xiaoyan inquired, Qing, where's that restaurant? It's on the 3rd floor. Let us go check it out, Bai Qing replied, returning Riolu to its pokeball and leading the way. Li Xiaoyan recalled the Sanyan blade ghost, allowing only the Yinhua rabbit to stay by his side. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Li Xiaoyan spotted the vegetarian buffet restaurant. Could it be that Bai Qingyan is referring to this very restaurant? Li Xiaoyan recalled the time he came to the Shengtian Chamber of Commerce with Lin Jia, during which he dined at this buffet. At that time, when he unleashed his Zhangyanren demon, it sparked quite a few amusing incidents. One must admit, the manager back then had quite the discerning eye and was undoubtedly a person with a bright future. Qingyan, could it be that you are speaking of this establishment? Li Xiaoyan felt a surge of curiosity, eager to uncover what new activities this restaurant had introduced. Bai Qingyan inclined his head slightly and gestured towards a sign beside the restaurant. The onlookers read aloud, "Students currently enrolled may challenge my young master. The victor will receive a year's worth of unlimited buffet access. Current giveaways, 0 out of 5. Goodness, a year's worth. However, it seems there are only 5 opportunities, and none have been given out yet." Chen Yunjie, somewhat puzzled, pointed to the phrase young master and inquired, "What does this young master signify? Are we to be treated as experienced fodder?" Zhang Sanshi, following Chen Yunjie's lead, continued, "It's hard not to let one's imagination run wild with this situation. Pray tell, are you all here to challenge me?" A rather ordinary-looking man, standing at approximately 175 meters and slightly plump, approached. Li Xiaoyan, eager to take the lead, nodded and said, "Yes, I would like to challenge you. May I inquire about the rules of engagement?" He specified that only one Pokémon could be used at an ordinary level and released a bouncing monkey. The bouncing monkey was entirely white, adorned with brown patterns on its back, brown around its eyes and chin, and a tuft of red hair atop its head with black claws. Li Xiaoyan checked the system and discovered the opponent's level was 20. "Oh, then I shall use this one," Li Xiaoyan declared as he summoned his Canyon Rin Demon. The youth's eyes sparkled with battle fervor upon seeing the Canyon Rin Demon. "Without further ado, let us engage in battle." The youth led Li Xiaoyan into the buffet restaurant, where a designated area had been set aside, ensuring that others could enjoy the spectacle without disturbance. To be frank, Li Xiaoyan felt slightly bewildered. After all, he was unleashing his Canyon Rin Demon. Yet this individual was brimming with enthusiasm for battle. If memory served, aside from egg moves and TMs, the bouncing monkey should possess no effective moves against the Canyon Rin Demon at level 20. The remaining 4 companions entered the restaurant as well, choosing a spot to sit. Observing yet another challenger, the patrons of the restaurant murmured in surprise. Who would have thought that young Master Lu would engage in battle? Fortunately, the Snorlax has already exhausted its strength and retired. Otherwise, this challenger would have faced young Master Lu's Snorlax. Chen Yunjia, ever the sociable one, quickly asked, "Hey, who is this guy? Is he strong?" The man, hearing Chen Yunjia's question, responded, "Absolutely. That individual is named Lu Rinjia, the young master of this prestigious establishment, and currently a member of the sophomore team at Rongqing University. His ace is a Snorlax, boasting elite-level strength. His second-in-command is a Pidgeotto, just shy of elite status. This bouncing monkey is a newly trained Pokémon, recently entering the ordinary level. Remarkably, it has even mastered the farmer's 3 fists." He continued, "By the way, isn't the name of this young master a bit peculiar? It feels rather haphazard." Chen Yunjia nodded thoughtfully. It seemed this was indeed the 3rd Pokémon he had captured, which simply meant it had a broader skill set. Li Xiaoyan's Canyon Rin Demon facing the bouncing monkey should be a 50-50 match, and he likely held the upper hand. After all, he was Li Xiaoyan. With this thought, Chen Yunjia's attention shifted to Li Xiaoyan, while the others instinctively settled in their seats, awaiting the commencement of the match. Chapter 145, The Initial Battle of Canyon Rin Demon. Lu Rinjia impatiently urged, "Let us get started." Li Xiaoyan, feeling a bit bashful, inquired, "May I ask something? If I win, can this card be used by someone else?" "Of course. Now, shall we begin the battle?" Lu Rinjia waved his hand, eager to engage with the Canyon Rin Demon. Battle commence. Bouncing monkey, use Thunder Punch. Lu Rinjia commanded, and the bouncing monkey clenched its fist, sparks of electricity crackling around it. The arena was spacious, so Li Xiaoyan refrained from issuing commands immediately, waiting until the bouncing monkey was merely a few steps away from the Canyon Rin Demon before exclaiming, "Flame burst." Lu Rinjia raised an eyebrow. Such a lack of decorum right from the start. The Canyon Rin Demon extended its arms, a sphere of ghostly fire forming above its head. And before the bouncing monkey could react, it was struck by the flame burst. The thunder punch was absorbed by the Canyon Rin Demon without resistance. A crisp sound resonated. The signature of the Canyon Rin Demon's ability, Shattered Armor. The burn status inflicted discomfort upon the bouncing monkey, rendering it ineffective, prompting Lu Rinjia to shout, "Try again." But how could Li Xiaoyan afford the opponent a chance? He swiftly commanded, "Use Night Slash." The bouncing monkey, intending to applaud, found the Canyon Rin Demon suddenly before it. Before the bouncing monkey could make its next move, the Canyon Rin Demon's dual blades glimmered with darkness. The bouncing monkey was enveloped in shadows, and by the time it regained its senses, it was already 3 meters away. This was troubling. Lu Rinjia thought rapidly, directing, "Use Bulk Up." Canyon Rin Demon. Employ Night Slash. Li Xiaoyan gestured grandly, and the Canyon Rin Demon charged forward. With a swift motion, it brought its blade down. The bouncing monkey, attempting to brace itself, was met with a dark flash. The Canyon Rin Demon retracted its arm, and the bouncing monkey glowed red as its defense and attack rose. A spark of fire ignited, momentarily illuminating the bouncing monkey's fur. Seizing the moment, Li Xiaoyan commanded, "Now, use Brick Break." Lu Rinjia's eyelids twitched. This posed a significant challenge. Who would have anticipated that a high school senior's Canyon Rin Demon would have mastered such a move? Surely, this must be his trump card. However, he refused to concede, pointing vigorously at the Canyon Rin Demon, shouting, "Bouncing monkey, hold firm, and follow up with Shadow Claw." The Canyon Rin Demon slashed downward, while the bouncing monkey gritted its teeth to withstand the blow. One claw grasped the Canyon Rin Demon, while the other unleashed Shadow Claw, sharp shadows extending from its paw. aiming to pierce through the Canyon Rin Demon's armor. Clearing smoke. Li Xiaoyan's command was succinct and direct. A vast expanse of deep purple smoke enveloped the Canyon Rin Demon. Once the smoke dissipated, the bouncing monkey lay on the ground, its eyes swirling. It appears I have lost. Your ace is indeed formidable, Lu Rinjia acknowledged, having concluded that since Li Xiaoyan had summoned the Canyon Rin Demon, it must be his strongest Pokemon. He returned the bouncing monkey to its Pokeball, and a butler-like figure approached to take the ball for healing. Indeed, it is quite impressive, Li Xiaoyan mused, momentarily at a loss for words. Would informing him that he had an even stronger ace be discouraging? The surrounding onlookers chose to remain discreet. After all, it was the opponent's territory, and some respect was warranted. Lu Rinjia produced a silver-white card and handed it to Li Xiaoyan. Thank you, Li Xiaoyan replied with a smile, accepting the card, although he already possessed a golden one. He exchanged contact details with Lu Rinjia, marking the beginning of a new friendship. During lunchtime, the five of them enjoyed their meal while engaging in conversation. Xiaoyan, is your Canyon Rin Demon really this strong? It's almost on par with my Froakie, Zhang Sanshi remarked with a hint of envy, reflecting on how he once held a glimmer of hope to defeat Li Xiaoyan, but now could only watch his back. Li Xiaoyan replied earnestly, not quite. In a one-on-one scenario, the Canyon Rin Demon has little chance of winning. Your technique of the water wave strike is truly formidable, nearly rivaling the thrill of surfing. I must admit, Zhang Sanshi indeed belongs to the category of the exceptionally skilled, being one of the few who poses a genuine challenge to me in the 8-school league. Are you planning to gift this card to someone? As Chun Yunjia nibbled on the salad on his plate, he recalled Li Xiaoyan's words from the competition and inquired. Li Xiaoyan placed some berries onto Yin Tuer's plate and replied, yes, it is intended for someone else. I already possess a permanent membership card. This one-year card holds little value for me. Lin Ji, intrigued, asked, oh, who are you planning to give it to? To Lin Jia. As her birthday seems to be approaching, Li Xiaoyan replied nonchalantly. Chun Yunjia glanced at his phone. Today was January 30th, and upon checking the messaging app, he discovered that Lin Jia's birthday fell on August 28th. This approaching seemed rather subjective. Chun Yunjia refrained from voicing his thoughts, recognizing that Li Xiaoyan had an unusual perspective on the timing of birthdays. Just as they were halfway through their meal, Zhang Sanchi's phone rang. Hello? I'm eating, what's up? Oh, I see. Guys, I have to leave, bye? Bai Qingyan expressed concern for Zhang Sanchi and asked, what happened? Is everything all right? Zhang Sanchi waved dismissively. It's nothing. Suan invited me out. The other four exchanged glances, their expressions one of disbelief. After a while, Lin Ji's phone rang as well. Miss Yano, what is up? I'm eating, but I'm free. I'll be right there. Lin Ji, with a Pokemon under each arm, strode away. The remaining three glanced at each other, letting out sighs of resignation. After finishing their meal, Li Xiaoyan bid farewell to Chun Yunjia and Bai Qingyan. Upon returning to the community, Li Xiaoyan spotted Lin Jia walking her newly acquired Sprigatito in a Litten. When did you get a new Sprigatito? Meowha, slow down. Lin Jia called out as she jogged after it. Li Xiaoyan released his 3 Pokemon to intercept Sprigatito, successfully aiding Lin Jia in capturing it. Is this your new Pokemon? Li Xiaoyan asked, placing Sprigatito into Lin Jia's hands. Yes, I had initially intended to capture a Rotom, but my parents gave me an egg, which hatched into a Sprigatito. By the way, its name is Meowha. Meowha, say hello, Lin Jia encouraged, lifting Sprigatito's tiny paw to greet Li Xiaoyan with a smile. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting Lin Jia's hair to reveal strands dyed blue. You might as well envision Lin Jia's appearance as that of a grown-up Liko. Chapter 146, I await you. Attempting to compose sweetness. So adorable. Li Xiaoyan stood dumbstruck, snapped back to reality only when his Cinderace nudged him. With an apologetic smile, he addressed Sprigatito. Your name is Meowha, right? Hello, I'm Li Xiaoyan. Meow, replied Sprigatito, what an odd human hello. Lin Jia, upon seeing Cinderace, was overwhelmed with excitement. Bending down to greet it. Hello, I'm Lin Jia. Hibba, hello, stranger. Cinderace, feeling shy, hid behind Li Xiaoyan, casting a glance at Lin Jia before retreating again. It's a bit timid, Li Xiaoyan explained awkwardly. No worries, perhaps they'll become familiar over time. Sprigatito, Meowha, time to return to your Pokeballs. Lin Jia waved her hands, recalling her Pokemon, while Li Xiaoyan did the same, walking alongside her. Did you go to Britain a few days ago? Lin Jia asked, her hands clasped behind her back, walking ahead of Li Xiaoyan, facing him. Li Xiaoyan nodded. Yes, I went to Britain specifically to capture Cinderace, but unfortunately, I didn't bring back any local specialties. Otherwise, I would have liked to gift you something. Lin Jia's face flushed crimson, and she moved closer to Li Xiaoyan, awkwardly responding, gifting something? Could it be Her mind raced with possibilities. Fidgeting with her clothing, her eyes averted, she stole glances at Li Xiaoyan, her hands trembling slightly. Li Xiaoyan, oblivious, remarked, "We are friends, right?" Lin Jia nodded vigorously, yes. Li Xiaoyan chuckled, "Then it's perfectly normal for friends to exchange gifts, I assent it?" "Huh, yes." Lin Jia's tone conveyed a hint of disappointment. At that moment, Li Xiaoyan turned his backpack around, producing a slice of yellow peach cake he had purchased upon returning, offering it to Lin Jia, a delicious treat. "Thank you." Lin Jia beamed as she accepted the cake. Li Xiaoyan then retrieved a slice of mango cake, and they enjoyed it together as they walked. When they finished the cakes, they found themselves at Li Xiaoyan's doorstep. "Would you like to come in for a while?" Li Xiaoyan attempted to invite Lin Jia into his home. Unexpectedly, she replied, "Okay." They did not enter the house, but instead headed to the backyard, where Li Luoqing and Shi Xintong had left earlier in the day, leaving only Zoroark and Cinderace to guard the home. Upon seeing the two, Zoroark, ever perceptive, retreated to the kitchen to brew some tea. Li Xiaoyan led Lin Jia to the swing, though he did not sit down himself. "Cinderace, where are you?" Li Xiaoyan softly called, trying to summon his small companion. After a moment, Li Xiaoyan suddenly recalled, "Oh, Cinderace seems to have been borrowed by my mom. Never mind then." He released his Pokémon, and they began to frolic joyfully around. "Jia, aren't you going to release your Pokémon?" Li Xiaoyan asked. Lin Jia remained silent, gently swaying on the swing. She clutched the metal chains tightly, her demeanor suggesting she was somewhat anxious. It appeared she was lost in thought. "He treated me so well during the snow mountain trip." Sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting a warm glow on her hair, enhancing her charm. "Why is he so kind to me? Is it merely because we are classmates?" Her eyes were shut tight, surrendering to the gentle rocking of the swing, completely immersed in her own world. Xiaoyan. Occasionally, she would take a deep breath, exhaling slowly, seemingly releasing the emotions within her. The Pokémon ceased their playful antics, enveloping the atmosphere in profound tranquility, with only the soft creaking of the swing and Lin Jia's breathing audible. After a prolonged silence, Li Xiaoyan inquired, "Jia, which university do you wish to attend?" His voice was gentle and low, imbued with an indescribable warmth. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Lin Jia's face, carefully observing her reaction. "I want to attend with you," Lin Jia blurted out, her eyes still shut, unable to meet Li Xiaoyan's gaze. "Oh, so you wish to attend Magic City University?" Li Xiaoyan nodded slightly, realizing he would have company in the future. Lin Jia, slightly flustered, added, "What I mean is." Li Xiaoyan promptly interrupted her, moving closer and whispering in her ear, "I already know. Let's discuss this after your birthday, all right?" His large hand gently rested on Lin Jia's delicate one, adding, "I want that too." Upon hearing Li Xiaoyan's words, Lin Jia was momentarily taken aback. Her expression seemed frozen, leaving her unsure of how to respond. Gradually, a faint blush crept across her cheeks, spreading to her entire face. Her eyes sparkled with a shy glimmer. Despite the simplicity of Li Xiaoyan's words, they were laden with sincerity and emotion. In that moment, Lin Jia's heart brimmed with happiness and contentment. She lifted her gaze to meet Li Xiaoyan's eyes, who smiled knowingly. "So, can we release the Pokémon now?" After uttering these words, Li Xiaoyan took a bottle of tea from Zoroark's grasp and handed it to Lin Jia, having indulged in too much cake earlier. "A bit of tea will help alleviate the heaviness." Lin Jia replied obediently, sipping the tea as she released her Pokémon. "Meow, it's time for a nap." As soon as new Leaf Meow appeared, it sprawled on the ground, basking in the warmth of the sun. This moment was perfect for a midday slumber. If not now, then when? "Dana, I'm a bit sleepy too. Time for a nap." Bulbasaur lay down as well, succumbing to sleep. The robust chicken felt somewhat out of place for not napping. It had intended to dance to lighten the mood, but it seemed wiser to join in the slumber instead. The swing was spacious enough to accommodate two comfortably. Li Xiaoyan sat beside Lin Jia, quietly observing the fiery bunny frolicking in the backyard. Unbeknownst to them, their hands had intertwined. Lin Jia leaned closer to Li Xiaoyan's ear and whispered, "I'll wait for you." Chapter 147. The Wind Rises in Yongqing. "Don't catch a chill." Li Xiaoyan draped his jacket over Lin Jia's shoulders while he played with the fiery bunny. Hom. Lin Jia nodded obediently, then cradled New Leaf Meow in her arms. "Meow? So sleepy." New Leaf Meow, being lifted, wearily opened its eyes before drifting back to sleep. Lin Jia, too, felt drowsy and dozed off on the swing. Li Xiaoyan took out his phone and noticed a message from Yi Huang, stirring a sense of unease within him. "Yi Huang, Xiaoyan. Recently Victini expressed a desire to accompany you. It should arrive shortly. By the way, it's best to refrain from going out these days. Just stay within the community." "Yin Yana? What is going on?" "Yi Huang, Nothing serious. Victini is merely hungry. The perspective shifted to Lin Ji. Nalan Long turned to Lin Ji and Nalan Yano. Speaking earnestly, during these days of the new year, stay indoors and do not venture out. Little Ji, Yano will stay at your home for the time being. I've spoken to your grandfather. Remember, do not leave the house under any circumstances. Lin Ji and Nalan Yano exchanged bewildered glances, particularly Lin Ji, who had rushed home upon receiving the call only to find himself faced with this situation, utterly perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ji cautiously inquired, Grandfather Nalan, is something amiss? Nalan Long gently tapped Lin Ji's forehead and said, You visited the Shengtian Chamber of Commerce today, correct? Lin Ji recalled the events of the afternoon and nodded. Yes, what is the matter? You'll understand once you reach the gym leader level, Nalan Long remarked, handing a high-grade ball to Nalan Yano. If danger arises, this will assist you. Meanwhile, a guest arrived at Chun Yunjia's home, Uncle Muin. Upon returning home, Chun Yunjia was surprised to see the uncle from the grass and wood's secret realm. Accompanying him was a silvery, giant Jengar, which, upon closer inspection, revealed a mysterious device strapped to its hind leg, adorned with a glass orb. Muin smiled. Yunjia, you're back. Your parents have gone out and will return only this evening. Chun Yunjia placed his backpack on the sofa and asked, Oh, Uncle Muin, what brings you here? Muin replied sheepishly, I'm here to stay for a few days. I might not return until after the new year. In the outskirts of Yongcheng, at Yi Huang's villa, Yi Huang had prepared a large backpack for Victini, filled with its favorite snacks. Victini, when you go to Li Xiaoyan's house, be on your best behavior and do not touch anyone else's belongings. Remember to ensure Xiaoyan's safety, just in case. As he spoke, Yi Huang handed the backpack to Victini, which, due to its small stature, could only grasp it with one hand before bidding Yi Huang farewell. Let us hope those lunatics don't get too reckless. Yi Huang gazed into the distance, muttering to himself. Bai Chen appeared, giving Yi Huang's shoulder a light pat. They located their main base in Yongcheng. Shall we capture them all at once? Let us observe the situation. It's unclear what they intend to do. If I recall correctly, the legendary Pokémon of Yongcheng have dispersed to other locations, so it's perplexing why they remain here. Yi Huang brewed a pot of tea and poured a cup for Bai Chen. However, it seems there's a new legendary Pokémon about to emerge from the secret realm on Nanhai Isle, though the time is uncertain. We should send some elite trainers there. After taking a gentle sip of the warm tea, Bai Chen replied, Understood. I have matters to attend to as well, and I'm unsure when I can return. After finishing his tea, Bai Chen departed, while Yi Huang wandered to the backyard, gazing fondly at his Pokémon, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Yi Huang approached Charizard, giving it a high five. Charizard, be sure to stay close to Garchomp and avoid roughhousing. Charizard looked at Yi Huang with a hint of grievance as the long-haired troll approached, grinning widely and whispering something to Charizard. When Victini flew to Li Xiaoyan's home, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Li Xiaoyan sat on a stone bench, enjoying afternoon tea. Delicious food. The voice of Victini echoed in Li Xiaoyan's mind, prompting him to glance around, yet he could not spot it. I'm right here. Victini revealed itself on the stone table, having dispelled its invisibility, allowing Li Xiaoyan to finally see it. Li Xiaoyan teased quietly. Ah, quite the master of timing. Aren't you? He then instructed Zoroark to bring out another slice of cake for Victini. Hee, I knew you cared for me the most, Victini exclaimed, eagerly digging into the small cake before it. After finishing the cake, Victini contemplated visiting Li Xiaoyan's room to catch up with Reshiram. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyan pondered a phrase. Your courage shall transform into reality. The essence of true self, personal authenticity, facing reality with courage, and manifesting genuine strength. Having completed the first 2 trials, Li Xiaoyan was confident he would soon conquer the third. Reshiram had mentioned that once the 3rd trial was complete, it would manifest in the earthly realm. Unbeknownst to him, the 3rd trial was about to commence. According to Reshiram, the 3rd trial would involve demonstrating courage during a significant event and achieving success. Only then would it be deemed complete, allowing it to arrive in the world through a certain means. Having finished his cake, Li Xiaoyan's gaze lingered on Lin Jia. To be frank, the more he looked at her, the more she resembled a grown-up version of Liko, as if they were carved from the same mold. Victini flapped its wings and darted to Li Xiaoyan, waving its hand and snapping him back to reality. What is up? Victini pointed at Lin Jia, inquiring. Is this the Liko you mentioned? This time, Li Xiaoyan did not evade the question but replied candidly, Indeed, she is the Liko in my heart. Thank you, Arceus. At 5 in the evening, Li Luoqing and Shi Xintong returned home, noticing Li Xiaoyan playing with the fiery bunny and Lin Jia sleeping on the swing. Cradling new leaf meow, they exchanged knowing smiles. At that moment, Lin Jiao awoke, and upon seeing Li Xiaoyan, he asked, "Would you like to stay for dinner tonight? It wouldn't be inconvenient, would it?" Lin Jia, slightly bashful, tugged at her clothing and blushed. How could it be? Li Xiaoyan chuckled as he helped Lin Jiao up, and the new leaf meow perched itself on her shoulder, yawning. Suddenly, Li Xiaoyan recalled something and asked, "By the way, won't your parents be worried?" Lin Jia shook her head. "They went out to work this afternoon and don't know when they'll return. Then you must definitely come to my house for dinner. You know how good my mom's cooking is." Together, they stepped through the door. Chapter 148. Conversations in the Community. That evening, upon learning that Lin Jia would be staying for dinner, Shi Xintong immediately showcased her culinary skills, aiming to astonish her. Lin Jia sat on the sofa, watching television with Li Xiaoyan, where the news was broadcasting a report. Recently, in regions such as Rongqing, Yangcheng, and Modu, there has been a significant surge of illicit individuals. Among these, Rongqing has been the most severely affected. Let us listen to what King Yi has to say about this matter. The scene shifts to the Alliance branch, where the visage of Yi Huang appears on the television screen. Yi Huang begins to speak slowly. "Greetings to comrades across the nation. I am here to address the situation regarding this group of lawbreakers. These individuals have clandestinely entered our country through certain channels. After discussions among our four kings and the champion Yubin, we have unanimously decided to cancel the inner plan. Henceforth, I urge comrades to actively report any suspicious individuals around them, and we will ensure their repatriation. Furthermore, we will offer a substantial reward for information about this person. They have engaged in arson, murder, plunder, the trafficking of Pokémon, theft of national treasures, and participation in disorganized espionage activities." A photo of Li Xiaoyan, which he finds familiar, is displayed. Upon seeing the person in the photo, Li Xiaoyan furrows his brow slightly, and the news broadcast fills him with an overwhelming sense of anger and discontent. His gaze reveals an undeniable fury, his teeth clenched, and his fists tightly balled. He has reached the brink of patience, ready to erupt at any moment. He never expected this individual to appear in the photograph, which fills him with deep revulsion and discomfort, igniting an intense inner rage. He is astounded by the truth that one can know a person's face, yet remain ignorant of their heart. Li Xiaoyan glares furiously at the image on the television, his stomach churning with turmoil, utterly blindsided by the revelation. Lin Jia, sensing Li Xiaoyan's agitation due to the televised image, quietly reaches out her small hand to rest upon his. This gesture slightly calms him, and he gently leans his head against Lin Jia's tender shoulder. Her cheeks flush a rosy hue, yet she does not resist. Instead, they nestle against each other in a comforting embrace. Shi Xintong exchanges glances with Li Luoqing, leading him to the kitchen, exclaiming, "Dear husband, our son has finally awakened." Li Luoqing smiles silently, acknowledging that Xiaoyan has indeed come to his senses. A few days later, 3 days before the new year, Li Luoqing cautions, "Son, remember not to venture beyond the community. It has been somewhat unsafe these days." As Li Xiaoyan prepares to leave, he waves his hand dismissively. "All right, Dad, I know. I'll just play around the neighborhood. I'm off to meet a Jia." We made plans. With only Victini as his companion, Li Xiaoyan steps out, donning the Gigantamax band on his wrist, exuding a certain flair. Regrettably, there are no energy points in the country to support Gigantamaxing. Otherwise, he would have sought an opportunity to try it. Upon exiting, Li Xiaoyan spots Chen Yunjia, who has been waiting at the entrance. Together, they head to the battle arena within the community. It must be said, this villa community is indeed impressive, boasting not only a dedicated battle arena, but also a Pokémon center within its confines. Upon reaching their destination, they find 2 individuals already engaged in battle, Scyther versus Corviknight. It appears they have been battling for some time. A person clad in black commands, "Scyther, use your speed to overwhelm him with bullet punch." The portly man with a buzz cut responds, "Corviknight, go in for a direct peck." Scyther transforms into a red phantom, swiftly striking Corviknight with its iron-hard pincers. However, the damage inflicted is negligible. Seizing the opportunity, Corviknight begins to spin rapidly, its beak expanding under the influence of flying-type energy. The man in black shouts, "Use iron defense." Scyther, unable to evade, attempts to block, its body shimmering with silver. Corviknight's beak lunges towards Scyther, which has just executed iron defense, significantly enhancing its protection. Scyther braces for the impact, gasping for breath as its stamina dwindles, while Corviknight remains vibrant and energetic. "I concede," the man in black declares, recalling Scyther, realizing that Corviknight has sustained little damage while Scyther is nearly out of energy. He approaches the buzzcut man, praising, "Zhang Zizhu, your Corviknight has become quite formidable." The buzzcut man, Zhang Zizhu, retorts nonchalantly, Of course, brother Jiduin, you should see who my ace is. In terms of type advantage, Scyther is indeed at a disadvantage. Jiduin chuckles helplessly. Noticing Chun Yunjia watching from the sidelines, Jiduin strides over to greet him. Yunjia, good morning. Good morning, brother Jiduin. Are you battling with brother Ziju? Chun Yunjia waves his hand, indicating familiarity with the two. Jiduin chuckles. Indeed, he insisted on battling me, and I had no choice but to oblige. Oh dear. It's no small matter. I didn't expect my ace to be capable of defeating the third member of your team. Zhang Zizhu cheerfully hands Jiduin a bag of steamed buns. Jiduin accepts the buns, glancing at Li Xiaoyan with curiosity. And who might this be? Li Xiaoyan introduces himself. I am Li Xiaoyan. Jiduin suddenly realizes who he is. Ah, you are the son of Li Luoqing. Li Luoqing commands considerable respect within the community. Renowned for his prowess at the gym level and serving as the deputy director of the Rongqing Pokémon Breeding Center. Many aspire to be acquainted with him. However, Jiduin does not approach Li Xiaoyan in a sycophantic manner. Those who reside here are either affluent or of noble status, and possessing a starter Pokémon is quite common. Chun Yunjia suddenly inquires, Brother Jiduin, don't you usually train your Pokémon by the riverside? Why are you battling here in the community today? Jiduin sighs, alas. They are currently apprehending those individuals outside the community. It's best not to venture out. We can wait until after the new year. After all, our community lacks for nothing. Chun Yunjia expresses his disbelief. Is it truly that outrageous? It's driven so many of us to seek refuge within the community. Zhang Zizhu recalls Corviknight, stating, Thank goodness there are no such individuals in our community. Otherwise, we might have faced a lockdown, losing any chance to battle. Listening to their conversation, Li Xiaoyan ponders the reasons behind such occurrences. Chapter 149. Knowing a person's face, but not their heart. If it were solely those individuals, such events would not transpire. Li Xiaoyan continues to contemplate the matter, coupled with the person displayed on the television, which leaves him feeling exceedingly perplexed. Sitting on a bench beside the battle arena, he pretends to take out his phone while secretly communicating with Victini. Victini, are you aware of that person's deeds? Please share some details. After a moment of thought, Victini decides to relay some relatively concrete information. If I recall correctly, that individual possesses a frostless. Can you guess how they acquired it? It turns out, this person is none other than Qi Sibai, who once appeared in the mysterious realm. Did they forcibly capture it? Or what? This is one of the few methods Li Xiaoyan can conceive for capturing Pokémon. No. Their frostless was obtained through stealing someone else's Pokémon. This is information we later came to understand. Following the upheaval in the mysterious realm, the Alliance encountered numerous issues, prompting Victini to sigh. It then recounts Qi Sibai's actions in detail. During the elite-level trainer competition 2 years ago, he did not participate but instead ventured into a mysterious realm with a childhood friend. During this time, he colluded with the local guardian of the realm, orchestrating a man-made incident that led to his friend's demise. Subsequently, he left behind his friend's ace Pokémon while selling the others abroad through unknown means. The former chairman of the Alliance shares a profound connection with Qi Sihai. During Qi's childhood, he gifted him a smuggled Pokémon egg. Furthermore, in November of the previous year, they endeavored to pilfer a divine artifact concealed within a heavily guarded secret realm of the Alliance. Their thievery proved futile, resulting in the capture of the former chairman, while Qi Sihai managed to escape through certain channels. Fast forward to 7 years ago, he conspired with Pokémon hunters to slay an Absol within the Baishan Nature Reserve, subsequently spending money to erase any trace of his misdeeds. How abominable! It is shocking to realize how many events transpired over the years. Victini seethed with indignation, noting that had it not been for Bai Chen's unique methods, this matter might have remained buried for a long time. How could such a mere elite-level trainer commit so many heinous acts? Li Xiaoyan was genuinely stunned by Victini's revelations. Victini had much more to express regarding the situation. But for Li Xiaoyan, knowing these details sufficed. He reluctantly concluded the topic. It's merely a mere conspiracy, now that Xiao Yi and the others have grown significantly stronger. No one would dare to act in such a manner. You too must have someone to protect now, right? Our only course of action is to continually grow stronger, to prevent similar occurrences in the future. Xiaoyan, I firmly believe you possess the capability to avert such events in the days to come. As Victini spoke, several visitors arrived at a graveyard in Baishan. A young boy with long hair was accompanied by 2 Pokémon, an Infernape and a Crawdot. The boy was Longya, and he approached a gravestone, placing a bouquet of flowers before it. The inscription on the gravestone read, Grave of Absol. Absol, look, I now have companions as well. In Rongqing, beneath the Tail River, unbeknownst to many, there existed a hidden world. Yi Huang wandered through a secret passageway deep underground, a place where none would suspect the construction of a clandestine base beneath a foul sewer. Moreover, the mystery of its successful construction remained unknown, gleaned only through by Chen's clever tactics revealed by the Octillery King. Don't move, you are surrounded. With a commanding voice from Yi Huang, over a dozen Pokémon surged forward. The Fire God Moth and Iron Toxic Moth unleashed a tempest, gathering the group below. Following this, the Guzzlord unleashed a torrent, washing the group with considerable force. Before they could react, they beheld the fiery Dragonite, Charizard, and the majestic Sovereign Serpent, each gathering a rich sphere of dragon-type energy. As the group prepared to retaliate, the authoritative gaze of the Sovereign Serpent swept over them, prompting immediate surrender. The Sovereign Serpent did not initiate the assault, but maintained a state of draconian intimidation. The speedy Houndoom frolicked joyfully, engaging in a game of hide-and-seek, capturing all members of the Chaos Organization concealed in the shadows. The fluffy Mamoswine erected several reflective walls, attempting to confine the group within. The Blaziken, excited by these walls, dispatched Chaos members one by one, sending them crashing against the reflective barriers like flaming projectiles. The Crawdaunt lay quietly on the ground, allowing Yi Huang to sit atop it. Damn it, I'll fight you. A nameless figure leapt from the ceiling, brandishing a small knife. Before he could approach Yi Huang, he was sent flying by a non-pointed stone edge attack from Tyranitar. Submit and divulge everything you know. Perhaps there remains a sliver of hope for you. Yi Huang directed Mamoswine to bind the group. After a while, a contingent of official personnel arrived. The captain, upon seeing Yi Huang, saluted respectfully. Greetings, Champion Yi. Very well. I leave the matter in your hands. Remember to extract as much information as possible. With that, Yi Huang departed, dragging the small head of the Chaos Organization behind him. A throng of Pokémon followed, departing with great grandeur. Once Yi Huang had left, the captain gazed at the bound individuals, furrowing his brow. Why are these people so shady? Report, Captain. They are all undocumented immigrants. A young man jogged to the captain, presenting him with a dossier. The captain took it, reviewing the contents before slowly stating, so they are all illegal immigrants? As per Champion Ye's instructions, detain them all and escort them to the interrogation room. Simultaneously, similar events unfolded in cities like Magic City and Sheep City, though this was merely the tip of the iceberg. Returning to solid ground, Uncle Long. How are things on your end? Yi Huang called Na Lan Long, inquiring about his progress. On the other end, Na Lan Long's tone remained grave. We have apprehended all but that Chi Si Hai. Good, I'll check on Bai Chun's status. After hanging up, Yi Huang dialed Bai Chun, only to find his phone switched off. Is he preoccupied with something important? Perhaps it's best to wait for him to call back. With that, Yi Huang ceased his attempts, dragging the Chaos small head away, muttering as he went, why did you have to set the entrance in the sewer? ISNT it foul. Chapter 150, Xiaoyan shows mastery. Yunjia, Li Xiaoyan, I must take my leave. I still need to visit the Pokémon Center. Jidun waved goodbye, hastily making his way to the Pokémon Center. Zhang Ziju also bid farewell to Li Xiaoyan and the others. Yunjia, Li Xiaoyan, I must be off as well. Until next time. Their farewells snapped Li Xiaoyan back to reality. Once they departed, only he and Chun Yunjia remained on the battlefield. Chun Yunjia sat beside Li Xiaoyan, expressing heartfelt admiration. Xiaoyan, you've become incredibly strong. No, I still have a long way to go. Li Xiaoyan shook his head. Victini's words had made him acutely aware of his own inadequacies. Sensing the atmosphere grow heavy, Chun Yunjia hastily shifted the topic. So, how is your relationship with her? Any plans for the future? Li Xiaoyan placed his hands on his hips, pride evident in his tone. Humph, it's all set. I plan to confess right after her birthday. Chun Yunjia chuckled. Ah, you've grown up. Li Xiaoyan retorted. Hey, don't run away. The two began playfully chasing each other, and soon they both noticed Zhou Yi approaching the battlefield. Li Xiaoyan halted, puzzled. Brother Zhou also lives here? I'm not sure. Doesn't he reside in the faculty dorms? Chun Yunjia replied, equally perplexed, noting that they had never seen him around during their commutes. Xiaoyan. Yunjia, do you live here? Zhou Yi appeared weary, dark circles under his eyes, and his tone lacked the usual vibrancy. Clearly, the Chi Si Hai incident had taken a toll on him. Li Xiaoyan nodded. Yes, both Jia and I reside here. What about you, Brother Zhou? I've been assigned here by the authorities, responsible for ensuring security in the community during the new year. Zhou Yi answered candidly. Recently, Yi Huang had instructed him to stay here and arrange for a vacant room for his temporary accommodation. Li Xiaoyan retrieved a slice of cake from his bag, offering it to Zhou Yi, and inquired, I see. How are the major secret realms faring now? Are they fully sealed or what? Zhou Yi accepted the cake. taking small bites before responding to Li Xiaoyan's question. Currently, half of the secret realms are sealed, while the other half are guarded by the gym leader of Rongqing. Among the sealed realms are the Shizue and Rongxue secret realms. Chen Yunjie asked, why seal them? Is it to prevent something from entering? Ah, yes. The situation is urgent, necessitating special measures. Zhou Yi yawned, having had a poor night's sleep. He had never anticipated that his college classmate would turn out to be such a person, even a member of the Chaos Organization. Li Xiaoyan expressed concern. Brother Zhou, do you need to take a rest? Zhou Yi has always been exceptionally kind to his classmates, and it is undoubtedly distressing for him to encounter such events. After all, how could one accept that someone they have known for so long is suddenly branded as a malevolent villain based on fabricated evidence presented by others? Zhou Yi took a seat on a nearby bench and remarked, I suppose I'll just sit here. I need some time to digest everything that has transpired in recent days. At that moment, his loyal Pokémon, the swift Houndoom and the fiery Charizard, emerged. Grr, I told you to be cautious. His gaze was off when he looked at me. You simply wouldn't listen, and now look where we are. The black Charizard gestured animatedly, and Zhou Yi comprehended part of the conversation, sighing. I had no inkling that such a situation would arise. Woof. He was even contemplating taking your life at that moment. Luckily, I was swift enough to pull you away. Otherwise, I would be in the same predicament as that fateful little deer. The Houndoom lay at Zhou Yi's feet, visibly disheartened. Li Xiaoyan, understanding the exchange between the two Pokémon, felt indignant on Zhou Yi's behalf. How could someone so amiable be subjected to such treachery? With a plot to end his life and seize his Pokémon for profit? Such individuals are truly despicable, akin to the infamous Jianzhong. Brother Zhou, let us discuss something else. By the way, are you currently challenging the gym? Li Xiaoyan shifted the topic toward Zhou Yi's other Pokémon. Zhou Yi gently caressed the 6 Pokeballs at his waist and replied, Indeed, but I wonder if by the time I reach 30, my remaining 3 Pokémon will be able to grasp the concept of gym-level trainers. Typically, the pinnacle for most trainers is the gym leader level. Yet Zhou Yi possesses the potential to ascend to the elite level. Should all 6 of his Pokémon attain gym-level status by the age of 30, he would be poised to become a champion-level trainer in the future. Historically, the 4 most prodigious figures in Hua's annals, former champion Yan Feng, current champion Yu Bin, the oldest of the Elite 4, Nailin Long, and the present leader of the Elite 4, Yi Huang, each achieved gym-level trainer status by the age of 25. Yu Bin reached the champion level at 32, and Yi Huang at 33, now at 45, with most of his primary Pokémon mirroring those of Yu Bin. As for individuals like Li Luochen and Shi Xintong, who occupy more administrative roles, possessing 1 or 2 champion-level Pokémon would suffice. Yi Huang once remarked to Li Xiaoyan that had Li Luochen not pursued a clerical career, but instead explored the secret realms, the resources he would have amassed could have elevated his Pokémon to champion level. Li Xiaoyan shared a sense of regret, but also understanding. His father had always prioritized family, avoiding any distractions, never indulging in alcohol or gambling, save for an occasional smoke. Exploring secret realms typically requires a commitment of at least a month, and Li Luochen was reluctant to be away from home for extended periods, having finally achieved a semblance of familial stability. Victini recalled a previous conversation with Yi Huang, during which the latter inquired, Victini, what do you envision Xiaoyan's future strength will be? A champion, or perhaps a master? At the very least, a champion. Yi Huang was somewhat taken aback. You hold him in such high regard? Victini meticulously analyzed, in terms of your human classifications. Legendary Pokémon can be broadly categorized into 2 tiers. The first tier, akin to secondary deities, is accessible to the Elite 4 and champions, who may gain their acknowledgement. The second tier comprises primary deities, beings beyond your current reach. Presently, Xiaoyan is under the watchful gaze of a primary deity. His future is boundless, perhaps even exceeding the title of champion. Victini concluded, Xiaoyan possesses the potential of a true master. Chapter 151, Diamond Dragon Teacher, what has transpired? Gym-level trainers? I wonder at what age I will reach that level, Chen Yunjie remarked, listening to their conversation with a sigh. Zhou Ye's tone softened. Yunjie, what major are you planning to pursue in university? Battle studies? Chen Yunjie shook his head and replied, No, I intend to enroll in the Secret Realm Exploration program. Zhou Yi was taken aback, for the mortality rate in Secret Realm Exploration is notably high. Nonetheless, he commended Chen Yunjie's choice. The Secret Realm Exploration program is quite promising. It holds great potential. However, he quickly adopted a serious demeanor. Yet, you must prioritize your safety. Exploring the secret realms is fraught with peril. Many are willing to fight tooth and nail for a rare Pokémon, so you must exercise utmost caution. Understood. Thank you for your sage advice, Brother Zhou. I will certainly heed it once I gain admission. Chen Yunjie nodded fervently, recalling his father's similar counsel upon learning of his decision. Zhou Yi turned to Li Xiaoyan and inquired, Xiaoyan, which major did you secure for your guaranteed admission to Moda University? Battle studies. My ambition is to become the strongest trainer in the world. Unbeknownst to him, Li Xiaoyan's aspirations had shifted from becoming the champion of Huagua to that of the world's most formidable trainer. Such lofty ideals. I wish you a future filled with success and prosperity, Zhou Yi beamed, offering his best wishes to Li Xiaoyan before sharing some of his experiences from the past few years. Once you enter university, you will encounter a myriad of individuals, most of whom will not possess the same innocence as your high school peers. Remember, do not divulge your trump cards too readily. Otherwise, you may face unforeseen consequences. Fortunately, today's society is not as abstract as it once was, with numerous laws now in place for protection. I have rested enough. It's time for me to take my leave. Zhou Yi rose and waved goodbye to the two, mounting his houndom. Now that we can't leave the neighborhood, where shall we go? Should we just remain here? Li Xiaoyan felt a sense of boredom. It seemed as though they were confined without any place to explore. What? An idea suddenly struck Li Xiaoyan, and he felt an overwhelming urge to return home. I must go play with my tohu owl and Poplio. Would you like to join? Chen Yunjie approached the poolside and released his Poplio, which had a cute appearance with a white belly and a deep blue ring on its tail. No, I want to find Lin Jia, Li Xiaoyan declared before departing. He knew where Lin Jia lived, but instead of heading directly there, he returned home first. Upon arriving, he discovered that both of his parents were inexplicably absent, even taking his Zoroark with them. How peculiar. What is going on? Could they have been summoned by the authorities? Li Xiaoyan was baffled. He had only been gone a short while, and yet, his parents were nowhere to be found. It was truly perplexing. He had returned home specifically for the diamond orb, which he had placed on the table. Recently, the system had indicated that the diamond orb was flickering incessantly, causing Li Xiaoyan to worry about potential mishaps and rush back home. Upon finding the diamond orb safely resting on the table, he exhaled in relief. Good, diamond orb. I'm glad you're unharmed. Xiaoyan, what's the matter? You seemed distracted earlier, but now everything seems fine? Victini materialized, floating in midair with its arms relaxed. After floating around for a while, it felt fatigued and thought to treat itself to a few strawberry cakes. Li Xiaoyan pointed at the diamond orb. Earlier, the system indicated that the diamond orb was flashing, and I feared it had been stolen. But what does it mean for it to keep flashing? Victini flew to the refrigerator, retrieved 2 slices of cake, and poured 2 cups of juice with its telekinesis, while simultaneously communicating telepathically. Well, I'm not entirely sure. Why not try placing your hand on it to see what happens? Li Xiaoyan nodded and touched the diamond orb. In no time, he felt as though he had traversed into a mysterious realm. However, this sensation was merely perceptual. In truth, Li Xiaoyan remained at home. This was one of the methods through which Dialga connected with him via the adamant orb. When Li Xiaoyan encountered Dialga once more, he hurriedly greeted, "Good morning, Diamond Dragon Teacher. What has transpired?" Li Xiaoyan's words elicited a sigh from Dialga. Not long ago, 2 dragons appeared in the temporal corridor. One a water dragon and the other a ghost dragon. We instantly began to quarrel. One unleashed a hydro vortex while the other executed a shadow sneak. I managed to deflect both with my roar of time, and naturally, we agreed to cease hostilities. Just when we thought it was all over. That Giratina showed utter disregard for martial ethics. There was no ground in my temporal corridor, and suddenly, it struck me with earth power. Was that not a blatant insult? The second round of conflict commenced, and this time I refrained from using any skills, instead concealing a metal burst to catch it off guard. After being hit by my metal burst, that Giratina from the netherworld exclaimed that it would not yield, which was intolerable. In a fit of anger, I unleashed a dragon pulsation upon Palkia, standing nearby. I claimed that I had missed my target, but it refused to believe me, leading the 3 of us into a chaotic melee, battling until the skies darkened. Can you guess what happened next? Dialga's concluding words left Li Xiaoyan perplexed. What did their brawl have to do with him? Li Xiaoyan candidly replied, I do not know. Cough cough, later. We left our territory and found ourselves in a desolate wilderness to fight. How coincidental, there were 2 newly born legendary Pokémon there. Li Xiaoyan remarked, well, that's rather serendipitous. So how does this concern me? After taking a sip of juice, he mustered the courage to inquire. These 2 legendary Pokémon have been drawn into your world. And for certain reasons, we cannot prevent the emergence of the secret realm. Do you understand my meaning? This time, a different voice spoke, instilling in Li Xiaoyan a sudden urge to confront the dragon. After a moment of silence, Li Xiaoyan responded, I cannot prevent the emergence of the secret realm either. Are you suggesting that you want me to rescue those two legendary Pokémon with Victini? Well, that's roughly the case. There are some details we are unaware of, so you will need to act accordingly when the time comes. Rest assured, we will contact you again. Before Li Xiaoyan could reply, Dialga severed the connection. And just before doing so, Li Xiaoyan seemed to hear something. Consume my shadow sneak. Let us take a moment of silence for our Diamond Dragon teacher. Chapter 152, May 21st Special Edition, Li Disease. Li Xiaoyan was savoring a slice of cake when he asked, Victini, do you know what those two newly born legendary Pokémon are? Victini, happily sipping juice, replied, V doesn't know. Li Xiaoyan inquired, what? However, I can assure you of one thing. Victini teased, leaving Li Xiaoyan eager to know more. What is it? With its petite hands on its hips, Victini confidently declared. It is not a Zygarde. Li Xiaoyan replied, indeed. Observing Li Xiaoyan's bewildered expression, Victini adopted a tone it believed to be utterly serious. For now, this matter does not concern you. Your task is to immerse yourself in the secret realm to enhance your strength. Theoretical knowledge has become irrelevant to you. You know what you ought to know, and what you should not know is best left alone. Listening to Victini's words, Li Xiaoyan approached the refrigerator, retrieving a mango and peach cake, and then carefully selected a decorative bag to place the cake inside. After packing his belongings, he walked up to Victini, allowing it to perch on his shoulder, softly murmuring, understood. I also wish to become an elite trainer swiftly. After the new year, I shall venture into the secret realm for training. By the way, do you have any recommended secret realms? Victini pondered deeply before narrowing it down to the city of Rome. As for secret realms, choose one from the Shichue, Rongxue, or Tsemo. Currently, these three are relatively safe for you. That works. I want to seek out that bee drill and have it assist in a battle with my fire rabbit. Who knows? It might even evolve. Reflecting on the Rongxue secret realm, Li Xiaoyan felt a wave of nostalgia, recalling the moments spent with Lin Jia, causing a blush to rise to his cheeks. Victini poked Li Xiaoyan's face. Why do you look so infatuated? Not at all. I'm just reminiscing about happy times. Li Xiaoyan replied, feeling a bit giddy. Once again stepping outside, Li Xiaoyan carried the bag as he made his way to Lin Jia's home, filled with items she adored. Xiaoyan, I have a question. How come your relationship has developed so rapidly? Victini thought of Yi Huang's obliviousness. He had failed to respond to Cheng Ying's hints for so long, only realizing her feelings after she confessed. In contrast, Li Xiaoyan's progress was far more commendable, which brought Victini great satisfaction. As for me? Oh, that's a secret. Li Xiaoyan grinned broadly, considering himself fortunate to have found someone like Lin Jia. Seeing Li Xiaoyan's demeanor, Victini chose not to pry further, labeling his condition as Li disease in its mind. The walk from Li Xiaoyan's home to Lin Jia's took nearly 10 minutes. He strolled along the path until he arrived at a man-made pond. The water was crystal clear, revealing numerous water-type Pokémon residing within. These were not wild Pokémon, but rather those belonging to the nearby residents. A variety of water-type Pokémon could be found here, including Psyduck, Blastoise, and Froakie, among others. Wait, what about those last two Pokémon? Their presence reminded Li Xiaoyan of the water bullies from Sword and Shield, a past he wished to forget. Lin Jia's home was situated right beside the pond. Li Xiaoyan hurried up to the door and knocked. Who is it? Lin Jia opened the door, startled to find Li Xiaoyan standing there. Li Xiaoyan noticed that Lin Jia had changed her hairstyle once again. The hair on her right side was styled upwards, while the left side was partially spread out horizontally. He teased, why are you suddenly so shy? What is our relationship now to warrant such formality? As he spoke, he handed her the bag. Inside are all your favorites. Take it. Lin Jia could hardly believe her ears and exclaimed, is it really okay? I told you not to be so formal, Li Xiaoyan insisted as he pressed the bag into her hands, joking, well, I've delivered my gifts. Since you didn't invite me in, I suppose I should take my leave. As Li Xiaoyan turned to depart, Lin Jia hastily instructed her Bulbasaur to hold the bag, then grabbed Li Xiaoyan's hand with urgency, exclaiming, don't go. Unexpectedly, Li Xiaoyan pivoted, pulling Lin Jia into an embrace, softly murmuring, all right, I won't leave. Lin Jia leaned against him, playfully pouting, you're so annoying. Victini observed the scene in silence. Reluctantly, Li Xiaoyan released his hold, at which point Lin Jia realized they were in a public space, albeit without anyone watching. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she led Li Xiaoyan into her home. Embracing in public is so embarrassing, she protested. Not permissible. Li disease is at risk of breaking out, he retorted. Lin Jia's house was spacious, a 3-story villa much like Li Xiaoyan's. She guided him into the living room, where they both took a seat. Miss Magius, please pour us a couple of glasses of juice. Lin Jia called to her parents' Pokémon. Okay, it replied. The Miss Magius in Lin Jia's home moved gracefully, dancing as it served the two, captivating Li Xiaoyan's attention. Li Xiaoyan seized the opportunity to voice a question that had been troubling him for quite some time. Jia, why have you changed your hairstyle again? Lin Jia presented a photograph for Li Xiaoyan to see, explaining, this is my hairstyle from childhood. I've been feeling a bit nostalgic lately, so I decided to change it back. In the picture, a tiny Lin Jia stood with her parents. She wore a sky blue jacket over a white short-sleeved shirt and black shorts adorned with 2 white oval patches. Ah, I see, he responded knowingly. At that moment, Xinyiao leaped into Lin Jia's arms, greeting Li Xiaoyan as it did so. Lin Jia gently moved Xinyiao aside, saying, Meowha, please sit over there for now. Xinyiao expressed its discontent, meow, unhappy. However, in the next moment, Victini covertly intervened, explaining the current situation to Xinyiao, who then obediently settled beside them. Lin Jia leaned against Li Xiaoyan's shoulder, her voice soft as she said, Xiaoyan, thank you for taking such good care of me back in the Rongshua's secret realm. With a playful glint in his eyes, Li Xiaoyan teased, shall we not indulge in something more tangible? All right, Mua. Wait, Xiaoyan, why do you look faint? Chapter 153, Sudden Circumstances. Upon awakening, Li Xiaoyan spoke somewhat incoherently, Jia, I. Lin Jia stifled a laugh, what's wrong? Did you not say you wanted something tangible? Do you not enjoy it? Clearing his throat, Li Xiaoyan grinned, of course I do. How about you indulge me with a bit more? After saying this, Li Xiaoyan dashed to the backyard to release his Pokémon, settling on the ground to watch them frolic. Lin Jia joined him, enjoying the sight of their Pokémon interacting. Among the 5 Pokémon, the youngest was Xinyiao, who had just been born and loved basking in the sun. By the way, Jia, where is your hometown? Li Xiaoyan stretched lazily, curiously inquiring. My hometown is in Rongqing, but my father is currently working on the Pyrenees Peninsula. My Meowha is one he brought back from there. Lin Jia gently caressed Xinyiao in her hands, evoking a hint of envy from Li Xiaoyan. Just then, Li Xiaoyan checked the data on the 5 Pokémon through the system. Marveling internally, it seems all her Pokémon are female. She's quite fortunate. The gender ratio of the starter Pokémon is typically 1:7, so her luck is remarkable. As he reflected on Lin Jia's words, a memory surfaced. The Pyrenees Peninsula, wasn't that the inspiration for the Paldea region? With this thought, Li Xiaoyan wrapped his arm around Lin Jia, his tone softening. Is there a giant pit in your area? Lin Jia shook her head, intrigued by his query. No? Why do you ask? Li Xiaoyan rested his chin on his hand, pondering before replying. I heard there's a secret realm there with a large pit, and I'm curious if it's true. There isn't one. You might not believe it, but there aren't even any secret realms there. Li Xiaoyan remarked, The Rongqing Pokémon Breeding Center. Many trainers at the gym level had been reassigned from the center, leaving only Li Luoqing and Chun Wenxuan as the remaining top-tier trainers. They had received orders to guard this place. Luoqing, what is going on? It feels like something ominous is brewing. As a gym-level trainer, you must have received some news, right? Chun Wenxuan was in the care area for the starter Pokémon, casually instructing Wangbat to observe the status of each Pokémon egg. Just moments ago, he had inquired via intercom while monitoring the eggs on the lower level. Li Luoqing was on the upper level, overseeing the already hatched Pokémon. No, like you, I only received the order to guard here. On the other end of the intercom, Li Luoqing was amusing a round land shark while keeping an eye on his surroundings. 10 minutes after Li Xiaoyan had left, Li Luoqing and Shi Xintong simultaneously received orders to report to the breeding center and the league branch. Perhaps his father-in-law knew something, as he had been transferred from the capital to Rongqing for a senior position. Who would believe that he knows nothing? Li Luoqing glanced at the young red duck, which was wandering among the Pokémon, and asked, Young red duck, have you noticed anything? The young red duck shook its head and continued to dance. Li Luoqing shifted his focus to the other 7 Pokémon. During this special period, the carrying limit for his Pokémon had been increased, so he had also brought along the Tsangyin Blade Demon for precaution. With the Dada King from the breeding center reassigned, he needed a Pokémon for protection. Otherwise, if many elite-level Pokémon attacked, it would spell disaster. Oh no. All right, my little cuties, come back now. Li Luoqing took out an official Pokeball, recalling the group of newborn Pokémon. Only the round land shark hesitated to return, wanting to play a little longer. Listen, return to the ball, or bad people might come to catch you. Just then, a mundane plush doll Pokémon with a zipper-like mouth emerged from the ground. Li Luoqing furrowed his brows, swiftly returning the round land shark to its ball while shouting, catch it. Based on his experience, he judged that this cursed doll was at the gym level. No one at the breeding center or the adjacent league branch possessed a cursed doll of such power, especially after the previous incident. Clearly, it was here to cause trouble. Gung Gawei was the first to step forward, launching a shadow ball at the opponent. The cursed doll let out a strange laugh, suddenly increasing its speed and striking Gung Gui's sizable form. Gung Gui winced, but managed to retaliate with its own shadow ball. The curse doll giggled, and a night spirit appeared from thin air to shield it from the attack. This was an elite-level night spirit, prompting Sangyan Blade Demon to take action immediately. The Shadow Claw collided with the Shadow Punch, with Sangyan Blade Demon gaining a slight upper hand. At that moment, the space around the curse doll shifted, and 3 seconds later, it vanished without a trace. Li Luocheng recalled some important original documents in his office and began to feel anxious. Sangyan Blade Demon, I'm counting on you here. I'll go stop the curse doll. With his pokeballs in hand, Li Luocheng instructed Gung Gui to sneak into his office while he took the remaining Pokemon upstairs to search for the curse doll. Gung Gui departed first, able to bypass walls and fly directly to Li Luocheng's office. Li Luocheng directed his remaining Pokemon to split up, with Li Yinmon and Youngwei Duck accompanying him. Pokemon like Lapras and Kintoro, which were less mobile, remained on this level. Yi Yibu and Sualeo were tasked with acting as needed. Chapter 154, The Vanished Curse Doll. Unexpectedly, Gung Gui found that the curse doll was not in the office. Instead, it encountered a Pumpkaboo rummaging through the place. Without further ado, Gung Gui launched a series of phosphorescent fire attacks. The Pumpkaboo was so preoccupied with searching that it didn't notice the lurking Gung Gui. Gung Gui quietly clapped its hands, summoning a purplish-red flame. When the phosphorescent fire struck the Pumpkaboo, a mysterious shadow appeared behind Gung Gui, and several dark red waves swept through, catching the Pumpkaboo off guard and causing it to collapse. As the Pumpkaboo attempted to rise, Gung Gui seized the moment and unleashed another shadow ball, ensuring the Pumpkaboo was truly incapacitated. Gung Gui, how messy it is here, Gung Gui grumbled, flying up to the top floor, hoping that the curse doll would be there. As Li Luocheng hastily ascended to the 9th floor, he pushed open the office door only to discover a horde of ghost-type Pokemon rummaging through various items. Where did these 3 ghost-type Pokemon come from? Just as Li Luocheng finished his thought, he noticed the Pokemon fixating their gaze upon him. He quickly commanded, Infernape, use Stone Edge. Swanna, employ Water Blade. In an instant, Infernape stomped the ground, causing several stone pillars to violently erupt from the earth, hurtling towards the ghostly creatures. Each pillar was sharp and menacing, exuding an ominous aura, prompting the 3 Pokemon to evade hastily. Meanwhile, Swanna thrust its arm forward with force, condensing a powerful stream of water into a blade-like form. The target was the frail Mimikyu, which had just dodged Infernape's Stone Edge attack, only to find a formidable water pressure blade slicing towards its face. Mimikyu was sent flying, colliding with a Drifblim. Could it be that Drifblim, Mimikyu, and Pumpkaboo are ghost-type Pokemon that can learn Phantom Force? Li Luocheng remained vigilant, wary of a sudden strike from the cursed doll lurking behind him. He commanded, Swanna, continue with Water Blade. Infernape, unleash Flame Punch on that Pumpkaboo. The disparity in strength among the 3 Pokemon was glaring, ranging from gym leader level, elite level, to ordinary level. Li Luocheng found himself perplexed by the purpose of this encounter. Infernape's fist connected with Pumpkaboo's face, and before it could retaliate, a close-range blast of fire engulfed its visage. The searing heat caused Pumpkaboo immense discomfort. Instinctively, it attempted to use Whirlpool, but before it could fully manifest, Infernape landed another powerful flame punch squarely on its face, rendering it unable to battle. Swanna, however, was not faring as well. Its Water Blade proved effective only against Mimikyu. Drifblim occasionally harassed it with Leaf Tornado, and had it not been for the air slash that mitigated the damage, Swanna would have long since succumbed. It appears to be a bit challenging. Infernape, go deal with that Drifblim. Swanna, deliver the final blow with Water Blade. Li Luocheng issued his last command. Infernape raised its fiery fist, a wave of heat radiating outward. Drifblim attempted to evade with Phantom Force, but as it barely entered the move, Infernape knocked it to the ground. Swanna danced gracefully, unleashing 3 Water Blades that precisely struck Mimikyu's vital points. Once the battle concluded, a radiant glow enveloped Swanna's body, prompting Li Luocheng to instinctively shield his eyes. As the brilliance faded, a slender, tall Pokemon of deep azure hue emerged. This was the newly evolved Carnivine. Its once deep blue plumage flowed gracefully, with parts transforming into a vibrant teal, while its crown-like feathers turned crimson. The patterns on its waist and above its ankles shimmered in light blue, and the feathers adorning its shoulders and wrists shared the same hue. Its tail was adorned with a circular feather and 3 droplet-shaped feathers in a gradient of colors. Li Luocheng exchanged a triumphant high-five with Carnivine, exclaiming, "It seems my recent ventures into the secret realm have not been in vain." Infernape stepped forward to share in the moment, celebrating the evolution of its junior. With its evolution, Carnivine's demeanor became markedly more vivacious, perpetually dancing, albeit somewhat erratically. Perhaps it would have fascinating conversations with Li Xiaoyan's Pokémon. Suddenly, a panicked Jengar rushed over, tugging at Li Luochen's sleeve. It pointed at a doll on the ground before promptly stowing it away in its dimensional bag. Li Luochen quickly grasped Jengar's intent. You mean to say the cursed doll is nowhere to be found? Jengar nodded vigorously. Having just dealt with the cursed doll before scouring the top floor, only to find it absent. Damn, Li Luochen muttered inwardly, hastily retrieving his walkie-talkie to shout, Wen Xuan, have you spotted a cursed doll on your end? If so, capture it immediately. It's a significant prize. What? A cursed doll? I haven't seen one here. I just dealt with a group of ghost-type Pokémon, and there was no cursed doll among them. Chen Wenxuan's voice echoed with confusion, reflecting the chaos of the moment. Li Luochen promptly inquired about the status of the Pokémon egg, concerned that Chen Wenxuan might have handled it too roughly. Rest assured, the Pokémon egg is completely intact. Should we hand over this collection of ghost-type Pokémon to the nearby Alliance personnel? Chen Wenxuan reassured him, acknowledging the urgency of the situation. Who could have anticipated such turmoil? Li Luochen replied affirmatively and hurried back to the 7th floor to assess the situation. How is Tsangyin Jianwei faring? Upon arriving at the cultivation room, he found Tsangyin Jianwei half kneeling on the floor, prompting him to quickly retrieve healing supplies. Tsangyin Jianwei did not refuse. The previous battle had been incredibly taxing, rendering its once proud attacks utterly ineffective against the Nightshade spirit. The opponent had dealt significant damage, and had it not been for skills like Swords Dance and Retribution, it would have surely fallen much sooner. I appreciate your efforts immensely, Li Luochen expressed his gratitude while treating Tsangyin Jianwei, pondering the fate of the nearby Alliance division. Zoroark, Leafeon, and other Pokémon returned without having tracked the cursed doll's whereabouts, as if it had evaporated into thin air. Infernape, Jengar, Zoroark, bring those Pokémon here. I will contact the authorities to send assistance. Li Luochen sank into a chair, utterly exhausted from the relentless back and forth. After a brief moment, he retrieved his phone and dialed. Hello, this is Li Luochen from the Rongqing Pokémon Breeding Center. We were recently attacked by a horde of ghost-type Pokémon and have captured several. Please send personnel to assist. Upon hanging up, Li Luochen instructed Chen Wenxuan to bring the captured Pokémon to him. 10 minutes later, Chen Wenxuan and his Alakazam arrived, escorting a group of unconscious ghost-type Pokémon. Li Luochen, still contemplating the whereabouts of the cursed doll, was taken aback by the sheer number of ghostly Pokémon before him. Are all of these? Chen Wenxuan nodded. Yes, this group of Pokémon launched the attack, but their strength is quite low. I estimate them to be merely ordinary level. While they are numerous, their quality is lacking. I've stationed my other Pokémon below to keep watch, so there's no need to worry for now. Chapter 155, An Unexpected Arrival. The Alliance headquarters dispatched 3 individuals to the breeding center, and within mere minutes, Li Luochen observed 3 middle-aged men, each around 35 years of age, approaching. One man, donned in glasses, extended his hand to greet Li Luochen and Chen Wenxuan, saying, Deputy Director Li, Supervisor Chen, greetings. I am Yao Dian, the captain of the Alliance's direct defense team. May I inquire if these are the Pokémon you apprehended? Subsequently, Yao Dian produced a briefcase and displayed his identification. Here is my credential. Li Luochen utilized the Pokémon official app on his phone to scan the provided information, confirming its accuracy before responding. Indeed, aside from Tsangyin Jianwei and Zoroark, the rest of these ghost-type Pokémon are the assailants. Very well. We will take these Pokémon off your hands. Deputy Director Li, Supervisor Chen, you have worked hard. With a salute, Yao Tian signaled his companions to escort the captured Pokémon away. Once the trio departed, Li Luochen released the Pokémon he had previously secured in Pokeballs. The Gibble wobbled about, immediately attempting to bite the table leg. With a sigh of resignation, Li Luochen scooped it up, continuing to tend to the other Pokémon. Gung Gui, please assist in tidying up the items on the 9th floor. It has become quite disheveled. Also, take a moment to check if anything has gone missing. Zoroark, we shall proceed to the 8th floor to organize things. After Li Luochen made this statement, he instructed the Fire Monkey and the others to remain here and safeguard the official Pokémon, while he and Zoroark made their way to his office. Chen Wenxuan returned downstairs via Hudi, surprised to find that Pokémon had indeed launched an assault on the breeding center. This time, the scale of the attack was even larger than the last. He hoped no significant issues would arise subsequently. In the Alliance branch's top-floor office, a sudden ringing echoed. Old Sure, I just received news that various Pokémon breeding centers across Rong City have been besieged by ghost-type Pokémon. This attack came unexpectedly, leaving us no time to prepare. Currently, Only the neighboring center has managed to resolve the conflict. What do you suggest we do? Shi Donghai sighed upon hearing the news on the other end of the line, realizing that while one incident had yet to be resolved, another had already emerged. Old Shi, after regaining his composure, Shi Donghai slowly replied, "Is that even a question? We must dispatch reinforcements immediately. I am here at the Alliance branch. There is no need for concern." Understood. As the call ended, Shi Donghai rose and gazed into the distance, suddenly sensing an ominous presence behind him. He summoned his Pokémon and spoke sternly, "Lizard King, Mewtwo, prepare your moves." The two Pokémon positioned themselves protectively around Shi Donghai, standing ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. His Lizard King was of elite rank, while Mewtwo was merely gym level. At that moment, the seeds on Lizard King's back began to absorb sunlight, signaling the impending use of Solar Beam. Mewtwo sharpened its claws, honing them 3 times before summoning a colossal ice spike in anticipation of an enemy's appearance. Before Lizard King, a table began to warp, and a dark, foreboding portal emerged above it. As the two Pokémon peered out, they beheld Lizard King gathering energy for Solar Beam and Mewtwo poised to unleash an ice shard. Just as the Solar Beam was about to be released, the intruders found themselves unable to evade and hastily closed the portal to escape. "Cease your actions. They have departed." Shi Donghai raised his hand, prompting Lizard King and Mewtwo to halt their moves. Reflecting on the appearance of the two Pokémon, he murmured, "Nightmare Spirit. Cursed Doll. How did these two Pokémon come to be here?" Before one issue could settle, another arose. A spatial portal materialized at Shi Donghai's workstation. Lizard King, with remarkable agility, extended its leafy arms, glowing with a vibrant green light, its signature leaf blade. The Nightmare Spirit poked its head out, only to be met with a swift strike from the leaf blade. Mewtwo seized the opportunity and launched a counterattack. Countless Pokémon silhouettes emerged behind it, and with a powerful punch, Mewtwo struck the Nightmare Spirit in the face. Concurrently, 5 shadowy fists appeared, all targeting the Nightmare Spirit's singular eye. Lizard King swung its arms, the green light reappearing on its leafy appendages, transforming into sickle-like blades aimed at the Nightmare Spirit's eye. In an instant, the Nightmare Spirit found itself retreating under the relentless onslaught. Faced with such aggression, the Nightmare Spirit waved its hand, summoning a cloud of dark mist. It vanished within the shadows, while Lizard King scanned the area, attempting to locate the elusive foe. "Cough, cough. This mist is suffocating," Shi Donghai coughed, realizing the need to call for assistance. "We are under attack by a king-level Nightmare Spirit and a gym-level Cursed Doll." Amidst the obscuring mist, Mewtwo sought the Nightmare Spirit, inadvertently stumbling upon a Cursed Doll instead. With dark energy enveloping its sharp claws, Mewtwo bent its arm and lowered its stance, seeking a flaw in the Cursed Doll's defenses. Oblivious to the impending danger, the Cursed Doll continued rummaging through its belongings, discarding sheets of white paper. Mewtwo approached stealthily, and soon, the Cursed Doll found its desired object, erupting into uncontrollable laughter. Seizing the moment, Mewtwo executed a critical strike. The dark energy enveloped its claws, extending menacingly, as Mewtwo lunged forward with its signature slash. A bright light flickered on the Cursed Doll, and a decoy appeared before vanishing. Unbeknownst to Mewtwo, the Cursed Doll had anticipated an ambush, employing a substitute just as it emerged through the portal. This unexpected turn disrupted Mewtwo's rhythm, initially aiming for a single decisive blow. It was unprepared for the Cursed Doll's cunning evasion. Mewtwo quickly regained its composure and continued its fierce assault. This time, the Cursed Doll did not evade. A faint darkness emanated from its vicinity. Mewtwo's successive critical strikes landed on the Cursed Doll, which appeared to revel in the onslaught. Instead of resisting, the Cursed Doll succumbed to Mewtwo's relentless attacks, ultimately losing its ability to fight. A deeper shadow enveloped Mewtwo, and as the dark energy dissipated, Mewtwo too fell incapacitated. Sensing the imminent threat, Lizard King bent its knees and leaped to the left, narrowly dodging the Nightmare Spirit's ice punch. The mist thickened around them, but Lizard King continued to maneuver with remarkable speed. Regrettably, the confined space restricted Lizard King's options, forcing it to remain in constant motion to evade the attacks. In Chapter 156, the situation grew increasingly dire. Shi Donghai's remaining Pokémon were ill-suited for combat in such an environment, and their power levels were insufficient to offer any assistance. At present, he struggled to ascertain the Nightmare Spirit's location, as the mist severely obscured visibility. Everything hinged on Lizard King buying time. If only they could hold out until a powerful ally arrived. Shi Donghai remained still, silently awaiting the conclusion of the battle. Lizard King, fond of dual-wielding, extended its leafy arms once more, but this time, they transformed from vibrant green to a deep crimson hue. The chilling gleam of its blades illuminated the surroundings, while the nightmare spirit retaliated, attempting to engage in a direct confrontation with its icy fist. Utilizing its agility, Lizard King evaded the ice punch and retaliated with a forceful strike to the nightmare spirit's abdomen. The blow nearly sent the nightmare spirit reeling. Regaining its stance, the nightmare spirit unleashed another ice punch, the pale blue glow manifesting on its fist, frost rapidly forming, awaiting Lizard King's next approach. Lizard King expelled a multitude of grass-type energy seeds, all aimed at the nightmare spirit's eyes. As the seeds surged towards it, the nightmare spirit raised its fist, striking down the seeds with force. To its surprise, one of the seeds concealed a parasitic seed, which remained intact and latched onto the nightmare spirit's fist. The seed began to root, its tendrils extending along the nightmare spirit's arm, causing it to grow increasingly anxious. This marked the nightmare spirit's first arduous battle since attaining elite rank. A distorted phantom materialized behind the nightmare spirit, while Lizard King, evading attacks, closed in on its opponent with its eyes shut, relying on its innate geographical awareness. Lizard King's claws darkened, merging into a singular form. If Li Xiaoyan were present, he would recognize this as a technique reminiscent of a certain ability from a popular anime, though in truth, it was the abyssal stab. The nightmare spirit struggled to shake off the control of the parasitic seed, while Lizard King leaped onto its head. With a resounding SCZ, the battle intensified. The arm of the Lizard King plunged into the colossal form of the night demon, which yearned to cry out, yet found itself utterly voiceless. Do you believe I have been defeated? In truth, you have been deceived. Just as the Lizard King assumed victory was within its grasp, the night demon unleashed a hidden arm from behind, executing a long-planned act of retribution. The tremendous force sent the Lizard King hurtling backward, crashing violently into the bookshelf, which splintered open, while fissures began to snake across the office floor. As the dark mist dissipated, Shi Donghai beheld the fallen Marura and swiftly captured it within a pokeball. Likewise, the night demon, upon witnessing the unconscious cursed doll, realized the situation at hand. It appeared that success was at hand. Simultaneously, the night demon drew back its arms, conjuring both frigid and searing temperatures, a formidable display of power. The Lizard King, sensing the urgency, knew that both attacks would be devastating. A single strike would be intolerable. Its leafy appendages glimmered with a vibrant green hue, indicating its intent to employ Leaf Blade against the night demon. Observing this, Shi Donghai brandished a pokeball, calling out, "Block Bear, use Blockade." A Pokémon, primarily adorned in black and white with a hint of pink in its eyes, materialized. Its body, arms, and shins were covered in fur, adorned with an X-like emblem upon its arm, and patterns graced its face and neck, accompanied by a short tail. This was Block Bear, evolved from the Galar region's Stoutland during the night. With its formidable defense, it could withstand the night demon's assault, albeit only once. As Block Bear positioned itself between the two adversaries, the Lizard King seized the opportunity to alter its trajectory, maintaining the stance for Leaf Blade. The night demon, unable to halt its momentum, was compelled to strike at the newly appeared Pokémon. Block Bear successfully absorbed the blow, though the residual force propelled it away. Fortunately, the blockade effect was triggered, significantly lowering the night demon's defenses. At that moment, the Lizard King's Leaf Blade attack arrived. Propelled by astonishing speed, it reached the night demon, slicing across its visage with a forceful blow that sent it crashing to the ground. This maneuver struck a vital point. Shi Donghai withdrew Block Bear, satisfied with the successful defense debuff, knowing that employing the same tactic a second time would likely yield no results. Seed Machine Gun, Shi Donghai commanded, and the Lizard King unleashed a barrage of energy seed bullets. Suddenly, it felt a sinking sensation beneath its feet, causing it to kneel, an experience echoed by Shi Donghai, who found even lifting his head a monumental task. The night demon had employed a gravity move. The sheer unexpectedness of such a tactic in this scenario left Shi Donghai astounded. The earlier gravity had caused the airborne seed bullets to plummet, scattering across the ground. Cracks in the floor widened, and Shi Donghai was determined to conclude the confrontation swiftly. Otherwise, the collapsing structure would spell disaster. Fortunately, a voice soon brought him reassurance. "Old Shi, rescue personnel have arrived, and the combat team is in position. Please give the order." Outside the window, Yao Tian rode atop a verdant dragonite, shouting commands through a loudspeaker. Shi Donghai refrained from allowing him entry, aware that the gravity status rendered flying Pokémon grounded. He made his way outside to mount Yao Tian's glimmering dragonite. The Lizard King was ready to continue the battle, yet the night demon denied it the opportunity, as dark Circular portals appeared beneath both itself and the cursed doll. Seizing the moment, the Lizard King fired an energy ball, but its progress was painfully slow. After Yao Tian received Shi Donghai's signal, he commanded Dragonite to unleash Dragon Pulse. Dragonite opened its mouth, gathering a potent dragon pulse that surged forth with tremendous force. The dragon pulse broke through the gravity's constraints, striking the night demon, but both Pokémon vanished without a trace. Upon returning to the office, Shi Donghai discovered it utterly desolated. Thankfully, a monarch-level Pokémon could effortlessly manage its energy. Otherwise, if the Lizard King had lost control, it would have been catastrophic. Yao Tian gazed at the ruins, Old Shi. This. Chapter 157. A brief interlude of daily life. Shi Donghai surveyed the wreckage of his office, letting out a sigh. Yao Tian, bewildered, perched upon Dragonite's back, pondered how this place had been ransacked during his absence. Old Shi, was anything stolen? Yao Tian inquired, determined to complete his line of questioning. Shi Donghai gestured towards the shattered walls and the half-destroyed computer. From the computer emerged a Rotom, which had been uploading information to the cloud throughout the battle. Rotom, have you completed the upload? Shi Donghai asked, relieved to see Rotom unharmed. Rotom, all done. Rotom joyfully whirled around Shi Donghai, indicating the upload was successful. As night fell, Shi Donghai managed the aftermath of the situation, while Li Luocheng reported the events that transpired. Upon learning of the incident, Yi Huang urgently contacted Bai Chun, and fortunately, this time Bai Chun finally answered the call. What followed remains unknown. However, one thing was certain. They discovered a peculiar connection between this event and a prior occurrence. 3 days later, on the morning of New Year's Eve, Li Luocheng sat on the sofa, repeatedly tapping away at something. Li Xiaoyan, noticing his father's actions, inquired, Dad, what are you working on? Li Luocheng, yawning and sipping coffee handed to him by Suo Yake, replied, I am planning for the future. Son, I must inform you that a secret realm will open near Rongqing in about a month. I intend to spend some time there, so you must take good care of yourself. Li Luocheng's words left Li Xiaoyan stunned. His father had never been fond of venturing into secret realms, and each visit was typically for significant matters. To hear him express a desire to enter one was astonishing. Li Xiaoyan scratched his head and asked, Dad, why do you want to go to a secret realm? Li Luocheng gazed affectionately at his son and replied, I wish for my Infernape to reach the monarch level. Recent events have made it clear that having high-end combat power is essential. After discussing various topics, Li Xiaoyan seized an opportunity to escape to the backyard and play with his Pokémon. These past few days have been so peaceful. Nothing significant has occurred. Li Xiaoyan thought as he sat on a swing, watching his Pokémon frolicking about with a satisfied smile. Over the last 3 days, Li Xiaoyan had diligently trained his Infernape's moves, and with the assistance of his grass-type Pokémon, Leaf, Eevee, and Sovereign Snake, it had fully mastered the grass move. During this time, he had engaged in several battles with Chun Yunjia, utilizing his Blaze Phantom. It was undeniable that Blaze Phantom's current strength rivaled that of most initial Pokémon of high school seniors. In fact, he had triumphed in combat against Chun Yunjia, and Li Xiaoyan estimated that if Blaze Phantom were to face Zhang Sanchi's Froakie, it stood a fair chance of emerging victorious. After all, it had a powerful secret move that could counter fire-type weaknesses. Meanwhile, Li Zhuangji was also making progress, diligently learning Flame Kick. If he waited until evolution into Blaziken to learn it, the time might stretch on too long. What a pity, I still can't go out, Li Xiaoyan lamented. The previous incident was not yet resolved, and even if he ventured out, there was little to explore. All the trading firms had been sealed off, with the League's specialists searching for clues. In the yard, Infernape followed Li Zhuangji, practicing double kick, and Li Xiaoyan nodded approvingly. What a diligent little rabbit. In contrast, since evolving, Blaze Phantom had taken to indulging in snacks. He wondered why someone so handsome had such a penchant for treats. It was not to say that enjoying food was a fault. While others typically consume 3 meals a day, the formidable Tsangyan Ringui requires an astonishing 6: breakfast, morning tea, lunch, afternoon tea, dinner, and a midnight snack. Li Xiaoyan had never encountered such an insatiable appetite. If it were a Snorlax, it would be understandable. But why does this Tsangyan Ringui have such a penchant for food? On another note, since its evolution, not a single one of its physical moves has been of the fire type. Excluding the skills learned prior to its evolution, the Tsangyan Ringui has since mastered Shadow Claw, recalled Night Slash, Shadow Sneak, and Solar Blade. Originally, Li Xiaoyan intended for his little Tsangyan to learn Charged Flame from Li Zhuangji, but its mother insisted that the move would be learned in due time. Consequently, she began teaching it some moves that could only be recalled post-evolution. Gifted with exceptional talent, little Tsangyan managed to recall these 3 moves within just over 10 days. albeit still lacking complete proficiency. Li Xiaoyan expressed understanding of this situation. Shi Xintong stepped outside, and, upon seeing Li Xiaoyan seated on a swing, pondered for a moment before inquiring, "What about Jia? Could you ask her if she would like to join us for dinner tonight? I'm concerned she might not eat well alone." Li Xiaoyan's parents were well aware of his relationship with Lin Jia, a fact he had personally shared. Li Luochen and Shi Xintong also held great affection for Lin Jia, and upon learning of the relationship, they cautioned Li Xiaoyan not to mistreat her. This protective behavior left Li Xiaoyan both amused and exasperated. He was far too enamored with Lin Jia to ever consider bullying her. He retrieved his phone and called Lin Jia, explaining the situation and inviting her over for dinner. Lin Jia accepted with delight, even asking about his parents' preferences so she could bring a gift. "Ah, my parents adore you. Just your presence is enough," Li Xiaoyan jested. On the other end of the line, Lin Jia blushed and covered her face, surprised by Li Xiaoyan's playful nature, wondering how she had failed to notice it before. After hanging up, she reflected on the events of that day, stifling a giggle. Ever since that confession, Li Xiaoyan's demeanor toward her had indeed transformed significantly. Li Xiaoyan then rose to play with the other Pokémon, relishing the joy brought by Quintero as he rode atop its back. This reminiscent experience took him back to hatching eggs while riding Quintero in Pokémon Ultra Sun and Moon. Spotting Zoroark, he approached and requested, "Zoroark, could you fetch a slice of cake from upstairs?" Zoroark, understanding the assignment, made its way to the kitchen, retrieved a slice of cake from the refrigerator, and, using its psychic powers, levitated it to the second floor. Meanwhile, Victini was engaged in conversation with Reshiram, their discourse unknown to Li Xiaoyan. He had attempted to join their discussion but found himself unable to penetrate their circle, igniting curiosity about their intriguing conversation. In his mind, he mused, "How vexing. Surely, this is the work of Palkia." On New Year's Eve, Li Xiaoyan's family of three shared dinner with Lin Jia, dressed beautifully in a pristine white dress. She subtly showcased her fair skin. That evening, Li Luochen unveiled his long-preserved grape juice, commemorating the years he and Shi Xintong had been together. Oddly enough, while others might hoard wine, Li Luochen's preference lay in grape juice, an eccentricity difficult to comprehend. He and Shi Xintong continually served Lin Jia, leaving her pleasantly surprised by their attentiveness. After a moment's thought, she began to serve Li Xiaoyan in return. As the four dined, the Pokémon outside indulged in their own feast, gathered together, savoring delicious food, and sharing stories from the past years. "Sister Tsangyen Ringue, could you enlighten us about your life in that secret realm?" asked Gung Gue, sitting obediently on the ground, its small purple hands perpetually filled with food. Its inquiry piqued the curiosity of the other Pokémon, all eyes turning to Tsangyen Ringue, eager to learn about the existence of a Pokémon of such a high caliber. Tsangyen Ringue sat cross-legged and casually recounted, "The cliffs rise steeply here, with towering boulders standing like sentinels between heaven and earth. Countless precipices and sheer drops intertwine, as if chiseled by divine hands, instilling a sense of awe within me." The realm inhabited by Tsangyen Ringue was a sealed domain, monitored by the League, and it was astonishing that the once chubby duo had managed to infiltrate it. Surely, unseen hands had aided their endeavor. Victini perched on Tsangyen Ringue's shoulder, attentively listening and occasionally nodding. Only Li Xiaoyan was privy to its existence among humans, while the Pokémon were all aware. They kept this knowledge from Li Luochen and others, recognizing it would serve little purpose to reveal it. Gung Gue, captivated by Tsangyen Ringue's description, found itself momentarily stunned. The thought that such an environment could nurture a Pokémon of its caliber filled it with yearning, though it often reveled in mischief. Gung Gue harbored a sincere desire to grow stronger. As Li Luochen's second-in-command, it recognized the considerable distance it still had to traverse to reach that level. In contrast, Li Yin Monkey had already begun to brush against the threshold of mastery, and it was anticipated that upon venturing to that yet-to-be-revealed realm, it would either achieve the rank of a champion or come perilously close to it. Sihai Shiri sensed the turmoil in Gung Gue's heart and approached, singing softly in its ear to soothe its spirits. "Don't be disheartened. Allow me to perform a dance for you," it offered. The exuberant dance duck showcased its moves, leaving Gung Gue momentarily bewildered. What a curious display. At that moment, a Pokémon standing on two legs, with pink eyes and a mask-like face adorned with long green fur, approached. This was Shi Xintong's magical masquerade Meow. Each of its hands bore 3 fingers, with green nails and pink pads. A petal-shaped pink collar connected to its cloak adorned its neck. The outer layer of its cloak was black, while the inner layer was green. With a resigned expression, Magical Masquerade Meow delivered a gentle slap to the exuberant dance duck, who had developed an incessant fondness for dancing since its evolution. Initially, they found it amusing, but over time, it became less intriguing and even elicited physiological reactions. Offended by the slap, the exuberant dance duck sulked, pouting as it sat quietly, consuming its food. Little Tsang Yin devoured bowl after bowl, leaving Zoroark utterly astonished. Today, it had truly witnessed the prodigious appetite of Tsang Yin Ringui. Previously, little Tsang Yin's meals were prepared by Li Xiaoyan himself, but today, it had whimsically decided to showcase its culinary skills to the new Pokémon. Having anticipated sufficient portions, little Tsang Yin was taken aback when it consumed half of what was prepared. Miao Baoqiao and Xian Yi Miao were also engrossed in their meals. The former savored each bite slowly, while the latter devoured its food with great enthusiasm, perhaps due to Zoroark's exceptional cooking. Observing this, Zoroark placed a cup of milk beside Xian Yi Miao, wary that it might choke. Yi Ibu listened to their chatter, nodding along as if to endorse their sentiments. Indeed, it was true. Gung Gui glanced at its own small hands, resolved to strive harder. It too aspired to become a Pokémon of champion caliber. However, for now, filling its belly remained the priority, and after declaring its ambitions, it joined in the feast with great enthusiasm. Zoroark returned to the kitchen to prepare more food. After Zoroark departed, Infernape continuously offered solace to his younger brother. Gengar was the second Pokémon to join the team and also Infernape's first companion. They had known each other for over 20 years, evolving from nothing into what they had become today. Infernape began to reflect on the swift passage of time, recalling when he was merely a little Chimchar. It was before his evolution into Monferno that Li Luocheng encountered Ghastly. At that time, Li Luocheng was still a novice trainer, unable to capture a second Pokémon, yet Ghastly stubbornly followed him. It wasn't until a month after his evolution into Monferno that Li Luocheng finally registered Ghastly and captured him. Looking back on those days, Infernape felt a profound sense of gratitude. Li Luocheng was truly a rising star. Initially, Infernape was Li Luocheng's sole source of support, the last gift bestowed upon him by his parents. Li Luocheng's parents vanished when he reached adulthood, and every subsequent expedition into the secret realms was fraught with peril. Yet he emerged each time with bountiful rewards. Each return from the secret realms left Li Luocheng bedridden in the hospital for several weeks, and he had often contemplated abandoning it all. However, since the arrival of Shi Shintong into his life, everything had changed. Shifting perspectives, Li Luocheng sat on the living room sofa, accompanied only by Li Xiaoyan. He exhaled deeply and began, "Son, there are some things I must clarify." Li Xiaoyan, slightly bewildered, inquired, "What is it, Dad?" "Home is of utmost importance. A man must take responsibility for his actions, and I hope you will never let her down." Chapter 159, A Special New Year's Gift. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, the community remained under lockdown. That morning, Li Xiaoyan lingered in bed, indifferent to the notion of receiving red envelopes. All he desired was a good night's sleep. After going to bed at 3 in the morning, he had meticulously crafted plans for his future endeavors. For instance, he aimed to evolve his Torchic into Blaziken before entering university and ensure it learned Blaze Kick while mastering Swords Dance. He also aspired to elevate the level of his Cinderace to that required for learning Charged Flame and expand its repertoire of moves to cover various types. As for his Rillaboom, he was confident it would evolve into Cinderace before he began university. His primary focus now was on mastering Flying Knee Kick and Ambush, two moves that, when executed well, could yield remarkable results. He had prepared himself thoroughly for his journey into the secret realms and planned to head straight to the Rongshua secret realm as soon as the lockdown ended, determined to stay there until his Cinderace evolved, as the level gains within the realm would be swift. Naturally, if he were merely drafting plans, it wouldn't have consumed so much time. The previous day, Li Xiaoyan had whimsically watched an online class by Yi Huang, which transformed his focus from nurturing Torchic to enhancing the physical prowess of his Blaziken. After finishing the class, it was already 3 in the morning when he finally succumbed to sleep, only to awaken at 10 o'clock. Rubbing his eyes, Li Xiaoyan glanced at his phone and discovered a message from Bai Qingyan. "Qingqing Zijing, have you heard? It seems there's a new secret realm, and within it lies a newly discovered fairy Pokémon, resembling a blend of Shinado and Elurado. I can't believe it, Iron Warrior." Li Xiaoyan felt a surge of excitement. The description was unmistakably that of the Paradox Pokémon from Pokémon Scarlet and Violet. Yin yin yin. Wow, what a surprise. How soon is it before we see new Pokémon? Qingqing Zijing, indeed. Its scientific name has been designated as Iron Warrior. The best part is, it looks incredibly handsome. I hope I can capture it. Yin yin yin. So, has anyone attempted to capture it yet? Qingqing Zijing. Yes, the King of Fighters and the Fairy King ventured into that secret realm together, but neither could capture it. Yin yin yin. It appears this Pokémon has quite the personality. Li Xiaoyan reminisced about his own encounter with Iron Warrior in the Violet Realm prior to capture. It had a penchant for bumping into people. After capture, however, it transformed into a true knight, even bowing when conversing with him. He had to admit, it suited Bai Qingyan remarkably well. Bai Qingyan possessed a quintessentially introverted personality, often hesitant to express himself outwardly, yet he consistently exhibited impeccable manners that left a positive impression. Notably, his kindness and affection for Pokémon were commendable. If he were to capture Iron Warrior in the future, Li Xiaoyan would genuinely wish him well from the depths of his heart. Setting his phone down, Li Xiaoyan turned his gaze to the bright stone quietly resting on the table. He had previously asked his father to create a bracelet for him. This bracelet contained a small groove capable of accommodating both the bright stone and a keystone. He had consulted with Reshiram, who had deemed it inconsequential. Keeping Reshiram in his pocket or bag felt uncomfortable. This arrangement was much better. I'm still a bit drowsy. First, let me message Jia. Li Xiaoyan yawned, with Lin Jia's message being the only one he composed personally. After a while, Yi Huang replied with a Happy New Year and sent a large red envelope to Li Xiaoyan. Initially, Li Xiaoyan responded with a polite refusal, then exclaimed, "You have received a red envelope from Yi Huang. Wow, Uncle Yi is so generous. 10,000 yuan. This will last me quite a while. Consider it a contribution towards snacks for Victini and the others." Yin yin yin. Thank you, Uncle Yi. Li Xiaoyan's gaze drifted to Victini, who was enjoying afternoon tea. He clapped his hands. Victini, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. What's up? Victini replied, offering a cheerful Happy New Year before noticing Li Xiaoyan raising his eyebrows expectantly. Victini rummaged through its small bag and produced several glass orbs. One of the orbs contained a red-black crystalline structure resembling a DNA helix. Li Xiaoyan instantly recognized it as Blaziken's megastone. The other megastones failed to pique his interest. Seeing Li Xiaoyan's excitement, Victini raised 2 fingers. Li Xiaoyan chuckled. 2 small cakes? Okay, 2,000 portions. He awkwardly laughed, replying, all right, 2,000 small cakes. Afterward, he released his Blaziken, allowing it to carry the Blaziken megastone. Now, the only one lacking an item was Cinderace. Blaziken had its megastone, and Cinderace had a plate of fairy, but Cinderace had nothing at all. However, given its current fighting capacity, the presence of an item was inconsequential. Li Xiaoyan splashed some water on his face, then prepared to head downstairs for the day's activities. Had it not been for the lockdown, Li Xiaoyan had planned to go out and have fun with Chun Yunjia and the others, but alas, the community was sealed off, rendering any escape impossible. Cursed lockdown. Happy New Year, Mom and Dad. Li Xiaoyan greeted his parents, who were watching television, and bowed respectfully. Li Luoqing smiled. Happy New Year. Here, this is your red envelope. He produced a bulging packet of red envelopes, but before Li Xiaoyan could warm it in his hands, Shi Xintong snatched it away. Moments later, his Qixi notification chimed, revealing a transfer of 660,000 yuan. As Shi Xintong counted her money, she remarked, "May fortune smile upon us, and let us spend wisely. If funds run low, do not hesitate to consult your mother." Li Xiaoyan, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Hooray! Thank you, Mom. My little treasure trove is becoming increasingly substantial. However, I must first purchase 2,000 servings of cake for Victini." With a new goal in mind, he resolved to seek out the keystone. He pondered how one might acquire such a coveted item. Chapter 160, The Battle of the Spring Festival. Li Xiaoyan set out with his Pokémon. For a Pokémon competition had been organized in the community specifically for the senior students. Of course, others were welcome to participate, provided their strength did not exceed level 25. Considering his Pokémon, particularly the muscular Chikorita, were idle, it was a splendid opportunity for them to stretch their limbs in the competition. Upon hearing about the contest, Chun Yunjia eagerly signed up, having felt stifled at home for days. The prospect of a Pokémon battle was irresistible, especially since his Noctowl was itching for a fight. Conversely, Li Xiaoyan chose not to accompany Chun Yunjia, but first sought out Lin Jia, taking her hand as they made their way to the battlefield together. Upon arrival, he was surprised to see many participants already assembled, including his uncle, who had taken on the role of referee. There were a total of 16 competitors, with Li Xiaoyan assigned number 13 and Lin Jia number 14. The first match featured Li Xiaoyan, whose opponent was a tall and robust boy with a formidable Nidoqueen. This boy, Gao Zhuozhuang, was somewhat shy, raising his hand to ask Sherwin, may I inquire if we can do a 2v2 battle? Sherwin shrugged, responding, that depends on the audience and your opponent's willingness. The spectators were eager for a show, prompting Li Xiaoyan to curiously ask, what level is your second Pokémon? Gao Zhuozhuang answered honestly, a rookie-level Pokemon. Li Xiaoyan produced his Tsungyin Renji's Pokeball, nodding. Very well. I happen to have a newly captured Pokemon as well. I hope we can engage in an unforgettable battle. The Nidoqueen was of level 21, its strength comparable to Tsungyin Renji, though its skill set remained a mystery. Living in this community, it surely had access to abundant resources. As the match commenced, both competitors issued their commands simultaneously. Tsungyin Renji, use Phosphor Fire. Nidoqueen, Poison Jab. Tsungyin Renji's head shimmered momentarily as three eerie dark blue flames appeared around it, twisting and swaying as they flew towards Nidoqueen. Nidoqueen's claws transformed into a deep purple hue, bubbling with toxic energy, exuding a menacing aura. It charged forward with heavy steps, narrowly dodging the Phosphor Fire by swaying its body. Seeing this, Li Xiaoyan commanded a counterattack with Shadow Claw. Tsungyin Renji understood and leaped to the left just as Nidoqueen attacked, evading the strike. Then, Tsungyin Renji raised its arm, a transparent black light extending from the tip of its blade, resembling three claws. Nidoqueen, Thunder Punch. With a discharge of toxins, Nidoqueen unleashed a fierce electric current. Visible golden lightning crackling ominously as Tsungyin Renji's Shadow Claw clashed with the Thunder Punch. For a moment, Tsungyin Renji held the upper hand. With the advantage of its Dark-type Shadow Claw and the held item, the Mystery Plate, Nidoqueen felt immense pressure. It was the first time since its evolution that it faced such a formidable opponent. Its fists glowed brighter, the frequency of the electric arcs increasing. In response, Tsungyin Renji ignited flames atop its head once more. The same Phosphor Fire erupted, but this time, Nidoqueen could not evade, attempting to shield itself with its other hand. It was met with a portion of the flames, which ultimately dissipated under the force of the Thunder Punch. Nidoqueen roared in anger, launching a flurry of punches to inflict damage. Amidst this relentless assault, Tsungyin Renji retaliated with Shadow Claw, leaving numerous scratch marks on Nidoqueen, which had only sustained a single hit. Tsungyin Renji's energy-infused Shadow Claw extended once more, delivering powerful slashes that soon left Nidoqueen battered and bruised. Gao Zhuozhuang urged Nidoqueen to persist in blocking, but it was clearly overwhelmed. Run to a distance and use Night Shadow, Li Xiaoyan commanded. Tsungyin Renji ceased its attack and retreated, allowing Nidoqueen a moment to catch its breath. As it recovered, an illusion manifested behind Tsungyin Renji. Locking eyes with the phantom, Nidoqueen appeared to be drawn into an endless abyss, its expression contorted as if witnessing something terrifying, rolling helplessly on the ground. Li Xiaoyan found this reaction perplexing. Could the effects of Night Shadow be so potent? Concerned for Nidoqueen's well-being, he ordered Tsungyin Renji to halt its assault. After all, they were from the same community, and any lingering harm from their sparring would be regrettable. Return, Nidoqueen. You performed admirably, Gao Zhuozhuang said, recalling his Pokemon. The spectators, astonished by Tsungyin Renji's display of strength, exchanged incredulous glances. How could this boy's starter Pokemon be so powerful? It seamlessly executed a series of moves, showcasing a profound bond between them. An elderly gentleman marveled, goodness, this young lad's starter Pokemon is remarkable. It seems the top scorer of the college entrance examination will emerge from our community. Among the onlookers, one individual recognized Li Xiaoyan and exclaimed, isn't his starter Pokemon a fire chick? How can his second one be so strong as well? This observer was none other than Xiao Yan, who had since been training his Charizard with ambitions of one day surpassing Li Xiaoyan. Having battled Nidoqueen before, he knew its strength firsthand. His Charizard had faltered against it in mere moments, leaving him astonished that Li Xiaoyan's Tsungyin Renji could gain the upper hand. Clearly, the path to catch up to Li Xiaoyan would be long and arduous. The crowd overheard Xiao Yan's comments, their admiration for Li Xiaoyan's prowess growing. To cultivate a second Pokemon to such a level of strength suggested that the first one must be even more formidable. Gao Zhuozhuang chuckled wryly. He had initially thought Nidoqueen could withstand more, but it had fallen sooner than expected. Reluctantly, he sent out his second Pokemon. Come forth, Vulpix. This ordinary Vulpix boasted a reddish-brown coat, its brown, pupil-less eyes resembling amber, with large, pointed ears and deep brown inner ears. It possessed 6 orange, curled tails and a tuft of curled orange fur atop its head. Vulpix, then? Inferno Bunny, it shall be you. Li Xiaoyan decided as he returned Tsungyin Renji and summoned his top 3 Pokemon. Inferno Bunny. Chapter 161. Inferno Bunny vs. Vulpix. A starter Pokemon? Its ability should be that of a free spirit, presenting a challenge. Gao Zhuozhuang began to worry upon seeing Li Xiaoyan's second Pokemon, Inferno Bunny. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized his Vulpix was nearing ordinary level and still had a chance. As Inferno Bunny emerged, it noticed a throng of spectators and hesitated, feeling intimidated. Inferno Bunny, remember your dreams. If you falter in the face of such a small crowd, how will you ever grow stronger in the future? Li Xiaoyan encouraged. Relax. Regardless of the outcome, I will not blame you. He continued to motivate it, knowing that if it succumbed to anxiety now, it would struggle even more in front of larger audiences in the future. The crowd is indeed overwhelming, but once I become stronger, I will undoubtedly prevail against the luminous stone. I must strive to enhance my abilities. The Flame Bunny assumed its battle stance, awaiting Li Xiaoyan's command. The match commenced once more. Flame Bunny utilized Lightning Flash. Li Xiaoyan instinctively employed his rapid attack strategy. The Flame Bunny's paw, resembling a band-aid, transformed to a brilliant white. With a loud cry, a surge of white light enveloped it, and with each step it took, its speed escalated. Gao Zhuangzhuang could only shout, "Spark, counter it." The six-tailed fox attempted to track the Flame Bunny's trajectory with its eyes, forming a small blaze in its mouth, only to be knocked to the ground by the Flame Bunny's impact. Now's the time, use binding technique. Just as the Flame Bunny prepared to flee, the six-tailed fox's gaze sharpened. The Flame Bunny felt an overwhelming discomfort, realizing it could not activate Lightning Flash. The flying knee kick and sudden strike techniques were still beyond the Flame Bunny's mastery, and Li Xiaoyan had already deduced the answer in his mind. He shouted, "Flame Bunny, double kick, six tails, spark." The Flame Bunny immediately summoned its internal fighting energy, its paw color shifting once again. The six-tailed fox braced itself for the impending challenge. A burst of flames erupted, and the Flame Bunny's leg collided with the spark. Its first kick dispersed the flames, while the second landed firmly against the six-tailed fox's frail body. The six-tailed fox, enduring the pain, unleashed another spark, striking the Flame Bunny's face. The Flame Bunny shielded its face with its paws, realizing it bore no fire attribute, and thus lacked resistance to flames, suffering significant damage. Press the advantage, use Lightning Flash. Seize it, and counter with double kick. The six-tailed fox charged towards the Flame Bunny with lightning speed. The Flame Bunny lowered its paws, preparing to confront the oncoming foe. The six-tailed fox's head collided with its soft belly, and the Flame Bunny grasped the escaping six-tailed fox, firmly standing atop it and delivering a flurry of kicks to its waist. Is this six-tailed fox's endurance truly so high? Li Xiaoyan marveled at the sight of the six-tailed fox still standing despite sustaining such damage, realizing the disparity in their levels was indeed substantial. The six-tailed fox writhed, attempting to shake off the Flame Bunny, but the Flame Bunny clung to its fur like a valiant rider. An idea struck Li Xiaoyan. Now was the time to test utilizing its head. Flame Bunny, use your head to strike. Channel energy there. Gao Zhuangzhuang cursed under his breath before commanding, "Six tails, force it down with energy flame attack." The Flame Bunny complied, continuously striking the six-tailed fox with its head. The six-tailed fox cried out in distress, but managed to execute the energy flame attack. The intense heat forced the Flame Bunny back, compelling it to dismount from the six-tailed fox. Why won't it fall? The Flame Bunny observed the six-tailed fox swaying unsteadily, mustering its strength for the next assault. Flame Bunny, deliver the final blow, charge. Six tails, spark. They simultaneously commanded. The six-tailed fox's mouth erupted with flames, sending blazing fireballs racing toward the Flame Bunny like swift meteors. The Flame Bunny charged boldly at the six-tailed fox, undeterred. It deftly evaded the sparks hurled its way. Soon, the Flame Bunny stood before the six-tailed fox, which was gasping for breath. Our Flame Bunny showed no mercy. It first collided its body against the six-tailed fox's head, then delivered two powerful kicks. The six-tailed fox finally succumbed to its injuries. You fought valiantly. Return now. Gao Zhuangzhuang helplessly recalled the six-tailed fox, astonished at the extent of his defeat, realizing his skills were still lacking. A splendid battle. Li Xiaoyan extended his hand. Gao Zhuangzhuang replied, "Thank you. It was indeed remarkable." After stepping down from the arena, Li Xiaoyan promptly headed to the Pokémon Center to heal his Pokémon. Once Li Xiaoyan departed, the onlookers marveled at his prowess. Who would have thought such a young trainer possessed such formidable Pokémon? The next match featured Lin Jia, whose opponent was a Swampert. Lin Jia effortlessly defeated her adversary and then joined Li Xiaoyan at the Pokémon Center. Upon seeing Lin Jia, Li Xiaoyan expressed his surprise, asking, "How did you arrive so quickly? Did you defeat your opponent decisively?" Lin Jia nodded, saying, "Did you guess? My opponent was a Swampert, easily defeated by my Bulbasaur." "That makes sense. No wonder you triumphed, given the clear type advantage. Here, this is for you, Bulbasaur and Shiny Meow." Li Xiaoyan purchased 7 cups of drinks from the vending machine, giving one to Lin Jia, keeping one for himself, and reserving the remaining 5 for their respective Pokémon. "Li Xiaoyan, this isn't right. How much do I owe you?" I'll transfer you the money. After accepting the drink, Lin Jia promptly sent Li Xiaoyan the payment. She believed that even in a relationship, financial matters should be clear. Though she and Li Xiaoyan shared mutual affection, she did not want to take his generosity for granted. Li Xiaoyan said nothing, but after receiving the payment and witnessing Lin Jia's cheerful demeanor, he couldn't help but smile wryly. This girl truly is my good fortune. After a brief respite, they retrieved their Pokémon, and Lin Jia followed Li Xiaoyan back to the battle arena. Chen Yunjia's match had just concluded, where he had faced a Prince of Waves. His Hoot Hoot, leveraging its superior abilities and type advantage, successfully overcame the opponent. Li Xiaoyan held Lin Jia's hand, grinning. "Ah, Jia? That was impressive. It seems you've advanced to the next round. Not bad. The opponents become increasingly formidable as we progress. We must remain vigilant." Chapter 162. Little did you expect. This is my trump card. During the semifinals, Lin Jia faced off against Li Xiaoyan, resulting in her inevitable defeat. Li Xiaoyan advanced to the finals. As for Chen Yunjia, he was once again bested by Xiao Yan, inciting a fiery determination within him to seek revenge once his Poplio evolved. In the finals, Li Xiaoyan's opponent was also a high school student named Mog, who had not participated in the 8-school tournament. His Pokémon was a Babut. Babut, the duck-paw Pokémon, though typically sluggish, can unleash a rapid and powerful assault when faced with battle. Babut possesses quite a high caliber. However, what will happen when it faces my Torchic? Li Xiaoyan retrieved his premier luxury ball, earnestly stating, "I hope for an excellent match." The gathered crowd buzzed with anticipation, eager to witness the clash between the Tsungyan Blade Ghost and Babut. Yet, the Pokémon Li Xiaoyan released left them utterly astonished. What is going on? Why is it a Torchic? Where's the Tsungyan Blade Ghost? Exactly. Little brother, are you trying to throw the match? Such remarks flooded in. But Li Xiaoyan waved his hand dismissively, humorously asserting, "Fun fact, Torchic is my starter Pokémon. The Tsungyan Blade Ghost has never triumphed over my Torchic." Those in the know, like Xiao Yan, nodded in agreement from the audience. His Torchic is exceptionally strong. Even a top contender's prize Swablu was felled by it. Xiao Yan's words fell like a pebble into a tranquil pond, instantly instilling disbelief among the spectators. They were aware that Babut's physical attack stat was on par with Swablu's, both boasting a base value of 115. Yet, Swablu had access to flying-type moves. Under such circumstances, how could this young lad's Torchic possibly defeat the opponent? An elder murmured, "This child is fearsome. He is not to be underestimated." Ahem, the jesting has concluded. The match is officially underway. Mog felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. The formidable opponent before him had been employing the Tsungyan Blade Demon throughout the competition, and he had not anticipated that such a hidden trump card lay within the team. The prospect of faltering at this crucial juncture sent a shiver down his spine. He commanded decisively, "Babuchuo, unleash quick charge." The previously leisurely Babuchuo transformed, its petite legs igniting with astonishing speed, and in mere moments, it appeared before the imposing Li Zhuangji. Li Xiaoyan snapped his fingers. "Defend against it. Execute sword dance." Li Zhuangji raised its arms, crossing them to shield itself from Babuchuo's fierce assault. 3 ethereal sword shadows materialized around it, swirling in a captivating dance, significantly enhancing Li Zhuangji's physical attack. With a flicker of electricity coursing through Babuchuo's electric sacs, it closed in within a meter of Li Zhuangji. "See through it," Li Xiaoyan shouted, as Li Zhuangji adeptly mirrored Babuchuo's movements. The electric currents emitted by Babuchuo were intense, yet the agile movements of Li Zhuangji rendered them ineffective. Frustration brewed within Mog as he ruminated on strategies to enable Babuchuo's attacks to land. Before he could finalize his thoughts, Li Xiaoyan issued his next command, "Charge up for Flame Strike." A searing blaze enveloped Li Zhuangji, leaving fiery imprints with every stride. Mog had no choice but to instruct Babuchuo to counter with electric charge. A dazzling surge of electricity cloaked Babuchuo like a thunderous battle armor as both Pokémon advanced. Their sights locked solely upon one another. Fire and lightning collided with fierce intensity, resulting in a powerful explosion that shrouded the arena in thick black smoke, obscuring the unfolding chaos. This single exchange would not suffice to defeat either contender. Li Xiaoyan took the initiative. "Li Zhuangji, unleash Flamethrower." Yet, even Li Xiaoyan and Li Zhuangji found it challenging to locate their elusive opponent, resorting to Flamethrower in an attempt to reveal Babuchuo's whereabouts. A sense of relief washed over Mog. This scenario was advantageous for him. "Babuchuo, dig." Li Zhuangji expelled a formidable stream of flames, sweeping from left to right, but failed to make contact with its adversary. Li Xiaoyan furrowed his brow. Sensing the gravity of the situation, watch your footing, execute double kick. True to his instincts, Babuchuo began preparing to dig amidst the enveloping smoke. Li Zhuangji concentrated its fighting energy into its legs, and as Babuchuo emerged from the earth, it thrust its legs forward to counter Babuchuo's clenched fist. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, with both Li Xiaoyan and Mog simultaneously commanding, "Leap and concentrate the flames in your feet. Deliver a fiery kick. Babuchuo, unleash your prideful thunder punch." Li Zhuangji utilized Babuchuo's fist as leverage to vault upward, attempting to gather flames around its legs. The friction between the air and Li Zhuangji's limbs ignited a shower of sparks. Drawing upon its experience from the flame strike, Li Zhuangji endeavored to channel that energy into its legs. In due course, it discovered the sensation it sought. This was the power inspired by the melody that had resonated within. The emergence of roaring flames signified Li Zhuangji's successful mastery of the flame kick. Thus commenced the moment of Li Zhuangji's solo performance. Half of Babuchuo's body remained buried in the earth, forcing it to gather electric energy into its left hand, generating a potent high-voltage current that coiled around its fist like a serpentine bolt. Fire kick versus thunder punch. The two remained locked in a tense standoff, the crackling sounds resonating in the ears of the spectators. A voice from the crowd exclaimed in awe, "What a powerhouse! This Li Zhuangji is truly formidable." Another chimed in, "Babuchuo is no slouch either." The battle raged on, with Li Zhuangji maintaining its flying kick, while Babuchuo began to show signs of fatigue. It was experiencing its first prolonged confrontation. Since its evolution, few peers had managed to best it, save for a single red-crowned crane that could match its prowess. To its astonishment, this unevolved little chick had managed to endure for so long, even gaining the upper hand. Babuchuo could no longer withstand the pressure. Its arms drooped. And in response, Li Zhuangji delivered a swift kick to its face. The sudden, devastating blow rendered Babuchuo incapacitated, its eyes spiraling into a daze. This was a high-caliber match, with both trainers demonstrating commendable tactics. Although minor flaws were present, they posed no significant issues. Tomorrow is the main event. I assure you, this is no deception. Chapter 163, Time Flies, An Infinite Journey. Time slipped away, ushering in early June, the day of the college entrance examination battles. Following the spring festival, the community was finally unshackled. However, the secret realm did not open until late March, approaching April. Since the winter break, Li Xiaoyan had not attended a single class, immersing himself daily in the Rongshua's secret realm for combat. On the 10th day after the realm's opening, he sought out the esteemed B drill, and under its tutelage, Yin Tuer successfully evolved amidst dire circumstances. It evolved into a strikingly handsome tepig. The tepig's fur was a blend of gray, red, and black, with drooping ears and piercing red eyes that exuded a cold demeanor. Its red and black fur resembled a hooded sweatshirt, concealing its mouth, and it bore a distinctive red spot on its underbelly. Li Zhuangji had already outpaced most Pokémon of the college entrance exam candidates. However, as Yi Huang noted, every university had students like him with guaranteed admission, their sights firmly set on continuous improvement. Whenever Li Xiaoyan pondered the existence of such peers, he would murmur, "I wonder just how great the disparity in strength is between us." Victini remained faithfully by his side. When Li Xiaoyan inquired about the location of Keystone, its response quelled his desire to seek it. In Gaul and Sakura country, they do have some, but they are rare. You'll have to wait until you grow stronger before asking for them. In May, Yi Huang's Blaziken broke through to the champion level, marking Huagua as the first nation in history to boast 2 champions simultaneously. Currently, Li Xiaoyan's 3 Pokémon levels were as follows: Li Zhuangji, 35, Song Yin Blade Demon, 30, Tepig, 26. One day prior, on a solitary island in the southern seas, ominous clouds gathered as a tempest approached. The official trainers stationed on the island fell under attack from the organization known as Chaos. One of the Elite Four, Gu Jinxin, the Dark-type champion, led a cadre of elite and gym trainers in resistance. The two sides clashed until both were left weary, and the secret realm descended upon them. Yet, they were taken aback when the realm did not draw them inside. Instead, it performed a scanning sweep of their Pokeballs before teleporting the entire group outside the realm. Gu Jinxin noticed that one member of Chaos was missing, while his side retained all its fighters. The Chaos organization also recognized the absence of one of their own. Yet they did not seek to locate the lost member, instead erupting into boisterous laughter. The battle commenced anew. They fought tirelessly for an entire day and night, until reinforcements from the League arrived, granting Gu Jinxin a moment of respite. The Chaos organization dispatched their own reinforcements. and Gu Jinxin temporarily entrusted the battle to champion Shinitian while he ventured to a location with signal to inform Yi Huang of the situation. Now, on the second day of the Secret Realm's descent, Gu Jinxin dialed Yi Huang's number to report the current developments. Old Yi, after the realm's arrival, we were all ejected. But one member of Chaos is missing, likely transported into the realm. I suspect this is because their Pokémon did not reach the elite level. And only Pokémon of that caliber can enter this secret realm. From the perspective of the enigmatic entity, the situation appeared rather dire. Should the Alliance dispatch trustworthy ordinary trainers for immediate assistance? The first thought that crossed Gu Jinxin's mind was of his niece, but he quickly dismissed this notion. She was not a specialized trainer, but rather a breeder. In terms of combat, she simply would not suffice. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Yi Huang's brow furrowed in concentration. He had already pinpointed the locations of the three major branches of the enigmatic entity within Huagua and had coordinated with Yu Bin and Nalan Long to ensnare them simultaneously. Soon, he recalled Li Xiaoyan, who was far away in Rongqing. With Victini as his guardian and possessing a formidable lineup of Pokémon within the ordinary ranks, he deemed him a suitable choice for the task. I will handle this. You remain there, he instructed. Understood. At that moment, Li Xiaoyan was still engaged in a phone conversation with Lin Jia. Suddenly, he received a message from Yi Huang. I'll hang up now. We'll talk later. Okay. Yu Huang. Xiaoyan. A secret realm has emerged on the southern isolated island, accessible only to trainers of ordinary rank. You are the closest to it. Do you wish to go? If so, let Victini guide you. Rest assured, if you decline, I can summon others. Yin, huh? What is happening? Can they really call on me for such matters? Wait, let me consult with Victini. Yu Huang, be prompt. Li Xiaoyan patted Victini, who was busily devouring cake, and inquired. Victini, what do you think? Victini replied, The gem of creation is glowing. Just as Victini began to speak, the gem emitted a bright light. Li Xiaoyan, familiar with the procedure, pressed it and established a mental connection with Dialga. Xiaoyan, the secret realm is open, but only Pokémon of elite ranks or below may enter. I sense their life energy waning. Do you wish to save them? Without hesitation, Li Xiaoyan proclaimed, I am willing. Leave the task of rescuing the Pokémon to me. Palkia's voice echoed, the journey will be perilous. You will face a multitude of Pokémon, and danger to your life is imminent. Are you still willing to proceed? Li Xiaoyan resolutely responded, I am. I will ensure that Pokémon are no longer harmed by humans. This is my truth. Very well. The safety of those two Pokémon will rest in your hands. I hope you return unscathed, Xiaoyan. Safe travels, spoke Giratina, who admired Li Xiaoyan's bravery. Li Xiaoyan took out his phone and messaged Yi Huang. I'm going. Xiaoyan, have you gathered everything you need? Li Xiaoyan nodded. Yes, I have the luminous stone, healing items, and my companions. At that moment, a small black hole manifested before Li Xiaoyan, accompanied by a voice in his mind. I can provide only this much. Go forth, young one, and save them. Regardless of the outcome, we will not blame you. Together with Victini, Li Xiaoyan stepped into the black hole. Within this space, time seemed to freeze, and he felt no presence other than himself and Victini, as if enveloped in a void. Suddenly, a beacon of light pierced the darkness. As droplets of rain began to enter the portal, is this the destination? Li Xiaoyan emerged from the black hole, discovering a fierce battle underway. Before he could comprehend the situation, Victini deactivated its invisibility and surged forward with astonishing speed towards the entrance of the secret realm, leaving onlookers astounded. Whether members of the enigmatic entity or official trainers, all cast curious glances at Li Xiaoyan. Who is this person? Why has he come here? The third trial begins. Children, go. Stop him, commanded a masked man. No sooner had he spoken than a swarm of Pokémon rushed forth, leaving Li Xiaoyan feeling a surge of anxiety. Gripping the luxury ball containing his Tsanyan blades, he realized this spectacle was unprecedented. He even spotted two championship-level Pokémon clashing in the distance, prompting concern. Victini, can you handle so many Pokémon? Merely a trivial matter. They are but gym-level Pokémon, Victini remarked nonchalantly, surveying the assembled creatures. Flames roared around them, rising like sharp blades, incinerating all obstacles in their path with terrifying ferocity. Suddenly, the flames to the left were extinguished as a Clawitzer charged in, its massive pincers coalescing a spiraling water sphere. Li Xiaoyan alerted Victini, look out, not to worry. Victini glanced towards the Clawitzer, and in an instant, a bolt of lightning struck from the heavens. Boom. Before the Clawitzer could unleash its attack, it was struck by Victini's thunderbolt. Golden arcs of electricity ravaged the Clawitzer, incapacitating it on the spot. A testament to Victini holding back its full power. The Clawitzer lay charred and motionless. Observing the scene, the masked man calculated the situation and subsequently dispatched 7 elite-level Pokémon to obstruct Li Xiaoyan. Do not let them near the secret realm. Infinite energy lies just ahead. Whatever it takes, move out. Victini, sensing the escalating challenge, remarked, "This rain is quite intense. Widespread fire-type moves could harm our allies. Xiaoyan, release Songyin blades before you enter the secret realm." Understood. Li Xiaoyan was prepared to enter the secret realm, secure in the knowledge that Giratina's position was safe. Had it been near the realm, he would have been overwhelmed by the onslaught. Gu Jinxin noted the arrival of Li Xiaoyan and Victini on the battlefield. Locking eyes with Li Xiaoyan, he mouthed the words Yi Huang. "Old Ye's reinforcements have arrived so swiftly?" Gu Jinxin murmured, then directed through the Alliance's communication device, "All members, adjust course and clear the way for that young man." After issuing his command, a man shouted, "Dragonite, use Hurricane." A green Dragonite flapped its wings, conjuring powerful tornadoes that swept the battlefield, uprooting branches and leaves while weaker Pokémon were caught in the maelstrom. After unleashing the Hurricane, Dragonite panted, while the commanding Yao Tian directed other Pokémon. Meanwhile, lurking in the water, a Shelmet seized the opportunity, crafting a sharp and massive ice pillar. With a grin, it was abruptly struck skyward by a Gyarados' tail. "Yao Tian, it's in your hands," said a stern-faced man, whose Gyarados was the Pokémon in question. Yao Tian nodded continually, instructing Dragonite to swiftly eliminate the Shelmet and maintain control. Li Xiaoyan had traversed halfway through the tumultuous path. Victini was beginning to feel the strain, as it had to be mindful of the positions of surrounding allies with every move, ensuring not to harm Li Xiaoyan. With the enemy's numbers increasing and their strength escalating, Victini realized that if it did not have to consider allies and the weather were clear, defeating the foes would be a trivial task. However, under the current circumstances, it had to protect a key figure while also neutralizing adversaries. Fortuitously, Gu Jinxin had promptly dispatched assistance. Otherwise, it would have been forced to employ extreme measures. The surrounding water-type Pokémon multiplied, each formidable in their own right, including Swampert, Toxicroak, and Blastoise. Victini felt increasingly overwhelmed. The sheer number of Pokémon was staggering. With each one at the elite level, it was unusual to see so many elite-level Pokémon congregated in one place. The targets on the battlefield converged on Li Xiaoyan. The Alliance sought to facilitate his entry, while the enigmatic entity aimed to thwart him. Then, an unexpected voice rang out. "Rockruff, eliminate him." Well, no more pretense. Is it? Unable to endure any longer, Li Xiaoyan commanded Victini to incapacitate the Lycanroc, while he summoned his most formidable ally, the blazing Songyin Rinchi. Hold nothing back. Indeed, that individual was Qi Sibai. Upon realizing his schemes had been exposed, he seized the opportunity to unleash Lycanroc in an attempt to eliminate Li Xiaoyan. "Filth," Victini disdainfully remarked, finding Qi Sibai's actions utterly revolting. With a powerful psychic force, it forcefully pinned Lycanroc to the beach, causing the creature to faint from the excruciating pain. Songyin Rinchi harbored no favorable opinion of Qi Sibai, feeling that even employing the Requiem Sword would be a misfortune. It swiftly darted behind Qi Sibai and conjured a phosphorescent sauna around him. Just as Qi Sibai intended to retaliate with a Pokeball, a barrage of corporeal blades of thought severed his arm, sending the Pokeball tumbling away. Ironically, none of Qi Sibai's Pokemon, save for Lycanroc, showed any willingness to assist him. Truly, as the saying goes, the heavens observe the deeds of man. Qi Sibai spat out a mouthful of blood, and seeing that this assassin, born of the Sword Tomb, had yet to meet his demise, Songyin Rinchi swiftly followed up with a Shadow Claw. The purplish-red blade pierced Qi Sibai's chest, and before he could utter a word, Songyin Rinchi's arm ignited in flames, an inferno born from the resentment of those he had harmed. Both humans and Pokémon alike, this formidable blaze, having weathered countless storms, remained unyielding. Consumed by the flames, Qi Sibai's nefarious form disintegrated into a pile of insubstantial ash. Scattered by the wind, the wicked, deserving of their fate, as has been said since ancient times, good deeds are rewarded and evil is punished. This inferno obliterated his past malfeasance and sins, sealing his doomed fate. Has that scoundrel finally perished? The voice came from a member of the organization known as Denu. His companion spat, remarking, "Good riddance. I have never encountered such a despicable individual. Still, it feels like too lenient a fate." Indeed, Qi Sibai's demise left all present feeling a tinge of regret. They had wished to subject him to some exquisite tortures. "Songyin Rinchi, you return now. We are still a third of the way there." Li Xiaoyan gritted his teeth, preparing for the worst as he recalled Songyin Rinchi. The storm intensified, winds howling. perhaps signaling the turmoil unfolding within the secret realm? Chapter 165. Entering the Secret Realm. Damn it! Li Xiaoyan cursed inwardly, as Qi Sibai's interference made his path increasingly arduous. The last third of the journey felt agonizing. The gateway to the secret realm loomed before him, yet he found himself obstructed by a throng of individuals. An air blade grazed his hair, prompting an exclamation of outrage. Damn it! As he drew nearer to the entrance of the secret realm, the battles around him escalated in intensity. He observed a bear-like Pokémon confronting a formidable Gardevoir. Above, a steadfast man stood atop a rock, commanding the scene. With a thunderous roar, a dragon-like Pokémon, reminiscent of a Mega Rayquaza, soared through the skies, while beneath it, a cadre of Pokémon unleashed their abilities. Ice beams and hydro pumps erupted, yet the dragon adeptly evaded these assaults, emanating a palpable aura of draconic might. Soon, this aura coalesced into a tangible energy, enveloping the dragon-like creature in a soft pink glow, forming a dragon's head atop its own, while expansive wings unfurled from its sides. Dragon Dive. The dragon targeted one of the bears, its imposing presence rendering the creature immobile. With a furious descent, the air around it became chaotic, reverberating with a cacophony of thunderous sounds. The overwhelming pressure caused the bear to faint, while the force unleashed by the dragon rendered nearby Pokémon unable to move. Dragon Dive successfully struck the bear. The phantasm of the dragon consumed the bear entirely, and upon impact, a massive crater scarred the ground. Gu Jian nodded in satisfaction. Roaring Moon, splendid work. Now, keep maneuvering. Over 20. Li Xiaoyan's heart sank at the sight of the encircling Pokémon, contemplating retreat. Yet, the perilous duo within the secret realm spurred him onward. He gritted his teeth and urged Victini. Victini, set me down and provide cover. Understanding Li Xiaoyan's intent, Victini replied earnestly, understood. What is your truth? This thought suddenly echoed in Li Xiaoyan's mind as he sprinted towards the entrance of the secret realm. Victini, shedding any hesitation, unleashed a powerful fireball centered around Li Xiaoyan. An immense fireball soared skyward, its heat enveloping the surrounding Pokémon as if they were basking in the sun. It had been some time since Victini had executed this move, and it felt somewhat rusty. Long time no use, Victini murmured, clenching its fist as the fireball transformed into dozens of fiery arrows that blazed towards the ground. They traced elegant arcs through the air, resembling ethereal dancers scattering crimson petals. Upon reaching the ground, the fiery arrows ignited a conflagration, an inferno spreading outward, incinerating everything flammable. The heat warped the air, as if entering another realm. The flaming arrows consumed themselves, instantly turning the battlefield into a sea of ashes. Where they passed, the ground collapsed, as if it had just endured a cataclysmic explosion. The fire crackled in the air, producing sounds akin to rending the very atmosphere. This scene resembled a furnace ablaze, making it difficult to breathe. The flames raged fiercely, threatening to engulf everything, as this isolated island teetered on the brink of annihilation. Observing the inferno surrounding him, Li Xiaoyan mused. Even a torrential storm cannot extinguish such flames. This is the might of a champion. This fireball had effectively isolated Li Xiaoyan from the other Pokémon. The champion-level flames were not easily extinguished by mere elite-tier Pokémon. Water-type Pokémon on the periphery relentlessly unleashed powerful water moves, attempting to breach the firewall conjured by Victini. More and more elite-tier Pokémon recklessly charged toward Victini, as if buying time. They were waiting for something. Members of Denu, surrender at once. Our reinforcements are en route. Gu Jian discreetly detonated a mini-device, prompting the Elite Four, scattered across various locations, to receive the urgent message. Emergency, respond swiftly. Humph. Do you think we intentionally exposed our branch's intentions? The masked man scoffed, as 6 formidable presences descended upon the secluded island. Among them, one stood out, a champion-level Blastoise. Unlike others of its kind, this Blastoise bore small shells on each arm, each housing a water cannon, while the large cannons on its shell morphed into a colossal artillery. A Mega Blastoise? Victini immediately recognized this Pokémon, astonished to witness a mega evolution here. The situation had become increasingly precarious. Victini sensed the threat. It was not merely facing a multitude of elite-tier Pokémon, but also a champion-level Mega Blastoise. The trio of cannons on the Blastoise aimed at Victini, unleashing simultaneous waves of water energy, accompanied by a spectrum of vibrant energy fluctuations. You think so highly of me, but do you believe these trivial moves will bring me down? A verdant protective barrier enveloped Victini, absorbing the incoming attacks flawlessly. Subsequently, it erected a wall of light, prompting the Pokémon to launch another round of assaults. The waves of water, the Hydro Pump, and the Dragon Pulse unleashed a relentless barrage of long-range attacks. Victini's expression turned grave. While the other moves could be disregarded, the potency of this water pulse was formidable. As these range techniques were executed, the ground beneath began to sink, the overwhelming force compelling Victini to focus intently on this particular strike. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyan paused, retrieving an Ultra Ball and tossing it toward the location of the secret realm. Chao Yin Rin Gui, grant me your assistance. Activate Field Swap. The Chao Yin Rin Gui erupted from the ball, immediately employing its speed boost to advance toward the secret realm, unimpeded by any Pokémon in the vicinity, allowing for a considerably swifter approach. Upon reaching the threshold of the secret realm, a connection was established with Li Xiaoyan. With a swift motion, they successfully exchanged positions. Before departing, Li Xiaoyan cautioned, Chao Yin Rin Gui, ensure your safety. The Chao Yin Rin Gui waved in acknowledgement. Li Xiaoyan cast one last glance back before resolutely entering the secret realm, murmuring in a tone only he could hear, my true self is destined to grow stronger. Let no Pokémon in this world suffer at the hands of humanity. Reflecting on his thoughts, he realized he was uncertain of what legendary Pokémon awaited him within.